Family, who could have imagined that I, Colonel Noel of the Navy, while fishing in the South China Sea, would encounter the gunfire pirate crew who actively deliver performance, easily resolving the situation before going on to deal with the bounty of 58 million on Tiger-Man Jed. During the fight, I was careless and got caught, but the next second I hardened my hockey and just wait and see how I turned him into a little kitty. Let me tell you, at that moment, when his claws scratched me, I was numb all over. With a ziz, it was so piercing, my chest was burning with pain. Looking down, goodness, my Navy uniform had 3 gashes, all bleeding. The half-man, half-tiger guy opposite me looked at my injury, and the excitement in his eyes was about to overflow. He probably thought he could finish me off with the next move. I was just dumbfounded at that moment. Dude, I was careless, I didn't dodge. How could I endure this? Let me tell you, in that instant, I felt the air go silent. The next second, both of my fists went whoosh and turned black, like I had brushed a layer of ink on them, you know? The smile on that tiger man's face froze in an instant. Want to know how I turned this big cat into a little kitty? Don't rush, this story starts from when I was still fishing on the warship. At that time, I, Noel, a colonel from the Navy headquarters, was fishing on the deck, draped in a justice cloak, primarily enjoying some paid dazing. The South China Sea was calm and peaceful, and the seagulls were making me almost fall asleep. Suddenly, boom, a cannon fired, and it snapped me back to reality. A Marine came rolling and crawling over, saying a pirate ship was recklessly charging towards us. I couldn't help but laugh. Who would come to deliver performance these days? Family, who understands? Our Navy warships are fast and have long-range cannons usually. Those pirates would run away faster than seeing a ghost when they see us. These hard-headed kids really hadn't seen people from the headquarters, huh? I walked to the bow and saw a skull flag flying. It was called the Gunfire Pirate Crew, and the captain had a bounty of 36 million. I just scoffed. What could this little bounty do? They dare to charge at us? It was like lighting a lantern in a latrine seeking death. Those pirates were really brainless. The captain was a big bearded man named Rosmos, and from a distance, I could hear him shouting about wanting to kill us to raise his pathetic bounty. Let me tell you, I wanted to laugh. How did I get this kind of crazy fortune? As the 2 ships got closer, those pirates jumped onto our ship like dumplings. The big bearded captain led the charge, rushing at a rookie with a knife. I thought, isn't this pure bullying of kids? With a shave, I instantly appeared in front of him. I threw a punch. His reaction was decent, and he blocked it with his sword. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, he has some skills? All right then, let's play for a couple more minutes. I countered with a raging foot, sending a blue slash flying out, which directly took out 3 unlucky little brothers behind him. He dodged quickly, ducking down, but still grinning as he charged at me. He swung his knife at me. I laughed, directly using iron block, just like activating a golden bell, standing there letting him hack at me. All I heard was clang, clang, and my clothes didn't even tear. His broken knife was almost dull from hacking. He was dumbfounded, his eyes wide like copper bells. His worldview probably collapsed. I yawned and said, "Are you done hacking? It's my turn now." As soon as I finished speaking, I shaved to his back, faster than he could even turn his head. I delivered a finger gun. Impact right to his kidney, and with a poof, I crushed his insides. The guy rolled his eyes, spat blood, and fell, his last gaze filled with confusion of who am I? Where am I? I kicked his corpse. TCH, is that all? I thought you'd be tougher. After finishing the battlefield, I went back to the cabin for a drink, and I felt a bit dazed. Damn, I've been in this broken pirate world for 20 years. I was just an ordinary office worker before, but suddenly I opened my eyes and found myself here. My parents were killed by pirates while trying to protect me. So, when you ask me why I became a Navy officer, I had no choice. I just want to send every single scum like them to meet the King of Hell. This time's mission was to go to a place called Fergusac in the South China Sea to help the local 80th branch deal with a madman named Jed. I heard there was a devil fruit on that island, and Jed, like a mad dog smelling the scent, wouldn't let it go, harassing people every day. When the warship arrived at the port, I jumped off the ship. The feeling of solid ground was really refreshing. Colonel Robert from the 80th branch had been waiting and was very enthusiastic, dragging me to the cafeteria. To be honest, after drifting at sea for so long, eating fish every day, I was almost about to throw up. This meal almost brought me to tears. At the dinner table, Robert explained the situation. In simple terms, it was about a hunter who got lost, saw a strange fruit, and there was a fierce beast guarding it, scaring him off. When he came back and told the tale, it spread, and that madman named Jed found out about it. Jed himself is an animal-type devil fruit user, with the cat fruit, tiger form, with a bounty of 58 million, knowing the benefits of the devil fruit, so he was determined to snatch it. Upon hearing this, what was there to wait for? Instead of rotting in the base, I might as well go to the town and stake out. I greeted my deputy, Bulk, to lead the team while I slipped away alone. The town was called Taiko Town, and the pirates had caused panic among the people. The streets were deserted. I had a drink in a bar, listening to the locals boast and chat, and I had a rough idea of the situation. Sure enough, that night those guys came sneaking in. As soon as the cannon fired, the whole port was thrown into chaos. I led my people out, the elite from the headquarters. Those who understood were completely on a different level from the new recruits at the branch gather, counterattack all in one go. I spotted Jed's right-hand man, named Onyens, and used Shave to flash over, delivering a finger gun. Impact. Boom. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and he went silent. Instant kill. What more is there to say? That Tiger-Man Jed was stunned at that moment, roaring and asking who I was. Who else could I be? Your father, Colonel Noel of the Navy headquarters, here to collect your head. And then we got to the scene at the beginning. We clashed and fought. His animal-type fruit was indeed tough, with thick skin and strong flesh. I used paper drawing to dodge several of his attacks, my body as light as paper, making it hard for him to hit me. Seizing the opportunity, I countered with his 6-king gun, hitting him from a distance and making him spit blood. As a result, this guy panicked and unleashed a big move called Tiger King Roar, which made my ears buzz. Just as I was distracted, he clawed at me with a move called Fierce Tiger Blade. Let me tell you, I was really careless at that moment. I didn't dodge and took the hit heated, and my chest burned with pain. Seeing me injured, he thought he was winning, but then my fist turned black and my hockey was activated. He realized something was wrong, and the fear on his tiger face was evident. He roared retreat and turned to run. Run? Too late. I unleashed my full speed, shaved after him, and launched an enhanced 6-king gun. This time infused with hockey, the power was on a whole different level. The shockwave from that punch sent him flying, embedding him hard into a massive rock, unable to pull himself out. With their captain kneeling, the remaining little minions had no courage left to fight, crying and pleading as they knelt in surrender. The battle ended, and the sky was already bright. The local border army general came over to express his gratitude, saying the king was going to hold a banquet with fine wine. Well, as soon as I heard there was good wine, I was no longer tired. When I arrived at the banquet hall, I met the king of Fergsack, an old handsome guy. I stroked my chin and examined him closely. He looked all right, but compared to me, he was still a bit lacking. After a few rounds of drinks, the banquet was almost over, and it was just me and the old king staring at each other. Suddenly, the old man stood up, bowed seriously, and said, "Young Navy, I represent Fergsack to thank you." I quickly dodged to the side, jokingly saying I couldn't bear such a grand gesture from the king. I waved my hands. No, your majesty, you're being too formal. Capturing pirates is my job. It's what I should do." The old king smiled and said he had government affairs to attend to, so he wouldn't keep me company. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to remember something and turned back to add, "Oh, right, about the information on that devil fruit, Colonel. If you're interested, you can look for it yourself. Anyway, if it weren't for you, it would have been taken by the pirates." Wow, I was stunned at that moment. How generous. This old man probably thought that the information was fake, and he hadn't found it all, so he just decided to do me a favor. Hey, then I wouldn't be polite. I stroked my chin and smiled brightly. Then I will gladly accept. A devil fruit. Who wouldn't want it? After leaving the banquet hall, I waved my hand to my officer. All right, since the king has spoken and told me to try my luck, let's go give it a shot. He'll wander around the forest where the devil fruit is said to be. You guys head back to the ship and wait for me. Yes. My men said nothing more, saluted, and left. As for me, I rested my hands behind my head, humming a tune as I made my way into the forest where the devil fruit was rumored to be. This forest was quite pristine, with many small animals around. While I was wandering, a little deer suddenly jumped out in front of me and ran away upon seeing me. Family, who understands? At that moment, I didn't know what got into me. I chuckled and started chasing after it. I had no idea where the fruit was, but what if I ended up chasing the deer to it? You know what I mean? That little deer, seeing me chase it, was scared out of its wits and played. I ran wildly through the forest. We each had a deer, kicking up dust and causing chaos. I don't know how long we ran, but the poor little deer started frothing at the mouth and suddenly collapsed. I went over and patted it, saying, "Hey, don't stop. Keep running. I haven't had enough fun yet." But the little deer rolled its eyes and fainted. I shrugged, feeling bored, and decided not to play anymore. After all that chasing, I realized I had run deep into the forest. It was quiet around me, with the occasional roar of a beast in the distance. As I hummed a tune and wandered aimlessly, suddenly, I was surrounded by a pack of wolves. I took a closer look and thought, wow, the lead wolf looks just like a husky. The comical expression paired with the fierce pack completely changed the atmosphere. I bet this is definitely a husky. Who would have thought that with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, you become the leader while going undercover? I couldn't help it and tried to howl like a wolf. Oh, whoa, what happened? The entire wolf pack looked at me with a dumbfounded expression, and the scene became very awkward. The The alpha wolf stared at me for a long time, probably thinking I posed no threat, and let out another whoa. The pack of little wolves behind it rushed at me, howling. Huh, is that it? A bunch of ordinary wild wolves? I took them down with just a few punches and kicks. When the alpha saw its little buddies weren't up to the task, it decided to join the fray, opening its big mouth to bite at my neck. I couldn't even be bothered to dodge, and just punched it right in the forehead. Bam! What a fool. With a howl of pain, the alpha collapsed. Hearing that scream confirmed it for me. It was definitely a fool. It could even speak human language. Once the alpha went down, the remaining wolves scattered in all directions. But before I could catch my breath, a thunderous roar shook the ground, nearly blowing me away. I looked up and thought, oh no, here comes a big guy. A giant bear over 4 meters tall was approaching, stomping heavily with its blood-red eyes fixed on me. The wolves that had just run a short distance were blown away by the roar, tumbling around like puppies. The previously unconscious alpha was jolted awake, and upon seeing the giant bear in front of it, it panicked and howled again, urinating as it ran, only to crash into a tree and faint again. I figured out. This bear brother is the boss of this territory, probably dreaming sweet dreams at home, imagining holding hands with bear sister, only to be awakened by our group of uninvited guests. How can he tolerate this? What is the difference from someone peeing on my head? Angry bear brother, without a word, swiped a large paw at me. I quickly jumped back, and his paw smashed down on the ground, shattering the stones. In midair, I took the opportunity to deliver a swift kick. 2 slashes struck his arm, but it was like scratching an itch, leaving only 2 shallow marks. This really infuriated bear brother, who rushed at me, wildly swiping his paws. I immediately activated my paper drawing technique. My body became as thin as paper, dodging his stormy attacks with agility. The bear was indeed powerful, but it was just too heavy. After a long while, it was panting and exhausted. The opportunity came. I suddenly appeared in front of it, took a deep breath, and used the ultimate move of the 6 styles. 6 King's gun. The immense impact hit its belly squarely. But it was too resilient, only spitting out some blood and stepping back a few paces, acting as if nothing had happened. I was convinced at that moment. Hey, I still don't believe it. Today, I want to use hockey. I'll just go head-to-head with you, using 6 styles. Next was my personal showcase. Relying on my agile movements to evade its attacks, I occasionally hit it with the 6 King's gun. Finally, after I had bombarded it countless times, this giant bear could no longer withstand it and collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. After this fight, I was also hungry. I glanced at the big guy on the ground, grabbed its ear, and headed in the direction it came from. Upon reaching a cave entrance, without a second thought, I removed its 2 big paws, started a fire, and began to roast. Poor bear brother, his territory invaded, and he ended up as a meal. After eating my fill, I walked into the bear cave to take a look. The cave was dry and stinky, filled with bones and scraps. I saw a pile of fruit in the corner that looked like apples and kicked it away in disdain. The fruits rolled all over the place, and at that moment, I was stunned. A blue fruit covered in spiral patterns, shaped like a bear's head, was quietly lying in the pile of fruits. Damn, devil fruit. I stared intensely at the fruit in front of me, blue with a hint of purple, its surface adorned with lightning-like patterns. This thing I had never seen in the demon fruit encyclopedia back at headquarters. I began to ponder whether to take a gamble and eat this unknown fruit, or to find a way to go to Sky Island and search for that elusive thunder fruit. My family, is there even a need to think about it? Who knows if the thunder fruit is still there, and even if it is, the risks of going to Sky Island are too great. This one, however, is right in front of me, and looking at its shape, its lightning patterns, and the bear head shape. It's likely a mythical beast type that is even rarer than a natural type. I'll eat it. No hesitation. I have to go all in on this. I grabbed the fruit and took a big bite out of it. Ugh, let me tell you, that taste was unbelievable. It was like shoving 10,000 stinky socks into my mouth, plus some expired herring from a can. I forced myself not to vomit, grimacing as I chewed through the whole fruit. After finishing, I directly knelt on the ground, dry heaving, my face pale. Fortunately, you can only eat one of these things at a time. Otherwise, if I ate a few more, I wouldn't burst from being stuffed, but I would die from disgust first. After a while, I finally stood up to feel the changes in my body. Suddenly, tiny electric currents started crackling from my body. My white hair grew wildly, my muscles bulged instantly, and my height shot up from 2 meters to over 3 meters. All the buttons on my clothes popped off. I transformed into the thunder giant bear form of the mythical zoan type of the gum fruit. I did it. I maintained my beast human form, feeling the explosive power within me. I raised my hand, and a ball of lightning gathered in my palm. With a flick of my wrist, there was a thunderous boom. and a large hole was blasted through the wall of the cave. This power is far stronger than a finger gun, and this was just a casual strike. Woo! I'm taking off. I guessed right. I was as happy as a 500-pound child, dancing around in place. The enhancement of my physical abilities was secondary. The key was this power of lightning. I came from the 21st century with railguns, lightning body tempering, and magnetic control. There's so many things that could be developed. That idiot Enel is simply wasting it. I thought to myself that I had to quickly try out my complete beast form. But to avoid the embarrassment of running around naked, I swiftly removed the clothes that were about to burst at the seams. Once I was ready, I activated my ability again. After a transformation, a giant bear, 8 meters tall, with snow-white fur and surrounded by raging lightning, appeared in the cave. I let out a huge roar towards the sky, startling all the birds in the forest to fly chaotically. I looked at my massive body, feeling extremely satisfied. In this world, if you're not at least 3 to 5 meters tall, you wouldn't even dare to claim you're a top-tier powerhouse. Beast men, never slaves, unless it's all-inclusive. When I returned to the town, it was almost dark. The border army commander greeted me with a cheerful smile and asked if I had found the devil fruit. I was secretly pleased, but yawned and lazily replied, "It's not that easy, you know. Anyway, I have tasks to attend to, so I won't stay long." I was joking. Having eaten it, I definitely wanted to make a fortune quietly. I didn't want to attract trouble. After saying that, I led my team back to the battleship in order to return to port. For the next 10 days, I developed my new abilities on the ship. Whenever I had nothing to do, I would sip some drinks while my body crackled with electricity, getting familiar with this power. The office was too small, so I simply practiced shirtless on the deck. At first, when I transformed, the guys on the ship were astonished, but now they were used to it. I tried to imitate the railgun of the railgun's sister, but after half a day of preparation, a coin I shot only went a short distance before plummeting into the sea. Frustrated by my failure, I transformed into a giant bear and let out a furious roar at the sky. My aide Balk was speechless and shouted at me, "Sir, if you keep this up, by the time we reach headquarters, your pants will have burst from the pressure." I was shouting passionately when a Navy officer ran over holding a phone bug. "Report. There's a call from headquarters." As soon as I heard it was a call from headquarters, I immediately became obedient, transformed back into my human form. Casually wrapped the cloak around my waist and answered the phone bug. "Moshi Moshi, this is Noel." On the other end of the phone bug, I heard the serious voice of General Squirrel. "Noel, there's a ferocious beast pirate crew causing a ruckus in the South Sea. You're nearby, so go take care of it." I was so furious at the time, my face turned green. Who understands what it's like for my family? After drifting at sea for so long, just when I was about to return to the base for a vacation, I got a new mission. But what could I do? I had to accept it. Received. I'll head over immediately. After hanging up the phone, my expression twisted instantly. "The beast pirates, huh? Fine, disrupting my vacation. Let's see if I won't twist your heads off and use them as night pots." I ordered directly. Full speed ahead. Target, branch 78. 3 days later, we finally locked onto the position of those so-called beast pirates. I was seething with anger inside, and I wanted to see what kind of thing dared to call itself a beast. As soon as I used Moonwalk to fly onto their ship, I couldn't help but laugh in anger. These guys were just a bunch of scrubs dressed in animal skins for cosplay, and their captain, Baron, wasn't even a Zoan-type devil fruit user. "You guys dare to call yourselves the beast pirates? Just this?" I couldn't help but mock them on the spot. The captain saw me come alone and was quite arrogant. "You little ones, kill him." I let out a cold laugh. "Kill me? Does having more people really help?" I stood my ground, releasing a powerful current of electricity, Chidori stream. The blue lightning instantly spread out from me, crackling loudly. The pirates rushing forward didn't even realize what was happening before they were charred black, smoke curling from their mouths, falling to the ground in rows. With one move, I took out more than half of them. The few remaining, terrified, lost control and jumped into the sea to escape. I didn't care about those minor characters at all. With a flash of lightning, I activated the lightning step and instantly disappeared from my spot. When that Captain Baron heard the crackling of electricity, I had already appeared in front of him, clenching my fist, which was now crackling with lightning. With one move, finger gun, Thunder Bear, I tell you. The lightning exploded right on his face, like a firecracker going off. The tremendous impact combined with high-voltage electricity left him no chance to react. He rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. But I wasn't done yet. I grabbed him by the collar and delivered several punches to his face. "You call yourself a beast?" I was thinking, how fierce can a beast be if it's just this? Can't pirates have a bit of professionalism? Wouldn't it be better to just die quietly? I specially came all this way, and you can't even stand up for me. I tell you, All the pent-up anger I had during that time was completely vented in those punches. Every time I said something, I gave him a punch, and eventually, he just passed out completely quiet. After venting, I felt refreshed. I couldn't be bothered with those stunned idiots on the deck anymore, so I directly leaped into the air. I conjured a massive spear made entirely of pure lightning in my hand, aimed at that broken ship, and without a second thought, I threw it with all my might. With a loud, piercing explosion, that lightning spear shot through the wooden ship like a missile. The seawater rushed in, and before long, the entire ship began to gurgle and sink. Let me tell you, when dealing with these beasts who burn, kill, and plunder, we can't show any mercy. What's the point of keeping them alive? For the new year? Locking them up in the city is just a waste of the country's food supply. Besides, what if that straw hat kid pulls off a prison break like in a seafood restaurant and lets these guys out? Wouldn't that mean I caught them for nothing? This is what we call solving the problem at its root. Back on our warship, I directly ordered a return to base and then went back to the office. But not long after we set sail, the supplies on the ship ran low, so we had to find a nearby small island to rest for a bit. The island is called Teslanga, and let me tell you, it's remote and poor. It used to be a member of the world government, but later, because they couldn't pay the heavenly gold, they were directly kicked out. As soon as we got off the boat, wow, the whole village looked like a ghost town, with not a single shadow on the streets. The wind blew, and the sand it stirred up hit the dilapidated houses with a crackling sound, giving off a sense of decay. As my observation hockey activated, I covered the entire island and discovered that the life force of the people here was pitifully weak, and each person was wrapped in a sense of sadness and despair. Just as we were walking, suddenly, whoosh, a stone egg flew straight at my forehead. My subordinate Balk reacted quickly and smashed the stone with a punch. I focused my gaze and saw it was thrown by a little kid who, missing his target, turned and ran into an alley. Hey, my temper flared up. I was puzzled at the time. We were wearing naval uniforms, the embodiment of justice. Even if ordinary people didn't greet us warmly, they shouldn't show such hostility, right? The fact that this kid attacked us unprovoked indicated that something was definitely wrong in this place. My curiosity got the better of me, so I had my people follow and take a look. The child we were watching took a winding path through the village and slipped into a broken-down house. We quietly crept over to eavesdrop, and guess what I heard? Inside, there were several children, all orphans. One of them scolded the child who had thrown the stones, saying he was too dangerous. And the child named Yumi exploded with anger, shouting, "The Navy are all bad people. My dad was killed right in front of the Navy, and they just watched. They're all bad people." I was standing outside the house at that moment, completely stunned. Who understands us, the family? We, this group of people, talk about good and evil every day, fighting hard to uphold it. Yet in the eyes of the common people, we are seen as accomplices to the killers. That sentence was like a knife, cutting straight to my heart, leaving me at a loss. I made a gesture and quietly led the person away. Back on the street, I had my subordinate Balk check what had actually happened on this island. I sneaked into the only rundown tavern in the village, hoping to ask someone for information. The tavern was empty, and an elderly man walked out, trembling. When he saw my uniform, his gaze shifted nervously, and he said there was nothing left in the place. This old man was tighter-lipped than a clam, unwilling to say anything. I had no choice but to tell him about the incident where the child threw stones at me. Upon hearing this, the old man became anxious and quickly apologized, saying that the child's father had died young and urged me not to hold it against him. I followed up with a question. "Old man, I'm just curious. Why does this child hate the Navy so much?" The old man sighed and finally spoke up. "Yumi's father was killed right in front of the Navy." I furrowed my brows, feeling like I had grasped the key point. Who killed him? Why didn't the Navy intervene? And guess what? This old man shut his mouth again, shaking his head and insisting that I should leave quickly, saying that this matter was not something I could handle. Hey, what he said just intensified my determination, as I can't stand that kind of talk. I also had a tough time over in Balk. The villagers saw us and treated us like a plague, keeping their distance and refusing to share any information. The entire village was filled with old people and children, not a single able-bodied man in sight, which was quite strange. Just when we were at a loss, a group of people suddenly arrived at the village entrance. Leading them was an official, short and fat, looking just like a walking water barrel. He brought a bunch of soldiers with him, kicking down doors from house to house, behaving more like pirates than pirates themselves. When the water barrel official saw us, he was quite arrogant, shouting at us, saying that the Navy was not welcome there and telling us to get lost. I looked him up and down and couldn't help but ask the soul-searching question, "A bucket?" Goodness, he instantly broke down, jumping up and down while shouting, "I'm not a bucket." I nodded seriously and said, "Got it, a talking bucket. I almost choked him to death with that. Looking at the situation, being forceful wouldn't work. So we had no choice but to retreat back to the warship. My subordinate Balk was anxious and asked if we were just going to let go like this. I said, "Why are you in such a hurry? This place definitely has something strange going on, and it absolutely has to do with pirates. In such a desolate place where not even a bird would poop, what would pirates come here for? They must be here to do something dirty. My plan is simple. Hide the warship in a secluded place, and then send people to monitor quietly. I don't believe these guys can keep their heads down forever." Then, let me tell you, we waited on the sea for a whole week. The supplies on the ship were almost depleted, and we had to rely on fishing to survive every day. I was about to turn into a fish person. Since I had nothing else to do, I took the opportunity to develop my fruit abilities and treated myself to an electric therapy package similar to that of the Thunder King, using lightning to strengthen my body. The process was incredibly thrilling. I was being shocked every day, turning crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. If it weren't for my mythical beast type's strong recovery ability, I would have turned into a piece of human charcoal long ago. Just as I was running out of resources and preparing to flee, the lookout finally reported, "Colonel Noel, we have discovered the pirate crew's whereabouts, and they are sailing towards the village." My eyes suddenly lit up. Here it comes. After waiting for so long, the fish finally took the bait. I immediately took my men and sneaked over. Hiding in the shadows, I saw that the pirates were called the Iron Pirates, and the one meeting them was that bucket official. These pirates were familiar with the area as they rushed into the village, starting to capture the hidden young man. It turned out this group was involved in human trafficking. Just as one pirate raised his knife to strike a mother holding her child, I couldn't stand by and watch. Without a second thought, I fired a lightning spear that shot through the air, nailing that pirate to the ground. It was my turn to shine. Lightning spears flew out like they were free, skewering all the pirates in the village. My brothers, who had been holding back their anger, charged in with a roar, cutting them down like chopping vegetables. I walked out of the smoke, swinging my cloak of justice behind me, instantly raising my aura. The pirate leader Harvey and that bucket officer were both stunned. Harvey instinctively asked, "Who are you?" I directly gave him a classic response. "Since you asked sincerely, I will generously tell you. I'm the Navy." That bucket still wanted to shout, so I took out my phone bug and called for backup. On the other end of the line, a guy with a bureaucratic tone still tried to threaten me, but I couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Today, this pirate, not even Jesus could stop him. I'm telling you, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. Let's just get started. That Harvey is a metal fruit user. His whole body turns into iron lumps. When my lightning hits him, it just gets conducted into the ground like it's just tickling him. It's a bit troublesome, but I'm not worried. I directly switch to my beast human form, covering my claws with armament hockey, and launch into a crazy barrage of lightning strikes. The scene is like hammering iron, ringing continuously. He is tough, huh? I want to see if his iron lumps are harder, or if my fists are harder. That guy can play, transforming his whole body into various guns and cannons, unleashing a metal storm of bullets at me, making him look like a low-budget Gundam. Unfortunately, under the prediction of my observation hockey, all his attacks move in slow motion. I found a gap, dashed to his side, and with my claws together, unleashed a Six Kings gun bear cannon on his head. This move is a shockwave, specifically designed to hit internally. He was stunned on the spot. The opportunity arose. I kicked him into the sky. Up there, you can't touch the ground, can you? Come and experience my love of tens of millions of volts. Thunderstrike. A lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel descended from the sky, directly striking him down from the air, and when he hit the ground, he became a smoking piece of charcoal, his fruit ability completely nullified. I transformed back into human form and ordered my subordinate to use sea stone to restrain him. Just as I finished, my phone bug rang again. When I answered, a sarcastic voice came through. "I am an official of the world government. I now command you to release Harvey immediately and leave Teslanra." The sudden order left me stunned. Seeing that I didn't respond, the person on the other end got even more aggressive and started to threaten me. "Did you not hear? Do you still want to keep your position as a Navy colonel?" I burst out laughing at that moment and directly retorted, "Who the hell are you? You think I'll release him just because you told me to? After being an official for so long, you can't even tell the difference between a big shot and a nobody. Can you? Do you really think any Tom, Dick, or Harry can order me around? You want me to release someone? Go find a warlord, or if that doesn't work, find a general, but you're not even qualified." After saying that, I hung up the phone with a snap. That bucket-headed official Sandy, seeing that the backup was a complete failure, totally cowered, only hoping that we could catch the pirate and leave quickly. Just then, a frail little girl ran out from the crowd. She was Lisa, the the youngest of the group of orphans. She ran up to me, her voice trembling with tears, and mustered all her courage to say, "Navy sir, if you're a good person, could you please say my mom?" Upon hearing this, the bucket-headed official panicked and wanted to yell at the child. I shot him a cold glare, and he instantly shut his mouth. I squatted down, picked up little Lisa, and gently said to her, "I'm a good person. You'll be able to see your mother soon." Then I looked up at Sandy and sneered, "I don't care about your country's internal affairs, but I can't pretend not to know about your collusion with pirates." After saying that, I held little Lisa and took everyone back to the rundown tavern we were at before. This time, the elderly man finally stopped hiding the truth. He looked at the rescued villagers, bowed deeply to me, and then told me everything. It turned out that since this country withdrew from the alliance, the king died unexpectedly, and the finance minister seized power. This guy discovered a mine under the island, and to monopolize the wealth, he bribed officials of the world government while colluding with the iron pirates, capturing all the young and strong men in the country to work as mine slaves. Little Lisa's mother had been taken away a year ago, and Yumi's father was beaten to death by the pirates in front of the bribed navy for resisting. Family members. Upon hearing this, my fists clenched. This was not justice being trampled on. It was as if the very facade of justice had been torn down and burned as firewood. So, let me tell you, that kid Noel didn't hesitate at all. He couldn't even be bothered to deal with those treacherous Navy scum himself. He just filed a report, and that was it. Right now, he was fully focused on rescuing people from that mine. Activating his observation haki, he realized that the mine was like a despair signal tower, emitting all the negative energy from the entire island. He briefed Bark and the others. Then with a loud bang, he shot out with a moon step, stepping on the air like a cannonball. Below, the old man held little Lisa, and the two of them looked like they were watching a deity, placing all the hopes of the village on this shooting star. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. As soon as Noel landed, that finance minister led a group of people to surround him. This old guy wanted to play psychological warfare, acting like a big shot right from the start. "As long as you stop, I'll agree to any conditions." When Noel heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Damn, is he playing games with us?" He grinned and said, "All right, any demands?" "Then my demand is that all of you right now immediately lay down your arms." The minister was instantly dumbfounded, like his CPU just overheated. "I told you not to interfere, and you expect me to surrender?" Isn't this just a pure bug in the system? Seeing that negotiations failed, his face darkened, and he waved his hand. "Attack. Kill him." What happened next? Noel just raised his hand, and let me tell you, that scene was incredibly cool. Thousands of birds flew. A bolt of lightning surged through, and the entire army instantly collapsed like a server that lost power. All of them were complicit with the minister, not a single innocent among them. Noel didn't even glance at them. He left the minister alive, letting him wait for judgment from the people. Then he walked into the mine. My God, it was like hell on earth inside, crowded with people, each with pale skin and hollow eyes, like robots hammering away at rocks. Outside, the battle raged, but they didn't even bother to lift their heads, long since numbed, until Balk and his main force rushed in to take over. Only then did these people realize, holy crap, we're saved? The next second, the entire mine exploded. Countless people threw down their tools, knelt on the ground, and cried their hearts out, their cries filled with years of accumulated grievances and despair. Of course, many others were jumping around, celebrating like it was the new year. That little prince and his loyal minister were also rescued. And as for Noel, who handled all this, he had already finished resupplying and was getting ready to leave. Family. Who understands? Finish the job and disappear. That's what a real man does. That girl named Yumi looked at Noel with a complicated expression. Her father's death was related to the previous inactive Navy, but now it was another group of Navy that saved her country. Noel saw this, walked over, and patted the little girl's head, sincerely apologizing. "I'm very sorry about your father. That was our neglect. But please believe that most people in the Navy carry a sense of justice." Not much was said, just to the point. At that moment, the little girl named Lisa also ran over. Her mother had been rescued, and the little girl bowed earnestly. "Thank you for saving my mom. You are a good person." Let me tell you, this sentence carries more weight than any military honor. Noel felt warmth in his heart, smiled, and turned to wave. Return to base. Guess what happened next? Just as they returned to Marine Ford, and before he could even get comfortable in his seat, Noel was in the cafeteria shoveling food, mumbling, "No way. I have to get my flying arc out." After floating at sea for a month, eating canned food and fish every day, he felt nauseous at the sight of fish now. Just then, an old smoker with a head full of white hair, Smoker, came over, puffing on a cigar that was longer than his life. "Hey, Noel, I heard you pulled off a big one recently?" Noel slumped his chair like he had no bones, weakly saying, "Oh, Smoker, the news travels fast, huh?" He was in a position where he preferred to lie down rather than sit, even eating with the bowl nearly in his face. "Of course, those world government officials have complained to the heavens, saying you broke the rules." Smoker, that bastard, even deliberately blew smoke in Noel's face. "Damn it. Can you move away a little? That's really irritating." Noel looked disgusted. Although these two were from the same generation and had a good relationship, he truly couldn't stand Smoker's human smoke machine antics. Seeing Noel's distaste only fueled Smoker's enthusiasm, and he even offered him a cigar. "Want one? Get lost. Go cultivate your own immortality." Noel directly got up and changed seats. "If I can't provoke you, can I avoid you?" Smoker pouted and followed him. "I heard that because of this, you're going to be punished." Noel was silent for a moment, then nonchalantly replied, "If it happens again, I'd still do it." He didn't care about ranks. He only felt a pent-up frustration inside. There were too many rotten things in this world. Pirates, tyrants, gangs, tragedies were unfolding every moment, and he couldn't handle it all by himself. Meanwhile, the high and mighty world government only cared about being the dogs for those celestial dragonites in their spacesuits. Strength still not strong enough. Thinking of this, he lost interest in the conversation, said his goodbyes, and left. Back at home, Noel was feeling down and opened a bottle of sherry, downing half of it in one go. Just as he set it down, someone knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "Noel, the door is not locked. Come in." As the door opened, a 3-meter-tall figure with an explosive hairstyle stumbled in like he hadn't slept. Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji was also a laid-back character. Seeing Noel drinking, he casually sat down. Noel immediately became alert. "Listen, drinking is fine, but no talk of missions. I just got back from sea, and I'll bolt the door shut for you." Aokiji ignored that, took a sip of the drink, and leisurely said, "The world government as punishment has come down. You've been demoted to major, and you're not allowed to be promoted for a year." He watched Noel's expression carefully, and seeing that he really didn't care at all, he continued. Admiral Sengoku argued with the Gorosei eye over this, but it didn't help. Whatever. Noel truly didn't care. Well then, Aokiji's lazy demeanor suddenly vanished, his expression changing as he leaned forward, lowering his voice to ask, "I want to know your thoughts. Have you heard of the sword unit?" "Sword?" Noel was taken aback. The name seemed familiar, but after 20 years of crossing over, many memories had become hazy. Aokiji didn't keep him in suspense and revealed everything. "Let me tell you, this plan is like a high-level version of Werewolf. Right now, 3 of the 4 emperors have been established: Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, leaving only one throne up for grabs, and all the pirates are fighting like mad dogs over it. The most mysterious one is Kaido, who has holed up in Wano country. No one knows what tricks he is up to, only that he is crazily collecting Zoan-type devil fruit users. So, the Navy's high brass is preparing to play a big game, and Noel, you're the pawn to be thrown right at the enemy king's face. They want you, a mythical Zoan ability user, the Navy's future backbone, to go undercover in the Beast Pirates. This move is simply outrageous. Who would have thought the Navy would send a future admiral prospect to be an undercover agent? Isn't that like giving a national treasure to someone as a pet? Kaido would never suspect a thing. As long as Noel gets in, he could become a core member within a few years, and at that time, all of Kaido's little secrets would be clear as day to the Navy. Once Kaido is eliminated, Noel will make a triumphant return, and those achievements, that strength, would be more than enough for him to take over as admiral. Noel was filled with excitement. He remembered that there seemed to be an undercover character in the original story, but he never expected this plan to be advanced by so much, with such high stakes. Aokiji watched Noel deep in thought, and added, "When you feel confused about something, it's worth trying to look at the world from a different perspective." This sentence hit Noel right in the heart. Indeed, staying in the Navy, even if he became an admiral, what would change? It's better to step out and see this damn world with another identity. Once he becomes strong enough, perhaps he could truly make a difference. With that thought, Noel raised his head, his gaze incredibly firm. "I will join the sword unit." Aokiji nodded, stood up, and prepared to leave. At the door, he paused for a moment, didn't look back, and said in a low voice, "Don't die." After making up his mind, Noel felt the heaviness in his heart dissipate, and he felt relaxed. Although he would be hunted down by the Navy all over the world from now on, wait. Damn it. My ark. My flying mansion. I went undercover. Where am I going to get my ship? No, wait. That Enel kid has one ready-made, right? Good grief, my little brother's stuff is my stuff. The perspective has opened up, folks. It seems I need to find time to visit Sky Island and tie up the future chief engineer first. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Sengoku and Tsuru had received the news. This plan was proposed by Tsuru. The trouble Noel caused was just the perfect excuse for him to defect from the Navy. Sengoku decided to take advantage of Noel's defection to clean out all the internal pests on the Navy's list at once. The show is about to begin. The next day, the notice of Noel's demotion was sent throughout the entire military. From colonel down to major, this punishment left everyone stunned. That day, Noel angrily stormed into Aokiji's office and had a big argument, even throwing his Navy coat harshly on the ground as he left. Next, it was time for actor Noel's performance. He spent every day at home in a lifeless, fish-like posture, staring blankly at the ceiling. When Smoker came to see him, he was fooled by this appearance and even offered to drink with him, though in the end, it was still Noel who treated. These brothers were quite considerate, focusing on companionship. Seeing Noel in such an emo state, they thought, no, they had to take him out to have fun. As a result, for half a month, Noel relied on his acting skills to enjoy countless feasts, moved to tears. Everyone saw this and thought, well, this kid is really affected. Look at him. He's crying even while eating. Half a month later, all the pests called back for reports were present. The timing was ripe. Noel had another big argument with Aokiji. The two fish-like figures shouting at each other, more exhausting than an actual fight. After the performance, Aokiji quietly instructed, when the action starts, don't hold back. Clear out those scum. Got it. Noel left headquarters expressionlessly, didn't go home, and headed directly to a secret port. A small sailboat that had been modified long ago was waiting for him. He jumped on board, took the helm, and with a flash of lightning, the sailboat set sail, without sails, breaking through the waves. Watching Marineford shrink in the distance, Noel silently said to himself, goodbye, Navy. The first stop, the Sabedi archipelago. Noel, Cloak walked on this fantastical island filled with bubbles, restocking supplies. He knew the Navy's pursuers were close behind. The sky gradually darkened, heavy clouds gathered, and a storm was about to arrive. This weather felt tailor-made for him. He stood at the port, finished his last bottle of sherry, and then, with a loud smash, shattered the Navy's favorite drink on the ground. Everything from the past ended here. He raised his hand. Lightning danced at his fingertips, and a bolt shot up into the sky, summoning thunder. With observation hockey fully activated, he locked onto a few Navy ships on the distant sea. Are they coming? Then, let the first battle as a pirate start here. Thunder from the sky. With a low roar, a massive bolt of lightning, thicker than a barrel, crashed down from the dark clouds, precisely striking the lead Navy ship. On the ship, the pursuing force led by Vice Admiral Marcus was instantly stunned by the lightning strike from the sky. The weaker ones fainted on the spot, and even a strong man like Marcus was left smoking and slightly injured. Enemy attack. Marcus roared, but before they could react, countless lightning spears flew over from shore, piercing the ship with holes. Everyone who can use moonwalk, charge with me. Marcus could no longer hold back, leading a dozen officers to step on the air, charging fiercely toward the port. Upon seeing that familiar figure on the shore, Marcus's eyes nearly popped out. Brady Noel. He threw a heavy punch. Noel did not dodge or evade, meeting the punch with his own fist wrapped in armament hockey. Boom! A loud explosion, shockwaves erupted, and seawater was sent flying. Thunder Fist, Thunder Bear. A giant thunder bear roared out from Noel's fist. Fist style extreme. Marcus also went all out. As the two fists clashed, Marcus shouted in shock. You actually ate a devil fruit. This wasn't mentioned in the intel. At that moment, the Navy reinforcements arrived, swords and fists all aimed at Noel. Noel dodged, using the speed granted by his lightning powers to weave through the attacks. You annoying flies, get out of the way. Noel roared, his body suddenly transforming into a half-human, half-bear form, crackling with lightning, as he grabbed the lieutenant colonel, lightning bomb, and smashed him into the ground like trash, creating a large crater. Marcus's eyes nearly bulged out, and he screamed, Mythical Zoan. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Brother, you're a mythical Zoan, the Navy's future star, and you're telling me you want to defect? Are you out of your mind, or am I out of my mind? In his beast-human form, Noel's aura was 10 times more ferocious than before. Facing the astonished Navy, he took a deep breath, and you could tell something big was coming. Thunder roar. Let me tell you, when I unleashed my breath of lightning, the scene was incredible. With a loud bang, several Navy members were blown away like fireworks. And in an instant, there was no more movement. Dealing with these pests, I tell you, there's no need to hold back, one by one. I'll send them all packing. I was surrounded by electric sparks, spitting thunder from my mouth. Those Navy soldiers looked at me as if I were a boss, firing guns and wielding swords with all their might. Unfortunately, these ragtag members from various branches were like fish that died with just a touch and were injured with a brush. If it weren't for that guy named Marcus holding the front line, their graves would be 3 feet high by now. More and more onlookers gathered around, each one acting as if they had never seen anything like it, quietly swallowing their saliva. I heard someone mumbling, "Who is this? So fierce. Why is there no news about him?" Of course, if I were famous, I wouldn't let you watch the show here. That Marcus was tough enough, nearly getting scorched, yet still holding on. But as soon as he stepped back, the Navy's encirclement crumpled like paper. I directly used the 5 Thunder God flash, instantly teleporting behind a guy, and with one claw, he shattered into several pieces. Let me tell you, in the face of my speed, their movements seemed like they were in slow motion at 0. 5x playback. They didn't even know how they disappeared. Marcus saw this, and, realizing that his men were falling like cut wheat, rushed back in without even catching his breath. We were at a standoff again. But I wasn't patient enough to drag this out. I had long set my sights on that sniper in the back who kept taking pot shots, and he was getting on my nerves. I pretended to charge straight at that sniper. Marcus, being honest, panicked as soon as he saw me trying to cut into the back line and rushed after me without thinking. What happened? He exposed so many flaws. I was waiting for this moment. I could barely hold back my smile. Then I used a shadow clone to trick him, and with both claws together, I conjured up a massive thunder bear, launching a 6-king spear, bear cannon right at his back. The outcome was decided. He fell to the ground, barely clinging to life, still asking me why I betrayed the Navy. I scoffed and said, "Go to hell and ask those civilians you scum have harmed." Upon hearing this, it seemed he suddenly understood, and before dying, he shed a tear and said he was sorry. Who understands family, huh? Were you earlier? Now you're here making a deathbed confession. If apologies were useful, what do we need people like us who act on justice for? I expressionlessly tossed his body aside. Such a person deserves to die 1,000 times over. Without Marcus, the remaining Navy were just a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In just a few minutes, the entire expeditionary force was wiped out. I watched the burning warship don my black cloak and disappeared into the rain. This incident caused quite a stir. When the news reached Navy headquarters, let me tell you, it was quite the scene. Sengoku looked at the report and even laughed, saying I did well. That old man Garp was even more ridiculous, stuffing his face with donuts while laughing heartily, which made Sengoku's forehead vein bulge in anger. Granny Tsuru remained calm and said directly, "We can issue a bounty now. Let's set the initial reward at 200 million. Goodness, even Aokiji, who was sleeping nearby, was so shocked he took off his eye mask. Soon, my bounty notice spread across the world like snowflakes. Thunder Roar, Brady Noel, bounty of 200 million, labeled as extremely dangerous. Now, the whole world knows about me. On Whitebeard's ship, that pineapple-headed Marco told Whitebeard that I was also a mythical Zoan and could be a formidable rival in the future. As a result, old Dad took a big gulp of wine and laughed heartily, saying I was still 100 years too early. Fine, you're old, you decide. On Big Mom S side, it was even more direct. She was happily devouring a big cake when she heard I was a mythical Zoan. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately ordered, "Go, bring this kid to me." She probably wanted me to be her son-in-law and add a new breed to her family of nations. The funniest part was Kaido. Let me tell you, when his men found him, he was crying loudly while hugging a bottle of alcohol, shouting that he didn't want to live anymore and asking who would kill him. But when he saw my bounty notice, he immediately swallowed his tears and yelled that he would come and catch me himself, saying he wanted to entrust the future of the Beast Pirates to me. His emotional management was just all over the place, really. As for me, I had long since set sail on my little shabby boat using electromagnetic power, heading straight to the New World. I wasn't taking the underwater route. If things went as expected, there would definitely be accidents. My goal was very clear, Kaido's territory. Doesn't he love recruiting talent? Here I was, delivering myself right to his doorstep. I deliberately showed my face on a small island, then found a place to soak in a hot spring, happily lounging around like a salted fish, just waiting for Kaido to come knocking on my door. What happened? I didn't wait for Kaido, but instead, Big Mom's crew showed up first. Their intelligence capability is truly impressive. The two guys pushed the door open and got straight to the point. "We are from the big MOM Pirates and Mama invites you to join." I immediately refused. One of them, named Snag, exploded on the spot, drew his sword, and said that their mama's words cannot be refused. What kind of domineering CEO literature is this? I was too lazy to fight them in town, so I broke the window and led them into the forest. That snag was quite tough. For a while, we couldn't determine a winner. But I developed a new move, the electromagnetic field. As we fought, he started to feel numb all over, and his movements slowed down. Just as I was about to take him down, another one, named Bascaldi, joined in, turning it into a 2-on-1. I was speechless at the time. The world of pirates truly emphasizes realism and never talks about any code of honor in one-on-one battles. I was surrounded and fought by those two for a whole day and night, consuming a massive amount of stamina. In the end, I seized the opportunity, unleashed a powerful move, Thunderstorm, and directly blew the surroundings to the ground, leaving them severely affected as well. Taking advantage of their moment of weakness, I feigned a shot and turned to run. If I kept fighting, I would be at a loss. Just as I was running, those two behind me were still shouting, "Brady Noel, as long as you join us obediently, we can let the past be the past." I thought, isn't that obvious? At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and when I looked up, oh my goodness, a massive azure dragon blocked the sun. Kaido's big face emerged from the clouds, not even glancing at me, and opened his mouth to unleash a blast of hot breath. Those two guys were chasing me, and swinging their weapons instantly turned into smoked kebabs lying on the ground. Then I heard Kaido's raspy voice roaring from the sky. Who the hell dares to compete with me for people? Let me tell you, at that moment, didn't that sense of security just come? This monster is ridiculously strong. I fought tirelessly against my opponent for a whole day and night, and he took me out in one breath. Finally, cute duo, you've arrived. If you hadn't come, I really would have gone to block your door. Just as the words left my mouth, that big blue dragon suddenly transformed back into a human. Goodness, he was over 7 meters tall. Standing there made me feel like a kindergarten kid, with his upper body bare, a huge X-shaped scar on his belly, and a wine gourd hanging at his waist. His aura was simply overwhelming. Then this guy grinned widely and laughed at me. His laughter was like thunder. He opened his mouth and said, "Kid, you must be Brady Noel, right? Come and be the future of my beast pirates." At that moment, I felt like 1,000 were flying through my mind. Dude, isn't your approach to poach people a bit too direct? Although I originally planned to come and support you, doing it like this makes me lose face. If I agree right away, won't it make me seem spineless? No way. I have to go through a process and show him my strength. At that moment, I got a bit carried away and said, "You want me to join? Fine, but first beat me." Family, who understands? I was just caught up in the atmosphere, and I couldn't help but say something tough. Otherwise, I would feel uncomfortable all over. Although I knew deep down that with my small frame, I was far from being a match for Luffy, and considering that Luffy was knocked out by you with just one hit, I would just be handing over the victory, right? But since I'd already said it, I could only brace myself and go for it. When Kaido heard this, he laughed even harder, chuckling endlessly without even picking up his big club, just standing there with an expression that said, "Go ahead and hit me. If I move, it counts as my loss." Fine, you want to play that way. I transformed into my bear form and launched a 6-king gun, bear cannon at him. The shockwave charged with lightning looked impressive. And what happened? When it hit him, it made a clang sound and left not even a white mark. He even scratched his ear and mockingly asked me, "Hey kid, haven't you eaten?" At that moment, my face turned dark and I stubbornly said, "It's not over yet." But inside, I'd already started cursing. What kind of ridiculous defense is this? I was told the recovery was strong. Nobody mentioned that physical defense was maxed out. How am I supposed to fight like this? There was no choice. I could only grit my teeth and continue with the scraping therapy. I was jumping around him, lightning crackling nonstop, and as a result, this electric therapy actually made him feel good. Good grief, he even yawned. I'm out-putting at full capacity here, and he's over there enjoying a high-end spa. This is simply like the immersive Thunder Sleep device that just came out in 2025. Am I the #1 technician now? I can't stand it. I immediately unleashed the most powerful move available at this stage, Thunderstorm. Countless wind blades wrapped in lightning fiercely strike at him, clanging like blacksmithing. Kaido finally shows some reaction. His expression changes slightly, as if to say, "This massage technique is not bad, there's some strength to it." As soon as I saw that I still couldn't break through his defense, I got fired up. I gritted my teeth and thought, I'll show you a big firework. I directly detonated the entire thunderstorm. With a loud bang, a mushroom cloud rose up. I'd already been fighting with Snag for a whole day and night, and my stamina was already at its limit. This explosion took a toll on me as well. I coughed up a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee, feeling like my internal organs had shifted. As the smoke cleared, Kaido was still the same Kaido. He hadn't even been injured, and his clothes were still intact. He looked at me and started mocking again. Is that all? I'm a bit disappointed. I was so exhausted at that moment, thinking about giving up, wanting everything to be destroyed. But then he provoked me. And hey, my bad temper. My mouth was faster than my brain. This is just the beginning. The word slipped out, but what could I use to fight? My strongest move felt as ineffective as a tickle. Wait, tickle? Electricity? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit me, and I pulled a coin from my pocket. That's right, it's me. The electric spark that dances at your fingertips is my unwavering belief in this life. I gathered all the electromagnetic power in my body into that tiny coin, and in that moment, the electric light was so blinding that even Kaido squinted his eyes. He finally felt a hint of threat. Super electromagnetic cannon. An orange beam shot out at 3 times the speed of sound, carving a deep trench in the ground wherever it passed. Kaido's expression finally changed. I saw him move. He finally picked up his kanabo. Thunderbawa. Let me tell you, what he shouted was not that. I heard it clearly. He shouted, Thunder Gaiba. The kanabo wrapped in Conqueror's Haki lightning rushed forward and collided directly with my coin. The result. Sai, a monster is still a monster. My coin shattered on the spot, and the kanabo continued its momentum, heading straight for my face. Everything went black, and before I lost consciousness, my last thought was, no way, am I really going to be taken down by the king of addiction? When I opened my eyes again, I was already in Wano. Damn, Kaido's strike was really brutal. I still feel a buzz in my head. Lying on the tatami mat, for the first time in this world, I felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He stood there, letting me hit him, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break through his defense, and he knocked me back with a single strike. Isn't this just the treatment of a future pirate king? Teacher Kaido knocked some sense into me, and my treatment went straight up. However, it wasn't without gain. I found that I seemed to have a new understanding of the power of storms. Once my fruit awakens, my first move will be a natural disaster, changing the weather, unleashing thunder and storm to wipe the ground clean. Everyone below the rank of Rear Admiral better lie down. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Just as I was happily thinking about this, the door opened, and a little minion respectfully invited me to meet Kaido. I followed him into Kaido's room and saw that old guy hugging a big wine jug, drinking away. When he saw me, he pointed to the seat opposite him and said, Awake? Come, drink with me. I won't stand on ceremony either. I'll just sit down and start drinking. 1 cup for you, 1 cup for me, and no one mentioned joining the pirate crew. After a few rounds, I was starting to feel a bit tipsy. The alcohol was really strong. In the end, it was Kaido who spoke first. Noel joined the Beast Pirates. Only here can your talents be fully realized. I grinned widely and raised the bottle. All right, the future of the Beast Pirate crew is in my hands. Oroorooro. Ha. We both laughed for a long time, and then Kaido ordered to hold a banquet to celebrate my joining. At that scene, all 3 disasters and the Flying Six were present. That fat guy, Queen, acted like a host and introduced me to everyone. The looks in everyone's eyes were quite complicated. After all, I was personally invited back by Kaido, and they all wanted to see what abilities I had. I don't care either, just eat and drink as you please. Strength is something that shows itself in action. However, halfway through the banquet, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Kaido had too much to drink and started opening blind boxes again. One moment he was laughing heartily, and the next he suddenly hugged the wine jug and began to cry loudly, sobbing so sadly. I was sitting right next to him at that moment, and it was the first time I saw such a scene. I couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, and the more I laughed, the louder it got. There was no way around it. The atmosphere was set like this. One person crying heart-wrenchingly, while the other was laughing uncontrollably. This scene, it said, became a famous moment that the 100 Beast Pirates would fondly recall for many years to come. In the following days, I learned what hellish training really meant. Every day before dawn, Kaido would drag me up for morning exercises, which was essentially one-sided beatings. My daily task was to find ways to leave a mark on him, and then get knocked out and carried back by him in exhaustion. If I hadn't felt myself getting stronger every day, I would have given up long ago. This went on for who knows how many days, until one day I arrived at the training ground and found that a fight had already broken out inside. Kaido was sparring with a girl who had long, white gradient hair, 2 red horns on her head, and wore handcuffs, but she was incredibly fierce. She was absurdly tall, almost as tall as I was. I thought to myself, wow, Kaido looks like a demon, but his daughter is quite beautiful. This should be Yamato. When Kaido saw me coming, he grinned and said, You two, come and me together. I was overjoyed at that moment. It was so great to finally have someone take a beating with me. I exchanged a glance with Yamato, and without saying a word, we charged in. I unleashed a thunderous roar. while she launched an arrow entwined with lightning. Our attacks combined and slammed towards Kaido. However, Kaido casually swung his kanabo, and a more ferocious slash shattered our assault. That day, I don't know if it was because there were too many people, but Kaido seemed particularly excited, hitting harder than usual. By the end of the day, we were lying on the ground like two dead fish, while Kaido, satisfied, picked up his club and went off to drink. "Who are you?" Yamato gasped, her eyes filled with curiosity. "I'm so tired that I can barely keep my eyes open." I weakly said, "Me? I'm a salted fish that was taken by Kaido." "Taken?" Yamato's eyes lit up, and in an instant, he regarded me as a comrade. "Are you also resisting him?" I was taken aback for a moment, thinking about the days of being beaten up and having a bruised face every day, and gritted my teeth as I said, "I suppose so." "Well, it seems I found my comrades." Yamato, that silly girl, thought I was like her, a fellow captive here fighting back. She was so enthusiastic and immediately announced, "From now on, we are companions. Let's work together to defeat Kaido." Although she might have misunderstood something, I didn't want to explain. Looking at her eyes filled with a longing for freedom, I felt quite sympathetic. After that, we became close buddies, getting beaten up together every day and then drinking together afterward. I told her about the outside world, sky, islands, giant elephants, deserts, and her eyes sparkled with wonder. In the distance, Kaido was secretly watching us, and he smiled as he saw his silly son finally showing a grin. Later, I gave Yamato an idea. I said, "Just being tough isn't the way to go. You need to change your mindset. Stop thinking about becoming Kazuki Oden. Think about how to legitimately inherit the Beast Pirates. Turn the conflict between you and your father into a battle of ideas. A challenge from the next generation to the previous one. In this way, the meat will rot in the pot, and Kaido will be more accepting." Yamato listened to my advice and nodded. Our goal shifted from defeating Kaido to getting stronger until we could challenge him. And just like that, a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Yamato and I took turns beating up the high-ranking members of the Beast Pirates. Although we lost more than we won against the three disasters, our strength was steadily increasing. Covering my entire body with armament haki became a piece of cake. However, I had reached a bottleneck. Just relying on getting beaten up wasn't enough to break through anymore. I needed real life-and-death battles. Just in time, an opportunity arose. A reckless new pirate crew, having just entered the New World, took over one of our islands under the Beast Pirates. Kaido directly kicked me out, telling me to take a few ships and teach them a lesson on how to behave. I lay on the deck, watching the ever-changing sky. Having just escaped a whirlpool that nearly sucked the ship in, my face pale. Let me tell you, the weather in the New World is as unreasonable as your mom hitting you. Sigh, it's much safer in Wano. Meanwhile, on that occupied island, a big guy with a full beard was stepping on one of our Beast Pirate subordinates, acting wildly. "You little ones, put up the flag for me. This is our first base in the New World." This guy is Jeremy Matt, completely brain-dead, thinking the Yonko are just old guys seeking fame. One of his subordinates, who had a bit of sense, nervously asked, "Captain, is it really okay for us to occupy Kaido's island?" Matt got annoyed upon hearing this and slapped him back with a big gesture. "Just a mere Yonko. These old relics eliminated by the times. I will definitely take them all down sooner or later." As soon as he finished speaking, let me tell you, that subordinate of his was quick-witted, turning around and slipping away without a word. Who understands being under a captain with such a water-filled brain? If you don't run, are you waiting for the new year? He sneakily ran to the other side of the island, found a small broken boat, and headed straight into the sea. This guy knew very well that following such a foolish captain would lead to total annihilation sooner or later. Running away now at least gave him a glimmer of hope. Can you believe it? The New World. It's a monster's den. He dared to venture out on a small wooden raft. I estimate even my hawk would have to sail a big ship obediently. His little dinghy could only show off in the first half of the Grand Line. But playing this game in the New World, it would teach you what the temper of nature is in no time. However, you wouldn't believe it. This guy actually had some good luck, sailing smoothly all the way, only to accidentally run into my fleet. "Goodness," I exclaimed. "Isn't this just the delivery coming right to my door?" My subordinates looked and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that the crazy Blade Dentist with a bounty of 57 million? We were worried we couldn't find you, and you delivered yourself right to us." My aide Tennyson is also a tough guy. He doesn't bother saying much and directly pulls out a knife, sharpening it right next to Dennis's neck. While sharpening, he says, "Considering how understanding you are, I'll give you a quick end." Let me tell you, at that moment, Dennis completely broke down, crying and snotting everywhere, almost putting on a show for me like a waterlogged Gene Shawn. "Don't kill me, big brother." Occupying the island was all the decision of our idiot captain. As soon as I heard he was going to provoke Lord Kaido, I immediately quit the crew and ran away. This will to survive is something else. I waved my hand to tell him not to scare me. I smiled at him and said, "All right, you're quite perceptive. Now tell me what is going on the island." When he saw there was a way out, his mouth started running like a machine gun, spilling all the beans. Even about how he wet the bed at 5 years old, afraid that if I was unsatisfied, I would throw him into the sea to feed the fish. After listening to him, I understood that the captain named Matt was indeed a pure idiot, not some cunning schemer. The only thing to watch out for was his friction fruit, which could create fireballs and lightning. All right, I had that in mind. As for Dennis, he wasn't even worth dirtying my hands over. I could just handcuff him and send him off to Wano country to mine after we were done. With the intel in hand, there was no need to dawdle. I directly ordered full speed ahead. 4 hours later, Gal Island was right in front of us. Matt over there had also received the news and was waiting at the port with his men on high alert. I stood at the bow of the ship, looking at that bunch of rabble, too lazy to talk to them. I directly ordered, "Fire the cannons. Let us send them a greeting gift." Boom, boom. After a few rounds of cannon fire, the other side was in complete disarray. By the time we landed, Matt and his people had already retreated outside the port. I walked up to him and coldly asked, "Who the hell gave you the courage to provoke us, the beast pirates?" Before I could finish my sentence, the guy started rubbing his hands together, arrogantly shouting at me, "Where's Kaido? Too scared to come? Sending a subordinate like you to die?" I was exhausted at that moment. Talking to someone this brainless was simply a waste of life. With a blank expression, I waved my hand, "Kill them all. Boys, today is the day to make a name for ourselves. Go for it." Matt let out a loud roar, conjuring several fireballs that came raining down on us. I casually punched one and blew the smoke off my fist, laughing as I said, "What are you doing, buddy? Setting off fireworks for fun?" Seeing that the fireballs were ineffective, he began to conjure lightning, and a blue electric snake spiraled towards me. My eyes lit up. Hey, this is interesting. In the next second, I grabbed the electric snake and, right in front of everyone, chomped down on it like I was eating a spicy strip, chewing and swallowing it. I smacked my lips and commented, "The taste is average, not enough charge." Matt's eyes were almost popping out, and his mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. I grinned and, with a flash of red light on my body, said, "Since you're so enthusiastic, why not try my skills?" As soon as I finished speaking, a rumbling sound echoed above him, and a magnificent palace of thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air. What a spectacle! I snapped my fingers, and countless bolts of lightning, as if they had eyes, fell from the sky, accurately striking every one of him and his subordinates. Matt was so scared he froze, and when he regained his senses, he slipped away like a figure skater, desperately avoiding the strikes. It was a sight to behold. He wished he had 2 more legs. As for me, I wasn't in a hurry to kill him. I just controlled the lightning to explode around him, teasing him like a dog. While running, he howled, "Who the hell are you? Kaido can't be this strong." Then, let me tell you, the most explosive moment came. As he was running, he suddenly stopped, stood at attention, clapped his right hand against his left, and with a look of revelation shouted at me, "I know. You are the true leader behind the beast pirates. Kaido is just a puppet." I was stunned at the time. Family, this is simply a 2025 version of the CPU. Pupa, are you kidding me? How's his brain work? He actually looked so certain, thinking he had discovered a shocking secret and was ready to make it public. As soon as he stood still, a lightning bolt struck him directly, giving him an explosive hairstyle on the spot, with smoke coming out of his mouth. I looked at this idiot and couldn't help but laugh in anger. Are you freaking kidding me? I was planning to try out a new trick on him, but one skill later, the opposing team was almost wiped out. My brothers hadn't even finished warming up, and the battle was over, all of them cursing and complaining. I shook my head, too lazy to play anymore. I brought my hands together, ready to unleash a 6 Kings gun, bear cannon to send him straight to the afterlife. Just then, my phone bug rang. I was initially annoyed, wondering who was so clueless, but then the phone bug transformed and sprouted 2 big horns. "Oh, it's Kaido." "Then it's fine. Norr, how's it going on the island of Gile?" Kaido asked while drinking. "It's resolved. I was just about to feed the fish. Don't kill the guy named Matt. Bring him back to Wano. You can deal with the others as you wish." I wasn't happy at the time, was I? Seriously? We need this brain-dead Kaido too. If he dares to enter the beast pirates, I'll find an opportunity to secretly deal with him. It seems Kaido sensed my displeasure and explained this guy is the son of a high-ranking official in the world government. His father just called to plead for him, and we're just using him to exchange for some resources. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought. A weakling with a big mouth turns out to be a giant baby relying on his father, coming out to play pirate games. All right, since he is still useful. I had someone cuff him with sea prism stone. As for his subordinates, one by one, They were all taken away, sent back to Wano to mine. Perfect. Next time we encounter such brainless pirate crews, we'll just capture them and use them as free labor, saving Kaido the trouble of constantly bothering the people of Wano. The more I thought about it, the more I felt it was a good idea. With a wave of my hand, return. I hadn't had a drink with Yamato for several days, and I really missed her. As soon as I returned to Wano country and got off the boat, Yamato came rushing over like a little cannonball, wrapping her arms around my neck. Hurry, hurry, tell me what fun things you encountered this time. I was wearing a dead fish expression and said, Sister, I just got back and I'm exhausted. Can I take a break? But it was no use. She still dragged me away, and the people around had long since grown used to it. We sat by the campfire, drinking wine, and I turned my recent sea adventure into a joke for her. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and she was incredibly happy. Seeing her like that made me quite happy too. After parting ways with her, I didn't go back to my room, but went straight to Kaido's place. Before I even entered, I could hear the wailing and howling from inside. TSK, he drunk again. I pushed the door open, and there he was. The big boss Kaido turned into a 200-pound baby, crying while holding a large wine jug, saying, living is just too meaningless. Someone come and kill me. It was the same old routine. I couldn't be bothered with him and just picked up the wine to drink. By the time he finished a pot of wine, he was still lively, but he cried even harder. I was half drunk, lowered my head, and shouted, Mr. Kaido. In an instant, Kaido, who had been wailing, suddenly changed his expression, and a terrifying conqueror's haki erupted, making the air in the entire room feel like it had frozen. He knew what I was about to say. Every time I wanted to mention taking Yamato out to sea, he would use this tactic to push me back. But this time, I didn't want to back down anymore. Facing that mountain-like pressure, I slowly raised my head, staring at him without fear, and said word by word, I want to take Yamato out to sea. As soon as I finished speaking, that haki instantly intensified several times. The sky over Onigashima turned dark, and thunder rumbled. The floor beneath me cracked. The surrounding pirates were all stunned. Even their three main figures were alarmed, each with a serious expression. I gritted my teeth and stared at him intently, repeating once more, I want to take Yamato out to sea. After a long stare, Kaido withdrew his conqueror's haki, but the fury in his eyes was about to erupt. Do you know what you're saying? At this rate, in another 20 years, Yamato will not change at all. I stood up excitedly. And she can't leave Wano either. Kaido is also a stubborn one. I was furious and shouted at him. I must take Yamato out to sea. After shouting, I calmed down a bit and continued. You two can't persuade each other, so let's see whose will is stronger. If we win against you, I'll take Yamato to cruise in 100 BC. After saying that, a completely different conqueror's haki, unlike Kaido's, erupted from me. Kaido fell silent, looking at my youthful yet unwavering will, and slowly said, Then let me see just how strong your will is. This news spread quickly, and the next day, everyone from the upper ranks of the Beast Pirates came to the training ground. Yamato and I stood in the center, facing Kaido, who was holding a kanabo. He didn't waste words. His terrifying conqueror's haki pressed down on us again. Yamato was not to be outdone and unleashed her own conqueror's haki to counter it. Since my conqueror's haki had just awakened and I couldn't control it well, I transformed into my bare human form and unleashed a heavenly thunder, breaking the stalemate. Hundreds of bolts of lightning struck Kaido, and Yamato followed up by transforming into her divine dragon form, delivering a powerful attack with her horse Phantom Blade. Thunder and Ice. A double attack. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A roar echoed from the lightning, and Kaido instantly transformed into a dragon, coiling in the sky, his enormous dragon head looming over us. Heat breath. Terrifying flames erupted. Thunder roar. No servant ice fong. Yamato and I simultaneously unleashed our breaths, one of lightning and one of frost, spiraling towards him. The collision of the three energies turned the entire training ground into ruins. Kaido transformed back into his hybrid form and landed on the ground. I charged forward, my armed color covering my entire body, with lightning crackling on my surface, thunderbolt sealing magic. I struck him with this attack, capable of reducing haki. Kaido's eyes lit up, and he countered with a thunderous 8 trigrams. Yamato instantly teleported to my side and used her own thunderous 8 trigrams to block the attack. I practiced with Yamato for a year, and our synergy was such that we understood each other with just a glance. I charged in from the left while she flanked from the right, and the two white shadows lunged wildly at the massive black figure. This battle lasted a whole day and night. The entire training ground was long gone, and the earth was trembling. Yamato and I were already exhausted and gasping for breath. barely able to stand with our weapons propped against the ground. But Kaido on the opposite side, although also putting in real effort, still seemed to handle it with ease. Oh ho ho ho, is this your limit? Kaido mocked with a loud laugh. Yamato roared and charged again. Divine Foot, White Snake Drive. Just as Kaido was about to counterattack, he suddenly felt a tightness in his feet. It was me wrapping around him. Seizing that fleeting moment, Yamato's attack struck. Countless shadows of her weapon smashing into Kaido. I took the chance to dart away, gathering lightning in my hand. A coin shot out, super electromagnetic cannon. A tearing orange pillar of light raced towards Kaido. Kaido's eyes widened. With no time to think, the spike club in his hand was wrapped in black-red lightning. And he swung it fiercely. Great Victor, thunderous 8 trigrams. When that hit landed, let me tell you, it felt like being hit by a dump truck. My super electromagnetic cannon, my goodness, was as fragile as a potato chip in front of his club, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, shattering at the slightest contact. I had only one thought at that moment. This old man is cheating. A year ago, he still had to exert some force to use this move on me. But now I can unleash my ultimate skill in an instant, with its power multiplied several times. Yet he just casually uses his Conqueror's Haki to brush it off, breaking through my techniques effortlessly. Is this reasonable? My blue bar is almost empty, while his is like he just finished warming up. I would believe him if he said he could keep this up for a month. I was with Yamato, both of us exhausted like dogs, struggling to catch our breath. That guy Kaido was still there grinning, and then he unleashed another King Kong attack, that overwhelming slash coming at us like it was free. I was them all over, just about to take it head-on when Yamato used her ice tooth to freeze that wave of sword energy into an ice sculpture, saving my life just in time. She leaned over and asked how I was doing, and I barely managed to say, "This dad is really a monster." Kaido was still laughing heartily, saying we were the future of the beasts, but it was too early for us to set sail. I was furious at that moment. Never mind the future. You want us to just lie down now? No way. I wrapped my Haki around my fists again and pushed back. I know that if it really comes to a fight, once he gets serious, both of us are done for. But this isn't about winning or losing. It's a test of will. Kaido is too lazy to chat with us, swinging his kanabo like a wheel of fire. That move, K-Dragon's Roar, filled the sky with black and red, lightning like shadows of the club, enveloping both of us. Family, who understands? The pressure was overwhelming. We gritted our teeth and held on. My thunderclap and Yamato's Odin's arrow, punches, sword energy, and club shadows collided, tearing the ground apart. But the gap was too obvious. Our faces turned red, and we were about to collapse. Kaido grinned and unleashed another Daibutsu Thunder 8 trigrams. With a bang, Yamato and I flew out like 2 broken sacks, crashing onto the ground, spitting blood, unable to move a finger. Total defeat. Kaido didn't even bother to look at us again and turned to leave. That back was a blatant message. You guys aren't good enough. I tell you, that feeling of unwillingness surged instantly. Yamato and I exchanged glances and simultaneously shouted, "Kaido!" 2 bursts of Conqueror's Haki erupted from us without warning. With all our unyielding spirit, we instantly flashed behind him, using our last ounce of strength. Throwing a punch and a strike, Kaido's pupils shrank sharply, and he swung his kanabo to block in front of him, unleashing his own Conqueror's Haki. 3 streams of Conqueror's Haki collided with a thunderous roar, and in that moment, I felt the entire world go silent. Then everything went black, and I lost consciousness. When we woke up, it was 2 days later. We were so hungry we could devour Sea King. We stuffed ourselves, and then I went to find Kaido. But he had already set sail, heading to Dressrosa to talk business with that Doflamingo. He left me a note that simply said, "Bring Yamato back to me in one piece." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Wow, does this mean we've been approved to go out to sea? When Yamato heard this news, she was so excited that she wanted to set sail right away. I was planning to take a few days off, but I couldn't stop her. She was like a husky that had just been unleashed, going wild. Once we were out at sea, she was even more outrageous. She could suddenly jump up in the middle of her sleep, rush to the deck, and howl at the ocean. There was even one time she charged into the sea in the middle of the night. If it weren't for the brothers on watch who quickly pulled her back, we would have had to go searching for her in the belly of a fish the next day. I'm different. After that fight, I felt completely drained. Just wanted to be a salted fish sitting by the boat every day, fishing and soaking up the sun, feeling gloomy like an old man of 70. Our destination this time is an island called Southampton in the Beast Sea to gather some supplies. It is said that there is a wandering ghost in that place, appearing at midnight for 10 years, asking 3 questions to those who stay out late. Who am I? Who is Xianligu? Where is Blanca? After asking, it knocks the person out and leaves them in the wilderness. Kaido had been there before and came back saying it was just a soulless shell. As a result, when Yamato heard this, her curiosity skyrocketed, and she insisted on going to see the ghost, rolling on the ground in excitement. No matter how I told her it was just a person, she wouldn't listen. In the end, I had no choice but to take the ship there. Once we arrived on the island, Yamato was even more liberated, finding everything fresh and wanting to try anything she hadn't eaten before. I felt like a caregiver following behind her, paying for everything and cleaning up after her. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and dragged her forcefully into a tavern. I asked the bartender about the ghost, and the information was pretty much the same as what we knew. The frequency of ghost sightings has decreased significantly over the past 2 years. Anyway, since it doesn't harm anyone, I didn't want to get involved. I was purely accompanying this young lady. Late at night, the two of us went to the forest outside the town to stake out. As a result, I was lying on a tree and almost fell asleep, while Yamato was even more impressive, sleeping on a rock and snoring. Just when I thought we were going to wait in vain that night, a shadow suddenly appeared and rushed straight towards the sleeping Yamato. Here it comes. My eyes widened, and I instantly dashed over, landing a punch to intercept it. This guy was just like the legends described. Tattered cloak, red eyes, exuding a hollow aura like a puppet. As a result, Yamato was startled awake, still groggy, and when she saw us in a standoff, she actually waved at the ghost. Ghost? I was furious at that moment and turned to yell at her. Who are you greeting? This guy is here to catch you. The ghost was taken aback for a moment, then completely ignored me and charged at Yamato. This time, Yamato reacted and picked up her spike bat to block. As a result, the ghost used the back of the knife to knock her weapon away and asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you know who I am?" Yamato tilted her head and replied, "How would I know who you are?" The ghost then asked, "Do you know where Blanca is?" Yamato responded, "I don't know. What is the meaning of my existence?" The ghost suddenly broke down, kneeling on the ground with its head in its hands, wailing, completely unstable. For 10 years, it had been asking this question, but never received an answer. Then, it suddenly stood up and assumed Aedo's stance. Aedo Aurora Flash. A purple blade of light cut through the air with incredible speed, instantly slashing in front of Yamato. However, Yamato was not defenseless, activating her Mirror Mountain ability. A layer of transparent armor blocked the fierce attack. In the next moment, she appeared behind the ghost, swinging a spike club surrounded by cold air, striking down with a phantom blade. With a loud bang, the ghost was instantly frozen into a large ice block. Yamato, carrying the spike club, walked over with a smile and said, "Although I don't know what happened to you, we can help you. We can find the meaning of existence together." The ice on the ghost cracked with a snap, and it stared blankly at Yamato, a flicker of anger appearing in its hollow eyes for the first time. After 10 years, someone was finally offering to help it. Yamato, being very friendly, hooked her arm around its shoulder and taught it how to smile. The two of them grinned at each other, their smiles awkward and strange. I couldn't help but laugh from the side. This guy, although he looks dull, is definitely a skilled individual. I was thinking, since it has come to this, we might as well take him in. I proposed that he join our beast pirates first. Since he couldn't remember a name, we could just call him Phantom for now. Well, we've picked up a skilled guy, focusing on a nurturing type. This is basically a digital pet, right? Just as we were happily welcoming our new partner. In a country called Siet Air, he won in the West Sea, a bespectacled king was coldly staring at his officials. "This is your last chance." The official was so scared he was drenched in sweat, and as soon as he stepped out of the palace, he immediately changed his demeanor and shouted at his subordinates. "Within a week, I want to see the head of Roll Pady." Of course, none of this has anything to do with us. After resupplying with our new partner, Mr. Phantom, we continued to cruise the seas. But within just a couple of days, we ran into trouble. A group of clueless rookie pirates actually dared to steal the arms we were selling, and they really managed to pull it off. These guys had just entered the new world and were worried about how to make a name for themselves, thinking that robbing the 4 Emperor's goods was a shortcut. I can only say, it is indeed a shortcut, the shortcut to the underworld. We happened to be nearby, and took them all out in one go. The ghost used a swift strike, Aurora Flash. Yamato launched a powerful ice fong, and I added a heavenly thunder. The battle was over. Compared to us, their strength is simply a joke. I called back to the Land of Harmony to report that the arms had been retrieved. The person on the other end was extremely polite, directly addressing me as His Highness Noel, and asked me to drop off this batch of arms in Dressrosa. Dressrosa? I raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the territory of that flamboyant flamingo Doflamingo? Interesting. As soon as I arrived in Dressrosa, wow, What a scene. It was a complete wreck. The entire country was as poor as can be, completely different from what I had imagined as the land of love and passion. At the dock, Doflamingo, that flamboyant flamingo, strutted over in his deathly Barbie pink feather coat, wearing high heels, walking with an air of indifference. I tell you, he was accompanied by a snotty guy named Treble, whose snot was almost swinging on a Doflamingo's face, making me feel physically uncomfortable. Doflamingo opened his mouth with his characteristic chuckle, saying something about being honored to meet me. I couldn't be bothered with small talk and got straight to the point. The goods have arrived. Where's the fruit? My direct attitude left him speechless, veins bulging on his forehead. While I was in a tug-of-war with the flamingo, Yamato was off like a husky, frolicking in the flowers at a distance, shouting, "Noel, this place is so beautiful. Let's go shopping." Who understands? I'm here to discuss serious business, and she treats it like a tourist attraction. As soon as Doflamingo heard this, he immediately changed his tone, saying he wanted to extend his hospitality and invite us to taste the fine wine of Dressrosa. What could I do? I had to hold my nose and accept. During the meal, Doflamingo subtly asked who Yamato was. I didn't hide anything and told him directly. She is Lord Kaido's daughter, Princess Yamato. I could see Doflamingo's eyes behind his sunglasses nearly bulging out. He was completely frozen. Kaido's daughter? This news was probably more explosive for him than a devil fruit. Throughout the meal, Yamato was eating like she was going to devour the table, while Mr. Ghost and I merely moved our chopsticks symbolically. Doflamingo was using his observation hockey to spy on us, and I could feel his anxiety. He was probably thinking that just the three of us could flatten his little broken country. After the meal, he finally brought out the goods. One devil fruit, a zoan-type, dragon fruit, ancient species, triceratops form. My heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the fruit that was eventually fed to that Sabo? So it came from here. The transaction completed. I didn't want to stay a second longer. I grabbed the still excited Yamato and prepared to leave. We took a quick look at that bullfighting arena, but the gladiators inside were so terrible it felt like a child's game. Yamato was cheering loudly, but after a while, I felt my eyes were getting dirty, so I hurriedly pulled her away. Back on the ship, I suddenly remembered something. You might not believe it, but I almost forgot that I was an undercover agent. Calculating the days, I realized I hadn't been in touch with the Navy headquarters for over a year. I quickly made excuses for myself, saying that there wasn't any important intelligence, and it definitely wasn't that I had forgotten. Yes, that's right. I immediately sent Yamato away and went back to the room to activate my observation hockey to the maximum, then dialed Sengoku's secret phone. As soon as the call connected, Sengoku's voice came through, and I could practically feel his blood pressure rising through the phone. He was roaring with a strained voice. "You still know how to call? I thought you really betrayed us." I thought to myself, ISNT this just the most popular electronic disconnection of 2025? I couldn't help but chuckle. This made Sengoku explode. If he weren't worried about me exposing him, he probably would have crawled through the phone line to hit me. I quickly calmed the old man down, reporting everything that was happening here. After listening, he fell silent for a while, but eventually softened up and just reminded me to stay safe. I felt quite warm inside and took the opportunity to remind him to keep an eye on that troublemaker, Doflamingo. Just as I was about to say a few more words, Yamato burst into my room like a cannonball, shouting, "Noel, let's go fishing." I had no choice but to hurriedly hang up the phone. Back in Wano, I tossed the Triceratops fruit in front of Kaido, and he was as happy as a 200-pound child. Then I went to find the intelligence department to ask if they had any information about a country called Blanca. As a result, they searched the Grand Line and the New World and said there was no such place. That night, Yamato and Mr. Ghost drank too much and lay on the grass looking at the stars. Suddenly, Yamato asked me what my dream was. I was taken aback. Dream? In my life? Aside from avenging my parents, which I was determined to do, the rest of the path was paved by others. I didn't have any dreams of my own. I could only honestly say I didn't know. As a result, Yamato was even more excited, standing up and shouting that she would definitely help me find my dream. Seeing her serious expression and Mr. Ghost beside her mimicking her by pounding his chest and saying, "I have it too," that warm feeling instantly washed away my confusion. To hell with dreams. Having these partners is enough. A few days later, Yamato couldn't sit still again. Just in time, another batch of weapons needed to be delivered to Dressrosa. Great, the dedicated driver and babysitter, was on duty again. Arriving in Dressrosa, I went straight to Doflamingo and asked if he knew a place called Blanca. He squinted for a long time and said he hadn't heard of it, but there was a name that sounded similar, Buchanan. Upon hearing that, I felt hopeful and quickly pressed for more details. That annoying smile appeared on his face again as he said that place was in the New World ruled by a big shot called the Destruction King, Tracy, who was a strong competitor of the Four Emperors. His smile clearly showed he wanted to stir the pot and see me clash with someone. Now, this was troublesome. The Destruction King Tracy? That name sounded formidable. With our identities, if we rashly entered his territory, it would directly provoke a war between two pirate crews. But Blanca and Buchanan sounded too similar. If we didn't check it out, Mr. Ghost Matter would have no resolution. I called Yamato back for a discussion, and in a moment of impulse, she decisively said, "Let's go take a look quietly." "All right then, let's go." I called Kaido, hoping he could provide some support. Guess what Kaido said? Just a simple statement that whatever I decided, I should handle it myself, then hung up. Good grief. Is he going for a hands-off approach? This is forcing us to venture out on our own. There was no choice but to rely on ourselves. If we couldn't win, we would run. After all, we weren't going to seize territory. I had Doflamingo arrange a regular sailboat for us and sent the Beast pirate ship back to Wano. The three of us changed into outfits, preparing to disguise ourselves as merchants to scout the area. Before we set off, Kaido finally had a moment of conscience and sent over some intelligence about the Destruction King Tracy. I took a look and nearly popped my eyes out. Tracy had a bounty of 8 billion, ate the smasher fruit, and had 4 top commanders, with his first mate being a great swordsman. This configuration was practically a sure 4 Emperor level, right? Moreover, this guy had just fought another competitor from the 4 Emperors and was now recuperating in Buchanan. If we encountered him head-on, the 3 of US combined wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. It seemed we had to rely on our wits. I called the 2 of them over, explained the plan in detail, and gave them strict orders. Shut up, stick close to me. Don't mess things up. The ship quietly docked in a hidden corner of Buchanan, and I dressed up as a merchant, bringing the 2 of them into the largest town on the island. Lytton City. The city was quite lively, with people coming and going, all bearing the mark of the Destruction Pirates. Let me tell you, these people walk sideways. They're so arrogant. The whole city is filled with a sense of, how should I put it? Ease? Yes, ease. It's simply outrageous. In the pirate's den, the residents live and work in peace, and some even regard joining a pirate crew as an honor. Who understands this in their families? At that moment, my worldview as a Navy officer was almost shattered. That guy Yamato was like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Everything was new to him, and I almost had to stop him on the spot. I was afraid he would shout Kaido's name the next second. When it comes to gathering information, the bar is a mixed bag, and the 3 of us, being newcomers, will be sitting ducks. So, I had a light bulb moment and decided to take the masses route and ask an old man for some information. I found an old man sitting on a chair in the sun and politely asked him if he knew a woman named Sun Li Gu. The old man, groggy, shook his head and said he hadn't heard of her. I thought, fine, I'll keep looking for the next one. But guess what happened? Just as I was leaving, the old man's cloudy eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity, and he turned around and went into the house. At that moment, I hadn't reacted yet and foolishly asked a dozen old men, all of whom said they didn't know. Just when we were feeling down and preparing to change places, I suddenly felt something was off. My neck felt cold, as if someone was aiming at me with a telescope. I opened my senses, and to my surprise, I saw pirates everywhere, surrounding us tightly. We 3 were already wrapped up like dumplings. I suddenly realized that I had been sold out by those old men. No, wait. They reported me. The residents on this island are practically in cahoots with the pirates, embodying a true spirit of Cybertan. One of the leading officials shouted at me, "Who are you?" I quickly put on an act, pretending to be scared out of my wits, and said we were passing merchants. But they didn't listen at all, waving their hands. Arrest them and take them back for interrogation. I couldn't keep up the act anymore. I unleashed a lightning strike, tearing a hole in the encirclement, and shouted at the 2 of them, "Run." Damn it, this was a mess. I grabbed Yamato and dashed toward the gap, with the ghost following closely behind. I finally understood that the previous feeling of being watched wasn't just curiosity about outsiders. They had already locked onto us. We're done for. We're really done for. This is their stronghold. Dozens of people could jump out of any building. Once we get caught, once their main pillar arrives, the 3 of us would just be waiting to be captured. There was no time to hesitate. Heavenly thunder. I directly summoned the Thunder Palace, and countless bolts of lightning struck down, taking out a bunch of pirates in front of me. But more of them charged forward, and to make matters worse, several figures burst out of the lightning, attacking us without hesitation. All of them were officials. Individually, these officials weren't much, but there were too many of them. With a combination of small fries and elites, we were held back. While fighting, I quickly scanned my surroundings, counting silently. 2 in front, 3 behind, and 2 on the side. All right, Let's break through from the side. I instantly transformed in a bear form and unleashed a powerful breath. Ah no, a breath of lightning. Thunder roar. Boom. With a loud explosion, the three officials on the side didn't even react and were blown away. Before they could get back up, I unleashed another big move, Thunderstorm. A massive tornado rose up, sweeping half the street's pirates into the air. The area was cleared in an instant. However, in the New World, these moves could only clear out the minions and wouldn't intimidate the experts. The storm didn't last long before it was dispersed by the remaining officials working together. The pirates on the ground shook their heads and got back up, and my heart sank. This was bad. I quickly pulled Yamato, who still wanted to fight, and growled, "Let's go." I glanced over and saw a large iron plate nearby. Without thinking, I directly used my ability to control it and made it fly up. The two of them understood immediately and jumped up in a flash. The three of us rode the flying skateboard and shot up into the sky. The pirates on the ground were dumbfounded and could only shoot at us with their guns. Bang, bang, bang. One officer shouted angrily, "They can fly. Chase them." For the moment, we had escaped danger, but I sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Definitely one of their top officers, one of the 4 pillars. To make matters worse, 2 pirates below climbed up a tall building with a rocket launcher and fired 2 shots at us. I quickly lowered my altitude to dodge, but ended up back in the firing range of the ground troops. Yamato, seeing the civilians fleeing below, didn't dare to retaliate with a wide-area breath attack and could only passively endure the attacks. Just then, I saw a pirate kick towards a little boy who was crying in the middle of the street. I felt a rush of blood to my head and shouted, "Be careful." The next moment, I had disappeared from the iron plate and appeared in front of that child, my fist wrapped in hockey, smashing fiercely into that pirate. The immense force sending him and several others behind him flying. I picked up the child and took him to a safe place, but just that delay caused us to be surrounded again. "Kill them. Lord Casa will be here soon." One of the officers shouted and charged forward. The scene instantly went out of control, with sword energy, lightning, and frost flying everywhere, and the shockwave from their clashes shattered the surrounding buildings. Ghost and Yamato teamed up to take out an officer in seconds, but it was useless. There were too many people. Just when we were being held back by fearless mobs, trapped with no way to advance or retreat, a figure suddenly crashed down from the sky with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. It's over. The worst-case scenario has occurred. As the dust settled, a muscular man, taller than me, emerged, dressed like a martial artist and exuding a formidable aura. The 4th pillar of the destructive pirate crew, East Pillar Casa, has arrived. There's no way to escape now. This guy's gaze was as sharp as a knife, sweeping over us before locking onto me, directly calling out my name. Thunder Roar Brady Noel? My identity was exposed, and I couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore, so I admitted directly, "That's right, I am now a member of the Beast Pirates." Casa seemed a bit surprised at first, but quickly cooled his expression. "In that case, surrender and let Kaido come to negotiate for your release." It seemed there was no room for negotiation. As he saw us taking fighting stances, his face darkened even further, and without saying a word, he threw a punch. Impact Meteor. Let me tell you, that was not just a punch. It was a solid shockwave, moving as fast as a meteor. The 3 of us quickly dispersed, and I transformed into my bear form and charged straight at him, meeting his punch head-on. Boom! A muffled sound erupted as the shockwave sent the surrounding pirates flying. This guy is also a devil fruit user. Just as I dodged another one of his shock punches, I heard him cackling. "I am the impact man who ate the impact fruit, kid. Perish under my impact." Wow! A master of martial arts paired with the impact fruit. This combination was simply unbeatable. Close-range punches with long-range AoE attacks. How do we fight this? We fought fiercely, our figures moving so quickly that only afterimages could be seen. Meanwhile, Yamato was also engaged in battle with the remaining officers alongside the Phantom. As the battle reached a stalemate, Yamato stopped holding back and transformed into the Great God form, emanating a terrifying cold aura. When Casa saw Yamato transform, his eyes nearly popped out. Another mythical beast. Huh! Seeing his naive expression made me want to laugh out loud. What is this? In the future, if you're not a mythical beast when you leave the 100 Beast Pirates, you won't even be embarrassed to greet others. Just as I was lost in thought, Cass's storm-like punches came crashing down on me, each blow carrying a shockwave that made me spit blood on the spot. Damn it, I was wrong. This guy's strength is definitely not weaker than that of the 3 main banners. I couldn't defeat him in close combat, and his shockwaves completely neutralized my ranged lightning attacks, leaving me completely suppressed. Yamato was also having a tough time, seeing my situation deteriorate, she rushed over to support me. We coordinated perfectly, 2 against 1, and finally managed to turn the tide a bit. Under our relentless assault, Kasa started to struggle. And guess what? That bastard couldn't handle it. So he pulled out a flare gun and shot it into the sky. Where's your pride as a martial artist? Where's your dignity as a strong opponent? Can't handle the fight, can you? I know, I can't delay any longer. There must be another pillar on the island. I exchanged a glance with Yamato, and in an instant, we unleashed our full firepower. Kasa was completely overwhelmed by our control skills, feeling nauseated by the lightning paralysis and freezing cold. His movements slowed down. But his battle experience was too rich. He seized a tiny opening from Yamato and, with a burst of force, instantly flashed behind her, smashing her into the ground with a punch. Yamato! My eyes turned red, and I held back my rage, lightning flashing around me, instantly forming a lightning armor. So you want to compare speed? Compare explosive power? The ground beneath my feet shattered, and I transformed into a streak of lightning, charging out so fast that Kasa couldn't react, delivering a punch that sent him flying into the sky. Then came an endless barrage of punches, a tidal wave of thunder. Like a furious tide, I slammed him in midair. Finally, I brought my hands together, condensing a massive thunder bear, 6-king spear, bear cannon. Boom! Kasa spat blood as he fell from the sky. But this explosion took a huge toll on my stamina as well. He struggled to stand up, grinning. This burst of power is indeed formidable, but how long can you hold on? Damn it, he looked terrible, but he wasn't actually hurt much. He had been using his abilities and dominance to withstand it, consuming my stamina at minimal cost. At that moment, another powerful presence approached rapidly. A man with an exceptionally strong build, covered in reddish-brown fur, charging like a train. Zoan type, ancient species, giant ape fruit user, the West Pillar, Nazar. As soon as he arrived, the ghost side immediately collapsed under the combined assault of several officers. Now, only Yamato and I remained, facing 2 pillars and a group of officers. It was completely hopeless. Without saying a word, Nazar transformed into a giant ape and brought down an angry ape hammer from the sky. We instantly dodged, but that strike created a massive pit in the ground. To avoid being at a disadvantage due to size, I also transformed into the thunder giant bear form and engaged in a hard fight with the giant ape. Meanwhile, Yamato blocked the injured Kasa. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and a heavy rain began to pour. Nazar and I exchanged dozens of blows, giving it our all each time, my stamina nearing its limit. Yamato was also in a perilous situation, looking at the fallen ghost and then at the disheveled Yamato. I knew in my heart that this couldn't continue. I took a deep breath, looked at the stormy sky, and said to Yamato, "Help me hold them off for a moment, prepare for the final battle." There was no other way. I could only bet on this last chance. I felt the violent wind and thunder between heaven and earth, and gradually, the airflow and lightning around me began to resonate with the weather. Kasa and Nazar also sensed something was wrong and tried to rush over to interrupt me. Yamato gritted her teeth and charged at them alone to block their way. With a loud bang, Yamato was knocked back and landed at my feet. She struggled to get up, ready to fight again, and I opened my eyes. "Step back. Let me handle this." My eyes flicker with azure electric light. Endless winds and thunder swirl around me, and my momentum rises steadily. I raise my hands high and wave towards the sky, and a massive tornado composed of lightning and hurricanes instantly forms, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. A cataclysmic disaster from the primordial era. This is no joke, let me tell you. The scene is like the apocalypse descending. The entire island is being ravaged by this storm like a broken toy, with giant trees uprooted and whisked into the sky as if they were pulled out like radishes. And the waves are almost crashing up to the clouds. Those pirates were just flaunting their power. 1 second shouting defiantly, the next second are blown into the air, letting the wind blades and lightning feast upon them. It's simply unbelievable. We're having a rough time here. That officer, Nazar, who can transform into a giant ape, can only huddle down defensively even after activating his armament hockey, looking like a bullied little wife. The other one, named Kasa, is even more unfortunate. He was already injured and is now being blown around like a broken kite, desperately using his shock fruit ability to slow himself down. With just that move, he cleared the area instantly. We were surrounded tightly, and this moment gave us a chance to break free. However, I was at my limit and blacked out. In the end, it was all thanks to Yamato, who understands the family. She's like a Valkyrie, effortlessly carrying both me and the ghost. seizing this rare opportunity to swoosh away from the battlefield. But the storm on the island hasn't stopped. It's even starting to move towards the town center. Just when Nazar and Casa were helpless against this disaster, suddenly, a destructive aura shot up to the sky, and Conqueror's haki tore through the clouds. Destruction. We heard a sound, and a figure appeared right in front of the tornado. Buzz. A purple beam flashed, and that terrifying tornado was instantly reduced by a third. The newcomer seemed unsatisfied, grunted in annoyance, and slapped again, the palm wrapped in purple light. Upon touching the tornado, shattered it like a fragile cotton candy. Goodness. I later learned that this person was the leader of the Destruction Pirates, King of Destruction, Tracy, a tough character wrapped in bandages and wearing a captain's hat. He looked at his home reduced to ruins, his face dark as a pot bottom, utterly enraged. Casa, Nazar, where are you? His voice was so grim it could drip water. Casa, that kid, was so scared his legs went weak, trembling as he reported that we took advantage of the storm to escape. Tracy's face grew even darker. He had been seriously injured in a fight recently, with nowhere to vent his anger, and now his home had been robbed by a few small thieves. How could he tolerate this? He declared on the spot that I was provoking him, and he would kill the chicken to warn the monkey, laying out a net to capture me and tear me to pieces. Meanwhile, I just woke up after being carried back to the ship by Yamato. The brothers left on the ship saw our sorry state, and immediately set sail towards Wano country. Yamato was exhausted, leaning against the ship's railing, gasping for breath. But we weren't out of danger yet. This sea area is all Tracy's territory. I struggled to get up, my face pale, but my mind was still clear. I said, Yamato, cough, cough. Yamato, turn the ship towards the doldrums. Yamato looked stunned. What? Go to the doldrums? Norr, are you okay? I'm Yufine, just a bit weak. I leaned against her, panting, and said, my identity has been exposed. The way back to the kingdom of he is definitely blocked now. Going back would be walking into a trap. We need to do the opposite of what they expect. They would never think we would dare to cross the doldrums. We're going to the West Sea. That's right, this battle made me completely realize that I was still too weak. A lone commander with hardly any capable brothers around me was not enough. I've decided we will go to the West Sea to start over, gather my own partners, and build my own power. When we come back, I must settle the score with Tracy with interest. First, let's head to the nearest island to the doldrums for supplies. After giving the order, I was helped back to the cabin by Yamato to rest. 2 days later, I had recovered quite a bit. That's the advantage of being a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Just as we were about to sail out of the territory of the destroyer pirates, I finally sighed in relief when bad news came. The ghost was seriously injured. The medicine on the ship was all used up, and if we didn't find a proper doctor soon, he might be left with lifelong health issues. The next island, Taro Island, was still in their territory. Should we go or not? Go. A brother's life is more important than anything. It's just a matter of possibly being discovered. I dared to storm into his hometown, so why would I be afraid of a small island? Don't be timid, just be reckless. If worst comes to worst, we can run again. We quietly docked the boat in an inconspicuous corner, and Day and I, along with the ghost, went ashore. To our dismay, we found out that there were no skilled doctors on the island. They had all been invited to Tracy's lair. Just when we were at a loss, a young man with a shifty look approached us and whispered, "Are you two looking for a doctor?" I instantly became alert, as I saw his observation haki cover the entire island and stared at him intently. This guy was startled by me and quickly explained that he meant no harm. He was just curious since we were unfamiliar faces. I relaxed a bit and asked if he knew of any skilled doctors around. He immediately grinned, rubbing his index finger and thumb together, making his meaning clear. I pulled out 200,000 berries and told him that money was not an issue. His eyes lit up, and he said he knew of a highly skilled but eccentric female doctor living in the forest who usually wore a cloak and was very mysterious. He also mentioned that he and his street gang had once attempted to plot against that female doctor, but they were quickly dealt with and even poisoned, and now he had become her informant, specifically keeping an eye on unfamiliar faces on the island and bringing patients to her. I followed him into the forest with a ghost on my back, and sure enough, in the center of the forest, I saw a simple little wooden cabin with all sorts of strange-smelling smoke billowing from the chimney, just like a witch's hut in a fairy tale. The street urchin knocked on the door, and a sweet female voice came from inside. "Come in." I used money to send the street thug away and entered the house with a ghost on my back. Inside stood a figure in a black cloak, whose face was completely obscured. She turned around and directly used her observation haki to scan us, confirming that we had no evil aura before pointing to the bed nearby. "Put him there." I settled the ghost and while I was secretly observing her, she stretched out her arm, revealing a red sun tattoo. My pupils instantly constricted. At that moment, she immediately sensed my change and became on guard, her voice turning cold. "Who are you?" The atmosphere became quite awkward as we stared at each other, wide-eyed. In the end, I scratched my head and awkwardly said, "Sorry." I was a bit surprised to see the Sun Pirate's tattoo here. She stared at me for a while before turning around to continue treating the ghost's wounds, not saying a word. Seeing her reaction, I realized that behind that sun tattoo, there must be a painful history she didn't want to mention. Later, I learned that this sister was named Renee, and she was also a person with a tragic fate. She was originally the daughter of a wealthy merchant, but her whole family was destroyed by a slave capture team. She herself was bought by the celestial dragons and lived a hellish life until Fisher Tiger caused a commotion in Mariehua and rescued her. She joined the Sun Pirates and became the ship's doctor, but later, when Tiger died and Jinbei became a warlord, she grew to despise the world government. So she set out on her own. As a result, her identity was exposed, and she was constantly being hunted, living in hiding. While she treated the ghost's wounds, she tested me. "It was you guys who caused the commotion in Bukelin a few days ago, right?" I was taken aback, exposed. She could tell from my reaction that she had guessed right, and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." After all, she herself was also someone who couldn't be in the light. With the conversation reaching this point, I simply admitted, "It's us." Now she was completely reassured and began to focus on the treatment. By the time the sun had set, she had finished bandaging the last wound and let out a sigh of relief. "All right, he's fine now. After a night's rest, we can take him away in the morning." I was truly overjoyed, and the heavy stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. After expressing my gratitude, I found a tree outside the house to rest my mind. Early the next morning, I left a large sum of money behind and prepared to leave with the ghost. Just as we returned to the ship and were ready to set sail, I spotted a world government ship in the distance at the port. Meanwhile, after seeing us off, Rennie also began packing her things in preparation for her escape. Her cautious nature had saved her countless times. However, she hadn't finished packing when someone knocked on the door. "Boss, I brought another injured person." It was the voice of the street rat, but it sounded a bit shaky. "Got it, just a moment," Rennie replied, but she already sensed something was off. She slowly opened the door, only to find no one there. A man in black was suddenly startled and shouted, "Fall back." It was too late. "Fishman karate, Tanko Wazhankwan." Boom! A 360-degree shockwave exploded from the small wooden house, and the government agents at the door were caught off guard and instantly blown away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Rennie transformed into a shadow and dashed out, but she froze as soon as she emerged. The entire wooden house was surrounded by a dense crowd of government personnel, with countless firearms aimed at her. A cold sweat trickled down her temple. This time, she might really not escape. Just then, thunder roared. A violent breath of thunder descended from the sky, instantly causing a violent explosion among the crowd. Boom! Who is it? The government agents were thrown into disarray, looking angrily towards the direction of the attack. I emerged from the woods draped in a cloak, lazily saying, "Ah, doctor, I've forgotten to take some medication." Rennie saw me and smiled slightly, playing along. "How unfortunate. Everything in the house has been destroyed. Is that so? Then I guess I'll have to trouble you to come with me." I directly ignored the group of CP6 guys around us and extended the invitation. The CP6 commander turned red with anger. "Who are you?" "We are the world government's CP6. Do you want to be an enemy of the world government?" Then one of his subordinates whispered a few words in his ear, probably recognizing me. The commander's face instantly became uglier than pig liver, and he began to threaten me. "Brady Noel, you're still being hunted by Teresi, right? If you meddle in this, do you believe I will tell him your whereabouts immediately?" I let out a cold snort. "Humph. Let's see who can hold out longer, you or him." The commander's expression changed rapidly, and in the end, he could only grit his teeth and leave with his men in disgrace. With the danger averted, Renee thanked me gratefully. I didn't waste any words and directly asked her, "Miss Doctor, you don't have anywhere to go now. Why not join our pirate crew?" She fell silent and said she was being hunted by the world government and didn't want to trouble us. "You saw it just now. I'm not afraid of them," I said nonchalantly. "Besides, I'm a member of the Beast Pirates." Renee was shocked. "The Beast Pirates? You are under Kaido, one of the 4 emperors?" I briefly explained the situation to her. Nominally, she joined the Beast Pirates, but in reality, she was following me, with the flag of the 4 emperors. The world government wouldn't dare to easily touch her. She had also had enough of this life of hiding and dodging. Moreover, since I took risks for my companions and saved her, she had a good impression of me. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. I happily extended my hand. Welcome to the Beast Pirates, the Noel division. Thank you. Our hands clasped together, and Renee, our ship's doctor, officially joined. Back on the ship, Yamato was overjoyed, dragging Renee around to see everything. I heard that Renee has been to many places, and she became a little shadow, with their relationship rapidly warming up. Everything was ready, and we set sail again, heading full speed towards the doldrums. It was at this moment that the Destroyer King, Tracy, finally received a mysterious phone call and learned about her movements. Boss, Brady Noel is heading towards the doldrums. Casa rushed in to report. Tracy abruptly stood up from the couch, cigar in mouth, and commanded fiercely, set sail. Chase after them. Notify everyone nearby to intercept. This old guy was furious. All the traps he laid in Wano were now useless. Now the whole world knew that his home was taken down by us three newcomers, and even his arch-nemesis called to mock him. If he swallowed this anger, how could he continue to survive? This was already a matter of his face regarding whether he could become one of the four emperors. Meanwhile, I also received a call from Dressrosa. BRR. Hello, this is Noel. I heard you caused quite a stir in Bucola, Noel. The iconic laughter of Doflamingo came through. I frowned. Did you call just to say this? He chuckled, of course not. Trissy already knows your location and is coming after you. Noel, you owe me a small favor. Remember that. After saying this, he hung up the phone. I calmly looked at the sea ahead, thinking to myself, I just realized it's too late. The next second, a brother on the lookout tower shouted at the top of his lungs, Captain Norr, a fleet has been spotted behind us. I received the news and immediately went to the stern of the ship to gaze into the distance. Good heavens, those bastards have finally arrived. Let me tell you, these past 3 days have been chaotic. That kid Ghost just woke up the day before yesterday, and we were treated by all sorts of pirates as if we were the annual KPI for 2025, rushing around like crazy. The most outrageous incident was when several groups joined hands to block us, dragging us for a full 10 hours. So, even though we tried to escape early, we were eventually caught up by that old guy Teresi. However, I didn't plan on just running away. Being chased like that only fueled my anger, and I had to leave him a parting gift or I wouldn't feel satisfied. When their ship got close enough, I started to let loose, so... Isn't this our famous Captain Teresi? All healed up? Instead of staying home, you're out here, soaking up the sun? This old guy, let me tell you, he has more patience than the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. When we were causing such a ruckus on the island, he didn't show his face, but now he's acting tough, gritting his teeth and saying, Kid, when I was making my way in this world, you didn't even know where you were. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. Oh, reminiscing about the glorious past, right? It seems I'm really getting old. Then he fell silent again, just squinting at me. Seriously, this old man really has some impressive composure. All right, since words aren't working, let's get down to some real action. I directly pulled out a few of the big iron spears I had crafted with lightning over the past few days, thick and long, and slung one over my shoulder. That's right. I want him to experience what true super electromagnetic cannon feels like. Throwing coins is just child's play. Today, I need to use this big guy to show my respect. I lift an iron spear with one hand, my whole body crackling with lightning. Then I suddenly swing it. Boom. I'll tell you about that scene. A blue light flashed, and the pirate ship across from us hadn't even reacted when a transparent hole suddenly appeared in the middle of its hull. Immediately following was a thunderous explosion, and the seawater soared dozens of meters high. The ship was taking on water. Hurry, save the people. The other side instantly turned chaotic. Terry's old face turned green. He probably didn't expect my move to be so fast that even he couldn't handle it. Before he could regain his composure, I fired another shot, and the ship to his left was also taken out. He finally panicked, shouting for his skilled subordinates to spread out and protect the other ships, then yelled to move at full speed. What a wishful thinking. Next came my personal performance time. I shot one after another. Their skilled fighters could indeed block a few shots, but even the best plans have flaws. As long as I caught one opportunity, your ship would be stranded right there. In just a few hundred meters, their fleet was like dumplings boiling in water, one after another collapsing on the sea. By the time I finished throwing all my iron spears, out of his 15 ships, for had sunk, 8 were rendered useless, leaving only his flagship and 2 other ships with skilled fighters still able to move. Having reached this point, I was too lazy to drag it out any longer. I directly squatted on the deck and pressed my hand on the ship. In the past few days, I had already wrapped a layer of iron around the outside of the ship. Now, the electric current instantly filled the entire ship, and under the influence of electromagnetic force, our ship, let me tell you it slowly, lifted off. I grinned wickedly at Terry, who was staring blankly below. Sayonara, old turtle captain. That old man was so angry he was bouncing around on the deck, cursing something like "I will kill you." But I couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. Meanwhile, my sister Yama was running around the spaceship excitedly like a country dog that had never seen the world. We flew all the way and soon reached the edge of the doldrums. 1 second the waves were roaring, and the next second the sea was as calm as a mirror. As a result, Yamato, with her conspicuous figure, ran to the side of the boat and shouted at the sea. Ah, there was silence all around. I immediately felt something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The next second, out of nowhere, a Sea King-class creature, as big as a mountain, suddenly burst out of the water, its mouth wider than our boat. Fortunately, my observation hockey kicked in quickly, and I jumped up just in time. Otherwise, we would have been singing Aoli Gay here today. And it didn't end there. Below us, it was like the sea had boiled over, with sea kings swarming everywhere. I was stunned. With their size, my electromagnetic cannon would probably feel like a mosquito bite to them. I turned to Yamato and yelled, "Can you be quiet for a moment?" But she was still there laughing foolishly. "Wow, this is amazing. Family, who understands? Having a teammate like her really drives me crazy." Just because of her shout. We were chased by a sea serpent king-class creature that was over 10,000 meters long, forcing us off our planned route. And we barely escaped to the West Sea. Once we arrived in the West Sea, life was incredibly comfortable. I was leisurely fishing when Yamato approached me like a jellyfish. "Hey Noel, how long until the next island?" I fired up and came up. "If it weren't for you shouting randomly in the comm zone, could we have strayed this far off course?" This girl still hasn't learned her lesson, waving her hand and saying, "Come on, let's not bring up the past." I really want to tie her to a fishing rod as bait. Just then, the news bird arrived. Rin bought a newspaper, and when she looked at it, good grief. The wanted notices for the 3 of us were out. I Thunder Roar, a bounty of 470 million. Yamato, with a first bounty of 140 million, is still a mythical beast type. Phantom also got a bounty of 98 million. Yamato, holding her bounty notice, is laughing like a fool, finally fulfilling her pirate dream. The newspaper even said that Tracy was so angry that he spat blood on the spot, adding injury to injury. His subordinate, the vice captain, whose name is something like Ghost Sword, even formed a hunting team and said he would fight me to the end. In fact, I already knew all this. After I escaped, I called Sengoku, and that old man sighed with relief when he heard I had run away. I even bragged that this was all part of my conspiracy and wanted him to give me a bonus, but he just spat and hung up the phone, showing me no respect at all. While I was thinking about this, the snail phone rang. When I answered, I heard a series of sneering laughs. It was Don Quixote Doflamingo. Without saying a word, I hung up. This guy had clearly set me up last time with false information, pushing me into a fire pit. He knew I would definitely go, and that Tracy would be the most sensitive during his injury, purely wanting to watch the chaos unfold. He called me 3 times in a row, and finally, in a hurry, said, "Hey, you still owe me a favor." Fine, since he brought this up. I knew he had something for me to do. He asked me to escort a batch of weapons in the West Sea. At that moment, I thought, what? Do you take me for your little brother? It's one thing for Kaido to make me work, but who do you think you are? But then he brought up the last time's information, saying that if I helped this time, we would be even. I thought about it. The Navy has been investigating his underground channels, so this could be an opportunity. Besides, there aren't any strong fighters in the West Sea, so I might as well consider it as gathering intelligence. So I agreed just this once. He told us the location, at Shellhaven. When we arrived, I used my observation hockey and found that the island was full of people, like a street battle. After contacting the person in charge, we learned that the king's army, armed with weapons, had been ambushed by the rebels and was now hiding in the forest. As soon as we entered the forest, the rebel sentries spotted us. And guess what happened? Their captain, upon hearing that it was Thunder Roar Brady Noel, didn't even show his face and directly retreated with his men. It's a joke. Fighting with me? They aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. After finding the king's army, the Legion commander's eyes clearly changed when he saw the ghost, but he quickly covered it up. Once on the ship, he sneaked in a phone call. "Your Majesty." I found that person. At that moment, I sensed a flash of hostility, but couldn't find its source. Later, I learned that the king was named Relf, who had betrayed the Phantom and personally killed him. As a result, the Phantom's body mysteriously disappeared, and he had always believed the Phantom was dead. Now that he heard the Phantom had reappeared, he immediately switched to a mental theater mode, adding drama to the situation himself. Thinking that the Phantom had been lurking for 10 years for revenge, and even imagined that I was a powerful ally brought in by the Phantom. The guy directly called Tracy and sold me out. I tell you, this intangible brain is the most deadly. The ghost has lost his memory now and remembers nothing. He is just there acting for a long time, purely engaging in a battle of wits with the air. 3 days later, we arrived at Shulhuven. The commander was so enthusiastic that he insisted on inviting us to play for a few days in the country. As soon as Yama heard he could go shopping, he agreed on the spot. Just right, I also felt it was time to settle down. The battle with Trissy made me feel that my strength was still insufficient. So I decided to let Yama go have fun first while I found a place to train properly. The next day, I had my subordinates move supplies to a nearby deserted island, warning them to behave during my training period, and then I walked alone to the foot of the mountain. It's time to try out that simple and brutal training method from Old Man Carp. Looking at the mountain in front of me, I grinned and stretched my muscles. Without relying on fruit abilities, just using pure fists. Arm haki, hardened. My 2 fists with a duong slammed together, as black as 2 iron lumps. Facing this broken mountain, I just started pounding away hard. Wow, the noise was so loud that all the birds on the deserted island were scared into the sky, probably wondering which scoundrel was doing demolition here. I tell you, I'm here working my ass off like the foolish old man moving mountains. And what are those 2 spendthrifts doing? They're in Shulhuven, directly entering bloodbath mode on Wall Street. In just 1 week, they VE cleared out the entire city. Various snacks, beautiful clothes, buying nonstop, they can't stop at all. The craziest part is they turned my room into a package transit station. By the time they realized it, there wasn't even room to step inside. Family, who understands? These 2 are all about playing deaf to the situation, exchanging an awkward smile with a glance, and then locking the door with a click. Once that door is closed, inside is SC Char Dinger's loot, all about out of sight, out of mind. Then they act like nothing happened, even checking on the ghost's injuries before heading out to continue their fun. This completely bewildered the rebel brothers. They initially planned to do something big, but we refused to leave. As for me, I simply vanished. Those 2 girls? Out shopping like there's no tomorrow. The guy they sent to follow them was so exhausted he could barely make it back, having lost a couple of pounds, and he swore he wouldn't do it again. There was no choice. Their captain had to implement a shift system. 3 shifts just to barely keep up with those 2 superwomen's pace. Even the rebel leader, Dylan, couldn't sit still, thinking that if they waited any longer, the opportunity would be gone. He gritted his teeth and told his men, no more waiting, let's move, and send someone to probe what those 2 are really up to. What happened? Before they even had a chance to act, I came back. Why did I come back? Obviously, I ran out of supplies and thought I'd take a day to rest. But when I pushed open the door, I tell you I was speechless. If it weren't for the door number still being there, I would have thought I walked into a 2025 product launch event at the Iwu Small Commodities Wholesale Market. My blood pressure shot up, and I was so mad my face turned red. I told you to relax, not to pull off a surprise. My crimson gaze flickered, and my observation haki instantly activated, scanning the entire island. In a flash, I locked onto their location. Let me tell you, I was so angry that I even used a shave technique, instantly appearing in front of them. At that moment, they were sweeping through a store. Yamato, hands on her hips, shouted with a special flair, "Boss, wrap all of these up for me." The boss was practically kneeling before them, really with a thud, just short of shouting God of wealth. Renee also came out holding a pile of clothes, pointing and saying, "Boss, don't take these 2, but wrap up the rest." I watched this scene, my forehead veins bulging one by one. I squeezed out a sentence through my clenched teeth. "You 2 are having a lot of fun, aren't you?" As soon as the 2 of them heard my voice, they instantly froze. They stiffly turned their heads and saw my face, which was so dark it could drip water. Sweat began to pour down, and they stammered, "Ahaha, Noel, when did you come back?" Her eyes were darting around, still wondering if I knew about what happened in my room. I was laughing in anger at their foolishness. I train hard every day, and you 2 are just emptying my pockets, right? Planning to go solo and leave me behind? I glared at them ominously. Afraid I'll find out what's in my room? That's it. Both of them had alarms going off in their heads simultaneously. Back at the hotel, I pointed at their noses and gave them a good scolding. Finally, I fiercely declared, "Starting tomorrow, you 2 are also going to the island to train. Also, for the next 3 months, all your pocket money is confiscated." What? Training is one thing, but 3 months without pocket money? That's practically a death sentence for them. The 2 of them instantly wore masks of pain on their faces. The next day, I took everyone on the ship, including those pirates, and brought them all to the deserted island. After setting up camp, I pointed at the half-collapsed mountain and sternly told Yamato and the others, "Train hard. If I catch you slacking off, you're both done for." To be honest, I was a bit skeptical about Carp's mountain-hitting training method at first, but once I started practicing, I realized this wasn't just about building physical strength. It was also about honing willpower. Within a few days, I was exhausted like a dead dog. But after sticking it out for a week, I felt like I had transcended. My physical fitness skyrocketed, and I could even begin to activate my Conqueror's Haki. This time, with everyone here and logistics secured, I declared that no one could leave until we flattened all the mountains on this island. Thus, the island echoed with the sounds of bang, 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 in a symphony. Things are bustling here, and the other two sides are not idle either. When the rebels saw us leave, they were overjoyed and immediately launched their plans to topple the king. Meanwhile, in the palace, King Relf received the news. Instead of panicking, he gave a sinister smile. He had already informed the pirate crew of my location, and now that I had settled on a deserted island, it was like heaven was helping him. He immediately ordered, "Keep a close watch on them. Don't let them escape." A month passed just like that. Bang! With my final punch, the mountain before me collapsed with a thunderous roar, turning into flatland. I let out a breath and closed my eyes to feel the transformation of this month. Let me tell you, I finally realized that I was just a student with a lopsided skill set. My fruit ability is impressive, but the body is the foundation of revolution. That old guy Kaido probably saw that I was taking the wrong path long ago, deliberately kept quiet, just waiting for me to figure it out myself. Now I can confidently say that a month ago, I wouldn't have lasted 2 days under my command. Not only me, but also Yamato, Renee, and even the healed Phantom have all made significant leaps in strength. Our little team has finally taken the most crucial first step. After our training, we returned to Shorehaven to rest. The first thing we did was find a restaurant to feast, and I personally polished off half a wine cellar's worth of wine, leaving the chef exhausted. After eating and drinking to our heart's content, Yamato and Renee wanted to go shopping. Could I agree to that? The 3-month ban just ended a month ago. Yamato was still unconvinced, saying my expenses were also considerable. I retorted confidently, "I've worked hard for over a month. What's wrong with enjoying a bit?" Then the music played, and the dancing continued. With no other choice, the two of them had to take Phantom out for window shopping. The kind where you just browse and don't buy. I just arranged for supplies and was ready to set sail when the palace was attacked. The Legion commander rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, those people are trying to escape." Leaf narrowed his eyes. The pirate extermination squad would arrive tomorrow. There was no way they could let them leave now. He immediately devised a sinister plan. Send assassins to kill Elvis, the Phantom. And regardless of success or failure, blame it on the rebels. He intended to use the Phantom as bait to keep us stuck here. Meanwhile, the rebels were going crazy as well. They had been making smooth progress while we were away and were on the brink of a critical step when I returned. Their leader, Dylan, was nearly in tears. "You're back again? Are you stuck a bug here?" But at this point, with arrows on the string, they had no choice but to act. He gritted his teeth and said, "Continue the operation. Even if the King of Heaven comes, we must proceed." The 3 factions, each with their own schemes, created a turbulent undercurrent in sheer heaven, and the spark for all this was on the street. Yamato and her group were wandering around out of boredom, with the Phantom following behind. Just then, several shadows flashed out from the darkness, armed with daggers. Charging straight at the Phantom, Yamato immediately reacted, shouting, "Who goes there?" But the assassins ignored her completely. Their target was clear, the Phantom. Several daggers blocked all of the Phantom's escape routes from various angles. These assassins were elite warriors raised by the king, and their strikes were lethal. However, our Phantom was no pushover. He calmly drew his sword. In a flash of Iato, the blade glimmered, a blade of light, moving at an incredible speed, sliced through the 3 attackers, spraying blood and dropping them on the spot. The remaining assassins didn't even blink, continuing to stab with their daggers, landing heavy blows on the Phantom. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the Phantom's armed color domineeringly absorbed all the attacks. Seeing their efforts were ineffective, the assassins discarded their daggers and pulled out firearms, preparing to shoot. The next moment, let me tell you, the scene was absolutely chaotic. Gunfire erupted like fireworks, turning the entire street into a real-life battle royale, with NPC passers-by ducking for cover in a frenzy. But this chaos perfectly provided my buddy, the Phantom, with the opportunity to showcase his skills. His eyes suddenly turned red, and his observation haki fully activated. Wow, I tell you, those bullets flying towards him looked like they were in slow motion. His movements were as slippery as an eel, dodging the bullets that grazed his clothes without hitting him. While dodging bullets, he didn't forget to counterattack. A kick sent one flying, and a swift slash took down another. The entire sequence was seamless, just like a dance of destruction. The remaining assassins completely lost their composure. their eyes filled with the terror of what the hell is this, a human or a ghost. Their little self-righteous coordination was nothing but child-esque play in front of the phantom, and within a few breaths, they were utterly torn apart. At this moment, Yamato and Run-E also arrived, each delivering a kick to take out the last few. Yamato stepped on one of their chests, angrily asking, "Tell us, who sent you?" But guess what? These guys were tough and didn't say a word. Instead, there was a sense of relief in their eyes. The next second, their pupils dilated, and they dropped dead on the spot. Ren-E quickly crouched down to check and shook her head. They poisoned themselves. Damn, the clue was cut off just like that. Soon after, the king's army finally arrived, led by the same legion commander. He immediately secured the scene, then rushed to us with a worried look, acting like a true actor. "Oh dear, I hope you esteemed guests are unharmed. If anything happens to you here, I won't be able to explain it to the king." Seeing us shake our heads, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, then shifted the blame, pointing at the corpses on the ground. "These people are most likely assassins from the rebels, trying to sow discord between us." At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh. The script was just too kitsch, right? Even 2 episodes of palace entry dramas could come up with something better than this. Back on the ship, our captain Noel listened to the whole story, and his brow never relaxed. It was obvious that this wasn't the work of our enemies trying to sabotage the pirate crew. They knew our strength, and sending such low-level assassins would be more like delivering their heads to us. So there's only one truth. Someone wanted to use us as a gun to deal with that so-called rebel army. Noel immediately made a decision. "Let's go to the palace." We stormed to the palace gates, and guess who was waiting there? The Legion commander. I tell you, when he saw us coming, the smile on his face flashed by. He couldn't hide it at all. The fish is hooked. He pretended to welcome us. "Lord Noel, I found out that it was indeed the rebels. They are jealous of our good relationship and want to cause trouble." Noel looked at him with a meaningful gaze and replied, "All right, then I'll personally go ask them. I hope you haven't lied to me." And then we really went. Goodness, it was a desolate desert where not even a bird would poop, with yellow sand swirling everywhere. Noel said that according to the tropes of novels and anime, the villain's lair is often in such places, emphasizing geographical isolation. We were walking when suddenly, out of the ground, a person popped up. He was holding a cane, and I thought, is this guy some kind of earth spirit? But he introduced himself as Dylan, the leader of the rebels, who had eaten some kind of fruit that allowed him to pass through walls and the ground. I initially thought we were about to fight, but he politely invited us into their underground base. The base was quite large, bustling with people. Right at the meeting room door, this mischievous kid couldn't resist and started playing around with a ghost, yanking off its hood in an instant. Just that one glance. I tell you, the rebel leader Dylan was instantly petrified. His cane clattered to the ground, and he looked like he had been struck by lightning, pointing at the ghost, his lips trembling, finally stammering out 2 words. "Elvis?" Family, who understands this? After all this time, the ghost's real name is Elvis. This place is his hometown. Dylan is actually his little brother from back in the day. This amount of information nearly burned my CPU. It turns out the current king, Ralph, was once a comrade in revolution with them. In the final battle to overthrow the old king, Ralph stabbed Elvis in the back, seized the throne for himself, and branded our big brother a rebel, turning the rest of the brothers into traitors. So that assassination attempt yesterday was entirely orchestrated by King Ralph, intending to draw us here and incite a bloody conflict between his 2 former rivals, us and Dylan's group. Just at this critical moment, Noel's phone bug rang. I looked at the caller ID and thought, oh no, it's Doflamingo. Whenever this guy calls, it's never good news. Sure enough, his signature mocking laughter came through. "Noel, your package has arrived. The vice captain of the Destruction Pirates, Demon Sword Cronin, along with East Pillar Casa, is already at your place." Noel hung up the phone abruptly. Now he understood everything. King Ralph had a backup plan. He called over our greatest enemy. At this point, schemes and tricks were useless. It was time for a direct confrontation. Dylan and the others were considerate enough to say they would hold off the king's army, supported by the revolutionaries. The remaining task was simple. We would take down the Destruction Pirates, and we would win this game. At this moment, Elvis also regained consciousness and said his intuition told him that as long as he personally took down Ralph, his lost memories would return. So, what else was there to say? Let us do it. The scene shifted back to that desolate wilderness with yellow sands flying everywhere. Noel and Day stood there, waiting for the other side to arrive. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a person descended from the sky, smashing into the ground and creating a large pit. It was Casa, That familiar face, who immediately launched a series of furious punches, shouting, "Brady Noel!" They transformed into his true form, the great mouth god, and retaliated with a powerful ice bite, roaring, "Your opponent is me." The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Noel didn't move, knowing the main event was coming. Sure enough, amidst the swirling yellow sands, a figure appeared, puffing on a cigar. The great swordsman, Demon Sword Cronin, exuded an imposing aura, his voice deep. "Brady Noel, prepare to die." As soon as he finished speaking, both disappeared in a flash. When they reappeared, they had exchanged positions. Cronin's large sword, named Crescent Moon, slashed towards Noel's back with a white blade light. Noel reacted quickly, using his armed hockey to block it with a clang. Cronin said playfully, "Your body is quite hard. Let us see how many cuts you can take." Noel sneered, "You can try." Saying this, his head suddenly transformed into a bear's head, and he unleashed a thunderous roar right in Cronin's face. "You want to test me?" Boom! Cronin was blasted away. From the smoke, countless crescent-shaped slashes rained down like a storm. While dodging, Noel activated his lightning step, moving at a speed indistinguishable from teleportation, and in a flash, he was right in front of Cronin. With a strike of thunder and sealing, his fist crackled with electricity and smashed forward. Cronin blocked with his sword, but it was futile. The electricity surged along the blade, shocking him all over, making him experience a cyber shock. In a desperate attempt, Cronin unleashed his ultimate move, erupting with countless slashes like a meat grinder. Noel's pupils constricted, and he quickly retreated, but Cronin was relentless, launching the Moonlight Dragon, a white dragon shadow entwined with his sword, charging toward him. Let me tell you, that scene was absolutely spectacular. Noel was furious, instantly transforming into his bare human form, letting out a roar towards the sky as multiple lightning bolts struck him, his whole body glowing with electricity, ready to take on a fierce bear heart-piercing attack. In the next moment, the two collided directly. I'm telling you, it was like a humanoid Gundam against a wave. The fierce bear heart-piercing attack clashed with the bright moon white dragon, resulting in a massive explosion that sent shockwaves ripping through the ground around them. And guess what? The two passed each other, each standing firm. A few seconds later, a line of blood shot out from Noel's chest, but his opponent Cronin fared worse, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Goodness, Cronin was completely stunned. He felt a storm brewing in his heart, thinking this wasn't right. Didn't the intel say that Noel was a tier weaker than him? This was anything but weak. It was ridiculously strong. He began to question his life, wondering if that guy Casa had intentionally downplayed Noel's strength for the sake of pride. Just that one move, that presence, that physique, that intensity was off the charts. Cronin, with a blood-stained cigar in his mouth, instantly turned serious, realizing that this fight was going to be tough. He had encountered a formidable opponent. Just as he finished thinking, the two vanished in a flash, leaving only a whirlwind of dust behind. Immediately, the entire battlefield became their exclusive special effects arena, with lightning, sword energy, and fist winds colliding like crazy, scattering the clouds above. On the other side, Yamato faced his old rival Casa, and he was no slouch either. I'm telling you, Yamato is really fierce now. He started off with a thunderous 8 trigrams filled with advanced armament color. Casa quickly hardened his body and took a stance to meet the attack. The result? With a bang, Casa's prideful impact punch was shattered like paper by the Wolf Fong Club. Casa was sent flying into the air by a single blow, and before he even landed, blood was spurting out like a fountain. Struggling to get up, he had a look of disbelief. Impossible. They hadn't seen each other for just a month or two. Not 2.5 years. How could this woman be so powerful? In the past, he had to team up with Noel just to suppress her, and now she could make him spit blood in a one-on-one fight? Casa's mind buzzed, suddenly recalling something, and he quickly turned to look at the battlefield where Cronin was. His heart sank. This was bad. Could it be that Noel had also gotten stronger? First mate, I'm sorry. While the demigods were fighting on one side, the true assassination drama was just about to begin on the other. Elvis and Run-E were hiding in the rebel army's underground base, waiting for a signal. Because the decisive battle came early, the rebel leader Dylan was caught off guard, and many plans had to be hastily implemented. Across the country, rebels took to the streets to denounce King Ralph's tyranny and win over the hearts of the people. I'm telling you, this king is certainly no good. He's made the country unlivable, and the common people can't even afford food. It's basically a dead end, so why not fight back? King Ralph was not to be underestimated either. He immediately dispatched troops to suppress the rebellion. However, The rebel army had been operating for 10 years and had the Revolutionary Army as outside support, so it wasn't easy to take them down. The entire situation had reached a stalemate, and the key to breaking it was our Elvis. His mission was simple: decapitate King Relf. But Relf was a crafty old fox. Knowing he was the target, he had long hidden away. However, he wasn't worried, as he was confident in his own strength. At that moment, Elvis in the base was meditating, his mind flashing back like a broken computer full of garbled memories. "Elvis, you must live well." A gentle yet reluctant voice echoed in his mind, causing him distress. He knew that the owner of this voice was the person he had been searching for, named Sun Ligu. He had a strong intuition that if he personally eliminated Relf, all his lost memories would come flooding back. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, King Relf was furiously smashing things in a fit of rage. The rebel army was growing stronger, and many of his generals had actually defected, leaving him both shocked and enraged. With red eyes, he ordered his last trump card, the Royal Guard and the First Legion, to be dispatched. Within a day, "I want to see the bodies of these rebels." After shouting, he felt insecure and immediately ordered a change of hiding place. Little did he know that Dylan, the man who had eaten the burrowing fruit, was darting underground like a gopher, using his observation hockey to search for his location. Just as Relf was moving in his carriage, he passed right above Dylan. Dylan sensed it instantly, slowly rising from the ground, his pupils narrowing. Goodness! A low-key carriage surrounded by elite death warriors. What a scene! Who else could it be but Relf? A cold smile crept onto Dylan's lips as he silently sank back underground, simultaneously dialing a snail phone. "After searching for so long, I've finally caught you." In the base, a communications officer rushed in, rolling and crawling. "Relf has been located." Elvis opened his eyes wide, his sharp swordsman aura erupting instantly, scaring Rennie next to him to take 2 steps back. He stared hard at the communications officer and asked just one word: "Where?" Dylan was already waiting at the door. Time was of the essence, and without a word, he struck his cane on the ground, activating his ability, leading Elvis and Run to burrow underground. Below the ground, Dylan quickly outlined the plan. There aren't many death warriors around Relf. Most of the elite have been dispatched to the front lines, but the Royal Guard is rushing back. They must complete the decapitation before reinforcements arrive. "The guards are up to Run, and me. Relf is up to you," Dylan said solemnly. Just as the three emerged from the ground in Relf's hiding room, everyone inside reacted instantly. Enemy attack. Protect the king. The death warriors had clearly defined roles. A few rushed forward while the rest guarded Relf. Ren-E delivered a fishman karate strike, sending the attacking death warriors flying. Dylan and Run immediately engaged the remaining guards, shouting, "Follow the plan." From the moment Elvis entered the room, his eyes never left Relf. Relf, initially panicked, quickly regained his composure, looked at Elvis, and even smiled. "I didn't expect you to still be alive. Wouldn't it be better to just die?" In response, Elvis unleashed a lightning-fast strike. Oroorooro flash, his entire being turned into a beam of light rushing forward. Relf closed his eyes, relying solely on his observation hockey. And with a bang, he managed to grab Elvis's arm with his bare hands. His face twisted in fury as he shouted, "Come on, let us continue that unfinished battle." With that, he pushed Elvis back with a punch and drew his own sword. In an instant, the two were locked in fierce combat, blades flashing and sparks flying. Relf was intimately familiar with Elvis's previous moves, taunting him as he fought. "After all these years, are you still using the same few moves?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Elvis's sword path changed. A ground-level slash, as quick as lightning, appeared directly beneath Relf, slicing up from below. Relf's pupils constricted. With no time to dodge, he could only hurriedly block with his sword. With a loud crash, he felt a shockwave that numbed his hands. Immediately after, Elvis's attacks came like a torrential storm. A move called Cloud-Splitting Slash, with sword shadows raining down like falling maple leaves, seemingly slow, yet filled with deadly intent. I'm telling you, this move was both fast and slow, completely shattering Relf's sense of space. Relf was so scared that his hair stood on end, rolling on the ground like a dog to dodge, but a blood mark was still left on his neck. Just then, Dylan's roar came. "Relf's reinforcements have arrived." "Elvis, hold on." Upon hearing this, Elvis took a deep breath, slowly sheathed his sword, and assumed Iaedo's stance. Opposite him, Relf also went all out. The air around his feet exploded, and he charged forward with his sword like a cannonball. Oroorooro flashed. Again, with this move, the two sword lights collided with a thunderous crash. With a crisp snap, Ralph's dagger in his hand broke in response. Elvis's sword momentum did not diminish. The dazzling aurora pierced directly through Ralph's body. Phew! Amidst the rain of blood, a deep wound, visible to the bone, opened up on Ralph's chest. I tell you, in that moment when the sword struck down, all of Elvis's memories came rushing back with a bang. His life was like a fast-forwarded tragic movie. Born in a war-torn country, sent away by his parents, raised by an adoptive father to become an emotionless killing machine, nicknamed the Shield of the Nation. Ironic, isn't it? Until one day, during a mission, he discovered that the target was actually his biological mother. In that moment, the spark of humanity within him was ignited. He broke the sword, chose to wander, wanting to escape the slaughter, and met the love of his life, Sun Ligu. But his adoptive father and the royal army would not let him go. Ultimately, he severed the chains with his adoptive father and joined the rebels, becoming the most dazzling presence. He vowed never to kill again, but fate played a cruel joke on him. On the day he was to marry Sun Ligu, the royal army launched a surprise attack, and everyone he cherished was killed. He went mad. He reforged the broken sword and single-handedly stormed the palace, personally beheading the old king. But just as he walked out the door holding the head, thinking everything was over, a familiar knife pierced his heart from behind. The attacker was his most trusted comrade, the man full of righteousness who always claimed he would change the country, Ralph. Ralph whispered in his ear, "Without you, everything is mine." As he neared death, he seemed to see Sun Ligu embracing him. It turned out that his wife, Sun Ligu, was a fruit user known as the love fruit, with the ability to resurrect her beloved once, but at the cost of erasing all memories. Who understands the family? The greatest forgiveness is also the harshest punishment. As the memory flashback ended, in reality, Ralph was already on the brink of death. He struggled to pick up the broken sword, madly trying to rush at him, screaming, "Why? Why is the brightest always you?" Elvis, expressionless, drew his sword again, dragon strike. Ralph fell heavily to the ground. Once again, Ralph struggled to rise, feeling deeply insulted, and shouted, "Kill me, Elvis!" Elvis's gaze was calm as he slowly readied his sword. Heavenly meteor flash. Countless sword energies rained down like meteor showers, completely overwhelming Ralph. In the end, Elvis, holding the blade, walked step by step toward Ralph, who lay in a pool of blood. Ralph looked at him and managed a difficult smile. "This time, you won, just kill me." Elvis raised the sword. Ralph used his last bit of strength to shout, "Elvis, I envy everything you have." Whoosh! The blade fell, and Ralph's head flew into the sky. He died without ever knowing why the dear friend he buried with his own hands would return to life. Just at the moment Ralph was slain, a soft and holy light suddenly radiated from Elvis's entire being. I tell you, that light was blinding. A semi-transparent shadow suddenly appeared from behind and embraced Elvis. Then with a bang, white light exploded, and everyone present went blind, unable to see anything. When Elvis opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast white space. Just as he was trying to comprehend what was happening, a voice called out to him gently from behind. At that moment, Elvis froze as if paralyzed. He slowly turned around, and the next second, tears streamed down his face. For those who understand, his beloved partner, Sun Ligu, who had died many years ago, was standing right in front of him. He was completely stunned, his breath stopped, trembling as he looked, too afraid to move, fearing it was a dream and that he would wake up if he did. Sun Ligu approached him with gentle eyes, step by step, and finally, the two of them embraced tightly. Feeling the warm touch in his arms, Elvis could finally believe this wasn't a dream. Then, a grown man cried like a 300-pound child, holding Sun Ligu and pouring out all the longing and regret he had felt over the years. Sun Ligu held him, gently patting his back, and a tear fell from her eye, landing on the ground and transforming into a sparkling crystal. She said to him, "All these years, I have actually been by your side." Then, let me tell you, the most heartbreaking part came. This was not a resurrection. Sun Ligu had long been dead. Her soul had been accompanying him all along. Her appearance this time was purely because Elvis had broken the seal of memory, marking the last meeting before her soul completely dissipated. Oh no, before she completely vanished. Upon hearing this, Elvis was instantly petrified. Goodness. His emotions were like a roller coaster. He had just reached the peak, and the next second, he plunged headfirst into the abyss. The partner he had just found was about to bid farewell once again. Who could bear that? He held on to Sun Ligu's shoulders tightly, fearing that if he let go, she would disappear. Sun Ligu embraced him one last time and whispered in his ear, "Live well for me, take care of yourself, and Don't forget me. I love you. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to glow, becoming increasingly transparent. Elvis completely lost it, reaching out to grab her. But each time he grasped at nothing. In the end, he could only kneel on the ground in despair, watching Sun Ligu completely vanish, leaving behind only the crystal made from her tear. Sun. Elvis knelt there crying, heart-wrenchingly. When he finally came to his senses, the white space was long gone. If it weren't for the crystal clutched in his hand, he would have truly thought he was mad and had just dreamed. And guess what? He felt like he had lived a lifetime in there, but only a minute had passed outside. Renee and the others gathered around him. The surrounding royal soldiers were dumbfounded. The king was dead, and they had no idea what to do as they surrounded Elvis. Renee hurried over to shake him. Elvis, come on, pull yourself together. Norr and the others are still fighting. Only then did Elvis wake up, carefully putting away the crystal. He stood up, his eyes red as he scanned the surrounding royal soldiers and squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. Get lost. Let me tell you, the momentum was just like a demon crawling out of hell. With a loud crash, a soldier was so scared that he dropped his weapon and turned to run. Once one person took the lead, the others followed like a line of dominoes, all scattering away. The Legion commander shouted until his throat was sore, but in the end, he lost heart, looked at the few loyal soldiers left, sighed, and waved his hand to let them pass. What the hell? The king is gone. And you want these brothers to die? Elvis couldn't be bothered to look at them again and headed straight for Noel's battlefield with Rain. On the other side, Noel and Cronin were fighting like the sky was collapsing. It was no longer a fight. It was as if they were remodeling the terrain, turning a good wilderness into a wasteland. Cronin jumped into the air, a white dragon shadow, spiraling down. Noel stood on the ground, even fiercer, a gigantic thunder bear appearing behind him, roaring at the sky. With a boom, the two collided and a shockwave lifted the ground. As they fought, Noel was truly reckless. He was wrapped in lightning, taking a barrage of Cronin's sword energy head-on. It felt like getting scraped, leaving only white marks on his body. Then he grinned and mocked the great swordsman across from him. Are you Tony-sensei? Here to give me a free haircut? Cronin's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. He was a world-renowned great swordsman, and you call him Tony-sensei? ISNT, that just pouring salt on his wounds? He exploded on the spot, without a word, directly unleashing his ultimate move. One sword style, Moonlight Life and Deathgate. When that sword was swung, I tell you, it felt like the sky was split in two. The left side was life, the right side was death. When Noel saw this momentum, he knew he had provoked Cronin, but he wasn't afraid. You unleash your ultimate move? Fine, I'll do the same. Nirvana, Thunderlight. A terrifying aura erupted from Noel, as if a river of the underworld composed of thunder was appearing behind him. You want to cut open the heavens with one sword? Come on, let us see if you can split my underworld. Boom! Fist and blade collided, and the scene was incredible. The explosion turned stones into powder in midair. The two beasts went back and forth, throwing their ultimate moves as if they were free, fighting from day to night, and then from night to dawn. Can you believe it? They went at it for a full 4 days. On the 5th day, the battle across the country was nearly over, yet the two of them were still fighting. Elvis and Rain had long reached the outskirts of the battlefield, and just approaching that pressure made Rain's heart race, while Elvis was itching to join in but held back. This was Noel's fight. On the battlefield, Noel and Cronin were both covered in wounds, gasping for breath. Noel's armed color dominance was nearly depleted, and Cronin's famed sword, Bright Moon, had several chips on it. Noel started to taunt again. What is the matter, Tony-sensei? Is your sword dull? Can't even trim hair anymore? That's enough to kill you. Cronin roared and charged again with his sword. Noel seized an opportunity, charging toward the sword energy, leaping high into the air, and countless fists wrapped in lightning came crashing down like a torrential rain. 10,000 thunder waves. Cronin's expression changed. Just as he wanted to dodge, suddenly, an overwhelming aura exploded from Noel, instantly freezing his body. Conqueror's Haki. Cronin's eyes nearly popped out. In that moment of distraction, his defense broke. Countless fists slammed into him. Cronin was sent flying like a broken sack, bloodied and crashing to the ground. He never expected that after 4 days. Noel still had such a card up his sleeve. Now the scales of victory had completely tilted towards Noel. Cronin knew that not to mention winning. Escaping today would be a success. He had to leave and bring back news of this monster named Noel. But if he wanted to leave, could Noel let him? Cronin gritted his teeth, preparing to fight to the death, betting all his strength on his final move. One sword style, Soul's Elegy. In that instant, the entire world turned dark. I felt like my soul was locked on, unable to escape. Cronin disappeared into the darkness, with only a pale, sword light shining, heading straight for Noel's soul. Noel knew he couldn't T-dodge, so he simply didn't T. You want to decide the outcome with one move? Come on. A small thunderstorm swirled up at his feet, controlling all the iron or on the ground to slam toward Cronin. Then he took his stance, unleashing his conqueror's haki without holding back, and once again delivered his strongest punch. Nirvana, Thunderlight. Boom! A gigantic mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. The entire island shook. The shockwave from the explosion sent Elvis flying in the distance. When the dust settled in the center of the battlefield, two figures lay motionless on ground. After an unknown amount of time, one figure struggled and slowly stood up. It was Noel. He tore off his tattered clothes, revealing a blood-soaked upper body, and staggered over to Cronin. Cronin had already passed out. His right hand holding the sword was gone, and he was covered in broken bones. Noel's right hand transformed into a blade, cleanly piercing Cronin's heart. Then he tossed his body into a massive crack nearby, giving this formidable foe the respect he deserved in death. After taking care of everything, Noel turned and, dragging his injured body, slowly walked out of the yellow sand. When Elvis saw his figure, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "How's it on Yamato's side?" Noel asked hoarsely. It was at this moment that he noticed Elvis seemed to have changed, his eyes full of light, no longer the dull look from before. "You recovered your memories?" Elvis nodded, revealing a wry smile. Noel burst into laughter, patting his shoulder. "That's great. As long as you're back, we are partners." Saying this, the two immediately rushed towards Yamato's side. When they arrived, good heavens, the battle here had also reached a fever pitch. Yamato and Kasa were both bloodied. Yamato had blood at the corner of his mouth, and several ribs were broken. Kasa was in worse shape, his left eye swollen like a purple sweet potato, and his right leg was limping, probably broken by a blow from Yamato. I watched in astonishment as that guy got hit in the eye with the spike club. What a tough guy. He could still stand and fight. Right before our eyes, Yamato jumped high again, the spike club wrapped in cold air, crashing down with all his might. Kasa wasn't to be outdone, quickly swinging his fist to build up a massive shockwave to meet it. Iato, fist shockwave. Yamato was blown away by the shockwave, but managed to roll in midair to stabilize himself. And after landing, he opened his mouth to unleash a freezing breath. No samurai ice fong. This directly froze Kasa on the other side. Let me tell you, this guy's reaction was incredible. He quickly countered with a shockwave from his left hand, using the force to dodge, and then like a cannonball, he charged at Yamato. Yamato was also fierce, blocking with the spike club held horizontally in front of him, but he was still knocked back several steps by the impact, leaving two grooves on the ground. Immediately, Yamato started kite flying. Thunder arrow. Countless lightning-infused spikes were flung out like they were free, plowing the ground as if it were being cultivated. Kasa's leg was broken, making him unable to move. He couldn't dodge and could only grit his teeth and exchange blows. The scene was explosive. Yamato was very clever, seizing on Kasa's mobility weakness, relentlessly attacking from a distance, occasionally mixing in a few icy dragon breaths. It was simply outrageous. Just when Kasa was pushed to the brink of wearing a mask of pain, Yamato suddenly teleported right next to him. Good heavens, his pupils contracted. An invisible aura erupted instantly. Conqueror's haki. For those who understand, when this is unleashed, Kasa's entire being froze for that fleeting moment. In a high-level duel, that moment can be fatal. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Yamato's spike club, wrapped in armament haki and lightning, came crashing down with earth-shattering momentum. Let me tell you, Kasa had fallen victim to this move before, which is how his leg got broken, so he was always on guard. Although he was ambushed, his reaction was still extraordinary. Without time to turn around, he maximized his entire body shockwave field while using his haki-covered arm to block. With a loud bang, the layer of force field around him shattered like glass, and then the spiked club struck solidly against his arm, sending him crashing into a large rock, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, falling down like dumplings. Seeing the opportunity, Yamato immediately went in for the finishing blow, pursuing the victory. But guess what happened? Kasa, lying on the ground, suddenly unleashed a terrifying shockwave that was many times stronger than before. Boom! Yamato was sent flying into the air as if hit by a truck. Damn, this left us all dumbfounded. Kasa unsteadily stood up, his eyes fierce as if he were about to eat someone. Yamato also suffered significant internal injuries, her expression extremely grave. She was puzzled too, After fighting for so long, how could this guy still unleash such a level of attack? If he threw a few more of those, her small frame really couldn't take it. The two of them faced off, panting heavily, neither daring to move first. In fact, Kasa was merely holding on. That last attack was almost the result of him forcing his fruit awakening. Let me tell you, his impact fruit is similar to the tremor fruit, harming the enemy 1,000 while damaging himself 800. During awakening, he also had to stay within that impact field, which his internal organs simply couldn't handle. Just that brief moment of explosion made his internal organs feel like they were about to shatter. If he were to fully awaken, he would be the first to die. But Yamato didn't know that. She thought this was Kasa's hidden trump card, making her even more wary. So in the end, she chose the safest tactic, continuing to scrape. Countless waves of sticks and dragon breath ensued, leaving Kasa to defend passively, and the scene returned to that strange war of attrition. We watched from the outside, our hearts almost in our throats. The little girl next to me, named Rin-E, seemed to be stunned by the scene of this celestial battle and quietly asked Noel, "Is this what a strong person's fight looks like?" Noel, being a straightforward person, sighed and said, "I guess you could say that, but compared to the very top, there's still a long way to go." Although this was a harsh truth, Noel was afraid that she would build up a false sense of confidence. And when she encountered a real monster in the future, her faith would shatter, and she would be ruined, just like Moonlight Moria, turning from a tough guy into a deadbeat. This was something she needed to figure out for herself. This fight continued until the early morning of the next day. Both of them were already at the end of their ropes. Yamato had even reverted from his transformation, only able to swing his club weakly. Kasa's shockwaves were also feeble. Noel realized that the final showdown was approaching. After another exchange of blows, both of them stopped. They had been fighting for a full 4 days and nights. If we hadn't been worried that intervening would undermine Yamato's confidence, we would have jumped in to gang up on them long ago. Yamato, dragging his heavy wolf fawn club, took steady steps towards Kasa. The final confrontation, Yamato transformed again, shouting divine, foot white snake. And a myriad of club shadows instantly enveloped Kasa. Kasa, desperate, unleashed spirit concentration, frenzied impact fist. Countless fist and club shadows collided violently, producing a dense series of explosions. In that moment, Kasa suddenly closed in, delivering a swift strike that hit Yamato hard in the stomach. Yamato was sent flying, and Kasa followed up with spirit concentration mighty tiger roar, summoning a giant phantom head of a white tiger that sped towards Yamato, delivering another punch. It slammed Yamato into the ground, creating a large pit that looked like a spider's web. But Kasa's expression suddenly changed. Something fell off as the smoke cleared. The pit contained only a few shards of ice, Yamato's ice clone. Oh no! Kasa was startled and wanted to run, but that familiar conqueror's haki surged again. Boom! He was once again immobilized in place. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Yamato actually emerged from the ground. With all his strength, he swung his club down hard onto Kasa's unsuspecting arm. And with a crack, Kasa's right arm was broken. Kasa's face twisted in pain, but he gritted his teeth and used his left hand to unleash a shockwave. Not for attack, but to escape. The wolf fawn club swung empty, and Kasa had already used the momentum to run away. He knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, knowing he had lost. Lost a little girl. Memories flooded back to him, from practicing martial arts as a child, to meeting Terasai, and then setting sail. He was unwilling. He wanted to become stronger, to be a man like Whitebeard. But Yamato didn't care about his unwillingness and charged at him again. Kasa completely went mad, his eyes filled with insanity. "I won't lose to you, brat." He directly activated his devil fruit awakening. Let me tell you, the scene was utterly absurd. Centered around him, the entire space trembled, shattered, transforming into a world filled with invisible shockwaves. Yamato inside was like a small boat in a stormy sea, spitting blood crazily. As soon as the blood was spat out, it was dispersed into a mist. As soon as we saw this, we knew it was serious. We couldn't afford to play around anymore. We rushed over to save her. And at that moment, there was no time to think about beliefs. Life was the most important. Yamato glanced back at us, smiled, and then stubbornly turned back. She wouldn't run away. Her conqueror's haki surged up into the sky. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then suddenly opened them wide, charging at Kasa, enduring all the damage. Boom! The two collided again. Yamato gritted her teeth, fighting to the death, unleashing one after another of the Thunderbagwa. Kasa was also frantically counterattacking. BFF. Yamato spat out blood, hit in the face by Kasa's punch, but she stubbornly turned her head back. seizing the moment when Kasa was affected by her conqueror's haki. She covered her forehead with armament haki, focusing on a physical blow, and crashed into Kasa's head repeatedly. With dull thuds, Kasa's eyes began to roll back. The shockwaves around gradually dissipated, but Yamato was already blinded by rage, continuing to charge until Noel rushed her side, grabbed her, and softly said, "You won." Only then did she relax completely and faint. This protracted battle finally came to an end. Once the news spread, the whole world erupted. On the Navy's side, Admiral Sengoku was so excited that he dropped his documents. As for Kaido and Wano, he pretended to say it was well done. But secretly, he was probably already popping champagne in celebration. The most miserable was that captain of the Destruction Pirates, Tracy, who learned that his two strongest subordinates, his left and right arms, were gone, and he was so furious that he performed an explosion on the spot, vowing to kill Noel. Red-haired Shanks and the others saw the newspaper and said that Tracy was in big trouble now. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, was even more furious, feeling that Kaido had taken away the powerful subordinate that should have belonged to her. We secretly recuperated in the country of Shirhuven for half a month. Yamato's injuries were so severe that it almost resulted in a one-for-one exchange with Kasa, but fortunately, Renee's superb medical skills brought him back to life. Once he recovered, that girl couldn't sit still and kept shouting to go out to sea every day. Elvis also came to terms with it. His hometown was back on track, and he decided to continue adventuring with us. Noir quietly made a phone call to Sengoku to report the situation and discuss the upcoming plans. He intended to take this opportunity to travel around and recruit some of his own crew. Sengoku agreed as well. With everything ready, we held a farewell party with Dylan and the others. The next morning, we officially set sail. After a month at sea, Yamato was overjoyed. Every time we arrived at a new island, she was like a country bumpkin entering the city, finding everything fresh and full of energy. Of course, what she looked forward to the most was the next destination chosen by Noir on the map, the legendary city of gastronomy, Bistu. And guess what? While we were having a great time, someone else was in for a tough time. Let me tell you, in this month, as we rush towards the food city, that pirate crew called Tressie has practically been treated like a dungeon boss by the whole world. Just after we took down 2 of their generals, a pack of sharks smelling blood rushed in, each wanting to tear a piece of flesh from him. Goodness, after a chaotic battle, Tressie's territory shrank by half, and he must be grinding his teeth in frustration. He's probably being attacked by small people every day now. But that doesn't concern us anymore. We're just half a day's journey away from Bistu. Day has been so excited these past couple of days, as if she's on a caffeine high, not even sleeping, just running around on the deck. She suddenly hits the brakes and drifts in front of me. "Hey, Noel, why is this place called Food Island?" I yawned and explained to her. To put it simply, many years ago, there was a super rich and food-loving gourmet named Sir Kennedy. As he got older and couldn't move around as much, he still craved good food, so he came up with a brilliant idea. He directly invested money to hold the world's best culinary competition, with the champion being recognized as a culinary god. Let me tell you, this guy was a pure business genius. Chefs from all over the world came to work for him as free cooks, and he made a fortune. As a result, this island became a sanctuary for chefs. Coincidentally, 5 days later was the annual culinary competition, and the whole island would celebrate for 3 days. Moreover, this island is a neutral zone. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be blacklisted for life. As soon as I finished speaking, that he was drooling, her mind filled with images of chefs from all over the world lining up to cook for her. I pinched her face and said, all right, stop daydreaming. Get ready to disembark. As soon as we reached the port, I was stunned. Wow, what a scene. The sound of drums and firecrackers filled the air, and there were crowds everywhere. All sorts of bizarre-looking ships filled the port, and I even saw the Navy and pirates sitting at the same table drinking together. It was simply absurd. As soon as I got off the ship, the aroma hit me instantly, with street stalls offering snacks from all over the world, like the water meat from the Water City and the compassionate pepper from Donata, dazzling to the eyes. I specifically reminded them, Yamato, stick close, don't get lost. But what happened? I turn around, and where are they? It's empty behind me, and Yamato and those foodies are nowhere to be seen. I really can't believe it. Such a big person just vanished. Forget it, I thought they must be back on the ship by tonight. There's really nothing I can do about them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yamato and the other 2 had just bought a portion of water meat, and when they looked up, hey, where did Noel go? Yamato shook her head seriously. He clearly said not to get separated, yet he was the first one to get lost. I really can't do anything about him, I'll tell you. If I had heard that at the time, I would definitely have let her know why the flowers are so red. With Noel gone, Day's mouth was grinning from ear to ear, He touched his wallet and laughed inwardly. Awesome. No one is managing me anymore. Time to shop. While we were all doing our own thing, the island master, that fat son of old Kennedy, Hawkins, had already received the news. He was very interested in me, a celebrity from the New World, and wanted to hear my adventure stories, with the reward being top-notch cuisine. So as soon as we landed on the island, he sent someone to invite me. I was wandering around the street by myself at that time, and after I had eaten enough, I found a tavern to take a break. As soon as I sat down, I overheard people at the next table chatting, saying that a big spender had come to the North District, buying everything in sight and clearing out several stores. My heart skipped a beat, and my first reaction was, Daiha? No, that's not right. I didn't give her that much money. Where did she get so much berries to spend? I must be overthinking it. I just raised my glass when the two drunken pirates next to me started bragging. The captain's bounty has increased again. Now he's a big pirate worth 46 million berries. The word bounty, let me tell you, struck me like a lightning bolt, zapping right on my forehead. My mind buzzed, and suddenly I remembered. Oh no, it's over. When we took down those officers from the destruction pirate crew, didn't we get a huge bounty? Because the amount was so large, I had split a portion for Yamato to keep safe, and then I completely forgot about it. Totally forgot. Family, who understands? I instantly put on a mask of pain. The news has spread to the South District, which means that wasteful thing has been spent for quite a while. No way. I have to go save my poor berries. I jumped up and rushed towards the Northern District, but just as I reached the tavern entrance, a butler-like man, accompanied by several bodyguards, blocked my way. You must be Mr. Noel, he said. Sir Harkins requests your presence. I was in such a hurry that I had no time to attend the banquet, so I directly refused. I appreciate the invitation, but I have urgent matters to find my companions. Upon hearing this, the butler revealed a meaningful smile. We have also sent someone to invite your companions, and they must be on their way to the gentleman's residence now. I was taken aback, feeling puzzled in my heart. What exactly was Hawkins trying to pull? Why did he have to invite us? There was no choice but to follow him. When we arrived at Hawkins' residence, I didn't see Da and the others at all. Just as I was wondering about it, a servant came over and whispered a few words to the butler, whose expression instantly became very troubled. As soon as I saw the situation, I knew it was related to me, so I asked directly, is my companion in trouble? The butler hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. Yes, Mr. Norr. We just received news that your companion has been involved in a conflict. I frowned. Conflict? Speaking of which, ever since Yamato and I parted ways, she has completely liberated her true nature. With her financial prowess, she earned herself a reputation as a big spender in just a few hours. Merchants in the North District looked at her with green eyes, as if they were seeing the god of wealth. Elvis and the others had also completely become tools, directing the crew like ants moving houses, making trip after trip to load things onto the ship. When they were tired from shopping, Yamato and the others were just looking for a place to rest when they suddenly spotted a restaurant that seemed out of place. The sign was shabby, and the entrance was deserted. Compared to the brightly decorated shops around, it looked like a branch of a beggar's gang. The nearby shop owner saw the big spender heading that way and panicked, rushing over to stop her. Boss, don't go there. That's the restaurant run by the chef of shame. Yes, his father cheated in a competition and was kicked out. The more they tried to stop her, the more determined she was to go. The pirates on our ship stepped forward, exuding intimidation. What? Do you want to stop our lady, Yamato? We are the beast pirates. The merchants immediately backed down, helplessly watching Yamato walk inside. The restaurant was very clean, with only a young man named Alan wiping the tables. When he saw a customer, he remained calm, clearly used to people coming in and leaving quickly. But what he didn't expect was for Yamato to plop down right at a table and shout, "What do you have that's good to eat? Bring it on." Alan was taken aback for a moment, then a big smile appeared on his face. Just a moment, please. Soon, the food was served. Let me tell you, after Yamato took a bite, her eyes lit up. Wow, this is so delicious. The others began to wolf down the food as well. Yamato asked while eating, "What's your name? Why does everyone outside say you're the chef of shame?" Alan sighed and lit a cigarette, recounting the story from back then. His father was originally a genius chef and won the championship in the second culinary competition, but was slandered by jealous rivals who accused him of cheating. Unable to defend himself, he ultimately lost in an unfair match, had his golden sign taken away, and was left with the shame of being called the chef of shame, leading to his untimely demise. Yamato was infuriated upon hearing this and was about to curse when suddenly the restaurant door was kicked open. A group of chefs stormed in, pointing at Alan and shouting, "You liar, get out of bistro." They also tried to explain to Yamato that Alan must have deceived her with sweet words. But with her mouth full, Yamato mumbled, "But but I think his food is really delicious. No one understood the impact of that statement. It was like throwing a scoop of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. Boom. It all exploded. All the chefs were stunned, their faces turning red as if they'd been deeply insulted. They didn't dare to do anything to Yamato, so they pretended not to hear and continued to shove and push Alan. Just as a fight seemed imminent, a furious shout came. Everyone, stop. The patrol team had arrived. The captain clearly favored the local chefs and immediately questioned Alan. Yamato couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward, saying, I'm the one who wanted to eat here. Is there a problem? Can you all leave now? I'm still eating. The captain had no choice but to drive the chefs away. As the restaurant quieted down, he returned to say that Sir Harkins had invited Yamato and her group to a banquet, and Lord Noel was already there. Upon hearing my name, Yamato immediately stood up and stretched. Then let's go find Noel. She turned around, pulled out the money to pay Alan, and just as he was about to give change, Yamato suddenly asked, Do you want to come with us to have a look? Alan was taken aback. Going to the noble's house? Let me tell you. The captain of the guard next to them looked like he was about to turn green, his expression clearly saying, How dare a commoner like you even think of it? But he didn't dare offend Yamato and could only hold back his frustration. Yamato didn't care about any of that and confidently said, Yeah, didn't you say your dad was wronged? Then just confront the real culprit directly. No one understood that her thought process was so straightforward, believing that strength was the ultimate truth. Alan was silent for a few seconds, probably realizing this was his only chance, and immediately stood up to follow her. Feeling immensely grateful, we marched into Sir Hawkins' mansion, and to our surprise, Noel was already waiting there, his face dark like the bottom of a pot. As soon as he saw us approaching empty-handed, the last flicker of hope in his eyes was extinguished in an instant. He grabbed Dae's arm and lowered his voice, squeezing out a few words between his teeth. Where's the bounty? I have to say, Yamato's acting is so bad that I can't bear to watch it. She pouts, her little eyes darting around, and nervously says, What? What bounty? Didn't I give it to you already? That's it. Noel nearly has a cardiac arrest on the spot. With that reaction from Yamato, let alone Noel, even a dog would know she's lying. Noel's eyes instantly squinted into a narrow slit, and the killing intent was almost palpable. He fully understood that as long as Yamato was on this ship, he would never be able to save up any little stash. This girl is just a walking money shredder. Noel took a deep breath, his voice trembling. When we get back, you'll see how I deal with you. Yamato, seeing that she had temporarily escaped the disaster, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, probably still calculating in her mind that taking a beating for so many good things was worth it. Elvis, the nice guy, stepped in to mediate. Oh, Noel, don't be angry. Money can be earned again. He shouldn't have said anything, but once he did, Noel got even angrier, shooting him a glare. Why didn't you stop her? Yamato quickly chimed in. Exactly. It can be earned again. Noel's expression at that moment was a mix of despair and a hint of wanting to give up on life. He was probably already calculating which unlucky guy to rob to build his ark. All right, the commotion is over. Noel adjusted his emotions and asked what exactly happened. After Yamato finished explaining, with everyone chiming in, the butler also understood. He pondered for a moment and, considering Noel's face, said, I'll go report to Lord. But how he decides is beyond my control. Alan was so excited he immediately gave a 90-degree bow. We were taken to the reception room, and after a while, a short and chubby man with a cigar walked in. This was Sir Harkins. He was incredibly warm towards Noel, smiling like a flower. But when he turned to look at Alan, his smile instantly became forced, and he said with a skin-deep smile, Oh, it's you too, Middleton Alan. He exhaled a puff of smoke, holding himself high. I've heard about your situation. I was too lazy to care, but for the sake of Lord Noel, I'll give you a chance. He directly issued a challenge to Alan. Aren't you a chef? Make a dish that satisfies me. If you do well, I'll let you participate in this year's cooking competition. If you can win the championship, I might even help you challenge that person from back then. As soon as he said that, the pressure skyrocketed. People like Harkins, who had grown up eating delicacies, had their taste spoiled. Satisfying him was harder than climbing to the sky. But Alan, instead of backing down, had fire in his eyes. This was his only chance to wash away the shame of his family. He nodded heavily and followed the butler to the kitchen. Once Alan left, Harkins' fake smile immediately vanished, and he began to entertain us warmly. Noel was quite curious and asked what he was up to. Guess what? This guy said he had always wanted to be an adventurer since he was a child, but his abilities didn't allow it. Food was the original sin. So he particularly liked inviting big shots like us from the New World to dinner, specifically to listen to us brag and tell stories. Who could refuse such a request? Especially with Dave present. Before Noel could speak, Day suddenly stood up and patted his chest. Haha, then I must tell you about my adventure stories. The banquet was directly set in motion. Let me tell you, Day's social skills were unparalleled. After 3 glasses of wine, he was hugging Harkins and calling him brother, sharing all the bizarre weather and strange islands of the New World with him. And when he got excited, he would thump Harkins' shoulder. Harkins was initially a bit uncomfortable, but eventually let loose, and the two of them were like a comedy act, bursting into laughter from time to time. Just as the atmosphere in the banquet hall was heated, Alan walked in with his dish. The entire room went silent. It was a red snapper with pearls, lying on a white porcelain plate, topped with ham, winter bamboo shoots, and slices of shiitake mushrooms, drizzled with rich sauce, and surrounded by 3 colored fish balls. The aroma was extraordinary. Harkins' expression changed as he clearly didn't expect this young man to have real skills. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and put it in his mouth, and his eyes lit up. Day, who had been drooling, quickly grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, then started nodding frantically, unable to speak. The fish was tender with a hint of the sea's sweetness and perfectly absorbed the flavors of the various ingredients, exploding in the mouth. Even a gourmet like Harkins was astonished, saying the flavor was incredibly rich. Alan reminded them, dip it in the sauce. It tastes even better. Once they tried it, they were completely immersed in the culinary experience, glowing from behind. Harkins ate with a look of ecstasy, analyzing. The richness of the chicken broth and the freshness of the snapper can actually be clearly distinguished. How did you do it? Alan scratched his head a bit shy and said, actually, it's not complicated. I used chicken broth twice. When he explained the technique of drizzling it once while steaming and again with the boiling seasoning sauce, Harkins was left stunned. Finally, Alan nervously asked, Sir, are you satisfied? Everyone was staring at Harkins. He was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. You are qualified. I acknowledge your culinary skills. Prepare for the competition. Wow. Day was the first to jump up, throwing his arms around Alan's neck. You did it. This is 100 times better than the dishes you made before. We quickly went over to taste it, and it was indeed amazing. After the banquet, it was already midnight, and Noel's face darkened again. Let me tell you, Noel's temper suddenly flared up. It was time to settle scores. He grabbed Day, who still wanted to go shopping, and said through gritted teeth, Don't think what happened during the day will just pass. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Day instantly wilted, looking like a cat caught by the scruff of its neck, dragged away with a face full of despair, mumbling, penny pincher. Noel's forehead was bulging with veins. What did you say? Do you believe I will kill you, you bastard? Back in Alan's restaurant, Day was still unwilling to give up. Jumping out from behind Noel, he invited Alan. Alan, let's travel together after the competition. He was trying to lure the top chef on his ship. I could hear the scheming all the way in the East China Sea. Alan hesitated a bit, saying he would rather wait until after the competition. But then he turned around and made a request, hoping we could help him taste his dishes in the next few days. Hearing this, Day's eyes lit up, and he immediately raised his hand. Of course. That's no problem. She turned her eyes and wanted to find an excuse to stay for the meal. Noel, you guys go back first. I'll stay to help. I'm a woman. It's inconvenient for me to stay here. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter at that moment. Wow. So now she remembers she's a woman? Norr looked at her with a smirk. Oh, then I'll stay too. Yamato's expression froze on the spot, and in the end, Norr completely lost patience, directly saying, You can't escape this calamity, and dragged her back to the ship for a harsh lesson. In the following days, we helped Alan test dishes during the day and went shopping at night. Yamato was much more obedient, but those shifty eyes were still darting around, clearly showing that I was mistaken, but I would never change my ways. Soon, it was the day of registration, and Alan went alone. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the registration point, the surrounding chefs erupted like a boiling pot, with all sorts of mockery. The son of the chef's disgrace dares to come? Go back. The staff also directly refused him. As a result, Alan only frowned slightly and calmly brought out Sir Harkins. The staff, half in doubt, went to confirm, while the surrounding people thought he was just boasting. Not long after, that staff member ran back with an incredulous expression. Doing a complete 180, it's confirmed you can participate in the competition. Wow, the whole place erupted. This news spread like wildfire across the entire island. Of course, it also reached the ears of the chef who had framed Alan's father back then, Alva. This guy was now a big shot on the island. A judge for the competition, second only to Harkins in status. He sat on the sofa with a sinister expression, feeling like he was in a power struggle. Thinking Alan's appearance was Harkins trying to politically challenge him for control of the island. Finally, the day of the competition arrived. The whole island was like a festival, with fireworks and balloons everywhere. Backstage, all the chefs were itching to compete, except for Alan, who was calmly holding his knife case, resting his eyes. As the host shouted, "The competition begins," Alan instantly opened his eyes, filled with fighting spirit. In the first round of the competition, the theme was drawn randomly. When the host raised the paper and loudly announced that this year's theme was chicken, half the backstage cheered while the other half wailed. Alan simply muttered chicken, and instead of rushing like the others to grab ingredients, he stayed in place to think. Once most of the others had picked their ingredients, he leisurely walked over, grabbed a few chicken breasts and a chicken carcass, returned to his station, and began to slowly simmer the broth. Yamato watched anxiously from below. Wow, his movements are so slow. Isn't he going to suffer for this? Indeed, some quick chefs were almost done while Alan was still stirring the pot. The judges had limited stomachs, and by the time he finished, they had already eaten their fill. The surrounding chefs looked at him with contempt, thinking this kid was just there to be a clown. But Alan was completely unaffected, focusing on his own work. Once the broth was ready, he added miso and fresh cream, turning it into a thick white sauce. With only 20 minutes left in the 2-hour limit, most chefs had already completed their dishes, while he was still working at his own pace. Just at the last moment, it was done. Let me tell you, as soon as that dish came out of the pot, the entire venue fell silent. The rich aroma of cream, mixed with the freshness of chicken, was simply overwhelming. In the white sauce, there were bright red chili dice, tender white mushroom slices, and a few sprigs of green parsley. Wow. The presentation was stunning enough to debut on the spot. From far away, my unreliable buddy Yamato was drooling like a leaky faucet, mumbling, "I must have Alan recreate this for me when we get back." But then the problem arose. Those judges were eating like royalty, their faces long, clearly showing you better not try to fool me with garbage expression. When Alan walked up with the plate, my heart was in my throat. The judge in the middle took one look at him and said, "Oh, isn't this the son of the chef's disgrace?" He was amused, his face clearly saying, "I can't wait to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Alan remained calm, announcing the dish name, Creamy Royal Chicken. I have to tell you, with that name paired with that enchanting aroma, the several judges who were originally looking impatient suddenly grabbed their forks and knives without a second thought. In fact, this dish uses common ingredients like chicken breast, mushrooms, and peppers. The only challenge is the sauce. And what happened? As soon as they took a bite, the judges' expressions, who understands that moment, changed instantly. Their eyes widened like copper bells, their mouths stuffed full, and they couldn't stop eating, even though they all claimed they were full. The food on their plates disappeared faster than anyone else's, and their expressions were so happy they were almost bubbling over. After finishing, the judge in the middle wiped his mouth and directly pointed out Alan's identity. "Yahing's son, Alan, I didn't expect you to be so capable." Alan replied calmly, "I'm glad you like it." Another judge next to him started showering him with compliments. "How can this chicken breast be crispy on the outside and tender and juicy on the inside? That's not scientific." His expression was like he had discovered a new continent. Then came the scoring segment. The first judge adjusted his glasses. 10 points. I was stunned. Then came 10 points, 9 points, 9 points, 10 points. A total of 48. Wow, just 2 points short of perfect score. The entire venue erupted. Those who had looked down on Alan and said he was tarnishing the competition were shocked, their faces slapping like they had seen a ghost. After all, the judges' integrity and professionalism were evident. Their high scores meant this dish was truly impressive. Alan bowed and returned to his station to start cleaning up, keeping his achievements low-key. Once the competition ended, we rushed to the exit to block him. Day was the first to rush over, hanging on him like a monkey. "Alan, you're amazing." Everyone congratulated him in a flurry. The kid was a bit shy, scratching his head and saying it was all thanks to us. They didn't care about that, nearly drooling as he shouted, "Stop with the niceties. Hurry up, cream royal chicken, GKD." Alan smiled and promised to make it when he got back to the restaurant. Wow. As soon as Day heard that, he transformed into a special forces soldier, leading the charge to the restaurant. What happened next was even more outrageous. In the elimination rounds, Alan was unstoppable, slicing through his opponents like they were nothing. Breezing through the top 32, top 16, his opponents couldn't even see his taillights as he crushed his way into the finals. The night before the finals, he went alone to his father's grave, sitting cross-legged there as if chatting casually. "Dad, I made it to the finals. When I win the championship, I'll challenge that old guy Alva and smash the chef's shame title for you." He also talked about our new pirate friends, saying that although we were pirates, we seemed pretty decent. The next day at the finals, there was a huge crowd. Alan's opponent was a chef from the North Sea, who looked completely disillusioned from the moment he stepped on stage. Why? Because he knew deep down that several opponents Alan had eliminated were stronger than he was. In this final, he was just a pure background character, part of the atmosphere. Sure enough, when both dishes were presented, the winner was already determined. Alan easily took the championship. As the crowd cheered, the climax arrived. When Alan walked onto the stage, you might think he would give a thank you speech to his fans and family. Wrong. This guy directly took the microphone, his expression turning serious, and started to expose the truth in front of everyone. Many years ago, my dad, who everyone calls a chef's shame, also won the championship in this competition. But someone was jealous of him and used despicable means to steal his honor, leaving him to bear shame and regret. The entire venue fell silent. Alan's gaze was sharp as a knife, staring intently at Alva in the front row, shouting word by word. I, as his son, will reclaim everything that belongs to my father today. Mr. Alva, I am here to formally challenge you. Oh my goodness, this plot is even more thrilling than a primetime drama. Alva's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. But with everyone watching, could he not respond? He could only grit his teeth and stand up. If you want to die, I'll help you. The host was momentarily stunned, and when he regained his composure, he shouted so loudly that his voice cracked. Oh my God, a shocking twist at the championship awards ceremony. The newly crowned champion, Alan, challenges the legendary chef Alva on the spot. The audience went wild, buzzing with discussions, and some began to doubt whether what happened back then was really above board. After all, Alan's culinary skills are evident. How bad could his father be? Alva, the old fox, was quick to think. He knew that if he lost this battle, it would be the end of him. He immediately seized the loophole in the rules. You challenge me, so I get to decide the competition content, right? He wanted to crush Alan using his strongest skills. As long as it's fair, Alan replied calmly. Alva sneered and announced the competition, buckwheat noodles. The audience was momentarily taken aback. Such an important showdown was just about buckwheat noodles? That seemed too hasty, but only a few top chefs suddenly turned serious. The simpler the dish, the more it tests one's skills. The competition began. Alva was still throwing threats. Kid, you're too green. Today, I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders. Alan ignored him, keeping his head down as he quickly wrote down the necessary ingredients and handed them to the staff. His speed was astonishing, leaving Alva dumbfounded, wondering, can this kid really make buckwheat noodles? Seeing his foolish expression, Alan chuckled lightly. That sound was simply full of mockery. Alva snapped back to reality and hastily wrote his own list. Alan had already started kneading the dough, mixing flour and buckwheat flour in an 8:2 ratio, forming a dough ball, and putting in the fridge to rest. On the other side, Alva also began preparing his hot buckwheat noodle soup. Just as everyone was nervously watching, my companion Noel suddenly said with a slightly odd expression. Following his gaze, I saw nothing unusual. He then greeted us, saying he was going to the restroom, and quietly slipped away to a corner where no one was around. When he returned, the showdown on stage had reached a fever pitch. Alan's dough was ready, rolled out into thin sheets, and then he pulled out a slicing knife from his knife box. Let me tell you, his knife skills were simply out of this world. In a flash, the dough transformed into perfectly uniform noodles, so fast that even the after images were unclear. The judges stood up, dumbfounded. Boom! With a gong sound, time was up. Alva served his dish first, and the judges praised it endlessly, a proud smile appearing on his face. Then, Alan's noodles were served. It was simple, a cold buckwheat noodle served in a small bowl of dipping sauce with a bit of wasabi. The judges picked up a chopstick, dipped in the sauce, and slurped it into their mouths. The next moment, all the judges' eyes lit up. Their expressions were as if their souls had left their bodies, completely immersed in the deliciousness. The result was without suspense. A judge stood up and solemnly announced, in this showdown, Alan wins. Impossible. He cheated. Alva, refusing to acknowledge his loss, threw a tantrum on the spot, his face red and neck thick. At that moment, I thought, dude, are you acting like yourself? This line is practically your signature line from back in the day. Before he could finish, several staff members in suits directly came on stage and dragged him away like a dead dog. The host immediately announced, we just received news that Sir Hawkins' investigation found that Alva indeed used improper means to win back then, and he has now been stripped of his gold sign and expelled from the island. Wow. It turned out to be the big boss Hawkins on the island taking action, sweeping it all away in one go. Alan looked up at the sky and softly said, Father, I did it. We hurried over to congratulate him, and Yamato was already shouting that he wanted to eat soba noodles. At that moment, Noel, with a serious expression, said to Alan. I've encountered an emergency situation here and may need to leave immediately. What have you decided? We were all stunned. What emergency situation is this? Noel nodded. I'll explain later. We must set sail immediately. Alan looked at the island, then at us and smiled. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Wow, we're having buckwheat noodles. But he instantly threw everything else out of his mind. As we were about to leave, Hawkins' steward came to invite us to the celebration dinner that evening. Noel could only scratch his head awkwardly and say he had urgent matters to attend to. The steward was very enthusiastic and asked if we needed help gathering supplies. Sigh, it made us feel quite embarrassed. When we got back on the ship, the younger crew members were already prepared and we set sail immediately. Yamato lay on the ship's railing like a salted fish, looking utterly despondent. Why are we leaving in such a hurry? I wanted to attend the banquet. Noel could only come up with a casual excuse. The Navy fleet is on its way here. We can't trouble Hawkins. Upon hearing this, Yamato immediately believed him. Then let's hurry. She pointed at the nautical chart and asked, where are we going now? Noel pretended to examine the chart, pointing to an island called Kaido, saying, there's an interesting person on this island. Let's go take a look. Interesting? Yamato's radar instantly activated. All her worries vanished, and she started bouncing around again, dragging Alan all over the ship, insisting on eating soba noodles right now. Elvis walked over to Noel and quietly asked, are you in trouble? He wasn't as easily fooled as Yamato. Noel just shook his head, gazing out at the sea, saying, it's nothing, just thinking of some unpleasant things. Don't worry, no matter what happens, we will always be your strongest support. I tell you, just thinking about this makes me angry. This world government is simply a bunch of old fools, forcing a passionate Navy to withdraw and then making them bear the blame of being a traitor. What kind of nonsense is this? I finally understand what Aokiji meant when he told me to look at the world from a different perspective. It turns out he was just telling me that this world has long been rotten to the core. I suddenly don't want to be a slacker anymore. But I don't know what to do. Sigh. In the end, it all comes down to having enough strength. Just look at Shanks, a pirate, who can swagger into Mariewa and have tea and chat with the five elders. It's all because he's strong enough with enough clout. Strength, that's the real hard currency. Just as I was pondering this, Yamato called me from the kitchen. Noel, the noodles are ready. Time to eat. Coming, I replied and quickly pushed those worries aside. But worries don't just disappear on their own. Let me tell you, while we were eating noodles, the Navy was already in a frenzy. A huge fleet, dark and imposing, was heading straight towards our West Sea. Wow, with such a spectacle, countless eyes on the sea were watching. Who's leading them? It's Vice Admirals Ghost Spider and Doberman. Ghost Spider's face looks like someone owes him 8 million, cold as ice. He picked up the Den Mushi and directly called to Kaido. Report, Admiral. We've crossed the doldrums and will arrive at Kagol in 5 days. On the other end of the line, Akainu's deep voice sounded like it came from hell. We absolutely cannot let Gu Chen escape. After hanging up, he pulled his hat low, grinning sinisterly. Oomph. I've invested quite a bit to reel in this big fish. Great, these guys are coming for Gu Chen. We're almost at Calgary here. This island, let me tell you, is quite eerie. As soon as you step onto the island, it's so gloomy, with tombstones everywhere, densely packed, like a mass grave. Legend has it that there's a gravekeeper on this island. Anyone who dares to touch a tombstone will find a corpse hanging at the town's entrance the next day. Over time, this has created a strange kind of peace here. When Yamato heard this story, his eyes lit up. Wow, that gravekeeper is so cool. Guarding so many graves by himself? What perseverance. Elvis looked at Gu Chen's old wanted poster, his gaze sticking to the sword at his waist, a swordsman spotting another swordsman, and the hormones just surged. He asked me, was this guy also in the Navy before? Yes, I nodded. When I was still a rookie, he was already a prominent figure in the headquarters. Then we lost contact and thought he was dead, but it turns out he came here to be a gravekeeper. Yamato, this guy with a reflex arc that could circle the earth 3 times, finally thought to ask, by the way, Noel, why did you leave the Navy back then? Who understands family matters? We've been together for almost 2 years, and she only asks now. I couldn't hold back and punch her on the head. Enough with the nonsense. I just couldn't stand certain people's style. Is that okay? Yamato covered the bump on his head, looking aggrieved, and even Renee, who was reading a medical book nearby, laughed out loud. As the ship docked, the horror movie atmosphere intensified with jungles and tombstones, making Renee so scared that she got goosebumps. And what about Yamato? Completely carefree, excited with sparkling eyes, shouting, Alan, prepare me a lunchbox. I'm going on an adventure. I was really at my wit's end. So I had to remind Yamato repeatedly, you mustn't touch the gravestones on the island. Then I turned to Elvis and the others and said, you guys, keep an eye on her. and make sure she doesn't cause any trouble. I'm in town to gather some information. That old man from the Warring States period is really something. He insisted on not making things clear, forcing me to find a tavern owner myself, and saying he would tell me everything. It felt like a secret meeting, and if someone didn't know better, they'd think I was going to get the treasure map of Lavdru. The small town only had 2 streets, and a rundown place called the Seagull Tavern was pretty easy to find. As soon as I walked in, I saw an owner who looked quite old, but had a sturdy build, wiping glasses. I casually ordered a drink and sat at the bar, not saying a word, just staring at him intently. He felt so uncomfortable under my gaze that he smiled awkwardly, looking worse than if he were crying, and finally couldn't hold back anymore. Leaning over to say, "What are you looking at?" I almost spat out my drink, completely caught off guard, and instinctively replied, "The king covers the earth, right?" The owner was completely dumbfounded, looking at me as if I were crazy. "What are you talking about?" Well, it seemed I was overthinking it. I quickly laughed it off. "Oh, it's nothing. I just heard there's a gravekeeper on the island, and I was curious. I told you just this one sentence." And the smile on the boss's face instantly turned polite and distant. He waved his hand and said, "Ah ha ha, I'm just a tavern owner. How would I know about those things?" After saying that, he turned and left. Fine, got it. I finished my drink, stood up, and, as I passed by him, I made a sound as small as a mosquito and said 2 words, "Justice." His hand, which was wiping the glass, clearly paused for a moment. The signal was sent, and I went straight back to the ship. When I returned, there were only a few people watching the ship left. The group from Yamato had long disappeared. It was rare to have some peace, so I lay down in my room, waiting to talk later in the evening. On the other side, Yamato was running wild across the mountains with her crew. She led the way, and Alan was panting behind her. Elvis shouted from the back, "Hey, Yamato, slow down." Yamato turned around, and just as she did, her foot slipped, and she let out a loud cry as she fell into a big pit and disappeared. Elvis and the others were stunned. They ran over to take a look and found a deep hole covered by bushes with no bottom in sight. If they went back to tell Noel that Yamato fell into a pit, would he believe it? It seemed he really would. After all, it's Yamato. Anything could happen. As for our carefree young lady, after falling down, she was not scared at all and was instead incredibly excited. Below was a huge underground tunnel network. She took out a small torch, lit it, and began her underground adventure. She randomly chose a tunnel to walk into and discovered that it led to a small space with signs of habitation. Acting like a detective, she pretended to understand everything. Nodding earnestly, after wandering around for a while and feeling bored, she decided to climb up a passage. When she crawled out to the surface, her eyes were suddenly filled with light. A sea of colorful flowers stretched out before her, so beautiful it was unbelievable, and in the middle was a small wooden house. Wow, so beautiful! Yamato let out a loud cry and started parkouring through the flower field. Inside the wooden house, a handsome man with sharp brows, who had been resting with his eyes closed against a sword, suddenly opened his eyes. "Who is this? Who barges into my backyard in the middle of the night?" He stepped out of the wooden house and saw Yamato frolicking around, and his face darkened immediately. After all, who would feel good about a stranger trampling around in their garden? "Hey, who are you? How did you come out of the secret passage?" The man shouted angrily. Yamato stopped, tilted her head for a long time, and sincerely replied, I don't know why I came out of the secret passage either." The man's forehead was twitching, probably roaring in his heart. "You don't know how you got here? Is this person an idiot?" He was like a prickly electronic cactus, saying in an irritated tone, "This is my home. Get out." Yamato looked particularly aggrieved. "But I'm on an adventure. This is not a place for your adventures." The man finally couldn't hold back and shouted directly. Yamato, feeling dejected, started to walk out, but then she tripped over a branch and with a loud thud, her head hit a tree, causing her to see stars as she toppled over toward the tombstone. "Hey!" The man's rage erupted instantly, and he shouted loudly. "Oh no!" Yamato woke up just a second before crashing into the tombstone, but it was too late to dodge. With a crack, she knocked a corner off the tombstone. Just as she fell to the ground and hadn't gotten up yet, a blade came slicing towards her. Yamato's pupils constricted, and her armed color haki instantly covered her arms, crossing them in front of her. Clang! The man struck her arm with the back of his sword, and she was knocked back. Haki? He was also taken aback. It was rare to see someone with haki in the West Sea. Yamato stuck out her tongue, realizing she was in big trouble. Seeing that she had haki only fueled the man's excitement, and he charged at her again with his sword. I didn't mean it." Yamato, realizing her fault, shouted and turned to run. "Don't run." The man chased after her relentlessly. The two of them were running and jumping through the forest. Unable to catch up, the man began throwing slashing attacks, and it sounded like fireworks going off in the woods. Yet, Yamato seemed to have eyes on the back of her head and dodged all of them. She can sense observation, too. The man was completely dumbfounded. Where did this monster come from? Meanwhile, Yamato, while running, unexpectedly got hyped up. Her face filled with joy as she turned back and shouted at the man. Go for it. Crack. I could almost hear the sound of that guy's sanity breaking. He must be thinking, I'm trying to kill you, and you're cheering me on? Crazy. Just then, while searching for them, Elvis suddenly felt a sharp sword energy. He activated his observation haki and instantly locked onto the direction, disappearing from his spot in a flash. Over here, the man, losing patience, stopped. Yamato also stopped and asked with a puzzled expression, Aren't you playing anymore? Who the hell is playing with you? The man was so furious he was about to have a stroke. If you're not playing with me, then why are you chasing me? Yamato asked innocently. The man took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm and maintain his persona. No, he couldn't hold back. He roared, I'm the Gravekeeper. You idiot just broke the tombstone for God. All right. Yamato slapped her forehead, remembering, scratching her head apologetically. Haha, I'm really sorry. The man looked at her foolish face and felt his teeth ache. He didn't say a word and turned to leave. If he stayed any longer, he feared he would have to pick out a tombstone for himself in advance. But just as he turned around, his expression changed and whoosh. A figure fell from the sky, landing between the two of them. Ha ha ha, Elvis, you're here. Yamato waved happily. Elvis first confirmed that Yamato was okay before turning to the man, smiling slightly. You must be the Gravekeeper, Guchun. Our captain, Brady Noel, wants to see you. Upon hearing Noel's name, Guchun paused for a moment, then immediately showed a look of disdain. See me? That traitor to justice doesn't he deserve to see me? No way. Hey, Noel is not like that. Besides, you also left the Navy, right? Yamato became anxious at once. This statement hit Guchun where it hurt, and his face darkened. After a long silence, he coldly replied, Unless you defeat me, I won't meet him. You guy. Just as Yamato was about to make a move, she was stopped by Elvis. He calmly looked at Guchun, his hand resting on the sword hilt. You're a swordsman too, then let's settle this with swordsmanship. Guchun's eyes brightened. Oh, let's see then. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them unleashed their auras, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Yamato quickly retreated to the side, excitedly watching. A swordsman duel, how cool. The two faced off for just a few seconds, and Guchun began to sweat. Elvis was putting too much pressure on him. Gritting his teeth, he made the first move, shooting forward like an arrow, and slashed with his sword. Clang! Sparks flew. Elvis easily blocked it, his figure flashing to Guchun's side, slashing towards his neck. Guchun instantly disappeared, appearing in mid-air, using the door-opening technique. Phoenix cry. A fire phoenix swooped down. Elvis didn't retreat, but advanced, using the twin dragon attack technique. Two lightning dragons surged forward. With a loud boom, both of them were knocked back. Guchun was taken aback. His 8 gates sword technique, the door-opening technique, was the most powerful, yet it was easily blocked. He realized the opponent hadn't even used his full strength. Since he couldn't match in strength, he would compete in speed. Guchun's figure instantly transformed into several afterimages, attacking Elvis from all directions simultaneously. Elvis didn't even blink, drawing his sword again, and countless sword energies showered down like a meteor rain, instantly clearing all the afterimages. An illusory giant dragon roared behind him, and in the next second, he charged towards Guchun with immense thunderous momentum. Open the door, Thunderbreak. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, Guchun instead calmed down and nonchalantly swung his sword. The two figures crossed paths, and the giant dragon behind Elvis was forcefully cleaved in two. The 8 gates sword technique is indeed formidable. Elvis smiled, knowing that Guchun had only used 2 sword techniques and was already able to exchange blows with him. Guchun wiped the bloodstain on his cheek caused by the sword energy and said, Don't get me wrong, I only know these 2 for now. Oh really? Come again. Elvis, filled with fighting spirit, charged forward, and the two instantly became entangled in fierce combat, sword lights flickering, clashing with a resounding intensity. Just as they were caught up in the heat of battle, I returned to that tavern. A close sign hung at the door, but light still seeped from inside. I pushed the door open, and the owner came out from the back room. Upon seeing me, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally here, follow me. He led me to the back room, then ran out to lock the door before sitting down. He tossed me a bottle of wine, opened one for himself, took a hearty swig, and then dropped a bombshell. Brady Noel, I didn't expect the person sent by the Warring States Marshal to be you. I am Ferdinand. a former rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. I was stunned at the moment. Vice admiral? The owner of a small tavern in the West Sea is actually a former naval vice admiral? My mind raced. Ferdinand. I think I've heard that name before. He disappeared from the world after carrying out a mission many years ago. I stared at him, full of questions. Why is a dignified rear admiral like you here? When I asked him this, the corners of his mouth twisted into a bitter smile, his gaze drifting like a poor signal. He sighed and said, "What rear admiral? I'm no longer that. Now I'm just someone seeking redemption." I tell you, his expression was like he had just watched an emotional Korean drama with 800 episodes, looking utterly desolate. He then said, "Since the Warring States Marshal sent you, he must have told you everything, right? Then I can rest assured." The look on his face, as if he could finally be free, left me puzzled. I quickly covered my head and said, Wait, stop. That old man from the Warring States didn't say anything. He just told me to find you, and said everything would be clear from here. Are you two playing a murder mystery game with me? Aside from knowing I have to take someone named Gu-chun, I don't know anything else." Goodness, Ferdinand was also taken aback. His expression as if he had discovered he had the script upside down, and his voice dropped an octave. "The Warring States Marshal actually wants me to tell you in person? Well, this story is quite long." He paused and asked me, "Before you came, you must have heard the rumors about this island, right?" I nodded, thinking that there were too many rumors, and the updates were faster than my phone app. Who had the time to investigate each one? But then his next sentence left me speechless. His smile was more tragic than a cry, and his voice trembled. "The rumors are true. Beneath all the gravestones on this island lie the previous residents of this island. Moreover, these graves didn't appear overnight. Gu-chun personally buried each and every one of them." My brows furrowed into a knot at that moment. Combining it with what he had said earlier about atonement, I had a rough idea in my mind, so I asked him, why? At that point, it was like opening Pandora's box. Let me tell you, this island, it used to be called nothing more than a regular small island before it became known as the Island of the Graveyard. But the noble on the island, he was completely lacking in sense. He lived too comfortably and wanted to find some excitement. One time he went to Chambord and witnessed the lawless demeanor of the celestial dragons. He was instantly captivated and returned home dreaming of becoming someone important. He started imitating the celestial dragons, capturing the commoners on his island to play with as slaves, and the more he played, the more addicted he became. Until one day, an opportunity arose. A real celestial dragon was coming to the West Sea for inspection. This noble thought, wouldn't this be a great chance to get on the good side? Even if he had to be a dog, at least he would be a dog of the celestial dragons. So he came up with a terrible idea and submitted his proposal, turned the entire island into a hunting ground, with the island's residents as the prey. Guess what? The celestial dragon heard this and immediately praised him, calling him a talent. Not long after, a nightmare descended, and the entire Kagol Island turned into a hellish purgatory. Ferdinand and Gu-chun were responsible for protecting the celestial dragons accompanying Navy at the time. They witnessed that hellish massacre firsthand. At this point, Ferdinand cradled his head in his hands, tears streaming down his face. His voice choked with emotion. "I want to stop it too, but if I made a move, all my brothers, including Gu-chun, would die. I couldn't do it." I listened, my eyes turning cold as I confronted him directly. "It's not that you can't, it's that you dare not. Yes, you just don't dare. As a Navy officer, watching the public being slaughtered, what kind of justice is that? Either your justice isn't strong enough, or you simply have none at all." Ferdinand turned pale from my confrontation, and with a bitter smile, he admitted, "Yes, I'm a coward, but Gu-chun is not. He tried several times to rush onto the island to save people, but I personally stopped him every time. After the tragedy ended, the celestial dragons just walked away. That pitiful yet detestable noble thought he could rise to greatness. But the celestial dragons got bored and threw him away like garbage. Gu-chun was the first to rush onto the island, without saying a word. He raised his knife and chopped that noble down. Then this tough guy broke down. He knelt among the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, howling like a beast. But not a single tear fell. For 3 days and nights, he neither ate nor drank, like a living dead. After 3 days, he woke up, silently took off his Navy uniform, and began to bury all the bodies on the island alone. Later, more and more Navy officers also took off their uniforms and joined in. That hellish scene drove countless Navy officers to mental breakdown, with some even committing suicide on the spot. When the Navy headquarters ordered them to return, Ferdinand found Gu-chun, who simply said one thing: "I won't be part of this Navy anymore. You all can leave." His sense of justice shattered. He only wanted to stay here, to be a gravekeeper, to atone for his own incompetence. I heard this and coldly asked him, "Since he stayed, Why did you come back? Ferdinand laughed, even more miserably. I also came to atone. After our ship returned, most of the crew suffered from severe PTSD, and every time they closed their eyes, they saw the faces of the public questioning them before their death. The warring states marshal had a huge argument with the 5 elders over this matter. But in the end, it also came to nothing. Ultimately, Ferdinand could no longer withstand the inner condemnation and left the navy, returning to this island to open a small tavern, atoning while watching Guchun. This shocking scandal was tightly covered up by the higher-ups. Guchun was wanted for killing a noble, but within the navy, it was always suppressed, and no one came to trouble him. But the problem lies here. Ferdinand looked at me. Besides the higher-ups, the people below don't know the truth. After you left the navy, causing a stir, the hawkish warmongers in the navy are now like rabid dogs, biting everywhere. They believe that someone like Guchun, a traitor, is a disgrace to the navy and must be eliminated. I understood immediately. So, you want me to take Guchun away before the navy intervenes? That's right. Ferdinand looked relieved. Once this was done, I would be at ease. Just as he finished speaking, we both felt 2 bursts of soaring sword intent erupting in the forest. One of them was familiar to me. It was Elvis's. Oh no, they started fighting. We exchanged glances and dashed into the woods. By the time we arrived, Guchun was already panting heavily, clearly exhausted, while Elvis stood there as if nothing was happening. If it weren't purely a contest of swordsmanship, Guchun would have been down long ago. So strong. Guchun took a breath and charged again, his blade flashing like a whirlwind, sparks flying everywhere. Elvis seemed like a sparring partner, easily parrying his strikes. Suddenly, Guchun kicked Elvis in the stomach, sending him flying. Elvis steadied himself and grinned. Not bad. But Guchun knew he couldn't actually hurt him. The gap in their strength was too great. And after years of shattered mental state, Guchun's power had stagnated. He was no longer the genius he once was. If you won't come, then I will. Elvis slowly assumed Iado's stance. Iado, Aurora flash. A flash of light shot by absurdly fast. By the time I reacted, Elvis had already sheathed his sword. With a crack, a huge gash opened up on Guchun's chest, and he swayed, nearly collapsing, relying on sheer willpower to hold himself up. His chest was heaving like a broken bellows, his face twisted in pain, but he still raised his sword and shouted, "Come again." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Elvis's eyes as he resumed his stance. Guchun entered a state of tranquility, his gaze fixed on his opponent, searching for a flaw. 8 gates, sword technique, injury gate, autumn winds sorrow, a flaw. Guchun seized a moment, transforming into a beam of sword light and charging forward. Bang! The 2 beams of sword light crossed again, and Guchun received another wound on his chest, the 2 cuts forming an X. Though it looked terrifying, Elvis was careful, only inflicting superficial wounds. Just when Elvis was about to end the spar, Guchun surprisingly raised his sword again. He wanted to keep fighting. At the moment they were about to clash for the 3rd time, I dashed between them, my hands enveloped in armament hockey, and with a clang, I firmly pressed their swords down. Stop. As soon as I arrived, Elvis put away his knife, and Guchun couldn't hold on any longer, sitting down on the ground. I turned my head and asked Elvis, "What's going on between you two? Why did you get into a fight?" Elvis glanced at the guilty-looking Yamato next to him and explained the situation. As soon as I heard it, my blood pressure shot up. "Yamato, it really was you who caused the trouble. Can't you let me have one peaceful day?" I knew it. This must have something to do with her. Before going to the island, I repeatedly warned her not to cause trouble. But in the end, it was her reckless exploration that led to this conflict. I originally intended to take Guchun directly onto the boat, but now, after he got stabbed twice, how can I even face him? They also knew she was in the wrong and whispered I didn't mean to. "I'll deal with you when we get back." I shot her a fierce glare. Given Guchun's current state, it wasn't suitable to talk. After Renee finished treating him and sent him back to his place, we returned to the ship. What should have been a simple matter was all messed up by Uday. I was extremely frustrated and recounted the story Ferdinand told us to everyone again. Bang! Dea slammed her fist on the table and shouted, "Where's that celestial dragon? I want to kill him." The others also looked very displeased. I sighed and said, "Let's wait until Guchun is healed." So, we temporarily stayed on the island. Meanwhile, a pirate ship was aggressively heading this way. 3 days later, Guchun was almost healed, and I visited him again. I knocked on the door twice, and he opened it, seeming not at all surprised by my visit. I smiled and scratched my head, trying to make small talk first. "How's your injury recovering?" But he didn't engage at all and directly asked, "What do you want from me?" "Fine, straightforward. I won't beat around the bush. Guchun, come on my ship. It's a pity for you to stay here." He sneered, Do you think that because I've left the Navy, I'm just like you, a pirate? His gaze was icy, clearly showing his disdain for me. In his eyes, I was nothing but scum who betrayed justice. I'm a bit helpless. It seems I can only resort to the method of empathy. I walked directly into the room, found a chair to sit down, and beckoned him, saying, "Come on, sit down and chat. Don't be polite." He twitched his lips, probably thinking that if he could take me on, he would have already struck me with a knife. In the end, he still closed the door and sat on the bed. You also know that I came from the Navy, and my expression instantly became somber as I began to brew my emotions. But you might not know why I left. I controlled my expressions while recounting the tumultuous events that happened at Fort Sack, shifting from heaviness to anger and then to disappointment. My emotions brewed to the point where even the Oscars would have to send me a little golden statuette. Gu-chun, who had been indifferent at first, gradually became incensed, and in the end, there was even a spark of resonance in his eyes. I thought to myself, this is promising. It was time to add a powerful touch. Bang! I slammed the table, ready to elevate the theme. Boom! At that moment, a loud bang echoed from outside. It was the sound of cannon fire. Damn, who is it? My mentality has collapsed. Family. Who understands? We're just one step away. Who's causing trouble? I close my eyes, and the aura of the color dominates the whole island in an instant. A pirate ship has already docked. Without saying a word, Gu-chun grabbed his knife and rushed out, and I could only follow. When we arrived at the town, the sight made Gu-chun's emotions explode in an instant. The pirates were burning, killing, and looting, and the whole town looked like hell on earth. This scene was exactly the same as what he experienced many years ago. I watched as Gu-chun's eyes turned red in an instant. The killing intent was overwhelming. He moved down the street like a ghost, and two oblivious pirates approached to provoke him. In a flash of sword light, they were directly cut in half. Enemies. The pirates howled and surrounded us from all directions. But they completely underestimated Gu-chun's strength. I saw him grip the sword hilt with his right hand, and countless flashes of sword light erupted, maiming door, slaughtering battle. In an instant, all the surrounding pirates were cut down. At this moment, our main force also arrived. I looked at the grim scene, and my voice turned cold. Let's clear out these scoundrels first. I directly cast a thunder from the heavens, and wow, it was like the sky was raining thunder. A large number of pirates were directly wiped out, and Yamato and the others followed up to deliver the finishing blows. Who are these people? The pirate captain stared at this scene with his eyes nearly popping out. I deliberately left the captain to Gu-chun, knowing that he needed an outlet for his emotions right now. Gu-chun understood my intention and silently walked up to the captain. The captain was so scared that his legs went weak, and he raised his hand to shoot. Gu-chun easily dodged, their figures intertwining. With a swift move, the captain was cut in half. Just then, it started to rain, extinguishing the flames in the town. Soaked to the bone, Gu-chun stood still in place while the surviving residents were rescued by Da and the others. After a long time, Gu-chun's somewhat hoarse voice came through. "Thank you." I smiled and said nothing, just looked up at the sky. The next day, the rain stopped. The merchants in the town were scared out of their wits and hurried to pack their things, preparing to leave this place of trouble. I came to Gu-chun's place again. Before I could knock on the door, he opened it himself. "Oh, it seems like he's had a good rest." I raised my hand to greet him, asking if he had thought about it since everyone on the island was leaving and whether he wanted to come with us. After what happened yesterday, his attitude toward me had improved a lot, and there was even a hint of smile on his face. But what he said next left me speechless. Whether they leave or not doesn't matter. I will stay here. I was helpless at that moment. I realized that the group of pirates yesterday not only didn't scare him away, but instead had completely crushed his heart as a gravekeeper. As soon as he opened his mouth, he almost sent me away. He looked at Noel with a pained expression and said that besides atoning for his sins here, he couldn't think of anything else to do. Justice actually wasn't that important. Who understands family? The sense of despair was overwhelming. He said that he used to think justice meant fighting pirates, but later he discovered that those scumbags, the celestial dragons, committed such great sins, and their punishment was just to go home early. This completely bewildered him, and his entire belief system crashed. He said he now felt like a lost waste of space. What was the point of going out to sea? To be a dog for the celestial dragons? He might as well die here to give an explanation to those from back then. I could see that Noel's face had turned dark, with veins popping out. He came up and said, "Once a person is dead, they cannot come back to life. You can't blame yourself for that." Gu-chun stubbornly retorted, "They can't come back to life, but the living can do something for them." Noel was directly amused by his anger. "Do what? Guard this pile of broken stones? That's just self-deception. Do they need you to atone for their sins? Have you asked them?" Goodness, that one sentence completely blew Guchen's top. He shouted excitedly. Then what do you want me to do? Go back and be a dog for the celestial dragons? Bastard. After shouting, he deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped there, saying, you all go ahead. I'm just a pathetic worm that should have died long ago. I tell you, Noel really doesn't want to waste any more words with him. The next second, boom, a lightning bolt struck directly from the sky. It hit a nearby tombstone squarely, smashing it to pieces on the spot. Guchen's eyes instantly turned red, as if he wanted to eat someone. Bastard, what the hell are you doing? Seeing that reasoning was useless, Noel directly resorted to physical means, focusing on a physical exorcism. He completely ignored Guchen, and the sky was raining down lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Bolt after bolt of lightning struck down, turning that area of tombstones into ruins in an instant. Damn it! Guchen was dumbfounded. He never expected Noel to pull such a stunt. He immediately drew his sword, executing a move called Phoenix Cry Spreading Wings, and a circular slash flew towards Noel. What was the result? Let me tell you, the scene was utterly awkward. Noel's arm glowed with armed color hockey. He stretched out a hand, and with a gentle squeeze, that magnificent slash shattered with a ding, not even making sound. The gap in strength was simply vast. Guchen still wanted to attack, but at that moment, Yamato and the others ran over, with Yamato anxiously shouting, Noel, what are you doing? But Noel didn't even turn his head and directly gave the order. Yamato, Elvis, you guys smash all the tombstones on the island. Leave none, and stop that Ferdinand while you're at it. Yamato wanted to say, but Noel glared, roaring, go now. With that aura, who dared to disobey? Yamato hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and thought, fine, smash. She realized that Noel must have his reasons for doing this. Elvis, being even more perceptive, glanced deeply at Noel, and without another word, turned and unleashed a sword aura, causing another tombstone to vanish. Guchen was going crazy behind them, yelling for everyone to come back, but he was blocked by Noel, and even he couldn't move Noel, so how could he care about others? The island was booming and clouds of dust were rising. Guchen was frantically slashing at Noel, using every technique he had. But what was the result? He couldn't even leave a white mark on Noel. After slashing for a long time, he was the first to get exhausted, propping himself up with his sword and gasping for breath. What? What do you really want? Only then did Noel coldly speak. Since reasoning doesn't work, I'll destroy all your hopes. Let's see what you have left to guard over these tombs. Why? Why must you destroy them? Guchen was nearly in tears from anger. Noel finally erupted, roaring at him. If these tombstones are your shackles, then I'll personally smash them today. Wake up, Guchen. Stop living in the past. If you still have a shred of justice in your heart, go save those who are still alive, instead of wallowing in self-pity over a pile of dead people. I tell you, this statement hit Guchen like a thunderbolt, striking him right on the forehead. He was stunned on the spot, and then 2 streams of tears flowed down his face, ultimately leading him to kneel on the ground, holding his head and crying out loud. After crying for a long time, once the sobbing stopped, he fell straight back and fainted. Noel looked at the fallen Guchen and finally smiled slightly. I tell you, this move of his was really risky. If it hadn't worked, these two would have become deadly enemies. But he gambled right. All that talk about beliefs collapsing was just idle talk. Just smash the shackles and it's done. When everyone finished smashing the tombstone and returned, even Alan was panting while holding a hammer. That old man Ferdinand walked over, deeply bowed to Noel, and said, Thank you. Lord Noel, I leave Guchen in your hands. Noel sidestepped and said, Get ready. Once Guchen wakes up, we'll set off. As we were preparing to set sail, on the other side, the Navy had already approached. A brother on the lookout tower suddenly shouted that he had spotted the 100 Beast pirate group's ship. Who was leading it? Vice Admirals Ghost Spider and Doberman. As soon as they saw us, they immediately called Akainu to report. Upon hearing this, Akainu frowned. He of course knew that Noel was an undercover agent arranged by Sengoku and was aware of Guchen's situation. He was clear in his mind that Sengoku was trying to rescue someone. But what kind of persona did he have? An absolutely righteous, iron-blooded tough guy. So he had to maintain appearances. Otherwise, how would his subordinates see him? Thus, he coldly said into the transponder snail, You two keep an eye on them. I'm heading over right now. After hanging up, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Akainu's mouth. He had originally come out to fish for a big catch. But since the fish didn't bite, he might as well use Noel to practice a bit, which could also be considered a trial education for the future pillars of the Navy. On our side, the ship had only just set sail when we noticed 2 warships following closely behind. Yamato foolishly asked, Noel, why aren't they attacking us? Why do they just keep following? Noel replied, they're probably waiting for reinforcements. After Gu-chun woke up, he looked guilty and said he had dragged us into this. Noel interrupted him directly, saying, once you're on the same ship, you're partners. Don't say those useless things. After that, he went back to the cabin. As soon as he entered the room, Noel immediately took out a phone bug and called Sengoku. He lowered his voice and asked, old man, I brought Gu-chun with me. But there are 2 warships following us. Who are they waiting for? On the other end of the line, Sengoku was silent for a long time, then replied in an uncertain tone, the ones following you should be Gecko Moria and Don Quixote Doflamingo. They are probably waiting for Sakazuki. I told you, when I heard that name, my mind went blank and exploded. Noel was also stunned, shaking his head and asking the phone bug, who are you talking about? I didn't catch that. Sengoku repeated, reinforcements, it should be Sakazuki. That's it, we're done for. Akainu. The Marine Admiral Akainu has come in person. Noel's mindset completely collapsed on the spot, and he almost shouted, no way, no way. Is the Navy so idle now? They need to dispatch an admiral to capture a former Navy rear admiral. Sengoku also fell helpless, saying that Akainu might just be passing by and making a show of it. What kind of show is that? That's Akainu. He really goes all out. Noel hung up the phone, sighed deeply, feeling that Sengoku had really put him in a terrible position. If we can't escape, then it's game over. During dinner that night, Noel didn't say a word to avoid affecting morale. Everyone saw his calm face and thought everything was fine. Noel took a few bites of food and directly announced, we're heading straight to the Grand Line, no more staying in the West Sea. Elvis asked, what about the Navy behind us? Noel smiled and pretended to be carefree. If we can't shake them off, then let's wait for their reinforcements to arrive and take them out together. Oh, a big fight. Yamato got excited upon hearing this, cheering while holding his spiked bat. Only I knew that Noel was panicking inside, but he had to say this to boost everyone's morale. The next day, while we were sailing, the warship behind us suddenly opened fire. Shells were raining down around our ship. Noel smacked his lips and cursed. He knew this meant Akainu had arrived nearby and was forcing us to stop. We couldn't escape anymore. Noel looked at the sea chart and decisively ordered us to head to the uninhabited island to the northeast. Since they wouldn't let us leave, let's confront them there. The ship turned its bow, and we charged toward the uninhabited island. Soon, a massive warship appeared on the horizon, and that insignia was unmistakable. Elvis put down the binoculars, sweat all over his forehead. Noel, that magma. It can't be him, right? Noel's expression turned heavy as he nodded, then scanned the crowd of puzzled faces and said emphatically, Marine Admiral, Akainu. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire deck went silent. Yamato and Renee screamed in shock. Nanny, Marine Admiral? Renee was nearly in tears. Why is a Marine Admiral here? Noel forced a bitter smile. I don't know either. I guess. It's just a coincidence. Only the kid named Alan next to him looked confused. He knew the Marine Admirals were powerful, but had no idea how heavy the name Akainu really was. I tell you, that weight is so heavy that we have to immediately hold a new war meeting right here. I made the decision right then and there. I said, Akainu, I'll hold him off. You guys take care of the rest of the Marines and look for a chance to escape. My buddy Elvis turned pale at that moment and said, Bro, that's Akainu. Can you handle him alone? Of course, I knew I couldn't. But I backed down at that point. I had to force a smile and said, Don't worry. Holding him off for a bit won't be a big deal. Man, I was practically bursting with bravado inside. Defeating Akainu? What a joke. Surviving under his attack for 10 minutes would be a success. But there was no way I could show weakness. Morale had to stay high. Yamato picked up the kanabo and shouted that he wanted to cause a ruckus. And Gu-chun and the others resolved not to hold back. Who understands this feeling? Family? In that kind of atmosphere, even if you didn't want to, you had to step up. I turned and walked away, directly using my observation hockey to lock onto Akainu's blazing and domineering presence. Once I found his location, without saying a word, I transformed into my 4-meter-tall bear human form and unleashed a thunderous roar. And guess what happened? That old guy didn't T-dodge or evade. And I shot right through him, turning him into a puddle of magma in the next second. I was startled and elementalized. Just as I jumped away, his magma fist smashed down right where I had just stood, melting the ground. The surrounding Navy instantly noticed me and were about to surround me. But Akainu waved his hand, telling them to pursue others, and said he would handle me. Once everyone left, this old man spoke up, and I almost threw my back out. He actually smiled. He said, Brady Noel, long time no see. I was stunned at that moment, my mouth twitching uncontrollably. I said, Big guy, why are you catching me instead of going after the 4 emperors? As soon as he spoke, the heavy stone in my heart was lifted. I knew I wasn't going to die today. Then he said, that wasn't he already catching pirates? He also mentioned he wanted to test my growth. And if I didn't meet the requirements, he would really kill us all. Wow. So you came all the way here just to give me a midterm exam? All right then. Let us do it. I immediately activated my thunder armor, with electric sparks crackling all over my body, and charged forward with a thunder strike. Lightning flashed right in my face. And what happened? Their molten fist came up, and with their haki activated, they easily blocked it. They even coldly mocked me, saying that if this is all I could do, then I might as well die here today. I was furious at that moment. You could take the exam, but why resort to personal attacks? He unleashed a move called Canine Tooth Red Lotus, and a massive lava dog head lunged at me with its mouth wide open. I quickly stepped back and blasted it away with a breath attack. But that thing dispersed and could reassemble. It was never-ending. I had no choice but to bring my hands together and clash with the Six King Spear. Bear Cannon. With a loud bang, I used the explosion shockwave to retreat. But then I felt something was off beneath my feet. Akainu slammed his fist into the ground and shouted, "Lava explosion!" The next second, the ground beneath me exploded. Countless pillars of magma shot up into the sky, and the intense heat and shockwave instantly engulfed me. If I hadn't reacted quickly and covered myself in haki, I would have been cooked half done by now. I jumped back awkwardly, my body completely blackened and burning, gritting my teeth in pain. Akainu was still there, making sarcastic remarks. Can't handle it? I'm so disappointed. This is just the beginning. I refused to back down verbally, gathering strength in my feet, and charged up again like lightning. With a move called Thunderous Wave, countless lightning-infused punches crashed forward like waves. And the result? He activated his observation haki, standing still without moving, and all my punches passed right through his elementalized body. Does anyone understand? The natural type is just that tricky. Physical attacks are directly immune. Fine, you're immune to physical attacks, huh? Then I'll hit you with magic. Heavenly Thunder. I directly summoned lightning from the sky to strike down on his head. Finally, he moved, leaving behind a lava shell in place and instantly appearing at my side, launching a massive lava shockwave at me. The punch created a wind that distorted the air, carving a trench of magma into the ground. I could only cross my fists and brace myself to take the hit with Thunderbear. After a few exchanges, I was already feeling disheartened. I had to give my all to block each of his attacks, and at this rate, I would eventually be worn out. The little pride I had from defeating Cronin was completely wiped away by Akainu's punches. But I understood at that moment that going toe-to-toe with him was a death sentence. I had to play dirty. I pretended to launch a fierce attack, using successive thunderous ceiling moves, with punches raining down like rain. But each punch carried a hint of paralyzing lightning that quietly drilled into his body, accumulating continuously. Finally, at the moment, he blasted me away with another big fire attack. I seized the opportunity. I was smoking from the hits, pretending to be furious to the extreme, and charged down from the sky with another thunderous ceiling. Just as he raised his hand to block and prepare to taunt me again, all my trump cards erupted at once. Conqueror's Haki. Black lightning instantly pressed down on the entire area. Even someone as strong as Akainu showed a momentary pause of 0.01 seconds. Now's my chance. All the lightning I had accumulated inside him detonated simultaneously at that moment. The overwhelming sensation of paralysis, combined with the pressure of Conqueror's Haki, made his figure falter again. Destruction of thunder. I poured all my strength, Conqueror's Haki, and momentum into this punch, launching a river of thunder towards his face. Boom! This hit landed solidly. Akainu was blasted away, crashing to the ground and turning into a puddle of lava. And the result? He stood up again from the lava, wiped the corner of his mouth, and even had the audacity to compliment me. That was a good hit. At that moment, my mentality completely broke. What the hell was I fighting for? He used armament haki to defend the instant he was hit, and while in midair, he elementalized to dissipate the force. My meticulously planned full power strike felt like just a scratch to him, while I was being treated as a sparring partner and questioning life. Yamato and the others had already started fighting. Elvis faced off against that spider demon with 8 knives, while Yamato blocked Doberman. The 4 of them were in a chaotic battle, with sword energy flying everywhere and the ground shaking. We had fewer people on our side, and soon, Guchun and the others were at a disadvantage, being pressed by the Marines. Seeing the situation turning dire, Yamato unleashed a Conqueror's Haki that cleared the entire field. Goodness, whether it was the Marine grunts or our own side's weaklings, they all fell unconscious, foaming at the mouth. That kid Alan also fell down alongside them. Now it was time to enter the high-stakes match. That spider demon was even more ruthless, hiding 6 knives and 2 guns in his hair, like an octopus, using life-risking maneuvers to make Elvis flustered. But Elvis was no pushover. He withstood the pressure and countered with a meteor flash, a giant dragon phantom crashing forward. Just as the spider demon was forced back, Yamato came in from the side with a successful surprise attack using thunderous trigrams, nearly knocking the spider demon's kidneys out. Doberman rushed over to support, and the scene turned into a chaotic 2-on-2 brawl. Just as the battle on the island was heating up, no one noticed a small boat quietly approaching the shore. A guy with a face that screamed, "I want revenge," and a gaze like he was about to eat someone muttered, "Akaino, didn't expect this. I'm here to kill you." Back on my side, my stamina was nearly depleted, and if this continued, I would really be done for. I gritted my teeth, looked up in good grief. Akainu's lava was steaming up the sky. Wasn't this my home ground? I summoned the heavenly thunder, raised my right hand high, and created a massive thunderstorm. Countless wind blades mixed with lightning rolled towards Akainu. I shouted at him, "Welcome the storm, Akainu." But this old man was even more outrageous. Not only was he unafraid, but he also added fuel to my storm. He punched the ground, creating a lava tornado, and the 2 storms began to merge. Does anyone understand? Is this the latest elemental fusion technique of 2025? This was completely out of control. The storm grew larger, almost spiraling out of control. I gritted my teeth and detonated. He detonated at the same time. Boom! The entire island shook 3 times, and a massive mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. Everyone on the island stopped, all dumbfounded. I, at the center of the explosion, was blown to the ground, feeling like my internal organs had shifted, nearly ready to eat dirt. Meanwhile, Akainu, also at the center, walked slowly to my side as if nothing had happened and casually said, "Not bad." I lay on the ground, too exhausted to even roll my eyes. The gap in this battle was so vast that it felt hopeless. Akainu looked at me and actually asked if I wanted to return to the Navy right now. What a joke. I had endured countless beatings from Kaido to be an undercover agent. Going back now would mean all that suffering was for nothing. I shook my head to refuse. Just then, Akainu's expression suddenly hardened, and he lowered his voice, saying, "Someone's coming." We exchanged a glance and understood instantly. The performance began. He pretended to unleash a powerful move, the meteor volcano, with countless lava fists raining down from the sky. I dodged and hid, quietly moving towards that person. Finally, he seized the opportunity and unleashed a big fire blast at my hiding spot. I used a lightning release technique to instantly evade, and his fist just happened to blast out the hidden guy. Akainu shouted angrily, "Who is it?" I also turned my head to take a closer look and realized that I didn't recognize the guy in front of me at all. As a result, Akainu suddenly jumped up like he had seen a ghost and blurted out a name. "Jeffrey Simon?" My heart skipped a beat. "Simon? Who is that?" I've never heard of him. But looking at Akainu's expression, let me tell you, things are definitely not simple. Goodness. It turns out Akainu didn't come out here for patrol at all. He specifically came to catch this big fish named Simon. In the end, he didn't catch anything and was ready to call a day. Who would have thought that this guy would deliver himself right to the door? When Simon realized he was exposed, he simply stopped pretending. His gaze was like a knife, staring intently at Akainu, filled with hatred. I later found out that this guy used to be quite a tough character, skilled in martial arts, but when he ran into Akainu, who was still a vice admiral at the time, he was completely wiped out, and his entire fleet was destroyed. He was the only one who escaped. After all these years, he must have been hiding in some mountain ravine, training in seclusion, and now that he thinks he's capable again, he stealthily followed Akainu, looking for a chance to take revenge. Who understands? His original plan was to wait for the perfect moment to launch a sneak attack. But he was unexpectedly shaken out by the aftermath of my battle with Akainu. He had no idea that I was on Akainu's side. He thought I was his unexpected ally. So he turned around and shouted at me, "Kid, you can't take him on alone. Let's team up and take Akainu's head today." At that moment, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, thinking, what on earth? Dude, are you being a bit too presumptuous? We're here having a friendly exchange as Navy personnel, and you, a big pirate, jump in to stir things up and expect me to join your crew? This move, I can only say, is like your own pig voluntarily running to the slaughterhouse door. I looked at his sincere expression, trying to hold back a laugh, and casually replied, "Oh, okay." Akainu also found it amusing, probably thinking to himself, "You don't take the road to heaven, but you break into hell without a door. You were hiding, and I couldn't be bothered to find you, but now that you've come to me, don't blame me." The next moment, Akainu unleashed a massive fire attack. a huge molten lava fist with a long tail of flames rushing forward. That Simon indeed had some skills. He was incredibly agile, jumping up to evade and countering with a side kick wrapped in armament haki aimed at Akainu. The two of them clashed instantly, magma flying everywhere, and the wind from their punches howling, creating an intense scene. While they were fighting, Simon suddenly remembered and turned around, noticing that I was still standing there like a wooden post watching the show. He got anxious and yelled at me, "Hey, what the hell are you doing just standing there? What can I do? I'm suffering too. What kind of situation is this?" But since the play has come to this point, I have to at least give it a try. I sighed, pushed off the ground, and charged forward with lightning coursing through my body, launching a move towards Akainu called Raging Foot. Thunderbird. 2 lightning-shaped slashes whistled out, but Akainu easily blocked them with a wave of his hand. My attack didn't hurt Akainu, but scared Simon next to me so much that he jumped 3 feet in the air, stepping back in fear and looking at me with a terrified expression. "Who are you? Why do you know the Marine 6 styles?" I really can't believe it, helplessly scratching my head. "Uncle, where did you crawl out from? My past as a Navy member is hardly news anymore, right? Once? Were you a naval traitor?" His brows furrowed even tighter. I thought to myself, the word traitor is really unpleasant, but looking at him, it seems he actually believed it. No wonder. Even I couldn't recognize my handsome face. He's probably been isolated for too long. Now that his strength has increased a bit, he feels invincible and can't wait to jump out and make a big move. He even wants to kill Akainu, just based on him. I just took a glance, and while this guy's strength is decent, it's really not enough in front of Akainu. He seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, probably convincing himself, and then he yelled and charged at Akainu. As for me, I was just casually hanging around with the Thunderbird, half-heartedly shouting, "Uncle, I'm injured, I'll assist you." Even though I was slacking off, Simon still felt a lot less pressure and suddenly became full of confidence, laughing wildly. "Akainu, I'm taking your doghead today." Akainu's face darkened at that moment, thinking, "Are you joking?" He immediately unleashed his full firepower with a move called Dogbite Red Lotus, and the massive, molten lava dog head lunged forward with its gaping maw. Just when I thought this guy was done for, a strange scene occurred. With a crisp sound, his entire body suddenly turned iron gray, and he managed to withstand the blow. I squinted my eyes. Something was off. This is not hockey. This is a devil fruit user? As expected, Simon stood up, his body sharp-edged, laughing maniacally. Akainu, didn't see this coming, did you? To kill you. I've finally found a fruit that isn't afraid of your magma. The steel fruit. As soon as I heard it, steel fruit? Why does that name sound so familiar? I clapped my right hand against my left palm and remembered. Isn't that the lower-tier substitute for the metallic fruit that the pirate I caught on Tislona Island ate? It's simply the beggar version of a beggar version. Akainu also looked disdainful, thinking that just by eating a fruit one could become invincible. He directly summoned a wave of molten lava hot wind, causing the temperature of the entire battlefield to soar instantly. And then he coated his fist with haki, engaging in a hard-hitting brawl with Simon. The sounds of their clashes were like hammering iron. To be honest, those two gods were fighting fiercely, making the sky dark and the heat giving me a headache. I saw that the Iron Fool could hold on for a while, so I thought, time to slip away and check on Yamato and the others. When I arrived at that battlefield, good grief, Gu-chun and the others were being pushed back by the Navy, and the situation was quite dire. Without saying a word, I descended like a muscular man, directly smashing into the Navy ranks with a 1,000 birds technique, and a massive electric net instantly covered the entire area, shocking them into disarray. As soon as I appeared, our morale skyrocketed, and the faces of the two generals, Ghost Spider and Doberman, turned green. They were probably puzzled about how Admiral Akainu had let me go. I smiled and explained to everyone, "It's fine, an old brother is holding off Akainu for us," so I took the opportunity to slip away. Now, the situation has instantly reversed. I directly joined the battle, cooperating with Yamato and the others, launching a fierce attack on the Spider and Doberman. They were originally handling it with ease, but as soon as I joined in, the pressure on them increased dramatically, and they couldn't withstand the 3 of us at all. I seized the opportunity and threw a small thunderstorm at them, temporarily blocking the 2 of them. Then I immediately turned around and shouted to Elvis and the others, "You all take everyone and retreat first. Go prepare on the ship. I'll hold them off." Elvis was decisive as well, pulling the reluctant Yamato away. When the Ghost Spider and the others broke through the storm, our main force had already vanished, leaving only me standing here, smiling and watching them. I said, "Sorry guys, but now your opponent is me." The 2 guys got anxious, knowing that if they let us go, it would be trouble. They rushed towards me like madmen. I didn't want to clash with them head-on, especially since I had just fought a Kainu and still had injuries. So, I relied on my bear form's tough skin and thick flesh, hitting while retreating, slowly moving towards the seaside to buy time for the main force to prepare. On the other side, the battle between Akainu and Simon had also reached a fever pitch. That old fox Akainu was being cunning. He turned the area into a giant oven, and the oxygen in the air was almost burned out. Simon was getting more and more out of breath, thinking he had kidney issues, completely unaware of where the problem lay. After fighting for half the day, he finally realized that his stamina was depleting at an outrageous rate. In contrast, Akainu looked as if nothing was wrong. Seeing Simon gasping for air, Akainu sneered and said the classic line, "I'm buying time, what are you waiting for?" Simon instantly lost his cool, his eyes turning red as he roared. "This is impossible." He went berserk, his body swelling several meters, transforming into a gigantic steel giant, ready to fight to the death. But what happened? After becoming bigger, he was an even larger target, a pure live target. Akainu unleashed a meteor volcano, with countless lava fists raining down like a storm, all hitting him. Taking advantage of Simon being dazed from the hits, Akainu delivered a red lotus bite directly to his face. With a crack, the proud steel defense shattered. What followed was a one-sided beating. Akainu relentlessly hammered at the crack, and eventually, Simon's massive body crashed to the ground, falling into the lava, unable to maintain his fruitability. Akainu walked over to him, looking down from above, and said, "Back then, I let you escape. Now, I'll send you to meet your subordinates." Simon knew he was done for, and with one last fierce remark, he voluntarily released his ability and was instantly engulfed by the lava. After dealing with Simon, Akainu didn't rush over to me. He knew exactly what he was doing and used this as an excuse to let me off the hook, just when the pressure was mounting on my side. Yamato ran back to support me, shouting, "Noel, the ship is ready." I suddenly felt invigorated, exchanged a glance with Yamato, and without saying a word, we both pounced on the already injured ghost spider, delivering a flurry of heavy blows to force open a gap. I stopped Yamato, who wanted to pursue, and said in a deep voice, "We should retreat, Akainu might come at any time." Upon hearing Akainu's name, Yamato also calmed down and nodded silently. I smiled at those two ghost spiders, and the meaning was obvious. "This is it? This is it? You still want to encircle me?" Then I grabbed Yamato, and with a quick move, we vanished without a trace. I tell you, the two guys from Ghost Spider turned pale, wanting to chase us but too scared to do so, only able to watch us run away, stomping their feet in frustration. When we got back on the ship, the brothers on board went wild. The cheers were so loud, they almost capsized the ship. Who understands, family? To escape from Akainu's grasp. This achievement is enough to brag about for a lifetime. At that moment, I stood at the bow of the ship, looking at these brothers who had fought for their lives, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride, and I waved my hand. "Boys, open the champagne. No, wait, set sail. Our target, the Grand Line." On the other side, that old man Akainu is also quite the actor. When he leisurely made his way back to his crew, Ghost Spider and the others came over like defeated roosters to report that we had escaped. And I guess what Kainu said? He said, "It's fine. The main target has already been taken care of." Goodness, if I had been there, I would have definitely applauded him. The way he found that excuse was simply an art form. The main target he mentioned was Simon, who he had already dealt with. Doberman wasn't convinced and asked, "What should I do now?" Akainu waved his hand and said, "The headquarters has a new mission. Just let me off the hook for now." Huh, let me tell you, he is just trying to save face. What growth testing? What's Simon stirring the pot? To put it bluntly, he can't catch up with us and can't bring himself to lose his old face. Anyway, once this matter reaches the Navy headquarters, it will definitely cause an uproar. My cheap grandpa Carp is probably eating donuts while laughing his head off. That old man Sengoku probably breathed a sigh of relief too. After all, it was him who sent me into this mess, and if I really fell, he wouldn't look good either. Granny Tsu, Kizuru, Aokiji, those old-timers. They probably know what's going on and are secretly delighted in the office. That Kizuru must be acting all sarcastic again, saying, "Oh dear, really strong like a monster." How scary, but not everyone is happy. Those ordinary Navy soldiers look as black as the bottom of a pot, feeling like I'm rubbing their faces in the dirt as a former Navy. Especially my old friend Smoker. I can imagine him with 2 cigars in his mouth, slamming his fist on the table in a tavern and cursing, "Noel, you little brat. One day I will catch you myself." Hilarious, with his level of strength. It would probably take him a lifetime to catch up to me now. The Navy started analyzing things internally, saying that on our ship, counting me, there are 2 Conqueror's Haki users, a great swordsman and a quasi-great swordsman. This configuration is practically the future's preparation for the 4 emperors. It must be nipped in the bud. Just listen to that evaluation. How accurate. Then, the main event came, the 5 old men of the world government, directly called Sengoku, and right off the bat, they gave him a good scolding, asking how he let such a big potential stock get away. Let me tell you, Sengoku is also short-tempered. He shot back right away. Isn't it your government-s pig teammates causing this? If it weren't for that idiot official, would the Navy lose its future pillar? Haha, I love watching dogs bite dogs. On the other end, they were choked and couldn't say a word for a long time, and finally, they could only drop a harsh remark, saying they would deal with that official and that Sengoku must handle me. Then they just hung up. After Sengoku hung up the phone, he probably felt a bit of relief and immediately summoned all the top brass for a meeting. I tell you, that conference room was like a vegetable market. The hawkish vice admirals, led by one called Dalmatia, were yelling that I seriously threatened the stability of the sea and must be eliminated at all costs. Meanwhile, the dovish ones, like the weasel, were much more rational, saying, "You want to hunt me down? Fine, but at least a general and 3 vice admirals need to be deployed, and that's not counting Kaido getting involved. If Kaido joins the fray, the whole world will be in chaos." The 2 sides were in impasse. In the end, it was Granny Tsuru who came out to control the situation. She cleared her throat and slowly said, "Let us set the matter of the hunt aside for now and first announce the latest bounty notice for Brady Noel and his crew." I tell you, when that number was announced, the whole place went silent. I, Brady Noel, have a bounty of 1.03 billion berries. Yamato has a bounty of 660 million. Elvis has a bounty of 610 million. Guchun has a bounty of 160 million. Renee has a bounty of 77 million. Even that useless Alan has a bounty of 20 million. Just the 6 of us together, our total bounty has reached 2.5 billion. What does that mean? Folks, we are now walking ATMs. That guy Dalmatia is more upset than ever, jumping out to shout about forming an expedition team. But Sengoku directly shut him down, saying that the generals have tasks lately, and this matter can be discussed later. It's just for show, to appease the people's hearts. Finally, with a wave of his hand, the meeting was adjourned. 3 days later, while we were resupplying on the last island of the West Sea, the newspaper arrived. Yamato, hearing the commotion, rushed over first, snatched the newspaper, and flipped out our bounty notice. "Wow, our bounty has increased." Her excited voice was heard all over the deck, showing off my bounty notice everywhere. "Wow, Noel, you're worth 1 billion berries. Of course, your man is valuable, right?" Seeing everyone so excited, I clapped my hands and seized the moment to announce, "Brothers, don't celebrate too early. I have something to announce. We need to find a place to settle down and level up. Our next destination, Sky Island." Sky Island. Everyone on the ship was stunned, followed by a wave of ecstasy. Yamato even took off on the spot, her eyes sparkling, wishing she could grow wings and fly there immediately. I glanced at her, feeling speechless. "We're still far from Sky Island. Why are you in such a hurry?" The expression on her face was like, "You just told me now? Are you trying to make me anxious?" Folks, who understands this pain of being spoiled ahead of time? I saw that others were also looking forward and anxious. So we'd better set off quickly. Enel, Ark, here comes your Grandpa Noel. Then we arrived at Reverse Mountain. Let me tell you, seeing the seawater defy gravity and flow up the mountain was truly breathtaking for an entire year. I originally thought about flying straight over, but then I thought it would be a waste not to check in and experience such a famous spot. So we sailed the ship along the current upwards, and that feeling was thrilling. As we reached the top, suddenly there was a huge noise and a massive whale, like a small mountain, emerged, blocking our way. "It's a whale. We're going to collide." Yamato screamed. I focused and realized it was Laboon. Just as I was about to use my abilities to fly past, Laboon opened its massive mouth, and we were swallowed whole, ship and all. "We're going to be eaten." Renee screamed in fright. Yamato, however, was overly excited, thinking this was even more thrilling than a roller coaster. Elvis pulled out his sword, but I stopped him. Once we entered the whale's belly, we discovered it was a whole new world inside. Blue skies, white clouds, seagulls flying, but upon closer inspection, it was all painted. Just then, an old man with flowers on his head came out. I approached him and asked, "Old man, is this whale your pet?" He shook his head, saying Laboon is not a pet. He is just a caretaker. At that moment, I realized this old man, Dr. Kareha, was actually the ship's doctor on GOLD. Roger's ship. Yamato's eyes lit up upon hearing this, instantly becoming a starstruck fan, pestering Kareha to tell stories about Kazuki Oden. So we chatted and ate in the lighthouse. The atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. Just as we were having a great time, there was a loud bang outside, and Laboon started going crazy, ramming into the red line. Kureha was frantic, yelling on the shore, but it was no use. I saw that this was my moment to shine. I stepped forward, glaring, and unleashed my Conqueror's haki right in its face. With my shock, Laboon instantly calmed down. Kureha was amazed, and then he told us the story of Laboon and Brook's pirate crew. Yamato listened with tears streaming down her face, shouting that she wanted to help Laboon find Brook. I looked at Coloca's and thought that this old man was quite nice, helping us a lot. All right, no more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I cleared my throat, walked to the shore, and shouted at Labu, Labu, don't crash. You're waiting for that guy named Brook, right? I know where he is. He is still alive. Wow. As soon as Labu heard this, he got so excited that 2 rivers of tears flowed from his huge eyes. Coloca's was also stunned, and Yamato leaned over to ask me quietly, Noel, you're not lying to him, are you? I turned my head in surprise to look at her. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to a whale? Then I turned to the shocked Coloca's and said, he is currently trapped in the Bermuda Triangle, but for some special reasons, he can't leave there for the time being. I made a promise with Labu that I would definitely pass on the message. The big whale was so happy that it let out a roar, almost sending my eardrums away. After saying goodbye to old man Coloca's, we set off again. I tell you, the next voyage was just like a tourist group. We walked the path that Luffy and the others were going to take in advance. The most impressive part must be the little garden. Goodness, that island was full of ancient things, just like stepping into Jurassic Park. The funniest part was those 2 giant brothers, Broggy and Dori, who fought there every day. Yamato saw this, and her eyes lit up, rushing over to drink with them. What happened? The little bit of alcohol we had on the ship wasn't even enough for those 2 big guys to rinse their mouths with. It was ridiculous. However, those big brothers were really nice. They hadn't seen outsiders in hundreds of years and had a great time chatting, patting their chests, and saying that if we needed anything in the future, they would definitely help. As for the later places like Alabasta and Drum Kingdom, we were just passing by and checking in. I couldn't be bothered to get involved in that run-down place of crocodiles. Though it was Luffy's experience bag, I wouldn't steal it. As for Drum Kingdom, we had a doctor on board. Ren, he was studying the notes from Dr. Kuroha every day, and her medical skills were improving rapidly. None of the people on the ship were idle. That kid Alan was being trained by Elvis like a dead dog every day, either cooking or working out. One time he got so tired he collapsed, and Yamato insisted on showing everyone her skills. Who understands that? Those words scared Alan into sitting up in shock, rolling and crawling into the kitchen, shouting to let go of that kitchen. Let me do it. I tell you, the things Yamato makes would earn her a banner of gratitude from even the dogs, thanking her for sparing their lives. So, we laughed all the way and finally arrived at the Valley of Magic, also known as Skypiea. Yamato couldn't wait any longer, hanging on the ship's railing like a noodle, weakly asking me, where's the Sky Island? Where's my Sky Island? I said it's coming, just be patient. She wasn't happy. It was the Sky Island, an island in the sky. Aren't you excited? Excited? How could I not be excited? But I wasn't as crazy as her. At that moment, Ren came out like a devil instructor, holding a bottle of extremely weird potion, saying, come on, Yamato, down this bottle to refresh your mind. Yamato looked at that potion and turned green, running away. That stuff was said to be Run-E's new invention. Yamato had drunk it once, and since then viewed Run-E as a demon in human skin. In the end, we had to hold her down and force it down her throat, and the world instantly became clear. When we arrived at the Valley of Magic, I couldn't even be bothered to get off the ship. The pirates down there looked like a garbage heap, and I had no interest in dealing with them. What if I said I wanted to go to the Sky Island, and they laughed at me like in the original story? I was afraid I wouldn't be able to help but blow the whole island away. So, I simply chose not to see it. After replenishing supplies, I shouted to everyone, hold on tight, we're going to the sky. In the next second, the whole ship shot up into the air. Yamato was the first to scream like crazy. Sky Island, here we come. I tell you, that feeling was incredible. The boat soared higher and higher, and soon, the island of Gaia beneath us became a tiny... We broke through the clouds, and suddenly everything opened up before us. Wow! A vast sea of white clouds appeared in front of us, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. This is the White Sea. Renee and the others were all stunned. I said, hold on tight, this is just the beginning, the big stuff is still to come. I pushed the power to the maximum, and the bow of the ship shot up suddenly. The whole vessel soared like a rocket, accompanied by thunder, and with a bang, it plunged into the sea of clouds. Passing through the White Sea, there was another tremendous impact, and with a splash, we finally broke through the water surface and arrived at the true Ariel Island Sea. White Sea. At an altitude of 10,000 meters. Wow, the view is incredible. Everyone was stunned. The fish swimming below were bizarre in shape, some resembling balloons, others with wings. He was so excited he almost jumped in to catch one. Just then, there was a clatter, and Alan knelt down, his face flushed, gasping for air. Guchun frowned and said, "The air here is too thin." "Well, I forgot about that. We few monsters are fine, but Alan, being an ordinary person, can't handle this high-altitude environment." I said, "It's okay. Let him adapt for a bit." Alan felt really guilty, thinking he was dragging us down again. We were sailing when we quickly saw a huge gate called the Gate of Heaven. At the entrance, there was an old lady with a camera hanging around her neck, and she immediately asked us for a toll. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "No money." The main idea was to get something for nothing. The old lady wasn't angry. She nodded, picked up her camera, and started taking pictures of us. Then she turned around and began calling for some divine soldiers to come and catch us. Elvis asked me if I really wasn't going to pay. I laughed and said, "Are you kidding? We're here to take over territory. Have you ever seen a robber pay the victim?" Just as our boat passed, a giant express shrimp burst out from the water, clamped onto our boat with its large pincers, and like a high-speed train, it shot us upwards. Yamato was still shouting, "Go lobster." I really want to give her a smack on the head. It was a shrimp, an express shrimp. Idiot. With a bang, the express shrimp threw us onto a misty island. This was Angel Island, but we had barely set foot on the shore when a group of guys wearing white berets surrounded us, saying we had entered illegally and were going to be exiled. I laughed at that. It seemed sightseeing would have to wait. We first had to deal with this so-called god here. As soon as I finished speaking, a loud crack echoed in the sky, and a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl struck down towards my head. Those divine soldiers were terrified, crying out, "It's the judgment of the gods. He's doomed." But what happened? As the lightning faded, I stood there unharmed, my right hand open, and the bolt of lightning hissed and twisted like a little snake in my hand. Then, with a little effort, I crushed it completely. I turned to Elvis and said, "You guys go meet the so-called gods." Then I turned to the stunned divine soldiers and smiled, showing my white teeth. Far away in the temple, Enel was probably in a daze. He must be wondering how his divine judgment could be ineffective. He notified his subordinate priest to prepare for some ridiculous trial. Want to see him? You have to defeat his subordinates first? Dream on. I directly used my observation color to lock onto that bastard's position, and with a kick, I transformed into a flash of lightning and charged over. He and the others wanted to keep up, but how could I let them steal my spotlight? The duel between two lightning abilities, just thinking about it is thrilling. Bang! I kicked open the door of the temple and saw that Enel, who looked like a long-eared rabbit, was lazily sitting on the throne, munching on an apple. He dug in his ear and looked at me with disdain. "You are the one who desecrates gods? Not much to look at." Well, this was the first time in my life someone said I wasn't much to look at. Fine, I'll tolerate it and punch him a few more times later. I suppressed my anger, grinned, and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Enel, I'm here to recruit you as my little brother. Are you happy?" Enel was instantly stunned, dropping the apple in his hand. The next second, he exploded with rage, lightning flashing all over his body. "Bastard!" He struck the thunder drum behind him, and a thunderbird charged at me, shouting something about 30 million volts. I couldn't help but laugh, feeling playful, and lightning surged around me as I kicked out, sending an identical thunderbird flying out with the sound. 6 styles, thunderbird. The two birds collided, and it shattered instantly, while mine continued to fly towards him with unyielding momentum. He was completely dumbfounded. Folks, he was utterly stunned. He couldn't understand why I could use his technique, and even doubled it. He unleashed another thunder beast, and I countered by creating 2, then 3 thunder wolves that began to bite each other. His eyes were about to pop out, and he pointed at me, shouting, "Who the hell are you?" At that moment, I was being a bit of show-off. I covered one eye with my left hand and said in the coolest tone, "Listen carefully, my name is Kakashi Hatake." He was almost furious, shouting, "Who allowed you to use my powers?" He directly struck 2 thunder drums, summoning a 6 million volt thunder dragon. This time, I didn't copy it. I thought it would be a waste, so I just reached out. When the thunder dragon charged at me, I grabbed it and quickly turned it into a thunderball, then gulped it down. Hey, guess what? It tasted like spicy flavor and was quite exhilarating. Inara looked at me, completely flabbergasted. I thought I had enough fun, so I instantly transformed into my bear form, donned my lightning armor, and dashed right in front of him. He still thought he could elementalize to dodge, believing physical attacks wouldn't work on him. How naive. I directly slapped him in the face, grabbing his neck with one hand. His proud elementalization was useless in front of me. He was stunned at the moment, still in shock, when I gave him a big slap. Then came a flurry of blows, left and right, cracking down on him. In no time, his face was swollen like a pig's head. I stopped, holding him up and taunting. "Is this the worth of God?" He mumbled and asked who I really was. This fight completely shattered his worldview. I thought for a moment and decided to explain in a way he could understand. "Let's put it this way, I might be the supreme god, the king of all gods." His response to my words left him dumbfounded. Looking at his pig-like face, I grinned again and said, "Didn't I say? I'm here to recruit you as my little brother." He was so angry that he started to spark electricity, wanted to take me down with him, but that electricity felt like mere tickling to me. In the end, he was utterly hopeless, giving up resistance like a dead fish. I dragged him outside, just as Duh and the others were finishing up, beating those priests until they couldn't find their way. At that moment, I saw an old man riding a Pegasus flying over from a distance. Great, the former god has also arrived. I tell you, this old man suddenly rode in on a Pegasus, rushed towards us with a worried look, and asked what happened at the temple. Where was that brat Enel? His subordinates, like beans spilling out of a bag, blurted out everything that just happened, and then they all ran away without a trace. This old man, the former god gone fur, was completely stunned after hearing it. What the heck? That Enel, who was like a demon in his eyes, was taken down just like that, and he was captured like a little chick? A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes, and without saying a word, he rode his Pegasus straight towards the temple. By the time he rushed over in a panic, he happened to see me dragging Enel out of the palace. Yamato, being the curious little one, came over and poked Enel in my hand as if poking jelly, mumbling, "Is this really a god? He doesn't look that impressive." Goodness, this directly set Enel off. He suddenly opened his eyes, electric sparks flying all over, and shouted at Yamato, "You bastard! How dare you desecrate a god?" Just as he was about to unleash his lightning bang, I punched him again, and the world instantly fell silent. Yamato wasn't scared at all. Instead, she got even more excited, poking again with her finger, her face full of wonder. "Hey, he can also emit electricity. Is he an ability user?" This time, Enel learned his lesson and didn't dare to speak, just glaring at Yamato with his eyes wide open. I tell you, the resentment in his gaze was even heavier than when he looked at me. In his heart, he probably accepted being defeated by me, a powerful user of lightning, but being mocked and poked by someone who looked silly like Yamato was simply a great humiliation. I nodded and explained to him, "Well, the Rumble fruit is considered top tier in the Logia type." A few people nearby were surprised to hear this. After all, the Rumble fruit is also an SSR level within the Logia category. It's unexpected to encounter it in a newbie village map. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder Enel is so arrogant. In this place, having such power truly gives him the right to call himself a god. I weighed Anilu in my hand and felt a bit uncomfortable, so I said to Elvis, "Go get a sea stone handcuff from the ship. It's not right to keep holding him like this." Elvis complied and went. While waiting for him, Yamato made a sharp remark. "How strong is this big-eared guy anyway?" "You're the big-eared guy. Your whole family is made up of big-eared people." Before I could respond, Anilu exploded again, screaming frantically in my hand, "I'm a dignified god, and yet I'm being called a big-eared guy by an idiot. Absurd. Simply abstract." Watching him jump around like that made my head hurt. I tilted my head and punched him on the head again. "All right, just don't hit my face. There's so many people watching. Give me some face." This time, Anilu completely calmed down, closing his eyes and playing dead no matter how Yamato circled around him, asking all sorts of questions. After a while, Yamato found it boring and wandered off into the palace. It was at this moment that Gonfall arrived. He looked at the half-dead Anilu in my hand, completely stunned. "I told you, this old man came down and introduced himself first, Gonfur, the former deity. Then he rubbed his hands together and cautiously asked me, 'Big boss, you guys took care of Enel. What's the plan next? Are you just going to leave after the fight?' His little thoughts were practically written on his face. He couldn't wait for us to leave so he could regain his position. Unfortunately for him, he was thinking too optimistically. I looked at him with a cold face and directly stated, 'I have my eyes on this place. It will be my base from now on. Do you have any objections?' As soon as I said this, I didn't even have to put on a strong demeanor. Just the pressure alone made Gonful's face turn pale and his breathing difficult. He knew that this divine position had nothing to do with him anymore. All he could do was stammer out a sentence, hoping that I would treat the residents here well, and then he left dejectedly on his heavenly horse. After sending off the former occupant, I looked down at Ainalu, who was eavesdropping with wide eyes. I smiled and said, "Since the handcuffs haven't arrived yet, let me give you a free lesson about what the real world outside is like." When Elvis returned and handcuffed Ainalu, I briefly explained to him the situation in Shanghai and the strengths of various powerful beings. This guy was so stunned that his eyes went wide. He had known about Shanghai before, but never took it seriously. Now he realized that there were so many strong figures in the world, with the fire god, wind god, ice god, and a whole bunch more. And as the thunder god, he was basically insignificant among them. I looked at his expression of doubt about life and felt it was about time. So I spoke up to pacify him. Instead of huddling here like a frog at the bottom of a well, letting others laugh at you, why not come out with us and see the world? A god shouldn't be laughed at. My goal is the limitless land. Upon hearing this, Enel's pride surged again, and he retorted loudly, "Limitless land? Huh." I laughed directly. "You're not even considered strong here. What can you do down there? Be cannon fodder?" After saying that, I ignored him and turned to leave. I had a lot to do next. In the following days, I took over the entire Sky Island. First, I announced to the world that Enel was out of power, and now I was in charge. Then I looted all the gold on the island, including what was in the belly of that giant python. That big snake was also intimidated by my conqueror's haki and became my pet guard. The residents of Angel Island were a bit panicked at first, but once I announced the new policies, everyone immediately accepted it. Who was the boss didn't matter. What mattered was living a good life. I abolished Enel's oppressive rule. There were no more punishments for saying the wrong thing. Now that I was here, the focus was on stability and prosperity, with lower taxes, and everyone supported me more than before. The Shandians also sent a guerrilla team to test the waters. But after being stopped by Gu Chun and the others, I personally met with them. The negotiation process was very simple. Do you want to go home? Fine. Send some strong fighters to be my subordinates. Deal. The Shandians were already warlike, and this condition was practically a gift to them. Of course, the residents of Angel Island were the same. Those who wanted to join my team would get benefits like tax reductions. If you didn't want to join, that was fine too. Just pay your taxes and live peacefully, and no one would make things difficult for you. The key was that I found the blueprint for the Ark that Enel had hidden away. Wow, I was so excited. I could finally have a real spaceship. But when I opened it, the densely packed stuff nearly fried my brain. How could a human read this? Building a ship was still something that had to be left to professionals. I decided to wait until things were settled here before heading to Water City. Enel watched helplessly as his divine island was transformed into this state, especially with the Shandians moving in, which made him furious, constantly nagging in my ear about how mortals had no right to step into the territory of gods. I got annoyed with him and punched him to shut him up. Days passed like this, and after being beaten up so much, he began to see reality. He couldn't escape or win. When I finished my tasks, I went straight to Enel and said, "Here's your chance. If you can beat me, or any one of the two over there," I pointed at Elvis and Yamato, "you can leave. If you lose, you'll work for me." Enel's eyes brightened instantly. He glanced at me, then at Elvis, and finally his gaze landed on Yamato. Family. Who understands? His expression was practically screaming soft target. No problem. He readily agreed. I made it clear beforehand, smiling as I provoked him. If you lose and dare to play tricks, you'll never have a good life. What? Is the god afraid? Who's afraid? It's settled. Enel indeed took the bait. As soon as the handcuffs were removed, he immediately pointed at Yamato, gritting his teeth. "Thank you for your care these past few days, idiot woman." Yamato, however, cheerfully swung her spiked club. "I'm not weak, you big-eared guy. You're the big-eared one." Enel roared, striking the thunder drum behind him with his golden stick, and unleashed a 30-million-volt thunderbird, viciously shouting at Yamato, "Die." But Yamato simply swatted it away like a fly, her spiked club wrapped in haki, effortlessly smashing the thunderbird. Enel's pupils constricted, recognizing the scene. He had seen it before. Only then did he realize that this woman was not right. Seeing him frozen, Yamato waved her club. "If you don't come, I'll come for you." Thunderclap. A torrent of sword energy instantly engulfed Enel. Enel quickly struck the drum again, summoning a thunder dragon to block, but that thunder dragon didn't last even a second before being sliced into pieces. At that moment, Enel elementalized and disappeared, reappearing next to Yamato in the blink of an eye, moving as fast as teleportation. 100 million volts, discharge. Countless electric currents crackled against Yamato's face, blinding her. When the electric light faded, Yamato was gone. Just as Enel was about to laugh, he felt a chill in his lower back, followed by a massive force. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Yamato had somehow circled behind him and delivered a solid hit to his waist with her club. Enel was instantly folded over, crashing into a distant boulder. Spitting out blood, he was completely dazed. What kind of monster was this woman? Such immense strength? And why wasn't she electrocuted? He didn't know that the electric attack just now had only hit the ice clone Yamato, created using cold air. Enel struggled to crawl out from the rubble, feeling a bit desperate, but his damn pride wouldn't allow him to admit defeat. No way. I am a god, he roared, gathering all his strength for the judgment of God. A massive lightning pillar swept toward Yamato like a laser cannon. Yamato, not to be outdone, opened her mouth and unleashed a freezing breath. The collision of ice and lightning triggered a violent explosion. What followed was entertaining. The two fought from day to night. Enel darted around like an electric rat while Yamato chased after him, swinging her club. It was like a scraping therapist meeting a blood tank. Enel couldn't break through Yamato's defense, and Yamato couldn't keep up with Enel's speed. After a prolonged stalemate, Enel was panting heavily, severely drained of stamina. In contrast, Yamato still looked as if nothing was wrong, carrying her spiked club. Yamato grew impatient with the fight, yawning and mocking. Big-eared guy, is running all you can do? I'm about to fall asleep. Let us settle this with one move. Who is preparing to escape? Enel was poked at his sore spot, snorting coldly as lightning surged around him, gathering countless bolts of electricity until he transformed into a giant thunder god. Thunder god, this was his trump card, unleashing 200 million volts of lightning, wrapping himself in a massive lightning giant. The scene was like he had transformed into a super scion, his voice deepening. Stupid woman. Yamato got serious, unleashing her true god form, with cold air and haki tightly entwined around her spiked club. She pushed off the ground, causing it to shatter, and charged toward the thunder god. Boom! The giant fist and spiked club collided violently, the shockwave pushing us back several steps. After a few simple exchanges, the light on Enel's thunder god form dimmed significantly. He couldn't keep up with the stamina. Yamato seized the opportunity, her momentum reaching its peak, thunderous 8 trigrams. That one strike, moving in extreme speed, Enel simply couldn't block. His lightning armor was instantly shattered, and his massive body fell backward. Yamato, not giving an inch, leaped into the air, raising her spiked club for the final blow. Ice Cleave, the spiked club, wrapped in cold air, slammed down on Enel with all her might. There was a deafening explosion, and dust soared into the sky. When the dust settled, Enel had reverted from his thunder god form, unconscious on the ground. Yamato emerged from the dust, still grumbling. Fighting him is really boring. In the past, I woke him up, and, after simple treatment, although he was in excruciating pain, he could speak. I smiled and asked him, "How are you?" Ainalu pouted, looking very unwilling. "I will accept my losses, but that stinky woman better watch out." Seeing him finally yielding, the smile on my face grew wider. As I turned to leave, I lightly added, "You better step up your game. Just now, they didn't even have to go all out to defeat you." Upon hearing this, Ainalu was petrified, probably starting to get angry inside, determined to turn Day into a pig's head in the future. Just like that, our group gained another top-tier combat power. After being beaten into submission, Ainalu became a lot more restrained. Although he still looked very arrogant, at least he could communicate with us normally now. With the addition of this former god, taking over the Sky Island went much smoother. By the way, I renamed this god's island to Valorn Island, which resulted in Day and the others wildly mocking me, asking what kind of name that was. I didn't care about them. Anyway, I was the one in charge now. Days passed like this, and Elvis began to train the newly recruited subordinates. Gu-chun, possibly stimulated by the battle between Day and Ainalu, took the initiative to find Elvis, wanting him to help him hone his swordsmanship. Elvis sat on a rock, holding his sword, and asked him, "Your swordsmanship, you didn't learn from your dad, did you?" Gu-chin nodded, saying he learned a set called the 8 Gates swordsmanship, which was very complex, divided into 8 aspects: strength, speed, technique, etc. He had only mastered 2 or 3 of them so far. After listening, Elvis first nodded in agreement to guide him, then shook his head. "I will teach you, but I think you need to learn haki first." Gu-chan frowned immediately. He always believed that mastering swordsmanship was enough and didn't want to divert his attention to practicing haki. Elvis pointedly said, "Swordsmanship is certainly important, but haki is just as crucial. Look at my hawk, the world's #1 swordsman. Doesn't he use haki? Your thinking is too naive." To put bluntly, in terms of swordsmanship, you don't differ much from me now, but your physical fitness is far behind mine. Don't be unconvinced. Physical fitness is the foundation of everything. Let me tell you, Elvis's muscles were earned with his life. He can flatten a mountain with one punch. And you, with your small frame, a gust of wind could knock you over. You want to compare yourself to others? Guchin really took this to heart, nodded on the spot, and said, "Okay, boss, I'll listen to you. I'll practice hockey first." Only then did Elvis smile in satisfaction, clap his hands, and stand up, saying, "Then you better be mentally prepared. My training is no joke." All right, with the disciple arranged, I couldn't just sit idle myself. After slacking off for 2 days, I thought it was time to get serious. My strength, well, it wasn't strong nor weak, stuck at this point, which was really uncomfortable. After thinking it over, the breakthrough point had to be Conqueror's hockey. I hadn't practiced it seriously since awakening, so I needed to get to work on it, aiming straight for the top-tier Conqueror's hockey. As long as I mastered it, I'd be a figure at the top of the pyramid. Anyway, there were still a few years before Luffy would take down Kaido, so I wasn't in a hurry. I had plenty of time. As soon as I moved, I saw the guy Yamato was still having a blast on the Sky Island. Unbelievable. I said, this can't be. Everyone is working hard. Even Rennie is hiding away to train secretly. And you, the person involved, are acting like nothing's wrong? Come here, get to training. I directly assigned her a task. While I trained myself, she would hammer Enel hard. That guy has potential. He just needs to be dealt with. And it just so happens that he also can't stand Yamato. So these two together are a perfect match. As for Yamato, she was 100% unwilling, pouting. But I dragged her off to train anyway. Goodness, this was not training at all. She was purely using Enel as a punching bag. On the first day, she beat Enel up so badly that he was left with a bruised face. Does anyone understand? Does the Thunder God not care about his face? Enel was knocked dizzy, and I made my timely entrance, playing the role of a caring older brother. I went up to him and analyzed, saying, "Look, why isn't your elemental transformation working?" "It's because she has hockey, specifically to counter your flashing moves." "So what do you think? Do you want to learn?" My tone was just like that of a late-night radio host, full of temptation. Enel's thunderous side came out. His face turned bright red. He held back for a long time, but in the end, just to be able to beat Yamato into a pulp, he silently nodded. He thought, as long as he trained his body well and learned hockey, he would definitely make that woman look bad. It's strange, though. Why does everyone around me have to start training their bodies from scratch? Forget about them. I need to start my own hellish training. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck me, and I thought of someone, Chairman Netero from Hunter x Hunter. I'm sure everyone in my family has seen it, right? The one with 1,000 punches of gratitude every day. I slapped my thigh and thought, this is it. Although I didn't know if it would be useful. I believe that sincerity brings results, so I decided to practice first and see. I found an old, deserted place by the sea, took off my shirt, and started. Let me tell you, the scene was so intense that I felt it myself. Every punch was infused with all my body, mind, and will. When my fist struck out, the air roared like an explosion. I had to ensure that every punch was in peak condition, and after each punch, I needed to adjust for a long time. In the distance, Enel originally wanted to come to me to learn hockey, but when he saw my training stance, he just stood there dumbfounded. He must have thought, wow, someone even more impressive than me is working even harder. How can I live with that? But it was good. It completely stunned him, and he probably respected me deep down. He didn't come to disturb me, just quietly watch from there. At that time, I had no time to care about him. After just 3,000 punches, I felt like I was about to collapse. Each punch felt like I was unleashing a special move. Who could withstand that? But I still gritted my teeth and persevered with only one thought in my mind. I never want to be chased again. I want to become strong. Strong enough that no one dares to provoke me. As for teaching Enel, that was long forgotten. I could only make Elvis work hard and act as a tool for that. By the time night fell, I was nearly exhausted, my vision darkening, relying on sheer willpower to hold on. When I shouted out my 10,000th punch, everything went black, and I passed out. Enel instantly dashed over, and upon seeing me unconscious, he was probably greatly shocked. He likely understood that there are no shortcuts on the path of the strong. The next day, I woke up feeling like my whole body was falling apart. Every movement was excruciating. But I took a breath, struggled to get up, ate a little something, and began another day of punching. This thing, can I keep it up for a day, 2 days, a month, a year? I had no confidence, but I just had to do it. As for Enel, he was forgotten by me, stuck in his own dilemma. Go learn from Yamato? He wouldn't even consider it. Go find Elvis? His damn pride wouldn't let him. As a result, he unknowingly wandered over to where Elvis was teaching Guchun, just in time to hear Elvis explaining the essentials of hockey. This kid's eyes lit up, and he perked up his ears to eavesdrop. He was happily thinking, I'm such a genius. I'll get it after one listen. Perfect. No need to beg anyone. But he didn't know. Elvis had already noticed him. That old fox not only didn't expose him, but also deliberately raised his voice and even shifted his position to make it easier for him to eavesdrop. He even exchanged knowing glances with Guchun, as if they were performing a double act. The result was that both Guchun and the eavesdropping Enel progressed similarly. They understood the theory, but lacked practical training to strengthen their bodies. After Elvis finished teaching, Enel shot away like lightning, found a deserted spot, and began to laugh maniacally. You wait, you stinky woman. 2 months passed like this, and everyone's training was on track. I pushed myself to the point of fainting every day. Gu-chun and Enel made significant progress in their physical strength and had begun to condense their haki. Yamato was also getting stronger. Whenever Enel felt he was capable, he would challenge Yamato to a duel, but each time he came with excitement and left in disappointment. As for Alan, he had the weakest foundation and trained the hardest. Every time he trained to the point of fainting, Renee would give him a special potion, the taste of which was said to make one question life. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. That day I stood by the sea, threw a punch, and with a thunderous sound, I broke through the clouds above the ocean. After a whole year of hard training, with 10,000 punches every day, my willpower had been tempered like steel. Now, I only needed 4 hours to complete 10,000 punches, and I could stretch and feel refreshed afterward. My height had shot up to 3 meters too, and my Conqueror's haki had successfully reached an advanced stage, shaking the surrounding trees with my mere presence. I was thinking about going out to see how everyone was doing. As soon as I opened my observation haki, I was surprised to see Enel fighting with Yamato again. I teleported over and saw Enel wielding his golden staff, clashing hard against Yamato's Kanabo with armament haki. This kid has made rapid progress. He has already learned armament haki hardening, but he's stubborn and insists on going toe-to-toe with Yamato in physical combat. As a result, Yamato seized the opportunity and sent him flying with a single strike, burying him in the ground where he couldn't get out. Yamato, carrying her Kanabo, was humming a little tune when she looked up and saw me. Her eyes lit up. Norr, you're out. She ran over to try to throw her arms around my neck, but then realized she couldn't reach and pouted, saying I had grown too tall. I told her that I had made progress in my training and asked her to come out and see everyone. They patted her chest and said she was much stronger now. Indeed, she is now even more formidable than I was a year ago. Then we went to see Gu-chun, just in time to catch him sparring with Elvis. Let me tell you, the scene was filled with flashing swords and blades. With effects turned up to the max, Gu-chun is now ridiculously strong, combining swordsmanship with a commanding presence, able to exchange blows with Elvis. Elvis even remarked that soon he might not be able to compete with Gu-chun anymore. Moreover, Gu-chun has become much more cheerful, smiling more often. Although I still feel there's a hint of obsession with justice behind that smile. Finally, I asked about Alan, and Elvis and the others stifled their laughter, looking mysterious. They took me to a training ground, and I was shocked to see Alan was already practicing his commanding presence. I was stunned and asked Alan, "What kind of elixir have you taken? You've mastered commanding presence in just a year? That's just not scientific." Then Elvis and the others pointed to Renee. I looked over and saw her happily walking towards the recently exhausted Alan, holding a bowl of brightly colored potion. The moment Alan saw her, his face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost, and he turned to run. That scene was just like a mouse. I felt like I was doomed today. I instantly understood. It was a combination of technology and hard work. Elvis even joked about whether I wanted a bowl too, which scared me into waving my hands, saying, "Forget it, I want to live a few more years." Another 6 months passed, and I finally reached the final stage of my training. That morning, I completed 10,000 punches in one go, the entire process flowing smoothly and quickly like a thunderstorm. I knew I had succeeded. After a year and a half of hard training, my energy and spirit had completely been refined, reaching a peak. Now, if I were to encounter Akainu again, I definitely wouldn't be as helpless as before. I tried to wrap my Conqueror's haki around my fist, feeling like I was just a layer of paper away from succeeding, but I still failed, and the domineering energy burst and dissipated. I feel like I can't keep working in isolation like this. I need to go out and take a walk. I called everyone back and announced the next destination, the City of Water. I can't keep the blueprints for my arc hidden any longer. As soon as Yamato heard we were going to set sail, she jumped up, her mind full of water and meat. I shot her a glance and said this time it wouldn't be a full team effort. I would only take 2 people. Alan and the others would stay behind to continue their training. In the end, aside from the bouncing Yamato, only Enel was left. Before he could speak, I made the decision. All right, it's settled. The 3 of us, me, Yamato, and Enel, will set off. Enel pouted, looking displeased. Why do I have to be with this annoying woman? Yamato turned around and bared her teeth at him, and Enel instantly closed his mouth. Enel had never been to the Blue Sea, so he was quite curious about it. Once the supplies on the ship were ready, Noel and the others took the octopus that served as a hot air balloon in the original story and boarded the super-fast shrimp to head towards the Blue Sea. Noel, make sure to keep an eye on the gold in the cabin. Renee shouted at Noel and the others as they departed. Noel waved his hand in response, and then grabbed Yamato to keep her from running around. After the super-fast shrimp delivered them to their destination, Noel quickly took out the octopus, ignited the flames, and the octopus began to inflate like a hot air balloon, slowly descending. After some effort, Noel and the others successfully returned to the Blue Sea. Once they confirmed their location, they set off towards the City of Water. Yamato stood at the bow of the ship, shouting, "City of Water, here we come." While Enel looked around curiously and said, "The Blue Sea looks pretty good." Chapter 122. You forgot again, didn't you? The ship slowly sailed towards the City of Water. Sitting in the cabin, Noel slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that ever since escaping from Akainu, he hadn't contacted Sengoku. He had been missing for so long. He wondered if that old man Sengoku was worried. Probably not, Noel thought uncertainly, but he felt like he had done a very good job as an undercover agent. With that in mind, Noel activated his observation haki, confirmed that his communication was safe, and took out a Den Mushi to call Sengoku. Burubaru. Moshi Moshi. The Den Mushi transformed into Sengoku's form, looking serious. Once the call connected, Noel smiled and softly said, "Hello, is this Mr. Sengoku?" "This is Noel. We just passed through." Before Noel could finish, Sengoku's deep voice roared back, "Noel, where have you run off to? Do you even remember you're a Navy officer? It's been a year and a half, and you only now remember your identity?" Sengoku continued to scold Noel, not giving him a chance to speak. Sengoku was furious. Noel had done this once before, disappearing for a long time without contact, making him think Noel was dead. If Noel had escaped from Akainu's grasp and hadn't called Sengoku before going missing again, Sengoku might have even prepared a tombstone for him. Although Sengoku could call Noel, he preferred to avoid such things. After the trouble caused by Gu-chun, Sengoku had to suppress his impatience for a year and a half. He knew that with Noel's strength, he would likely be fine. If something did happen, it would certainly be a big issue, and he could find out through other channels. So Sengoku was sure that Noel must have hidden somewhere and simply forgot to call him. This call was likely just a sudden memory. Noel awkwardly scratched his cheek, wisely choosing not to argue. He understood Sengoku's temper. If he remained silent and let Sengoku vent, all he needed to do was zone out for a moment. But if he dared to respond, he would face even fiercer criticism. As expected, after scolding Noel for a while, Sengoku stopped and began to ask about Noel's recent situation. Noel smiled, looking like he had a plan, and briefly explained what he had been doing for the past year and a half. When Sengoku learned that Noel and the others were stationed on Sky Island and had recruited a Logia user of the Thunder Fruit, he was somewhat surprised. If the Thunder Fruit had been obtained by the Navy, they could nurture another Admiral-level powerhouse. Sengoku felt a bit envious, wondering what kind of luck this guy Noel had. Not only did he get a mythical Zoan-type ability, but he also picked up a Thunder Fruit user as a subordinate. Together with Elvis and Yamato, Noel's crew was now quite formidable. Each of them had incredible potential. In a few years, they would be terrifyingly strong. But thankfully, Noel was a Navy officer. No matter what happened, he ultimately stood on the side of the Navy. For Noel, who was wandering outside, Sengoku could only extend the greatest trust. Sengoku also knew that once the seed of doubt was planted in his heart, it would take root and eventually lead to irreparable consequences. Therefore, Sengoku had given Noel the greatest freedom and authority from the very beginning, along with his utmost trust. Noel understood everything Sengoku had done. He always regarded himself as part of the Navy. Otherwise, given his current situation, he could have completely detached from a Navy and gone solo long ago. Whether relying on himself or a cute duo, Noel could roam freely across the sea. "I'm currently heading to the City of Water to build a ship there," Noel said with a smile. Now, whenever he mentioned the Ark, he seemed much more spirited. "What Pirate King? It's just beneath. For now on, I want to be the Air King." "The Air Pirate King?" Seeing Noel being so nonsensical, Sengoku didn't bother to engage much further, only reminding him not to cause trouble in the City of Water. After hanging up, Noel continued to ponder how to build his Ark. Once the Ark was ready, he would let Enel be the helmsman since his abilities could control the Ark. He would tell him it was practice for conquering infinite lands in the future. Noel couldn't help but sigh. Enel was incredibly useful. Noel could create many weapons and equipment that required lightning as energy. When he wanted to play, he could use them himself, and during regular times, he would just let Enel manage it. After all, both of them could control lightning, and Enel could use it too. By the way, Mr. Tom passed away a few years ago, Noel thought as he stroked his chin. This legendary shipwright who built ships for the Pirate King was executed years ago. Now, Noel had no idea who the great shipwrights in the City of Water were. However, Iceberg and Frankie should have grown up by now. He could leave shipbuilding to Iceberg and the weapon systems to Frankie. He wondered if Frankie would be easy to talk to. Time passed as Noel lost himself in thought until Yamato knocked on his door, snapping him back to reality. Noel, what are you hiding in there for? Sneaking some snacks? Yamato knocked loudly and pressed her ear against the door, trying to listen for any movement inside. Sita. Noel opened the door, and Yamato, who was leaning against it, stumbled forward. Haha, Noel, what are you sneaking in here? Yamato chuckled as he peered inside, only to lose interest upon seeing the table covered with various incomprehensible blueprints. Noel looked at Yamato with a slightly speechless expression. He knew Yamato was feeling a bit bored. The Water City should be arriving soon. Aren't you waiting on the deck? Noel said to the swaying Yamato. Yamato replied with a bored face, I know. That's why I came to see what you were doing. Noel dragged Yamato towards the deck, since Yamato had come. He knew he wouldn't be able to quietly work on the blueprints anymore. It was better to take Yamato away to avoid any accidents with his precious designs. The so-called blueprints were just various fanciful ideas from the client. Whether they could actually be realized depended on the strength of the contractor. Upon reaching the deck, Noel skillfully pulled out his fishing rod, ready to catch some fish to pass the time. As for Yamato, she said she wanted to try being bait and actively tied herself up. Chapter 123. I Am a Man. After fishing for a while, the outline of the Water City appeared in everyone's view. Noel put away his fishing gear and turned to remind Yamato, Yamato, stick close to me later, don't run around. If you spend money recklessly, be careful, or I might just beat you up. Yamato nodded obediently, but Noel didn't know what she was really thinking. As long as he didn't let Yamato act alone and didn't give her any belly, she probably wouldn't cause much trouble. This time, Noel brought limited belly, most of which was gold, and it was far from enough to build an ark. Thinking of the gold used by Enel to build his ark in the original story, Noel felt a bit anxious. He wanted to ask Iceberg if those gold pieces could be exchanged for other materials. Otherwise, he would be living on the ark for the rest of his life. What if he opened his eyes one day and found his gigantic ark had been stolen? It's not the fear of thieves stealing, but rather the fear of thieves coveting. Such a large gold ship would tempt anyone. Not to mention, even Noel himself would want to take it. Yamato, indeed, didn't keep a close watch this time. All the gold on the ship was locked in a warehouse, and Yamato couldn't get in without resorting to violence. Until Noel finished his reminders, turned around, and went back to the warehouse to organize the gold. A smile crept onto Yamato's lips as she secretly took out a gold necklace she had hidden on her body. The necklace was adorned with a bright red gemstone and looked quite valuable. This was something Yamato had quietly kept when collecting gold on the Sky Island. She didn't particularly like the beautiful necklace, but wanted to sell it. It had been a long time since she had experienced the thrill of shopping, and she couldn't hold back anymore. This also showed that Noel was indeed very strict in guarding against Yamato, pushing her to start thinking for herself. Upon arriving at the Water City and docking the ship at the port, the unique scenery of the Water City came into view. The waterways of the Water City were quite complex. Besides transportation on the flat water surface, there were also waterways extending downward from the heights of the Water City. The people here could not only walk, but could also ride a local creature known as Blue for water transportation. Noel and the others didn't miss out on the custom and asked where they could sell gold, then rented 2 Blues to start their journey through the bustling Water City. Enel was seeing such a prosperous city for the first time. Compared to the towns on Sky Island, such as Angel Island, Water City seemed like a small village in comparison. So this is the Blue Sea? It really looks much better than Sky Island. No wonder there are so many gods appearing, Enel murmured. He then became invigorated, constantly saying strange things like, I want to become the strongest god. This left Noel, who was watching from the side, somewhat puzzled, as he turned to Yamato and asked what was wrong with him. Yamato didn't pay any attention and just replied, looks like that big-eared guy's gone crazy. Hearing Yamato call him big-eared guy again, Enel became furious, shouting at Yamato. Damn woman, I'm not a big-eared guy. I'm not a woman, I'm a man. Yamato didn't hold back and shot back. I'm not a woman, I'm a man. The two continued arguing while sitting on the 2 Blues, and Noel covered his forehead, unable to help but doubt whether it was the right decision to bring them both out. Noel endured the headache and arrived at the place to exchange gold. The people there were immediately brightened upon seeing such a large amount of gold and offered a very low price, wanting to swallow all the gold in Noel's hands. Before Noel could speak, Yamato smashed the table in front of her with her club. Damn it, are you robbing us? Do you want to die? Yamato rolled up her sleeves, ready to cause a scene, but Noel stopped her with a hand. At this moment, Noel remembered Nami's approach in the original story and pulled out their bounty notices to show the man. The man took a look and immediately fell silent, thinking, this bounty must be fake. How can anyone have such an outrageous bounty? Until someone nearby couldn't help but come over and whispered a few words to him. He finally realized who these people were. The man's face turned pale. Damn, what are these legendary pirates doing here? They can't be here to rob us, right? Do you accept gold here or not? Noel frowned and said impatiently. At this point, the man came to his senses and quickly said, Sir, please wait a moment. I will get the belly right away. Seeing that Noel wasn't here to rob, the man breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly sent someone to prepare the belly. The batch of gold Noel brought was of very high quality, selling for a total of 1 billion belly. After getting the belly, Noel couldn't be bothered to deal with the guy anymore and left with Yamato. After Noel left, the man hurriedly took out a din mushy and dialed his superior's number. The news of Noel's appearance in the Water City quickly spread through the higher-ups of Water City, including members of the CP organization. Brady Noel. What is this guy doing here? Could he also be after the king of the underworld? In a dim room, two figures sat on a sofa, exchanging information, and upon learning of Noel's presence, they immediately became suspicious. The other person slowly shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. Brady Noel probably doesn't know about the king of the underworld and is just here to build a ship. After all, this place is famous for shipbuilding. Since I want to monitor them, I hope they don't disturb our plans. At this time, Noel also arrived at dock number 1, the strongest shipbuilding place in Water City. Who are you? A shipwright approached, vigilant, as he saw a stranger enter. You should know that this is not a place for casual visits. If you don't have a legitimate reason, we will kick you out. Noel raised the berries in his hand and said, I'm here to build a ship. I don't know who the best shipbuilder here is. The shipwright smiled when he saw Noel was here to build a ship. Although visitors were not allowed to wander around freely, it was different when it came to customers. Please wait a moment. I'll notify the best shipbuilder here right away. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The shipwright hurried off to the work area, thinking to himself, with so many berries, he wonders what kind of ship they want to build. While Noel and the others were waiting, they curiously wandered around. Speaking of which, she had never seen how a ship was built. Before long, the shipwright returned, accompanied by a master shipbuilder. Chapter 124. Iceberg. This is our best shipbuilder. The shipwright introduced to Noel. The man had blue-purple hair, a beard on his chin, and wore a striped suit, looking stern and serious. He was Iceberg, the mayor of Water City in the original work. At this time, Iceberg looked much younger than in the original work. He was not yet the mayor of Water City. After his mentor's death, he planned to merge the 7 companies of Water City and had made some progress. Iceberg was at the peak of his career in Water City and was also the most famous shipbuilder there. Hearing from his subordinate about a big deal where the customer requested the best shipbuilder to build a ship, Iceberg wanted to see what kind of ship the customer wanted. He stepped forward and said, Hello, I'm Iceberg, the shipbuilder for number 1 shipping. Hearing the commotion, Day ran over to take a look at Iceberg and, somewhat surprised, said, You're so young. Are you really the best shipbuilder? The shipwright beside Iceberg frowned angrily at Day, as if he had been greatly insulted. Noel helplessly pulled Day over and scolded, You're even younger than him. Don't underestimate others. Then, Noel apologized to Iceberg. I'm sorry, she didn't mean any harm. Iceberg shook his head, not taking it to heart, and asked, What kind of ship do you want to build? Upon hearing this, Noel's eyes began to sparkle, and she excitedly said, I want to build a spaceship. A spaceship? Iceberg was taken aback. After so many years of shipbuilding, he had heard all sorts of strange requests, but this was the first time he had heard of spaceship. After a moment of silence, Iceberg said, I'm sorry, but we can't build a spaceship here. What a joke. If they could build a spaceship, then the world government and the Navy's orders would have been overflowing. And in a few years, the Navy would have an air force. It's okay. I have a blueprint, Noel said, shaking the blueprint in her hand. Seeing that Noel was prepared, Iceberg took the blueprint from her and began to examine it carefully. Different. Iceberg came back to his senses and somewhat apologetically said, I'm sorry. Seeing such a novel blueprint made me lose control. Let us go to my office to discuss it further. Iceberg led Noel and the others to his office and brewed several cups of tea. After a slight nod of apology, he once again studied the blueprint Noel brought with great seriousness. In Iceberg's view, many aspects of the blueprint were outdated, but there were also parts he had never seen before. For Iceberg, this blueprint was like a top-tier martial arts manual. Just one look inspired a flurry of ideas. Iceberg occasionally raised some of his own questions, like about the wind spray shell, which he had never seen before. Once he learned about it, he looked enlightened, especially regarding the core power system. While Iceberg could understand it, he couldn't figure out how to solve it, until Noel released a few bolts of lightning from her hand. Only then did Iceberg realize that this ship was specifically designed for them and did not have universality. Iceberg felt a bit regretful. If the spaceship in this blueprint had universal applicability, he was confident he could turn Carrera's shipbuilding company into the world's #1 company within 2 years. And Noel was so at ease handing the blueprint over to Iceberg, because, on one hand, she trusted his character, and on the other hand, the energy needed to make a spaceship fly was not something easily resolved. He and Enel could operate the spaceship because they both had the ability to control lightning. Otherwise, others wouldn't be able to manage it at all. Furthermore, if Iceberg really had any ulterior motives, Noel would let him know why his bounty was so high. After looking through the blueprint, Iceberg raised his head and smiled. There are many aspects of this ship that I need to understand further, and there are also many places that can be improved. The specific plan may take 3 days to provide. Okay, then we'll come back in 3 days. Noel nodded with a smile, and then stood up to leave with the others. Bored, they also started to get excited. After arriving in Water City, she had been accompanying Noel to handle shipbuilding matters, and now she could finally take a good look around this magical city. Enel yawned, scratched his ear, and turned to Noel, saying, "I'm going to wander around by myself." Hearing that Enel wanted to act alone, Day raised her hand and said, "I want to wander around by myself too." Noel expressionlessly grabbed Dea by the scruff of her neck and told Enel, "Don't harm those ordinary people. Contact me if you need anything." After Enel made a gesture, he transformed into lightning and disappeared from the spot. Day, who had been restrained, looked despondent. If Noel kept following her, her hopes of shopping would be dashed. Seeing Day's expression, Noel couldn't help but smile and said, "How about I take you to meet a cyborg?" A cyborg? Day instantly straightened up, her previous gloominess gone, excitedly saying, "Where's the cyborg?" "I don't know, but it should be easy to find," Noel said, scratching her cheek. Yes, Noel was planning to look for Frankie, that perverted man. Speaking of Frankie, Noel was quite confident in his skills, especially since he could build something that used cola as a power source, which is not something just anyone could do. Also, in the original work, Sunny's wind cannon. In her previous life, Noel thought that cannon was super cool. So, Noel hoped Frankie could help her design a cannon powered by lightning, one that belonged to her. However, getting Frankie to help with the design was not an easy task, and Noel was contemplating how to approach him for assistance. She knew that the Pluton was in Frankie's possession, but she had no interest in the Pluton, or rather, she had no interest in the blueprint of the Pluton. Moreover, his true identity was a Navy officer, so it was naturally impossible for him to engage in such stealing activities. However, with Frankie's temperament, it would probably be impossible to get him to act without using some means. Thinking of this, Noel suddenly had a bright idea and came up with a brilliant plan. "Hee, Frankie, I wonder what choice you would make?" Noel's lips curled into a slight smile, and Yamato shivered beside her, knowing that when Noel wore such a smile, someone was bound to be unlucky. "Let's go find that cyborg," Noel said, and she and Yamato mounted Brew and began wandering the streets of Water City. Chapter 125. Let's make a deal, Noel. Where exactly is that cyborg you mentioned? Yamato asked, feeling bored as she rode in front of Noel. It had been 3 hours since Noel said she would show her a cyborg, and during that time, the two had been circling around Water City on Brew. Even Brew beneath them was starting to feel tired, and its pace had slowed down. Brew hadn't expected that the guest it was hosting today seemed a bit off. It started out fine, like with ordinary travelers, but gradually, things started to feel a bit strange. These guests kept riding it around Water City without stopping. Seeing Brew panting beneath them, Noel felt a bit embarrassed. She commanded Brew to stop by the street and smiled, saying, "Your work is done." Brew's eyes lit up, and it instantly vanished from the spot, leaving at great speed. It never wanted to see this person again. Noel awkwardly smiled again and said to Yamato, "We'll be meeting the cyborg soon." At that moment, Noel's gaze fell on a group of oddly dressed individuals. If Noel remembered correctly, these people should be Frankie's subordinates. In the original story, Frankie's subordinates had robbed Usopp of the berries in his hand, leading to a fight. This time, Noel also wanted to use Frankie's subordinates to help her realize her dream of building a cannon. With an air of nonchalance, Noel led Yamato toward Frankie's subordinates. As they got closer, Noel deliberately raised the box containing the berries in her hand and said loudly, "With this 100 million berries, we can build a great ship." Yamato was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why Noel had suddenly acted this way. But seeing Noel wink at her, she stammered back, "That's great. We can have a ship too." Their conversation, of course, caught the attention of Frankie's subordinates, and upon seeing the berries in Noel's hand, greed began to stir in their hearts. Although Noel appeared strong, they had many people, It wouldn't be difficult to deal with one man and one woman. Frankie's subordinates exchanged glances and nodded. Years of tacit understanding didn't require words to know what their companions wanted to do. Noel and Yamato continued to stroll through the streets, stopping to admire various novel sights. At this moment, Yamato finally got to taste the water meat she had been craving. Taking a bite, her eyes lit up in surprise as she exclaimed, "This water meat is better than any I've had before." Of course, water meat is a local specialty, Noel replied while using her observation haki to sense Frankie's subordinates, confirming they were following them and knowing her plan had succeeded halfway. After a while of wandering, a sudden gust of wind blew, and Noel raised her arm to shield her eyes. The subordinates trailing behind her secretly thought the opportunity had come. Suddenly, several figures rushed over, knocking the unsuspecting Noel to the ground and snatching the box from her hands before fleeing. Noel reacted like any normal person would and began to chase after them. But these people were quite familiar with the terrain of Water City and worked in perfect coordination. It wasn't long before they disappeared from Noel's sight. At this moment, Yamato stepped forward, puzzled, and said, "Why did you stop me just now? Those people don't look strong." Noel's lips curled into a smile as she replied, "If we follow them, we can find the cyborg. Then let us hurry after them." Yamato urged eagerly. Even though those people had vanished from Noel's sight, she had firmly locked onto their presence. With her observation haki, she could sense they were heading toward a particular location. Frankie's hideout, this went too smoothly. I didn't expect to get that person's money so easily. Frankie's subordinates laughed loudly after returning to their base. A pair of sisters with square-shaped hairstyles approached upon hearing the noise, asking, "Zombi, who did you rob?" "Zombi," the captain of Frankie's crew, replied, "I don't know who it was. Maybe a traveler here to build a ship." To not even know who it was and still dare to rob them. "You really have guts," one of the sisters quipped. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the entrance. Boom! The door of Frankie's hideout was kicked open, and Noel and Yamato slowly walked in. The cheering crowd immediately fell silent, staring in shock at the two of them. They had thought they had shaken off Noel and Yamato, but unexpectedly, they had been tracked down to this place. "TCH, you two dare to barge in here? You're just asking for death." Zombi sneered, shouldering a rocket launcher and firing a projectile at Noel. Zap! A flash of lightning struck, and the projectile detonated midair, creating a massive cloud of smoke. In a low voice, Noel said, "Are you surrendering voluntarily, or do you prefer to be beaten into submission?" "Grab those two," Zombi shouted, drawing his steel knife and charging at Noel. Yamato picked up a spike bat and swung it casually, shattering the steel armor on Zombi's abdomen. Zombi opened his mouth wide and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. If Noel hadn't said not to kill anyone, Yamato might have accidentally killed Zombi in that critical moment. Naturally, Frankie's subordinates were no match for Noel and Yamato. In just a few exchanges, Noel had knocked most of them to the ground. Noel turned to the pair of sisters and said, "Go get your boss to see me. Were these people's lives one be guaranteed?" Noel deliberately left them alive, not out of pity, but because they had always been Frankie's subordinates. So they would certainly know where Frankie was. The sisters gulped nervously and hurriedly turned to leave. Before long, heavy footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. A man with blue hair and exceptionally large arms ran in, and upon seeing his subordinates all lying on the ground, he angrily shouted, "Who are you?" On the way here, the sisters had already informed Frankie of the whole situation. Frankie wasn't a fool. Seeing that his subordinates had been robbed by someone as strong as Noel, he suspected it was deliberate. Frankie pondered Noel's intentions, and after carefully examining her face, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Brady Noel? Why is this guy here?" Noel had not been in Water City for long, so only a few people knew of her presence. Frankie, of course, had not yet received the news, which is why he was surprised. "Let's make a deal, Frankie," Noel smiled and said slowly. Chapter 126. You must be a dog. Noel's words made the atmosphere tense. Frankie couldn't help but think that he was right. As he suspected, this person had a purpose for coming to find him, since he had the blueprints of Hades hidden on him, when Noel approached him with some ulterior motive. His first reaction was that Noel's target was indeed Hades. After a moment of inner panic, Frankie calmed himself and said in a deep voice, "You don't look like someone here to make a deal." Seeing Frankie's nervous expression, Noel couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Frankie must be scared out of his wits, thinking that Noel was after Hades. If Frankie was hiding the real Hades and not just the blueprints, Noel might have been curious and wanted to see it. But as for the blueprints, forget it. Noel trusted his own strength more. "Oh, your little brothers robbed my money, and I haven't killed them yet, which is already very merciful." Now, I'm taking the lives of your little brothers to make a deal with you. Is that too much to ask? Noel said with a mocking smile. Frankie's heart sank further upon hearing this. Although he had a frivolous personality, he was passionate and loyal. His little brothers had followed him for many years. Now that Noel was using his little brothers as leverage, it struck directly at his weak spot. However, the blueprints of Hades were important designs entrusted to him by his mentor before his death, and, on the other hand, there were his important little brothers. This left Frankie in a dilemma. He didn't want to give up either side. I can't agree to your deal. Frankie shook his head heavily and said. Noel raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, are you prepared to give up on your little brothers? Frankie let out a cold laugh. If my little brothers die, I naturally won't survive either, but I also can't give you what you want. Upon hearing Frankie's words, his little brothers were moved to tears. Each one starting to cry loudly. Boss, you should leave quickly. Yes, boss, you don't need to worry about us. Shut up, you guys. Frankie roared, then took a few heavy breaths. Just as Frankie was about to take out the blueprints of Hades to burn them, he heard Noel say with some confusion, I just want you to help me design a weapon. Is that really so exciting? Huh? Design a weapon? Frankie was stunned. He thought he had just heard Noel asking for help to design a weapon. Not looking for Hades? This huge reversal left Frankie looking a bit dazed, standing there foolishly. What did you say? Design a weapon? Noel frowned slightly and said, Yeah, just design a weapon. Why are you all so excited? Noel's expression was very puzzled. But in reality, he was already overjoyed inside. Watching Frankie just now, with that heavy demeanor as if he had made a certain decision, only to finally learn that the truth was not what he imagined, brought a sense of shock. If Noel hadn't held back, he would likely have burst out laughing. Once Frankie came back to his senses, he confirmed again, as long as I help you design a weapon, you'll let my little brothers go, right? That's right. Noel nodded calmly, but the hands behind his back were tightly clenched. This person must be a dog. Frankie began to roar in his heart. After making such a big fuss, setting traps, and even raiding his home, it turned out just to have him design a weapon? Why not just say so directly? Why make it so heavy? It made me think that the matter was exposed, and you were here for the blueprints of Hades. At this moment, Frankie didn't think deeply. If Noel had come to him directly asking to design a weapon, with his personality, he likely would not have agreed. However, with so many things laid out and added to his own assumptions, he ultimately found out that it was just as simple as designing a weapon. And this massive gap would greatly increase the likelihood of Frankie agreeing, even though he no longer wanted to design and build ships and weapons. His little brothers were still in Noel's hands. Compared to dying together, Frankie hoped everyone could continue to live. Okay, I'll help you design the weapon, but you have to let my little brothers go first. Frankie nodded, agreeing to Noel's request. Noel wasn't worried about these people running away and smiled. No problem. Since you agreed, go to the #1 shipyard and find a shipbuilder named Iceberg. Frankie frowned and asked, Iceberg? That's right, my ship was designed by Iceberg. I think it will be easier for you two to discuss together, Noel said, then left with Yamato. Seeing this, Frankie hurried over to check on his little brother's injuries. As he reached the door, Noel turned back with a smile and said, That shipbuilding matter is up to you two now, and as for that 100 million berries, consider it your down payment. After leaving Frankie's place, Yamato stretched lazily. The earlier battle was nothing more than a warm-up for her. After being busy for so long, Noel should have no other matters to attend to, right? Having watched Noel's performance for so long, it was finally her turn, wasn't it? Noel, let's go explore Water City, Yamato said cheerfully. Noel stroked his chin and, confirming that he had nothing else to do, agreed to Yamato's request, saying, Just don't cause me any trouble. Although Yamato's shopping plan had basically announced failure, she quickly adjusted her mood and began to wander around Water City with excitement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Enel, who was wandering around Water City, had completely experienced the prosperity that was different from Sky Island. Many tourists were walking back and forth on the streets, and the distant sea train fascinated him. Yaha, this place is really interesting. Enel looked around enthusiastically, and his unique appearance made people on the street constantly glance at him. Enel always felt gazes on him and became a bit impatient. But there were too many people here, and his observation hockey couldn't pinpoint exactly who was staring at him. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he suddenly recalled Noel's advice before parting. After a moment of silence, he could only suppress his impatience. While Enel was wandering, he suddenly saw a tavern called Bruno's Tavern. Having never been to a tavern before, he walked straight inside. As soon as he entered, he saw a tall tavern owner with horns for hair, wearing a yellow polka dot shirt and a white apron, wiping glasses at the bar. What would you like? Bruno said, slightly surprised to see Enel. He recognized Enel's identity, Ever since Noel and the others arrived in Water City, the CP members there had naturally received the news. And Enel, who was following Noel, also attracted the attention of the CP members. Chapter 127. What kind of trash is Big Mom? Noel, who had disappeared for more than a year, reappeared in the Water City, which was already a matter of concern. At the same time, a stranger appeared by Noel's side. Especially after investigation, they found that the identity of this person, Enel, was a complete blank, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Therefore, Enel felt that someone was secretly watching him, and it happened to be a member of CP. Coincidentally, Enel had just arrived at Bruno's tavern. Bruno maintained a calm expression, showing no signs of a flaw, and welcomed Enel as usual. Enel looked at the dazzling array of drinks on the bar and felt a bit confused. Being a Sky Islander, he naturally did not recognize the liquor from the Blue Sea. "Give me your best drink," Enel said lazily, letting Bruno decide. Bruno nodded slightly, mixed a drink, and placed it in front of Enel. "You don't look like a local," Bruno said, trying to extract some information about Enel, as if chatting with a friend. However, Enel was an extremely proud person. He was okay with the other members of the Noel group, but when it came to strangers, he never put down his pride. Enel casually nodded, completely ignoring Bruno's words, and picked up the glass to take a sip. Not bad," Enel chuckled lightly, surprised that he found such good liquor in a tavern he picked randomly. He felt lucky. Bruno proudly remarked that this was a tavern known only to locals, and it was quite lucky for Enel to find it on his first visit. Hearing Bruno's compliment, Enel felt somewhat pleased and began to enjoy his drink. Initially, Enel didn't like drinking much, but with Noel's arrival, the wine-loving Noel often dragged everyone to drink together. Enel had naturally shared in the various fine wines on the ship, and gradually, he began to enjoy drinking like Noel. However, Enel had one flaw. His tolerance for alcohol was not very good, and he easily became rowdy when drunk. Plus, with his lightning fruit ability, he would unintentionally destroy many things when intoxicated. So later, Noel and others prohibited Enel from getting drunk. No matter how great the fortune, it couldn't withstand Enel's antics. Although Noel's current wealth was mostly Enel's. Now that he was drinking alone, he naturally wanted to enjoy it properly, lest he return to the ship where Noel would control him and he wouldn't be able to drink to his heart's content. Another drink. Enel finished the drink in his glass in one go and ordered another. Bruno quickly began to mix another drink, and he felt happy. Enel seemed hard to approach now, but once he got drunk, it would be easier. Just now, Enel had ignored him, and Bruno was smart enough not to continue to pry, fearing it would raise Enel's guard. Thus, one person kept drinking while the other mixed drinks with a different purpose. Enel finally got drunk, his face flushed, and even his large earlobes turned red. If Day were here, he would definitely laugh at him mercilessly, as this kind of scene had played out many times before. I will definitely teach that wicked woman a lesson later," drunken Enel mumbled, mostly about Day. After all, Day often teased him and would beat him up every time they fought, which naturally made Enel want to give Day a good beating. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Bruno pretended to be curious and asked, "That wicked woman? Is she strong?" Enel, with blurred vision from drunkenness, glanced at Bruno and exclaimed, "Of course. She's a woman that even this god can't defeat. But wait, once I get stronger, I will definitely give her a good beating." Enel continued, "This god?" Bruno was somewhat puzzled by Enel's self-proclamation, thinking that this guy actually referred to himself as a god. What era is this? Besides those adults, there are still people who call themselves gods. Bruno's face twitched slightly. He felt he might have encountered a lunatic, someone who seemed to have emerged from a corner of some small place. "Is she strong? I've only heard of Big Mom." Bruno ignored Enel's self-title and began to lead the conversation towards Day. "Big Mom? What trash is that?" Enel burped and arrogantly said. Noel had once introduced the existence of Big Mom to Enel, but the drunken Enel had long forgotten who Big Mom was. Hearing Bruno mention it, Enel regarded it as some garbage and didn't take it seriously at all. A drunken Enel probably wouldn't even acknowledge the four emperors, as he didn't see them as anyone significant. Bruno's face twitched again. This time he confirmed that the guy in front of him had no knowledge at all, not even having heard of Big Mom. "Who is that wicked woman you mentioned? She must be quite famous at sea, right?" Bruno guessed who Enel was talking about and just wanted to confirm. "Wicked woman? A wicked woman is just a wicked woman, all right? Why are you asking so many questions? Be careful, or I'll kill you." Enel, growing impatient with Bruno's incessant questioning, was annoyed. What's wrong with this guy? Doesn't he know that this god is drinking? Why is he buzzing around like a mosquito? He decided to stop drinking. Dizzily, he stood up, wanting to leave. At that moment, Bruno reached out to stop him, saying, "Sir, you haven't settled the bill yet." Settle the bill? What bill? It's your honor that this god drank your liquor. You want to ask this god for money? Enel looked at Bruno in astonishment. Bruno's face twitched again. He no longer wanted to talk to this lunatic. Just as Bruno was adjusting his mood and preparing to speak, his eyes suddenly brightened as Enel's body was surrounded by lightning. Enel raised his golden rod, pointing it at Bruno, and said, "Unappreciative fool, accept my punishment." Chapter 128. Wasting treasures. Bruno was taken aback by the lightning surrounding Enel. He never expected Enel to attack without warning. Moreover, seeing the lightning on Enel's body, Bruno realized that Enel was a devil fruit user. Soru, 30 million volts, discharge. With no time to think, Bruno instantly used Soru to disappear from the spot, just as Enel released the lightning at the place where Bruno had been standing. A cold sweat trickled down Bruno's temple. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been struck down by Enel. Seeing Enel's unreasonable behavior, Bruno became angry as he continuously flickered his body to increase the distance between himself and Enel, then unleashed several slashing kicks. Stormfoot. Enel had long sensed Bruno's movements through his observation hockey. With a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth, he allowed the slash to pass through him. Bruno was momentarily stunned when he realized that his slash had actually gone through Enel's body, and he knew he was in big trouble. A Logia fruit. Damn it, where did Brady Noel find this monster? The Rumble fruit had disappeared for many years, and he never expected it to appear today. The world government had always been on the lookout for this top-tier Logia fruit. After all, with its powerful potential, if it were found, it could easily cultivate a top-tier combat force. Unfortunately, even the powerful world government had not been able to locate this fruit over the years. As Bruno dodged Enel's attacks, he took out a small den mushy and began dialing. "This is Bruno, mission failed. Understood, initiate withdrawal." After putting down the den mushy, Bruno found that Enel, who had been standing at a distance, had disappeared. He quickly began searching around, but suddenly heard Enel's voice behind him. "Yaha, are you looking for me?" Enel, with a flushed face and bleary eyes, said slowly with a contemptuous smile. Bruno's body stiffened instantly, and he broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to make any sudden moves. Although Enel was drunk, his awareness was still relatively clear. After seeing Bruno take out the den mushy and say that, Enel realized that this horned-haired man was not an ordinary person. "Could you tell me who you really are?" Enel rested his golden staff on Bruno's shoulder. At this moment, Bruno's mind was racing. In his current situation, any movement would result in being struck by Enel's most ferocious attack. Although he could use Iron Body, he couldn't guarantee that he could withstand that blow. Just then, several gunshots suddenly rang out from a distance, and a few bullets instantly pierced through Enel's head. "The target has gone mad. Protect the boss and retreat." Several men dressed in black suits were continuously shooting at Enel. Enel, looking annoyed, said, "Damn little bugs." Judgment of God. A flash of electricity surrounded Enel, and several pillars of lightning struck down from the sky, instantly frying the men, who fell to the ground emitting smoke. Before they could even get close, they were killed by Enel in an instant. However, Bruno took this opportunity while Enel was focused on those men to take action. Open door. Using the door fruit, Bruno opened a door in the air. The moment the door opened, Enel reacted, and the golden staff in his hand crackled with electricity, striking Bruno. Iron Body. As Bruno rushed toward the air door, he used Iron Body for defense. Surrounded by lightning, he rushed into the door and vanished from the scene. Enel's expression darkened. This was the first time he encountered such bizarre abilities from a devil fruit, and in his first battle upon arriving in the Blue Sea, he let the enemy escape. This left Enel feeling somewhat displeased. Although he hadn't used his full power, dealing with such a character should require his full strength. Otherwise, it seemed too low. Forget it. If they escape, they escape. As long as they don't come to bother me, that's fine. With this thought, Enel returned to his drunken state and started wandering aimlessly down the street. The brief battle had already caused all the pedestrians nearby to panic and flee. Everyone looked at Enel as if they were looking at a demon, but Enel didn't care, strolling around on his own. "By the way, where are the apples? I want to eat an apple," Enel muttered. Bruno also arrived in his secret room through the air door. Inside, several figures were either standing or sitting on the sofa. Seeing Bruno's disheveled appearance, everyone present was slightly startled. Although Bruno's strength was not very strong, he was still quite capable. Moreover, with the ability of the door fruit, it was basically impossible for anyone to stop him if he wanted to escape. But judging by Bruno's appearance, it seemed that escaping was quite difficult for him. Compared to the unharmed Enel, Bruno was in a sorry state. After being attacked by Enel, he had used Iron Body in time, but still sustained some injuries. The most critical point was that Bruno's originally horn hairstyle had transformed into an explosive hairstyle, which, combined with his face shape and figure, created a surprisingly fitting appearance. Bruno, why did a conflict occur on your side? A man wearing a black top hat, with a pigeon on his shoulder, was Rob Lucci, known as the strongest cold-blooded weapon in CP9's history. He was considered the strongest in CP9 for 800 years. Bruno, emitting smoke, slowly stood up and coughed lightly before saying, "That guy is a lunatic." After that, Bruno described what had happened between him and Enel, and everyone present fell silent. Clearly, they also thought that Enel seemed to have some serious issues, as he simply attacked without provocation. The rumble fruit. I never expected such a powerful fruit to be eaten by a lunatic. What a waste. A man with a square-shaped nose sighed. After a moment of silence, Lucci said, "Bruno, you should rest for a few days. I will report this person to the world government. Right now, our main goal is the Pluton blueprint hidden on the iceberg. Khalifa, how is your progress in getting close to the iceberg?" Lucci turned to the blonde beauty beside him. Khalifa, dressed in a tight black bodysuit with a fishnet design and black high-heeled shoes, pushed her glasses up and said, "I've already passed the initial interview with the iceberg. I believe that in a few days, I can take on the role of his secretary." Very good. Chapter 129. If I take you too along, I'm a dog. Meanwhile, at the moment Enel unleashed the judgment of God, Noel sensed Enel's presence. Looking at the distant pillars of lightning, Noel's expression gradually darkened. He knew that now in Water City, the only one capable of unleashing that skill, aside from Enel, was impossible to be anyone else. Noel pulled the still eager Yamato and said, "A battle has broken out over at Enel's side. Let's go take a look." Yamato, who was happily wandering around, immediately pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "That damn guy is always causing trouble and giving me a headache. I'm definitely going to beat him up later." Noel glanced at Yamato, feeling speechless, and thought, "Aren't you also always getting into trouble and causing me headaches? Have I ever beaten you up?" "What? You said I beat you up? Impossible. That was just guidance, not the same as you." Of course, Noel also wanted to beat up Enel right now. He had clearly warned him not to cause trouble, yet he still stirred up a huge commotion. It seemed that his identity as a user of the rumble fruit would soon be known to the whole world. Noel originally wanted to hide for a while longer to surprise everyone later, but now it's too late. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken Oroorooro out. Noel and Yamato quickly arrived at the spot where Oroorooro had just fought, and upon looking up, they saw the sign for Bruno's Tavern. Seeing this, Noel realized what had happened to Oroorooro. He must have accidentally run into a member of CP. Moreover, since Oroorooro had come to Water City with him, Bruno, as a CP member, would definitely probe into Oroorooro's identity. However, he didn't know what had caused the conflict between the two. Not seeing Oroorooro around, Noel activated his observation haki to search for Oroorooro's presence. After a while, he successfully locked onto Oroorooro's location, which wasn't too far from where they were, but he was moving at a normal pace. "Oroorooro is ahead. Let's go," Noel called out to Yamato, who eagerly followed behind him. Oroorooro was swaying as he searched for apples, but the people here saw him as if he were a ghost and all moved away, making it impossible for him to find any apples. With his vision blurred from drunkenness, Oroorooro felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed that something bad was about to happen. He looked around and saw nothing unusual, scratching his head and saying, It's strange. I just feel like something bad is going to happen." Just as Oroorooro confirmed that there was nothing wrong and was about to move forward, he suddenly vanished in a flash of lightning. In an instant, Yamato appeared, swinging a spiked club down onto the ground, creating a large pit in the originally flat surface. Oroorooro, seeing that Yamato had not held back, felt a cold sweat run down his temple. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have definitely been knocked out by that blow. "Hey, are you trying to kill me, you wicked woman?" Oroorooro shouted angrily at Yamato. Yamato, equally furious, shouted back at Oroorooro, "Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble? You big-eared brat are always looking for trouble, and now I can't even enjoy myself." Just as the two were arguing, Noel arrived and curiously asked Oroorooro what had just happened. After Oroorooro described the situation in fragments, Noel's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Yamato burst into laughter. "Look at what Oroorooro is saying. Is that even human? Calling big MOM garbage? If she were here in front of you, wouldn't your little body be crushed under her? Ha ha ha. Big-eared brat, you're doing great. Big MOM is garbage. Let's knock them all out sooner or later," Yamato said, patting Oroorooro on the shoulder while laughing heartily. Oroorooro retorted, "You're the big-eared one. Sooner or later, I'm going to beat you up, you filthy woman." Then Oroorooro explained why he had fought with Bruno. As a dignified god, Drinking his wine is a great honor for him, and he dared to ask me for money? Not to mention, I don't have any. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to him. Anira's expression was difficult to describe. It was a mix of confusion, disbelief, and anger, overall very complex. Noel was even more speechless. After giving Anira a hard knock on the head, he said, "This is the Qinghai, not Sky Island. Who cares if you're God? Here, if you eat something, you have to pay for it. But we're pirates." Noel, Yamato weakly reminded him from the side. Although they usually paid for things, Yamato felt there was something off about Noel's words. "You two come with me. Don't leave my sight." Noel angrily led the two away. He decided that next time if he took them out again, he'd be a dog. This conflict ended in a bizarre manner. But Aniru's information was already on the world government's table. Holy Land, Marieva. Although Aniru was still seen as a minor character by many, the ability of the Rumble Rumble fruit was worth a slight discussion among the 5 major figures. Unexpectedly, the devil fruit that had been sought after for so many years finally appeared, but unfortunately, it had already been eaten. One of the 5 Elder Stars, dressed in a dark green suit, bald, with 2 mustache curls and a birthmark on his forehead, said, "What should we do about this kid named Aniru?" Another Elder Star, dressed in a black suit, with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, wearing a flat hat and a scar on his left cheek, responded, "What should we do about this kid named Aniru? Let's observe for now. Spread the news of his ability and his insults to Big MOM across the world, and let Big MOM deal with him." The Elder Star with a birthmark proposed. Agreed, 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 agreed. The Big MOM pirates, with the most powerful intelligence network in the world, received the news immediately due to the world government's intentional leak. Charlotte Linlin, sitting in a massive castle, became furious upon learning that someone named Aniru, a user of the Rumble Rumble fruit, had called her garbage. The entire Big MOM pirates also became enraged. A nameless nobody thinks he's invincible after gaining a Logia ability and even calls himself a god? It's laughable. "Mama, let me take people to kill this nameless brat." At this moment, Katakuri, holding his weapon, approached and said in a deep voice. Chapter 130. The Expedition. Katakuri, the first of the sweet commanders of the Big MOM pirates, was present, while Snack was not yet a commander, so there were only 3 commanders at this time. Seeing that it was Katakuri, the furious Charlotte Linlin calmed down slightly. After thinking for a moment, Charlotte Linlin laughed and said, Let's wait until Brady Noel and the others return to the New World before we launch an expedition." When Charlotte Linlin's hunger pangs strike, she becomes extremely crazy and loses her rationality. But usually, she is very rational. Noel and the others are currently too far away. And the Navy's strength in the first half of the Grand Line is also very strong. Recklessly launching an expedition could easily result in the expedition team being wiped out there. Brady Noel and the others will definitely return to the New World. And when they do, we'll settle the old and new scores together. Kakuri paused for a moment and then spoke again. "Last time, Snack and the others were seriously injured because of Brady Noel. I've long wanted to take revenge. This time, they even insulted you. If we don't act for a long time, others will think we're afraid. Mama, let me lead the team to continue the expedition. I'll be careful." Charlotte Linlin frowned, staring intently at Katakuri for a moment, then laughed again. "Ha ha ha, since you're so determined, I'll leave it to you. But remember, you must succeed and not fail." "Understood, Mama." Dressrosa, the Thunderfruit. I didn't expect that after Brady Noel disappeared for a year and a half, he would return and recruit such a capable subordinate. Doflamingo said with a hint of envy while sitting on the sofa. Although his partners are also quite strong, none of them possess the potential to reach the top tier like Enel. Even he himself is far behind, let alone his subordinates. Then, after seeing Enel insult Big Mom, Doflamingo burst into mad laughter. "Noel, what will you do now? Hey. As for other intelligence networks with slightly weaker powers, they have not yet learned of this news." Noel was strolling around Water City with Yamato and the others, complaining about how they were not making things easier for him. Yamato had long since gotten used to Noel's nagging, looking around with his hands on his head, while Enel was yawning with a flushed face. When Noel turned around and saw their expressions, veins popped out on his forehead as he roared, "Are you two even paying attention to what I'm saying?" Seeing the two of them distracted, Noel was furious. After training hard for so long, he came to Water City to relax, and they both had to find him something to do. I know, it's not my fault," Yamato said dismissively. Enel, drunk and dazed, didn't even understand what Noel was saying, and when he saw Noel shouting, he tried to maintain a serious expression and said, "I got it. This is really enough." Noel sighed and covered his forehead. He He didn't know what sin he had committed to be punished by having these two around. Who told him to choose them? He could only endure it. After strolling around all day, Noel felt a bit tired and found a hotel to stay in. He decided to stay here quietly for the next few days, waiting for news from Iceberg and Frankie. Just as Noel and the others settled into their room and confirmed their safety, Noel took out a din mushy and dialed Sengoku's number. Enel's conflict with the CP members would surely become known to the world government, and Noel felt he needed to inform Sengoku first. Brew. Moshi, Sengoku-san. I have something to report, Noel said casually while sitting on the bed. At this moment, Sengoku was likely not in the office but at home, having taken off his iconic seagull hat. What is it? Sengoku asked seriously. Noel, the guy who hadn't called in 800 years, was reaching out to report something, which usually meant it was important. Noel then recounted the conflict between Enel and the CP members. I thought it would be better to inform you about this in advance, Noel said, changing his posture and sitting cross-legged on the bed. Sengoku's forehead also twitched with veins. This guy Noel can't even manage his own subordinates? Knowing that there are many world government agents in Water City, he still causes trouble there. However, since it was just a simple conflict, Sengoku thought it wasn't a big deal and said, you better manage your subordinates well and not cause trouble. I'll check on the information first. Call me back in 10 minutes. After saying that, Sengoku hung up and took out another din mushy to make a call. This is Sengoku. Find out about Brady Noel's subordinate, Enel. Sengoku's voice was serious. Yes. Before long, the information Sengoku wanted was delivered to him. After carefully reviewing it, Sengoku's pupils suddenly constricted. At the end of the information, there was actually a command from the 5 elders. The news that Enel insulted Big Mom had already reached her ears, and Sengoku started to feel a bit of a headache. This idiot, Noel, didn't even mention the part about Enel insulting Big Mom. Sengoku was somewhat angry. This matter was both big and small. On one hand, it concerned the reputation of Big Mom's pirate crew, so they would definitely seek revenge on Enel. Noel currently didn't have the strength to confront Big Mom's crew head-on. On the other hand, since Water City is located in the first half of the Grand Line, it wasn't very realistic for Big Mom to send someone to retaliate immediately. With this thought, Sengoku's heart calmed down a bit. Anyway, if Big Mom really sent someone to retaliate, the Navy could also surround them, and Noel would still be very safe. At this moment, Sengoku's din mushy rang again. 10 minutes had passed, and Noel was calling back. Noel, about Enel insulting Charlotte Linlin, she already knows. We don't know yet whether she will send someone to retaliate. So be careful, Sengoku said in a low and serious voice. Sitting on the bed, casually, Noel became serious upon hearing this, nodding and saying, I understand. After hanging up, Noel was furious again. He never expected that just coming to build a ship would attract Big Mom's attention. However, Charlotte Linlin probably wouldn't come in person, so it shouldn't be too likely that she would send someone to attack them. After silently comparing strengths, Noel came to this conclusion. Chapter 131. Blueprint completed. As Noel calmed down, he became angrier the more he thought about it, and finally burst out of the room, kicking open Enel's door. At this moment, Enel was already lying on the bed, fast asleep. Even when the door was kicked open, he didn't react, simply turning over and continuing to sleep. Noel's fist was coated with hockey as he punched Enel. Duong. A large bump instantly appeared on Enel's head, and he woke up, furious at being attacked, shouting, which bastard dares to attack this god? Noel, however, remained silent and punched again. Damn it, you brought trouble upon us, insulting Big Mom. You could have just insulted her, but you had to do it in front of world government agents. Now look what you've done. After more than a year of peace, Big Mom is targeting us again. Can't you just live a quiet life? Though I'm not afraid of Charlotte Linlin, who wants to stir up trouble and fight. I'm not like that Luffy guy. Meanwhile, Yamato, hearing the commotion, rushed over and, seeing Noel beating Enel, couldn't help but laugh. Haha, serves you right for interrupting my shopping, Yamato thought happily. Enel then realized it was Noel hitting him and, confused, shouted, Why are you hitting me? Finally, Noel spoke. You idiot. Do you know how much trouble you caused us? Yamato, who was secretly laughing, then asked, Noel, what trouble did Enel cause? Noel replied irritably, This guy insulted Charlotte Linlin, and now she knows about it. She's coming for us. Hearing that Charlotte Linlin was coming to attack them, Yamato nonchalantly said, Let them come. We'll just knock them all away. At this moment, Enel also understood what was happening and began to shout that no matter who comes, he would eliminate them all. Noel sighed deeply after putting down Enel and said weakly, Forget it. Since things have already happened, let's take it one step at a time. On the other side, Frankie quietly entered the Iceberg's office after settling his subordinates. Upon seeing Frankie, Iceberg furrowed his brows and said, "You should know that there are countless world government personnel lurking around me." What he didn't know was that today, because he had been studying the blueprints for the Ark, he had postponed the hiring of a secretary for a few days. Otherwise, Khalifa, who was the secretary, would definitely have met Frankie. That way, Frankie would have come into the world government site. Frankie waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "I'm here to discuss something serious with you. Brady Noel, you're designing a ship for him, right?" Frankie stared at Iceberg. Iceberg was surprised when he heard Noel's name. "How do you know?" After Frankie recounted how he found Noel, Iceberg frowned and began to ponder. Iceberg originally thought Noel was just a customer here to build a ship. A customer who was at most stronger and had a higher bounty than others. However, Iceberg wasn't afraid of them since they were here to build a ship, not to cause him trouble. But now it seemed that Brady Noel seemed to know some secrets that others didn't. Otherwise, why would he seek out Frankie to request the design of a weapon? This indicated that Noel was aware of Frankie's background. Of course, Iceberg hadn't considered the matter of the Pluto blueprint being with Frankie, as only the two of them knew about it. "Frankie, you need to be careful. If Brady Noel knows your background, then others are likely to know as well," Iceberg said gravely. Frankie nodded silently, knowing it himself, but there was nothing he could do. Noel was using his subordinates as leverage, and Frankie, who valued friendship, could only bow his head. "By the way, it's been a long time since we built a ship together." Iceberg suddenly laughed. When they were younger, Iceberg disliked Frankie very much, but the bond between them was still very deep. Frankie also laughed and said, "Then let us build a super awesome ship together this time." Iceberg took out the blueprints that Noel had given him and began to introduce them to Frankie. When Frankie saw that it was actually a flying ship, he became even more excited. He had never thought about building a ship that could fly in the sky. The two of them lowered their heads and began to discuss seriously, occasionally getting into some arguments. In the following days, Noel and the others wandered around Water City. Originally, Noel didn't want to go out, but he couldn't resist Yamato's constant pleading. He was still a bit uneasy letting Yamato go out with just the two of them. He always felt that Yamato was hiding something from him, and once out of sight, she would definitely make him so angry he'd have a heart attack. Today was also the day they had agreed upon with Iceberg, and Noel got up early, pulling Yamato, who was still sleeping up. "Get up, today is the day we finalize the Ark." Yamato, who was drooling, suddenly became alert. The Ark was not only what Noel wanted, but Yamato felt the same way. Since Noel and Yamato met, and he introduced the Ark, Yamato had kept it in her heart. Later, when they escaped from Tressy's pursuit, Noel promised to build an even better and bigger Arkansas. Now that the Ark was getting closer, although construction hadn't started yet, the blueprint was out, so how far could the actual thing be? Noel also didn't forget about Enel. After all, Enel would be the helmsman of this ship, and it was necessary for him to know the details about it. The three of them took the Blue to dock number 1. At this moment, Iceberg was already waiting for Noel at dock number 1. Upon seeing Noel arrive, Iceberg quickly went over and said apologetically, "Sorry, I've been a bit negligent. I've been too busy lately, and the secretary I hired hasn't started yet, so I have to handle these trivial matters myself." Noel smiled and shook his head, secretly thinking about the secretary. It seems that CP member, Khalifa, will be coming to Iceberg's side soon. Iceberg led everyone into his office, and Frankie, not wanting to show himself, waited there. Upon seeing Noel, his eyes lit up, and he stood up saying, "This time, we've designed a super awesome flying ship together." He eagerly took out the blueprints to introduce them to Noel. The others quickly stepped forward, and the moment the blueprints were opened, Yamato exclaimed, "Is this the Ark? It's amazing." Chapter 132. Then let's wait a few more days when the blueprints were opened. Not only was Yamato surprised, but Noel's eyes also lit up. The various data on the blueprints were extremely exaggerated. If it weren't right in front of him, Noel wouldn't have dared to believe it. "Is this data real?" Noel couldn't wait to ask. Iceberg smiled slightly and said, "In theory, there shouldn't be any problems, but there may be some discrepancies in practice." Noel nodded repeatedly, accepting that as long as it wasn't too outrageous, he could handle some discrepancies. "Since the blueprints are fine, when can we start construction?" Noel's eyes sparkled as he stared at the blueprints, wishing he could pilot the Ark right now. Iceberg pondered for a moment and then said, "To build this ship, we need to mobilize most of the craftsmen at dock number 1. Some craftsmen still have work on hand, and to build this ship well, it might take some time." After hearing this, Noel felt a bit disappointed, but could only accept this reality, nodding to indicate he understood. Iceberg continued, "There's another issue, Mr. Noel. The expenses for this ship might be quite high. Many materials will need to be specially made, especially for the energy and power aspects." Noel waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "That's fine. I'll leave behind 1 billion berries. If that's not enough, you can call me. After all, there is still a lot of gold on Valorant Island." The last big raid basically gathered all the gold on the island, plus Enel's collection during his reign. Now, Noel could be considered very wealthy, and if he really ran out of money, he still had the golden bell. Just taking down a pillar, let alone one arc. He felt he could manage two without a problem. Of course, it would be best not to dismantle it if possible, as it is a historical artifact, and destroying it would make Noel feel pained. Speaking of which, having been on Sky Island for so long, Noel hadn't gone to take down the golden bell yet, and he didn't know if the group of gorillas below had started to get anxious. But it didn't matter. They had already waited so long, so they could wait a few more days. Once he returned this time, he would give it a try. Seeing Noel's generosity, Iceberg felt relieved. He also hoped that this arc could be completed under his own hands. If Noel didn't have enough funds, then Iceberg would have to modify some of the facilities on the blueprints again. After handing over Bailey to Iceberg, he began preparations for shipbuilding. After staying in Water City for 2 more days, Noel and his companions set off to leave. After all, this shipbuilding might take a long time, and a few of them had already explored most of Water City, so there was no need to stay any longer. After Noel left, Iceberg and Frankie were together. And Frankie said to Iceberg, "Then I'll design the weapon system. I won't participate in the rest." Iceberg nodded and reminded him to manage his subordinates well and to be careful not to expose his identity. Frankie boldly replied, "Don't worry." The departure of Noel and his companions was also noticed by some CP members observing in the shadows, who immediately reported to their superiors. In a certain room, most of the CP9 members had gathered. At this stage, they were still in the infiltration phase and had not yet taken on important roles around Iceberg, so their actions were relatively relaxed. Brady Noel has left. It seems their target is not the Underworld King, but simply here to do business. Khalifa analyzed after adjusting her glasses. This conclusion was agreed upon by most, and Lucci nodded, saying, "But I wonder what business they are here for. However, this doesn't concern us much. The most important thing at this stage is to place our people around Iceberg." Lucci stood up and continued, "So let's proceed according to plan. First, Khalifa, you need to quickly become Iceberg's secretary. This way, we can basically keep track of Iceberg's movements." Khalifa nodded and said, "No problem. Iceberg has already contacted me by phone. I can officially start tomorrow." As CP9 concluded their meeting, they also reported Noel's news to the world government, which meant that the Big Mom pirates had also received the information. Katakuri, Brady Noel, and the others have left Water City. "Are you still going to hunt them down?" Snag asked as he approached Katakuri, who was standing at the port. Katakuri turned to look at Snag, and then said, "They harmed my brothers and insulted my mother. This time, I will make them pay." Set sail. After making all the preparations, Katakuri boarded the ship and led everyone on board. Meanwhile, news about Enel finally reached the entire world. Especially in Wano, Kaido was overjoyed when he learned that Noel had recruited a user of the nature-type Rumble fruit, acting like a fool in happiness. Since Noel's crew was part of the Beast Pirates, recruiting Enel meant that Enel was also a member of the Beast Pirates. Kaido, who liked to recruit strong individuals, was naturally thrilled with this news. "Oh ho, that kid Noel is doing well. Once they grow up, the Beast Pirates will reach their peak." Kaido laughed heartily while drinking heavily. The 3 disasters sitting nearby also laughed along, having already recognized both Noel and Yamato as the future of the Beast Pirates. Therefore, they were equally pleased with Noel's growth, thinking that if things continued this way, Kaido might become the next pirate king. With this kind of strength, perhaps only the rocks from Kaido's youth could compare. Yamato thought to himself, the Rocks Pirates, the legendary pirate crew that was jointly destroyed by the hero Garp and the pirate king Joel D. Roger. Many of the powerful individuals now roaming the seas came from that ship. It now seemed that the Beast Pirates were also developing towards the potential of the Rocks Pirates and would be even stronger than Rocks. The Beast Pirates began a grand feast, celebrating Noel's recruitment of a top-tier powerhouse. On the other hand, the Whitebeard Pirates were slightly shaken after receiving this news. "Old man, this Brady Noel is really impressive," Marco said after reading the newspaper and sharing the news with Whitebeard. "Gurura rocks, huh?" Whitebeard laughed, his gaze lost in memories. Then he snapped back to reality and said, "No need to worry. I'm Whitebeard." Chapter 133. The Golden Bell Rings. These forces reacted to Noel's news with either admiration or indifference. However, apart from the person involved, Charlotte Linlin, there was another group that was very angry about this news. That was our Destruction King, Mr. Terrace. In recent years, Terrace had not been living particularly well. after Cronin died in battle. Teresi relinquished most of his territory to escape being besieged, especially a year and a half ago, when he learned that Noel had escaped from Akainu. He even destroyed his own house in anger. On one hand, he secretly hated that Noel hadn't died. On the other hand, it represented that Noel's strength had already allowed him to escape from Akainu. Driven by a desire for revenge, Teresi began to train hard. In these 2 years, his strength had further improved. It could be said that apart from a few monsters, he could defeat anyone, and he was only a hair's breadth away from that level. With his strength improved again, Teresi successfully reclaimed his original territory, filling the vacancy in the 4 pillars. It could be said that the strength of the Destruction Pirates was now even stronger than 2 years ago. Just after Teresi learned about Enel, the user of the Rumble fruit, he was even more furious. Over the years, the news he received about Noel had mostly been bad. If it weren't for Teresi's increase in strength, he would even doubt whether he could kill Noel. Brady Noel, come to the New World. The moment you appear in the New World will be the day I kill you. Teresi shouted angrily, his eyes bloodshot. Noel and the others returned to Sky Island. Yamato got off the ship and went to find Eren. It had been many days since Yamato had tasted Eren's delicious food. After returning to Sky Island, the first thing Yamato wanted was for Eren to make some good food to reward herself. After all, the long-planned buying spree had ultimately been thwarted under Noel's strict guard, so Yamato needed Eren's food to soothe her fragile heart. Meanwhile, it was Enel's first visit to the Blue Sea, especially to the bustling water city, which made him feel that Sky Island seemed somewhat backward. Especially after learning that Charlotte Linlin might send an expeditionary force to hunt him down, Enel also felt a sense of anticipation. After hearing Noel talk for so long about the powerful individuals on the sea, he had yet to encounter any of them. Moreover, after being beaten up by Noel a few days ago, Enel felt that his strength might still be insufficient. In addition to anticipation, he also felt a sense of urgency. To avoid embarrassing himself, Enel immediately began to train after getting off the ship. At this moment, Elvis received the news and hurried over to greet Noel. I didn't expect you guys to be gone for so many days. I thought you would be back soon, Elvis said with a smile upon seeing Noel. To be honest, Noel didn't expect to be out for so long either, and he had brought back some trouble. There had been some changes to the blueprints, which delayed their return by a few days. Additionally, there might be some trouble with Big Mom. Noel began to tell Elvis about Enel insulting Big Mom. Elvis felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. He didn't expect them to provoke that terrifying woman in the first half of the Grand Line. One could only say that Enel's ability to cause trouble was not any less than Yamato's. Hearing Elvis's lament, Noel felt even more frustrated. He thought life was good now and didn't want to casually provoke conflicts with others. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. They can only take it one step at a time. During the days Noel was away, Alan and others continued their training steadily, and with Elvis's supervision. Noel didn't need to divide his attention. After enjoying the welcome banquet prepared by Alan, Noel said, "Let's go find the Golden Bell." Golden Bell? What is that? Yamato asked curiously. Having been here for so long, she had never seen the Golden Bell. The others were also surprised. They didn't expect the Golden Bell to actually exist. With the addition of the Shandians, they had heard the story of the Golden Bell, but after searching, they didn't find the Golden Bell in the sky of the Shandians. So they had assumed it was just a legend or that the Golden Bell had been lost for some reason. Now, hearing Noel's words meant that he must have known the location of the Golden Bell, which surprised everyone. Noel smiled slightly and said, "I just discovered suddenly." "Then let's hurry and go, the Golden Bell." Yamato became excited. Seeing everyone's surprise, she thought the Golden Bell must be a remarkable treasure. Noel recalled the location of the Golden Bell in the original story. If he remembered correctly, it should be on top of a massive vine. Noel led everyone to the vine, and Yamato even dragged Enel along. Although Enel wasn't very interested in the Golden Bell, Yamato thought that since it was a group action, everyone should participate. Thus, Enel had no choice but to follow. After a brief search, Yamato's exclamation came, "Wow, the Golden Bell, it's here." Upon hearing Yamato's voice, everyone rushed over, and when they saw the Golden Bell, even Noel, who had been prepared, couldn't help but be shocked. The size of the Golden Bell, which he had only marveled at while watching anime and manga, felt entirely different when confronted with the real thing. Even Enel, who had initially shown no interest, was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect such a large Golden Bell to exist in a place he once ruled. Looking at the massive Golden Bell, Yamato was ecstatic. After circling the Golden Bell, she even prepared to climb up, only to be stopped by Elvis. Not discouraged by the interruption, Yamato turned to Noel and said, "Let's ring the Golden Bell and see." Noel glanced at the golden staff in Enel's hand and then looked around. he thought it wasn't worth the effort. With his arm coated in armament hockey, he transformed into a bear-like form and jumped up, delivering a powerful punch to the golden bell. Dong! The massive golden bell began to sway under Noel's full-force punch, producing a deep, resonant sound. Dong! 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 After countless years, the golden bell was finally struck again. The heavy, hollow sound felt as though it washed over everyone. This massive sound instantly spread throughout the entire Sky Island, causing all the residents to stop their actions and listen attentively to the sound of the golden bell. As time passed, the sound of the bell even reached the island of Gaia, below the Sky Island. Chapter 134. The Truth of History Under the Sea Below the Sky Island. A man named Mont Blanc Coulicate, dressed only in pants and sporting a diamond-shaped face, a tattoo on his left arm, and a cigarette in his mouth, was preparing to dive again. He was continuously directing the men of the Monkey Mountain United Army to get ready when the captain of the guerrilla pirates, the gorilla, came to the side and opened his mouth to emit sound waves. Exploratory sound waves. Through the microphone, sound waves could detect the location of people or objects. "Boss, there's a sunken ship below," the gorilla said after determining the presence of a sunken ship below. Coulicate nodded, extinguished his cigarette, and prepared to jump into the sea. Dong! A loud bell rang out, and Coulicate was instantly stunned in place. As the bell continued to ring, he looked up at the sky. He was sure that this bell sound came from the sky, but he wasn't sure if it was from the Golden City he was searching for. Many ancient texts recorded that there was indeed a massive golden bell in the Golden City, and whenever the golden bell rang, it would resonate throughout the world. However, Coulicate himself didn't quite believe these records. After searching for so many years, he felt a bit lost. But to confirm the existence of the Golden City and to break the curse of the Mont Blanc family, he was a man who bet his life against fate. Because Rolando once speculated that the Golden City sank to the seabed, Coulicate often dived to find its existence. "Is this really the sound of the golden bell?" Coulicate murmured. Looking up, the gorilla walked over and said, "Boss, could this be the golden bell?" Coulicate snapped back to reality and slowly shook his head, saying, "I don't know. Let's wait and see. If it really is the golden bell, it will surely ring again in the future. Should we continue diving then?" The gorilla hesitated. After years of diving, Coulicate's health had deteriorated, and if he continued like this, he would surely get sick. Therefore, the gorilla didn't want Coulicate to keep going. After a moment of silence, Coulicate said, "Let's dive. I want to see what's inside that sunken ship. After that, let's pause our activities for a while." Hearing this, the gorilla became happy. Coulicate would finally get to rest for a while. On the Sky Island, the sound of the bell gradually faded, and the swaying golden bell came to a stop. The people standing near the golden bell were all stunned. They hadn't expected that this massive golden bell would produce such a loud sound. The clear sound, like spring water, flowed into their ears and hearts, purifying them completely. "Wow, is this the golden bell?" Yamato was the first to exclaim, originally shocked by the shape of the golden bell. Everyone's attention was now entirely focused on the bell sound they had just heard. Smiles spread across each person's face, and even Enel seemed less proud. Noel shook his hand and said with a smile, "Let's make a big bell hammer. It's really too troublesome to use our fists every time. This way, we can hear the bell every day." Yamato raised both hands, and just thinking of the bell sound made him beam with happiness. Elvis stroked his chin and said, "We can arrange for someone to ring the golden bell every morning to signify the start of a new day." Elvis's suggestion received unanimous approval from everyone. As the bell sound faded away, the group gathered around the golden bell again, when suddenly they heard Renee's voice. "Come and look. There are words on the golden bell." Renee squatted on the ground, having spotted a line of characters on the golden bell that she couldn't understand. When everyone came over, they realized that no one recognized what was written. Noel suddenly remembered that this line of text was indeed mentioned in the original story. It seemed to be written by Pirate King Joel D. Roger, but he couldn't recall the exact content. So, Noel pretended to be confused and joined everyone in studying it. He thought to himself that it would be too troublesome to explain where he knew it from, and he certainly couldn't tell them he was a time traveler who knew many things about this world. So he chose not to say anything, which saved him the trouble. The group circled the golden bell for a long time, and only after the novelty wore off did they leave. Back below, Gu-chan stated that he hadn't finished his training for the day and left to continue practicing. Noel watched Gu-chan's departing figure and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, thinking that Gu-chan was indeed very diligent and had changed a lot in character. Elvis also stared at Gu-chan's back, responding to Noel's words. "That's true, but I don't know if it's good or bad. It doesn't matter. No matter how Gu-chun changes, he is still our companion, Yamato said with a grin. Enel, on the other hand, pursed his lips. Seeing Yamato's expression made him a bit angry. This annoying woman treated everyone like a good brother, but turned brutal towards him, often beating him up. However, this couldn't be blamed on Yamato, as Noel had previously entrusted Enel's training to Elvis and Yamato, who had no prior teaching experience and could only train Enel in her own way. Over time, Yamato became accustomed to treating him this way, and in her heart, Enel was also an important partner to her. Although Enel often criticized Yamato, deep down, he felt the same way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made remarks about Big Mom being trash under Bruno's guidance. In Enel's heart, Yamato was indeed a very strong woman, the strongest female existence in his life and perception. However, proud Enel would never admit these feelings. Overall, this might just be what it means to be tsundere. Enel transformed into lightning and vanished from his spot. He had been training hard before coming to find the Golden Bell. And if it weren't for Yamato forcibly dragging him over, he wouldn't have come here. Seeing that everyone had their own things to do, Yamato clicked her tongue in boredom, preparing to return to her room for a good sleep. Just as she was about to get up, she was grabbed by Noel. Everyone else is training hard. What are you going to do? Noel looked at Yamato with a sullen face. Yamato began to sweat nervously, smiling as she said, "Of course, I'm going to train too, but I just need to go back to my room first. Then go back later. Let's train now." Noel pulled Yamato by the scruff of her neck toward the training area. Chapter 135. Not enough berries the next day. Noel forged a huge hammer using lightning and connected it to the Golden Bell, so they could send a few people to ring the Golden Bell every day. Otherwise, that massive hammer was not something ordinary people could lift. As the bell rang, the sound of the Golden Bell echoed through the heavens and the earth, and the residents of Sky Island stepped out to begin a new day. Meanwhile, Curry Kate from Gaia Island also heard the sound again, and this time he could finally confirm that the bell sound was coming from the sky. After years of searching, he was astonished to discover that the Golden Country might not have sunk to the sea, but had flown up into the sky. Although the idea of the Golden Country flying into the sky seemed even more absurd, he had already searched the seas near Gaia Island thoroughly over the years. However, the legendary Golden Country that was said to have sunk to the bottom of the sea was still nowhere to be found. Moreover, during these years, he had witnessed the soaring sea currents and the massive figure above the cloud of the gods. All these signs indicated that there were indeed humans living in the sky, and the Golden Country was very likely swept up into the sky by the soaring sea currents. Listening to the clear sound of the bell, Curry Kate was moved to tears. His ancestors were not liars. The Golden Country truly existed, burdened with 400 years of infamy. He was finally going to get results this time. Although Curry Kate still hadn't found the Golden Country, he had already found a clue. He was sure that as long as he continued to work hard, he would definitely find the Golden Country. Gorillas, apes, we're setting off, Curry Kate shouted. The two who rushed over were stunned for a moment and asked, "Boss, where are we going?" Curry Kate smiled slightly and pointed to the sky, saying, "We're going to the sky, to find the Golden Country." The sky. The gorilla and the ape exclaimed, somewhat in disbelief. But after Curry Kate's explanation, they had no choice but to accept this fact. Then the two began to get excited. They had followed Curry Kate out of admiration for Roland's story, and now they finally had a goal. In the following days, Noel didn't go anywhere and just waited on the Sky Island for news of the ship. Noel was very satisfied with his current life. After a daily training session, he could leisurely fish, and on the Sky Island, there wouldn't be any monsters popping up randomly. Nor did he have to worry about Yamato causing trouble. Noel's training was also nearing completion. He could now complete his daily 10,000 punches in 2 hours, although he was still a bit short of Isaac Netero. But for Noel, his growth in various aspects had basically reached a limit. One day, after finishing his training, Noel wiped off his sweat and was about to go back for a drink and some fishing when Yamato came running over. "Noel, there's news about the ship." Yamato rushed over, holding a snail phone, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Noel's eyes lit up. Finally, there was news. He had been waiting so long that the flowers were about to wilt. Seeing that the snail phone hadn't hung up yet, he eagerly picked it up and said, "Is the arc finished?" On the other end, Ice Mountain replied a bit awkwardly, Miss Yamato was too excited just now and didn't hear what I said. "The arc isn't finished yet." Noel's shoulders immediately slumped in disappointment, and he asked in confusion, "Then, Mr. Ice Mountain, why did you call?" "Yes, Mr. Noel. The 10 billion berries you left last time are all used up," Ice Mountain replied with a smile. "All right, so it turns out you're asking me for money. I thought the ark was already built," Noel thought helplessly. However, it does seem unrealistic to think that 10 billion berries could complete the Arkansas. In the original story, a ship larger than the Mary was already worth 100 million berries, and the frame of the Sunny cost 200 million berries. Moreover, the Sunny is only considered a medium-sized ship. The Ark, which is capable of flying and is massive, would definitely require even more berries. Okay, don't worry. You can go ahead and purchase the materials normally, and I will send the berries to you right away. After saying this, Noel continued to ask, how much longer will it take to build the Ark? Iceberg pondered for a moment, uncertain, then said it might take about another half month. Right now, Dock 1 has suspended all work and is fully focused on building the Ark. I believe it will be completed soon. Hearing that it could be finished in another half month lifted Noel's mood significantly. After waiting so long, a few more days didn't matter. All right, I will arrive in Water City on time in half a month to hand over the remaining berries to you. After confirming the time with Iceberg, Noel hung up the phone. Yamato, who was nearby, was also delighted to hear that Noel was going to Water City again. Even though she had been there once, she was happy to go out and explore. Noel, I want to go too. Yamato immediately expressed her desire to join, hoping that Noel would take her along this time. However, Noel was somewhat reluctant to bring Yamato with him. This trip was mainly to bring back the Ark, and he certainly wouldn't have time to look after Yamato, which meant she could likely cause him some trouble. Once everyone learned about the Ark, the originally diligent crowd also started requesting to join the trip. Even the most hardworking Guchan was ready to put aside his training to experience the Arkansas. Noel, let us all go together. After all, the Ark is so large that it definitely requires many people to maintain it. Plus, it's not very safe with Big Mom around. The calmest Elvis stroked his chin and expressed his opinion. Upon hearing the name Big Mom, Noel was momentarily taken aback, suddenly remembering that there had been news from the Marine headquarters that Big Mom was likely forming an expeditionary team to hunt down Enel. Although he didn't know who was coming, if there were many people, it would definitely cause some trouble for him. Bringing everyone along would relieve a lot of pressure for Noel. At the very least, as long as Charlotte Lin didn't come in person, he was confident he could defeat any enemy that approached. All right then, we'll all set off together this time. After thinking for a moment, Noel made the final decision. Everyone present cheered, and Enel smiled. This blueprint originally belonged to him, and he had always wanted to build an Ark to go to his dream place, the Infinite Land. Even though his current goal wasn't to reach the Infinite Land, he still had a strong emotional attachment to the Arkansas. Besides, Noel had once said that in the future, they would pilot the Ark together to see the Infinite Land. So let us get ready for departure. The next time we return, we will be riding the Ark. Oh, Chapter 136. The massive expeditionary team, 10 days later, the prepared Noel team set sail again and arrived at Water City. Except for the 3 who had been to Water City last time, everyone else was visiting for the first time, and the unique scenery of Water City amazed everyone. Perhaps the locals are used to everything here, but the visiting tourists found it incredibly beautiful. So, tourism is about going from a place you're tired of to a place others are tired of. Having been here once, Yamato took on the role of the big sister, insisting on taking everyone around to explore. Since there were still 5 days until the agreed time, they could take this opportunity to have fun. Noel, on the other hand, planned to go to Dock 1 first to deliver the berries to Iceberg. Although they agreed on half a month, delivering it early wouldn't hurt, it would also reassure them a bit more. As for being deceived, that was impossible, unless Iceberg and Frankie were prepared to face Noel and the other's endless pursuit. Seeing that everyone wanted to explore Water City first, Noel, helplessly, had to decide to split the group into 2. Before leaving, Noel called over a few people excluding Ren, E, and Yamato, and quietly said, "You all must keep an eye on Yamato and her. Don't let them spend money recklessly." TCH, I couldn't care less about that annoying woman. Enel pouted, thinking, "Can you even keep an eye on Yamato?" Noel shot Enel a glare and replied irritably, "Don't think you're off the hook. You better not cause me any trouble either." After saying this, he turned to Elvis and said, "You can't let them run wild this time." Elvis smiled wryly. It's not that he let Yamato and the others run wild, but Yamato was just too much to handle. Unless you keep a constant watch on her. The moment you slip up, she could cause trouble. Don't worry, with them around, we'll keep a close eye on Yamato. Elvis sighed. Noel nodded in satisfaction, then took the berries and turned to walk toward Dock 1. Yamato, glancing at Noel out of the corner of her eye, saw him leaving alone and immediately felt delighted. Ha ha ha, finally I found my chance. I spotted so many things I wanted to buy last time, and this time I will get them all. As for Big Mom's pirate crew, the message that Sengoku sent to Noel was indeed true. However, the information on Big Mom's side was well guarded, and the intelligence personnel couldn't confirm whether the expeditionary team had been formed. On an ordinary ship, Katakuri stood at the bow, gazing at the vast sea, thinking to himself, Brady Noel, you can't escape. The few people behind Katakuri stepped forward. If other pirates saw them, they would definitely exclaim, is Big Mom going to wage war against someone? Standing behind Katakuri was Charlotte Leanlean's fourth son, Charlotte Oven, who served as the baking minister. The 10th son, Charlotte Cracker, a sweet commander, served as the biscuit minister. The 13th son who chased after Noel last time, Charlotte Bascaldi, and his brother, the 14th son Charlotte Dosmarsh, along with Charlotte Snag and his sister Charlotte Snamonga, plus Baron Egg, a fighter from Big Mom's pirate crew. This powerful expeditionary team could easily destroy a country. This group represented nearly half the combat power of Big Mom's pirate crew. To hunt down Enel, Charlotte Linlin was truly going all out, as Noel and the others were formidable. Sending fewer people could very well result in being defeated instead. To avoid drawing attention, this time, Katakuri and the others didn't even take the pirate ship symbolizing Big Mom, but instead boarded an ordinary three-masted ship. After all, this was the first half of the Grand Line, and being too conspicuous could lead to an ambush by the Navy. Katakuri, brother, we just received intelligence that Brady Noel and the others have returned to Water City. It seems they will stay there for a few days. After Charlotte Owen confirmed the authenticity of the intelligence, she approached Katakuri. Katakuri stood at the bow of the ship, with short crimson hair, a strong build, and long legs. His left arm and upper body bore pink tattoos, with a skull-shaped tattoo on his left arm and wing-shaped tattoos on his left back. He wore a white scarf that resembled a flower, and his overall outfit was heavily influenced by black metal style. Upon hearing Owen's intelligence, Katakuri was also jolted and immediately issued the command to head towards the Water City. He had previously had a premonition that Noel and the others would definitely head to the Water City again, so when they set sail, they began moving in that direction. After such a long journey, they had reached the vicinity of the Water City Sea area a few days ago, but without any news about Noel and the others. They refrained from rashly going ashore for fear of alerting them. Now that Brady Noel and the others had finally appeared, Katakuri's judgment was not wrong. And this time he must decisively eliminate the guy who insulted his mother. Danger was about to come. Yet Noel and the others were unaware and were leisurely enjoying their time in the Water City. Noel, holding some berries, walked into dock number 1, where most people here recognized him as a major client. With smooth sailing, Noel arrived at the office of Iceberg, but instead of Iceberg arriving, a blonde beauty opened the door. You must be Mr. Brady Noel, right? I'm Mr. Iceberg's secretary, Califa. Califa introduced herself with a smile. While speaking, Califa brewed a cup of tea and placed it in front of Noel. Looking at the alluring lady before him, Noel secretly thought to himself, I didn't expect Califa to have already become Iceberg's secretary at this time. Hello, Miss Califa. As agreed, I'm here to deliver the berries. Although Noel was constantly mumbling in his heart, he did not show the slightest flaw on the surface. Meanwhile, Califa was continuously observing Noel, surprised that this renowned pirate looked so young in person. Mr. Iceberg has already informed me about this matter. He might take a while to arrive, so Mr. Noel, please wait here for a bit. Califa displayed an apologetic smile, bowed slightly, and then left the office. After Califa left Iceberg's office and went to a secluded corner, she took out a din-din mushy and dialed number. Brady Noel has come again. It can be confirmed that he is indeed just here to build ships. Understood. Keep a close watch on their every move, came Lucci's voice from the din-din mushy. Chapter 137. Intercepting Blackbeard? After waiting in the office for a while, Iceberg hurriedly arrived. After some pleasantries, Noel explained his purpose. After handing over the berries, Iceberg developed a greater fondness for this generous customer. Customers who bring rare design blueprints, agree to let them make improvements, and have sufficient funds are truly rare. It would be great if all the customers here for shipbuilding were like Noel. However, that was just Iceberg's wishful thinking. Nevertheless, this collaboration with Noel indeed brought Iceberg significant benefits, especially regarding the construction of the airship. With this construction experience, they could design another arc powered by different energy sources. However, such energy sources were extremely rare, and the materials needed for construction were also very hard to find. It was basically impossible for Iceberg to build another arc like this with their current strength. But if the world government or the Navy were interested in this ship, they might be able to form a fleet at great cost. Noel also had his considerations about this. To put it simply, in the original work, apart from the armed forces guarding the Holy Land, the world government mainly consisted of intelligence personnel. Even the CP organization was just a group of agents. And all these people had little demand for airships. Instead, the Navy might be more interested in this airship. And what was Noel's true identity? He was a member of the Navy, and he was also happy to see the Navy strengthen its power. After all, it was the world government paying for the shipbuilding for the Navy, and even if it leaked out, there was no fear. Moreover, it would be many years before the Navy could build a large air fleet, and by that time, Noel might have returned to the Navy, allowing him to take over the air fleet himself. Wasn't that delightful? Noel was happily thinking about these beautiful prospects. No matter whether the world government was interested in this blueprint or not, he wouldn't lose. If they weren't interested, that would be even better. Noel was one of the few powerful individuals in this world who could fly. When encountering danger, he could escape without anyone stopping him. Speaking of which, the flying lion fruit and the Fuji Tora fruit were the best fruits for forming an air force, right? One fruit could float the continent in the air, saving the need for airships, and the other was gravity, similar to the floating fruit. If only he could obtain these two fruits, Noel smacked his lips greedily. Unfortunately, both of these fruits had already been eaten, and even if he killed the two owners, the probability of obtaining these fruits again was very low. Unless he could intercept Blackbeard. In an instant, various thoughts surged in Noel's mind, many of which were impractical, but there were also many that could be planned in advance, perhaps allowing him to reel in a big fish. Mr. Noel, Iceberg, noticing Noel lost in thought, said softly, What's the matter? Noel came back to his senses and saw Iceberg awkwardly scratching his head beside him. Iceberg smiled and replied, I was saying that if there's nothing else, I'll go back to work. This way, I can expedite the construction of the Ark. No problem, you go ahead. I'll be in the Water City for the next few days. If anything comes up, just call me directly. Noel nodded and got up to leave. As he walked out of the dock, Noel stretched and checked the time, realizing that it had been almost 3 hours since he had parted from Yamato and the others. He wondered whether Elvis and the others had kept an eye on Yamato. It should be fine in such a short time, right? Noel muttered to himself, and then released his observation haki to sense Elvis and the others' presence. Meanwhile, on Yamato's side, ever since Noel left, her eyes had been darting around. Occasionally, she whispered to Ren-E, and the two of them would solemnly nod at each other. Meanwhile, Enel, after spotting a bar, told Elvis and then sat down alone to start drinking. Having learned from the last lesson, Enel had intentionally prepared some berries this time. Although he grumbled that he was a god and it was their honor to drink his wine, under Noel's oppressive gaze, he still obediently accepted the berries. After reminding Enel, Elvis shifted his focus back to Yamato. At first, as they strolled, Yamato seemed perfectly normal, only purchasing a few trinkets. But when she said she had no money and entered a currency exchange to exchange some berries, Elvis began to sense that something was amiss. Yamato is indeed no longer as crazy as before, buying everything in one store before moving to the next. However, now Yamato quickly walks to the next store after buying a few things in one place. The items bought are few, but the speed is overwhelming. By the time Elvis reacts, the three of them, including Alan and Guchun, are already loaded with various items. Even Renee, influenced by Yamato, has bought quite a bit, but she still retains some rationality and hasn't gone overboard. Yamato, you've already bought a lot. Stop spending money recklessly. Elvis firmly said, grabbing Yamato, who was about to head to the next shop. Yamato replied innocently, I only bought a few things. I'm not spending recklessly. Elvin's mouth twitched slightly as he pointed to the items on his body. Speechless, this is what you call a few? Yamato stuck out his tongue in embarrassment and pleaded, Elvis, it's hard to have Norr back, so just let me be. Elvis shook his head in refusal. It's because Norr is not here that I have to manage you. Norr will be back soon, and he will definitely be angry if he sees you spending money like this. Hearing that Norr would be back soon, Yamato could only nod in disappointment, thinking it's better not to upset Norr and let him live a few more years. Meanwhile, on Katakuri's side, after several hours of sailing, they have secretly arrived in Water City. After confirming the intelligence, they have located Norr and the others. According to the plan, I will go kill that guy who insulted Mom first, and you all intercept Brady, Norr, and the others nearby. Once I handle this side, we will take Brady Norr away, Katakuri said, turning back to his siblings. Understood, brother. Everyone responded in unison. Then, led by Katakuri, the group headed straight for the tavern where Enel was located. At this moment, Enel's face was slightly flushed. After several drinks, he was starting to feel the effects. Boss, another drink for me. Enel called out, his eyes hazy. The bar owner, seeing Enel's attire and demeanor, didn't he think he would skip out on the bill? So he quietly poured another drink and placed it in front of Enel. Enjoy, sir. Enel took a big gulp from the glass and slammed it down, exhaling a breath of alcohol. That damn woman. Just wait. I will beat you up. Enel muttered angrily, though his gaze seemed a bit dazed. At that moment, the tavern door was pushed open, and a tall man walked in. It was Katakuri, who surveyed the interior before locking his gaze on Enel. Finding the person he was looking for, Katakuri walked straight towards Enel. Standing next to Enel, Katakuri's towering figure overshadowed him as he said in a deep voice, "You are Enel?" Hearing someone call his name, Enel froze for a moment, looked up at Katakuri, and, after realizing he didn't know this person, his tone became somewhat hostile. "Who are you? Is my name something you can just call out?" Enel's face darkened. Enel's personality was already very proud. Apart from his companions in Norr's group, he wouldn't even glance at anyone else, and now, being drunk, Katakuri's question only made him more annoyed. "I am Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates. Now, you will bind your hands and come back with me, and it will save your life," Katakuri said coldly. "Huh? Big Mom? Who is that?" Enel asked, bewildered. What was wrong with this water city? Why did strange people keep approaching him when he drank? Upon hearing Enel's words, Katakuri's already cold face became even darker. Initially, seeing Enel as a user of the Rumble fruit, he had a sense of pity for talent. As long as Enel showed submission, he believed Mama would forgive his mistakes. However, it seemed this arrogant guy had not realized what foolishness he had committed and was repeatedly provoking them. So Katakuri was not prepared to waste more words with the drunkard. Katakuri raised his hand, transforming it into a machi stick, and with armament haki coating his fist, he quickly struck Enel in the face. Machi stick. In his drunken state, Enel's reaction speed was significantly slower. By the time he realized Katakuri's attack was coming, it was already too late. Where he prepared to elementalize and escape. Enel's pupil shrank as he was instantly struck away, creating a large hole in the tavern, and Enel was sent flying out. "Cough, you damn bastard!" Enel slowly stood up from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just as Enel was about to elementalize, he noticed the armament haki wrapped around Katakuri's hand. In that fleeting moment, Enel quickly wrapped his own head with armament haki, though he made the best choice. Facing such a powerful strike, Enel still took damage. The hit sobered him up significantly, and the previously dazed Enel was now glaring fiercely at Katakuri. Anyone who dares to insult Mama will ultimately be punished. "Enel, considering your potential, as long as you surrender, I will spare your life," Katakuri said again as he saw Enel had sobered up. Enel did not respond, his body crackling with electricity as he picked up his golden staff and struck the thunder drum behind him. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. A gigantic Thunderbird soared into the wind and quickly charged at Katakuri. Facing such a trivial attack, Katakuri transformed his arm in a machi and, after coating it with haki, punched the Thunderbird to pieces. Seeing Katakuri handle it so easily, Enel was slightly taken aback, then became serious. He knew that the person before him was extraordinarily strong, and the pressure he exuded was even greater than Yamato. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Enel continuously struck the thunder drum behind him, and several thunder dragons rose from the ground, eventually forming 9 thunder dragons swirling around him. Pointing his golden staff at Katakuri, the 9 thunder dragons charged forward. Unmatched machi blade shot. Seeing the numerous thunder dragons, Katakuri extended his right hand, transforming his arm into a machine gun shape and hardening it with haki. Rat-a-tat-tat. A large number of machi bullets wrapped in haki shot towards the thunder dragons. From a distance, it looked like insecticide, and the 9 thunder dragons were instantly shattered. As the thunder dragons dissipated, Katakuri no longer remained on the defensive. Grabbing his trident from behind, he used his fruit ability to wrap his weapon in machi and began spinning his arm, launching a thrust towards Enel. Machi thrust. Enel opened his eyes, and in an instant, he transformed into lightning and disappeared from his original spot. He then reappeared behind Katakuri, and his golden staff turned black as he struck hard at Katakuri's head. Bang! Katakuri's head was instantly smashed into pieces by Enel, with countless rice cakes splattering everywhere. Before Enel could show any sign of amusement, Katakuri's previously vanished head reassembled. Katakuri swept his trident, instantly hitting Enel in the stomach. Enel was slammed down to the ground again. Boom! A natural type fruit? Enel was somewhat surprised. Katakuri's machi transformation had genuinely caught him off guard. In that moment of distraction, he was hit by Katakuri again. Otherwise, with Enel's speed, dodging this attack would have been quite easy. I'm not a natural type user. I ate a special paramecia fruit, the machi fruit. In response to Enel's question, Katakuri explained. Enel transformed into lightning again and rushed forward, colliding his golden staff with Katakuri's trident. Clang! After the clash of weapons, the two engaged in a fierce melee. From time to time, Enel would create a large hole in Katakuri's body, which would quickly regenerate, while Katakuri would slice Enel in half, who would then vanish into lightning before their eyes. As long as I make good use of Kinbunchika Haki, I can also do things that natural types can do. While effortlessly engaging in close combat with Enel, Katakuri spoke about his fruit's characteristics. Enel, however, scoffed and said, I've never lost to anyone when it comes to Kinbunchika Haki. Come on, with Kinbunchika Haki plus electromagnetism, I'm simply invincible. But Enel did not expect that the Kinbunchika Haki of the person before him had already reached a remarkably advanced level. Chapter 139. The beginning of the fierce battle. As the battle erupted between Enel and Katakuri, a tremendous roar continued to echo. The other members of the Charlotte family surrounding the area looked at the battlefield with serious expressions. I didn't expect Enel to be this formidable. It seems Brother Katakuri will need some time to take him down, Owen said, his voice heavy. Bakarl also stepped forward and said, after all, he is a natural type. It will take some time to catch him. Nearby, the Biscuit Knight echoed with Cracker's laughter. What does it matter? If Bruley and the others dare to come, we'll just kill them all. Noel, having left Dock 1, found the trail of Yamato and the others. When Noel saw Elvis and the others loaded with various goods, his heart tightened. He thought that with so many people, they couldn't possibly have managed to keep Yamato in check, and hurried over. Yamato, you're wasting money again. Noel shouted angrily as he grabbed the shopping Yamato. Yamato looked confused at first, then came to her senses and said somewhat aggrievedly, I'm not wasting money. Elvis and the others rushed over and confirmed that Yamato indeed wasn't shopping as crazily as before, feeling relieved. Noel said somewhat irritably, even if you're not wasting money, I just left for a little while, and you bought so much. Hee. Anyway, I didn't spend the berries you brought, so what does it matter? Yamato replied with a grin, showing an indifferent expression. Then where did your berries come from? Noel asked suspiciously, as it should stand to reason that Yamato wouldn't have that much berry. Of course, I exchanged it for the gold I picked up on Sky Island. Yamato suddenly covered her mouth, realizing she had let something slip. Noel's expression darkened. Well, it seemed Yamato had gotten clever and started hiding her savings. The others nearby, seeing this, laughed. This Yamato, having been so shrewd for so long, ended up slipping up at a crucial moment. How much gold have you hidden? Noel glared at Yamato. Yamato nervously looked around, not knowing what to do. Just then, Noel suddenly changed his expression and looked in the direction where Enel was. Noel, what is wrong? Elvis asked, puzzled. Noel shook his head slightly, not speaking, then activated his Kinbunchika Haki, using electromagnetic waves to cover the entire Water City. Just now, Noel sensed two powerful auras colliding. In Water City, besides Enel, there were very few who could unleash such a strong presence. Additionally, given Enel's personality, Noel couldn't dismiss it as a mere illusion. Through his Kinbunchika perception, Noel clearly felt that Enel was currently in a fierce battle with a man. There were also several powerful auras standing nearby the battlefield. Noel's expression became slightly serious, and the others around him noticed something was off, looking at Noel with grave expressions. Enel is in trouble, Noel said heavily. Although he didn't know who was fighting Enel, just based on the aura, he could feel that the person currently battling Enel was significantly stronger than him, even stronger than Yamato. Although Enel is somewhat unreliable, he is still very strong. What kind of strong opponent could suppress Enel here? Elvis was also taken aback. With their strength, they could be said to walk horizontally in the first half of the Grand Line. As long as they didn't get too reckless, no one would dare to cause trouble for them. Noel shook his head, indicating he was also unsure of the enemy's identity, then said, let us go over. Seeing enemies approaching, the usually unreliable Yamato was the first to charge out. Damn it, besides us, let us see who dares to fight that idiot Enel. Yamato shouted angrily. The others silently tossed their belongings to their subordinates and followed suit. Everyone was ready for battle. Those coming were not weak. Noel reminded everyone, hoping they would take it seriously. Don't worry, our nearly 2 years of training hasn't been for nothing, Guchan said with a light smile to comfort Noel. Meanwhile, at the back, Alan clenched his fists. The 2 years of hellish training had brought him tremendous changes, but this was also his first battle in life. So he felt a bit nervous. 100 million volts, discharge. Enel's body was surrounded by lightning, and countless bolts shot from the golden staff in his hand toward Katakuri in the distance. Katakuri, however, calmly evaded the incoming lightning strikes. Through the previous battle, Enel realized that his physical skills were far inferior to Katakuri's, and what surprised him even more was that his most proud Kinbunchika Haki was being suppressed completely. Many of Enel's attacks, which he thought were very concealed, were easily evaded by Katakuri as if he could predict them. Now, trying to defeat him through close combat was basically impossible. Whether it is physical techniques or the two-color hockey, Enel is no match for Katakuri. So Enel changes his fighting style and begins to focus on long-range attacks. Grilled rice cake. Katakuri transforms the upper part of his hand into a rice cake and compresses it while wrapping it in heated air, launching an attack like a rocket launcher. The scorching attack, accompanied by a tail flame, instantly reaches Enel's face. Faced with the fierce attack, Enel does not resist head-on but disappears from the spot, dodging the attack. Boom! A massive explosion erupts at the spot where Enel had just been, and at the same time, Katakuri's severed arm has fully recovered. TCH, what a troublesome guy. Enel mutters. Having fought until now, he has already recognized the identity of the person in front of him. He is the son of that woman he had insulted before. What was her name, Mom? He originally thought that woman was just a name-dropper, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even defeat her son, which made Enel feel humiliated. Fortunately, as a user of the Rumble fruit, even if he couldn't beat Katakuri, he could still engage in a melee. In Enel's perception, there are still several powerful enemies around him, and the auras of Noel and others are rapidly approaching. Enel has to admit that relying solely on himself cannot defeat the enemies in front of him. I know you are waiting for your reinforcements, but you are too happy too soon. Katakuri sneers, then launches his fist again. Grilled rice cake. Chapter 140. Fierce Battle 1 as Noel and others approach. They increasingly feel the clash of energy coming from Enel's side. Noel keeps his observation hockey activated, and through perception, he realizes that Enel is falling into a disadvantage. If it weren't for his reliance on his devil fruit abilities to engage in melee, he might have already been severely injured. Waves salted pretzel. Cracker manipulates the biscuit soldiers, charging out in an instant, with his long sword radiating waves of energy toward Noel and the others, creating a sword energy shockwave that envelopes everyone. Aurora flash. A beam of Aurora meets the sword energy shockwave, and as the sword scar slices through the shockwave, the entire shockwave is split in two, flying to both sides. Boom! Noel squints. This iconic skill and appearance instantly remind him of this person's identity. Charlotte Cracker? Noel says slowly, his voice a bit low. Cracker, on the other hand, throws his head back and laughs heartily, then speaks with a sinister tone. Brady Noel, what your subordinate Enel said is Captain, you want to forget, right? Oh, what did Enel say? How could I possibly remember? Noel starts to play dumb. Cracker snickers and continues, if you're scared, then just obediently surrender and come back with us to await Mom's punishment. Noel stops pretending, since the battle has already begun. It is impossible for Noel and the others to surrender. Heh, that old hag Big Mom really has a small heart, Noel grins, beginning to mock. Upon hearing this, Cracker becomes furious, raising his sword to launch another sword energy shockwave. Facing the massive shockwave, Noel's expression doesn't change at all. Just then, as the shockwave reaches halfway, Elvis appears again in front of the shockwave, raising his sword to block it. Noel, you all go ahead. I'll handle this guy, Elvis says in a deep voice. Noel nods and walks over to Elvis, whispering, Cracker is a biscuit fruit user. His true body is hidden inside the biscuit soldiers. Elvis raises an eyebrow slightly, then nods to indicate he understands. If you want to defeat us, then we'll see if your Big Mom pirates have that strength. Elvis chuckles softly and rushes toward Cracker. Clang! After the two blades collide, Elvis and Cracker begin to fight. Noel and the others continue to move toward Enel. Meanwhile, both Enel and Katakuri sense the situation from afar, and Enel taunts, Yaha, it seems your companions are not that useful after all. In the face of such mockery, Katakuri shows no emotional reaction and slowly says, you should take care of yourself. Rice cake. Katakuri leaps into the air, using his Machi fruit ability to split his legs into several and quickly shoot them out to kick at Enel. 30 million volts, Thunderbird swarm. Enel rapidly strikes the thunder drums behind him, sending one Thunderbird after another flying toward Katakuri's attack. In midair, countless Thunderbirds collide with the Machi and then dissipate, just as Elvis blocks Cracker. The other brothers brought by Katakuri also appear on the battlefield one by one. The most threatening, Charlotte Oven, is stopped by Yamato. Snakeman intercepts Gu-chun. Bascaldi, Dose March Snakeman, and Baron Egg also block Noel, Renee, and Alan. Long time no see, Brady Noel, Bascaldi steps forward, taking the initiative to speak. Noel's expression darkens. He didn't expect that this time, Big Mom would dispatch so much combat power to hunt them down. The current situation is not complicated. But the key is that the four people in front of him cannot be held off by Renee and Alan alone. Once Noel breaks through the encirclement, the two of them might be easily overwhelmed by the four of them working together. If Noel chooses to fight alongside Renee and the others, it would also take some time to defeat these due to their cooperation. In this situation, Noel needs to make a choice, whether to bet on Enel holding out longer or bet that Renee and the two can hold out until Enel can return. After a brief consideration, Noel decides that it's more reliable to let Enel hold on a bit longer. As a Logia user, even if he can't win, he can still engage in melee. Bascaldi, it seems the last lesson wasn't enough for you. You dare to provoke me again. Noel's body crackles with lightning as he transforms into his bare human form. Bascaldi, not to be outdone, conjures two fireballs in his hands, bracing for Noel's attack. Whoever insults Mom, no matter where he hides, we will catch him and bring him to justice, Bascaldi states solemnly. Make your move. Thunder Roar. Noel shouts and launches his breath attack toward the four in front of him. The already prepared Bascaldi and the others scatter to evade. Bascaldi and Dosmarch charge toward Noel. One fires fireballs from a distance while Dosmarch draws his sword, infused with haki, and slashes at Noel. Snakeman rushes toward Renee, and, after dodging a strike, the two women become entangled in battle. Baron Egg heads toward Alan, the one Noel is most worried about. Baron Egg kicked out a gust of wind with his long legs, aiming for Alan's head, which was blocked by Alan raising his arm. You two think you can stop me? Noel let out a cold laugh. He was no longer the same as he was a few years ago, being chased by Snag and Pascaldi. Heavenly thunder, lightning surged, and a palace of thunder appeared above everyone, with countless bolts striking down fiercely at the four members of the Charlotte family below. At the same time, Noel moved, and countless bolts of lightning formed a magnetic field around him. Tsunami of thunder. Numerous lightning fists enveloped the two, combined with the lightning falling from the sky, leaving them with almost no space to evade. Dosmarch's ultimate move. Dosmarch combined two swords, spinning them rapidly before throwing them into the air, where they formed a disc that continuously defended against the falling lightning. Flame eruption. Pascaldi instantly unleashed a massive wave of high-temperature flames toward the countless fist shadows. Boom! With a loud bang, Noel's fist shadows instantly shattered Pascaldi's flames, and then his figure appeared before the two. Dosmarch's pupils contracted as he quickly grasped the swords in midair and actively approached Noel. Bang! Chapter 141. Fierce Battle 2. Dosmarch desperately swung his sword, attempting to block Noel's overwhelming fist shadows. However, Noel's current strength was not something he could easily withstand alone. After just 2 seconds of confrontation, Dosmarch was knocked to the ground by the multitude of fist shadows. Boom! Dust filled the surroundings as Noel's fists shattered the ground, layer upon layer, while Dosmarch struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, Brady Noel is so strong, Dosmarch murmured. Beside him, Pascaldi shouted towards Baron Egg, Baron Egg, come help. Startled, Baron Egg, who was already in a favorable position, was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the two over there would struggle so soon, and the enemy on his side was clearly a novice. If it weren't for the continuous rumbling of thunder above, he might have already defeated him. After casting a regretful glance at Alan, Baron Egg charged over to assist Pascaldi. Oh, you think 3 people can stop me? A smirk of disdain appeared on Noel's lips. He realized he had misjudged himself. After a year and a half of intense training, he wasn't even sure what level his strength was at now. Initially, he thought it would take some time to deal with the 4 of them, but after this brief skirmish, Noel felt that Pascaldi and the others were too weak. Even facing their 4-person assault alone, he was confident he could quickly crush them. Thunderbolt Seal. Time was pressing, and Noel took the initiative to attack, with lightning continuously swirling around him and the magnetic field becoming stronger. He instantly appeared in front of the 3, unleashing countless Thunderbolt Seals. As Dosmarch was injured and moving sluggishly, Pascaldi and Baron Egg had to defend on the spot. The fists charged with lightning struck their bodies, and the immense power made it extremely difficult for them to withstand. At this moment, Dosmarch finally caught his breath and rushed to join in. The lightning from Noel's fists continuously entered the bodies of the 3, causing them to gradually become paralyzed. Even the domineering aura wrapping around them was weakened. Damn it, my body is slowing down. Dosmarch gritted his teeth and wielded his blade. At this point, Pascaldi could hardly speak, as the main force defending against the attacks. Most of the fists struck him. He never expected that the guy who he had chased a few years ago would now possess such terrifying strength. They were all known figures in the New World, and now Noel was easily about to crush the three of them, which was completely unexpected. Meanwhile, having caught his breath, Alan quickly rushed to help Renee. It had been mentioned before that Renee was not weak. She was proficient in fishman karate, and for the past 2 years, she had never stopped honing her skills. Now her dual-color domineering aura was quite proficient. It was unlikely that Snamon could easily defeat her. Before Alan arrived, Snamon had already fallen into a disadvantage due to Noel's heavenly thunder continuously striking down on her, and Alan's arrival undoubtedly increased the pressure on Snamon. Thunderstorm. Seeing that the magnetic field around was sufficient, Noel immediately retracted his fists and detonated the entire magnetic field. A powerful thunderstorm instantly enveloped Dasmarch and the other three, with countless wind blades and lightning relentlessly bombarding them. The strong winds combined with the feeling of paralysis made the three's stability falter. In just a short while, they sustained several blackened wounds. Noel did not linger, instantly charging towards Enel. Renee had already gained the upper hand, and now they just needed to free Enel to tilt the battle in their favor. Boom! Before leaving, Noel detonated the entire thunderstorm. If he continued to drag it out, he would undoubtedly save more energy, but he also did not know the situation on Enel's side, so he used his strength to blow up the storm. Boom! Dasmarch and the others instantly bore the brunt of the violent explosion. The three at the center of the explosion immediately rolled their eyes back, engulfed in smoke as they were blown in all directions, ultimately collapsing to the ground. On the other hand, Enel's situation was much better than Noel had anticipated. Throughout this time, Enel had remained cautious and engaged in a war of attrition. He looked somewhat disheveled, but these injuries were from the beginning. Once Enel stopped closing in, he had not sustained additional injuries, only using up some stamina. Katakuri, sensing through his observation haki, felt that the auras of his two younger brothers and Baron Egg suddenly weakened, and his expression darkened. He had thought that the combat strength he brought was strong enough. After all, they could easily destroy some countries. Even families like Don Quixote Doflamingo couldn't compare to them. But after engaging in battle with Brady Noel's crew, Katakuri found that the situation had actually fallen to a disadvantage. Yup, huh? It seems your companions aren't that strong, Enel grinned, sensing that Noel was rapidly approaching him while several auras in the distance weakened. He understood what this meant. Katakuri's forehead bulged with veins, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Conqueror's haki burst forth from Katakuri. The entire air seemed to be filled with countless black lines and lightning, and Enel's expression grew heavy. He has also witnessed Conqueror's haki, just like Noel and Yamato, but unexpectedly, this enemy before him also possesses Conqueror's haki. Although in the manga, Conqueror's haki is mainly used against weaker opponents, in reality, it can also have some effect on strong enemies. During the battle, this powerful aura and the ability to intimidate the enemy's spirit mean that in fights at their level, any slight opening can lead to devastating blows. At this moment, the various locations where Noel's group and the expedition team, led by Katakuri, were engaged in battle had turned into ruins, and ordinary people had long since fled the scene. Meanwhile, the Navy and the world government had also received this news. What? Noel is actually fighting against the Big Mom pirates. Sengoku was shocked by this news and quickly issued orders to send Kizaru and his fleet to Water City immediately. Sengoku's expression darkened as he thought to himself, "Damn it, Big Mom really sent people." Chapter 142. Who do you think the Navy will capture? Sengoku's mood was extremely bad. The audacity of the Big Mom pirates was too much, daring to engage in battle with Noel and others in the city of Water City. It is worth noting that Water City is very close to Eni's lobby, so the Navy can arrive here very quickly through the Gate of Justice. Do they have any backup plans? Sengoku kept pondering various possibilities in his mind. However, according to intelligence reports, Charlotte Linlin is still in Dolan, so the combat power displayed by Big Mom's side should be all they have. Forget it. This is a good opportunity to capture all of Katakuri's crew. They dared to act recklessly in Water City. It's time to give all the pirates in the world a warning. Sengoku's expression was serious as he took out a Den Mushi to personally call Kizaru. Just as Kizaru was preparing to set sail, his Den Mushi suddenly rang. He picked it up and connected the call. Moshi. How strange. Why is there no sound? Kizaru said with some confusion. Admiral, you picked the wrong Den Mushi. Rear Admiral Stussy, standing behind Kizaru, couldn't he help but complain. Oh, is that so? After scratching his cheek, Kizaru took out another Den Mushi and connected the call. Moshi. Kizaru, this is Sengoku. The situation in Water City is quite severe. You need to use your devil fruit powers to rush over and capture all the members of the Big Mom pirates. Sengoku's serious expression was vividly portrayed through the Den Mushi. Kizaru raised his eyebrows and said, "You want to capture all members of the Big Mom Pirates? Those guys are all as strong as monsters. That's terrifying." "That's right. These pirates are becoming more and more unruly. It's time to teach them a lesson." "Is that so?" "Understood." Kizaru hung up the phone and said to Stussy, "Once you are ready, head directly to Water City. I will go ahead." "Yes." Stussy saluted, and Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from the spot, just as the Navy began to take action and was ready to set sail. Far away in the New World, the Big Mom Pirates also received the news through the internal lines of the world government. "Mama, Katakuri is in some trouble. Brady Noel and his subordinates are much stronger than expected, and the Navy has already started to act." Charlotte Daifuku, after receiving the news, went to report to Charlotte Linlin. Upon hearing the news, Charlotte Linlin, who was eating cake, suddenly found the cake in her hand unappetizing. She threw it down and angrily shouted, "Damn Brady Noel! Tell Katakuri and the others to come back." Originally, Charlotte Linlin was somewhat concerned about the Navy's reaction, so she didn't want to send an expedition team to the Grand Line at first, but due to Katakuri's insistence, she eventually had to send a part of her forces. Even she didn't expect that the little guy from back then had become so powerful now. Now, even Katakuri and his crew were caught in a tough battle, putting them in a passive situation. If the battlefield were in the New World, it wouldn't be too big of a problem. She could fly over on Zeus for support. But now that the battlefield was in Water City, such a faraway place by the time she arrived, it would probably be too late. Fortunately, the intelligence capabilities of the Big Mom Pirates are considered the strongest in the world. She received the news as soon as the Navy took action, so it was still possible to order Katakuri to retreat. "Got it, Mama. I will have Katakuri and the others evacuate Water City immediately." Charlotte Daifuku nodded and quickly turned to leave. After leaving Charlotte Linlin's room, Daifuku took out a Den Mushi and dialed Katakuri's number. "Hey, Katakuri. The Navy has already sent an admiral to Water City. Mama demands that you all evacuate the battlefield immediately." Daifuku said seriously to his brother about the current situation. Katakuri's face turned ashen as he looked at Enel in front of him and Noel approaching from a distance. He knew that this expedition was very likely to end in failure, even if Noel couldn't make it in time. Just Enel's disgusting elementalization could keep him entangled for a long time. If Kizaru really arrived on the battlefield, it would be very fortunate if half of the people present could escape. Caring for his little brothers and sisters, Katakuri thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "I understand. I will take everyone back to Torland immediately." "What? Can't win and are preparing to escape?" Enel, not far away, naturally heard the conversation between Katakuri and Daifuku. Although he didn't know how strong the so-called admiral was, seeing Katakuri's ugly expression, he understood that the person coming was probably a tough character. Just then, Noel also arrived at the battlefield. Seeing both sides cease fighting, Noel looked puzzled. After Enel informed Noel of the conversation between Katakuri and Daifuku, Noel suddenly realized. So that's why Admiral Kizaru came. No wonder Katakuri and the others made such a fuss to come here, only to prepare to retreat shortly after the battle began. Noel said in a deep voice, "Enel, you go capture all the enemies over there with Rennie. I'll take care of this side." After receiving the order, Enel transformed into lightning and disappeared from the spot, while Katakuri's expression darkened completely. He suddenly remembered that his little brothers and sisters had just been defeated by this guy in front of him, and now it seemed their situation might be dire. "Brady Noel, now that Kizaru is already on his way here, if we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid everyone will be captured." Katakuri's voice was somewhat low, struggling to suppress his emotions. Noel smiled and remained silent. "Kizaru, let him come. He is one of us, okay? The yellow monkey is here to capture you, not me. At most, it will just be a symbolic show, not to mention my identity as a Navy undercover agent. Even if the Navy captures important members from both the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, they need to consider a lot. Provoking two powerful enemies at the same time requires a significant mobilization of forces, even for the Navy. However, capturing just one of them changes the situation. As for who to capture, does that even need to be said? Thinking of this, Noel couldn't help but smile again. Chapter 143. Regret. Katakuri saw Noel smiling and almost couldn't hold back. He suppressed the urge to attack and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Noel shook his head slowly and replied, "This battle was caused by you. You said to fight, so we fight. You said to stop, and you stop. What do you take me, Brandy Noel, for? Since that's the case, let's continue the fight." Seeing that Noel had no desire to stop, Katakuri took the initiative to attack. Corner rice cake. Katakuri charged at Noel, striking down with an armed hockey-infused stick of rice cake aimed at Noel's head. Noel instantly transformed into his Beastman form, swinging his massive fist to meet Katakuri. Boom! A shockwave erupted from the center of the two, sending powerful gusts of air that scattered debris around them. And then the two began a fierce battle. Black-red lightning and blue-black lightning intertwined around them, and their conqueror's haki erupted without a ripple. Katakuri used all his strength right from the start. Time was tight, and he couldn't afford to waste any more. Noel, after a year and a half of training, was not to be underestimated. His haki and physical skills matched Katakuri's, and his observation haki had reached its peak. However, just after the first exchange, Katakuri's mood became serious. The strength of this brandy Noel was not comparable to that of the previous Enel. As the strongest member of the Big Mom Pirates, second only to Charlotte Linlin, his strength was not common on the seas. Yet this Noel, who was so much younger than him, could actually fight him to a standstill in terms of physical skills, haki, and the development of his devil fruit abilities, all reaching a terrifying level. He regretted being so careless. He should have listened to his mother and waited in the new world. Katakuri secretly regretted. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. He knew Enel's strength. Aside from him, Cracker, and Owen, it would be very difficult for the others to stop Enel. Now, with the three of them blocked by Noel and his group, this additional Enel became a crucial factor in tipping the scales. Once Enel defeated and captured his siblings, they would be left in a very passive position. For Katakuri, who cared deeply for his siblings, this was unforgivable, especially since it was Katakuri himself who made these decisions. If anything happened, he would bear the primary responsibility. Even if others wouldn't blame him, he wouldn't forgive himself. Thinking of this, Katakuri's movements quickened, wanting to end the fight with Noel as soon as possible. Corner rice cake. Thunderstorm. Boom. The battle between the two top-tier powerhouses made the already shattered battlefield even more fragmented. The once-layered Big Brother completely shattered, and deep pits appeared everywhere. More than half of Water City could hear the explosive battle between the two teams. And the thunderous booms, combined with the fleeing residents, brought tremendous panic to the entire Water City. The high-ranking officials of Water City were caught off guard by this sudden disaster, and countless calls flooded the world government like snowflakes. Hello, what is the world government doing? Why is there a battle in Water City? Hurry and save us. Send the Navy over. After the initial shock, the world government officials quickly reacted. What? Brandy Noel and Charlotte Katakuri are actually fighting in Water City? The officials quickly reported this news to the Gorosei. Damn it. I didn't expect them to dare to start a battle in Water City, said the sword-wielding Gorosei, somewhat angrily. After all, they were a group of pirates. The initial decision now seemed somewhat hasty. Another Gorosei said solemnly. Immediately order the Navy to capture all the pirates in Water City. Agreed. Agreed. Meanwhile, CP9 members in Water City were even more terrified by the catastrophic battle. Bruno, luckily you escaped quickly back then, or you'd be in big trouble, said Kaku, swallowing nervously. Bruno silently watched Noel and Katakuri in the distance. Rob Lucci, the strongest of CP9, now found himself unable to even approach the battlefield. The overwhelming pressure and fierce clashes made him certain that if he rashly approached, he would be severely injured by the powerful shockwave. Is this the battle of top powerhouses? Lucci, who had always been confident in himself, felt very unsettled at this moment. As an intelligence officer, he had always known the might of the strong on the seas. But today was the first time he truly witnessed it. Kaku, what should we do? Kaku approached Lucci and asked in a low voice. We don't need to intervene. The Navy has already sent Kizara here. We just need to watch. Lucci replied expressionlessly, his eyes fixed on the figures of Noel and Katakuri. Brandy Noel, do you really want to go down with me? Katakuri, after failing to break through, became increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Noel calmly dodged Katakuri's attack and said indifferently, then let us perish together. What a madman, Katakuri cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Charlotte Daifuku, who had not received news of a successful retreat, couldn't help but call Katakuri again. But in the midst of the fierce battle, Katakuri had no time to answer the phone. After the phone bug rang once, it fell silent. Seeing Katakuri not answering, Daifuku called Charlotte Oven again. After a while, the phone finally connected. Oven, what is your situation now? Were you able to retreat successfully? Daifuku asked quickly after the phone bug connected, relieved. Oven, who was also in battle, was momentarily stunned. Yamato took the opportunity to swing a kanabo at him. Oven quickly dodged and said, retreat? I haven't received any news about a retreat. Daifuku quickly summarized the situation. Upon hearing the news, Oven was taken aback, jumping back sharply to create distance. Katakuri brother is still fighting. It seems he has caught up. What? Understand. Daifuku quickly hung up the phone and rushed to Charlotte Lean's room. After relaying the situation, Charlotte Lean's eyes turned crimson, and she let out a furious roar. After a moment of silence, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Give me the phone bug." After receiving the call from the snail, Charlotte Lin dialed the number. Oroorooro. Chapter 144, Human Feelings. Wano Country, Onigashima. At this moment, Kaido was drinking in his quarters. This time, it was rather rare. After getting drunk, he was not sad or angry, but was laughing heartily. Oroorooro. Suddenly, the call interrupted the cheerful atmosphere, and Kaido's secretary, Bao Huang, handed the snail phone to Kaido. "Hey, Kaido, it's Charlotte Lin. Huh, this old woman actually called me first. How rare." Kaido burped, his drunken eyes clearing a bit. "Your subordinate, Brady Noel, and my children are fighting in Water City. The Navy has sent Kizaru to capture them. You must order their retreat immediately." The two had both been part of the Rocks Pirates and had a decent relationship, so Charlotte Lin got straight to the point. Kaido frowned and then laughed heartily, saying, "Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. What does it have to do with us?" Kaido had been dealing with internal matters in Wano and was unaware of the conflict between Noel and Big Mom's children. Although he didn't know why Noel and Charlotte Lean's sons were in conflict, the fact that she personally called him indicated that there was more to the story. As Kaido's secretary, Bao Huang was well aware of the situation between Noel and Big Mom's crew. She approached Kaido and briefly explained the matter, and only then did Kaido understand. "Hey, Lin, your sons went looking for Noel, right?" Kaido showed a sinister smile. He didn't want to get involved, believing it was unreasonable to just say fight and then retreat. What did he, Kaido, represent? If he easily ordered Noel to retreat, what would that mean for the Beast Pirate's reputation? How could he manage so many subordinates then? Charlotte Lin was not one to have a good temper either, roaring, "That nature type, brat dared to insult me. I didn't even lift a finger out of respect for you." Kaido, burp. "Noel may be part of our Beast Pirates, but his subordinates belong to him. I can't order them." Kaido flatly rejected Charlotte Lean's proposal without caring about the cause of the conflict. Seeing Kaido refuse, Charlotte Lin became even angrier. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. "Mama, Kaido, don't forget, you still owe me a big favor." "What favor?" Kaido's expression turned calm. He knew he had once owed Charlotte Lin a significant favor, but he hadn't expected her to bring it up now. "Don't tell me you've forgotten, Kaido." A smile appeared on Charlotte Lean's face. That was just something from the past. Kaido took a large swig from a jug. "No, that's a lifelong debt, Mama." After a bout of laughter, Charlotte Lean's expression became serious again. "You won't deny it, right, Kaido?" Kaido silently drank his alcohol, and suddenly, he slammed the jug down on the ground, shattering it and spilling its contents everywhere. "I understand, Lin." Kaido hung up the phone with a grim expression. After hanging up, Kaido suddenly burst into laughter, and his previously grim face brightened up. "Ha ha, that guy Noel is doing well." Charlotte Lean's call was completely unexpected. Even Kaido hadn't anticipated that the old hag would deploy so much power, only to be suppressed by Noel and his group in Water City. Of course, if it weren't for the Navy's intervention, the battle might have continued for a long time before a victor emerged. However, this call indicated that the situation on Katakuri's side was not optimistic. Otherwise, with that old hag's personality, she wouldn't have called him. Now, the strength of his beast pirates was unprecedentedly powerful. Just the combat power under his command was already terrifying. Once Noel and his subordinates fully grew, Kaido was even confident he could become the pirate king. Kaido cheerfully picked up the snail phone and directly dialed Noel. "Mochi rice cake." First, using the ability of the mochi fruit, he transformed his hand into a long mochi shape and combined it with armament haki. Then within an instant, enveloped Noel's body with countless hardened mochi pieces. Seeing the countless mochi pieces attacking him, Noel also refused to back down, his body crackling with electricity as he began to rapidly swing his fists. Thunderstorm. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fists collided in the air as the two pushed their observation haki to the limit, constantly searching for each other's weaknesses. Katakuri's observation haki was indeed terrifying, able to briefly foresee the future, giving him the upper hand in this exchange. However, Noel's observation haki, paired with electromagnetic waves, was not weak either, although it fell slightly short compared to Katakuri's future sight. In this near mind-reading premonition, Katakuri couldn't find any openings. Slice. Cut. Machi. Seeing that his quick attacks were ineffective, Katakuri transformed his arm into machi and expanded it into a shape like a spike club, combining it with armament haki. then spun rapidly as he struck forward like a meteor hammer. With a fierce look, Katakuri charged towards Noel. This move was his ultimate attack. The spinning spike club buzzing loudly, causing Noel's expression to tense. Noel took a deep breath and assumed a punching stance. Fallen thunder. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Noel, and his fierce punch pressed towards Katakuri, who felt as if his very soul was being suppressed. River of the underworld, thunder's might. Noel's surroundings turned ghostly. Countless bolts of lightning converging, a river of the underworld rushing towards Katakuri. Boom! Noel's fist collided with Katakuri's spike club, creating a massive explosion. Countless lightning bolts enveloping the area around them, forming a several-meter-deep pit except for where they stood. Katakuri's face twisted in a grimace. This madman was proven to be too difficult to deal with. If they wanted to determine a victor, they would likely need to fight for several days. However, time wouldn't allow such a prolonged struggle. Katakuri quickly retreated, leaving the deep pit behind, taking a deep breath as a strange wave emanated, causing the entire battlefield to ripple, and the hard ground gradually became soft and sticky. Chapter 145. Retreat. Seeing the surrounding environment change, Noel's expression grew serious. He knew Katakuri was preparing to go all out. He had even awakened his fruit powers, but this was normal, as if he didn't fight with everything he had. None of those he brought with him, including himself, would be able to escape. Noel's lightning began to intensify. From the moment the battle started, the lightning armor had been attached to him, and now it was further infused with armed color hockey. Countless lightning patterns flickered on the armor, and Noel's eyes changed from black to blue. Both sides were ready to fight to the death. After a brief test, this sudden battle had reached a fever pitch. Flowing glutinous rice. Katakuri pressed his hand to the ground, and the entire surface transformed into glutinous rice, with several strands wrapping around Noel's legs, limiting his movement. Rain of glutinous rice. Seeing Noel being controlled by the glutinous rice, Katakuri transformed the assimilated environment into several thick rice cake bars, resembling countless sharp spikes aiming at Noel. Numerous rice cake bars surrounded Noel, leaving him no room to evade, and Noel let out an angry roar. Thunder Bear Roar. Four massive bear heads suddenly appeared around Noel, moving back and forth, and then Noel punched down at the glutinous rice wrapping around his legs. The moment the glutinous rice was shattered, Noel struck the ground again. Boom! 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 After completing this series of actions, the four giant bear heads were also smashed by the rice cake bars, but it gave Noel enough time. Noel channeled the power of thunder into the earth. With each strike, thunder dragons emerged. Thunder dragons ascend. Noel continued to pound the ground, and one thunder dragon after another charged towards the rice cake bars in midair, colliding with them repeatedly. Peerless sweet donut. Seeing Noel continuously hammering the ground, Katakuri decided to create donuts from the glutinous rice emerging from the ground, instantly producing multiple donuts that attacked Noel from their openings. Bang! This time, when Noel struck the ground, no thunder dragons appeared. Instead, he collided with Katakuri's fist. Noel quickly dodged from his original position, with very few rice cake bars remaining in the air, and he seized the moment to rush towards Katakuri. The awakening of the fruit proved to be a significant challenge for Noel, and after Katakuri's development, many features of this fruit had been utilized to the fullest. Rampaging bear through the heart. Noel's right hand turned into a sword, cleaving through the attacking rice cake bars and breaking through Katakuri's encirclement, charging straight at him. PSSH. Katakuri had already anticipated this scene with his observation hockey, transforming his body into glutinous rice to avoid the attack. Then he reverted to his solid form, wrapping around Noel's arm, and his fists, encased in rice cake, struck forcefully at Noel's head. Noel's pupils constricted, and he exhaled a breath that forced Katakuri back, causing an explosion in the surrounding electromagnetic field. Thunderstorm. This thunderstorm had been brewing in Noel for a long time, if not for Katakuri's use of Fruit Awakening, which weakened the electromagnetic field. This blow would have certainly caused him some damage. However, the situation no longer allowed Noel to continue brewing, so he decided to detonate it directly, unleashing a powerful thunderstorm. It weakened the effects of Katakuri's Fruit Awakening to some extent. The two individuals at the center of the storm, originally powerful rice cake bars, had their strength diminished after being weakened by the storm and thunder, and when they attacked towards Noel, their power had already decreased significantly. Katakuri did not hesitate and immediately initiated close combat again. Monster Strength, Rice Cake. Using his peerless sweet donut as a base, Katakuri added the horned glutinous rice technique, manipulating the giant arm that emerged from the donut by swinging his fists, delivering a heavy blow to Noel with incredible strength. Noel fully activated his observation haki, sending waves of attacks to counter. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two escalated, expanding the battlefield further, forcing the CP9 members who had been watching from a distance to retreat far away. Are these people monsters? Kaku nervously touched his hat and said, I think it's better for us to leave here. The owl also began to show some fear. This kind of battle can't even be considered a fight between humans. Look at those waves that can destroy the world. Is that something normal people can generate? Are normal fights only break a wall or destroy a room? But look at you all. Even before it's finished, the ground within a kilometer radius has already sunk several centimeters. Despite his companions expressing a desire to leave, Lucci did not agree. Instead, he continued to silently watch the battle from afar. In the first half of the Grand Line, witnessing such a top-level battle was a rare opportunity, and Lucci, wanting to take a step further, naturally would not miss such a good chance. Noel and Katakuri stood at the center of the storm, continuously launching fierce attacks at each other, but neither could gain the upper hand in the short term. As time passed, Noel's psychological advantage grew stronger, and in the distance, Enel arrived at Ren-E's battlefield and defeated Snakeman. Now, Das March, Bascardi, Snakeman, and Baron Egg were all captured. It could be said that up to this point, Katakuri's expedition team had already lost. Katakuri grew increasingly anxious as he fought, and eventually, he inevitably revealed a slight opening, which Noel keenly seized. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Katakuri's face, instantly triggering the thunderstorm. A small mushroom cloud shot up into the sky as Noel jumped out of the billowing smoke, while Katakuri knelt on the ground, emitting smoke from his body. Just as Katakuri was about to stand up again and continue fighting, Noel's transponder snail suddenly rang. Noel furrowed his brow. Who would be calling him at this time? Upon answering the transponder snail, it instantly displayed Kaido's form. Noel, I heard you had a battle with Big Mom's crew in Water City. How's the situation? Kaido's domineering voice came through the transponder snail. Surprised that Kaido was calling him, Noel's heart raced, but thinking of the relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, he began to speculate. Big Mom has already been defeated. Noel calmly informed Kaido of this result. Oh, well done. But Kizaru has already arrived. Let's let them go this time. You should retreat first. After a moment of silence, Noel slowly nodded and replied, understood. Chapter 146. Curtain Call Unexpectedly. Charlotte Linlin had called Kaido. In that case, Noel's plan to capture all of Katakuri's crew through the Navy was shattered. After all, he still had to heed Kaido's orders in name, and of course, if Noel insisted on refusing, Kaido might still agree. However, that would have significant consequences for Noel later. Moreover, before Kaido's call, Kizaru had only captured members of Big Mom's pirate crew, which could still be interpreted as the Navy only wanting to offend one of the two. But now Kaido has already called, and the situation has changed. This makes it very easy to raise suspicions. Many people will wonder why you, Norr, insist on fighting to the death with Big Mom's side, and why in the end, Kizaru only captured Big Mom's people while yours all escaped. Furthermore, considering that you were previously in Navy, then the identity of this Brady, Norr as a Navy traitor, is worth investigating. Even if we assume that Kaido still believes in Norr's identity, he would still be dissatisfied with Norr's actions. Although you, Norr and Yamato, are the future pillars of the Beast Pirates, I, Kaido, am still the captain of this pirate crew, the total admiral. You haven't fully grown yet, and you dare to defy my orders. What will happen in the future? Once you grow up, will I still be able to control you? I want to cultivate a few successors for myself, not raise a few ungrateful wolves. So, from any perspective, Norr can no longer continue to fight Katakuri. And to be honest, this incident was indeed caused by Enel insulting Charlotte Linlin first. Now that they have suffered some minor losses, there is no need to dwell on this matter. If you really can't hold back, there will be plenty of opportunities to make a comeback in the future. Norr's thoughts are moving very quickly, but his actions do not stop. After putting away the snail phone, Norr said to Katakuri, your mother called our governor. Let's end this matter here. Katakuri had just heard Norr's conversation with Kaido and felt extremely humiliated. At that moment, he wanted to fight Norr to the death, to determine who would live and who would die. Throughout his life, besides the incident when his sister was disfigured, when had he ever suffered such great humiliation? However, Katakuri is indeed worthy of being called the perfect older brother. He instantly suppressed his impulse and did not launch another attack. Because he wasn't here alone, he had brought many younger siblings with him, and his primary goal now was to safely return his siblings to Taranto. If it were just Katakuri alone, he would definitely fight Norr to the death for his dignity, but unfortunately, he was not alone. Veins bulged on Katakuri's forehead as he gritted his teeth and nodded, simultaneously canceling his devil fruit ability. Seeing this, Norr also returned to human form and dissipated the electricity around him. As a result, after this battle, he gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. At the very least, he knew what level he had reached after a year and a half of training in this sea. That is, under this group of monsters. Basically, no one could easily defeat him. Although he couldn't beat those monsters, he could at least hold them off for a while. Norr and Katakuri arrived at the battlefield where Enel and Rinny were. As soon as they got there, Katakuri found that all his younger siblings had been tied up, especially Bascaldi and Dashima, who seemed somewhat weak. It appeared that Norr's thunderstorm had caused them significant damage. Fortunately, they were only somewhat weak, and after such a long time of recovery, they had also regained consciousness and were in decent spirits. Brother Katakuri. The moment Bascaldi saw Katakuri arrive, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He thought Katakuri had defeated Brady, Norr, and come to rescue them. But upon seeing Norr behind Katakuri, doubts arose in his heart. However, out of trust in Katakuri, Bascaldi did not voice any questions. Katakuri looked at his captured siblings and turned to Norr, saying, "Let them go. We will leave here immediately." Before Norr could respond, Enel couldn't help but mock. "You think you can just say let them go and they will be released? If someone didn't know better, they would think you won." Katakuri merely glanced at Enel and then shifted his focus back to Norr. Norr gently nodded to Run and said, "It's okay. Let them go. Admiral Kizaru is about to arrive. The battle is over." Seeing that, Norr made no other demands and easily released his siblings. Katakuri felt relieved and also had a newfound respect for Norr. This respect stemmed from Norr's strength and his broad-mindedness. Enel wanted to say more, but Norr raised a hand to stop him, gently shaking his head, signaling him not to say anything further. "Enel, you're fast. Go tell Yamato and the others to stop fighting and gather at the port. We need to leave here immediately." Enel merely muttered in response before transforming into lightning and disappearing from the spot. Norr turned to Katakuri and said, "I'll leave your siblings to you. I hope we can continue our unfinished battle another time." Katakuri nodded gently, his arm transforming into Machi, pulling everyone over and untying them from their ropes. "This time we lost, but next time I will definitely win back." After saying this, Katakuri rushed toward his ship. This battle had lasted a long time, and Kizaru was probably close to arriving. If they didn't hurry, escaping would require even more effort. As Katakuri left, Norr turned to Alan and smiled, saying, "How does it feel to have your first battle?" Alan, with a weary smile, replied, "The enemy's strength is too strong. If it weren't for your help, I probably would have lost soon. You've done very well. How long have you been training? Your enemies are already famous in the New World, and a fight like this shows that your talent is quite impressive." Norr comforted, patting Alan on the shoulder. In his first battle, Alan did not show fear, but bravely fought alongside his enemies, which was already very commendable. As long as he maintains this courage, combined with the guidance from Norr and the others, Alan's strength in the future will surely not be lacking. Let's go. Chapter 147. The actions of the world government. Just as Norr and the others were leaving, Enel conveyed this news to Elvis and Yamato. Yamato, who had been in the midst of a heated battle, felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing that the battle had ended. It was rare to encounter an opponent of equal strength with whom they could fight freely, and just when the battle was heating up, they were notified to leave. However, upon hearing that Admiral Kizaru was on his way, Yamato had no choice but to reluctantly cease fighting. The last time they were chased by a Kainu, she remembered it vividly. Had it not been for their luck, they would have been wiped out. After Elvis and Gu-chan learned of this news, they were also taken aback and immediately retreated toward the port. Meanwhile, Kurajiga and Owen also received notifications from Katakuri, and both sides tacitly stopped fighting and began to flee, leaving behind a wasteland in Water City. This sudden battle shook the upper echelons and residents of the entire Water City, especially the upper echelons, as it was their first time realizing that battles between strong individuals could cause such massive destruction. The battle between Noel and Katakuri can be considered a failure on the part of the world government. And the Icebergs Carrera Company has also established preliminary cooperation with the world government. Therefore, regarding the reconstruction of Water City, the world government will assist in the rebuilding efforts, with a significant portion of the funding coming from them. Of course, for the world government, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket, but the impact of the large-scale battle between Noel and Katakuri's factions in Water City has left the world government in a very passive position, especially on Katakuri's side. The audacity to casually return from the New World to the Grand Line shows a lack of respect towards them. Do they really think of the Grand Line as a paradise? In response to this incident, the world government first conducted a major internal purge, eliminating numerous spies embedded within various factions, particularly those associated with Big Mom, effectively uprooting them, leaving only a few trembling cats who feared being discovered as well. This cleanup has dealt a significant blow to Charlotte Linlin, as her intelligence network has been severely weakened. The most critical point is that despite all her efforts, her nemesis Enel is still living well. This is what makes Charlotte Linlin the most furious. Even after taking down a large number of spies, the world government knows there are still deeper hidden spies within, but this has served as a good warning to others. At the same time, the five elders dispatched the strongest CP unit, CP0, to carry out assassinations on the participants of this battle. Once an opportunity arises, these individuals will face their thunderous strike. Navies from various regions have also begun to take action, sealing off several sea areas in hopes of capturing all these individuals. Meanwhile, Noel and his group, having gathered, did not linger and set sail from Water City immediately. Yaha, what Big Mom? She's nothing but a pushover, Enel laughed arrogantly. For Enel, the victory in this battle brought him the most joy, as he had always heard terrifying tales about figures like Big Mom and Whitebeard. However, it seems they are not as formidable as imagined. Although the guy named Katakuri is indeed very powerful, he hasn't reached a level that makes Enel feel hopeless. Hearing this, Noel retorted, if it weren't for you, this conflict wouldn't have happened at all. Luckily, Charlotte Linlin didn't show up, otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. Once I go to the New World, I will eliminate all of them, including Charlotte Linlin, Enel declared powerfully. Noel rolled his eyes, no longer paying attention to Enel, and took out a din mushy to call Iceberg. Hello, Mr. Iceberg. We might need to leave Water City ahead of schedule, Noel said with a smile. On the other end, Iceberg felt very complicated. Although he knew Noel was a dangerous person, he didn't expect him to be this dangerous. After their battle, several places in Water City had turned into ruins, which made Iceberg, who loved Water City dearly, feel very conflicted. Seeing Iceberg's silence, Noel understood the reason behind it. Noel had to briefly explain the situation, then smiled again, saying, for this matter, I can only say I'm sorry. After learning that it was Big Mom who had initiated the attack, Iceberg no longer blamed Noel and the others for their recklessness. So, Mr. Noel, what about your arc? Iceberg asked. Noel felt a bit helpless regarding the arc. He had originally planned to take it directly, but this incident disrupted his plans. They couldn't continue to stay in Water City. Otherwise, once the Navy sealed off the area, Noel would find himself in significant trouble. It's fine. Once you finish building it, Mr. Iceberg, I will find a way to get the arc away, Noel said, allowing Iceberg to continue construction while he thought of other solutions. After learning about Noel's plan, Iceberg also indicated that he would contact Noel once the arc was completed. Noel, what should we do now? Elvis stepped forward to ask. There's no choice. We can only return to Sky Island to avoid the heat for now. The impact of this battle is quite severe. According to the world government and Navy's usual handling methods, strong pirates like them are typically sent to the New World to fight to the death. After all, most islands in the New World are occupied by pirates, and no matter how fierce the battles become, they won't affect the reputation of the world government and the Navy. However, this time is different. Water City is a very famous and prosperous island, and the fact that two pirate factions turned it into ruins is problematic. If the world government and the Navy do not respond, the whole world will question them. Huh, we just got down here, and now we have to go back? Yamato said, with some disappointment. She hadn't had enough fun yet, and now they had to return. Who knows how long it would be before they could come down again. Enough already. You only just landed for a little while, and you spent so much berries. And I haven't even settled the account with you about your secret stash. Noel suddenly remembered that Yamato had used her secret money for shopping this time, and immediately grabbed her, saying fiercely, What? What secret stash? I didn't Don't say that. Yamato panicked as she realized Noel had remembered, knowing that hiding a little secret stash was not easy, and if it got confiscated, she would be very upset. As Noel's ship ascended, laughter and joyful voices came from aboard. Chapter 148. Sengoku's Dilemma after Noel and Katakuri's groups left Water City. Kizaru also arrived at Water City. Looking at the ruins left behind after the battle, Kizaru stroked his chin and said, Oh, they're all as strong as monsters. Truly frightening. After scanning his surroundings, Kizaru suddenly noticed a group of people gathering their energy in the distance, then instantly disappeared from his spot, reappearing in front of those individuals. This group consisted of several members of CP9, and as they watched the gathering light coalesce into a humanoid figure, they knew that Admiral Kizaru had arrived. "You're from CP, right? Have you seen any members of Big Mom?" Kizaru's voice drifted lazily. Despite being far away, Kizaru had instantly appeared in front of them, causing a few of them to break into a cold sweat from his speed. Only Rob Lucci remained calm, stepping forward to say, "Brady, Noel, and Katakuri just finished their battle and have already left Water City. Am I too late?" "What a pity," Kizaru said upon learning that they had left, and once again transformed into light, disappearing from the spot. "Is this what an admiral is like? They look so strong," Brooke whispered. "You're usually the one who talks the most. Why were you silent just now?" Lucci glanced at him and said, "Usually Brooke was the most talkative, and it was very difficult to silence him. But now, faced with Kizaru, he had turned mute. Hey, that's a general, and he doesn't look too happy. Who would dare to approach him?" Inoue the owl rebutted loudly. "All right, let's leave this place. Our mission is to find the Underworld King, and these matters have nothing to do with us." Lucci interrupted the two and led the way out. Meanwhile, Kizaru took out a din mushi to report the situation to Sengoku. "That's how it is. They've already left here." "Scary, huh?" Kizaru said, yawning. "Damn it. I didn't expect Big Mom to get the news so quickly." "Kizaru, you stay in Water City for now. I'll handle the rest," Sengoku said with a grim expression. He had already sent the fastest Kizaru over, but they still arrived after Katakuri's group had left, indicating that Big Mom had received the news as soon as he began to mobilize Kizaru. What is the world government doing, allowing such important information to leak so easily? Sengoku was furious. The world government leaked information like a sieve. Sengoku picked up the din mushi again to issue orders. Even though Katakuri and the others had left Water City, they likely hadn't gone far, so Sengoku wanted to try to capture them. "Order the Weasel and the Ghost Spider to set sail immediately and seal off the waters near Water City. The nearby Navy branches will cooperate fully." After issuing the orders, Sengoku added that Stussy should not go to Water City and should head directly for the blockade. Yes, with Sengoku's orders, the entire Navy headquarters quickly sprang into action. The enemy's strength was very formidable, so the soldiers dispatched from headquarters were all top-notch elites. Sengoku leaned back in his chair and began to think. This battle had not left any room for the Navy to prepare. Fortunately, Noir and his subordinates were very strong. Even Katakuri's team had not gained an advantage. However, this incident also served as a warning to Sengoku. What if Charlotte Linlin led the team next time? What if the next battle broke out on a deserted island? Noir's situation would become quite dangerous. If Noir got trapped in the battlefield and couldn't escape, ultimately getting captured, then the Navy would suffer significant losses. Since Akainu returned to headquarters last time, the two had a conversation. Akainu had expressed that sending Noir undercover was a wrong choice. At that time, Sengoku didn't pay much attention, but now he indeed felt some regret. Noir's strength had increased too quickly. Normally, strong individuals on the sea reach their peak around their 30s or even 40s. Even Charlotte Linlin, who was called a monster since childhood, was just an ordinary member of the Rocks Pirates in her 20s. But Noir was different at this age. He had already reached a level that many would never attain in their lifetime. If Noir made another breakthrough, whether in Conqueror's Haki or Devil Fruit Awakening, he could be considered a monster in these waters. Although he had only mastered one of those, it was still not possible to compare with other strong individuals. But at least he could pose a threat to them. Moreover, based on Noir's progress over the years, Sengoku felt it wouldn't be long before Noir successfully broke through. "Noir, you've presented me with quite a dilemma," Sengoku couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, Saru pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as she entered, she heard Sengoku's exclamation and smiled. "What's wrong? Did that little guy Noir provoke you again?" Upon seeing his old comrade enter, Sengoku shared his thoughts with Saru. Saru fell into silence, clearly realizing that bringing Noir back to the Navy now was a very wise choice. Noir hadn't made any moves threatening the world government during his years outside, so bringing him back would be very smooth. However, if Noir were forced to do something in the future, it could have an impact on his return. Noir himself isn't a problem, but his subordinates are. Saru pointed out Noir's biggest dilemma. After years of adventures, Noir had gathered a group of his own strength around him. Suddenly bringing them into the Navy could very likely lead to fragmentation. This was something Noir and the Navy both wanted to avoid. Noir's companion strengths and potential were highly regarded by the Navy, especially Enel and Yamato, both of whom could be considered the next-generation pillars of the Navy. While Enel had just made an appearance, Yamato's identity was a significant obstacle, and Yamato's ambitions also differed from those of the Navy. Therefore, bringing Noir back now was still quite challenging. After analyzing all the issues, Sengoku could only reluctantly accept the reality that Noir would continue wandering outside, and the matter of his return would need to be considered further. Chapter 149. Stop being an undercover agent on the Big Mom Pirates side. As their spies infiltrated within the world government were continuously being eliminated, the incoming news was sporadic. Charlotte Perisparrow's face turned very grim. After he returned to Whole Cake Island from dealing with a batch of pirates who disobeyed Mama, he heard the bad news about Katakuri. Before he could take any measures, a series of bad news came in. From the information the spies transmitted before their deaths, it was clear that the world government was very dissatisfied with their recent actions, leading to a purge against them. Furthermore, other factions also suffered alongside the Big Mom Pirates. The entire CP department began operating at full capacity, arresting anyone suspected, regardless of their status or background, for interrogation. The detention centers were overflowing, with blood flowing like rivers. However, this was an order from the Five Elders, which no one could resist. Aside from a few who barely escaped by relying on the celestial dragons, anyone who showed even the slightest flaw would face severe punishment. Meanwhile, the Navy responded by dispatching several large fleets to seal off the waters around Water City, preparing to capture Katakuri and his group in one fell swoop. Fortunately, Charlotte Linlin made quick decisions. Otherwise, if they delayed even a bit longer, Katakuri and the others wouldn't have had the chance to leave Water City. Now, although Katakuri faced the Navy's blockade, the vastness of the sea could not be sealed off by just a few fleets. Therefore, Katakuri still had a great chance of escaping. However, even if Katakuri successfully fled, the losses for Big Mom would be too severe. The intelligence network, once considered top tier in the world, would take many years to recover after this blow. Moreover, the enormous favor Kaido owed Big Mom was essentially repaid because of this incident. After all, Katakuri, Oven, and Cracker were crucial to Charlotte Linlin. Losing them would be a significant blow, even for her. Not to mention Pascal and a few others, who also have their respective responsibilities in the Big Mom Pirates and are equally important core members. After Perisparrow conveyed this news to Charlotte Linlin, she instantly went mad, losing her rationality and continuously destroying the surrounding buildings. When has Charlotte Linlin ever suffered such a huge loss? Brady Noel, Enel, I will kill you. Charlotte Linlin let out a beast-like roar. She is now filled with extreme hatred and regret, thinking that if she had known this would happen, she would have stopped Katakuri's actions or simply gone to eliminate them herself. But it is too late to say anything now. This bitter fruit can only be swallowed by her alone. Meanwhile, facing the blockade, Katakuri and the others changed their expressions after receiving Perisparrow's message. The failure of this operation made everyone feel extremely humiliated, especially Katakuri, who set aside his pride and admitted his defeat. Now, their failure has severely harmed the entire Big Mom Pirates, which made everyone present feel very uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, Katakuri said, "This failure is entirely my responsibility. When we return, I will personally apologize to Mother." Seeing Katakuri say this, the others comforted him, saying, "It's okay, Brother Katakuri, this is not your fault. Please don't blame yourself." In response to everyone's comfort, Katakuri just shook his head and then gathered his spirits, saying, "We are not out of danger yet. The Navy is still hunting us down. Let's wait until we return to Whole Cake Island to discuss everything. As soon as that group of Navy arrives, I will kill them all." Cracker raised his sword, exuding an astonishing aura. How dare the Navy surround them? Even though this is the Grand Line and not the New World, he would make those Navy members understand that the members of the Big Mom Pirates are not to be trifled with. Katakuri silently looked ahead, and the memories of this battle kept surfacing, especially the difficult fight against Brady Noel, which left a deep impression on him. Next time I won't lose again. Katakuri clenched his fists and murmured in his heart. On the Navy's side, after all the orders were deployed, Sengoku and Tsuru made a decision regarding Noel's status. Sengoku took out a din-din mushi and directly dialed Noel's number. The situation was very urgent this time, and Sengoku couldn't afford to wait for Noel to call him. Moreover, Sengoku wasn't too worried about Noel's identity being exposed. If it was exposed, so be it. He could just return to the Navy, which would save him from the hassle. Fortunately, Sengoku was currently the fleet admiral. If it were Akainu as fleet admiral, given Akainu's character, he would likely have directly ordered Noel to return without much consideration. Sengoku, on the other hand, had to consider the balance of various factors in Noel's situation. Meanwhile, Noel and the others, who were heading to Sky Island, were holding a banquet on the ship. As pirates, a celebration after a victory was a must. While raising his cup and drinking with everyone, Noel suddenly felt a numbness in his wrist, startling him internally, but he didn't show any change on the surface. He cheerfully clinked glasses with everyone and then drank down the liquor. "I need to go to the restroom," Noel said, putting down his cup and finding an excuse to leave. The others didn't pay much attention and continued to feast. Noel went to a secluded place, confirmed his safety, and then took out the Den Mushi to call back. As soon as the call was connected, Sengoku immediately picked up, clearly having been waiting at the Den Mushi for Noel. "Old man Sengoku, calling me at this time is dangerous," Noel complained as soon as the call was connected. Sengoku didn't care about that and reprimanded Noel. "Didn't I tell you to be careful about Big Mom's movements?" Noel couldn't help but pull the Den Mushi away from his ear, while Sengoku continued. "Do you know how big an impact the battle in Water City caused? If Charlotte Linlin comes personally, do you know how dangerous it would be for you?" Sengoku's long-winded scolding made it difficult for Noel to interject, but fortunately, Sengoku still retained some rationality and knew that a long conversation wasn't suitable for Noel's situation. After scolding him, he stated the purpose of his call. "During this time, you need to keep a low profile. If something like this happens again, you might as well stop being an undercover agent and just bring your subordinates back to the Navy." Chapter 150. Do you want to live a few less years? Noel pursed his lips and didn't respond to Sengoku's words. "Keep a low profile? I wish I could, but look at my subordinates. They don't give me a chance. It's either cleaning up after them or on the way to clean up after them. I can't keep my eyes on them all the time, can I? I'm not a fruit user. You're acting like you can control that old bastard carp. You've struggled to discipline him for so many years, and now that you're retired, you become like Carp yourself. Bring them back to the Navy?" Noel thought about that scene and felt it was too beautiful to look at. With the troublemaking abilities of Enel and Yamato, the Navy would probably blow up your office. If you want to live a few less years, I have no objections. After all, going back to the Navy is pretty good. You have food and shelter provided, and you can slack off during the day. Unlike now, where I feel like their parent, having to manage everything, getting tired like a dog every day. If it weren't for Elvis being around, I probably would have gone gray by now. Moreover, wanting them to return to the Navy would mean preparing for a full-scale war with Kaido. With Kaido's temperament, he would never swallow this anger. After all the hard work in cultivating them for so long, and then they turn around and take my daughter to join the Navy? If Kaido could swallow that, he wouldn't be a Yonko. Don't even mention the mythical Zoan Azure dragon fruit. It should just be called the Minotaur fruit. Got it. Got it. I'll try to keep an eye on them, Noel said absent-mindedly while pretending to appease Sengoku. Sengoku, however, said seriously, "It's not about trying. It's a must. If you guys cause any more trouble recently, the Navy will be very passive. If Noel and the others keep causing trouble, combined with their strong power, and they linger in the Grand Line, their danger level would skyrocket in the eyes of the world government. If the world government considers Noel and the others to be particularly dangerous, they might very well launch a major crackdown on them. By then, the forces dispatched would not just be a Navy admiral, but would strike with a thunderous force to eradicate them completely. Don't wait until everything is set up, surrounding Noel and the others, and then reveal Noel's identity. That would be too late. The world government might destroy Noel and the others for the sake of their own reputation, even if these people are their own and represent powerful forces. In the eyes of the five elders, nothing is more important than the face of the world government, aside from the balance on the sea. They can, for the sake of balance, recruit Zephyr's enemy, Whitebeard too, damaging the morale of a large number of Navy personnel. And they can also, for the sake of the world government's face, eliminate people like Noel and others. Do not underestimate the determination of the world government. Once they make this decision, even Kaido's arrival will be useless. Noel did not think of so many twists and turns, but he knew that he and the others should be honest for a while. His ark was still under construction in Water City, and now that Water City was under full martial law, if anything else happened, the ark, into which he had invested so much money, would be gone. No, wait, Califa. Noel suddenly thought of Califa, a member of CP, as she was the secretary of Iceberg. So she must know that the ship Iceberg was building was his. If Califa knew, then it meant the entire CP9 knew. And the world government was very likely aware of his situation as well. Thinking of this, Noel hurriedly called Sengoku, who was about to hang up, and said, "Wait, there's one more thing. The ship I commissioned Kara Company to build in Water City is still there, and the world government may have already found out. We can't let them take the ship away." Sengoku was speechless upon hearing this. "You guy, since you know your ship is still in Water City, why are you causing trouble there? Now look, the entire Water City has been sealed off by the Navy. If the world government really informs the Navy, then the Navy will have to take action. Otherwise, it will lead to more trouble." It's just a ship. We can find someone else to build it. Sengoku felt that Noel was making a big deal out of nothing. Little brother, what's the matter? Does the ship still need me, the admiral, to step in? But that's not just a ship. That's my ark. I've spent billions of berries on it. Noel's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. If that ship were detained, Noel would be in a tough spot. Not to mention himself, others would definitely not agree. And it was very likely that they would resort to actions like hijacking the ship. If something goes wrong and casualties occur, it wouldn't be good for either side. Sengoku was also taken aback. What ship costs billions? Noel, you guy, you've been living well outside these years, daring to spend billions of berries on building a ship? The Ark? Is it the ship you once said could fly in the sky? It's already built. Sengoku hurriedly inquired. This was not a small matter. If the technology to build a flying ship matured and could be mass-produced, it would significantly enhance the Navy's strength. The simplest point is about speed in the past. When a place was attacked by pirates, by the time the Navy arrived, the pirates had basically escaped. Unless they happened to run into each other, the Navy would always be in a passive defensive position. Another point is about reconnaissance. Take Katakuri as an example. Now that they have escaped from Water City and are drifting at sea, capturing them would require a large military force to block the sea area. However, with the Ark, the situation would be very different. An increase in speed would mean rescuing more people and eliminating more pirates. Moreover, for Katakuri to escape capture by the Navy this time, unless Charlotte Linlin personally shows up, they would basically not be able to escape. Originally, Sengoku thought Noel was just talking about his ideals. But little did he think that in just a few years, the actual object had already been built. Of course, this ark is a blueprint that I obtained after much hardship. It's very precious, Noel said, puffing out his cheeks arrogantly. If Anola heard this, he would surely shed tears of hatred. You call that hardship? Clearly, it was I who went through great pains to obtain the blueprint. And then you, this robber, snatched it away. Whether or not it could be mass-produced, he wasn't sure, but this blueprint was now in the hands of Kara Company, and he estimated they should have some ideas by now. Noel told Sengoku everything about the Ark, and the rest he didn't care about. Okay, I understand. You all must keep a low profile recently. Sengoku hurriedly hung up the phone. Chapter 151. The blueprint. After Noel hung up the phone with Sengoku, he returned to the dining room to continue the banquet with everyone. Sengoku, on the other hand, quickly called Crane to his office and recounted his conversation with Noel about the Arkansas. He didn't expect that the little brat Noel actually managed to create the Arkansas. Crane propped her chin on her hands, somewhat emotional as she said. Sengoku nodded in agreement. If the Ark can be mass-produced, then our Navy needs to form an aerospace unit. There was no need for Sengoku to explain the advantages of the Ark to Crane. As the Navy's chief of staff, she naturally understood the implications. However, once the Navy wanted to build the Ark, there would be a lot of issues involved. On one hand, building the Ark would require a significant amount of berries, which would definitely need to be applied for from the world government. If the world government refused, then all of this would become a fantasy. The current strength of the Navy was still very strong. Sengoku and Garp had not yet passed their peak, and the three admirals were still in their prime. The world government was very likely to refuse funding under the pretense of maintaining stability at sea. After hearing Crane's analysis, Sengoku, who was originally excited, calmed down. Indeed, the funds required for the Ark unit were not a small sum. Moreover, the Navy was also preparing to launch several new projects recently, and those projects were also money-gobbling beasts. Now, proposing this Ark plan would have a very low probability of approval from the world government. It seemed they could only wait for a while. However, even if they couldn't build the Ark now, they should at least get the blueprints to Vegapunk for research and improvement. When the time was right, they could proceed directly with construction, Sengoku said slowly with his eyes half closed. Crane nodded in agreement. Just let Kizuru make a trip to Water City. Kara Company has already collaborated with the world government. After Kizuru hung up the phone, he blew on his freshly done nails and said, "A flying Ark? That's truly terrifying." With a new mission, Kizaru leisurely stood up and slowly walked towards Dock Number 1. Inside Dock Number 1, the Ark was at a critical stage. A large number of workers confirmed the safety of Water City and resumed their work enthusiastically. After all, this was the world's first ship that could fly, and every craftsman involved in its construction felt a sense of honor. When Kizuru arrived at Dock Number 1, the two staff members guarding the entrance immediately recognized his identity. The appearances of the three admirals were already well known to the public. One staff member went to inform Iceberg of the situation, while the other led Kizuru around the dock, taking their time to look around. When they arrived at the location of the Ark's construction, the staff proudly said, "This ship is currently our company's largest order, and it is said that this ship can even fly." "Oh, that's really impressive." Kizaru looked at the massive ship and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He had thought that the ark built by Norr would be just a medium-sized sailing ship at most, but now, seeing it, the ship was much larger than he had expected, even bigger than a large warship. Building such a large vessel would cost quite a bit of berries. It seemed that Norr was doing well outside. At that moment, Aokiji also stepped forward to greet Kizaru's arrival, feeling a bit nervous as he saw Kizaru carefully observing the ark. After all, this ship was built for Norr, who was now a pirate and had even left the navy. Given such a sensitive identity, Aokiji wasn't sure what Kizaru would do. However, since his staff had already stated that this was an ark, Aokiji didn't want to say much more and could only change the subject. "Hello, Admiral Kizaru. I wonder what brings you to our career company." Aokiji spoke respectfully to Kizaru. At this time, he was not yet the mayor of Water City, and there was a significant gap in status between him and Kizaru. "Well, I heard that your company has collaborated with the world government and currently possesses a blueprint for the ark, so I came to request a copy." Kizaru stated his purpose directly. After all, this matter was not something to be ashamed of, and the Navy would not resort to forceful measures. Seeing that Kizaru was only interested in the blueprint and did not mention the ark that was about to be completed outside, Aokiji let out a sigh of relief. If Kizaru were to seize the ship based on Norr's identity as a pirate, Aokiji wouldn't have been able to stop him. However, Norr had already paid all the berries, and if anything happened to the ship, Aokiji would also have to bear certain consequences. Even rebuilding a ship like that was beyond Aokiji's current capacity. Fortunately, Kizaru did not steer the conversation towards the ark and only expressed a desire to copy the blueprint. Aokiji quickly agreed and instructed his subordinates to go make copies and to notify Khalifa to bring 2 cups of tea. When Khalifa entered the room and saw that Kizaru was sitting in the office, her pupils slightly contracted, but she maintained a calm expression as she placed the tea in front of the two. "Oh, this tea is really nice," Kizaru said with some surprise after taking a sip. As an admiral of the Navy, he had seen many fine things, but the tea in his hand was indeed of a high quality. Seeing that Kizaru liked it so much, Aokiji smiled and said, "Then I'll bring you a package later." Kizaru shook his head and said, "No need to take it away." After Aokiji's subordinate brought over the copied blueprint, Kizaru took it and prepared to leave. Khalifa was startled to see that Kizaru was taking the blueprint of the ark. She hadn't expected that the Navy already knew about the ark. After all, they hadn't reported this news yet. Khalifa began to suspect if there was a spy from the Navy among them. "Thank you for protecting Water City, Admiral Kizaru." Aokiji expressed his gratitude again as he escorted Kizaru to the door. Kizaru waved his hand and said, "Well, that's not my credit. Then farewell." Kizaru radiated light and disappeared from the spot. "Phew, I didn't expect the Navy to show up." Aokiji wiped the sweat from his forehead. Khalifa also relayed this news to Rob Lucci, sharing her suspicions. "Is there a Navy spy in Carrera Company?" Lucci frowned, feeling that things were not so simple. Chapter 152. Guchin's Justice Lucci and his team have been lurking in Water City for a long time. If there was a Navy spy within Carrera Company, they would have noticed some abnormalities, even if they couldn't identify the spy. However, during all this time, Lucci and his team had not discovered any personnel from other forces within Carrera Company besides themselves. Some might say that if a spy were discovered, then they wouldn't be called a spy anymore. But in reality, with CP being such a vast organization, if any information about Carrera Company were leaked, they would eventually gather some intelligence. Therefore, Lucci could basically conclude that there were no other spies in Carrera Company besides their CP members. However, Khalifa's news left Lucci puzzled. This situation could only indicate 2 things. One was that someone within CP had communicated information to the Navy, or the infiltrating personnel was too high-ranking for them to detect. But neither of these 2 directions made sense. The fact that Norr was building the ark here was something that only the personnel of Carrera Company and their CP members knew. If a member of Carrera Company had leaked this information, the Navy would not have arrived just now, but would have taken the blueprint away long ago. Kizaru's actions clearly indicated that he did not know about the ark before coming to Carrera Company. Thus, this information must have just been transmitted to the headquarters or to Kizaru. After pondering for a while, Lucci turned to his subordinate Kaku and said, "Let's pause our actions for now and let Khalifa gather some intelligence." Although Lucci was very confident in himself and his team, he didn't dare to take risks when it came to the king of the underworld. He was afraid that when the plan reached a critical moment, some inexplicable individuals would appear and cause the mission to fail. "Really? It seems I can take a break for a while." Kaku nodded and then went to relay the message about the mission pause to the other members. Compared to the turbulent sea, Norr and the others were currently very calm. Because the waters of Water City were blocked, Norr had been maneuvering the ship towards the direction of Sky Island. And now, with Enel's presence, after Norr's guidance, Enel could also manipulate the ship's flight. All right, since you've learned how to control the ship, I'll leave this task to you from now on. Norr stretched and then patted Enel on the shoulder. Enel, however, looked displeased and said, "Why do I have to do this? I'm a god. A dignified deity has become a charioteer?" Norr replied nonchalantly, "Of course it's you. It can't be me, right? You are our ship's helmsman, and as the helmsman, this job should naturally be entrusted to you." Because Enel's fruit abilities were similar to Norr's, Norr had long made clear arrangements for Enel, but he hadn't mentioned it before since Enel was focused on training in Sky Island. Now that the arc was almost complete, it was time for Enel, the utility man, to officially step up. After all, the captain couldn't be expected to control the ship's flight every day. He was not Shiki the Golden Lion, who found flying as easy as drinking water. Enel was sulking and muttering something under his breath, but Noel didn't mind. Everyone needs a chance to vent, after all. Back on the deck, Noel saw Elvis and Guchun, both looking serious as they discussed something. From the earlier banquet, Noel had noticed that Guchun's mood wasn't very high, and seeing them talking now piqued his curiosity. "What's wrong with you two? You look so serious," Noel said, walking over to them, puzzled. Upon seeing Noel approach, the two fell silent. Then Guchun shook his head and said it was nothing, just some dissatisfaction with his own strength. After saying that, Guchun turned and walked towards the cabin, leaving Noel looking confused. "Elvis, what's going on?" Once Guchun entered the cabin, Noel turned to Elvis. Although living together inevitably leads to some bumps along the way, the expressions on their faces earlier didn't seem like just a simple argument. Elvis shook his head and said it was nothing, just that Guchun was a bit extreme. "Extreme? Why do you say that?" Noel frowned. Guchun had given them the impression of being taciturn at first, but after nearly 2 years of living together, his smile had gradually increased. He seemed more cheerful and didn't display any extreme thoughts. Then, Elvis explained the situation to Noel. They had indeed lived on the Sky Island for 2 years, but ultimately, everyone had their own matters to attend to, and they usually gathered only during meals. Noel hardly even joined them for meals, so everyone's view of Guchun was limited to surface impressions. However, Elvis was different. He was responsible for Guchun's training, so they spent a lot of time together. Elvis had long noticed that Guchun's personality was somewhat extreme, but he didn't think it was a major issue. Given Guchun's past, it was understandable that his current personality had formed as such. Everyone has their own obsessions, and Elvis had never mentioned this matter. However, during the recent battle in Water City, the distance between Elvis and Guchun's battlefields was not far apart. Elvis was somewhat worried about Guchun's strength, so after the battle started, he consciously tried to shift the battlefield closer to Guchun. But when Elvis arrived at Guchun's battlefield, he realized how significant Guchun's character flaws were. To put it another way, Guchun's sense of justice seemed a bit extreme, differing from Akainu's absolute justice. Yet there were similarities. In this battle in Water City, the local residents had largely escaped danger and evacuated from the battlefield, but not everyone had left. There are always some who couldn't escape the battlefield due to various issues, and for them, being in the midst of battle posed a significant threat. Most of Noel's crew chose to shift the battlefield to a less populated area for combat. However, Guchun's enemy was Snag, a formidable opponent who had been strong years ago. After failing to capture Noel, Snag had worked hard in the past few years and was said to have been named the 4th star of the Big Mom Pirates. Thus, the duel between the two caused trouble for those around them. Chapter 153. Hidden danger faced with the terrifying pressure from his enemy. Guchun was already struggling with direct combat, not to mention the civilians around him made him cautious. As a pirate, Snag recklessly wielded countless sword energies, turning nearby buildings into ruins. When Elvis arrived at Guchun's battlefield, he witnessed this scene, which was also the reason for their argument. "Ha! This time we will capture Brady Noel and you all in one net." Snag laughed maniacally while continuously slashing at Guchun with his blade. "Open door, Thunderbreak." Guchun sheathed his blade, then forcefully pushed off the ground, rapidly sliding towards Snag, his armed color hockey enveloping his blade, creating a black sword light. Snag crossed his blades in front of him, and when the two blades clashed, they sparked. "Open door, Phoenix spreads its wings." A phantom of a phoenix appeared behind Guchun, flames seemingly wrapping around his blade, radiating astonishing heat. Facing Guchun's swordsmanship, Snag became serious, his armed color hockey intertwining with his blade, and with a single sword slash, he cleaved the phoenix phantom in two. Boom! Their collision created a powerful shockwave, and Guchun used the force to jump back. Snag, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a massive sword energy towards Guchun, who had civilians fleeing behind him. When Snag unleashed his sword energy, engulfing both Guchun and the fleeing civilians, Guchun, who should have dodged, inexplicably stood his ground, taking Snag's sword energy head-on, resulting in injury. If it had ended there, Elvis wouldn't have felt anger, but the next scene astonished him. When Snag thought he had found Guchun's weakness, he began attacking the surrounding civilians. At first, Guchun tried hard to protect the fleeing civilians, but when he realized he couldn't protect everyone by himself, he made a shocking move that Elvis couldn't believe. Guchun deflected Snag's sword energy with his blade, intentionally redirecting it towards a group of civilians who had yet to evacuate. If it weren't for Elvis's quick speed, the outcome would have been unthinkable. With Elvis's involvement, the battle gradually became clearer. At least with Elvis's help, Guchun's pressure lessened. The civilians around them also managed to leave the area. What followed was a continuous struggle between the two sides, neither able to quickly defeat the other until unexpected changes occurred on Noel's battlefield, prompting Kleka and Snag to withdraw from the battle. However, this incident left a mark on Elvis's mind. Elvis found an opportunity to ask Guchun why he acted that way. Guchun's own words were that when he realized some people would inevitably not be saved, he chose to sacrifice a few to protect more. To minimize casualties, Guchun even personally eliminated those he couldn't save. This was something Elvis couldn't accept. Guchun's past was indeed tragic, but Elvis's childhood was also difficult. If you can't protect those around you, you can choose not to protect them or try your best to do so. Guchun's reasoning couldn't justify his actions of killing those civilians. To avoid having these people become his weakness, Guchun's act of killing them to hold Snag back was something Elvis found hard to accept. Everyone carries their own tragedy, and Elvis always felt that Guchun's past and personality resembled his own from before. All of Guchun's initial training requests were not rejected by Elvis. It was not just because they were companions, but also because Elvis saw a reflection of his former self in Guchun. However, the scene just now made Elvis realize that Guchun also had differences from him, and he felt that Guchun's personality could potentially lead to disaster in the future. Elvis's words left Noel in silence. He did not expect that Guchun's personality had such a side. Noel couldn't determine whether this aspect of Guchun was good or bad, as each person is an independent individual. Others had no right or qualification to criticize Guchun's actions at that time. Guchun's thoughts were quite simple. As long as he had no weaknesses, he could hold off Snag, allowing the civilians further away to safely leave the battlefield. This was like a classic ethical dilemma. On one track, there were 5 children, and on another track, there was 1 child. The track with the 5 children was the path the train had to take forward, and, at that moment, a choice had to be made. Should one choose to sacrifice a few to save the majority, or save the 1 innocent child and sacrifice 5 lives? Guchun's actions represented his choice, to sacrifice a few to save more. Noel shook his head. If it were him, he might not be able to make such a resolute choice like Guchun. Whether it was Guchun or Elvis, both of their starting points were good. Elvis did not say that Guchun's choice was entirely wrong. He just couldn't accept it himself and felt that if Guchun continued on this path, it would lead to disaster in the future. However, this was also a false proposition. Before things happened, before disaster struck, one could not blame Guchun's actions. As companions, all they could do was try their best to help him, Noel said slowly. Elvis nodded, but a trace of worry still remained on his brow. Noel returned to his cabin and did not plan to talk to Guchun about this matter right away. Since Elvis had expressed his concerns, there was no need for Noel to bring it up with Guchun. At this moment, Guchun looked at his hands. He did not believe that his choice at the time was wrong. If anything was wrong, it was just that his own strength was too weak. If he had strong power, he would not have been caught in such a choice. With this in mind, Guchun picked up the sword in his hand, returned to the deck, and began his training. Since he was weak, he would train twice as hard. As long as he could defeat the enemy in an instant, then all problems would no longer be problems. Elvis stood at a distance, watching Guchun train hard, lost in thought. He recalled his childhood, when he slaughtered innocent civilians for the sake of so-called justice. Chapter 154. Successful breakthrough. A week later, this tumultuous battle finally calmed down. The Navy's blockade was not a significant obstacle for Noel and others with their high mobility, so they successfully returned to Sky Island. Meanwhile, Katakuri led his siblings to narrowly escape the Navy's pursuit. After the Navy's full blockade, several sea areas near Water City had elite Navy forces patrolling back and forth. Initially, under the leadership of Admiral Kazuru, Vice Admiral Charlotte, Garp, and Stoneberry firmly blocked Katakuri and his group as path. Later, the Navy sent additional vice admirals for support. And if it weren't for the vast expanse of sea and somewhat dispersed forces, it would have been nearly impossible for Katakuri and the others to escape capture. Fortunately, Katakuri remained calm and, with a stroke of luck, chose a breakout point that happened to avoid Kizaru's location. After a battle even more intense than the one Katakuri and Noel had in Water City, they successfully broke through the Navy's blockade after several skirmishes. They were now heading to a secret island to recuperate. Katakuri and Charlotte Oven were both severely injured and under their full protection, while the remaining officers were not dead. None were in good condition. Everyone looked very disheveled. Cracker's biscuits had been smashed to pieces, and he had sustained some minor injuries, being severely averse to pain. Even minor injuries were very hard for him to accept. Bascardi and Dasmarch lay on the ground like dead dogs. At this moment, everyone on Katakuri's ship was lying on the deck resting. It wasn't that they didn't want to return to their cabin, but they simply lacked the strength to do so. Besides these officers, the remaining Big Mom crew members were nervously running back and forth on the deck, while the ship's doctor was urgently treating Katakuri and Oven. If it weren't for the desperate struggle of Katakuri and Oven, these people would have probably been captured by the Navy by now. Once Charlotte Linlin wanted to rescue these people, the battle on the top would likely erupt prematurely. Damn it, Brady Noel, next time I will definitely kill you, Bascardi said hatefully while lying on the ground. This time, the Big Mom pirates suffered tremendous losses, not only losing face, but also completely losing their dignity. Fortunately, with Charlotte Linlin's presence, even after this defeat, their pirate crew's foundation would not be shaken. However, once they returned to the cake shop, they would have to face Charlotte Linlin's punishment. Just thinking about it made Bascardi feel a wave of fear. Most of Charlotte Linlin's children had a great fear of her, because her punishment was none other than extracting life force. Bascardi's words did not resonate with the others because they had deployed a very powerful force this time. Yet, they still suffered defeat. What about next time? Once Brady Noel's subordinates grow stronger, how much more power will be needed? Now, to defeat Brady Noel, either Linlin herself had to take action, or they would have to deploy a large portion of the Big Mom pirates' strength to have any chance of success. However, with the size of their pirate crew, if Charlotte Linlin were to move or dispatch a large fleet, the Navy would definitely take action. This time, they merely sent out these individuals, and despite their best efforts to hide, the Navy still caught some wind of it. This humiliation, once we reach the New World, we will reclaim it. Cracker used his ability to wrap himself up and said gloomily, on the entire ship, only he had sustained minor injuries, while the other brothers and sisters had all fallen. So Cracker now took command of the entire ship. We won't head to the secret island for now. We have already shaken off the Navy's pursuit. So let's first find an uninhabited island to recuperate. After thinking for a moment, Cracker made this decision. They were not completely out of danger yet, as the presence of Kizaru on the Navy side made it very easy for him to catch up with them. So Krija thinks he should first find a deserted island to hide and lay low for a while, waiting for Katakuri and the others to recover before making further plans. Did they manage to escape? That's really frightening, said Kizaru, looking at the three vice admirals with his mouth pouting. At this moment, the three of them, Mongoose, Spider Demon, and Stonaberry, also had multiple wounds on their bodies, and their overall aura seemed a bit wilted. After encountering Katakuri and the others, their original plan was not to fight to the death, but to entangle them. Unfortunately, Katakuri and the others did not give them that opportunity. I'm very sorry. We had successfully surrounded Katakuri and the others, but in the end, they broke through with their desperate fight, Spider Demon said with a gloomy expression. He felt very troubled about letting Katakuri and the others go, believing it was a great opportunity against the Big Mom pirates. However, having such a great opportunity right in front of them, but not capturing it made him feel very ashamed. Mongoose and Stonaberry also had poor expressions, having wasted such manpower and resources without catching even a single fish. Kizaru waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's okay. After all, those guys are all as strong as monsters." This incident was completely unexpected. In fact, the Navy was not prepared for a full-scale war with the Big Mom pirates. It was merely a trial-and-error approach. And if they had truly captured all those people, the Navy would also have to bear a tremendous amount of pressure. After all, this was different from the period in the original story. The sea was not particularly calm, and the group of monsters in the New World was still continuously warring with each other. A large-scale battle with the Big Mom pirates did not align with the interests of the world government and the Navy. As one of the top figures in the Navy, Kizaru certainly understood the situation. Therefore, this capture operation, whether successful or not, was acceptable. Moreover, they did not come away empty-handed. Kizaru thought of the blueprint in his office and adjusted his sunglasses. Once the Navy thoroughly understands this blueprint and mass-produces the items on it, the landscape of the sea will also change. Chapter 155. Then let's set off together. Hey Noel, by the looks of it, our ark should be built by now. Yamato said, lying bored on a chair, suddenly recalling their ark, her eyes sparkling. Hearing Yamato's words, Noel rolled his eyes and said, the ark is built. But we can't leave right now. Huh? Why can't we leave? Yamato frowned. She had been looking forward to this for a long time and was disappointed to hear that they couldn't leave. Noel looked at the carefree Yamato with some disbelief, suspecting she had forgotten about the situation. It's only been a week since we started, and she seems to have completely forgotten. The waters around Water City are currently blocked by the Navy. If we go there now, it will be troublesome. Elvis stepped forward and patted Yamato on the shoulder. Yamato suddenly realized, remembering that the Navy had not yet left Water City. All right, I almost forgot. It's all Anairu's fault. Otherwise, we would already be flying in the ark. Yamato said angrily. Not satisfied just talking, Yamato rolled up her sleeves, grabbing her wolf fawn club, ready to confront Anairu. Watching Yamato hurry away, Elvis began to suspect that she was saying this on purpose. In the past week, Yamato had already caused trouble for Anairu several times, each time with a different reason. Anairu had been getting a bit neurotic lately because of Yamato's visits, but he didn't actually mind her coming around. He realized that there were really many powerful people in this sea, and any random person trying to challenge them could be much stronger than him. The battle between Anairu and Katakuri had also made him more aware. He had always been skeptical of Noel's claim that there were as many powerful people in the East Blue as stars in the sky. He thought that Noel, Yamato, and the others were among the strongest in the East Blue. However, after the battle in Water City, he discovered that Noel was not lying. That man named Katakuri was someone even Noel had to face with all his strength. Moreover, he heard from others that there were also very strong guys named Owen and Krija among the attacking team. At the very least, they could face off against Yamato and Elvis head-on. If Anairu encountered them, although he couldn't win, he could still escape. However, for a god, running away was not something he could do. Therefore, despite being exhausted by Yamato's antics, Anairu was still pleased to see her. He also wanted to improve his strength. He didn't want to rely on Noel and the others for help every time he faced a strong enemy. It's likely that Yamato was also looking to train Anairu by constantly seeking him out for trouble. After all this time, aside from Elvis teaching Anairu about hockey, Yamato was responsible for training him. This time, Anairu's strength had revealed many issues, and Yamato's appearance could help him quickly make up for his shortcomings. This is the benefit of constantly battling strong opponents, especially against enemies of equal or slightly greater strength. As long as one doesn't die, their strength will surely increase to a certain extent. Speaking of this, one cannot help but mention Alan's growth. He has grown so much in just 2 years of training at this age. This is largely due to Elvis's careful guidance, and even among the members of Noel's crew. Even Ren-Es strength can be considered formidable in the first half of the Grand Line. Generally, tens of millions of pirates can't do anything to Ren unless they have special fruit abilities. If one had to make a comparison, Rennie's current strength is probably comparable to Lucci's. Of course, if the two were to engage in a life-and-death battle, Lucci's chances of winning would be much higher. This is due to the different environments and personalities of the two, and does not relate much to their hard power. Back to Alan. His current strength among the Navy would at least rank him as a major in the headquarters. However, Alan's period of explosive growth has basically passed, and to further enhance his strength, he needs to engage in continuous battles for training or break through in hockey or martial arts to the next stage. At this moment, Gu-chan finished his training for the day and took the initiative to walk over to Noel and Elvis, saying, Noel, I feel that my strength has reached a bottleneck at this stage. I want to go out and travel. Gu-chan said with a smile while looking at the two. It was as if the conflict with Elvis a few days ago didn't exist at all, and Noel and Gu-chan exchanged glances but said nothing. Noel stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. He didn't know whether he should agree to Gu-chan. Due to the previous conflict between Elvis and Gu-chan, it was still fresh in their minds, and at this moment, Noel couldn't help but feel uneasy about letting Gu-chan travel alone. However, Elvis started chatting with Gu-chan first. Gu-chan, your strength is already quite impressive. Why are you suddenly thinking about traveling? Gu-chan shook his head and said, I'm still too weak. If I were a bit stronger, I wouldn't have faced such a situation in Water City last time. As long as my strength is strong enough, I can protect everyone. Gu-chan said calmly. These words left Elvis momentarily speechless because Gu-chan's philosophy had no issues. After giving Gu-chun a deep look, Elvis turned to Noel, waiting for him to make a decision. Since that's the case, why don't we set off together? Noel looked up at the two and said with a smile. Noel's words surprised both of them. They never expected that he would decide for everyone to set off together. Elvis had no objections to this decision. After all, there was nothing much to do on Sky Island, and their army was already on the right track, no longer needing constant supervision like before. However, Gu-chan felt a bit troubled. He thought this was his own matter, yet he was asking everyone to accompany him. Noel smiled and explained, "It's not just about you. This voyage can also help us find a devil fruit for Alan." Previously, Noel had decided to find a devil fruit for Alan, and at this stage, they happened to be in a phase of idleness. So why not take this opportunity to resolve Alan's devil fruit issue? Moreover, Noel was somewhat dissatisfied with the size of their team, because once they encountered a large force like the Big Mom Pirates, their manpower shortage would become evident. It was a good chance to recruit some potential newcomers to train during this voyage. Chapter 156. A call to action. The newsbird circled above the ship, and with a wave from Elvis, it slowly landed on the ship's side. "Here you go." After handing the newspaper money to the newsbird, it also delivered the latest newspaper to Elvis. Wow, they really managed to escape from Katakuri and his group. Elvis opened the newspaper, and what caught his eye was a scene of Katakuri and others wrapped in bandages, landing on Cake Island. After a long chase, Katakuri and the others finally escaped from the Navy's pursuit. Their luck was quite good. After arriving at an uninhabited island, Cracker and the others rested for a whole week before spotting the Navy. With the buffer of that week, most of the crew on the ship had regained their basic combat strength, and even the severely injured Katakuri and Charlotte Oven could move on their own. After leaving the uninhabited island, Katakuri quietly headed to the secret base established by Big Mom in the Grand Line. When Katakuri and the others arrived at the secret base, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, as the location of this base was very concealed. The surrounding environment was also well camouflaged, making it highly unlikely for the Navy to find them. Once they were out of danger, Charlotte Linlin sent Perispero and Charlotte Smoothie, two powerful forces, to assist them. After many twists and turns, they finally returned to Cake Island and announced that the Navy's encirclement had ended in failure. Upon landing on Cake Island, Katakuri was the first to speak, stating that they would surely wash away the shame and failure brought by Brady Noel. Once Noel and the others returned to the New World, they would launch another attack. This battle caused quite a stir, although various forces had some knowledge of the news. The specifics were still not detailed enough. They only knew that the arrival of Admiral Kizaru caused both sides to halt their fighting. It seemed that the Big Mom Pirates had ended in failure, suffering heavy losses from this operation. Similarly, the Destruction King, Tracy, in the New World, also disseminated the news. Once Noel returned to the New World, they would, like the Big Mom Pirates, immediately initiate an attack, leaving no rest for Noel and his companions. Tracy realized that relying solely on his power, even if he didn't fear Noel, the chances of successfully attacking them were slim. Just as Noel and Big Mom had clashed, he could take advantage of this opportunity to ally with them and jointly attack Noel. Katakuri silently walked towards the enormous castle with his younger siblings. Glancing around, Katakuri noticed that each of his siblings wore expressions of fear. Clearly, the failure of this operation made them very afraid of facing their mother's punishment. Katakuri didn't say much. He simply thought to himself, "This time it was because of me, so I'll bear all the punishment." Pushing open the huge door, everyone slowly walked inside. In the room, a massive figure sat there, with crimson eyes fixed intently on the group below. "Mother, we're back. I'm sorry, this operation failed." Katakuri stepped forward and bowed his head. Upon hearing the words "operation failed," Charlotte Linlin's emotions became unstable again. "Katakuri, I said this operation must succeed, not fail. You have disappointed me," Charlotte Linlin roared. The thought that she had to call Big Dad for help and wasted a huge favor made her extremely angry. If it weren't for Katakuri and the others being important combatants of the Big Mom Pirates with significant roles, she would have unhesitatingly abandoned them. She wasn't like that old man Whitebeard, playing house games all day. To her, even her children were merely tools for measuring benefits. Fortunately, Katakuri and the others still held great value. Otherwise, they would have ended up as discarded pawns. "I'm sorry, Mother. This operation was strongly advocated by me, so I will bear the punishment for the failure." Katakuri knew how much loss and trouble his failure brought. Therefore, he did not make excuses and voluntarily stepped forward, wanting to accept the punishment himself. Meanwhile, his younger siblings, seeing their most respected brother wanting to accept the punishment alone, though they were also afraid of Charlotte Linlin, still gritted their teeth and stood up. Mother, this failure was also significantly related to us. If there's punishment, let it be together. Charlotte Lean's crimson eyes scanned the group, and the air pressure in the room dropped increasingly, as if she would explode at any moment. The cold sweat on everyone's foreheads increased, and Snag couldn't help but swallow hard, but he still firmly stood by Katakuri's side. Mama, not bad. Although you failed, your faith has not been crushed. This time, I will forgive you. Charlotte Lin suddenly burst into laughter. In an instant, the heavy atmosphere in the room lightened, as if what had just happened was a mere illusion. Seeing that Charlotte Lin did not hold them accountable for their failure, everyone slowly breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, Charlotte Lean's face became serious as she said, "Although I have forgiven you, this time you still have to accept some punishment. Let you expand the territory of the World Sea a little more, and the patrol of the World Sea for the next year will be entrusted to you." This time, Charlotte Lin raised her hand high and gently set it down. It wasn't that she didn't want to punish Katakuri and the others, but she had already lost enough. The purpose of extracting others' lifespans was to instill fear in them. But those whose lifespans were extracted would also have their future potential weakened to some extent. Among the current group, several were important pillars within the pirate crew, and even Charlotte Lin was reluctant to weaken them. The losses caused by this incident had already made her very heartbroken. It was extremely shrewd of Charlotte Lin to avoid weakening her own children. Seeing that their mother's punishment was so lenient and that she had forgiven them, everyone finally relaxed. No matter what the future holds, at least they had endured this failure. Chapter 157, The Flame Fruit. Even dogs won't eat it. Noel and Trissy also made headlines in the newspapers. When Elvis saw the news that Trissy and Katakuri announced they would immediately launch an attack as soon as Noel returned to the New World, he quickly informed Noel. Noel just grinned and disdainfully said, "Has Trissy's temperament become so low? He actually needs to rely on others to dare to launch an attack." The once formidable enemy that made them flee in embarrassment had now become a minor stumbling block. Speaking of which, Trissy's strength was still quite impressive. Even the current Noel wouldn't dare to claim he could definitely defeat him. His fruit ability belonged to the top tier, the Paramecia-type Destroyer fruit. Fighting Trissy required utmost concentration. Otherwise, a slight misstep could lead even a stronger opponent to stumble. Moreover, Trissy had now reached the end of his path and hit a bottleneck. Once he broke through again, he could truly be called a king of the sea. However, it was unlikely that Trissy could chase Noel and the others around anymore. Comparing the strengths of the two pirate crews now, they might be lacking in some basic aspects, but in other areas, they were no less than the Destruction Pirates. Once we return to the New World, as long as that guy Trissy dares to come, we'll wipe them all out, Yamato said, clenching his fists. The King of Destruction? At that time, I want to see just how strong he really is, Enel said carelessly. Noel looked at his companions with some relief, smiling. After such a long time, his companions had finally grown. After talking with Elvis a few days ago on Skypiea, Noel decided to set sail again. On one hand, it was for Gu Chen's training, and on the other hand, it was to find a suitable devil fruit for Alan. Their destination this time was the Sabeti Archipelago, the place where Noel could most easily come into contact with devil fruits. Moreover, the behind-the-scenes boss of the auction house in the Sabeti Archipelago was Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although Noel's relationship with him wasn't close, they had at least cooperated before. With Doflamingo's vast influence in the underground world, it was very likely to find a decent devil fruit. Thinking of this, Noel couldn't help but complain about the original work. The flame fruit was indeed something that even dogs wouldn't eat, right? As one of the top natural type abilities, Doflamingo's first action after obtaining was to treat it as a trophy. While he might be confident in keeping the flame fruit safe, it was still a bit absurd. Once this ability was consumed by someone with outstanding strength, Doflamingo would gain a top-tier combat force. Plus, with Doflamingo's ability to win people's hearts, he wouldn't have to worry about his subordinates rebelling. For example, Virgo, who was already very strong and an elite vice admiral in the Navy, possessed formidable haki. If Doflamingo were to give him the flame fruit, with Virgo's abilities, he would at least be a candidate for admiral. It might even be possible for him to become an admiral. The Navy would definitely train him vigorously, and Virgo would surely become the new generation of high-ranking officials in the Navy. With someone like that as his inside man, what he ultimately gained would be far greater than competing in a tournament. Thus, a conclusion was reached. The flame fruit was something even dogs wouldn't eat. Unfortunately, the original work didn't mention where Ace consumed the flame fruit. Otherwise, Noel wouldn't have to go to the Sabeti Archipelago and could have gone straight to find the flame fruit. After all, Alan, as a chef, would be very compatible with the fire ability. If they returned empty-handed from the Sabeti archipelago, Noel would consider traveling along other routes. However, there was a problem in the Sabeti archipelago: the celestial dragons. Those despicable beings could come down at any moment to cause trouble, and encountering them would be a hassle. Noel could only hope that those trash wouldn't come to the Sabeti archipelago at this time. With Ren-E around, if they encountered the celestial dragons, he feared he wouldn't be able to control himself from teaching them a lesson. Not to mention, with the close relationship between Yamato and Ren-E, if they knew about the celestial dragon's presence, they might actively go up and beat them up. Yamato, who thought he would have to stay on Skypiea for a long time, suddenly beamed when he learned that everyone would set sail again. Alan was also full of anticipation for this journey. He didn't know what kind of fruit he would obtain, but he still hoped to gain a powerful ability so he wouldn't hold everyone back. Noel, what's fun about the Sabeti archipelago? Yamato eagerly ran to Noel's side and asked. In Yamato's memory, Noel had been to the Sabeti archipelago before, so he must know what interesting places there were. Noel fell into recollection. The Sabeti archipelago was where he fought his first battle after leaving the Navy. Hey, are you listening to me? Yamato saw Noel spacing out and couldn't help but nudge him. Breaking from his memories, Noel glanced at her helplessly and said, I remember the amusement park in the Sabeti archipelago is quite famous. Amusement park? Yamato's eyes instantly sparkled. The amusement park? That name sounded incredibly interesting. While chanting amusement park, Yamato dashed around the deck, eager to get to the amusement park and have fun right away. Meanwhile, Ren-E had locked herself in her room, hugging her knees. Hearing Yamato's cheerful calls from outside, she murmured, amusement park. The Sabeti archipelago is not only significant to Noel, but also has a major impact on Renee. All of her nightmares began here, and although many years have passed, just thinking about her past experiences makes her body tremble. Yamato's cheers drew the attention of the entire ship, and Gu-chan was interrupted in his cultivation by her noise. After walking over and taking a sip of Renee's specially made potion, he couldn't help but gag. After finishing the potion, Gu-chan suddenly recalled that Renee's recent behavior had been a bit unusual, and he said curiously, by the way, Renee has been locking herself in her room for the past 2 days, only coming out to eat, and she doesn't look well. Gu-chan's words made both Noel and Elvis smack their foreheads in realization. How could I forget about this? Noel said with some regret. Elvis felt a bit guilty as well. As a partner, he knew about Renee's past, but time had made him forget it. What's wrong with Renee? Gu-chan asked curiously. Chapter 158. Eliminate them all. Seeing the regretful expressions on Noel and Elvis's faces, Gu-chan became curious. Gu-chan, Alan, and Enelu had only recently joined Noel's crew, so they were not familiar with Renee's past. After all, it was not a good past, and everyone usually tacitly avoided bringing it up. Renee also didn't show any negative emotions because of her past. Over time, everyone had forgotten about it, and this oversight was also caused by Noel. He had been focused on the possibility of powerful devil fruits appearing on the Sabeti archipelago and forgot that Renee had once lost her family here and suffered greatly. Noel briefly recounted Renee's past to the others, and Gu-chan and Alan fell silent. However, Enelu's attention was drawn to another matter. Descendants of gods? Could there have been gods in the Blue Sea? What are those descendants of gods like? Are they strong? Enelu was very curious after hearing the name of the celestial dragons from Noel. Apart from being familiar with the term gods in the Sky Islands, Enelu had never heard anyone in the Blue Sea claim to be a god. Hearing the mention of gods today immediately piqued his interest. They're just a bunch of garbage, not related to gods at all. After Noel explained the origins and past of the celestial dragons to Enelu, the originally curious Enelu immediately curled his lip and said, So they're just a bunch of garbage. Then let's kill them all when we get to the Sabeti archipelago. Enelu's thinking was very straightforward. Since these so-called celestial dragons had provoked them, he would eliminate these trash who had caused them trouble. Yamato, who had been running around the deck, noticed that something was off with the atmosphere and hurried over. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yamato asked curiously. You foolish head. Have you forgotten what happened to Renee on the Sabeti archipelago? Noel glared at Yamato and said impatiently. Yamato suddenly realized and slapped her forehead, then asked curiously, Then Noel, since you know, why did you come here? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the others on the deck, and Noel looked at Yamato with a speechless expression. Yamato was usually so dense and didn't think about anything, but at times like this, she could always find a point that left you speechless. Let's go to the Sabeti archipelago and eliminate those despicable guys. Yamato shouted with her fists clenched in a fierce expression. Oh, Noel originally wanted to tell them not to cause trouble, but seeing the enthusiastic group and Renee, who was locked in her room, he couldn't say anything. Forget it. Our ship's doctor has suffered grievances here. It wouldn't be right not to get some payback, Noel thought to himself. Although many years had passed, the slave-capturing teams from back then might have long been buried in the sea, but the profession of slave capturing had caused tragedies for too many people. If they hadn't come here, it would have been fine, but since they had decided to come to the Sabeti archipelago, they should clear out the garbage on the island. It was time to resolve the emotional knots Renee had left behind here. Since everyone has already made up their minds, I need to tell you something first. Noel's voice successfully attracted everyone's attention. Once he saw that everyone was focused on him, Noel slowly said, "You can do whatever you want with the slave-capturing teams and pirates. But if you encounter celestial dragons, don't attack immediately." Why? Yamato looked at Noel with some dissatisfaction. After all, the celestial dragons are the most despicable existence on the Sabeti archipelago. If we can't attack them, then the effectiveness of this operation will be greatly reduced. It's not that I'm saying you can attack, but don't attack immediately, Noel said slowly after glancing at Yamato. Once a celestial dragon is harmed, the Marines will immediately send an admiral. The Sabeti archipelago is very close to the Marine headquarters. If we cause too much of a ruckus, we could very well fall into the Marines' encirclement. So if you want to attack the celestial dragons, you can, but be fully prepared, and it's best if their identities aren't exposed at all. Besides, the celestial dragons don't always act on the Sabeti archipelago, so the probability of encountering them isn't that high. Noel was just giving everyone a precaution, especially to Enelu and Yamato. These two often acted recklessly, and if they encountered celestial dragons, it would definitely lead to conflict. Therefore, Noel's words were mainly directed at them. So if you encounter celestial dragons, call me immediately. Don't act recklessly. Noel once again reminded Enelu and Yamato. No. At that moment, Renee's voice suddenly came from behind. Wow, Renee, you came out. Yamato exclaimed joyfully as she rushed towards Renee. However, Renee looked at everyone with a serious expression and said, "You must not attack the celestial dragons." Just moments ago, Renee had been locked in her room, and upon hearing Yamato outside shouting about wanting to eliminate those despicable guys, she was taken aback. She knew her companions. Although they usually appeared very kind, each one was actually uncontrollable. So, Renee quickly got up and walked out of her room. As soon as she stepped out, she heard Noel and the others continuously plotting how to eliminate the people on the island. When Noel mentioned the celestial dragons, Renee was immediately alarmed and rushed over to stop them. She didn't want her past to put everyone in danger. After all, so much time had passed, and if it weren't for their return to the Sabeti archipelago, even Renee herself might have forgotten about it. There's really no need to let everyone go to the island and clash with those trash because of her, especially since there might be a troublesome celestial dragon on the island. Once a celestial dragon is in danger and the Navy dispatches an admiral, everyone will be in great danger. Yamato said with an indifferent expression, "What's the matter? We aren't afraid of an admiral." However, Rin-e angrily reprimanded. I said no means no. It was the first time Yamato had seen Rin-e so angry after living together for so long. So he didn't dare to retort and became obedient. Of course, Noel also understood Rin-e's meaning, and seeing her so emotional, he quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. We will make a move against the celestial dragons." Chapter 159, Mobilization before we land on the island. Let's send someone to gather some intelligence. If the celestial dragons aren't there, we can go up. How about that? Noel said with a smile to Rin-e. Hearing Noel say this, Rin-e's emotions calmed down a bit, and she nodded slightly, indicating it was acceptable. Yamato looked at Rin-e and then at Alan, suddenly having a flash of inspiration as her dwindling intelligence returned. "Alan, I'm hungry. Hurry and make us something to eat," Yamato shouted, clutching her stomach. Alan, noticing Rin-e standing next to Yamato, immediately smiled and said, "No problem. I'll prepare something for everyone right away." Yamato put her arm around Rin-e's shoulder and pushed her onto a chair. Seeing everyone looking at her with concern, Rin-e took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "It's okay, it's all in the past." Noel was silent for a moment, then admitted his mistake, saying, "Rin-e, I'm sorry, I was careless this time." Rin-e shook her head with a smile and said, "People have to face their past. It's okay, Noel." After saying this, Rin-e slowly exhaled and continued. "When you mentioned going to Sabeti archipelago, I was indeed very scared. Memories kept flooding my mind, but when I heard everyone's voices, I suddenly wasn't afraid anymore because I knew you would protect me. Of course, with me around, you can rest assured." Rin-e. Yamato patted her chest confidently. Elvis also smiled and said, "Don't worry, unless they step over my dead body, they can't harm you." Noel took a deep breath and remained silent. but his resolve strengthened within. Indeed, it was better not to have those slave-catching teams exist, although those teams had various powers behind them. How could Noel be afraid of them? He had previously hesitated, merely concerned that they had just erupted in a war in Water City and that causing trouble again in Sabaody Archipelago would trouble the Navy. However, when he saw Run-E smile, he suddenly didn't want to think so much anymore. If he couldn't even protect his own companions, then he had no reason to be a captain. He had come this far, training hard since childhood, just to live freely in this world. It would be even better if he could see the scenery of various places and fulfill some of his own ideals. If his crew suffered grievances as the captain, he had to get it back, no matter who the enemy was. Even if he couldn't win, he would still bite off a piece. Noel suddenly realized that the Luffy he often teased was doing a better job as captain than he was. In the original story, when Luffy's crew was harmed or wronged, he would unhesitatingly go to war against the enemy, even risking his life to defeat them. This spirit, Noel found he couldn't match. He had always been too cautious, but now he understood. Screw it, he didn't care if the celestial dragons were in Sabaody Archipelago. If he encountered them, he would fight them together. At worst, they could just run away. After all, with their strength, escaping wasn't difficult. Of course, if they could avoid exposing their identities, it would be best not to reveal them, so he could also give the Navy an explanation. Having thought this through, Noel suddenly wanted to make a bold decision. But this decision had to be kept from Run-E for now. Everyone was happily chatting together when Alan had the meal ready and called everyone to eat. Noel quietly nudged Elvis and walked to the back. Elvis understood and slowed down until everyone entered the dining room. Then Noel, with a serious expression and a glint of killing intent in his eyes, said, "I want to wipe out all the slave-catching teams in Sabaody Archipelago." Elvis's pupils shrank upon hearing this, hesitantly saying, "With just us, it seems a bit difficult." Noel nodded and began to explain his plan. "Once we reach Sabaody Archipelago, you take Enel and control the ship to fly back to Sky Island, bringing down all the troops left on Sky Island. They've been training for 2 years. It's time to bring them out to practice." After 2 years of recruiting and training, Noel's troops had grown to over 1,000. Although this number was nothing compared to some large pirate crews, for Noel and the others, this was already quite a lot. Since they had decided to eliminate the trash in Sabaody Archipelago, it was perfect to bring all these 1,000 people along. On one hand, to train the troops, and on the other hand, to ensure they had enough manpower to prevent anyone from escaping. Seeing Noel's determination, Elvis stopped saying more and just nodded silently. "Noel, Elvis, what are you two doing? We've been waiting for you." Coming. Noel nodded to Elvis and hurried into the dining room. A day later, the ship slowly docked at the port of Sabaody Archipelago. The fairy tale scenery of Sabaody Archipelago appeared before everyone. "Wow, is this Sabaody Archipelago? These bubbles are so interesting." Yamato's eyes widened, eager to take in the whole island. Without waiting for the others to disembark, she had already dashed into the street. "Hey, Yamato, wait for us!" Noel frowned and shouted loudly. But Yamato seemed to not hear and disappeared in a flash. "That girl, next time I definitely need to tie a rope to her," Noel said angrily. After everyone disembarked, Elvis took the initiative to say, "I still need to command them for supplies. You guys go find Yamato first." Noel naturally understood what Elvis meant, nodded at him, and hurriedly led everyone into the street. Enel was also planning to find a tavern to taste the local drinks, but he was pulled back by Elvis. "Enel, I have a tough task for you." Elvis stared seriously at Enel. After Elvis told Enel about Noel's plan, Enel's face immediately fell. "Damn it, we just arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, and now you want me to go back to Sky Island to pick people up?" But when he heard that they were preparing to bring people back and eliminate all the trash on the island, Enel had no objections. This was to help Rennie get revenge. Every time he was beaten up by Yamato during his training on Skypiea, it was Rennie who treated him. This time, when he was ready to help Rennie, Enel certainly had no complaints. Initially, he thought that if Noel didn't take action, he would find an opportunity to deal with those people himself. But now that Noel had a plan, it was best to follow the plan. Chapter 160. You owe me a favor. Elvis and Enel were already maneuvering their ship towards Skypiea. Meanwhile, Noel and the others were enjoying themselves on the Sabaody Archipelago, with Noel dispatching several subordinates to continuously search for information on the island. Any forces related to human traffickers were marked, and once Elvis returned, they would settle accounts with these people one by one. Another point was to have his subordinates keep an eye out for any signs of celestial dragons on the island. If they spotted any, they were to report immediately. Although they were not afraid of celestial dragons, Noel wanted to be well prepared. Even if they had to take action against them, they couldn't just rush in recklessly. Noel strolled behind Yamato and Rennie while pulling out a din mushy to make a call. BRR. Hee Brady Noel, what a rare guest. I didn't expect you to call me first. As soon as the call was connected, Doflamingo's gloomy laughter came through. And the din mushy put on a pair of sunglasses. Since Noel had come to the Sabati archipelago to make a deal with Doflamingo, he didn't maintain a cold demeanor, but instead smiled and said, I just happened to arrive at the Sabati archipelago and remembered that you have a significant business here. So I decided to give you a call. Oh, I didn't expect you to show up on the Sabati archipelago right after a big battle broke out in Water City. Aren't you afraid the Navy will come after you? Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, surprised. He knew how significant the incident in Water City was and how angry the world government and the Navy were. But Noel's audacity was quite remarkable. As the protagonist of the incident, he had just escaped and dared to appear in the Sabati archipelago. The Navy headquarters was not far from there, and a Navy admiral could show up at any time. It's fine. The only one who knows I'm here is you. I believe you won't leak this information, right? Noel said with a cheerful smile. Doflamingo was momentarily stunned. Are you trying to pin this on me? If you've been discovered, I'm the one who tipped them off? He chuckled. As partners, of course, we won't leak your information. Doflamingo was now quite wary of Noel's strength. Initially, he had been wary of Kaido behind Noel. But over time, that wariness had gradually shifted to Noel himself. Noel's strength was growing too quickly. Just recently, he had been able to fight to a standstill with Katakuri, indicating that Noel was now stronger than him. Although Doflamingo was not afraid of Noel, he certainly would not provoke him easily due to Noel's rapid growth. What had once been a capable little guy was now someone who could stand on equal footing with him. This made Doflamingo feel quite displeased, but he had no choice. Whether it was Noel himself or the beast pirates behind him, he couldn't afford to provoke either, so he could only suppress his displeasure and chat amicably with Noel. You suddenly called me. You must have something on your mind, right? Let me guess. Have you taken a liking to a certain slave? Doflamingo casually guessed, trying to probe Noel's purpose for calling. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Noel's expression darken, as if he was about to engage in a battle with Doflamingo. That joke isn't funny, Doflamingo. It's better not to mention the word slave in front of me again, Noel said grimly. Fortunately, Noel reacted quickly and hurriedly moved away from Rennie, covering the microphone. Otherwise, if Rennie heard, he didn't know how it would affect her mood. Doflamingo was stunned again. He had only been casually probing, but Noel's reaction was so intense that something clearly had happened. However, Doflamingo didn't pay too much attention to it and smiled. Is that so? I understand. So what is the purpose of your call? Doflamingo didn't want to probe further. Who knew if continuing would provoke Noel and make him seem like he was deliberately challenging him? After a moment of silence, Noel said, Doflamingo, you have many channels. I assume you have some devil fruits on the Sabati archipelago? As soon as Doflamingo heard the mention of devil fruits, he understood Noel's intention. Moreover, Doflamingo had a partnership with the beast pirates for devil fruit transactions, so it wasn't surprising that Noel knew about this. I have a few devil fruits in my collection, which I plan to auction off. Doflamingo directly stated that these devil fruits were meant for auction, making it clear that if Noel wanted one, he would owe him a favor. After a moment of silence, Noel replied, I will buy the devil fruit at a price higher than the market rate, plus I owe you a favor. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Doflamingo didn't linger and smiled. That works. You can go to auction house number 1 and see if there's a fruit you like. Here, as a hint, there is indeed a very nice fruit among them. Doflamingo's statement indicated that this batch of devil fruits indeed contained a particularly good one. If Doflamingo hadn't been very optimistic about Noel's potential, he wouldn't have revealed this fruit so easily. He was also confident that Noel and the others would be satisfied with this devil fruit. If it weren't for his urgent need to make a name for himself, he would have fed this fruit to his own subordinates. Of course, since he was selling it to Noel now, Doflamingo wouldn't be at a loss either. Once Noel grew stronger, Doflamingo could use this favor for even bigger matters. Upon hearing Doflamingo say this, Noel felt a sense of anticipation. The fact that Doflamingo would say such a thing indicated that the fruit should be quite precious. All right, I'm heading to auction house number 1 now. After saying this, Noel impatiently hung up the phone. Hey, Yamato, Rennie, let us go check out the devil fruit for Alan, Noel exclaimed, grabbing the two in front of him. Yamato, initially feeling quite dissatisfied, instantly forgot about it upon hearing they were going to show Alan the devil fruit, and became excited, saying, Devil fruit? Has Alan's fruit already been found? Let's hurry and take a look. Meanwhile, Alan couldn't believe that his devil fruit had been found so easily. He had thought it would take some effort. Just taking a look for now. Whether we get it or not is still uncertain, Noel said with a smile. Chapter 161. Salt Fruit. After Noel and the others arrived at auction house number 1, Doflamingo had already called the person in charge of the auction house. The manager had been waiting at the entrance early, and when he saw Noel and the others, he quickly greeted them warmly. Although the manager's heart was bleeding, as that devil fruit was meant to be the highlight of the auction. If everything went well, he could use this devil fruit to enhance the reputation of auction house number 1. However, he suddenly received a call from his boss, saying that the devil fruit was to be sold to someone else. Although Doflamingo assured him that he would bring another equally good devil fruit as a replacement. A substitute is ultimately just a substitute, and it could never compare to the one he had in hand. The manager had no choice. After all, he was not the boss. Although he felt very reluctant, he dared not oppose the boss's orders. After leading Noel and the others into his office, the manager smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. I have sent someone to fetch the devil fruit." The manager initially wanted to show them around the auction house, but the boss mentioned that this group of people seemed to be very sensitive about slaves for some reason. But where were they? The Sabaody archipelago, which could be said to be the largest island for human trafficking in the world. As a large auction house here, it was impossible not to have slaves. If he wanted to show these people around, there was no way to avoid the existence of slaves. So, the manager simply gave up and took them directly to the reception room, waiting for his subordinate to bring the devil fruit. Yamato was curiously wandering around, and initially, he wanted to go out for a walk, but Noel stopped him. Noel understood the significance of the manager bringing them directly to the reception room. Under normal circumstances, it would have been fine. At worst, they could let the slaves run away. But not this time. They were here to buy a devil fruit, not to cause trouble. If things escalated, the devil fruit would be gone. The auction house did not keep Noel and the others waiting long. Before long, the manager's subordinate brought the devil fruit over. The manager was holding a beautifully crafted wooden box, which was adorned with numerous gemstones. It seemed that the manager had put a lot of effort into selling this fruit at high price. "Gentlemen, this is our most precious devil fruit," the manager said proudly as he placed the box on the table with a smile. Noel and the others' curiosity was piqued. The experience was similar to opening a blind box, and Yamato, unable to contain his excitement, reached out to open the wooden box. "Wow, this fruit is so interesting," Yamato exclaimed. Noel took a careful look at the devil fruit, and he was surprised. Although he had never seen this devil fruit before and did not know its ability, he had a small guess based on its appearance. The surface of the fruit had spiral patterns, and the texture felt grainy, with the snow-white grains making the whole fruit look somewhat frosted. Noel and the others gathered around the devil fruit and began to study it. During his time in the Navy and in Wano country, Noel had browsed through devil fruit illustrations. However, he had never seen the fruit before. But judging by the proud expression on the manager's face, it indicated that he knew the fruit's ability. "What is the ability of this fruit?" Noel asked the manager curiously. The manager, seeing Noel's inquiry, did not keep them in suspense and raised the devil fruit high in his palm, saying, "The ability of this fruit is the natural type, salt fruit." "Wow, a natural type ability!" Yamato exclaimed in surprise, while Alan beside him also became very excited. Noel was taken aback. He did not expect that the precious fruit mentioned by Doflamingo was actually a natural type devil fruit. Although the ability of the salt fruit seemed to be inferior compared to the likes of the thunder fruit and the magma fruit, its ability was not weak at all. This fruit's ability was somewhat similar to the san fruit, as both could absorb moisture from others' bodies, and both were also afraid of water. However, this ability was particularly suitable for Alan, as he was a chef, and the salt fruit complemented him very well. Furthermore, the greatest feature of natural types is their elementalization, which greatly enhances Alan's safety. In future battles, even if Alan cannot defeat the enemy, he can still hold them off, as long as Alan remains cautious. The number of people who can defeat him will be very few. Speaking of which, Doflamingo had indeed invested a lot. Such a precious natural type fruit was actually put up for auction. Noel was quite impressed by Doflamingo's boldness. If it were Noel himself, with the ability of this fruit, he would definitely keep it for himself. This fruit could unleash great power if it found the right owner. But thinking back to the original story, where Doflamingo even used the flame fruit as a prize, Noel felt somewhat relieved. Although the salt fruit was excellent, it still fell short compared to those top-tier natural type fruits. Regardless, Noel owed Doflamingo a significant favor, as he had intended to use this fruit to make a name for himself. Now that it was sold to him privately, Noel felt he had to acknowledge this favor. "What is the price of this fruit?" Noel asked, taking the salt fruit in his hand and examining it carefully before looking up at the manager. After pondering for a moment, the manager slowly said, "Our boss said the price of this fruit is difficult to calculate, so let's set it at 1 billion berries." Noel did not haggle and nodded in agreement. "No problem. I'll take this fruit for now, and I'll have someone deliver the money here shortly." The manager was not worried that Noel would run away with the devil fruit, as Noel was now a person of some standing, and it wasn't worth it to do such a thing over this fruit. "All right, as long as you're satisfied with this devil fruit. I have completed the task assigned by my boss," the manager said as he escorted Noel and the others out of the auction house, watching them leave. Once the manager saw Noel and the others disappear from sight, he turned and walked back inside, closing the door behind him, unable to hold back his tears of heartbreak. "Wah, the chance to truly make a name for this auction house is gone," he cried out, kneeling on the ground and sobbing. Chapter 162. Noel is a stingy guy. As Noel and the others were preparing to head towards the port to return to the ship with the devil fruit, Noel suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I forgot that the ship has already been taken away by Elvis and Enel." Noel did not want Renee to know that he was planning to eliminate the human traffickers on Sabeti Archipelago, so all these actions were carried out quietly. Noel's mind was racing, and he suddenly glanced at Yamato, and an idea formed in his mind. "Let's not rush to eat the devil fruit just yet, Yamato. Didn't you just say you wanted to go to that store to buy something?" Noel said with a smile towards Yamato. Yamato suddenly froze, staring blankly at Noel, having completely forgotten about the store Noel mentioned. "Which store?" Yamato frowned, looking confused. "The one you said had really cheap stuff." Noel looked at Yamato, somewhat speechlessly. As expected, Yamato only buys things wherever she goes, never paying attention to which store she visits. For others, what's important when shopping is the item. For Yamato, the important thing is simply to buy. As long as she spends money, she feels satisfied, right? And Yamato finally remembered where she wanted to go, excitedly saying, "That's right. The stuff at that store was so cheap." Seeing that Yamato finally remembered, Noel smiled and said, "Then let's go check it out again. And then we'll find a hotel to stay at." "Huh? Aren't we going back to the ship?" Renee asked curiously. Usually so frugal, why is Noel being so generous today? Taking Yamato shopping and even planning to stay at a hotel? According to Noel's usual habit, they would definitely return to the ship to stay, as he would put it. It doesn't matter where you sleep. Sleeping on your own ship is even more comfortable. The Sabeti Archipelago is too big. Going back to the ship and then coming out again tomorrow is so troublesome. Noel laughed, wiping the sweat from the back of his head. "Is that so? You seem a bit strange all of a sudden." Renee looked at Noel suspiciously. Before Renee could continue guessing, Yamato pulled her towards the store. "Come on. It's not easy for Noel to change his attitude. If we don't hurry, he might change his mind again," Yamato said anxiously. Noel looked at Yamato's bear-like expression, squinting his eyes and thinking, "I'm a proud Navy. Oh no, I'm a proud Thunder Howler. I've always been a man of my word. When have I ever changed my mind?" But to keep Renee in the dark, Noel decided not to pursue what Yamato had just said. Watching the two of them walk far away, Noel turned to Alan and Guchun and said, "The ship has been taken back to Sky Island by Enel to pick someone up." Alan and Guchun were taken aback by Noel's words. "Pick someone up? Who are we picking up?" Noel's expression became serious, a hint of killing intent in his eyes as he coldly said, "I'm going to eliminate all the human traffickers on the island, so I sent Elvis and the others to bring the whole regiment over." At that moment, the two finally understood. No wonder they hadn't seen those two since they got off the ship, and Noel seemed to have changed his attitude today. Wanted to stay at a hotel. It turned out the ship had already left, and there was nowhere to stay. However, both Guchun and Alan strongly agreed with Noel's decision. They were very disgusted by the human traffickers' evil deeds and wanted to help Renee take revenge for her past. As the ship's doctor, any injuries they sustained were treated by Renee, especially Guchun, who often got hurt while training. No matter when, it was always Renee who tirelessly came to treat him. Alan was the same. Without Renee's special medicine, his strength probably wouldn't have increased so quickly. So both of them really wanted to eliminate all the human traffickers. "All right, let's cause a huge commotion," Alan said with great momentum. Guchun's eyes also became sharp, his whole aura seeming like a blade ready to strike. "All right, let's hurry and catch up with them. Otherwise, if we're not careful, they'll buy a whole bunch of stuff." Noel noticed that Yamato and the others had already disappeared, quickly took off running in their direction. As expected, Noel was still the same Noel, not having changed at all. Alan's mouth twitched slightly, and Guchun nodded in agreement. As they wandered and ate, the sky gradually darkened. Yamato saw the brightly lit Ferris wheel in the distance at the amusement park, and the entire amusement park seemed to turn into a fairy tale kingdom. Noel, Noel, I want to go there. Yamato pointed towards the amusement park, her eyes wide and determined as she walked towards it. Noel grabbed Yamato by the scruff of her neck and said, "It's too late today. We'll go tomorrow." Yamato stubbornly replied, "No, I want to go now." It's an amusement park. Yamato had been thinking about it for a long time, but after arriving on the island, she got distracted by the various unique sights and momentarily forgot about the amusement park. Seeing the Ferris wheel now reminded her of her ultimate goal for coming here, to have fun at the amusement park. Don't you want to see Alan's devil fruit ability? Noel's words made Yamato stop in her tracks. Yamato suddenly realized, oh right, Alan hasn't eaten the devil fruit yet. Then let Alan eat it quickly, and then we can go to the amusement park together. Yamato urged Alan to hurry and eat the devil fruit. Hey Yamato, don't be too much. You've already bought a lot of things today. Let's go back to the hotel and let Alan eat the devil fruit, and then we'll go play tomorrow, Noel said sternly, staring at Yamato. Seeing Noel's serious expression, Yamato finally stopped struggling, muttering that Noel was such a stingy person, claiming it was too late to go to the amusement park. Hearing her thoughts voiced, Noel immediately got angry and shouted, "What did you say? Say it again." Yamato quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wandering as she said, "I didn't say anything. Haha." The others watched the interaction between Noel and Yamato and laughed. Yamato quickly ran towards the hotel, shouting as she ran, "Noel is a stingy person." Seeing Yamato ruin his reputation, Noel hurriedly chased after her, shouting, "Who are you calling stingy? You are. Stop right there." Chapter 163. I owe you a favor. The group chased back to the hotel, and after booking a few rooms, they all gathered in Alan's room. "Alan, where's the devil fruit? Hurry up and eat it," Yamato said eagerly, looking at Alan. Alan immediately took the devil fruit out of the wooden box and held it in his hand, examining it carefully. Seeing Alan's calm demeanor, Yamato grew anxious again, urging him, "Hurry up and eat it, don't dawdle." Noel shot a glance at Yamato and said, "Alan isn't in a hurry. Why are you so anxious?" Alan looked at the impatient Yamato and smiled, saying, "I'm going to eat it now." With that, Alan opened his mouth and bit into the devil fruit. Just then, Noel suddenly shouted, "Wait." Alan was taken aback and quickly stopped his action, asking, "What's wrong?" Noel smiled and said, "I just remembered. You have to eat the whole devil fruit for it to work better. Is that so?" Alan said, looking a bit dazed. Renee furrowed her brows and said, after careful consideration, "This is the first time I've heard about this." Yamato tilted her head, trying hard to recall the scene when she first ate the devil fruit. Of course, this devil fruit is worth 1 billion berries, so it definitely can't be wasted, Noel said seriously. Looking at Noel's expression, everyone had no choice but to believe what he said. Alan took a bite of the devil fruit, and his face immediately turned green. When he saw Alan gagging, Noel hurriedly shouted, "Don't spit it out. Eat it all." Alan had to suppress his urge to vomit, closing his eyes as he swallowed the entire devil fruit. Ugh! After finishing the devil fruit, Alan knelt on the ground, gagging repeatedly. He now seriously suspected that Noel was intentionally messing with him. The others looked at Alan's painful expression and Noel's beaming smile. Renee suspiciously said, "Noel, you aren't trying to trick us, are you?" Now Renee was very suspicious that Noel wanted Alan to eat it all because he had spent 1 billion berries to buy this devil fruit, and there was really no saying that eating it all would yield better results. Hearing Renee's words, everyone began to doubt, thinking of Noel's character. Alan stared at Noel with a menacing look. Noel, looking aggrieved, said, "I didn't trick you. I also ate the whole devil fruit back then. Is that so?" Alan looked deeply at Noel and said. Noel pointed to the sky and said, "I swear when I ate the devil fruit, I also ate it all. So you don't know if eating it all yields better results?" Renee said leisurely from the side. In Noel's oath, he didn't mention whether he was lying or not. He only stated that he had eaten it all. "All right, Noel, you dare to trick me." Alan suddenly lunged at Noel, who quickly dodged and said anxiously, "I didn't trick you." After a round of laughter and chaos, Yamato asked, "Alan, do you feel anything?" Alan looked at his hands, then closed his eyes, and suddenly felt as if he had turned into salt, with countless salt grains flowing over him. "I just ate the devil fruit, and I'm having a bit of trouble controlling it," Alan said curiously while looking at his hands. "After eating the devil fruit, you need to practice constantly. Once you fully master elementalization, your strength will greatly increase," Noel said with a smile. Watching the curious group surrounding Alan, Noel smiled but didn't step forward. Instead, he took out a din-din mushie and left the room. "Brew, brew, brew. Is this Noel? It seems you've got the devil fruit. How is it? Are you satisfied?" Doflamingo's voice came slowly, a smile on his face. Noel nodded slightly and said, "This time, consider it me owing you a favor. I'm very satisfied with this fruit. Is that so? As long as you're satisfied. If I need your help with something, don't refuse." Doflamingo said happily about the favor Noel owed him. With the potential of Noel's group in the future, this favor could play a crucial role. It could even potentially save his life at some point. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, you can just ask for anything. Noel laid out his bottom line to avoid feeling troubled when Doflamingo approached him later. Don't worry, whether this favor can be used is still uncertain. Doflamingo chuckled ominously. Noel suddenly thought about his plan to wipe out all the human traffickers on Sabeti Archipelago, and since Doflamingo had his own influence there, he said to Doflamingo, "Also, have your subordinates leave Sabeti Archipelago for a while. Otherwise, if any losses occur, I won't take responsibility." After thinking for a moment, Noel slowly said, "Oh, is that so? I understand." Doflamingo slightly frowned, then hung up the phone. It seems that group is about to cause a commotion on Sabeti Archipelago again. Doflamingo easily understood the implication of Noel's warning. It was just that Noel and his group were going to do something significant on Sabeti Archipelago that would affect his interests. Doflamingo picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed, saying, "Take your subordinates and leave Sabeti Archipelago immediately, then wait for my news." "Yes, boss." Although the Den Den Mushi on the other end was very confused, it still did not ask further and followed Doflamingo's orders. "Young master, do we really have to listen to Brady Noel and evacuate everyone from the island?" Diamante, standing nearby, said with some doubt. Once that group starts making trouble, it's going to be very terrifying," Doflamingo said with a smile. Meanwhile, Noel, recalling Doflamingo's earlier remark that he might not need the favor, couldn't help but chuckle. "Still acting tough, huh? When a future Pirate King lands on Dressrosa, let us see if you'll use this favor." Back in the room, Alan had already managed to initially control his fruit ability. At least he wouldn't be dropping bits everywhere anymore. "All right, Yamato, you guys should go back and rest. We're going to the amusement park tomorrow," Noel said, looking at the rambunctious Yamato, quickly urging them back to their rooms. Upon hearing about the amusement park, Yamato immediately calmed down and returned to her room with Renee. "You two better not let anything slip," Noel warned Alan and the others. "Don't worry, we're not Yamato. Who is calling me?" Yamato's head suddenly appeared at the door, looking puzzled. "No one is calling you. Hurry back to sleep." Noel pushed her head back, saying irritably. In the following days, Noel and the others continued to enjoy themselves on Sabeti Archipelago, while Alan kept familiarizing himself with his newly acquired abilities. "Oh wow, Alan, your cooking is even better than before," Yamato exclaimed after taking a spoonful of food, her eyes lighting up. During their time on Sabeti Archipelago, Yamato had already sampled all the local delicacies, and in the end, she began clamoring to eat Alan's cooking. However, the ship had long been taken away by Elvis and the others, and all the kitchen tools Alan usually used were basically not brought along. No way. The group couldn't resist Yamato's pleas, so they had to buy a new set of kitchenware. Alan was very pleased with this. He had long wanted to buy some better kitchen tools, but due to Noel's stinginess, that idea had never come to fruition. Now he finally had a valid reason to buy all the kitchenware he had been dreaming of. Although Renee and Yamato were also very curious about where Elvis and Enel had gone. However, under the persuasion of Noel, Alan, and Gu-chun, they managed to get by. After Alan mastered the salt fruit, his control over cooking improved significantly, and the flavors were naturally quite nice, earning unanimous praise from everyone. Indeed, after trying the food from outside, eating Alan's cooking was much more enjoyable. Yamato finished the food in front of him in big bites and raised his plate, shouting for another bowl. Alan, slightly annoyed, replied, "You weren't saying that a few days ago, Yamato." Yamato retorted confidently, "Well, I said a few days ago was a different matter. It has nothing to do with today." Alan chose to ignore Yamato's unreasonable way of speaking, and after serving a new plate of food in front of Yamato, he sat down to eat as well. "Noel, by the way, how come Elvis and Enel haven't returned yet?" Yamato asked while eating, continuously asking questions. They had been in the Sabeti Archipelago for a full week, basically exploring every area, and Yamato was eager to venture to other islands for new adventures. Noel picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth, saying, "They should be back in a couple of days, don't worry. Today, I'm taking you to a very interesting tavern." "A very interesting tavern?" Yamato immediately showed interest. For him, as long as it sounded fun, other things weren't that important. Meanwhile, Renee cast a deep glance at Noel. Initially, she didn't pay much attention to Noel and the others' vague words over the past few days, but as time passed, she became increasingly puzzled. She felt that Noel seemed to be plotting something but was being secretive with her and Yamato. Of course, you should know that the tavern might house legendary figures, Noel said with a raised eyebrow, sounding somewhat mysterious. I've finished. Let's go. After hearing this, Yamato quickly finished the food in front of him and stood up rapidly. Hey, we haven't finished yet. Wait for me. Alan looked at the food he had only taken 2 bites of, veins bulging on his forehead. District 13. Shaki's Extortion Tavern. Yes, the place Noel said he would take everyone to is here. It is the hideout of the Pirate King's right-hand man, the Dark King, who usually works as a coding worker here and occasionally sells himself to traffickers for drinking money when he runs low. Wow, is this the place? It looks a bit remote, Yamato said curiously as he looked at the small tavern in front of him. Noel nodded and said, That's right, this is the place. Noel pushed the tavern door open first and walked in. Hello, welcome. What would you like to drink? Shaki, lazily sitting behind the bar, slightly squinted when he saw Noel and the others enter, clearly recognizing their identities. Oh, I didn't expect the famous Thunderstorm Brady Noel to visit my little tavern. What a rare guest, Shaki said with a gentle tone, a hint of surprise in his voice. Upon hearing Shaki directly call his name, Noel marveled at Shaki's information network. He truly was an information broker. Yamato, sitting at the bar, curiously asked, What kinds of drinks do you have here? As long as you can afford it. I have all kinds of drinks here. Shaki observed Yamato and smiled. Then I want this one. Yamato pointed to a bottle of liquor behind Shaki. Shaki looked back, took the bottle, and placed it in front of Yamato. Thank you. That will be 3 million berries, Shaki said with a smile, watching Yamato closely to see his reaction. However, to Shaki's surprise, Yamato paid no attention to this and directly opened the liquor, pouring himself a glass and starting to drink happily. Shaki never expected that. In Yamato's view, the amount of berries didn't matter at all, so his probing had no effect on Yamato. But Noel, standing nearby, had a different expression. He looked at Yamato with a frown, thinking about whether this spendthrift even knew the worth of 3 million berries. That bottle of liquor looked like a very ordinary drink that could be bought for only 20 to 30,000 berries outside. Yet here it cost 3 million. The most infuriating part was that Yamato showed no reaction and just started drinking. Anyone would think Yamato's family was loaded. Alright, Yamato's family was indeed very wealthy. Whether it was Kaido or Noel, their current wealth was astonishing. But with Yamato's foolish spending habits, anyone would feel distressed, right? However, Noel had his own purpose for visiting Shaki, and since he needed something, he could only grit his teeth and pay, even if it was 30 million berries. Seeing Noel place 3 million berries on the table, Shaki smiled and took the berries, saying, What would the other guests like? Since you were so generous, I can give you a 30% discount. Noel's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit helpless as he said, Let's forget it. We came here just to get to know the legendary figure. Hearing Noel's words, Shaki was taken aback, not expecting these little guys to know that Rayleigh was hiding here. It seemed that these people were not simple at all, Shaki thought meaningfully. Chapter 165. Is that the living Rayleigh? You're asking about my old man? He has been out for many days now, and I don't even know where he's messing around, Shaki said with a smile. I didn't expect you, Noel, to know about my old man's affairs. Although he didn't know what Noel's purpose for finding Rayleigh was, Shaki remained calm, seeing that Noel had been very polite. At least for now, it seemed that Noel wasn't here to cause trouble, but had other intentions. It's nothing much. I just heard that a certain great figure is hiding here and wanted to pay a visit, Noel said with a smile. Noel and Shaki's conversation piqued the curiosity of the others, and both of them tacitly avoided mentioning Rayleigh's name directly, leaving the others confused. What are you two talking about? I don't understand at all, Yamato said with a puzzled expression. Noel smiled at Yamato and said, We're talking about a legendary figure. A legendary figure? Who is it? Yamato asked curiously. Noel smiled mysteriously and said slowly, The right hand of the Pirate King. The Dark King Rayleigh. As soon as Noel finished speaking, a hearty laughter came from outside the tavern. I didn't expect that after so many years. Someone still remembers my name. At this moment, a man with long curly hair, a long chin with a beard, golden hair mixed with silver, wearing glasses, with a scar running down his right eye, and wearing straw sandals walked in. At this moment, Rayleigh looked much younger than in the original work. After all, when Luffy first met Rayleigh, it was already 6 or 7 years later. Hey, young man, I wonder what you want from this old man, Rayleigh said with a smile to Noel. Noel was also surprised that Rayleigh appeared right in front of him. He originally thought he wouldn't get to see Rayleigh himself on this trip, but he unexpectedly showed up. It seems he was also worried about Noel and the others causing trouble here. If it were just ordinary small-time thieves with Shaki's strength, there wouldn't be any problem. But among those present, both Noel and Yamato were quite famous in these waters. So Rayleigh didn't feel comfortable with Shaki facing Noel and the others alone. Wow, is he the Dark King, Rayleigh? Yamato exclaimed, running over to Rayleigh and looking around, occasionally reaching out to pat Rayleigh's shoulder. Noel, Noel, look, he's alive. Yamato shouted to Noel with a face full of wonder. Noel and Rayleigh both felt speechless at this moment. Noel was already used to Yamato's eccentricity, but he just felt a bit embarrassed this time. However, it was Rayleigh's first time meeting Yamato, and seeing her act so lively reminded him of a certain former partner. Ha ha, this little girl is really lively. Rayleigh laughed heartily again, and seeing Yamato's actions eased his vigilance. After all, it was hard for Rayleigh to think of her as a brutal person. We didn't come here for anything specific. We just met Mr. Kuroka's before and heard him tell stories about your adventures, so we came to pay a visit, Noel explained politely. After all, anyone would be cautious about a sudden visit. And to avoid misunderstandings, Noel straightforwardly mentioned Kuroka's name. Upon hearing that Noel and the others had met his old partner, Rayleigh's eyes lit up, and he asked, Kuroka's? How's he doing now? After Noel happily shared Kuroka's recent situation with Rayleigh, Rayleigh said that he originally boarded the ship to find someone, and he was still guarding that place now. After saying this, Rayleigh fell into memories and picked up a bottle of wine from Shaki's bar and started drinking. At this moment, Shaki, without any regard for face, said, that bottle of wine costs 3 million berries. Rayleigh choked for a moment and awkwardly said, isn't it usually 1 million? Shaki smiled charmingly and slowly replied, today I'm happy, so I raised the price. What? Do you have an opinion? Rayleigh, with a slightly embarrassed expression, said, it's not easy for guests to come today, so let us not bring up such disappointing matters. After Shaki glanced at Noel and the others, she continued, then, since it's for Noel's sake, I'll charge you 1 million berries. Noel burst into laughter upon hearing this. And then Yamato began pestering Rayleigh to tell her adventure stories. After learning that Yamato had inherited Kazuki Oden's will, Rayleigh's attitude towards her became a bit warmer. Truly seeing Yamato as his junior. The group moved to the courtyard of the bar, sitting at a table while listening to Rayleigh tell his stories and drinking. Shaki sat at the bar, smiling as she watched everyone in the courtyard. Noel then returned to the bar and sat in front of Shaki. So, what is the real reason you came here, Noel? Shaki quickly realized that Noel's purpose for coming here was not just to see Rayleigh. Seeing that Rennie and Yamato were sitting outside, Noel no longer hid anything and directly shared his purpose with Shaki. So I want you in, Shaki, to provide me with information on all the human traffickers' forces and gathering places on the island. Noel said coldly. Shaki was surprised that Noel's purpose for seeking her out was this. She originally thought he wanted to obtain some secret information. It seemed she had overthought it, but she had no objection to Noel's decision. After all, those human traffickers deserve to die, and it would be a good thing for Noel to clean them up. Although human traffickers are like weeds, growing back after being cleared, these people would eventually restrain themselves and not be so rampant. No problem. Since you want to do something good, this information will be free of charge, Shaki said with a smile, taking out a stack of documents. This is the information about the human traffickers on the island and their locations. Noel, make sure to keep it safe. Noel nodded, accepted the information, and sincerely said, thank you, Aunt Shaki. Haha, since you called me Aunt, there's no need to say thank you, Shaki said, feeling a bit happy about Noel's gratitude. After all, these people could be considered Rayleigh's juniors, and thus they were also her juniors. Noel looked at the documents in his hands and murmured to himself, now, all that's left is to wait for Elvis and the others to return. Chapter 166. I want to avenge you after getting what he wanted for Shaki. Noel returned to the courtyard to listen to Rayleigh telling his stories. As Rayleigh finished his tale, the sky gradually darkened, and Noel took the initiative to ask Rayleigh about the usage and techniques of Conqueror's Haki. When Rayleigh learned that both Noel and Yamato possessed Conqueror's Haki and had already mastered it, he couldn't help but marvel at the younger generation. When they were at that age, their strength was not so terrifying. It was only after much training and travel that they reached their peak. Rayleigh imparted all his experiences and techniques without reservation to Noel and the others. He also gave Gu Chun some pointers on swordsmanship. And seeing such a good opportunity with Elvis absent, Noel thought to himself that after this matter was resolved, he would visit Rayleigh again. Everyone gained a lot from this visit, whether in knowledge or experience. They all learned something from Rayleigh. After Alan finished preparing the dishes, he brought them out. And after everyone enjoyed the delicious food, they got up to prepare to leave, as it was getting late. Well then, Rayleigh-senpai, we'll be heading back now, Noel said cheerfully as he bid farewell to Rayleigh and Shaki. Yamato also looked at the two a bit reluctantly, although they had only interacted for a short day. The way they treated her made her feel like she was truly their junior. So naturally, Yamato felt a bit reluctant and wanted to stay a little longer. Haha, if you have time, remember to come and see this old man. Rayleigh's hearty laughter echoed around. Shaki also stood up, walking to the door with a smile and said, Noel, you guys are now a key focus for the Navy, so be careful. Don't worry. Noel waved his hand with a smile, then pulled Yamato away from there. Seeing Yamato's somewhat gloomy expression, Noel comforted her. If Elvis and the others don't return tomorrow, we can come back here again. Upon hearing that she still had a chance to come back, Yamato's previous gloominess instantly vanished, and she became excited. Today, through Rayleigh's description, she learned more about Kazuki Oden's deeds. After all, Crocus was just a ship's doctor, not a member of the combat sequence. He wasn't very familiar with many adventures. But Rayleigh was different. He had accompanied every adventure, so he was more familiar with Kazuki Oden. I'll come here again tomorrow. Yamato immediately raised her hand and said excitedly. Everyone smiled at Yamato and did not raise any objections. After all, they had already explored the Sabaody archipelago, and it was indeed more interesting to come here and listen to stories about Pirate King Roger and his crew. Rayleigh and Shaki looked at the group of people who were playing and laughing as they walked away, sign that being young was really good. Shaki rolled her eyes at Rayleigh and said, You're the only old one. I'm still young. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh burst into laughter, his eyes fixed on Norr and the others. After this day of contact, Rayleigh was very optimistic about Norr and Yamato's future, especially when he learned that they had two very strong partners who were not here but were out on business. Rayleigh became even more optimistic about them. Because of their personalities and strengths, Rayleigh believed that these individuals would definitely have a place on the sea and might even become the next generation of pirate kings. Although they were still under the Beast Pirates, Rayleigh was not worried about it. He even thought it was a good thing. With Kaido's protection, it would allow this group of youngsters to go further. After returning to the hotel, Norr took out a transponder snail and called Elvis. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Hello, Elvis? Where are you now? Norr asked while reading the information Shaki had given him. We can reach the Sabaody archipelago tomorrow morning, Elvis said in a deep voice. Hearing that Elvis and the others would arrive tomorrow morning, Norr was also delighted, as he had been waiting for a long time. Both Run, E, and Yamato had already sensed that something was off. Great, then you guys get ready over there. After you arrive tomorrow morning, I'll immediately assign tasks to everyone, Norr said with a smile. Although Elvis had only brought 1,000 people this time, which was not many, Norr was not aiming to clear out the pirates on the island this time, but rather the human traffickers. Therefore, the required manpower could be much less. And there were basically no strong individuals among the human traffickers. They were just a bunch of weaklings. With the strength of his people, it was more than enough. Okay, I'll notify you after we arrive tomorrow morning, Elvis said before hanging up the phone. He turned to Enel and said, We need to speed up. Norr is already getting a bit impatient. Enel snorted, but did not refute it. Lightning flickered on his body, and the speed of the entire ship increased significantly. The next morning, Yamato was clamoring to find Rayleigh to play, but she had to temporarily set that thought aside, because Elvis and Enel had already arrived. Norr led everyone toward the port to welcome them. Renee, seeing that the two who had disappeared for a long time finally appeared, secretly thought that they were finally back and wondered what Norr had sent them to do. Upon arriving at the port, Norr and the others saw 3 large ships docked at the port. Elvis was directing his subordinates to assemble, while Enel stood aside, looking around. Hey, Elvis, we're over here. Yamato waved her hand and shouted loudly at Elvis. Upon hearing the voice, Elvis turned his head to look at the crowd. Seeing his companions, Elvis smiled and said, Ha, long time no see, everyone. Rennie looked at Norr, who had brought his 1,000-man army, and finally couldn't help but ask, What did Norr ask you two to do? For so many days, Norr had been evasive about where the two had gone, and he often made phone calls secretly, as if he was doing something shameful. However, out of trust in Norr, Ren-E had not probed further and had just quietly waited. And when Elvis finally returned, Ren-E found the opportunity to ask. Elvis glanced at Ren-E, then at Norr, and finally said with a wry smile, You should ask Norr about that. Hearing Elvis say this, Ren-E finally turned her gaze to Norr, who said with a serious expression, I want to take revenge for you. Chapter 167. The Foundation. Ren-E, upon hearing Norr say this, immediately realized what his intention was and started to feel anxious. Ren-E's face turned red and she said flustered, Norr, didn't we agree not to cause trouble here? I disagree. This is too dangerous. Seeing Ren-E's anxious expression, Norr reached out and patted her shoulder, comforting her, Don't worry. I've already gathered the information. The celestial dragons have not been on this island recently. Norr then informed Ren-E and Yamato of his detailed plan. When Ren-E saw that Norr was only targeting the human traffickers on the island, Her uneasy heart calmed down a bit. Yamato's eyes, however, lit up. She initially thought there wouldn't be any trouble on the island this time, but unexpectedly, Norr was actively planning something big. Moreover, he had brought out the newly trained army, clearly showing that Norr was very serious about eliminating all the human traffickers on the island. Great. I've been unhappy with those people for a long time, Yamato said excitedly, rubbing her hands together. All right, now I'll tell everyone about the various forces on the island. Norr called everyone over to start assigning tasks for this operation. Norr took out a pre-prepared map and marked all the major forces involved in human trafficking on it. In a while, we'll split into groups. Run-E and Yamato will lead a group of 200 people. Alan, you'll go solo this time. With your strength, those people shouldn't pose any threat to you. Norr turned to Alan, who, after obtaining his devil fruit, was very confident in his abilities and said confidently, "Leave it to me." Norr felt relatively at ease with the other people, so he didn't give too many instructions, assigning each person to lead 100 people and setting off. We need to quickly eliminate the major forces on the island before moving on to the smaller ones. Our speed must be fast. We need to complete our objectives before they can react and not let anyone escape, Norr said seriously, looking at everyone. The expressions on everyone's faces were serious, but their eyes were filled with ease. According to the intelligence, there were basically no strong individuals among these people. At most, there were a few wanted criminals with bounties of around 70 to 80 million berries, and for Norr's crew, the difference between these individuals and regular lackeys was just that they could withstand a few more attacks. Since everyone is ready, let's set off. After completing our objectives, we'll regroup here, Norr said in a deep voice. Subsequently, everyone began their actions, and Norr led his subordinates straight toward a certain force. Area 2. Noel first arrived here, and since he had notified Doflamingo in advance, Doflamingo had already withdrawn all his subordinates early. Aside from Doflamingo, there were no other forces in Area 1. So Noel headed straight to Area 2 to begin his actions. After all, he owed Doflamingo a favor, and Noel also knew that after this cleanup, it wouldn't be long before human traffickers appeared on the island again. So leaving one Doflamingo behind wasn't a big deal. The main purpose of this operation was to avenge Renee, not to fundamentally change certain things. Upon arriving at a large store, the staff at the entrance greeted Noel warmly, saying, "Hello, how can I help you?" However, Noel completely ignored this person and directly waved his hand, saying, "Leave none alive, kill them all." Yes. After receiving Noel's order, his subordinates charged in like wolves, and soon, the sound of screams echoed from inside. The staff's expression changed dramatically, and he angrily shouted, "Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is?" Noel turned to look at him and slowly said, "I am Brady Noel. Tell your boss not to appear before me again, provided he survives today." Seeing the chaos inside, the staff couldn't care less about talking to Noel and quickly took out a transponder snail to call his boss. "Hello, boss." A group of people rushed in and killed all our men. The staff wailed, sounding like a defeated dog as he reported the situation to his boss. Before his boss could respond, Noel snatched the transponder snail and said, "Remember, I am Brady Noel. If you don't agree, feel free to come find me." Boom. Just as Noel finished speaking, lightning flickered around him, and a bolt of lightning instantly turned the staff and the transponder snail to ashes. On the other end of the transponder snail, after a few angry shouts, the voice gradually calmed down. "Brady Noel, I will not let you go. In just 10 minutes, all the human traffickers in the store were eliminated." After arranging for his subordinates to release the captured slaves, Noel loudly declared, "I am Brady Noel, and I intend to eradicate all human traffickers on the Sabaody archipelago. Those interested, follow me." Among the dark crowd, many people's eyes lit up with hatred upon hearing Noel's words. Among these people were various individuals, including ordinary civilians, many defeated pirates, and officials from certain countries. Despite their different backgrounds, they all shared one thing in common: hatred for the human traffickers who captured them. Except for a few weak-willed individuals, the rest raised their arms and shouted, "We will follow our benefactor to take revenge." Seeing the passionate crowd, a smile appeared on Noel's face. When Noel made the decision to eliminate all human traffickers on the island, he thought of these rescued slaves. Many of them were homeless and unfortunate, and many had experiences as pirates or in the military. If he wanted to develop his own forces in the future, these people could become his foundation. Noel had just instructed his partners that if the rescued slaves were willing to follow him, they would all be accepted, and if they wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop them. In the original work of One Piece, Buggy, who possesses the color of the Conqueror's haki, is a typical representative of this. After successfully escaping with the prisoners from Impel Down, Most of them followed Buggy, and Buggy, because of these people, successfully became a warlord of the sea. He even later became a new generation of Yonko. Here, one can only say that the color of the Conqueror's haki is incredible. Noel shouted, "Everyone, follow me to the next place. Let's rescue our comrades who are still being held captive." Oh. Chapter 168. Indecision. Despite Noel and his team's efforts to speed up their actions, news still spread over time. Many forces received information about Noel and others liberating slaves and eliminating human traffickers on the island. What does this Brady Noel want to do? A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression let out an angry roar in a room. Just moments ago, the location he established on the Sabati archipelago was completely wiped out by Rene and Yamato, along with their subordinates, in a thunderous assault. Before dying, the subordinates only managed to send one message. Apart from knowing it was Brady Noel who did it, he had no other intelligence. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man quickly picked up the transponder snail and dialed other people. As soon as the call connected, he heard a furious voice on the other end of the transponder snail. "Brady Noel, I will kill you." The man was taken aback. It seemed that he wasn't the only one being eradicated. Other forces were also being targeted by Noel. This indicated that Brady Noel and his team's actions this time were completely premeditated and not merely an attack on a single force to declare war. The middle-aged man quickly communicated his suspicions and hung up the phone to contact others. With Noel's strength, it was impossible for him to contend alone. If he wanted to take revenge on Noel, he needed to unite with others to have even a slight chance. In just 2 short hours, all forces involved in human trafficking from Area 2 to Area 8 had been eliminated by Noel and his team, and they were now heading towards other areas. The number of liberated slaves had increased from a few hundred to over 2,000, and this was just from 7 areas, highlighting how many people were suffering from the persecution of human traffickers on the Sabati archipelago. Although there were many among these people who were heinous criminals, the majority were innocent. Noel currently had neither the energy nor the time to differentiate among these people. However, as their benefactor, most of them, except for a few, were willing to follow Noel's orders. The initial shortage of manpower for Noel and his team was also resolved due to these slaves. The passionate crowd stirred with fighting spirit, causing others on the island to retreat and creating a slight chaos on the island. Noel and his team, along with the liberated slaves, arrived at Area 9. "Noel, what should we do now?" Yamato asked, looking at the dark crowd behind him. Having never led so many people before, Yamato felt a bit nervous. But alongside his nervousness, he was also very excited. The gratitude from the slaves and the sense of accomplishment from leading everyone were experiences he had never felt before. Noel glanced back at the crowd and then made further arrangements. "I estimate that the other forces on the island have also learned about this news, so we need to act quickly." After looking at the map in his hand, Noel said seriously, "On the Sabati archipelago, areas 1 to 29 are concentrated with human traffickers. So this time, our goal is to clear all of these places. Elvis, you are to draw 500 men from the Legion and station another 500 capable fighters at Area 30 to ensure no one escapes." Upon receiving the order, Elvis nodded and began selecting personnel. "Gu-chun, you will also lead 1,000 men to take control of all the ships at the ports from Area 1 to Area 30. Gu-chan replied with a smile and also went to select his team. After distributing 2,000 men, Noel, including his own legion, was left with just over 1,000. Among these, women made up the majority, as the capable fighters had mostly been chosen by Elvis and Gu-chan due to the importance of their tasks. The remaining personnel were still grouped as before, with each person leading 200 men to clear each area. Noel was too lazy to execute any detailed operations, opting for the simplest and most direct method. Although the combat capability of the 200 men he led could be considered negligible, Noel and his team did not actually require much strength from them. Their own combat abilities were sufficient to sweep through everyone. The remaining personnel only needed to assist. Moreover, once they liberated a few more areas, the issue of inadequate combat strength would be resolved. With such arrangements, Noel was not particularly anxious anymore. With Elvis guarding Area 30, it was nearly impossible for the human traffickers to escape. The only thing to watch out for was the Navy station on the island and the intricate connections these traffickers had with the world government. However, Noel was not worried about this, as what he was doing was technically outside the jurisdiction of the world government. Even if some government officials intervened, in the end, they could only send the Navy. But what is Noel's identity? When the Wano country learns about this, will they intervene? They might, but certainly not seriously. At most, they would send some Dove faction general. And the characteristics of a Dove faction general need not be elaborated on, right? Would they rush over knowing Noel was liberating slaves? What a joke. Just circling a warship without moving is already a big concession to the world government. Asking for efficiency? What efficiency? Feeling that everything was already arranged. Noel was very calm at this moment. As long as there were no celestial dragons on the island, he was determined to eliminate these human traffickers today. After Noel's groups liberated a few more areas, the remaining forces on the island became aware of the situation. When they learned that Brady Noel was clearing out all the human traffickers on the island, their first reaction was to wonder if Noel had gone mad. After all, even if only one force existed in an area, there were still at least 30 factions surviving here. Although there weren't actually that many factions occupying the area, there were still more than a dozen underground forces dividing this massive cake. Noel's actions undoubtedly declared war on these forces, which left everyone puzzled. Was it worth declaring war on them, just for these slaves? According to normal reasoning, everyone thought that Noel's actions had deeper implications. Considering the beast pirates behind Noel, they were momentarily unsure. After all, targeting just Noel and his few men was one thing, but involving Kaido made it more serious. These forces had no problem dismissing others as insignificant in front of Kaido. Chapter 169. If you can't win, just endure it. While Kaido was drinking heavily in Wano, countless phone calls came in through various channels. As Kaido's secretary, Bao Huang found herself overwhelmed with calls, and she hurried to inform Kaido of the situation. Oh, Noel and the others are liberating slaves? I don't give a damn. Tell those people, if they have the ability, go settle the score with Noel. If not, just endure it, Kaido said, taking another swig of his drink, exuding dominance. Hearing Kaido's words, they dared not say anything further and hung up. Although they did not dare provoke Kaido, his meaning was very clear. He would not intervene if they sought revenge on Noel. But if they lacked the strength and courage to retaliate, they should not bother him and just bear it. Despite Kaido's rude remarks, these people still got the answer they wanted. They were free to act against Noel. The leaders of these underground forces connected their phone bugs and began plotting an operation against Noel. What Noel did undoubtedly slapped these people in the face. The loss of berries was just a minor issue, but the damage to their reputation was unacceptable. When Noel and his team entered the next area, they found that the locations selling people had become deserted, with only the imprisoned slaves left in their cages. Without needing a command from Noel, those behind him sprang into action. Some searched for the traffickers' whereabouts, while others began to rescue the imprisoned slaves. When everyone finished the rescue, they found not a single trafficker. Noel stroked his chin and said, "It seems these people got the news and fled early. Let's move on to the next area." With all the traffickers having escaped, Noel and his team found their mission much easier. All they needed to do was come here, liberate the slaves, and the area would be officially cleared. The fleeing traffickers had all gathered in Area 29. After their leader gave the order to flee, all the traffickers initially thought of escaping by boat. But when they arrived at the adjacent ports, they were horrified to find that the ports had already been secured by Guchun. All the ships were locked up, and it was too late to escape by boat. Then these people headed towards Area 30, only to despair upon discovering that Area 30 was also sealed off. Thus, the traffickers from Area 29 gathered more and more, completely trapped here. Rather than waiting to die here, we might as well charge into Area 30. A fierce-looking man shouted, raising his knife. Exactly. With so many of us, they can't possibly stop us all. At worst, we lose a few, and that's just bad luck, another echoed. The situation was now very clear. Staying here meant certain death, so it was better to take a chance. In the previous area, all the traffickers had been wiped out by Noel and his team, indicating that even if they surrendered, the outcome would be the same. Their backing forces couldn't reach here in time, and all they had to rely on was the weapons in their hands. Subsequently, all the traffickers gathered together, amounting to over 3,000 people. Seeing that their side had so many, their courage grew. Upon arriving in front of Elvis, he loudly declared, "Elvis, we have as many as 3,000 people. You only brought this few. There's no way you can stop us. Now hurry up and clear the way, or you'll definitely regret it." Upon hearing the threat from the other side, Elvis merely chuckled disdainfully and said, "Sometimes having more people doesn't mean being stronger." After saying that, Elvis drew his sword, bowed towards the human traffickers, and coldly commanded, "Leave none alive, kill. Kill." The people behind Elvis roared in unison, drew their weapons, and charged towards the human traffickers. The traffickers, caught off guard, didn't expect that despite their numerical advantage, this group of madmen would take the initiative to attack them. Elvis led the charge at the forefront. Meteor flash. He sheathed his sword, gathered strength, and then drew it again. Countless sword energies shot up into the sky, rapidly slicing through the dense crowd of traffickers. For these small-time thugs, this multitude of sword energy became the best means of attack. Countless traffickers were cut down by Elvis's sword energy, leaving deep gashes on the ground. Seeing Elvis so formidable, the morale of the people behind him soared, and their overall speed increased as they crashed into the traffickers' formation. A fierce melee erupted, with thousands forming a massive battlefield. In a chaotic scene, countless people did everything they could to eliminate their enemies. From the visuals, Elvis's legion held the advantage, as the enemies clashing with them were steadily retreating. However, the primary goal of these traffickers was not to kill, but to escape. After a brief panic, they began to devise ways to flee. At this moment, their numerical disadvantage became apparent. While it was easy to defeat these people, completely annihilating them was a whole different challenge. As numerous traffickers broke free from Elvis's encirclement and saw the nearby Area 30, their eyes filled with hope for survival. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before them, flickering with lightning, coldly gazing at them. The traffickers were suddenly alarmed, although they didn't recognize who this person was. They could tell from their stance that this person was surely very powerful. But there was only one path to survival, and as long as they could get past, they would live. So, the traffickers let out a roar and charged at that figure. This figure was, of course, Noel, because the operations behind had gone very smoothly without even a hint of obstruction. Noel had handed over the team to others after liberating most of the areas and rushed over to check on the situation with Elvis. Upon arriving, he witnessed the chaotic melee. Although Elvis and his companions were doing their utmost to block it, some people still managed to break through. Noel looked at these people and suddenly widened his eyes, a tremendous aura erupting. In an instant, it felt as if the entire world was about to collapse, causing all the traffickers to faint on the ground. Just in time, Noel smiled at Elvis. Elvis responded with a thumbs up. Chapter 170. The helpless warlord Noel's arrival completely ended the battle, as his decision ensured that this chaos only affected the first 30 areas of the Shambadi Islands. Apart from a few well-informed individuals, others were completely unaware that a battle had occurred in the first 30 areas. The naval commanders stationed in the Shambadi Islands looked at the reports in front of them with grave expressions. Not long after Noel and others began their actions, the Navy received several distress calls. However, it was simply absurd for a human trafficker to call for help from a Navy, so the station naval commander initially paid no attention. As time passed, the number of distress calls increased, prompting the naval commander to sense something was amiss and hurriedly began to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that it was Brady Noel cleaning up the traffickers, the naval commander found himself in a dilemma. He knew Noel's strength. With just himself and his subordinates, it would be utterly impossible to pursue Noel and the others. Moreover, Noel had not harmed any civilians, only liberating slaves and eliminating traffickers, which made the Navy even more hesitant. Unable to make a decision, the naval commander reported the situation to headquarters, as it had exceeded his capacity to handle. After several layers of reporting, this news finally reached Sengoku's ears. When he learned that Noel was in the Shambadi Islands dealing with human traffickers, the veins on his forehead bulged. Damn it, I just told Noel a few days ago not to cause any more trouble, and he agreed so well. Just a few days later, this little brat has gotten himself into trouble again. You know the Water City hasn't been fully rebuilt yet, and the Navy is still stationed there. I've just finished dealing with your issues, and now you've run off to the Shambadi Islands to liberate slaves? Sengoku's expression was very grim. He had no objections to Noel liberating slaves, but he hoped Noel could lay low for a while. After all, the world government had just held them accountable for the Water City incident, and if Noel stirred up trouble again so soon, even Sengoku, as a Navy admiral, would find it troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. After several rings, the call was finally connected. On the other end of the line, Aokiji appeared to be half asleep and asked in a low voice, "La, Sengoku-san, I'm still on vacation." Seeing Aokiji's unreliable demeanor, Sengoku's already poor mood flared up even more, and he roared Kazan. "You lazy guy, Noel is causing trouble in the Shambadi Islands. Send someone to check it out." "Noel? How did he end up in the Shambadi Islands?" Aokiji asked, puzzled. Wasn't he just fighting in the Water City? How did he suddenly get to the Shambadi Islands? He really knows how to stir things up. They say he's liberating the slaves on the island, and since you're the only one in the headquarters, I'm sending you to check it out, Sengoku said sternly before hanging up the phone. Yawning, Aokiji couldn't help but stifle a yawn. After issuing the order to set sail through the signalman, he lay back down, fully aware of Sengoku's intentions. Sengoku sending him to the Shambadi Islands was merely for show, especially since he mentioned that Noel was liberating slaves, which indicated that he wanted Aokiji to take action, but not too quickly. Ideally, Aokiji would arrive after Noel had left the Shambadi Islands, which would be the perfect scenario. Meanwhile, after Noel used his Conqueror's Haki to knock out all the traffickers, the battle was completely over. When Yamato and the others arrived with the remaining people, all the traffickers had already been tied up by the slaves, waiting for Noel to deal with them. "Noel, what should we do with these people? Should we kill them all?" Elvis quietly asked as he approached Noel. To be honest, it wouldn't matter if they were killed directly in battle, but now that these people have lost their ability to resist, Elves hesitated a bit about slaughtering them. Noel looked at the group of unconscious trash and fell in a deep thought. First, gather all the rescued slaves together. After regaining his senses, Noel decided to not deal with the human traffickers for now and instead prepare to arrange the others. Hearing the call from their benefactors, everyone gathered together. Once they were assembled, Noel stood on a large stone and shouted loudly, "Hello everyone, I am Brady Noel. First, I want to announce something to you. You are free." "Oh, that's great. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us and rescuing us from hell. We will definitely repay our benefactor." As soon as Noel's words fell, everyone below erupted into cheers. When they were captured by the traffickers, they had already fallen into despair. Once captured by these people, the chance of escape was almost negligible, and their future fate was only to be bought by someone. Therefore, everyone hoped to escape this sea of suffering and wished for someone to come down from the heavens to save them. When Noel and the others appeared, their wish was fulfilled. They were saved, so they also hoped to do something within their power to help the benefactors. After waiting for everyone to cheer, Noel spoke again. "Everyone standing here comes from all over the world, and some have even become homeless. But that's okay. If you have nowhere to go, you can come under my command. I have a territory somewhere where you can live safely. If you don't like fighting, that's fine. You can live there quietly. If some of you enjoy fighting, then you can join me in sea adventures." Noel's words once again ignited cheers from the crowd when they learned that they could follow their benefactor and join his ranks. Those with that thought became excited, and those who wanted to return to their hometowns need not worry. I will arrange boats to take everyone back to where they want to go. At this point, Noel had completely ignited everyone's emotions. Whether they wanted to follow Noel or return to their hometowns, everyone cheered loudly. Seeing everyone in high spirits, Noel no longer wasted time and turned to Elvis, saying, "You take the people and gather all the ships in the port. After collecting supplies, we'll set off immediately. We have rescued more than 6,000 slaves this time. This is no small project." Elvis grinned and replied. Chapter 171. Personnel investigation. After some twists and turns, Noel and the others finally arranged everyone. Except for a few who wanted to stay in the Shambadi Islands, all the rest boarded the ships. Since the Shambadi Islands were not safe, Noel and the others did not modify the ships, so now they could only sail normally to leave, not fly. As Noel led this large fleet slowly out of the port, a figure stood in the distance watching their departure. "Ha! Will these people become the flag bearers of a new era?" Roger said, taking a sip from his small flask. After Noel's actions concluded, the blockade of Area 30 was officially lifted, and all the unconscious traffickers were imprisoned in the holds of various ships. Noel ultimately chose not to kill these traffickers, but to bring them back to Sky Island. As so many people following Noel to Sky Island would require a large labor force for construction, these thousands of traffickers could come in handy, and their future fate was basically determined. They would undergo labor reform. As for the time, it would probably take a lifetime to atone for their sins. With the blockade lifted, more and more people learned about what had happened in Area 30. When some bolder individuals came here, they were surprised to find that all industries related to slavery in Area 30 had been completely cleared out. Although many things had already been taken away by Noel, the locations of these houses were prime real estate in the area, and countless pirates and gangs began a new round of undercurrents due to these matters. After learning about the entire process of Noel's actions, Shaki and Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh that youth is wonderful. Finally, Rayleigh quietly arrived at the port, watching Noel and the others leave. Dressrosa boss, that's the situation. Brady Noel has already left the Shambadi Islands with this batch of slaves. After hearing this, Doflamingo grinned and let out a sinister laugh. So that's how it is. No wonder he notified my people to evacuate Area 1 in advance. It seems that Brady Noel, you have finally started to build your own foundation, and the new era is finally about to begin. Doflamingo pondered the implications of Noel's actions while laughing maniacally. The more chaotic the world became, the more excited Doflamingo would be. As a former celestial dragon, he was very eager to bring down those living in Mariehua from their pedestal. Originally, with the Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, and the big MLM pirates becoming the overlords of the sea, the 7 warlords of the sea also came into being, and the sea gradually approached a balance. Doflamingo thought this balance would last a long time, but he never expected that it was just beginning, and he saw hope for breaking the balance in Noel. This excited Doflamingo greatly, and he decided to befriend Noel and others so that when the new era arrived, he and his Don Quixote family could also secure a place. Regarding Noel's departure, the affected forces on the island also received the news. After a whole day of arguing and discussing, these forces finally reached a consensus. They would spare no effort to eliminate Brady Noel. Only by eliminating Noel could they restore their lost face. Now, these notorious figures in the underground world were extremely angry, as their rivals were calling to mock them. These people were continuously recruiting manpower through their channels and connections. After all, Noel was notorious on the sea and had fought against many top powerhouses over the years. So these people knew that merely sending 1 or 2 individuals would be utterly useless. Thus, while Noel's actions seemed very smooth, they had not yet ended. Once these people found an opportunity, they would not hesitate to strike hard at Noel. Admiral Aokiji, we have arrived at the Shambadi Islands. A Navy officer approached Aokiji and woke him up. Aokiji stretched and put on his eye mask, saying, "Have we arrived? Where is Brady Noel now?" Seeing Aokiji mention Noel, the Navy officer helplessly replied, "Brady Noel and the others have already left by ship." Aokiji scratched his head and lazily said, "Since we're here, let's capture all the pirates on the island. It won't be a wasted trip." "Yes." The Navy saluted and quickly relayed Aokiji's orders. Aokiji looked out at the sea and muttered, "Noel, what exactly are you trying to do by liberating the slaves this time?" Since Noel left the Navy, he had mostly been in contact with Sengoku, and there had been little communication with Aokiji over the years. Therefore, Aokiji didn't know if Noel had changed during these years. The last time he heard about Noel's changes was from Akainu. Aokiji and Noel actually had a very good relationship. Their personalities were quite similar. So Aokiji was very concerned about Noel. This time, when Noel came to Sabati Archipelago to liberate slaves, Aokiji couldn't help but ponder why Noel was doing this and what significance it held. Perhaps no one would have guessed that Noel's fundamental purpose in clearing out the human traffickers here was simply to take revenge for his friends. As for the slaves who followed him, that was just a side benefit. After Noel and the others completely left Sabati Archipelago, they set sail for a deserted island. Since this fleet had not modified any ships other than Noel's 3, neither Noel nor Inoru could operate the ships for flight. So, they planned to rest on an island, partly to modify the ships and partly to conduct a simple investigation of the rescued slaves. There were as many as 6,000 people who left with him. Even if only 2,000 wanted to fight alongside him, that was no small number. Furthermore, most of these people were either soldiers from a certain country or pirates with bounties on their heads. Noel also needed to investigate these people's backgrounds. But there was no doubt that the quality of this batch was very high. Even the people who didn't want to fight had their own skills. And the women were all very beautiful. As long as Noel could successfully integrate these people, his strength would surge dramatically. "Renee, I'll leave the injured to you. Yamato, you're responsible for ensuring Renee's safety. Everyone else, let's start acting according to the plan." Noel commanded everyone to begin counting. Chapter 172. Where have you been slacking off? On the deserted island, Noel sat by the shore bored, grilling a fish. At this moment, Elvis slowly approached him and, seeing Noel's expression, said somewhat irritably, "You guy, assigning all the tasks to us and then slacking off here by yourself." Hearing Elvis' complaint, Noel retorted, "I'm not slacking off. I'm doing something very important right now." Elvis frowned slightly, curious, and asked, "Important? What is it?" Noel carefully looked at the grilled fish in his hand and raised it as if it were obvious, saying, "Of course it's to fill my stomach." Elvis's mouth twitched. "If you're slacking off, just admit it. Everyone is already used to Noel's lazy personality, and he didn't have to come up with such a terrible excuse." Seeing Elvis's speechless expression, Noel realized that his excuse was indeed poor and awkwardly smiled. "Has everyone finished the investigation?" "Almost. There are just a few parts left to investigate. Gu-chun and the others are currently working on it," Elvis said. After finishing the grilled fish, Noel stood up, patted his backside, and said, "Then let's go take a look. I'm also a bit curious." "If you're curious, why don't you come and help?" Elvis retorted again. However, Noel seemed to ignore him and walked ahead unsteadily. When he arrived at the place where Gu-chun and the others were, those who had already finished their investigations greeted Noel happily. Noel had a nod in response. Looking around, he noticed that many tents had already been set up, and in the distance, many people were carrying various foods towards them. Yamato saw Noel return and waved, shouting, "Noel, where have you been slacking off? You finally came back." Noel's eye twitched slightly. Then he said seriously, "I wasn't slacking off. I was just contemplating how everyone should develop in the future." If it weren't for the fact that he had just seen Noel happily eating grilled fish, Elvis might have actually believed his nonsense. But in front of so many people, Elvis decided to give Noel some face and refrained from continuing to complain. Hearing Noel's words, Yamato just rolled his eyes. Clearly, even this simple-minded Yamato didn't believe Noel's nonsense anymore. Noel walked over to Gu-chan, who was drawing something with a pen, and asked, "How's it going? Have you finished the investigation?" Gu-chan smiled and nodded, then handed his part over to Elvis, saying, "Everyone has been investigated. We just need to wait for Elvis to compile the results." Elvis took the materials Gu-chan handed over and began to review them seriously, then took out a lot of materials and sat on the ground to start a simple summary. Seeing Elvis getting busy, Noel didn't disturb him and walked towards Oroorooro. Oroorooro didn't participate in this investigation because his abilities were better suited to help his subordinates make simple modifications to the ships. Plus, given Oroorooro's personality, he wouldn't be able to handle such work. Noel was worried that if Oroorooro got impatient after a short investigation, he might turn the people in front of him into ashes, so he directed Oroorooro to do other work. "Hey, Oroorooro, are you working hard? Don't slack off," Noel said lazily as he approached the ships. Afterward, he began to check the condition of the ships, which made him very satisfied, thanks to Oroorooro and the others' efforts. The modification work on these ships was basically nearing completion. Oroorooro couldn't help but snort coldly upon hearing Noel's words. He really didn't understand how Noel could say such things with a straight face. After all, he had disappeared right after assigning the tasks. Now that the work was almost done, he came back to shout. If he weren't afraid of being unable to beat this guy, Oroorooro would have struck him with a bolt of lightning to let him taste some punishment. Not caring that Oroorooro had no respect for him, Noel thought it was all trivial. After all, he hadn't done any work himself. He wandered around everyone, and after being met with disdain, he somewhat sulkily returned to Elvis's side. "How's it going? Have you finished the statistics?" Noel looked at Elvis with anticipation. Elvis organized the materials in his hands, nodded, and said it's all been compiled. Then, he informed Noel of the statistics regarding the rescue of all the slaves. This time, over 6,000 slaves were rescued in Sabaody Archipelago. Among them, civilians accounted for half, which is 3,000 people. Most of these individuals are young women, while the men mainly possess their own skills. Among them are chefs, boatmen, architects, butlers, and so on. In the remaining 3,000 people, apart from a few women, they are mostly men. These individuals have mostly been soldiers of some country, guards of a certain noble, or pirates and gangsters. Regarding these people, Noel's thought is that anyone willing to join his army without a bounty will be welcomed. After returning to Sky Island and undergoing some simple training, they can be directly enlisted. As for those with bounties, further investigation is required, as long as they are not ruthless pirates who indiscriminately slaughter civilians. Noel is willing to give them a chance. As long as these people can follow Noel's orders, that is sufficient. It must be said that among these people, quite a few have significant bounties, at least on the Grand Line. They could be considered major pirates. There is even a devil fruit user with a bounty exceeding 100 million, a supernova from certain year, but unfortunately, he was ambushed and captured by slave traders. Upon seeing this bounty over 100 million pirate, Noel was somewhat surprised and said, "This person is so unfortunate to be ambushed." It is known that, generally, wanted criminals with bounties over 100 million have considerable strength, and slave traders typically do not target these individuals. Because with the strength of the slave traders, they are no match for these supernovas, and these supernovas would not be alone. Therefore, the slave traders would not take on such a thankless task, which is why Noel found it remarkable that this person was captured. Noel stood up and cheerfully said, "Where is this person? I want to meet him." He wanted to see what this unfortunate fellow looked like. Chapter 173. The Tangential Beck. "Hey, Beck, the benefactors are looking for you." Beck, who was building a tent, suddenly heard someone calling his name. Upon learning that the benefactors who rescued him were looking for him, Beck quickly put down his work and ran out, asking, "Where are the benefactors?" "They are to the west and are coming this way now." "All right, I'll go there right away." Beck hurriedly ran towards Noel's location. As he ran, he secretly told himself, "Beck, you must repay the benefactors who saved you well." While Noel and Elvis were searching for Beck, They saw a person running towards them at an incredible speed from a distance. When he got closer, Elvis smiled and said, "That person running over is Beck. It seems he learned we were looking for him and came over on his own." Hearing this, Noel's lips curled into a slight smile, judging by this person's running speed. He must be very excited to have learned that he was being sought after. It seems this guy named Beck is also a person of deep feelings and loyalty, so saving him wasn't in vain. Just then, as Noel was still daydreaming, Beck dashed past the two of them, leaving a cloud of dust in the air. Cough, cough. How did this guy run past us? Noel covered his mouth, somewhat surprised. Elvis also felt a bit embarrassed. He had just said Beck was coming to find them, and then Beck ran right past them. The two of them stood still, watching Beck run far away, unsure what had just happened. After a while, they saw Beck appear again, running back towards them. Noel's face broke into a smile again, preparing to speak to Beck. Whoosh! Beck ran past them once more. Noel's expression froze in place, gradually becoming speechless. He now didn't know if Beck was running around for his own business or was indeed looking for them. Elvis also felt uncertain at this moment and hesitantly said to Noel, "Let's go wait for him at his camp." Noel nodded, and just as he wanted to say something, he saw Beck running towards him again. When Beck reached Noel and Elvis's side again, Noel noticed that Beck had no intention of stopping. Noel grabbed Beck, somewhat annoyed, and said, "What are you running back and forth for?" Upon seeing Noel's face, Beck was taken aback for a moment and then, very excitedly, said, "Benefactor, I heard you were looking for me, so I was trying to find you." Noel's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Elvis with a speechless expression. Elvis also covered his face, not knowing what to say. "Cough, cough, Beck, right? We indeed came to find you." After a couple of light coughs, Noel slowly said, "I see your bounty has exceeded 100 million, which indicates your strength is quite good. Why were you captured by these people?" Upon hearing Noel ask him these questions, Beck felt somewhat embarrassed and scratched his head, then began to tell Noel his story. Beck was once the captain of a pirate crew, and because he had eaten the swift fruit, he named his crew the Swift Pirates. With his extraordinary speed, he made a name for himself in the first half of the Grand Line. However, he had a significant flaw. He was very scatterbrained. When they arrived at Sabiti Archipelago this time, the captain separated from his crew. At first, Beck didn't think much of it and kept looking for his crew, but as time passed, he began to panic. Beck started using his fruit abilities to run around the Sabiti Archipelago, not knowing if it was coincidence or fate. He searched the island for 5 days, while his crew also searched for Beck for 5 days, but during those 5 days, they never encountered each other. The strange behavior of Beck's crew attracted the attention of others on the island, and after investigation, they couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that their captain had gone missing. How ridiculous it was for a pirate captain to get separated from his crew. Thus, when these people saw the Swift Pirates crew members, they would mock them. At first, the crew members of the Swift Pirates didn't mind, but as time went on, their emotions grew increasingly anxious. When these people mocked them, they would argue back. Eventually, during one of these arguments, both sides got genuinely angry, leading to a fight. If Beck had been there, they would have been fully capable of defeating the other side. But unfortunately, at that time, Beck was on the other side of the island, still searching for his companions. When Beck finally found his companions, he discovered that they had been defeated by another pirate crew. Aside from a few members who managed to escape, the rest all perished in the conflict. Beck's emotions completely collapsed on the spot. If it weren't for his desire for revenge, he might have chosen to commit suicide directly. When Beck found that group of pirates with the remaining crew members, they were holding a banquet. After Beck eliminated all of those pirates, he despondently went to a bar to drink away his sorrows. The combination of his sadness and the intoxication from alcohol quickly rendered him unconscious. What happened next was predictable. A group of slave traders took Beck away and locked him up. It wasn't until Noel and the others appeared that Beck was rescued. Initially, Beck was disheartened due to the loss of his crew and even contemplated suicide. However, the time spent in captivity reignited his will to survive. With the appearance of Noel and the others, Beck felt immense gratitude towards them and wanted to repay their life-saving kindness. After listening to Beck's story, Noel and Elvis exchanged glances. If it weren't for how sad Beck's story was, they would have burst out laughing. Noel suppressed his laughter, patted Beck on the shoulder, and comforted him, saying, "Since you have nowhere to go, you can join us." Beck was very excited to learn that he could follow Noel and the others and eagerly agreed. Afterward, Noel sent Beck back, and once Beck left, Noel could no longer hold back and started laughing heartily. Seeing Noel's reaction, Elvis couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. After a round of laughter, Elvis suggested that Beck could serve as someone's assistant in the future. Noel nodded in agreement, relieved that he had inquired about Beck's experiences, Otherwise, they might have ended up causing some misunderstandings in the future. Chapter 174. The deal. After Noel reviewed all the summary results and observed some key individuals, he gained a clearer understanding of these people. Among them, there weren't many with high bounties, and the highest was Beck, a former supernova, with a bounty of 120 million berries. The rest were pirates with bounties ranging from 50 to 60 million, who had roamed the first half of the Grand Line. Now, thanks to Noel's rescue, these individuals expressed their desire to join him, and Noel waved his hand, accepting them all. Of course, with so many people, Noel wouldn't keep all of them by his side. Once the arc was completed, he would select a group to serve on the flagship, while the remaining individuals would be divided into several fleets. After bringing all 3,000 combatants under his command, Noel had a total of 4,000 fighters. Whether they were those who had trained on Sky Island or the recently free group, each person's strength was not weak. According to the strength classification in the seas, they could at least be considered elite pirates. Especially once Noel brought them back to Sky Island, they would undergo even stricter training, which would further enhance their abilities. Noel's requirements for these individuals weren't particularly high, but they weren't low either. His minimum requirement was that they must master armament hockey proficiently. As for observation hockey, which has higher aptitude requirements, Noel wouldn't push it, but mastering armament hockey was essential. In the Grand Line, it was acceptable, but once they returned to the New World, being able to survive as a pirate there meant that mastering armament hockey was the most basic threshold. To put it bluntly, any creature surviving in the New World likely possessed hockey. Otherwise, without armament hockey, they couldn't even break through their defenses. If these individuals couldn't meet the requirements, Noel would rather have them spend their lives as guards on Sky Island than take them to sea to face death, especially since Noel had offended quite a few people. Once he returned to the New World, he would likely face overwhelming encirclement from both the Destruction Pirates and the big MOM Pirates. Without some strength, they wouldn't even be considered cannon fodder. Fortunately, Noel still had time. There were many years before Luffy reached the New World, so he wasn't too anxious. This long period was enough for Noel to train them. While contemplating the future path, Noel returned to the cabin and had just sat down when the transponder snail rang. Sigh, the phone just keeps ringing, it's really annoying. Noel sighed and picked up the transponder snail to answer the call. Hello, who is it? Noel said with a deadpan expression. Noel, you did something big at Sabaody Archipelago, didn't you? Upon hearing that sinister laugh, Noel immediately recognized who was on the other end of the line. However, since he had just made a simple transaction with Doflamingo, he couldn't hang up right away and had to patiently respond. What big deal? I didn't kill any celestial dragons at Sabaody. Hearing Noel's bold statement, Doflamingo's expression stiffened for a moment. Then he laughed again. That's quite an astonishing statement. All right, you didn't call me just to chat, did you, Doflamingo? Noel was too lazy to beat around the bush, so he directly asked. I indeed have something to discuss with you. Seeing that Noel was already impatient, Doflamingo stopped with the small talk and became serious. Something? You need me to repay the favor I owe you already? Noel was taken aback when he heard that Doflamingo had something to discuss. This guy, he had just owed him a favor, and he wanted to cash it in so soon? Was he that eager? Originally, Noel had planned to wait until Luffy arrived at Dressrosa and, after defeating Doflamingo, save him then to repay the favor. But unexpectedly, just a few days later, he was calling. Well, whatever, he would have to repay it sooner or later. So he might as well do it now to save trouble later when he would have to intervene. Go ahead, what do you need my help with? After coming to this conclusion, Noel directly inquired. Doflamingo was momentarily stunned when he heard Noel mention the favor, then realized what Noel meant and quickly said, I'm not asking you to repay the favor. I certainly wouldn't use your favor so easily. Doflamingo wasn't foolish. Noel hadn't grown strong yet. To have Noel repay him with a favor now wouldn't maximize their interests. Using a pretty good devil fruit to exchange for a significant favor for Noel was a deal Doflamingo was quite pleased with. If he let Noel repay the favor over something trivial, Doflamingo would truly be spitting blood. Upon hearing that Doflamingo wasn't asking him to repay the favor, Noel was puzzled and asked, Then why did you call me? This time I want to make another deal with you. Doflamingo grinned sinisterly. Noel couldn't help but shiver upon hearing that sinister laugh and said, Just tell me what you want. I need to sleep. This time you wiped out all the human traffickers in the Sabaody Archipelago. Those underground forces with businesses in Sabaody are furious. Noel shrugged and said indifferently, If they're angry, let them come find me. Anyway, they won't be able to find me. He's going back to Sky Island tomorrow, and Noel didn't believe these people could find him there. Besides, Sky Island is his stronghold. If these people come to Sky Island, wouldn't they just be sending themselves to him? He was just lacking in labor, so their arrival would be beneficial. If it weren't for the fact that Noel didn't want to reveal the location of his stronghold for now, he would have been tempted to post his location on their faces. According to my sources, these forces have now united and summoned many famous strongmen, preparing to attack you. If they can't find you, they'll target those related to you. As soon as Doflamingo finished speaking, Noel's expression darkened. Although the past of these people was quite tragic and he had no connections with them, their actions were undoubtedly a serious provocation against him. Noel couldn't tolerate such provocation. Otherwise, the entire sea would say he was cowardly, which would be a significant blow to his reputation. What do you mean? Chapter 175. If this continues, you might as well go under a Kaido. What do you want to do? Since Doflamingo took the initiative to call and said he wanted to make another deal with him, it meant Doflamingo already had a plan for these people. So Noel asked directly, I hope we can join forces and eliminate them all. And then I will give you the wealth of these forces. I will take over the channels they control. Seeing that Noel was already angry, Doflamingo knew his plan was halfway successful. When Doflamingo learned that the leaders of these underground forces were preparing to unite to attack Noel, he was quite disdainful. These people had become so accustomed to being leaders that they had forgotten the most basic rules of this world. What are the most basic rules of this world? Of course, it's powerful strength. Only with strong power can one have the confidence to do other things. But these people had gotten used to being tyrants and thought that anyone who provoked them should be punished. They should know that Brady Noel is not a soft persimmon. Even if Kaido doesn't intervene, they're not capable of dealing with him. Do they really think that just because they found a few relatively strong guys, they can kill him? How naive. Although Doflamingo was disdainful, he fully agreed with these people's decision, because Doflamingo knew that their actions would definitely fail. And once these people failed, he could swallow up all their forces. As long as he digested these forces, he could also become a new giant in the underground world. That's why Doflamingo eagerly called Noel, intending to join forces with him. With the information he provided, combined with their combat strength, eliminating these people would be easy and enjoyable. Then Noel wouldn't be interested in the channels of these forces. So as long as Doflamingo handed over everything else to Noel, his goal would be achieved. After hearing Doflamingo's plan, Noel couldn't help but squint his eyes and said, "You guy, your ambition is not small, and you even included me in your schemes." This isn't scheming against you. I will provide you with information, and then we will work together to eliminate them. I believe you won't be interested in those channels. So all their wealth will belong to you, Doflamingo said with a smile. Moreover, if you don't agree, that's fine too. Consider this information a free gift. After all, no matter what, Doflamingo wouldn't lose. As long as these people dared to act against Noel, the outcome wouldn't change much. It was just a matter of time, and that Doflamingo might need to exert a bit more effort. However, for Noel, wanting to take all the wealth of these forces would be quite troublesome, because the leaders of these underground forces were scattered all over the world. Even if Noel could fly, it would take a lot of time. Moreover, once other forces in the world reacted, whether this wealth could reach Noel's hands was still uncertain. After pondering for a while, Noel figured out all the details and nodded, saying, "All right, but you'll need to send someone to collect the wealth of these forces." Seeing Noel agree, Doflamingo immediately felt a surge of excitement, and a smile he couldn't suppress appeared on his face as he said, "No problem. I will find an opportunity to gather all these people together, making it easy for us to catch them all at once. Then I'll wait for your call," Noel said before hanging up the phone. After 2 days of busyness, slacking off, Noel couldn't help but feel a bit tired. He lay down on the bed and started to feel sleepy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly thought of Sengoku's furious expression, and his face stiffened. Oh no, I forgot to inform that old man Sengoku about this. He must be furious by now. Noel couldn't help but grin. Noel started to hesitate whether to call Sengoku. If he called, Sengoku would probably scold him for a long time, but if he didn't call, Noel was also afraid that Sengoku would get really angry. After all, at such an age, managing the vast navy, and he still had to deal with his troubles from time to time, Noel felt a bit guilty. Thinking of this, Noel couldn't help but sigh. After releasing his observation haki to confirm safety, he dialed Sengoku's number. Beep beep beep. This is Sengoku. Is that you, Noel? Sengoku's calm voice came through, which puzzled Noel. Was Sengoku not angry? Noel cautiously said, "This is Noel, Admiral Sengoku. I'm here to report on my work." Upon hearing that Noel wanted to report on his work, Sengoku's forehead finally bulged with veins. He suppressed his anger and said, "What? You finished causing a ruckus in the Sabaody archipelago, and then come to report?" "Yes, I only report after it's done," Noel said sheepishly. "Noel, you brat, Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile recently? Sengoku finally couldn't hold back and shouted. Rescuing slaves is rescuing slaves. I'm not an old-fashioned person. As long as you tell me in advance, you can go ahead and do it boldly. But why didn't you inform me? Sengoku was really furious. How many times had Noel done this? Every time something happened, he was always the last to know, and then he had to diligently clean up after this brat. Take this incident in the Sabeti archipelago as an example. If Noel had prepared in advance for what he was going to do, it wouldn't have caused such a huge uproar. In fact, because Noel was well prepared, the Shambordi archipelago did not cause any panic. The only unfortunate ones were those engaged in human trafficking. As long as Noel reported normally, Sengoku would not veto his decisions. But Noel just wouldn't speak up, always waiting until the world government held him accountable before Sengoku learned of these matters. Then Sengoku would frantically clean up after Noel. And to be honest, Sengoku was getting a bit fed up. Hearing Sengoku's complaints, Noel realized that he had indeed done something wrong. So he sulked and remained silent. Noel, if this happens again, I will transfer you under Akainu's command. And from now on, your actions will be reported to Akainu. Sengoku finally couldn't help but threaten Noel. He knew that with Noel's personality, working under Akainu would be very uncomfortable for him. Sure enough, upon hearing Sengoku's words, Noel was taken aback and exclaimed, "Oh, that's unnecessary. I promise I won't let this happen again. This is the last time." Chapter 176. You keep making up stories. After Noel and the others finished resting on the deserted island, they teamed up with Enel to unleash their devil fruit powers, maneuvering the ships back to Sky Island. Upon arriving at Sky Island, everything was novel for these individuals, and everyone approached the construction of their new home with great enthusiasm, as this place represented a new beginning for them. Once back on Sky Island, everyone began to get busy, especially Elvis, who was so busy that he didn't even have time to eat. Eventually, an angry Elvis grabbed the slacking Noel and scolded him harshly. "Hey, Noel, can you come help out? Do you have any idea how busy we are?" Noel, with his dead fish eyes, began to struggle continuously, shouting, "I'm busy too. Why do you say that?" Elvis looked at the tea set and fishing gear in front of Noel. His eyes began to twitch, and he spoke with a somewhat wavering voice. "What you call busy is just drinking tea and fishing, right?" Seeing his tools still laid out before him, Noel awkwardly said, "I've been gathering information lately." "Go on." Elvis raised an eyebrow as if saying, "Keep making up your story. Let's see what you can come up with." Noel pondered while his mind raced. "Didn't we wipe out those guys from the Shambordi archipelago? Their backers will seek revenge. I'm working with Doflamingo to eliminate all of them." "Oh, are you really not slacking off?" Elvis looked at Noel's serious demeanor, feeling a bit skeptical. However, looking at the tea set and fishing gear before him, Elvis found it hard to believe this lazy guy. "Of course, if you don't believe me, I can call Doflamingo to prove it." Seeing Elvis's attitude soften, Noel quickly patted his chest and assured him, "No need to call, but why are you teaming up with Doflamingo? That guy has quite the ambition." Elvis released Noel, somewhat disapproving of the alliance with Doflamingo. He had met Doflamingo before, and although he was in a daze at that time, he still remembered what had happened during his 10 years of wandering once he regained his memory. Thus, although he hadn't interacted much with Doflamingo, he had a very bad feeling about him. Doflamingo appeared to be smiling, but judging a person isn't just about their surface. Doflamingo's aura and presence felt very oppressive. "I know what you're worried about. It's just this one-time alliance. After all, without him, it would be a bit difficult for us to wipe these people out." Noel explained his and Elvis's plans. "So that's how it is. This guy indeed has great ambition. It seems we've been used by him," Elvis pondered, stroking his chin and weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Noel shrugged indifferently. "It doesn't matter. We don't need those channels anyway. It's the same to us who controls them. Since you've already decided, then so be it. But you should have finished plotting with Doflamingo by now, right?" Elvis narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Noel. Realizing he couldn't escape, Noel dejectedly said, "Don't worry. I won't slack off. By the way, the fighters who joined us have already been divided into teams. Go organize them. I need a plan for the new living arrangements." After assigning this to Noel, Elvis hurriedly left, leaving behind a dejected Noel. "If I had known, I would have found a secluded place," Noel sighed as he packed up his things. Noel arrived at the training ground and saw a crowd of people noisily chattering. Since Elvis had no time to manage them for now, after they were divided into teams, they had nothing else to do. No wonder Elvis hurriedly grabbed the slacking Noel. Otherwise, these people might have been there for a long time. "Shut up." Noel stood on the platform, looking down at the noisy crowd, and shouted loudly. Upon seeing Noel, everyone quickly quieted down and looked at him. "First, let me introduce myself. and also let you know a bit about your future identity. I am Noel Brady, a senior officer of the Beast Pirates. The crowd, except for the old members who already knew their identities, was astonished to learn that they were actually part of the Beast Pirates. They had always thought Noel was the captain of a certain crew, but it turned out he belonged to the Beast Pirates. However, my identity as a senior officer is somewhat special. Once you join my ranks, you will be under my direct command. Without my approval, even Admiral Kaido can't give you orders. As for why, you will naturally know in the future. What I want to tell you is that as a member of the Beast Pirates, as my subordinate Noel, in the future at sea, when faced with challenges, you must not back down, because you are a member of the Beast Pirates. Do you hear me? Oh, everyone began to cheer. Regardless of their past identities, they all shared one identity: slaves. Noel had rescued them, so whether he had his own pirate crew or was serving Kaido made no difference to them. Their loyalty was to Noel, and just having the identity of a member of the Beast Pirates boosted their confidence in their future. Don't worry, Boss Noel. We won't embarrass you. That's right. If anyone makes you lose face, you don't even need to lift a finger. We'll take care of them. Looking at the cheering crowd, Noel couldn't help but smile slightly. These people would be his future crew. He observed the few figures standing in front, noting their impressive strength. He believed that after learning hockey, their abilities would reach new heights. All right, I won't waste more time, but I need to tell you that your current strength is far from enough for me to save face. So whenever I nod, that's when you can set sail with me. Do you hear me? Oh, Chapter 177. Sticky Plaster. Noel's words ignited a sense of defiance among the crowd below. Although their strength was nothing significant on the seas, they didn't see themselves as a burden, especially those with high bounties. They felt Noel's words were somewhat exaggerated. Seeing their disbelief, Noel said no more and unleashed his conqueror's haki. In an instant, everyone felt the world around them change colors, and many fell unconscious to the ground. Gradually, more and more people collapsed, leaving only a few figures at the front still gritting their teeth to hold on. What is this? A person named Nickel, with a bounty of 67 million berries, struggled to speak. In his eyes, the seemingly kind Noel had transformed into a monstrous figure, as if he was bearing an immense weight. These individuals had mostly operated in the first half of the Grand Line and were completely oblivious to the power of haki. Therefore, Noel's conqueror's haki appeared to them as an unknown attack, one that knocked thousands of people unconscious in an instant. Nickel had always considered himself fairly strong, but now it felt like standing was draining all his energy. Seeing the few figures before him on the verge of collapse, Noel retracted his haki. After all, if everyone was unconscious, he would have to wait for them to wake up. This situation was just right. He left a few conscious individuals to explain the situation, and then he could slip away unnoticed. As Noel's haki faded, the remaining figures felt a lightness in their bodies and staggered a step. Looking at the terrified individuals, Noel cheerfully explained, "This power is called haki. In the New World, countless people possess this ability. If you struggle to even stand, you're far from ready to fight alongside me in the New World. All right, your strengths are decent enough. For now, you could be temporarily appointed as division leaders. Once these people wake up, take the day to rest. Tomorrow, someone will come to train you." After saying this, Noel turned to leave, but at that moment, Nickel shouted, "Boss Noel, will we be able to have such powers in the future?" Noel turned his head slightly and replied, "As long as you train diligently, each of you will see tremendous changes in your abilities." Although he didn't receive the answer he wanted, Nickel began to look forward to the new training. To be honest, Nickel had been at sea for a long time and had never experienced such systematic training. He had solely relied on his fighting and combat experience. Upon learning that their strengths could significantly improve, the others also began to feel excited. After Noel finished speaking, he quickly left the place. If he stayed any longer, they might ask more questions. The lazy Noel was quite impatient with such matters. After all, Elvis would send someone to train these guys tomorrow. By then, everyone would understand the power of haki, and Noel felt that talking about it now was just a waste of breath. With that time, he might as well enjoy a couple of cups of tea. To be honest, at this moment, Noel started to miss his days in the Navy. Back then, he would leisurely sit at home during such times. Now, even wanting to fish for a while would be met with these people's stares, and disappearing for a moment would lead to someone looking for him. It was quite bothersome. He wondered how Smoker was doing lately, as he hadn't heard from him in a while. Noel stroked his chin and thought, "Forget it, that guy will eventually come to the New World, so it's better not to make public appearances." Suddenly reminded of Luffy's treatment in the original story, Noel shuddered. Once he got entangled with Smoker, it would be a real hassle. That guy was like a sticky plaster. Once he set his sights on you, he wouldn't let go. Smoker was the real dog. So from now on, his Navy rank could be called Smoke Dog instead of Smoke Drunk. Noel stretched lazily and saw that Alan had already prepared the meal, getting everyone ready to eat. At that moment, at the dining table, Renee and Yamato were already seated, with Yamato banging on the bowl repeatedly, while Enel looked impatient, digging at his ears, clearly disturbed by Yamato. Guchun and Elvis hadn't returned yet, apparently busy somewhere. Yamato, in our hometown. Banging on bowls before meals gets you a beating, Noel teased as he walked over. Upon hearing this, Enel perked up. He had long wanted to hit Yamato. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't win, he would have definitely taken action. Yamato, however, shrugged it off and continued banging the bowl, saying, "What's the big deal? My hometown doesn't have this saying. I just mentioned to Elvis that we've allied with Doflamingo recently." Noel suddenly remembered this matter and spoke up, as the others were still unaware. Upon hearing that they had allied with Doflamingo, everyone was momentarily stunned. That pink-haired turkey guy? Yamato tried to recall Doflamingo's appearance, but ultimately failed. Enel, however, said somewhat irritably, "Do we really need to ally with others?" Although he had never met Doflamingo, Enel had his pride. He believed that even facing the Big Mom pirates, they shouldn't need an alliance with anyone else. Though they weren't strong enough to defeat them now, given time, he believed he could obliterate them. Renee and Alan quietly watched Noel, knowing he still had more to say. Noel smiled slightly and explained the circumstances regarding their alliance with Doflamingo. "Oh, so that's how it is. And it doesn't matter," Yamato said, leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head. "We don't need an alliance. Just give me the map. I can take them all down myself," Enel said, just as Yamato's fist landed on his head. "Hey, do you want to fight?" Enel glared angrily at Yamato. Yamato, however, smiled and said, "You can't beat me." "Humph." Enel snorted and turned his head away, no longer looking at her. "With Doflamingo, we can save ourselves a lot of trouble. We already have enough on our plates, and anyway, it's just some things we don't need, so it doesn't matter." After explaining, Noel quickly began to eat the food on the table. "Hey, Noel, that's my meat. Leave of absence notice. Guests are coming to the house today, taking a day off. We'll make up for it tomorrow." Chapter 178. Arc as time passed, the workload for Noel and the others gradually decreased. Once everything was back on track, many tasks only needed direction, while the rest could be left to their subordinates. Noel finally ended his days of hiding, when he was busy before. As soon as he started slacking off, Elvis and the others would search for him everywhere, which was quite bothersome. But now everything was basically finished, so Noel naturally didn't need to hide anymore, and could openly fish and drink tea. "Noel, didn't you say you had allied with Doflamingo? Why haven't we heard anything for so long?" Yamato asked, sitting beside Noel, staring somewhat bored at the sea. After being busy for a while, Yamato returned to her true nature, wanting to go out and play. However, because they had been involved in too many things recently, Noel decided to settle in Sky Island for a while. This decision made Yamato feel uncomfortable. The novelty of being in Sky Island had worn off, and now she was no longer amazed by everything around her. Therefore, she was very eager to return to the Blue Sea recently. Noel yawned and glanced at Yamato, saying, "What's wrong? These days are great. TCH, I've already explored Sky Island. It's so boring lately." Yamato pouted, trying to act pitiful towards Noel. But Noel wasn't buying Yamato's act. He dug into his ear with his pinky and said, "Cut it out. If you're bored, go ring the golden bell." "But I already rang it today. If I want to ring it again, I have to wait until tomorrow." Yamato saw that Noel was unmoved and came up with an idea, saying fiercely, "Hurry up and take me out to play, or I'll scare all your fish away with stones." Seeing that Yamato was indeed very bored and starting to throw a tantrum, Noel had no choice but to take out the snail phone and said, all right, I'll ask for you. Brew, 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 brew. Doflamingo, how's your plan coming along? Why haven't we heard anything for so long?" After the call connected, Noel directly asked. Hee, it seems you're anxious too, Noel. Don't worry, the plan is halfway done, and you can start preparing on your side. Doflamingo's familiar laughter came from the other end of the line. Is that so? Then I understand. With that, Noel hung up the phone. Yamato, hearing the conversation between the two, knew they could soon return to the Blue Sea and immediately got excited. Noel stood up stretched and said, "Since they're ready, let's set off." "Great, I'll go call the others." Yamato dashed off without a trace. Watching Yamato's quickly disappearing figure, Noel smiled. Coincidentally, Guchan was also going out to train, but had been delayed by the events in Sabeti Archipelago. This time was just right, and he believed Guchan would be satisfied. In fact, when Guchan learned that they could set off again, he was also very happy. Although they made a big fuss in Sabeti Archipelago, there weren't any strong opponents to hone his skills. However, for the sake of his companions, Guchan had no complaints. But after returning to Sky Island and finishing a busy period, his desire to train resurfaced. Fortunately, Noel proposed to set sail again. And this time they were going for a big battle, which calmed Gu Chin's eager heart. After gathering everyone together, Noel directly stated the destination for this trip: Food City. Food City is located on the far left side of the first half of the Grand Line and is quite famous, comparable to the small island where Alan previously lived. As for why they were going there, it was, of course, Noel's decision. Initially, when Doflamingo learned that he was going to set his sights here, he was somewhat surprised. According to Doflamingo's thoughts, this opportunity's location was actually the easiest to choose, but Noel chose a relatively remote place, which surprised him a bit. Noel's original words were, "It doesn't matter where we choose, so why not pick a place that interests us? After I eliminate those people, we can have a good meal on the island." Upon learning that the reason for choosing Food City was just to feast, Doflamingo was somewhat speechless. But it was a small issue, so he didn't mind. When everyone found out they were going to Food City, smiles appeared on their faces, regardless of who they were. The attitude towards food was the same, especially for Alan. We learned they were going to Food City. A spark ignited in his eyes. After all, as a chef, he was naturally curious about the chefs there, and if given the chance, he wanted to try the skills of the chefs there. After obtaining the salt fruit, and through hard training, his control over the fruit had significantly improved. Once he could properly master the fruit, Alan began to research how to elevate his cooking to the next level. Now, his culinary skills had shown significant progress, so he was more confident about this action. Since everyone has no objections, let's start making preparations for the voyage. However, this time we have another matter to attend to, Noel said, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Seeing Noel smile, Yamato began to get curious. After thinking for a while, she couldn't figure out what else Noel was hiding from everyone. What is it? We have no idea at all. Yamato looked at Noel with a curious expression. The most observant Elvis suddenly had a bright idea, as if he thought of something, and happily said, "Is it that our ark can finally set sail?" Seeing that Elvis had guessed the answer correctly, Noel began to laugh heartily, because he had been looking forward to this day for a long time. That's right. It's the Arkansas. Previously, I received news from Doflamingo that the Navy station in Water City has completely withdrawn, leaving only a small unit sailing nearby. The moment I decided to return to the Blue Sea, I suddenly remembered the ark still left in Water City. As for Doflamingo's side, Noel had lied. In fact, he had contacted Sengoku, and after repeatedly ensuring that there would be no trouble in Water City, Sengoku also informed Noel of this news. Thus, Noel's action plan had a clearer objective. First go to Water City to retrieve the ark, and then they could directly fly to Food City. Haha, great. We can finally take the ark away. Yamato jumped up in joy. Everyone showed sincere smiles, except for Enoru, whose face fell. Chapter 179. The strongest 300. As everyone laughed happily, only Enoru's face fell. After all, with the ark in place, the helmsman Enel has officially taken his post. Previously, he would substitute for Noel to control the ship, but at least Noel would help out. Now, with the ark, the conversion and utilization of energy have greatly improved. It is no longer the simple and crude way they used to control the ship. Now, operating the ark can be done smoothly by just Enel. Other tasks related to the ark can be handled by his subordinates, as Noel has planned everything very well, completely removing himself from the workload. Hey, Enel, don't look so glum. Cheer up, this is the ark. Yamato teased Enel with a mischievous grin, well aware of why Enel was unhappy. Enel, seeing Yamato's smirk, knew that Yamato was up to no good and turned away with a cold snort. Although Enel was very curious about the ark, since the blueprint originally belonged to him, he also wanted to build his own Arkansas. However, with Noel's appearance, that plan was halted before it even began. Now that the ark is built, although it doesn't belong solely to him, he is still very excited. However, Noel's lazy attitude was somewhat irksome to Enel. If Noel hadn't shown up, Enel would have had to operate the ark himself anyway, so the outcome wouldn't have been much different. So, Noel, if we want to set sail with the ark, are we taking a group of people with us this time? Elvis raised his concern. Previously, Noel and his crew would sail with their subordinates, but those people mainly served to replenish supplies and operate the ship. Moreover, the number of people accompanying them wasn't large, as the ship Noel was on was at most a medium-sized sailboat, capable of holding 100 or 200 people at most. However, this ark is different. If they want to sail on the sea, just 100 or 200 people would be insufficient, especially since the ark can carry up to 1,000 people. Elvis's question also reminded Noel, who thought that if he brought too many people, he would need to operate several ships to get everyone across. This would create a lot of trouble, as once they all boarded the ark, the ships they brought would be unusable and would take up a lot of space on the Arkansas. After expressing his concerns, everyone began to think about how to resolve this issue, and in the end, Yamato casually said, "What is the big deal? If it's too much hassle, just take fewer people. After all, Enel can operate the ship by himself." Noel's mouth twitched. He had to admit that Yamato had a point. Although many people were needed for the Ark to sail on the sea, it only took Enel to operate the Arkansas. Other tasks could be handled with a small number of personnel. All right then, I guess it'll all be tough on Enel. Noel sighed and patted Enel's shoulder insincerely. Enel looked confused. "What's going on? Are you selling me out here? You can operate the Ark, so why make me do it alone? Don't you want to contribute at all?" Enel finally couldn't hold back, glaring angrily at Noel. But Noel, as if it were obvious, said, "Of course. I'm the captain. It's not right for the captain to do all the work. You are the helmsman, so operating the Ark is your job." Seeing Enel's face turn red, Noel finally felt a bit embarrassed and waved his hand, saying, "Of course, I'll occasionally operate the Ark too. Don't be so petty." After hearing this, Enel calmed down a bit and snorted again. But Noel secretly chuckled. When he said occasionally, he meant it literally. After the Ark was built, Noel definitely wanted to try it out. After all, this was the Ark he had longed for. How could he not play around with it? Yes, just to play around. And once Noel had enough fun, the job of operating the Ark would naturally return to Enel. So, Noel's occasionally really meant occasionally. When he felt like playing, he would take over from Enel for a bit, and when he got tired of it, it would be Enel's turn again. Of course, Noel wasn't as harsh as everyone thought, because the Ark was also equipped with storage capabilities. As long as Enel filled it up, the Ark would continue to fly until it ran out of energy. This way, Enel would also have his rest time, and Noel had already arranged everything clearly. After some playful banter, Noel went to the training ground and looked at everyone training hard. He felt quite satisfied. When everyone learned about the existence of hockey, they were amazed, realizing that there was such a powerful force in the world. It turned out that the natural-type devil fruits were not invincible, although they were strong. With the addition of armament hockey, there was a means of resistance. Having a history of slavery, now that they had gained freedom, these people were determined to improve their strength. If they weren't so weak, they would have been captured in the first place. With these people leading the way, those who had joined Noel earlier also began to work hard. As seniors, they certainly didn't want to be surpassed by these newcomers. When one person in the crowd started to step up, the others were compelled to follow suit. This was what the great man of Noel's past world, Mr. Shuren, once said. "Tomorrow we set sail, and I will select a batch of you to join us. But since this voyage is very dangerous, I will only choose the strongest 300 people." Noel shouted loudly. Upon hearing that Noel was setting sail, everyone present became excited. But when they learned that only the strongest 300 could join, many started to lose hope. They were somewhat aware of their own abilities, but many confident individuals began to roll up their sleeves. "Now you can start competing among yourselves, and tomorrow the strongest 300 will set out with me." After a glance at the crowd, Noel turned and left. The crowd exchanged glances and then let out a roar, causing chaos in the training ground. Chapter 180. Drag into the movie version to defeat you. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Elvis said worriedly, "Noel, is this really okay?" Noel smiled and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." This voyage posed no significant threat to Noel and the others, as their strength was top tier for the first half of the Grand Line. As long as those old monsters didn't show up, they would be elite figures. However, for those people, this battle was still quite dangerous. So Noel needed to select a batch of talent. Noel is not their babysitter, and he has also told them that this operation is very dangerous. If they are afraid, then naturally they cannot become the strongest 300. We are not their babysitters, so all choices should be made by themselves. Noel calmly expressed his thoughts, and Elvis fell into silence. Obviously, Noel's words made sense, so Elvis agreed. By evening, Noel returned to find the hundreds of people struggling to stand, and he smiled slightly. "All right, you guys go back and rest well. We'll set off together tomorrow." "Great." The crowd cheered. Among these people, a considerable number are subordinates that Noel brought from a new world, and they have made significant progress following him. But there are also many pirates who joined later. Among those that Noel liberated, several with higher bounties were all present. I must make it clear that this voyage is extremely dangerous. You all need to stay alert. If anyone makes me lose face, I will personally train them when we return," Noel said with a cold smile. The crowd, which had been cheering, shuddered at his words. Although they did not know what Noel's training entailed, they could tell from his demeanor that it was certainly not a good thing. Early the next morning, when Noel arrived at the port, those selected to follow him had already prepared everything. Looking at this group of people, Noel smiled and said, "You guys need to be ready. This time is different. It's very dangerous. I don't want to collect your corpses afterward." Boss, don't worry. No matter who the enemy is, they can't be our match, a pirate who had been following Noel confidently replied. His words resonated with others. This was the first time Noel was solemnly leading his subordinates on a voyage, and they didn't want to lose face in front of him. All right, since you're all mentally prepared, let's set sail. After giving the order, Noel boarded the ship with Yamato and others. Noel, be careful. If things go wrong, retreat first. Elvis patiently advised from the harbor. This time, Elvis would not accompany them, but chose to stay on Valorant Island. After all, the population on Valorant Island was increasing, and Noel was only taking a few hundred people with him, leaving thousands behind on the island. If Noel and the others all left, no one knew what problems might arise on the island. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Elvis would stay on Valorant Island to manage the daily lives of the remaining people. Although this battle seemed grand, it did not pose significant danger. According to information from Doflamingo, the leaders of the underground forces had gathered a large group of pirates and bounty hunters. But these strong individuals could only dominate the first half of the Grand Line. In Noel's eyes, they were just a group of pirates who had not yet entered the game. Indeed, they were pirates who had not yet entered. In Noel's perspective, any pirate who had not experienced the baptism of the New World was considered uninitiated. With their current strength, even if the leaders of the underground forces gather more people, they would still be nothing but lowly opponents. The only difference would be in the number of punches thrown. Don't worry, I'll leave the matters on the island to you. Elvis, Noel said with a smile, waving his hand. Yamato then shouted to Elvis, Elvis, I'll bring you a gift when I return. Haha, no need for gifts. Just try not to cause too much trouble. Elvis teased Yamato. Upon hearing Elvis's words, Yamato stuck out his tongue and ran back to the deck. With the super-fast shrimp carrying the ship, Noel and the others moved quickly, and soon Valorant Island became a black dot in the distance. Noel sat down on a chair he found on the deck. Guchun, this time I will leave the strongest enemies to you. As soon as he sat down, Noel began to fish openly. To be honest, this decision made not only Guchun happy, but Noel was also quite pleased. Fighting with these people no longer brought him much benefit. So since Guchun was willing to take on the task, Noel was very happy about it. No problem. I'll handle those people. Guchun, who was sitting on the ground maintaining his weapons, replied with a smile. Seeing Guchun maintaining his weapons, Noel suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, by the way, Guchun, is that knife you've been using since you started your journey? Guchun was taken aback by Noel's question, not understanding why he suddenly brought it up, but he nodded and said, yes. This knife was left to me by my master. It's a family heirloom. I see, then never mind. I just suddenly thought if your knife is not good, I could help you find another one. Noel said, losing interest after learning it was a family heirloom, and sat back down. However, Noel's words piqued Guchun's interest, and he proactively asked, do you know where there are good knives? Actually, I practice dual wielding, but I've never found a suitable second knife. So I've only been using this one. Guchun's words surprised everyone present, especially Yamato, who rushed over in shock and asked, what? Guchun, you're actually a dual wielder? Why did I never know about this? Guchun looked at Yamato with a wry smile and said, you never asked me about it. Dual wielding? Guchun, you really surprised me, Noel said, somewhat dazed. After living together for so long, it was the first time he heard that Guchun practiced dual wielding. Elvis knows about this, but he suggested I first use one knife to build a solid foundation before considering dual wielding, so I never mentioned it. Guchun explained with a smile. Since that's the case, I need to help you think carefully about this. I'll let you know as soon as I have news. Noel said seriously upon learning that Guchun needed a good knife. To be honest, Noel knew about some famous swords in this world. The most famous being the Great Sword, 21 Great Sword, and Shoshuei, which would be used by Zoro in the future. However, when it came to dual wielding, one person instantly came to mind, a former famous swordsman at sea and the most powerful overlord among pirates at that time. Unfortunately, he eventually lost due to a ship's helm severely weakening his haki, to the point where he couldn't even unleash his conqueror's haki. Indeed, it was the Golden Lion Shiki who was defeated by Luffy in the movie version. To be honest, before Noel traveled to this world, he was very speechless when watching that movie. The famous Golden Lion Shiki was surprisingly defeated by Luffy, who hadn't even mastered haki yet, which is somewhat absurd. Even if Shiki couldn't use conqueror's haki at that time, even if he had lost his legs and used his sword as a substitute, and even if he was already very old, in Noel's eyes, Golden Lion Shiki was still not someone Luffy could contend with. But there's nothing to be done. After all, the movie version of Luffy is invincible, and thus the legendary pirate of the seas has fallen. So when Guchun mentioned that he practiced dual swordsmanship, Noel immediately thought of Golden Lion Shiki. Noel had never seen Shiki, so he didn't have much to say about him. If he had to express a feeling, it would probably be more negative, as Noel, being a Navy officer, certainly couldn't have a good attitude towards such a notorious pirate. Speaking of which, Golden Lion Shiki is probably flying somewhere in the sky right now, Noel thought while stroking his chin. Noel secretly noted this information, since Gu-chan still needed another blade. And the news about these famous swords was worth paying attention to. As for the autumn water, Noel thought it would be better to leave it for Zoro, as he still needed Luffy and the others to grow and ultimately confront Kaido, so it was best to avoid disrupting the original plot as much as possible. The speed of the Super Express shrimp was very fast, and while Noel was deep in thought, the Super Express shrimp had already delivered him and his companions to their destination. As the ship leaped, it rapidly descended. ZZZZT. The moment the ship fell, lightning covered the entire bottom of the vessel, and Enel, holding a golden staff, crackled with electricity. Meanwhile, Noel comfortably leaned back in his chair, leisurely observing the scenery around him. After 2 days of flight, Noel and the others quietly landed in Water City. This time, Noel did not dock grandly at the harbor, but instead approached a hidden corner of Water City. Although Noel felt there was nothing wrong with stopping at the harbor, Sengoku had repeatedly warned him not to cause trouble, so he had to be cautious. Hurry, 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 Noel, let's go check out the Ark. As soon as they disembarked, Yamato eagerly pulled Noel towards the direction of the number 1 shipping company. Noel helplessly replied, "Can you calm down for a moment? Let them move everything off the ship first, and then we can directly operate the Ark and leave without lingering." For this trip, Noel specifically chose a rather damaged ship, which they had captured last time at Sabeti Archipelago, so he wouldn't feel bad about discarding it. "All right, then make them hurry. I can't wait any longer." Seeing this, Yamato had no choice but to stay put and patiently wait. Once everything was organized, Noel led the hundreds of people toward the number 1 shipping company. Passers-by, seeing this huge procession, hurriedly made way, and after Noel and the others passed, they began to whisper among themselves. "These people look so fierce. Yeah, I wonder if something's going to happen again. We should quickly call the Navy. Those 2 groups last time turned that place into ruins, and it was just rebuilt not long ago." Subsequently, the news of a group of fierce-looking individuals appearing in Water City quickly reached the Navy's ears. The station Navy in Water City, upon receiving this news, did not dare to be negligent and immediately began patrolling the streets and alleys, ready to report anything that happened. Brew, brew, brew. Mr. Iceberg, long time no see. When Noel arrived near the number 1 shipping company, he took out his din-din mushy and dialed the number. Iceberg was overjoyed to receive Noel's call. During this time, he had been quite anxious about the Ark, fearing something might go wrong. Fortunately, everything was very smooth, and the Ark had remained undamaged here. "Mr. Noel, long time no see. Your Ark has been parked here for quite a while." Iceberg's cheerful voice came through. "I'm here this time to take the Ark away. I hope it's convenient for you," Noel politely said. "Of course it's convenient. When will you come? I'll prepare in advance." Noel looked at the number 1 shipping company in front of him and smiled. "I'm already at the number 1 shipping company." "What? Just wait. I'll be right there." Upon learning that Noel had already arrived, Iceberg was startled and then overjoyed, quickly hanging up to welcome Noel. When Iceberg reached the entrance, he saw the dense crowd behind Noel and squinted his eyes slightly. "Mr. Iceberg, don't worry. These people are my subordinates." Seeing Iceberg's expression, Noel understood what he was thinking and took the initiative to explain. "Haha, it's fine. After all, the Ark is so big, it indeed requires a lot of manpower." Iceberg laughed and welcomed Noel and the others inside. While walking, Iceberg said, "Mr. Noel, ever since the last incident, I've been quite anxious, fearing something might happen to the Arkansas. I apologize. The last incident was due to me. Even if something did happen to the Ark, I wouldn't blame you." Noel quickly followed Iceberg to the place where the Ark was stored. At this moment, the warehouse housing the Ark had been modified, allowing the top to open so that the Ark could fly away directly from above. "This is the Arkansas." Upon reaching the spot, Iceberg pulled the electric switch, and the entire warehouse was instantly illuminated, revealing the Ark to everyone. Wow. Chapter 182. The chef team. The moment the electric switch was pulled, the enormous Ark appeared before Noel and the others. The Ark was entirely blue-purple, with a giant bear head at the bow. There were countless gun ports on both sides of the ship, which could be opened to fire shells during battles. The massive space of the Ark allowed for all kinds of functionalities, with Alan's kitchen, Ren E's laboratory, and Gu-chun and the other training rooms all equipped according to each person's wishes. Once Noel and the others boarded the Ark, Yamato completely let loose, running around the entire arc, and soon disappeared to explore who knows where. So, Mr. Noel, are you satisfied with the arc? Although Iceberg's tone was a question, it was filled with pride. After all, this arc was built collaboratively by most of the shipwrights of the No. One shipping company, and took more than a month to complete. This ship was top of the line in terms of both performance and appearance. It could be said that just this ship alone was enough to make Iceberg and his subordinates famous, and as Noel's reputation grew, the benefits for Iceberg and the others would also increase. Although Noel's growing fame could lead to greater risks, Iceberg was not overly worried. He knew that no matter what happened, as long as the CP members had not found concrete information about the king of the underworld, he would be safe. As time goes by, the Iceberg will continue to establish its foothold in the Water City. In this way, even if the CP members learn about the news of Pluto, it will not pose too much of a threat to his personal safety. The Iceberg can even seek cooperation with the Navy. After all, they were the first team to complete the construction of the Ark, and they possess both the experience and technology that the Navy needs. Therefore, the Iceberg is very hopeful that Noel can use this Ark to gain fame across the world. It's really nice. I didn't expect there to be a dedicated spot for fishing. This makes it more convenient for me to fish in the future. Noel looked at the Ark with great satisfaction and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it is praised in the original work. This technology is indeed impressive. I want to elaborate too much on the ability system. Everything is done according to your requirements. Now, let me introduce the weapon system of this ship." The Iceberg smiled and led Noel into the ship's cabin. Looking at the technologically advanced cabin, Noel was also very amazed, constantly touching this and looking at that, and finally arrived at the most critical place. This was also the purpose for which Noel had painstakingly sought out Frankie. That's right, it was the Gale Cannon from the original work. Just thinking about the Gale Cannon's laser-like attack in the original work made Noel feel that such a weapon was incredibly cool, which is one of the reasons he sought out Frankie. What boy doesn't like the Gale Cannon? However, Noel's Gale Cannon differs somewhat from the one on the Sunshine Thousand Sunny in the original work. The biggest difference lies in the energy source. The original Gale Cannon used cola as energy to launch its attack, but Noel felt that using cola as an energy source was too limiting. So he requested to change it to use lightning as energy. Whether it's him or Enel, both have the ability to manipulate lightning, so as long as one of them is on the ship, it means the Ark will never run out of energy. Noel looked at the control panel and, following the Iceberg's guidance, pressed one of the red buttons. Suddenly, a huge bear head at the bow of the Ark opened its mouth wide. Now, all that was needed was to supply energy to the Ark and press the blue button next to it, and this weapon could unleash a powerful attack. Moreover, as the charging time increased, its power would also grow stronger. The Iceberg smiled as he explained the function of each button on the control panel, constantly expressing his admiration. This entire system was not completed by the Iceberg, but was designed and built solely by Frankie. Over the years, Frankie has grown tremendously. Whether it's the weapon system or the power system, in the Iceberg's view, they are all outstanding. Even if the Iceberg were to take over, there would likely be a significant gap compared to Frankie. This weapon is fantastic. Let's call it the Bear Roar Cannon. Noel stroked his chin and decided on the name for this weapon. When this weapon is activated, the bear head opens its mouth wide, resembling a giant bear's roar, bringing catastrophic destruction to the enemies. Thus, the name suddenly came to Noel's mind. No problem. This is your ship. You can decide for yourself. The Iceberg was indifferent to this, and the two smiled as they returned to the deck. At this moment, the subordinates Noel brought had all boarded the Ark, and seeing this massive ship, they all became excited. Several people, noticing the luxurious environment on the ship, resolved that even if it cost them their lives, they would definitely stay on this ship to live. Noel, look, this restaurant is so big. Yamato ran back to the deck and shouted excitedly upon seeing Noel. Hearing the voice, Noel turned to look at Yamato, and upon hearing Yamato's call, the two walked toward the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Noel saw the enormous interior, which not only had private dining rooms for the core members, but also countless small tables for other pirates to dine at. In the center of the restaurant stood a huge stage, equipped with numerous lights, seemingly for hosting banquets. Noel stroked his chin, thinking about this. However, looking at the vast restaurant and the many pirates on the deck, Noel suddenly realized a problem. Alan's chef team would probably need to expand. After all, if the entire Ark was filled to capacity, it could hold up to 1,000 people. If it relied solely on Alan and a few others for cooking, Alan would likely be overwhelmed. So this time, when Noel and the others went to Food City, they had a new goal: to recruit some chefs. These chefs didn't need to have skills as good as Alan's, but they couldn't be too bad either. With Alan as the head chef, Noel believed that after some time, these chef skills would also improve significantly. After silently noting this in his mind, Noel continued to tour the entire arc with the iceberg. After more than an hour of exploration, Noel had a rough understanding of the ship's various conditions, and the iceberg finally completed his task. Mr. Noel, if you think everything is fine, then please give this ship a name. This is my proudest work to date, the iceberg said with a smile. Naming it? Yes. It is indeed time to give it a name, Noel murmured. He called Yamato and the others over to discuss this matter. What? Naming it? Then let's call it the Yamato. Yamato, hearing such an interesting topic, immediately perked up and blurted out the name without thinking. How can you name it after yourself? Let's just call it the Thunder Bear. Noel shot a disgruntled glance at Yamato and voiced his own idea. However, as soon as he mentioned the Thunder Bear, the crowd unanimously rejected it. They thought the name Thunder Bear was too cheesy. Feeling a bit unconvinced, Noel said, since you all think it's too cheesy, then why don't you suggest something? How about calling it the Justice? Gu-chun stroked his chin and said with a grin. Noel tilted his head to look at Gu-chun, a huge question mark floating above his head. This person seems a bit off. We are pirates after all. What kind of name is Justice? It seems Gu-chun's obsession with justice is quite deep, even wanting to name the ship Justice. Moreover, Noel actually felt a bit guilty. He knew very well what he was, and if it were named Justice, how would others perceive him? Thinking of this, Noel quickly shook his head, dismissing that terrifying thought. How about the Flying Chef God? Just in time for me to recruit some chefs, and I can keep an eye on them. Alan chimed in as he saw everyone throwing out names. Meanwhile, Renee smiled at everyone but remained silent, knowing her name would surely be rejected. Right? The apothecary Fishman Karate? Enel couldn't help but join in, and after hearing the name suggested by everyone, he couldn't help but snort coldly and said somewhat proudly, since you all don't know what to call it, let us call it the God-S ship. After all, the blueprints for this arc are all mine. As a god, calling this ship God-S ship is perfectly reasonable. Noel looked at everyone and felt a bit of a headache. He really wasn't very good at naming things. At this moment, Noel also fell into deep thought, various names for the ship constantly flashing through his mind. But he dismissed each one. Unable to help himself, Noel scratched his head and said, naming is really a troublesome thing. Later, it seemed that Noel suddenly thought of something, clapped his hands, and said, how about just calling it Noah? Upon hearing the name Noah, everyone present was taken aback. Only the iceberg hesitantly said that it seemed someone had already named something Noah before. At this time, Noel also recalled the giant ship named Noah in the original story when Luffy was at Fishman Island. It doesn't matter, let's just call it Noah. That ship has long disappeared anyway, Noel said dismissively, waving his hand. As for the meaning of Noah, in his past life, everyone had their own interpretation of the name. Whenever disasters that could lead to the end of the world were depicted in movies, people would refer to it as the Noah's Ark Project, and so on. Just right. Since Noel was also someone who struggled with naming, it would be fine to call it that. Noel, Noah, isn't that a pretty good name? Noel thought to himself. It was decided the ship would be called Noah. Noel made his decision, and the others had no objections to the name. Iceberg, as an outsider, would certainly not oppose it. Ha, the Noah. After the name was confirmed, Yamato burst into laughter. After the recent adventure, Yamato discovered that there were many fun places on this ship, but due to time constraints, she hadn't explored them in detail, only taking a cursory look. Yamato decided that she would revisit every corner of the Noah later. It seemed that Mr. Noel was very satisfied with the Noah, so my task is done. Iceberg approached with a smile and said, you've worked hard, Mr. Iceberg. I am very satisfied with this ship. Noel and Iceberg exchanged pleasantries again. After a brief exchange of niceties, Iceberg took the initiative to say, since there's nothing for me to do here, I'll go ahead and get busy. After you finish here, Mr. Noel, you can directly maneuver the Noah out from above the warehouse. After saying this, Iceberg turned and left, leaving the space for Noel and the others to handle their own matters. Since the battle with Noel and the others, Iceberg had increasingly more tasks at hand, and due to the plans, he had more interactions with the Navy. Now, in Water City, his influence had skyrocketed. It was already quite rare for Iceberg, who was in a career upswing, to spare 2 hours to accompany Noel and the others. After returning to his office, his secretary, Khalifa, walked in holding a pile of documents. Mr. Iceberg, you just postponed 2 meetings, and those people are still waiting for you in the conference room. Khalifa adjusted her glasses and said calmly, is that so? Let's go over there right away. Oh, by the way, warehouse no. 1 has been vacated and can be notified for normal use, Iceberg said as he suddenly remembered something just as he stepped out of the door. Upon hearing that warehouse number 1 was available for normal use, Califa was startled. She was very clear about what was in warehouse number 1. Now that it was empty, the implication was very clear. The Ark had been taken away, and the one who took it was naturally Noel. Califa responded nonchalantly, and once Iceberg entered the conference room, she found a brief moment to dial the phone bug. Be'er, 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 be'er. Brady, Noel, and the others may have quietly infiltrated Water City. They are likely here to take the Ark away, Califa whispered as she reported the information before hanging up. On the other end of the line, Rob Lucci fell into thought after receiving the news. He was somewhat curious about this matter because the Ark had been stored there for a long time, but neither the Navy nor the world government had shown any intention of moving it. Forget it. Our primary task is the Pluto. These matters have nothing to do with us, Lucci thought coldly. On Noel's side, after confirming that his subordinates had a preliminary understanding of the ship, he arranged for everyone to prepare for departure. Once everything was ready, Noel walked into the cockpit with a smile, and lightning erupted from his body, transmitting into the Arkansas. The originally calm Ark began to show some movement, and seeing this, Noel increased the power. Before long, the Ark's energy reached the requirement for departure. Looking at the Ark beneath him, Noel grinned and shouted, "Let's go." Chapter 184. Enel takes office with Noel increasing the power. The Ark slowly began to float upwards. As the massive Ark moved, the sea water below surged, splashing waves in the warehouse. What's going on? What happened? Why is it shaking? We are flying. As soon as the pirates on the Ark heard Noel shout, "Let's go," the entire Ark began to shake slightly, and everyone's perspective started to rise continuously. This huge commotion caused a flurry of panic among everyone on board, but they quickly realized that it was their boss Noel activating his abilities. After all, these people had flown on ships before, and the initial astonishment was only brief. Given the size of the Ark, anyone would feel a bit startled by sudden movement. The Ark is flying, Yamato shouted excitedly from the deck, looking up at the open space above the warehouse, revealing a small patch of blue sky. Hearing the cheers from outside, a smile appeared on Noel's face. After all these years, the Ark he had longed for was finally completed and was now soaring under his control. Moreover, as Noel maneuvered, he discovered that the Ark, meticulously designed by Frankie, was vastly superior to the previous ships that relied solely on brute force for flight. Whether in terms of speed, operational fluidity, or energy utilization, the Ark outperformed the previous ships in every way. For instance, when Noel operated a medium-sized vessel for flight before, it required 1,000 units of energy per hour. But now with Noah, to maintain the same speed, Noel only needed to activate 500 units of power. It was also important to note that the Ark size was significantly larger than previous ships. After all, it was a warship capable of carrying 1,000 people. After leaving the warehouse, Noel took out the permanent pointer he had prepared earlier, observed it for a moment, and then maneuvered the Ark to head towards the food city at full speed. Like a child with a new toy, Noel flew through the sky. And if this were a fighter jet instead of an Ark, he might have performed some aerial stunts just for fun. At this moment, Yamato also approached Noel's side, watching him leisurely operate the ship, and she couldn't help but drool with envy. Yes, Yamato also wanted to manipulate the Ark for a while, but unfortunately, Noel refused because Yamato didn't have lightning abilities. In fact, Yamato could manipulate the Ark as long as Noel stored enough energy for a certain period. It wouldn't require Noel or Enel to continuously supply energy to the Arkansas. Noel calculated that if flying at normal speed, a full energy storage would be enough for the Ark to fly for 5 hours. So Noel said this to deceive Yamato because she was too excited, and Noel was afraid that the Ark, which she had just gotten, would be ruined in Yamato's hands before she could do anything with it. After the Ark flew steadily for a while, Noel's novelty wore off, and the thought of slacking off crept back in her mind. Seeing Enel observing the Ark on the deck, she quickly shouted, "Enel, come and give it a try. I want to pilot the Ark too." Yamato suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but Noel ignored her. Upon hearing Noel call him, Enel quickly came to her side. To be honest, although Enel was very unhappy with Noel assigning him the role of helmsman, he was still very interested in the Ark, especially since it was his first time seeing a real Arkansas. If it weren't for Noel monopolizing the cockpit, he would have come to pilot it long ago. "Enel, I'm only going to teach you once. From now on, this helmsman position will be yours," Noel said, patting Enel's shoulder, acting quite mature. Enel curled his lips, but didn't speak. He just focused intently on the control panel. Seeing Enel like this, Noel couldn't help but chuckle, then proceeded to teach him everything about operating the Arkansas. After confirming that Enel had learned, Noel stretched and returned to the deck. "Noel, when can I also manipulate the Ark?" Yamato approached Noel with a pitiful expression. She had developed a deep obsession with the idea of piloting the Ark. And now, every time she thought about the Ark being right in front of her, but being unable to control it, she felt uncomfortable all over. Soon, once I studied a bit more and developed the energy storage function, you can pilot it, Noel said, seriously lying. Okay, but you have to be quick. I'm really looking forward to it, Yamato said before running off to explore somewhere. Seeing Yamato's excitement, Noel felt a bit guilty. After all, the energy storage system did exist. However, thinking about the possibility of Yamato destroying the entire Ark made Noel quickly dismiss that thought. It was better to wait until Yamato's novelty wore off before considering it again. With the Eternal Pointer, Noel no longer worried about Enel getting lost. She began to wander around the entire Arkansas. Although the iceberg had just shown her around, it was limited in time and only gave a brief tour. There were many interesting places that Noel hadn't had the chance to observe closely. First, Noel arrived at the training room, which was a huge space divided into several smaller rooms. Despite being smaller rooms, the internal space was still quite large. Even when Noel transformed into a giant bear, she wouldn't feel cramped. The entire room was also lined with materials that could discharge electricity, so Noel didn't have to worry about destroying things while training. After taking a quick look at her training room, Noel entered Gu Chen's training room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Gu Chen seriously training inside. I didn't expect to find you here. So, how do you like this training room? Noel said, surprised to see him, and then smiled. Gu Chen looked around the environment and nodded with a smile, saying although it can't compare to training on Sky Island, it's quite good. After all, it's not really possible to train freely while on a voyage. In the original story, Zoro primarily focused on physical training on the ship. Otherwise, given the size of the Sunny, it wouldn't be enough for Zoro to practice his moves. Now, while the training room on the Ark still couldn't let Gu Chen fully unleash his abilities, it was sufficient for practicing swordsmanship. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Noel smiled and said, as long as you're satisfied, I'm going to check other places. Gu Chen nodded and continued his training. Listening to the sounds of Gu Chen training, Noel couldn't help but shake her head, thinking, Gu Chen has really become more and more obsessed with training lately. He's like a training fanatic. There was a reason for Gu Chen becoming like this. During his training on Sky Island, Elvis had told him that he was originally a genius in swordsmanship, but due to that incident, he wasted several years on the island. Now, that Gu Chen wanted to return to the past. It was impossible, so he had to do his best to make up for the time he had wasted. Gu Chen agreed with this point, and since he wanted to execute his justice, he felt that his strength was still too weak, which is why he had become like this. Forget it. Someone like me who slacks off has no right to evaluate Gu Chen. Noel couldn't help but mock herself as she walked towards Renee's laboratory. Although Noel was somewhat lazy on a daily basis, she actually trained every day. No matter if it was windy or rainy, even if she had a lot to do, Noel would persistently complete her daily training. However, at Noel's current level, training was more about maintaining her state rather than improving her strength. The biggest obstacles that she faced were related to her fruit abilities and hockey. There's no need to elaborate on fruit abilities. As for hockey, besides having reached the highest level of armament hockey, she still had a significant gap in the other two types, Conqueror's hockey and observation hockey, from reaching the top. Regarding these last few steps, Noel currently didn't have too many ideas, so she could only follow her usual training plan for now. Upon arriving at Renee's laboratory, Noel gently knocked on the door. After a while, Renee opened the door. Upon seeing Noel, she paused for a moment, then smiled and welcomed Noel into the room. Weren't you piloting the spaceship? How did you suddenly come here? Renee asked, sitting back in her chair and smiling. Noel, while surveying the layout of the entire laboratory, replied, well, after piloting the Ark for so long, I got tired. Right now, Enel is piloting it. Hearing Noel's words, Renee couldn't help but laugh. She had long noticed that Noel treated Enel like a tool, but she had never mentioned it to spare Enel's feelings. That must be tough for him, Renee said with a smile. So, how does this laboratory look? Noel shook her head and said, I can't understand these things. As long as you think it's good, that's enough. If you need anything, just tell everyone, and we will find a way. This laboratory is already sufficient for me. But what truly surprises me is that many of the instruments here are hard to come by. I really don't know where the iceberg got them. Renee was touching the various instruments on the laboratory table, and Noel walked over to take a serious look as well. After realizing that he couldn't understand anything, Noel stood up, preparing to leave, and said, forget it. I won't disturb your work. I'll go check on Alan. Upon entering the dining hall, Noel saw a large number of pirates eating inside. Seeing so many people dining, he headed towards the kitchen. As soon as he walked into the kitchen, He saw Alan directing several pirates in preparing meals. When Alan turned around and noticed it was Noel, he shouted, "You guys, once you're done, bring these dishes up." "What brings you here? Are you hungry? If you are, I can prepare something for you," Alan said with a smile. Noel patted his stomach and replied, "Let's wait a bit. We'll eat together once everyone is done." "All right, then I'll get back to work," Alan said and turned back to his tasks when he realized Noel wasn't there to eat. To be honest, among everyone in Noel's crew, Alan was the busiest one. Especially now that the Ark was operational, his daily workload had increased exponentially. Therefore, during this trip to Food City, it was essential to recruit a few chefs, and then see if any of the residents left behind on Sky Island who were unwilling to fight could cook. After wandering around for a long time, Noel returned to the deck. Noticing the sky was gradually darkening, he called out to Oroorooro to lower the Arkansas. With a splash, the Ark landed on the sea, creating a huge wave and then settled steadily on the surface. Those inside the cabin who felt the movement all came out and saw that they had returned to the sea, looking towards Noel. Noel smiled and said, "It's dark now. Let's dock here for today." "Oh, time for a feast." Yamato cheered instantly. According to the map, if they flew through the night, they could reach Food City by early morning, but if they stopped here now, they wouldn't arrive until tomorrow evening. Renee looked at the map in her hand, somewhat puzzled, and glanced at Noel. Noel, of course, understood the confusion in everyone's hearts. After all, at their current level, staying awake for one night was not a big deal. "According to our plan with Doflamingo, we need to arrive at Food City tomorrow evening," Noel said with a smile. "But if we arrive tomorrow morning, will there be any problems?" Yamato frowned and asked. After a moment of contemplation, Noel replied, "Maybe it's too early. Those people aren't ready yet." The leaders of the underground forces had received information about Doflamingo, which indicated that Noel was heading towards Food City and would arrive tomorrow evening. Therefore, the subordinates recruited by these underground forces had all rushed to Food City, and they were making their final preparations. After all, with Noel's reputation, they were being very cautious to ensure they eliminated him and his crew without fail. Have those people already arrived at Food City? Then it's time to make a big move. Yamato rubbed her hands in excitement. They're just a bunch of lackeys. There's no need to worry too much. Doflamingo has already made plans, so we just need to follow the plan, Noel said somewhat nonchalantly. After eating the meals prepared by Alan, everyone returned to their own rooms to rest. With no further incidents, the next morning, the Ark rose again and headed towards Food City. At that moment, Noel's transponder snail suddenly rang. "Brew, brew, brew." Noel, how's the preparation on your side?" Upon hearing Doflamingo's voice, a cold smile appeared on Noel's face as he said, "We will arrive at Food City on time this evening. Let's have a big celebration together." After receiving the response, Doflamingo laughed darkly. Noel's Ark was flying slightly faster than expected. Originally, he thought they would arrive at Food City in the evening, but they were 2 hours ahead of schedule. "Noel, we can already see the outline of Food City. Should we fly directly over or head back to sail on the sea first?" Guchun asked as he walked up to Noel. After all, the news about a flying ship would surely attract a lot of attention, so Guchun had some concerns. "It's fine, we'll fly directly over. Anyway, the news about the Ark will be known sooner or later," Noel replied somewhat indifferently. Noel had considered whether to conceal the Arkansas. Initially, he did have the idea of hiding it to reduce unnecessary troubles and to ensure the safety of the iceberg. However, things were different now. The iceberg had started a new collaboration with the Navy, and the world government was also keeping a close eye on it, so the iceberg's safety had significantly improved. Therefore, Noel wasn't afraid of dragging the iceberg down. Even if some powerful figures in the sea targeted the Ark, they wouldn't cause trouble for the iceberg, but would come after Noel instead. But with Noel's current strength, who would he be afraid of? The old man Whitebeard wouldn't stoop to such things. As for Charlotte Linlin, she might be a threat, but she would have to come personally to try and seize the Ark. Otherwise, it would be wishful thinking. As for other pirates, he wasn't afraid of them at all. After realizing all this, Noel thought it was better to be bold and eliminate anyone who dared to provoke them rather than hiding away and being looked down upon. "All right, I'll inform Oroorooro." Guchin nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, Noel also stood up and stretched. "These guys, we're almost at our destination. Why aren't they getting ready?" Noel went to the deck and pressed a button on the mainmast. The moment he pressed it, alarms sounded throughout the ship's interior. After a brief commotion, all pirates on board, except those at essential posts, gathered on the deck. "Noel, what are you doing?" "Alan just made me some food, and I haven't even had a chance to eat yet," Yamato said, her mouth full and struggling to chew. Noel was quite curious how Yamato could speak so clearly while being so stuffed. "Eating, eating, eating. All you think about is eating. We're about to reach Food City. Shouldn't you be getting ready?" Noel said irritably. Huh? Didn't you say we'd arrive in the evening? Why are we getting there now? Yamato was momentarily stunned, but soon became excited. For this battle, Yamato had long been itching for action, so arriving at Food City early was just what she wanted. Noel ignored Yamato and turned to shout to the pirates below, "You all should know that once we reach Food City, we will face a dangerous battle. I won't say much more. You are all mature pirates now, and I hope you all can survive." Noel's words made the pirates fall silent for a moment, but soon they erupted into loud cheers. "Don't worry, Captain Norr, we won't embarrass you." "That's right, Captain Norr, we are strong too. Don't underestimate us. Even if we are few in number, we can still crush them." Upon hearing this, Norr's lips curled into a faint smile, but he quickly concealed it and said seriously, "In that case, everyone get ready. In 20 minutes, we will arrive at Food City." The pirates dispersed, each preparing their weapons, and the entire ship became lively. "Norr, will our early arrival affect the plan?" Gu-chan pondered the possible impact on himself and the others. Norr was momentarily taken aback by Gu-chan's words. After glancing at him, he began to chuckle silently. It seemed that Gu-chan was under a lot of pressure this time. After all, Elvis was not here, and the others seemed unreliable. So Gu-chan took the initiative to assume Elvis's responsibilities. Norr didn't point out Gu-chan's change because he thought it was a good thing, indicating that Gu-chan was growing. Norr patted Gu-chan on the shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay. I'll call Doflamingo and inform them. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll go down and check if everyone is ready." Gu-chan knew he was under some pressure, but didn't say much, just turned to do other things. Norr smiled, took out the Din Din Mushi, and dialed Doflamingo's number. "Brew, brew, brew. Doflamingo, we will arrive at Food City in 20 minutes. How are you preparing?" Norr got straight to the point as soon as the call connected. "Hee, we are already prepared and waiting for your arrival," Doflamingo replied with a dark smile. Then, as if he thought of something, he continued, "But among the people coming this time, there are some strong individuals. I hope you don't capsize in the gutter after all. You still owe me a favor." Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Norr sneered and said flatly, "No matter who it is, even if it's Charlotte Linlin, they can't defeat us." "Hey. In that case, let's wait and see." Doflamingo erupted into a maniacal laugh before hanging up. Hey, Doflamingo, I say. At this moment, Trouble approached Doflamingo and leaned toward him. Doflamingo's forehead suddenly bulged with veins as he restrained his disgust and said, "You're too close to me." "Hee, Doflamingo. This time those people have gathered quite a few strong ones. Do you think Brady, Norr, and the others can succeed?" Trouble completely ignored Doflamingo's words and continued to lean closer. Doflamingo finally couldn't hold back and shifted to the side, laughing, "If they fail, I'll personally ensure that Norr survives." I didn't expect you would save him." Trouble chuckled. "After all, I have a heavy bet on him. If he dies, I'll lose big. Moreover, if I save him, it won't just be a simple favor he owes me. In this battle, regardless of which side wins, Doflamingo won't lose." Hey. The good show is about to begin. Let's go." Doflamingo stood up and walked towards the door. Chapter 187. The battle begins 20 minutes past in a flash, and all the pirates were ready for battle. "We have arrived above Food City. Norr, should we descend now?" Gu-chan looked at Norr and asked. "That's right. Let's go down now." Norr replied, then turned to Enel and shouted, "Enel, we're going down." "TCH, I know." Enel rolled his eyes. Although he appeared very impatient, one could see from his expression that he was quite excited. Ever since the last battle with Katakuri, he hadn't participated in a decent fight, and it had been a long time since he had a good workout, so even he felt a bit restless. As Enel maneuvered, the arc began to descend rapidly. At the port of Food City, the entire area was already under the control of the underground forces, with numerous members observing their surroundings, both openly and secretly. "Hey, look up in the sky. There's a ship." Suddenly, a member noticed a ship rapidly descending above them and shouted in panic, "Are you crazy? How could there be a ship in the sky?" His companion looked at him speechlessly, and upon seeing his serious expression, he also looked up. "Holy crap, there really is a ship." His eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. Before the people at the port could react further, the ark was already almost at sea level. Just as the ark was about to land on the water, it suddenly slowed down, looking as if the heavy vessel was gently descending like a feather. Splash! The ark landed on the water, creating a huge splash, and the people at the port finally came to their senses. "It's the Beast Pirates flag. Kaido is here," someone shouted after carefully observing the flag on the Arkansas. But before he could finish, he was punched on the head by someone next to him. "Idiot, how could it be Kaido? It's Brady Norr. He's here." Upon hearing Brady Norr's name, the people present finally realized who was aboard the giant flying ship. "Quick, Sound the alarm and tell the boss. Norr has arrived. The entire port fell into chaos, with some sounding alarms, others dialing din din mushy, and many others drawing weapons, trembling as they pointed them at Norr. At that moment, several angry roars suddenly came from the Arkansas Enel. You bastard, this was intentional, wasn't it? You must have done this on purpose. Norr glared at Enel and shouted. Enel, however, nonchalantly dug at his ear and said, what are you talking about? I was just following your orders. At that moment, Alan and Rennie were slumped on the ground, looking as if they had lost their souls. The rapid descent had made their hearts nearly leap out of their chests. This is so much fun. Let's do it again. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the ship. It was easy to tell it was Yamato's laughter. Only someone carefree like him would propose such an absurd request. No way. Upon hearing Yamato, everyone on the ship, including all the pirates, collectively refused. Seeing this, Yamato could only pout and not say anything further. Enel, just you wait. When we get back to Sky Island, I'll teach you a lesson, Norr said fiercely. After a while, everyone finally regained their composure, standing up and looking towards Food City. Wow, look, is that Food City? There's a huge forest on the island, Yamato exclaimed, leaning over the ship's railing, gazing in surprise at the island. Food City is indeed a city full of delicacies, but in reality, the cuisine on this island is probably even more abundant than that in the city. Noel slowly said to Yamato as he approached her. The fame of Food City is partly due to the many renowned chefs gathering here, but more so because of the rich resources on the island. In that dense forest, countless ingredients grow, and many of them are already rare delicacies in the world without needing to be cooked. It is precisely because the island's resources are so rich that it attracts many chefs who want to create even more delicious dishes. However, the dangers of the island are also quite terrifying. Many plants and animals possess formidable power, and countless people have come here only to never return. This is also why everyone knows about the richness of the resources here. Yet after all these years, the island's resources have not been depleted. To gather high-quality materials from within, one either needs exceptional strength or enough luck, and sometimes both are indispensable. Upon hearing Noel's introduction, Yamato's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. For her, this place was simply paradise. Adventure and food, it's simply perfect. Let us hurry to the island. After dealing with those troublesome guys, we can explore, Yamato exclaimed as she jumped off the ship, landing on the dock with a thud that left a small dent in the ground. Noel sighed deeply and said, everyone, get ready for battle. Let's go down. With that, Noel led everyone off the ship and onto the dock. Enel looked at the crowd gathered at the dock, all pointing weapons at him, and frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed. Before Noel could speak, lightning crackled around Enel's body, and he pointed his golden staff skyward. Judgment of God. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking down on the crowd gathered at the dock. Boom! Explosions erupted, and the already chaotic dock became even more disorderly. Flames spread across the dock, and alarms blared incessantly. Noel, irritated by the alarm, extended a finger and destroyed the alarm above. Let us go, Noel said coldly. Just then, a large group of people walked in from outside the dock. Well, isn't this the infamous Brady Noel? A tall, extremely overweight man said, sticking out his tongue as he stepped forward. Brady Noel, you don't look so impressive. Is your bounty really that high? Said a man wrapped in bandages, holding a giant blade with a sinister tone. Ignoring their taunts, Noel coldly replied, is it just you bunch of trash? Are you underestimating me? Ho, Brady Noel. Do you really think you won't be punished for what you did in the Sabaody archipelago? At that moment, another man stepped out from the crowd. Noel squinted at the man before him, scrutinizing him for a moment before expressing some confusion. Who is this guy? Hearing Noel's words, the man's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low voice. What? You kill my subordinates in Area 2 and still don't recognize me? Oh, hold on a second, Noel said, suddenly enlightened. He pulled out a stack of documents and began flipping through them. The man's words reminded Noel that after confirming the alliance with Don Quixote Doflamingo had sent this information to Magic Valley Town through certain channels, which Noel had retrieved. This document contained details about the leaders and subordinates of major forces, including those recently recruited strong personnel. I thought you looked familiar. Turns out I've seen you here before. Let me check, Noel mumbled as he quickly flipped through the documents. Suddenly, Noel paused and pulled out one of the sheets, exclaiming with a smile, found it. Gabriel, leader of a certain underground force, used to be a pirate, but later turned to illicit activities, primarily human trafficking. Am I right? Noel read the information aloud, then looked up with a smile at Gabriel. After hearing Noel's words, Gabriel's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, not because Noel knew his information, but because Noel's dismissive attitude towards him was infuriating. After all, he was a well-known leader of a powerful force in the underground world. Yet here, he was reduced to a nameless nobody whose name couldn't even be remembered by Noel. Humph, Brady Noel, you will regret everything you've done, Gabriel said with resentment. At the same time, Gabriel was trying his best to control his anger, maintaining the demeanor of a powerful leader. I remember having wiped out many forces. What? Are you the only one here? Noel casually picked at his ear with his pinky, speaking nonchalantly. Of course not. We have gathered over 5,000 elite members on this island. Countless strong ones as well, all prepared for you. I hope you will be satisfied, Gabriel said with a sinister grin before stepping back. Seeing Gabriel wanting to leave, Noel didn't mind. After all, even if these powerful leaders didn't take action, Doflamingo would deal with them. I say, everyone, how about we make a deal? Noel said, looking slowly at the crowd. The tall, overweight man looked intrigued and said, What deal? Are you afraid? You guys let us pass through here, and in exchange, I will spare your lives. How about that? Quite a bargain, right? Noel said with a grin, making an extremely arrogant statement. Are you trying to play us? The overweight man's expression turned sour, and he began to ponder. Faced with so many people, especially the powerful ones among them, Noel seemed completely unconcerned, which made the overweight man hesitant. Generally, anyone who was calm in such a situation was either extremely strong and confident or a fool who couldn't see the reality. In every aspect, Noel appeared to be the former, making the overweight man raise his guard. Hey, how long are you guys going to hide? The overweight man shouted back at his followers. His voice was booming, yet after his shout, no one responded. Just as the overweight man was about to explode with anger, a lazy voice came through. Boren, you fool. We're already prepared. Why do you have to make us show ourselves? A woman with an incredibly hot figure and eyes that seemed electrified stepped forward. As she walked, she attracted the attention of most people present, with many men swallowing hard. The enemies we face are not the fools you encounter before, Judith. Bowen smiled slightly. Initially, they had planned to ambush Noel and the others if the opportunity arose. However, after meeting Noel and the others, Bowen dismissed that idea because he felt a sense of oppression from them. He even thought that if they faced Noel head-on and their numbers were reduced, they could very well be taken out in an instant. Although Bowen found this thought somewhat ridiculous, he couldn't shake it from his mind. To be honest, this was the first time he faced an enemy with such a high bounty, and while he understood what a high bounty meant, having never been to the New World, he was unaware of the actual gap between them. Therefore, to be cautious, Bowen called out all of his hidden accomplices. Bowen, are you scared? A silver-haired, handsome man seemed to appear beside Bowen in an instant. Noel squinted slightly. Even he could barely see the speed of this man. Looks like some interesting enemies have arrived. Noel grinned, his eyes fixed on the man. Bowen chuckled foolishly and said in a deep voice, I just think the enemy is strong. An ambush probably won't be effective. Come on, with so many of us, not to mention Brady Noel, how many people in the Grand Line can be our opponents? Said the bandaged man gloomily. Noel, seeing our strength, I advise you to surrender quickly. I'll give you a reward, Judith said, looking at Noel with a seductive tone. However, Noel merely glanced at Judith before turning his attention back to the silver-haired man. This shouldn't be the case. Generally, someone with that appearance is either a protagonist or an important supporting character. Why have I never seen someone like this in my previous life? Noel stroked his chin, puzzling over the thought. The silver-haired man's looks were almost on par with his own. Typically, people with such high attractiveness are righteous, which left Noel bewildered. As the conversation continued, several figures gradually appeared around Bowen. Each of these individuals exuded a strong presence. So it was no wonder that the bandaged man had said they had few opponents in the Grand Line. But unfortunately, this time their opponents are not the trash they used to encounter. Noel observed the figures that kept appearing, and information about these individuals surfaced in his mind. Judith, bounty 86 million berries. Bandage man, bounty 108 million berries. Bowen, 123 million berries. User the devil fruit fat fruit. Silver-haired man, Enin, 210 million berries. A great swordsman. Among the newly appeared individuals, the lowest bounty was still 50 million berries. Judging by this substantial lineup, these underground leaders had indeed invested heavily. Noel also noticed many individuals without bounties, but whose presence was on par with the bandage man. He estimated that these people were bounty hunters, hence their cooperation with the pirates to appear here. They really think highly of us, actually gathering so many people to deal with us. What a pity. Noel shook his head regretfully. Regret? Do you regret coming here? The bandaged man, mocked upon hearing Noel's words. No, no, no. It's a pity that you people will be buried here, Noel said, just as lightning began to flicker around him. A massive palace of thunder appeared above Noel's head. Boom! As the thunder palace brewed, countless bolts of lightning intertwined and struck down into the dark crowd. And Noel's attack seemed to signal the charge of others like Yamato and Enel. Charge! Don't embarrass Captain Noel. Just a bunch of trash staying in paradise. Eliminate them all. Countless pirates roared. Noel's sudden attack stunned Bowen and the others for a moment, but then they shouted loudly, "Kill him." A reward of 500 million berries for whoever kills Brady Noel. Upon hearing Bowen's words, everyone present stirred and rushed towards Noel. Although they knew that the 500 million for killing Noel was not much, their side had a significant advantage. Noel squinted, somewhat displeased. Only 500 million berries? Is that a bit of a slight against me? Thunder roar. Noel transformed into his bare human form, his height soaring to nearly 6 meters, and unleashed a breath of lightning towards the crowd. After evading the breath, Bowen and the others charged towards Noel, as he was their main target. As long as they killed Noel, this operation could be deemed a success. However, before they could approach Noel, Yamato and the others appeared before them. If you want to disturb our captain, you have to get through us first. Gu-chun slashed at the silver-haired man, who narrowed his eyes at the powerful strike and quickly responded. Clang! A spark flew as their blades clashed together. Gu-chun then kicked in the stomach, followed by another slash aimed at the bandaged man. Damn it, do you want to die? The bandaged man shouted angrily upon seeing Gu-chun block him. He had already intercepted in, and now he was being blocked too. What did this mean? Did he think he could take on 2 opponents? How arrogant. In also stood up, his expression growing colder as he saw Gu-chun's actions. For these powerful individuals, Gu-chun's actions were infuriating, as they felt he was looking down on them. Sorry, I'm not looking down on you. It's just that your strength is truly too weak. Gu-chun provocatively smiled. Since you want to die, then we'll fulfill your wish. The bandaged man charged at Gu-chun with a massive blade. Bandage slash. With a furious roar, the bandage blade struck towards Gu-chun, but Gu-chun merely sidestepped the attack and quickly sheathed his blade, only to draw it out again in an instant. Open door, Phoenix spreading wings. A Phoenix sword energy arced toward the bandaged man and in at high speed. Facing the powerful attack, Inun's expression turned serious as a pure white blade appeared in his hand. Silver white, falling blade. Bang! The pristine blade clashed with the Phoenix sword energy, producing a muffled sound, and In staggered back several steps as the Phoenix sword energy dissipated. Rest gate, sword shadow. After seeing his attack blocked, Gu-chun moved at incredible speed around the two, creating countless afterimages as he unleashed a flurry of sword energies from all directions. Gu-chun's attack made In and the bandaged man shrink their eyes. After a simple collision, they realized that the enemy before them was extremely powerful, something they could not handle alone. In was also a bit puzzled. Although Gu-chun's swordsmanship was exquisite, In felt he could manage it. But there seemed to be a certain power on Gu-chun's blade that greatly enhanced his attacks. It was this power that made it difficult for In to just block the attacks. Fortunately, the bandaged man was by Inun's side, so the two of them could still cope with Gu-chun's assaults. On the other side, Enelu appeared next to Boren, his golden stick pointing at Boren, releasing a surge of electricity. After discharging, Enelu vanished again, appearing high in the sky. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Enelu continuously struck the thunder drum behind him, and a series of thunder dragons shot up into the sky, then launched attacks on the enemies below. While releasing the thunder dragons, Enelu also imitated Noel, guiding the thunder clouds in the sky with lightning. Soon, the sky darkened, and the sound of thunder roared continuously. Enelu looked at Boren, who shook his head. Just moments ago, Enelu's discharge made him feel a wave of paralysis, but the thick layer of fat on his body prevented him from taking any real damage. Ha! Your attacks are useless against me, Boren said, sticking out his tongue and grinning at Enelu. Enelu had long been displeased with the big fat man, so as soon as the battle started, he appeared beside him. However, he didn't expect that this big guy could take a hit, and he couldn't take him down. Boren's taunts made Enelu even more annoyed. With lightning flashing around him, Enelu appeared above Boren's head, stepping on Boren's head and releasing a powerful current. 100 million volts. Discharge. Zizizi. A burst of electric light flashed, and this time smoke began to rise from Boren's body. Enelu coldly said, "Who gave you the courage to dare to challenge the majesty of the gods?" Haha, I am a fat fruit user. I can block all your attacks. Boren laughed again at this moment. Oh, then let me see how long you can withstand it, Enelu replied, pointing his golden stick at the sky. Divine judgment. As soon as Enelu's words fell, an enormous thunderbolt crashed down on Boren like a beam of light. The attack was incredibly fast, even though Boren saw Enelu's movements. He couldn't dodge in time and could only watch as he was struck by the thunder. Fat release. Boren suddenly roared as he was engulfed in a writhing mass of fat. As the thunder dissipated, Boren appeared before Enelu, now surrounded by wisps of smoke and breathing heavily. Hey, your attacks are nothing special, Boren grinned. In this battle, Boren's task was to find ways to hold Enelu back and prevent him from supporting others. As soon as the plan was established, intelligence about Noel and his group was laid out before everyone. They believed that the most troublesome ones were not Noel and Yamato, but rather the natural type, Enelu. Alright, there's also Alan, who is similarly placed on the troublesome list. In the Grand Line, those with armament haki were far fewer than those with devil fruit powers, so there weren't many methods to deal with these natural type users. Moreover, Enelu, as a thunder fruit user, was even harder to deal with, possessing unparalleled advantages in both attack and speed. Plus, with the ability to elementalize, it left them a loss. Ultimately, they could only think of a compromise to hold Enelu back. This is where Boren, as a fat fruit user, showed his usefulness. His task was simple, to continuously taunt Enelu and keep him occupied. They had analyzed Enelu's personality and concluded that he was extremely proud, and constant taunting had a high probability of keeping him engaged. This was why Boren could still talk tough despite being beaten badly. Sure enough, when Enelu heard Boren's words, his face darkened. It's important to note that aside from Noel, no one else dared to say his attacks were just mediocre. Noel only acted that way because of his fruits counter, so why did this big fat man have the audacity to say such things? Zizizi. Enelu was enveloped in lightning, and a massive electric net formed around him. The moment he pointed his golden stick at Boren, he appeared next to him. Bang! The golden stick, now covered in haki, turned black and smashed into Boren's stomach. Boren immediately bent over, spitting out saliva, and then Enelu stopped using his powers, instead unleashing a flurry of attacks with his golden stick against Boren. Fat battle car. Boren's eyes flashed fiercely as he was once again enveloped in fat, rolling towards Enelu like a meatball. If Noel had seen this scene, he would have shouted, "You're still missing some shurikens." Indeed, Boren's ability resembled Ding C's meat tank at this moment. Boren quickly rolled towards Enelu, but to Enelu, this attack was hardly even an attack. He couldn't even be bothered to elementalize, simply dodging with a light flash. When Boren finally stopped rolling, Enelu appeared beside him again, continuously striking him with his golden stick. Damn it, even though I use fat for defense, why does it still hurt so much? Boren showed a pained expression. He couldn't understand why what seemed like a mundane attack felt so painful when it landed on him. He was a fruit user, after all, and before encountering Enelu, he had always been confident in his defenses. Previous enemies' attacks barely tickled him, but Enelu was different. Despite not looking strong, his attacks were ferocious. Oomph. Is that all you've got? Get up. Enelu sneered at the pained Boren. While it was true that his lightning attacks had little effect on Boren, it didn't mean that was his only way of attacking. Enelu was no longer the same as before, even without using his fruit powers. He could be considered a strong fighter with just his physical skills and haki. Salt hell. At another part of the battlefield, Alan was surrounded by falling salt grains. And as he looked at the enemies before him, he touched the ground with both hands, causing a massive wave of salt to surge forth. Enemies touched by the salt wave instantly turned into desiccated corpses, as the moisture within their bodies was rapidly absorbed by the salt. On this battlefield, the advantages of a nature-type fruit were fully displayed, with various large-scale attacks being unleashed carelessly. In contrast, the enemy's attacks had no effect on Alan. Even when they managed to strike him with a blow, he evaded it through his elementalization. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? One person gazed at Alan in the distance, their eyes gleaming with fear. The towering salt wave made it impossible to evade, and once they came into contact with the salt, their moisture would begin to drain, leading to an instant transformation into a desiccated corpse with large-scale contact. Is there no one who can stop him? One person gritted their teeth and said fiercely. With Alan on the battlefield, his presence was like a bug. No one could approach him. Without a powerful individual to intercept him, the 5,000 people on the field would likely be dealt with solely by Alan himself. As Alan activated his abilities and noticed that he had attracted the attention of most people on the battlefield, he couldn't help but smile. He was no longer the one dragging everyone down. Ever since setting sail with Noel and the others, he had always been the one needing protection. Even though he had been training desperately, it still wasn't enough. Because Noel and the others were simply too powerful, the enemies they faced were usually of that caliber, making such battles inaccessible for Alan. Thus, he had always harbored some feelings of inferiority, thinking he was holding everyone back, and every time a battle arose, someone had to be assigned to protect him. But now it was different. With the ability of the salt fruit, he finally had the capacity to fight on his own. Salt hell. With this thought, Alan let out a low roar and activated his fruit ability once more. As soon as Alan's voice fell, the ground, which had just calmed, began to surge again, with scattered salt grains on the battlefield gathering to form several gigantic whirlpools. Countless people were sucked into the whirlpools, and before they could struggle, they quickly became withered, as if aged. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet flew toward Alan's head at high speed. While unleashing his powers, Alan's pupils contracted. Under his observation haki, the bullet posed a threat to him. With no time to think, Alan instantly elementalized and vanished from his spot, and the next moment, the bullet hit the exact location he had just occupied. All the salt grains coalesced, and Alan appeared not far away, glancing solemnly at the bullet on the ground, before looking toward the position from which the bullet had been fired. Haki, Alan muttered softly. The bullet that had posed a threat to him was wrapped in a faint aura of haki, clearly indicating that the shooter possessed haki. Naturally, the leaders of those underground forces weren't fools. They certainly knew about the power of haki, but it was simply rare in the Grand Line, Alan murmured. Alan's nature-type fruit was, strictly speaking, a secret. Among those who knew this information, aside from Noel and a few others, only Doflamingo was aware. Doflamingo had leaked news about Alan's fruit ability to unite these individuals. He had to present some real capabilities to gather them together, and Alan's ability was one of the more important pieces of this information. No doubt about it. However, the salt fruit ability was different from the thunder fruit. While the salt fruit was indeed powerful, it was still somewhat inferior in danger compared to the thunder fruit. For example, the salt fruit was afraid of water, and its mobility was also worse than that of the thunder fruit. Because of this, the leaders of the underground forces had devised certain plans against Alan. For instance, they arranged for a haki-using sniper to hide in the shadows and occasionally fire bullets to threaten Alan, preventing him from acting recklessly. Although this method wasn't the best, it was the limit of what they could achieve in a short time. If it weren't for Doflamingo's intervention, this operation would likely have taken much longer to implement. They would gather more forces and make more targeted arrangements against Noel and the others before launching their attack. As for why they were in such a hurry now, Doflamingo raised 2 points. One was that during this outing of Noel and the others, Elvis was absent from the ship, meaning that among Noel's trio of powerful forces, Elvis was missing. The absence of a powerful force like Elvis significantly weakened Noel and his companions, and who knew when such an opportunity would arise again. It required timing, location, and personnel. They needed to coincide with Noel's outing while ensuring that the top-tier combat power on the ship was absent, and also make sure that these individuals were aware of their itinerary. Such circumstances were incredibly rare, and with Elvis missing this time, it alleviated considerable pressure for them. The second point was about growth. Doflamingo brought up the matter of the Destroyer King, Triss. The underground leaders present were also familiar with Triss, having heard of the enmity between him and Noel a few years back. Thus, Doflamingo detailed the events between Noel and Triss, from Noel being ruthlessly chased at the start to later killing Triss' first mate and one of the 4 pillars. And now Noel was no longer afraid to face Triss' entire pirate crew head-on. This frightening potential for growth made those present somewhat uneasy, prompting Doflamingo to assert that if they truly wanted to take revenge on Noel, they needed to act quickly. At the same time, Doflamingo revealed Alan's fruit ability to inform everyone of his potential for the future. It was precisely because of these 2 aspects that these individuals were rapidly united, and coincidentally, Doflamingo had knowledge of Noel's next journey, which led to the planning of this operation. One could say that Doflamingo had considered the personalities and concerns of these individuals thoroughly, even factoring in their positions. These people had been thoroughly humiliated by Noel on Sabeti Archipelago, and if they didn't quickly retaliate against him, they would likely face even more hostility from others. Only by annihilating Noel with thunderous force could they dispel the prying eyes on them. On the battlefield, Yamato wielded a spiked bat, continuously swinging it with vigor. The group of minions before her hardly piqued her interest. Where did those seemingly powerful individuals go? Why couldn't she find any of them? Yamato said with some confusion. It should be known that before the battle started, not only did the silver-haired man and his companions seem formidable, but Yamato had also discovered more powerful individuals hiding in the shadows. But now she couldn't find any of them, which left Yamato a bit perplexed. Originally, she was eager to cause a big ruckus. But the current situation was that if she didn't take the initiative to deal with those lackeys, no one would trouble her at all. Yamato gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Forget it. As long as I eliminate all these people, the strong ones will naturally appear." Although Yamato was somewhat simple-minded on usual days, she could still be quite clever at times, like now. Yamato jumped forcefully and landed in the crowd. The next second, a violent explosion sounded, scattering the people around her in all directions. Then, Yamato entered her Demon Slayer mode, and no enemy could stand against her under her club. "Hey, girl, why are you so angry?" A seductive voice came over, and it was Judith, the hot figure from earlier. Seeing Yamato continuously reaping enemies from afar, Judith had no choice but to intercept her. However, to Judith's surprise, Yamato didn't say a word and charged at her, swinging her club down fiercely. Bang! Judith barely managed to draw 2 daggers in front of her when Yamato's club smashed her away instantly. Her originally beautiful and alluring face was now covered in blood, looking extremely grotesque. Before she even hit the ground, she had already fallen silent. Did someone just talk to me? Yamato looked around in confusion and then threw the thought aside to continue her harvesting. Judith could never have imagined that she appeared so weak before Yamato, unable to even attract her attention. Compared to Yamato's light injuries, Noel was feeling somewhat constrained. The leaders of these underground forces had thrown all their strength into taking down Noel. Among these people, many were as strong as the silver-haired man, and some were even stronger than him. Moreover, Noel had just discovered that a few of them were wrapped in armament haki, indicating that these were the core powerhouses of their group. Because of this, Noel felt somewhat troubled, as he had previously agreed with Guchun to handle all the strong opponents in this battle. However, it seemed that all these strong ones had come to him, and while they posed little threat, they were quite troublesome. If he were to let loose, he could finish the battle in no time. But then he couldn't report back to Guchun. Defeating these weaker opponents wouldn't benefit Noel at all, but Guchun was different. He could gain more experience from these encounters, initially coming to fight Noel with thoughts of life and death. They soon found that this guy was not as strong as they had imagined, and they became increasingly eager to fight. "Brady Noel, is this all the strength you have? It seems we overestimated you," said a man dressed very plainly, yet with a cold demeanor. However, Noel completely ignored him, dodging his punch and disappearing in a flash of lightning. This action only reinforced the attacker's belief that Brady Noel was merely a name without substance. They thought his strength was likely weaker than that of his subordinates, and this was all just an elaborate ruse. "Ah, you people are really quite annoying," Noel said lazily. He also couldn't understand why these people were so desperate to fight him when he had spared their lives. "If you only have this much strength, then you might as well stay here forever," the plain-dressed man sneered again. Noel paused for a moment, then turned to shout at Guchun, "Guchun, haven't you finished yet? I'm getting a bit impatient." Whoosh! As soon as Noel's words fell, he vanished again, and the next moment, countless attacks struck the spot where he had just been. "TCH, not strong, but pretty fast," a black-haired beauty with a cigarette remarked. "The weaker they are, the better. It gives us a better chance." A very muscular man who looked like a simpleton laughed loudly. At this moment, Guchun had just dealt with the bandaged man, and the remaining silver-haired man was gasping for breath, half kneeling on the ground, covered in numerous wounds that were bleeding profusely. "Damn it, why is your attack so fierce?" the silver-haired man said, somewhat unwilling. Guchun glanced at him coldly, then turned and headed toward Noel's direction. As he passed by the silver-haired man, he quietly said, "You're just a frog in a well. Unfortunately, you won't get to see a broader world." Crash! The moment Guchun passed by the silver-haired man, a massive wound suddenly erupted on his body, blood spraying into the sky and splattering everywhere. "Is that so?" the silver-haired man managed to say as he lay dying. Then his breath faded away, collapsing to the ground. When Guchun arrived at Noel's battlefield, he saw Noel surrounded by more than 10 attackers. Noel was continuously dodging among them, and there were many opportunities for counterattacks, but he didn't strike back. Guchun knew Noel was holding back, saving these people for him, and rushed forward. "Need help? That bandage guy and the show-off are too weak. They were dealt with so quickly," the plain-dressed man shouted with a dark expression. Instantly, 5 of the people surrounding Noel jumped out and charged toward Guchun. "Useless. Even if you bring reinforcements, you're still going to die today," The plain-dressed man said as he watched Noel narrowly dodge his attack again. You guys can fight, but why all the talking? Noel finally couldn't hold back any longer. These people seemed to be sick, constantly chattering away, which was really annoying. Noel couldn't understand why these people talked so much. Did they have muscle for brains? After all this time, they hadn't even touched him once. Didn't that demonstrate something? Why did they always perceive him as a weakling instead of a strong one? If the roles were reversed, could they guarantee that they wouldn't get hurt at all while being attacked by so many? Anyone with a bit of sense would have noticed something was off, and the smarter ones would have already retreated to avoid getting into greater trouble. Yet among those surrounding him, not a single person realized this. Instead, they became even more excited. Noel glanced over at Guchen's side and noticed that none of the people trying to intercept were particularly strong. These formidable individuals all stayed on their side, and Norr was increasingly troubled. This way, Norr still couldn't take action. Suddenly, Norr's eyes brightened as he thought of a way to escape the predicament. Guchen, let's swap positions, Norr shouted, and immediately, the lightning around him exploded, sending the few people surrounding him flying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Norr dashed towards Guchen at lightning speed, and Guchen, seeing Norr's movement, understood his intention. Open the door, Phoenix spreads its wings. A crescent slash instantly cut through the air from Guchen's blade, and just as the people around Guchen reacted, Norr had already reached behind them. Waves of thunder, countless fist shadows entwined with domineering power, and lightning instantly enveloped the few individuals. And facing this front and back assault, their faces turned ugly. However, everything happened too quickly for them to react before the attack hit them. Boom! The few were instantly killed. All right, those few are up to you. If I see them again, I might not be able to help but kill them all, Norr said to Guchen before disappearing from the spot again. Chapter 193. I can only send you off this world. Damn it, don't let him escape. The few individuals blasted by the lightning saw the cooperation between Norr and Guchen, and after the few responsible for intercepting were instantly killed, they became furious. Brady Norr's strength was not strong, but he was very slippery. He had held on for a long time under the siege of the crowd, and once his companions arrived, he relied on their strength to defeat those few. Norr's actions felt like a slap to their faces, leaving them quite embarrassed. They had just mocked Norr for being too weak, and in the blink of an eye, he had responded with the help of a companion. But even if those few were killed, they didn't think it was Norr's achievement. Instead, they believed the credit belonged to Guchen. If Norr's strength was really that strong, why didn't he reveal it from the start and instead drag them along until Guchen arrived? What does this imply? It implies that Norr's strength wasn't that great. In their self-justifying thoughts, everything became more reasonable. Fortunately, Norr had already left. Otherwise, knowing their thoughts, he might not be able to resist the urge to kill them. Just as a few were preparing to chase Norr, Guchen suddenly appeared before them, blocking their way. Sorry, your opponent is me, Guchen said politely with a smile, drawing his sword. Damn it, don't obstruct us, the rustic man said fiercely. That won't do. If I can't stop you, Norr might really get angry, Guchen said, retracting his smile and shaking his head. Since you're seeking death, don't blame us. The rustic man turned to the others and said, kill him first. As soon as the rustic man finished speaking, Guchen appeared beside him and slashed down. Clang! The rustic man quickly raised his darkened arms to block, and the sword in his fists collided, producing a sound akin to steel clashing. Oh, hockey? Guchen raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. After fighting for so long, he finally encountered someone who could use hockey. However, Guchen thought it made more sense. If the subordinates of those underground forces couldn't even use hockey, then those forces would be too low level. Our target is not you. If you let us pass obediently, I can spare one of you, the rustic man said coldly. That won't do. Norr is our captain, Guchen replied cheerfully. As soon as he finished speaking, Guchen instantly vanished from the spot. Wound Gate Dragon Dance. Guchen moved with lightning speed, slashing at the few people like a dragon soaring through the sky. The afterimages produced by his rapid speed surrounded the few individuals, making it seem to the rustic man and the others as if they were encircled by Guchen. Countless slashes fell from all directions, and the rustic man had no time to think and quickly covered himself with armed hockey. At the same time, the muscular man stood in front of the black-haired woman, both wrapping their bodies in armed hockey. Clang, clang, clang. The knife collided with them, producing continuous crisp sounds, while these sounds also emitted muffled noises from the blades striking the other individuals. The others never expected the power Guchen unleashed in an instant to be so strong that even the rustic man could only protect himself. with no energy left to protect anyone else. As the smoke cleared, only 4 individuals remained on the field, Guchun and the 3 who could use hockey. Guchun smiled and said, "All right, now it's just us left. I hope your strength can satisfy me. This is troublesome. I didn't expect this person's strength to be so formidable." Dilu was even killed by him, the rustic man said with a grim expression. The Dilu he mentioned was the one Guchun had just killed. Although he couldn't use hockey, he was indeed a devil fruit user. What the rustic man didn't expect was that Dilu hadn't even revealed his fruit ability before Guchun cut him down. "We can't win. Let's find a chance to retreat." "I feel this operation is going to fail," the smoking woman said softly. "Didn't Doflamingo say he would send people to support us? Why haven't they arrived yet?" The muscular man said foolishly. His words reminded the other 2 of Doflamingo's existence. "I don't know. Maybe something happened. Let's take care of ourselves first," the rustic man said, taking a deep breath before speaking slowly. Meanwhile, Doflamingo was arriving at a hidden location. "Hee, is this the place? It really was hard to find," Doflamingo said with a sinister laugh before kicking open the door. "Who is it?" Before the guards could react, they were horrified to find that they couldn't control their bodies. "What do you want?" Another guard suddenly realized that his companion was fearfully drawing his sword to attack him. "I don't know. I can't control my body," the control guard said in panic. Doflamingo's fingers moved slightly, controlling both of them. "Hee, let's go in. Someone is waiting for us inside." Doflamingo led the way inside, arriving at a room where, apart from the 2 control guards, everyone else lay in a pool of blood. Doflamingo's fingers moved again, and the 2 control guards kicked open the door. "Who is it? Doflamingo?" After hearing the sound of his door being kicked open, the person inside the room immediately became furious. However, when he looked up, he was surprised to find that it was Doflamingo who had arrived. "What are you doing here, Doflamingo?" The leader glared at Doflamingo with a sullen expression, his eyes darting around the room. "Don't think about it. I've completely taken control of this place. You can't escape," Doflamingo said as he casually pulled a chair and sat down. "I think you can guess my purpose for coming here, so I'll get straight to the point. Hand over everything you have, and I'll let one of you live," Doflamingo stated bluntly. "What? Impossible," the leader yelled angrily. But Doflamingo remained calm, a hint of regret in his tone as he said, "Is that so? What a pity. I can only send you off to the next world." Before the leader could respond, Doflamingo raised his flintlock and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! "Let's move on to the next place." As Doflamingo and his subordinates began their operations, the leaders of various underground forces were eliminated one by one, and Doflamingo collected their wealth. "Hey, Doflamingo, do we really have to hand over all this treasure to that guy Brady Noel?" Torpole said, sniffling as he approached Doflamingo. "Hey, watch your snot, Tor," Doflamingo said, feeling a bit uneasy as he dodged to the side. "Hee, there's no way around it. A deal is a deal. We have to give this stuff to him. If he gets angry, it could be troublesome," Doflamingo said with a dark smile. The underground leaders didn't know Noel's strength, but Doflamingo certainly did. If he really crossed Noel, he had to be ready to run at any moment. He believed he was not weaker than Noel, but his subordinates were still lacking compared to Noel's. If they angered Noel, he would have to guard against his retaliation, which was something Doflamingo couldn't afford. Noel was such a petty person. If he provoked him, he might end up losing Dressrosa. "What a pity. I didn't expect these people to have collected so much wealth," Torpole said, disappointed as he wiped his nose. "Hee, it's okay. With these people's channels, collecting wealth again is just a matter of time," Doflamingo said, glancing at the treasures before turning and heading to the next destination. "Hey, Noel, what are you doing here?" At this moment, Noel was sitting on a large rock, overlooking the battlefield, while Yamato had somehow run over. "I was about to ask you the same thing. Did the battle end?" Noel said, glancing at Yamato with a bit of confusion. Yamato replied nonchalantly, "I took a wrong turn and saw you here, so I came over." Noel rubbed his forehead and stood up, saying, "Forget it. Let's go resolve this farce. It's been dragging on long enough, and I estimate Doflamingo is about done." "Oh, then let's hurry over," Yamato responded, staring intently at Noel. Noticing Yamato's unwavering gaze, Noel realized what Yamato meant and felt a vein pop on his forehead as he said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Of course, I'll take action." Yamato continued to stare at Noel and replied, "Oh, I see." Noel instantly fell silent, not understanding why Yamato had changed so much. She used to be so innocent, but now she was always staring at him, making it impossible for him to slack off, with Yamato keeping a close watch. Noel had no choice but to stand up and head toward the battlefield. At that moment on the front lines, with Ren-E leading and aided by Noel and Enel's abilities, they had gained a significant advantage. The group Noel brought was already very strong. Aside from a few newcomers who couldn't use haki yet, most of them could use armament haki, coupled with years of honing their skills. They maintained an absolute advantage even when facing enemies 10 times their number. In contrast, the gathered forces of the underground factions were of mixed quality and strength, belonging to different leaders, making coordination quite troublesome. Their first joint operation was riddled with flaws, even to the absurd extent of their own people blocking each other's paths. Perhaps after a few more coordinated attempts, their overall synergy would improve significantly, but unfortunately, they wouldn't have another chance. Fishman Karate, Tangling Grass Roof Fist. After a brief buildup of power, Ren-E delivered a powerful punch forward, unleashing a strong shockwave that sent countless enemies flying who were approaching her. Isn't it over yet on Noel's side? Ren-E stood up, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she looked around in confusion. Given Noel's strength, those lackeys shouldn't have been able to hold them off for so long, yet the battle had been going on for a while, and she still couldn't see any sign of them, causing her to wonder. Could Noel be slacking off? Ren-E suddenly thought of something, her expression turning strange. However, this was different from usual. Ren-E wouldn't say anything when Noel slacked off in their daily lives, but this was on the battlefield. Surely he wouldn't do that, right? Ren-E felt uncertain about her thoughts and had to temporarily suppress that doubt. Divine Judgment. Enel summoned lightning once again, striking Bauer, who was now charred all over, making his formerly plump figure appear slim. Ha ha, how many more attacks can you withstand? Enel smiled as he looked at the incapacitated Bauer. This big guy had been a constant source of annoyance for Enel. Even though he wasn't strong, he was very durable and always taunted him. How could the proud Enel accept this? He had to keep attacking Bauer. Fortunately, as a user of the Rumble fruit, Enel's attack range was vast, allowing him to attack Bauer while also manipulating lightning to support the front lines. However, after such a long time, Enel was about to be sick of it. At first, Bauer had tried to fight back, but eventually he stopped attacking altogether and focused on defense. Thankfully, after Enel's relentless efforts, Bauer had reached his limit. His fat body finally worn down. Hee, I really can't beat you, but I suppose Brady Noel must have died by now. Bauer laughed as he lay on the ground. In Bauer's view, having held off Enel for so long under the siege of so many people, Noel should have already perished by now, thus achieving their objective. Even if I lose, it doesn't matter. Losing to the Thunderfruit user is not embarrassing. As long as the overall plan succeeds, this beating won't be in vain. Huh, what are you talking about? Hearing Born's words, Enel's head was filled with a big question mark. Noel is dead? How is that possible? Do these trash think they can kill Noel? Although Enel didn't believe it, he still began to search for Noel's presence using his observation haki. Before long, Enel found where Noel was and, through electromagnetic wave sensing, saw Noel lazily making his way to the battlefield. Chapter 195. I really am a hard worker. Finding Noel made Enel feel relieved, but he was also annoyed by Boren's earlier words. He couldn't understand how these weaklings thought they could kill Noel while being so weak themselves. Are you talking about those trash who came with you? It seems they didn't even touch Noel's clothes before they were all wiped out. Enel's body crackled with lightning as he coldly looked at Boren. Hearing Enel's words, Boren was stunned, but then shook his head in disbelief and said, "You're lying to me. You must be lying to me. How could that be? Although the intel says Brady Noel is strong, we sent so many people to besiege him. How could they all be wiped out without even touching his clothes?" It's worth noting that among that group, many were much stronger than him. He could hold off Enel by himself. It didn't make sense that so many people couldn't take down one Noel. "Heh, just take it as if I'm lying to you," Enel sneered, gathering lightning around his golden staff. Zzz. Soon the lightning on the golden staff grew larger and more dazzling as Enel compressed the lightning energy. Once it was compressed to a certain level, Enel pointed the golden staff at Boren. Divine Punishment. A flash of lightning shot past. As if the moment Enel pointed at Boren, the attack had already struck him. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and Enel vanished in a flash of lightning. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater appeared where Boren had fallen, and Boren was turned to ash under Enel's attack. TCH, did you really think that just by holding me up for a while, you were strong? I was just playing with you, Enel scoffed. Although Boren's fruit ability was indeed good for defense, coupled with his constant taunting of Enel, it turned the battle into a war of attrition. However, that didn't mean Boren's strength could compare to Enel's. If Enel had used his full strength from the beginning, Boren would have been eliminated quickly. He just didn't want to waste that much effort. With that loud noise, it caught Alan's attention from afar. Through his observation haki, Alan knew that Enel's battle had ended. "Looks like I need to hurry up," Alan muttered. Salt hell. A massive wave of salt surged into the sky, and Alan blended into the giant salt wave. Seeing Alan disappear into the salt wave, the sniper quickly stood up, wanting to leave. But as he stood and hadn't run far, he saw a figure appear before him. "Where do you think you're going?" Alan smiled at him. Cold sweat dripped from the sniper's forehead. He hadn't expected that the enemy he had perfectly restrained would suddenly appear beside him. If he had that capability, why was he standing far away, subjected to his restraint? "Are you wondering why I didn't take you out right away?" Alan said with a grin. "If it weren't for that Noel guy, the moment you showed up, I would have eliminated you." As Alan spoke, he used salt to bind the sniper's feet. If it weren't for Noel wanting to train his subordinates with Alan's fruit ability, those people would have been cleaned up long ago, and he wouldn't have been stuck here for so long. "Well then, goodbye," Alan said with a smile, and his form dissolved into a pile of salt grains. The sniper now lay on the ground, a lifeless corpse. When everyone gathered on the front battlefield, with the addition of these people, the underground forces had already been at a disadvantage, and now the situation was falling apart. Some among them wanted to fight to the death and charge towards Noel, while others sought to escape, dropping their weapons and fleeing. The line that could have been maintained instantly collapsed, and seeing this situation, Noel's troops became more energized and charged forward with a roar. "I say, did you all come to a consensus? Why did you only arrive now?" Renee said irritably as she looked at the few people who appeared beside her. She had just been wondering why they hadn't dealt with their opponents, and then these people all ran over at once. If even one of them had come earlier to help her, this battle would have been over long ago, and she wouldn't have had to fight so hard. "Haha, just consider it a training exercise for my subordinates. They haven't experienced a big battle in a while. They need to toughen up," Noel said with a cheerful smile, scratching his head. Before Renee could speak again, Noel stretched and said, "Hasn't Gu-chan finished his battle yet? So slow. Let's not just watch. We should deal with these people in front of us first, and then go over to Gu-chan," Noel said to himself. But when he turned around, he found the people who had been standing beside him had already disappeared. "Hey, what are you guys going to do?" Noel shouted at the retreating figures. "We're going to check on Gu-chan. You take care of this." Yamato turned and said with a grin, "Damn it, I knew it would be troublesome for me. I'm really a hard worker today," Noel grumbled. Lightning crackled around Noel as he began to guide the thunderclouds in the sky. Soon, a series of thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning struck down to the ground. With his powerful observation haki, Noel precisely controlled the lightning to strike at the enemies. The members of the underground forces who still wanted to resist fiercely were quickly dealt with by Noel, leaving only those who had lost their fighting spirit. "Hey, Beck, you take these people to clean up the battlefield, tie them up, and then bring them back to Sky Island as laborers. I'm going to check over there." Noel ordered the others before lazily walking toward Gu-chen's direction. When Noel arrived, Gu-chen's battle was also nearing its end. Rest Gate, Sword Shadow. Countless afterimages surrounded the three men from the Earth faction, and slashes targeted their vital points. At this point, the three men were already covered in blood, with numerous sword wounds on their bodies, gasping for breath, clearly at their limit. Seeing Gu-chan launch another attack, the three men quickly gathered their spirits to defend. "Hey, Gu-chan, why are you so slow? If you don't hurry, we're going to get to the gourmet city." Yamato shouted to Gu-chan. The sound not only startled Gu-chan, but also left the three people momentarily stunned. When they turned their heads, despair engulfed them. They realized that, according to the intelligence, all the cadres of the Norr group had already arrived here. Chapter 196. What are you pretending for? The moment the three saw the Norr group, they knew there was no escape for them. "Damn it, what is Doflamingo doing? Why hasn't anyone come over?" The earthy man muttered in despair. Now, they could only pin their hopes on Doflamingo. As long as reinforcements arrived, they would still have a glimmer of hope for escape. Hearing the earthy man's words, Noel couldn't help but chuckle. The battle was almost over, and Doflamingo's people hadn't arrived yet. What does that signify? No one needed to say it. It seemed that these few people had indeed run out of options and could only cling to that one last straw. Give up on that hope. "Doflamingo just told me that they won't be coming," Norr said with a smile, addressing the three. "No, it's impossible." The earthy man was taken aback upon hearing Norr's words. He shouted in disbelief, but the despair in his eyes deepened. With Norr's reminder, he realized that since Doflamingo hadn't come by now, it was certain he wouldn't come, and perhaps he had already sold them out. "Let's wrap this up quickly. We can head to the food city and have a look," Norr said to Gu-chan before turning to leave with the others. "Please don't kill me. Just don't kill me, and I'll do anything." The black-haired beauty, upon hearing Norr's words, hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Her actions shattered the resolve of the other two, who also kneeled on the ground, pleading for Gu-chan to spare them. Gu Chun had initially planned to draw his sword and continue fighting, but in the next moment, these three had already lost their will to fight, only wishing to survive, which left Gu Chun somewhat speechless. To be honest, Gu Chun was not too satisfied with this battle because among the gathered underground forces, only these three were barely worth looking at. The others were simply too weak, providing negligible improvement to the fight. After finally finding three somewhat capable individuals, they were now kneeling and begging for mercy after just a short fight. Looking at the three, Gu Chun had no choice but to sheath his sword and consider how to deal with them. After pondering for a moment, Gu Chun slowly said, "You three will work as laborers for 3 years, and after that, I will spare your lives." Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, the three's eyes lit up, and they quickly agreed. 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years will be fine. As long as we can live, there is hope. If we die, then we truly have nothing. The reason Gu Chun was willing to spare their lives was quite simple. Their strength was decent, and after some training, they could be useful, at least as ordinary cadres. Considering the lack of mid-level strength in his pirate crew, Gu Chun chose to let them live. But all of this would depend on them completing 3 years of labor first. After instructing his subordinates to bind the three, Gu Chun hurriedly chased after Norr and the others. He was already hungry after the battle. When Norr saw Gu Chun catch up, he asked, "Have you taken care of it?" Gu Chun nodded and then informed Norr of his decision. No, didn't he mind? After all, these individuals were not strong enough to stir up any trouble. If they could genuinely submit after 3 years, it could be a good option. The group slowly walked into Food City, which appeared somewhat empty, with only a few pedestrians on the street. "Is this Food City? It looks a bit desolate," Yamato said, looking around curiously. Norr was not too concerned about the scene. Their purpose for coming was merely to sample local delicacies and recruit some chefs. "Let us go. I heard there's a place famous for its barbecue. I wanted to try it for a long time," Norr said with a smile. The group strolled through Food City. Despite the sparse crowd, making it feel a bit desolate, the scenery around was quite nice. Walking down the street, everyone felt their mood lift significantly. Norr casually asked a passerby for directions to their desired destination and headed that way. They arrived at a lavishly decorated restaurant. After carefully examining the plaque at the entrance, Norr confirmed they hadn't gone to the wrong place. "This is it. What do you think? Looks good, right?" Norr said, displaying a hint of pride. "Wow, Norr, have you struck it rich? I didn't expect you, who is usually so stingy, to bring us to such a high-class place. If Elvis knew, he would definitely regret it," Yamato said, her eyes sparkling as she admired the restaurant's decor. Hearing Yamato's words, Norr replied somewhat speechlessly, "Who is stingy? Clarify that, otherwise, you'll be the one treating for this meal today." No, Norr, you're the most generous. I'm a stingy one." Yamato quickly backtracked with a nervous laugh. She certainly didn't have any berries. If she had to treat, even a bowl of noodles would be a struggle. After all, she was known for never carrying berries, and having money without spending it felt uncomfortable, as if ants were crawling all over her. Norr didn't bother arguing with Yamato, and led the way into the restaurant. Once inside, Norr found the interior of the restaurant to be very luxurious, but it was also quite quiet at the moment. As soon as the staff saw Norr and her group enter, their eyes lit up, and they quickly approached with a respectful greeting. "Hello, how many are dining?" "6 people. Okay, please follow me." The waiter guided Norr and the others to a private room and started introducing the restaurant's specialties. Before Norr could speak, Yamato picked up the menu and began examining it seriously. She then pointed to several items on the menu and said, this one, and this one." Norr noticed that the dishes Yamato chose were all very inexpensive, and he felt somewhat relieved, thinking Yamato finally understood to save money. "Ma'am, the dishes you've chosen might not be enough," the waiter said with a slightly awkward smile, softly reminding her. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, Yamato exclaimed, "Forget those. Bring me one of everything else." Having heard the waiter, Yamato, puzzled, said, "Huh? That is not enough? Then bring me 2 of each." "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled and turned to get busy. Norr face-bombed. Indeed, Yamato was still the same Yamato. He had overthought it. Chapter 197. Losers must have the awareness of losers. After all the dishes were served, Norr curiously asked the waiter, "I remember this place is quite famous. Why are there so few people here today?" The waiter, hearing Noel's words, looked helpless and said, "There have been rumors for the past couple of days that a great battle is about to break out outside the city, scaring off all the tourists here. Just now, I heard that fighting has already started outside. I don't know which idiot made the decision to come here and start a fight. The group exchanged glances and silently began to eat the food in front of them, not daring to reveal that they were among the core instigators of the conflict. Noel estimated that if he were to reveal his identity, he wouldn't be kicked out, but the food that hadn't been served yet would definitely be off limits. Who knows if someone might have spit in it? As a tourist city, even a single day of shutdown would result in huge losses. And the city's lord had considerable power, making it an alternative neutral zone where major battles rarely occurred. However, this time, for some unknown reason, despite the news of an impending battle, the city lord had not stepped forward, even as half of the tourists had already left in the past 2 days. Noel speculated that the city lord might have some connections with the underground forces, or that the lord was helpless against them, having no choice but to pretend not to know about the situation. Neutral zones have their own difficulties. Noel sighed. After hearing Noel's words, the others twitched their eyes slightly. Did they not know who had caused this battle? What was he lamenting about? If he truly felt pity, why not just go somewhere else? Why not choose an uninhabited island? Wouldn't that be better? The battle was already over, and he was now lamenting their difficulties. What kind of false compassion was that? After a satisfying meal, Yamada stretched lazily and said, "The grilled meat here is just too delicious. It's such a pity that Elvis didn't come." Alan, with a thoughtful expression, murmured, "So they used these ingredients? We could try making them ourselves next time." Hearing Alan's words, Yamada instantly moved beside him, throwing an arm around Alan's shoulder, and said, "Really? You can make grilled meat like this?" Alan smiled and nodded. "We can give it a try. It shouldn't be too difficult." "Great. That way I can have this delicious grilled meat often." "I was feeling a bit regretful." Yamada laughed joyfully. "You only think about eating. Don't forget. Our purpose this time is to recruit some chefs." Noel glanced at Yamada and said, "Oh, let Alan handle the recruitment of chefs." "I can't cook," Yamada replied nonchalantly. Hearing Yamada's words, a mysterious smile appeared on Noel's face as he said, "If you can't cook, can you not eat? Don't you want to know how skilled these recruited chefs are?" Yamada was momentarily stunned, realizing, "Oh, right, even though I can't cook, I can eat. As long as it tastes good, we can hire them." "Noel, you're really smart. Leave the recruitment of chefs to me." Yamada patted his chest and made a promise. Seeing that his goal was achieved, a slight smile appeared on Noel's lips, and he stopped speaking. The others silently exchanged glances and tacitly fell silent. Since Yamada was so interested, they would leave this matter to her, making it easier for themselves. Beep, beep, beep. "Noel, the battlefield has been cleared, and all the captives are locked up on the Ark," Beck called to report. Noel lazily replied, "You all worked hard. After securing those people, come to the city to rest for a bit and try the local cuisine." After Noel finished speaking, cheers erupted from the phone bug. They had heard about the food city. This was their first time here, and being able to taste the local delicacies was a delightful experience for them. "Make sure to arrange for someone to guard them. Don't let them escape, or you'll go back to being laborers," Noel warned, narrowing his eyes to threaten them, fearing they might get carried away. "Don't worry, Boss Noel. We'll arrange it well and ensure nothing goes wrong," Beck quickly assured. "Okay, that's it." Noel hung up the phone and walked down the main street of the food city. Allowing his subordinates to come to the food city to eat and drink was his way of making a small compensation for the place. Noel thought as he smacked his lips. After checking into a hotel, Yamada pulled Rin-E out again for some shopping while the others engaged in their own activities. The lazy Noel naturally wouldn't join them for any other activities. After a busy day, he longed to find a place to sit for a while. Noel brewed a cup of tea and sat on the sofa, suddenly remembering he didn't know what was happening on Doflamingo's side. So he pulled out the phone bug and dialed. "Beep, beep, beep. Hee, has the battle on your side ended, Noel?" Doflamingo was also sitting on a sofa, a person struggling under his feet. "It's been resolved long ago. How's it going on your end?" Noel sipped his tea leisurely, feeling quite content. Doflamingo glanced at the person under his feet and then smiled darkly. "I'm almost done here too. I'm currently collecting all their resources." "Really? Not a single piece of what's mine can be missing." Noel raised an eyebrow. He didn't care much about the channels these people had, but he was very concerned about the wealth they had accumulated over the years. After all, these individuals, as leaders of underground forces, had amassed an incredible amount of wealth. Cleaning out so many forces this time would likely tempt anyone. Thus, Noel had to remind Doflamingo, "Don't worry, while those things are valuable, they're not worth me falling out with you over." Doflamingo wasn't foolish. Turning against Noel for some berries would likely lead to his own downfall. "Damn, Doflamingo, how dare you scheme against us?" The struggling figure under Doflamingo's feet, upon hearing their conversation, realized he had been set up and became even angrier. The defeated must accept their fate, These things are better off in my hands than in yours, who are so brainless. You will regret this. Bury him. Chapter 198. The Harvest the Next Morning. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Who is it? Can a person get a good sleep in the early morning? Noel, groggy, sat up and picked up the phone book. Noel, you're not still sleeping, are you? Doflamingo, seeing the sleepy state of the phone bug, was taken aback, then realized this was how Noel looked at that moment. Noel didn't react much to Doflamingo's words, only responding in a low voice. Doflamingo, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, the next time I see you, I will definitely beat you up. Is your temper this big so early in the morning? The wealth of those underground forces has already been calculated. Aren't you interested? It's already out? So soon? Upon learning that the wealth had been tallied, Norton instantly woke up with a start. He originally thought it would take at least another 3 days for Doflamingo to finish counting these things, but unexpectedly, the results came out early the next morning. This efficiency is quite good, Norton thought. After all, some people place great importance on these treasures, so I had to speed up. Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh when he saw the look on the phone bug. Enough with the small talk. How much is it in berries? At this moment, Norton's mood was completely captivated by these treasures, and he had no desire to continue chit-chatting with Doflamingo. If everything is converted into berries, it's about 26 billion berries. Doflamingo said leisurely. Norton's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were about to pop them out. So much? These people are really wealthy. In fact, having this much berries is quite normal, although the leaders of these underground forces vary in strength and wealth. Being able to establish a foothold in the underground world means they have some level of power. This time, it was entirely due to Doflamingo's false information that they were caught off guard. If these people had been given more time to prepare, they could have gathered a stronger group of subordinates. If they had truly been prepared, even Norton would have found it somewhat troublesome. It wouldn't be a life-threatening situation, but at the very least, there would be a major battle to settle this, and that's assuming no one else comes to stir up trouble. Moreover, these people have been operating for so many years, and actually having this much berries isn't a lot. If averaged out, each family would only have about over 1 billion berries. These berries may seem like a lot, but compared to the channels they own, it's negligible. This is also why Doflamingo is willing to cooperate with Norton, as Norton doesn't care about these channels. He is only interested in the cash. On the other hand, for Doflamingo, wanting to become a giant in the underground forces, these channels have significant value for him. The two of them can be said to be mutually beneficial. By the way, I also found several devil fruits among their collections. If you don't need them, I can help you sell them all. Oh, there are devil fruits too? That's right. It would be strange if these people didn't have devil fruits on hand. Norton raised an eyebrow, then understood. However, this much berries is not all in one place. It is scattered all over the world, and gathering it all together will probably take some time. Doflamingo, fearing that Norton might get anxious, explained the situation in advance to avoid any misunderstandings. No problem. Just call me when you've sorted everything out. Norton understood this very well and responded readily. It was a pleasure cooperating with you this time. If there's a similar deal next time, please be sure to inform me. No problem. After ending the call, Norton was no longer sleepy. After all, learning that he had made a whopping 26 billion berries would make anyone lose their desire to sleep. With so much berries, Norton was at a loss for how to spend it. However, ever since the Ark was built, he had actually developed a new dream. That is to form an Ark fleet. That's right, one Ark is no longer enough for Norton. Now he wants to build a fleet. Usually, these Arks can disperse for patrols, but when there's a major battle, these Arks can gather together to form a fleet, an aerial fleet. However, the difficulties in forming an Ark fleet are numerous. One aspect is the energy issue, and the other is the berries problem. Just building one Ark cost Norton a significant amount of berries, and to build a fleet, he would need at least 3 to 5 Arks, right? Norton rubbed his chin, continuously calculating how many Arks would be reasonable to build for a fleet. Additionally, energy is also a major issue. Currently, only Enel and he can manipulate lightning, which means that beyond 2 Arks, they would face energy problems. Moreover, given Norton's lazy personality, expecting him to continuously control the Arks is simply impossible. So regarding this matter, Norton still needs to consult someone, and he has someone in mind. Sengoku. That's right, Sengoku. Although Sengoku is not a researcher, the Navy has researchers. Vegapunk is renowned as a super scientist leading technology 500 years ahead of times. Whether it's inventing ways for Navy ships to traverse windless zones using sea prism stone or allowing weapons to consume devil fruits, and later utilizing Kizaru's fruit abilities and Kuma's body to develop the PX series of living weapons, All these demonstrate Vegapunk's capabilities, especially the PX series, which replicates Kizaru's abilities in weapons. This is what Norton finds most impressive, as it indicates that the energy storage system has already been solved on Vegapunk's side. Moreover, Norton has also heard that the Navy wants to form an ARC unit. The Navy doesn't have anyone with lightning manipulation abilities, so the problems they face are actually similar to Norton's. This means that as long as the Navy resolves this issue, Norton will also have his problem solved. What Norton needs to do now is to inform Sengoku and urge him, so he can enjoy the benefits early. With this in mind, Norton couldn't help but admire the power and practicality of the float fruit. In the original work, the Golden Lion's fleet didn't even need to be specially designed. It could simply fly in the sky. In fact, later on, the Golden Lion no longer needed ships and could directly control islands to fly into the sky, using the islands as bases. Thinking of this, Norton suddenly felt that the arc was no longer appealing. Chapter 199, Yamato's Actions. If I get the chance in the future, I must find a way to eliminate that old fool Golden Lion and then figure out how to get the float fruit, Norton said fiercely, then began to fantasize about what would happen if he obtained the float fruit. Hey Norton, what are you doing? We've all been waiting for you for half a day. At this moment, Yamato's voice came from outside the door. Without waiting for Norton to respond, Yamato kicked the door open. Ah, Norton, why are you still not up? I really can't do anything with you. Yamato sighed after speaking. How can you say such a thing, Yamato? Norton also felt a bit speechless. After saying that, Norton got up and started to tidy up, while Yamato curiously looked around the room. Norton, why do I feel like your room is bigger than ours? After carefully observing, Yamato asked curiously. No way. It must be your imagination. Norton couldn't help but grin. Last night, he had quietly changed to a more upscale room because he was dissatisfied with the environment of the previous room. Who would have thought that Yamato would suddenly barge in today? If it weren't for Yamato mentioning it, even Noel would have forgotten about this matter. No, I just feel like this place is much better than our room. I want to switch with you. Yamato didn't care whether it was an illusion and plopped down in a chair, starting to shout. Keep it down. There are others resting in the other rooms. Noel hurriedly covered Yamato's mouth and said. Yamato frowned, scrutinized Noel carefully, and then his eyes softened with a hint of pity. Forget it. I won't switch with you. I didn't expect you, Noel, to start showing signs of senility at such a young age. The corners of Noel's mouth twitched slightly. He never thought he would experience being mocked by Yamato. What are you talking about? Noel was puzzled, feeling that Yamato was acting a bit strange today. Yamato said with a look of certainty, after our big battle yesterday, how could there still be so many people staying here? All the rooms around you are empty. Noel fell silent for a moment, then put on his clothes and walked out with a blank expression. Hearing Yamato's words, Noel felt like his IQ was dropping. He touched his chin and thought, it seems I need to keep my distance from Yamato. Spending too much time with an idiot is making me a bit of an idiot too. Noel blamed everything that happened today on Yamato, while Yamato seemed to have forgotten what just happened and quickly walked toward the hotel lobby. Hey, everyone, I have something to tell you. Yamato's expression turned serious as he arrived in the lobby. The few people sitting in the lobby looked at Yamato's serious face and began to feel puzzled. To be honest, it was quite rare to see Yamato looking so serious. What I want to say is, Noel is already suffering from senility. Before Yamato could finish his sentence, Noel rushed from behind and covered his mouth. It's nothing, just Yamato acting up again, Noel explained calmly. Noel's explanation made everyone realize they had long been accustomed to Yamato's intermittent antics. Yamato began to struggle, but he quieted down after Noel whispered something in his ear. Last night, I calculated that we will probably stay here for another 3 days, so everyone can move around freely. But I must say, don't cause any trouble, especially you, Enel. Upon being named, Enel became a bit disgruntled. Why was he the only one mentioned? Given Noel's strength, Enel didn't argue further, and with a flash of lightning, he vanished from the spot. As for the others, Noel felt more at ease. Although there were many shops in this city, as a food city, it was primarily focused on food, so Noel wasn't worried about Yamato causing any trouble. Releasing Yamato, Noel said seriously, Yamato, don't forget you have a mission here. Don't worry. I've already figured out what to do, but I don't have any money. Yamato patted his chest and said, it's fine, I have some. Just go ahead and do it boldly. Noel arranged things and then left alone. After Noel walked away, Rennie expressed some concern. Yamato, do you really have a plan? Do you want us to help you? Yamato casually replied, it's okay. I've already figured out what to do. Just watch. After saying that, Yamato excitedly left the hotel. With a plan already in mind, Yamato first went to a large restaurant. After ordering a few dishes, he He patiently waited while also calculating how many talented chefs he needed to recruit. When the food was served, Yamato still hadn't decided how many people to hire. But seeing the delicious dishes in front of him, he pushed that thought aside. After tasting the first bite, Yamato's eyes lit up. Although this restaurant's cuisine couldn't compare to Alan's, it was still quite good. In no time, Yamato finished all the food on the table. And seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly slipped into the kitchen. What should I add to this dish to make it even more perfect? In the kitchen, a tall man wearing a chef's hat was lost in thought as he looked at the dish in front of him. Yamato approached the chef and, seeing that the chef hadn't noticed him, naturally picked up a pair of chopsticks to taste a bite. Delicious, but it's still not enough. The chef instinctively responded, then froze for a moment, turning to look at Yamato, and the two locked eyes for a moment. Who are you? The chef frowned, realizing this was a restricted area, and outsiders were not allowed to enter freely. Yamato didn't answer the question, but seriously said, Do you want to know who the strongest chefs in the city are? Who is the strongest? The chef asked curiously. Yamato shook his head seriously. I don't know either. Are you here to cause trouble? The chef's forehead twitched, and his expression turned unfriendly. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, in the square east of the city, most chefs in the city will be there. I will give you the answer then. After saying this mysteriously, Yamato turned and left. Subsequently, Yamato repeated this scenario at every restaurant he found interesting. Occasionally, some chefs were uncooperative, and Yamato noted them down secretly, preparing to take other measures. Chapter 200. Everyone will look at me with new eyes after a whole day of busy work. Yamato managed to visit all the restaurants she had marked in her mind. A large portion of the chefs expressed that they would come to see tomorrow, but a considerable number of others showed no interest. This made Yamato somewhat dissatisfied. It was hard to execute a big task, yet these people were not giving her face. Yamato left without showing any signs on the surface, but secretly noted down all the chefs who refused. Back at the hotel, Noel, seeing Yamato looking all dusty and tired, curiously asked, Yamato, how's it going with recruiting chefs? Do you need our help? Upon hearing this, Yamato quickly shook his head and patted his chest, saying, It's going very smoothly. Just wait and see the show. At this point, Yamato seemed to remember something and turned to Alan, saying, I might need your help tomorrow. No problem. Alan nodded with a smile. Honestly, he was also very curious about what Yamato was planning to do. Among Noel's group, apart from Noel, who was always lazy, Yamato was usually the most idle. Not because Yamato was also lazy, but because she wasn't really suited to completing tasks. Anything handed to her would always go strangely off course. So seeing Yamato, so confident this time, made Alan unable to help but feel curious. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, there will be a grand event in the square east of the city. Make sure to go and watch. Daiha smiled cheerfully at everyone and then ran back to her room. The others exchanged glances, and seeing Daiha's excited demeanor, they felt a slight sense of foreboding. Noel turned to Alan and said, Keep an eye on Daiha tomorrow. If anything unexpected happens, call us immediately. Alan nodded gravely, indicating that he understood. In the deep of night, Daiha, who had been sound asleep, suddenly opened her eyes and turned to see that it was already 1 a.m. A strange smile appeared on her lips. After tidying up her clothes a bit, she jumped out of the window and arrived outside the first restaurant that had rejected her in the morning. This was it. She had memorized the auras of all those chefs who had refused her. Now, through her observation haki, she confirmed that one of them was inside. At first, Daiha tried to quietly enter the room, but she found that the doors and windows had already been locked. Ultimately, with no other option, she went to the place where the aura was closest. Boom! With one kick, Daiha kicked a large hole in the wall of the house, and the people inside were startled awake in an instant. Who is it? The chef inside barely had time to shout before a shadow flashed by, and he lost consciousness. Daiha looked at the unconscious chef in her hands, smiled again, and murmured, You made me come here personally after rejecting my invitation. Seeing that her plan had already taken the first step, Daiha became even more excited. That night, the sound of walls being destroyed echoed throughout the food city, and each chef barely had time to scream before losing consciousness. It wasn't until dawn that Daiha clapped her hands, gathering all the chefs who had rejected her together. Daiha hid all these chefs in an abandoned warehouse, which was not far from the square in the east of the city, a place she discovered while wandering during the day. Looking at her masterpiece, Daiha smiled proudly. This time, everyone will definitely see me in a new light. Seeing that it was still early, Daiha sat at the warehouse entrance to guard these people and prevent them from escaping. By 8 a.m., chaos erupted in the food city. Countless guards were searching the streets for something, and various screams echoed from all corners of the city. Many restaurant employees or owners were horrified to find that their most relied-upon head chef had disappeared. At first, they thought the head chef was just too tired and had overslept, but as time passed, they could no longer hold back and went to the places where these chefs lived to search. It was only at this point that they discovered their head chef was missing, and the huge hole in the wall indicated that the chef's disappearance was likely a kidnapping. Thus, the number of reports kept rising, and the chaos in the food city grew larger. Fortunately, due to the battle between Noel and the underground forces, there were very few visitors in the food city at the moment, so the chaos was still manageable. After a thorough investigation, the guards eventually focused their attention on one person. Yes, it was Daiha. Although they didn't know her name, they quickly grasped the situation regarding her invitations to the chefs the previous day. 2 p.m., huh? Got it. The captain of the guards nodded coldly and turned to lead his team away. The guards also provided the food city's lord with a description of Daiha's appearance and attire. Lord, we have found information regarding the kidnapper of the chefs. A guard handed over the intelligence to the lord of the food city and respectfully withdrew. The lord furrowed his brows and studied the information seriously. After a while, his expression turned somewhat grim. The guards, lacking experience, couldn't determine much from the information. But he was different. After just one look, he almost knew the identity of the person. Brady Noel's partner, Daiha. Damn it, what's going on with this person? This could be a bit troublesome. Blood was still flowing on the land outside the city. How could the lord of the food city not know this? When the underground forces were defeated by Noel and others, the lord had already received the news, and as time passed, those underground forces had been completely eliminated. By this point, he was well aware that these people had provoked a terrifying figure, namely Noel and the others still in the food city. Now that Daiha had kidnapped all these chefs, as the lord, he needed to step forward to quell the matter, but he couldn't afford to provoke Noel and the others, which put him in a very difficult position. If this matter was not handled well, the entire food city would likely suffer significant consequences. Although there were supplies from the island, people would eventually come, but as the lord, his position would become unstable. If his authority suffered serious damage, then the wolves hiding in the dark would pounce. Someone, I need to go out. Chapter 201. Self-destruction is human nature. While Noel and the others were leisurely having breakfast at the hotel, the lord of the food city arrived here under the protection of guards. Why is it so noisy outside? By the way, have you seen Daiha today? Noel lazily rested his chin on his hand. Renee, who was beside him, paused for a moment and said curiously, You haven't seen Daiha either? When I got up, I found that Daiha was already gone from the room. At this moment, Alan also chimed in. Daiha asked me for help yesterday, but now I can't find her. Noel sighed. Well, we'll know what she's up to soon. Just as Noel finished speaking, the lord of the food city entered the restaurant, surveyed the surroundings, and quickly walked over to where Noel was. Looking at the attire of the person before him and his somewhat anxious expression, Noel said to the people around him, See, this is a clear indication of what Daiha is up to. Noel didn't need to guess. He knew that this person's purpose for coming here was definitely related to Daiha. Hello, Lord Noel. I'm the lord here, Max Maki. Maki quickly approached Noel, looking very respectful as he introduced himself. Seeing the courtesy of the visitor, Noel also stood up politely, saying hello, Lord. Noticing the puzzled look in Noel's eyes, Maki guessed that Noel and his companions were probably unaware of Daiha's actions. Thinking this, Maki felt a little relieved. As long as this matter was not instigated by Noel, there was still a lot of room for maneuvering. It's like this. Regarding your partner, Daiha, after our investigation, it seems she has kidnapped some chefs, Maki said with a troubled expression, speaking only halfway, while continuously staring at Noel. Upon hearing that Daiha had kidnapped a group of chefs, Noel was momentarily stunned. Then he helplessly slapped his forehead. Now Noel didn't know what to say. He asked Yamato to recruit chefs, but Yamato ended up kidnapping them? How could these kidnapped chefs possibly agree to be recruited afterward? Sorry, I'm not aware of this either. It might have been Yamato's own decision, Noel said with a helpless smile. But don't worry, these chefs will be fine. We just came here to recruit some chefs. McGee's mouth twitched as well. Who recruits chefs like this? If everyone recruited people like you, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Noel turned to Alan and said, Call her and ask what is going on. Alan also twitched his mouth and dialed the phone. Initially, he was very curious about what Yamato would do, but now that he knew, all that was left was speechlessness. Perhaps Noel and the others weren't chefs, so they didn't feel this matter deeply. But as a chef, Alan could only say that he felt a strong sense of immersion and was quite speechless watching Yamato's actions. BRR. Hello, Yamato, where are you now? As soon as the call connected, Alan directly asked. Seeing Alan ask for her location, Yamato didn't mind and cheerfully said, I'm in the warehouse east of the city. Noel took the phone and asked, did you kidnap all the chefs in the city? How did you know? I was planning to give you a surprise. Yamato replied in surprise upon hearing Noel's words. All right, we'll come find you now. Noel rubbed his head, hung up the phone, and after just a couple of sentences, he felt his blood pressure rising. Sorry, Lord, my companion caused you trouble, Noel said with a wry smile to McGee. Seeing Noel's attitude, McGee also relaxed and smiled back. It's okay, it's okay. There might be some misunderstanding. While McGee said this, he thought to himself, this Brady Noel seems to have a very kind personality. Just as Noel and the others were hurrying towards the warehouse, the chefs who had been knocked out by Yamato began to wake up one by one. The moment one chef woke up and found himself tied up, he immediately started to struggle and shouted, Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? Please don't kill me. I can give you money. If I find out who you are, I will definitely not let you go. Hearing someone threaten her, Yamato walked over, squatted down with a smile, and said, Uncle, with you like this, how can you say you won't let us go? The chef's expression stiffened, and then he continued to stubbornly say, Once I get free, I will definitely take revenge on you. If that's the case, then I'll just kill you now. Yamato cheerfully picked up a spiked bat and was about to smash it down on him. The chef's face changed again, and his previously defiant expression turned flattering as he squinted his eyes and said, Look, my lord, I was just making a small joke. You must have brought me here for something, right? Just say it. I will definitely do it. If the chef were not tied up, he would have been unable to resist patting his chest. The others around him looked at his face, which seemed to change in an instant, and felt speechless. If he was so afraid of death, he shouldn't have been so tough at the beginning. Ahem. The reason I brought you here is that I want you to participate in a competition. However, since you refused before, I had to use some special methods. Yamato cleared her throat as she saw that all the chefs were awake. We will not yield to such means just to compete. Another chef, hearing that Yamato needed something from them, became tough again. But when he noticed Yamato looking at him, he continued, Even if we yield, we want to be able to make delicious dishes for the competition. At this moment, Yamato cheerfully took out the spiked bat and simply walked towards him without saying a word. The chef quickly said, Of course, if it's for you, my lord. We will definitely give it our all. Upon hearing the satisfactory answer, Yamato nodded and turned to leave the warehouse. Phew, that was close. The chef let out a breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Hey, since you're so afraid of death, why did you provoke her? Someone beside him asked in confusion. Hey, it's South human nature to court death, the chef said proudly at that moment. Chapter 202. Do we need to provide ingredients for the competition? When Noel and the others arrived at the warehouse, Yamato had already been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing Yamato waving happily, Noel felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Just by looking at Yamato, he could tell that she didn't think she had caused much trouble and was still feeling pleased with her actions. Yamato, you could have just invited them. Why did you have to kidnap them? After Noel walked over to Yamato, he calmly asked. Yamato crossed her arms behind her head and said, Of course I invited them, but they refused me, so I had to bring them here. Yamato's words stunned Noel for a moment, and then he dazedly said, So, besides these people, there are others who accepted your invitation? Of course, these are just a small part, Yamato said matter-of-factly. Noel frowned, feeling that something was off. He only asked Yamato to recruit some chefs, but for what Yamato said, it seemed she had recruited a lot of people, which made Noel a bit incredulous. Although he had some reputation at sea, it wasn't to the extent that he could recruit so many people just by name. Even so, it seems we don't need to recruit so many chefs, right? Noel asked curiously, as the number of people locked in the warehouse was already quite a lot. Adding in those chefs who agreed to Yamato's invitation made it hard for Noel to imagine how many invitations Yamato had sent out in just one day. Recruit? I haven't recruited them. Yamato tilted her head, looking at Noel with confusion, not understanding why he would say something like that. In Yamato's eyes, Noel was still very smart, but for some reason, he seemed particularly foolish today. She was clearly just inviting them to compete, yet he thought she was recruiting them. Now, Noel was completely baffled and had no idea what Yamato was doing. Since you didn't recruit them, what kind of invitation did you send out? Noel covered his forehead and said helplessly. Their conversation made a few people nearby chuckle, realizing that they hadn't been on the same wavelength after talking for so long. Yamato, didn't you say you needed my help? What exactly do you need me to do? At this moment, Alan stepped forward. Oh, you all don't know my plan, haha. Yamato scratched his head and smiled a bit shyly. I told them, if you want to know who the strongest chef in the food city is, come here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you'll find out. A mysterious smile appeared at the corners of Yamato's mouth. So, your purpose in asking for my help is to compete with these people? Upon hearing it was a cooking competition, Alan immediately became interested. Yamato nodded vigorously and said, "Of course, I want to hold a cooking competition here. That way I can find out who the best chef is." Just then, Mikey walked out, looking somewhat puzzled as he observed his surroundings. Finally, he hesitantly said, "Since a competition is going to be held here, may I ask if you have prepared the cooking utensils and ingredients for the competition?" As soon as Mikey's words fell, the entire scene instantly fell into silence, and even Noel and the others didn't know what to say. They had been guided by Yamato's thoughts, so they hadn't considered this aspect until Mikey mentioned it, and only then did they realize. Right? Since you want to hold a small competition, even if you haven't prepared the cooking utensils, you must at least have the stoves, right? And you need to prepare the most basic ingredients as well. You have nothing, yet you brought these chefs over. Are we supposed to compete using our minds? What? We need to prepare ingredients and utensils for the competition? Yamato frowned, confused, and said, "Aren't they supposed to bring these things themselves? I just need to eat, and that's it, right?" I knew it. Noel knew that whenever Yamato was tasked with something, there would always be some little mishap. Mikey sighed. Although Yamato's actions seemed absurd, he could see that Yamato meant no harm. Moreover, with Noel and the others' identities and strengths, Mikey felt somewhat helpless and said, "In that case, I'll help prepare for this competition." "Really? You're such a good person." Yamato, who thought his task had failed, suddenly became happy. He walked over, patted Mikey on the shoulder, and said, "Then I'll leave this matter to you." After saying that, Yamato yawned. He had hardly slept the whole night for this task. Now that someone had taken over his task, his drowsiness kicked in, and after checking the time, which was still some time before 2 o'clock, he prepared to go back to his room to rest. Noel and the others went into the warehouse, released all the chefs. And after Mikey explained a bit, the chefs expressed that it was no problem and that they would definitely participate in the competition. Originally, these chefs were very angry. After all, who wouldn't be dissatisfied if they were tied up for no reason? But thinking of Yamato, who was grinning while holding a spiked club, they shivered and had to swallow their emotions. Although Yamato seemed unreliable, she had actually done quite well this time. Renee couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the group of chefs in front of her. Alan and Gu-chun, who were nearby, nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. Although there were some oversights in the end, at least Yamato's ideas and plans were still commendable. You all better watch out. If this continues, who knows what Yamato might do next? Noel's mouth twitched as he quickly waved his hand to stop them from continuing. Just thinking about Yamato's reaction to those words was already enough to make him panic. It was already exhausting to watch Yamato every day. If she got more worked up, would anyone be able to handle it? Noel turned to Alan and asked, "So, do you have confidence in dealing with these people?" "Of course. I'll teach these chefs how to be human." Alan smiled confidently and said, "However, it might still be quite difficult to recruit those skilled chefs. We should focus on those with average skills." Alan shared his thoughts with Noel and the others. Chapter 203. Sengoku's worry. After Alan shared his thoughts with Noel and the others, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, every skilled chef had their own pride, and casually recruiting them wasn't particularly realistic. On the other hand, recruiting those with average skills would be much more feasible. Since their skills were average under Alan's guidance, they would improve very quickly, and for these chefs, improving their cooking skills was the biggest attraction. Of course, the average skilled chefs mentioned here are only average compared to the top chefs. If placed outside, they would at least be the head chefs of well-known restaurants. The purpose of these people coming to the food city wasn't solely to make money. Many also wanted to hone their cooking skills and needed some precious ingredients. So, Alan decided to focus on these people. As long as improvement in cooking skills was the condition, he believed he would attract many. In that case, it's up to you. I don't really understand cooking matters. Since Noel saw that Alan already had an idea, he stopped worrying. "Mayor Mikey, I'll trouble you with this matter. And if you ever need our help, just let us know." After Noel wrapped up this matter, he smiled and said to Mikey. This incident had a significant impact on Mikey, and in the end, it was Mikey who had to clean up after everyone, which made Noel feel a bit embarrassed. However, Noel couldn't think of what compensation to give Mikey, so he could only promise him a favor. Upon hearing Noel's words, Mikey was delighted with this relationship. He had found himself a backing. Not to say he could act recklessly, but at least he felt much more confident. Haha, these are just small matters. Mikey laughed happily and then led everyone to his residence to rest. With still some time before 2 o'clock, "You can rest here for now. I'll go prepare." After Mikey finished speaking, he turned and left. Noel looked at the luxurious decorations of Mikey's residence and said enviously, "Actually, this lifestyle is what I long for the most." The others just curled their lips and ignored him, clearly not believing him. Seeing that the others were ignoring him, Noel stretched, stood up, and began to wander around aimlessly. Mikey's residence was quite large. Calling it a residence was really no different from calling it a castle. After wandering around for a while and feeling somewhat bored, Noel thought of something to do. Suddenly remembering that he had forgotten to report to Sengoku after teaming up with Doflamingo to eliminate those underground forces. He prepared to inform Sengoku. After confirming with his observation haki that there were no other people around, Noel took out a din-din mushi and dialed Sengoku's number. Brew, 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 brew. Hello, Sengoku-san, I have something to report. At that moment, Sengoku was sitting in his office handling administrative affairs. When he suddenly received a call from Noel, a bad premonition arose in his heart. In recent years, whenever it comes to anything related to Noel, Sengoku generally ends up half dead from anger and ultimately has to clean up after him. So now, Sengoku deeply regrets the decision to send Noel out. Having such a troublemaker as a subordinate to act as a spy is indeed giving him a headache. It's worth noting that Sengoku noticed this morning that he had a lot more gray hair, and if this continues, he might have to start using hair dye every day. What's going on? Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Seeing that Sengoku didn't reprimand him right away, Noel knew that Sengoku was unaware of his collaboration with Don Quixote Doflamingo. It's nothing, just that Doflamingo and I eliminated some underground forces, Noel replied, his expression very calm, even somewhat indifferent. However, after he spoke, Noel quietly moved the snail phone a bit further away. What? Sengoku was initially taken aback, then exclaimed. He was aware of Doflamingo's recent unusual activities, but the specifics were still under investigation by the Navy. Noel's words connected all the clues for Sengoku. Subsequently, Sengoku's expression darkened significantly as he said in a low voice, Noel, did I not tell you to inform me in advance about any actions? Sengoku took out intelligence regarding Doflamingo's movements and noticed that this incident had already passed 2 days. Well, at first, I thought it was just a minor issue. Not worth mentioning, Noel said nonchalantly. Then why did you call me now? Sengoku asked. Because I was a bit bored and thought of letting you know. Noel kept teasing Sengoku's nerves. His words made Sengoku take a deep breath, reminding himself to stay calm if he wanted to live a bit longer. Since you're cooperating with that guy Doflamingo, you should know how ambitious he is, Noel. Sengoku was not particularly concerned about eliminating underground forces. If it were the world government, their reaction might be much stronger because once these forces were vacated, the world government could secretly take over those areas. Just like Queen's City in Spring, which appeared to be an underground force but actually belonged to the world government. However, the Navy was different. They were not very interested in these underground forces and would probably hand them over to the world government to manage. But Sengoku was more concerned about another matter, which was Doflamingo's ambition. In order to become a warlord, he had robbed the celestial gold. Saru had chased him for a long time, and the cunningness of Doflamingo was evident from how he escaped her grasp. Therefore, regarding Noel and Doflamingo's alliance, ever since Doflamingo became a warlord, he had been scheming about some matters, which made Sengoku somewhat worried. However, knowing the original story, Noel was not particularly worried. He still knew some secrets about Doflamingo. Rest assured, I'll keep an eye on him. With me around, Doflamingo won't stir up too much trouble, Noel said confidently. Seeing that Noel had said so, Sengoku could only nod and say, I understand. Just be careful. After Sengoku finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and Noel continued to wander around, holding his head, until the preparations on Maki's side were ready. Noel and the others arrived at the square in the east of the city. Chapter 204. The world of ordinary people. Upon arriving at the eastern square, it had already taken shape thanks to Maki's arrangements. Whether it was the makeshift stage or the cooking tools and ingredients needed by the chefs, everything was laid out on the other side of the square for everyone to use. Maki's efficiency is quite impressive, Noel remarked as he watched the busy staff. Alan nodded in response. I wonder how many people we can attract this time. I have a feeling not many will join us. That's normal. After all, not everyone is like us, drifting on the sea. People like us are still a minority, Noel said, not too concerned with Alan's words. In this world, there are still the most ordinary people. When he watched anime in his previous life, he didn't realize it, since the stories mainly revolved around pirates and the Navy. But after coming to this world, Noel no longer thought that way. The number of pirates is indeed large, but compared to those ordinary people, they're just a drop in the ocean. The Grand Line and a new world may sound impressive, but if you take a look at the map, you'll see that this route is just one line in this world. The truly vast area is still the 4 seas. It's just that the formidable pirates have all gone to the Grand Line and the New World, creating an illusion. It seems as though the Grand Line and the New World occupy a huge part of this world. As for whether they could recruit chefs this time, Noel actually didn't care too much. It would be best if they could recruit some, but if not, he could always train them himself. Frankly speaking, even if they managed to recruit these chefs, Alan would still need to train them. It's just a matter of time. At 2 p.m., all the chefs who had been kidnapped by Yamato, as well as those who had directly agreed, gathered in the Eastern Square. Many chefs who had not received Yamato's invitation also came to join the excitement. Some competitive individuals signed up directly, while those who were indifferent sat in the audience, ready to observe. Although this competition was hastily organized, thanks to Yamato's initial actions and Maki's subsequent promotion, most of the chefs from the Food City had come here. It could be said that the quality was quite high, and even Alan did not dare to claim he would definitely win the championship. However, Noel was very confident about it. After Alan obtained the salt fruit, his cooking skills improved tremendously, and after such a long time, Alan's culinary skills had surpassed his previous level by a significant margin. Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to come to this event, the host said loudly as he stepped onto the stage. You may not know why we are holding such an event and what its significance is. Now, let us invite the Lord of Food City, Lord Maki, to speak. As soon as the host finished speaking, applause erupted throughout the square, and Maki stepped onto the stage amidst the applause. After some polite remarks, Maki announced the prize for the champion of this event, a very rare ingredient from this island. He then introduced the purpose of Noel and the others. And the chefs present realized that the purpose of the event was to recruit chefs. When they learned that once they joined Noel's team, Alan would serve as the head chef to teach the new recruits, there were many discussions among them. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Every top chef is very confident in their own skills. So when Alan's identity was exposed, many chefs present began to scrutinize him, while those with slightly inferior cooking skills started to contemplate the benefits of joining Noel's team. The competition went on round after round, and the results were just as Noel had initially thought. Alan's culinary skills were no joke. Along the way, Alan overcame numerous top chefs and claimed the champion's position. Watching Alan's happy smile, Noel couldn't help but smile slightly, and Day and the others cheered continuously. If anyone was the happiest in this competition, it wasn't the champion Alan, but Day, who had been eating and drinking at the judges' table. As the planner of this operation, Day had been clamoring to be a judge even before the competition began, and Maki naturally wouldn't oppose it. Noel and the others had no interest in the judges, so Day naturally took the position, eating the meticulously prepared dishes from top chefs. Day finally witnessed Alan's victory, and he was utterly thrilled. As the competition ended, Noel and Alan took to the stage to invite all the chefs present to join their team. As expected, those top chefs politely declined Noel's invitation. However, some average chefs were somewhat tempted, but the only concern was Noel's identity as a pirate. Ultimately, under Noel's several guarantees, some chefs applied to join Noel's ranks. For these applicants, Noel waved his hand and accepted them all. Alan, the next matters are up to you. Noel patted Alan's shoulder and then went off to relax. With their business in the Food City concluded, Noel and the others were not planning to stay any longer. Due to the competition, they had basically tried all the various delicacies of the Food City. So even though their time spent there was short, it was Day's most satisfying trip. Let's hold another culinary competition when we reach the next island, Noel. Day crossed his arms and said to Noel. But Noel seemed to ignore Day's words, walking ahead on his own. Hey, Noel, I'm talking to you. Seeing Noel not responding, Day spoke up again. Noel sighed and said helplessly, You almost caused trouble this time. What? Do you want to continue causing trouble? What? I completed this mission exceptionally well. Day shouted in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Yes, you did very well. Let's skip it next time. Noel perfunctorily replied and returned to the Arkansas kids. Prepare to set sail. Noel didn't give Day another chance to speak and announced the order to prepare for departure as soon as he got back on the ship. Then he walked off to his room. Seeing Noel like this, Day could only leave angrily, his eyes constantly rolling as he plotted something. Chapter 205, Golden Lion Shiki. Noel, what can I drive the Ark? Day asked boredly while looking at Noel. After manipulating the Ark for a while, Noel returned to the deck and sat down in a reclining chair to rest. Soon, I've already had Iceberg start the research, Noel said dismissively while sipping tea. Day, feeling dissatisfied with Noel's nonchalance, replied, How soon is soon? There must be a time frame. Noel helplessly put down his teacup and said, Iceberg is busy right now. There are many tasks that need to be queued, so I don't know how long it will take. Then let's go to Water City. I'll go urge him myself. Day disregarded Noel's feelings and said directly, even if we go to Water City, he's still very busy, and we've been there many times already. It's not interesting anymore. Seeing this, Noel could only try to appease Day. Sitting nearby, Renee also gave Noel a speechless glance after hearing his words. Among those present, perhaps only Day didn't realize that the Ark could currently store energy, and anyone could drive it once it was full. However, this was something Noel requested everyone to keep a secret. Just thinking about Day driving the Ark made everyone shiver, and they all agreed to keep it quiet. No one knew what Day would do while excitedly driving the Arkansas. Forget it. I'm going to find another play. Day, seeing that Noel was unyielding, got up and went to the control room. Noel, where are we going now? Renee asked curiously after Day had left. No plans for now. Let's head back to Sky Island first. Elvis is still stationed there, Noel said, sipping his tea and exhaling contentedly. This mission had earned Noel a significant amount of money, so he didn't need to worry about berries for the time being. Spending each day leisurely without having to think too much was incredibly comfortable. If he weren't a Navy officer, given Noel's personality, he would probably continue to lounge around like this. But unfortunately, everyone present had their own dreams, and such leisurely days were ultimately fleeting. Just as Noel was constantly imagining his future comfortable life, Day suddenly ran over shouting, "Noel! Noel! Look, we've arrived at Sky Island!" Day exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing Day's words, Noel was taken aback. What a joke. Although the Ark was fast, it still took some time to reach Sky Island. They had only left the food city for a day. How could they possibly have reached Sky Island? Day, why are you talking nonsense again? Are you hungry? If you're hungry, go have Alan cook something. Once Noel snapped back to reality, he continued to act lazily. No way. If you don't believe me, go look. Sky Island is right in front. Seeing that Noel didn't believe him, Day reached out to pull Noel up. Seeing Day's earnest expression, Noel couldn't help but start to doubt. Suddenly, Noel thought of something and quickly got up to follow Day to the bow of the ship. Look, isn't that Sky Island up ahead? Day pointed ahead. In front of the Ark, several islands were floating in the air, and upon closer inspection, Noel realized that those islands were moving. Noel squinted and said, "That's not Sky Island. It seems we've encountered something extraordinary." After observing carefully, Noel could basically confirm that the islands before them were indeed the territory of the Golden Lion. In the original story, after the Golden Lion severed his legs to escape from impel down, he disappeared from the world until he later re-emerged after developing a certain drug. Unfortunately, the newly resurfaced Golden Lion was pulled into a movie by Luffy and was defeated in a dramatic battle, even though Luffy hadn't yet learned to use haki. To be honest, after learning about the Golden Lion's background in his previous life, Noel was speechless for a long time. That's the Golden Lion who competed with Roger. You know, during the Battle of Whitewall, the Golden Lion pushed Roger's pirate crew to the brink. If it weren't for that storm, the world might have changed because of it. Such a top-tier powerhouse lost to a rookie who doesn't even know how to use haki. Incredible, right? Yamato looked curiously at Noel. Seeing Noel's serious expression, Yamato realized that there must be someone on this island even Noel found tricky. That's right, if I'm not mistaken. The master of this island is probably Shiki the Golden Lion, Noel said slowly. Shiki the Golden Lion? Who is that? Yamato tilted his head and asked upon hearing the unfamiliar name. Noel glanced at Yamato speechlessly and said, "You should read the newspapers more often. He was a legendary pirate who once pushed Roger to the brink. Moreover, Shiki the Golden Lion was once a member of the same crew as Kaido and Big Mom." After briefly introducing Shiki's past, even the somewhat oblivious Yamato couldn't help but be taken aback. So what should we do now? After the surprise, Yamato seemed a bit excited. We don't know if they've discovered us yet. Let's proceed normally for now. After thinking for a moment, Noel made a decision. Meanwhile, on the floating island, a person with long golden hair that resembled a lion's mane, wearing traditional Japanese clothing with orange and yellow stripes, stood in front of a mirror. This person was Shiki the Golden Lion. After looking in the mirror, Shiki seemed startled and shouted, "Where did that big rooster come from?" Then he took a closer look and sighed with relief, saying, "Oh, it's just me." At that moment, several fart-like sounds came from beside him. It was Shiki's subordinate, Indigo. After coming to Shiki's side, he kept waving his hands, trying to express something. After watching Indigo seriously for a while, Shiki said in a daze, "What do you want to say?" Indigo, looking like a character from a bizarre anime, started to twist his body. However, Shiki still didn't understand until Indigo seemed to give up and sighed, saying, "I found a ship nearby. You can actually talk." Shiki jumped back in shock, exclaiming. Then, Shiki became serious and looked at Indigo with some confusion, saying, "How could there be a ship nearby?" Chapter 206. The Cruelty of the Sea. Shiki looked at the enormous ark before him and instantly became interested. You know, there are very few people in this world who can fly, let alone ships that can fly. Aside from himself, a float fruit user. This was the first ship he had seen flying in the air. Ha ha, is there a flag on that ship? Shiki laughed heartily and turned to Indigo. Indigo waved his hands, gesturing wildly. After observing for a while, Shiki hesitated and said, "Could it be that little brat Kaido?" At that moment, Indigo shouted in shock. "You actually understood?" Then Shiki and Indigo high-fived each other and burst into laughter. "Since it's Kaido's ship, let's go take a look." Shiki's body floated up as he flew toward the distant ark. On Noel's side, upon learning they encountered the Golden Lion, Guchun and the others also gathered at the bow of the ship. "I didn't expect the Golden Lion to be hiding in this place," Guchun said with a serious expression. As a former Navy member, he knew a bit about this legendary figure of the sea, especially after Roger's capture when the Golden Lion caused chaos at the Navy headquarters and was eventually captured by Sengoku and Garp working together. Even now, that story is still circulated within the Navy. He even famously amputated his own legs to escape Impel Down, shocking the entire world once again. Since Impel Down was established, the Golden Lion was the first person to escape from there. After Noel and Guchun recounted the Golden Lion's deeds, everyone else's expressions grew serious. Even the oblivious Yamato realized there was an extraordinary powerhouse living on the island ahead. TCH, whatever Golden Lion or Silver Lion, he can only hide up there and survive. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Enel voiced a different opinion. The very proud Enel, even after hearing about the Golden Lion's deeds, remained unafraid because he didn't recognize the name that Noel and Guchun mentioned. Although he saw Noel's serious expression and knew that it was a strong opponent, to Enel, that was merely a failure. Ha ha! I would overturn the entire world. Just as Noel was about to say something, a loud, boisterous laughter suddenly came from above. Everyone looked up to see a golden-haired man with an imposing aura looking down at them with a rebellious expression. Shiki the Golden Lion. Noel pronounced Shiki's name slowly. After surveying the surroundings, Shiki said, "I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be kids who know my name. Where's Kaido? He isn't hiding, is he?" "Kaido isn't here," Noel said, staring intently at the Golden Lion. Upon hearing this, Shiki pouted and said somewhat disinterestedly, "So he's not here. Since that brat Kaido isn't here, you dare to mock me?" Boom! A tremendous aura surged from Shiki's body, his fierce gaze resembling that of an enraged lion looking at everyone. Although Shiki couldn't unleash his conqueror's haki due to the ship's wool stuck in his head because of the Battle of White Wall, his presence still exuded a strong oppressive power. Sida. Suddenly, a flash of lightning zipped past Shiki, and Enel, holding a golden staff, appeared beside Shiki, unleashing a torrent of lightning towards him. A smirk of disdain appeared on the corner of Shiki's mouth as he lifted his leg and slashed with a sword-like attack, while Enel transformed into lightning again, the sword energy passing through Enel's body. "Oh, a Logia user? No wonder he's so arrogant." Shiki raised an eyebrow upon seeing Enel's powers, but didn't pay much attention. As a notorious pirate who had roamed the seas for so long, he had seen all sorts of bizarre abilities. It's just a Logia fruit. It's not worth making him too serious, and at his level, even a Logia fruit isn't that troublesome. Oh man. Lightning gathered, and Enel's figure reappeared, letting out a cold snort. Just as he was about to unleash his electricity, he suddenly sensed a crisis approaching. If it weren't for his exceptional observation haki, Shiki's earlier attack would have struck him. With just a simple collision, Enel knew that the strength of the person in front of him was truly formidable, even stronger than that previous guy named Katakuri. Although Katakuri also exuded a strong sense of oppression, the man before him, named Shiki, posed a deadly threat with every move he made. "Hey kid, how about coming aboard my ship? Let us turn the whole world upside down together," Shiki said, pulling out a cigar and inviting Enel. While Shiki wasn't afraid of Enel's abilities, he had great confidence in Enel's potential. Seeing such a promising young guy, the Golden Lion couldn't help but extend an invitation, believing that under his guidance, Enel would become his right-hand man in overturning the world. "Hey, you old man, I kept quiet because of your age, but he looked down on me a bit." Seeing Shiki trying to poach him right in front of him, Noel couldn't help but step forward. You're the captain of this ship?" Shiki was momentarily taken aback. He initially thought this kid with the rumble fruit was the captain of the ship. However, it was only after Noel's actions that Shiki realized Noel was actually the boss of the ship. "Yes, you old man. Don't think that just because you were once on a ship with Kaido, you can recklessly poach my crew, Noel said, grinning with a serious expression. Ha! I'm the Golden Lion. Do you know what the cruelty of the sea is, you flower grown in a greenhouse? After a hearty laugh, Shiki suddenly unleashed a sword wave. Wave slash. A golden sword wave, with unparalleled power, rushed towards Noel. Upon seeing this powerful sword wave, Noel's expression turned serious, and he transformed into his bare human form. Thunder breath. Boom! The wave slash and the breath collided instantly, creating a violent explosion that dispersed the surrounding clouds. The Golden Lion floated in the air, looking at Noel with a serious expression. After a careful examination, he hesitated and said, Mythical Zone? Chapter 207. Divine Favor. The Golden Lion looked at Noel in front of him, unable to suppress his amazement. He hadn't expected that on this small ship. In addition to having the top-tier natural ability of the Rumble fruit, there was also a rare mythical Zoan. Ha! No wonder you're so arrogant, kid. You do have some strength. Just moments ago, his wave slash had been easily blocked by this kid. Even someone as proud as Shiki had to admit that this kid's strength was quite impressive, at least much stronger than that kid with the Rumble fruit. However, a flower grown in a greenhouse is still a flower grown in a greenhouse. Even with some strength, it still doesn't understand the cruelty of the sea. Shiki revealed a cruel smile and began to swing his feet rapidly. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Countless sword waves, as massive as mountains, rushed towards them. In the original story, merely one wave slash was enough to cut through hundreds of kilometers of sea. Now, with such a gigantic number of sword waves, it was evident how powerful the Golden Lion was in his prime. Facing this multitude of sword waves, Noel's expression turned grave as he assumed a stance to strike with a straight punch. Naraka Thunderlight. A strong punch force erupted from Noel, as if to suppress the very soul. The aura rising from him made it feel like he was in the underworld. Countless thunderbolts gathered into a river of the Yellow Springs, charging towards the densely packed sword waves. Boom! The Yellow Springs River, with an unstoppable momentum, continuously shattered the sword waves. This attack, initiated by the Golden Lion, was once again blocked by Noel. Noel let out a slight breath. The Golden Lion was indeed the Golden Lion. Even though he was now old and frail, his strength still couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the Golden Lion now was not the weakened version from the original story. There were still 5 or 6 years before the plot began. It would likely be an even longer time before Luffy defeated the Golden Lion. The younger Shiki was significantly stronger than he was back then. One couldn't deny that the Golden Lion had been a formidable presence on the seas for so many years. This strength and oppressive aura made even Noel feel immense pressure. Ha, not bad, kid. Why not join my crew? I will train you to become the next generation of strong warriors. Shiki was genuinely excited. Who would have thought that a simple voyage would lead him to encounter so many promising young people? As long as he could bring these kids under his wing, and once his IQ research was successful, he would be even more confident in ruling this world. Having once been a member of Rocks, he naturally wanted to become the next Rocks, and this required his subordinates to possess sufficiently powerful strength. Back then, Rocks had that influence, not only because of his own strength, but also due to the presence of Whitebeard and others. The younger generation also had Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, both with formidable combat power, along with promising newcomers, which contributed to the glorious achievements of the Rocks pirates. Yet, such a powerful Rocks still fell to the combined forces of Roger and Garp. Thus, for Shiki to recreate the glory of that time, he needed even stronger strength. The two kids before him were the first step towards his dream. I say, old man, are you having a fit? Do you really think you are still that Golden Lion from back then? Since you've already lost, wouldn't it be better to quietly hide away and live out your days in peace? Noel said darkly. This old man, already in his 70s or 80s, still dreamed of overturning the world, not feeling tired at all. Haha, if you don't agree, then I will beat you into agreeing. The Golden Lion didn't team mind Noel's sarcasm. After all, these promising young kids generally had their own will, and convincing them was not a simple task. If Noel and the others easily agreed to Shiki's request, he would instead feel doubtful, wondering if they had some ulterior motives. With a hearty laugh, Shiki swung his sword waves once more. Countless sword waves flew towards the massive arc, and this time, fully unleashing his power. Shiki unleashed even more and larger sword waves than before. These sword waves enveloped the entire arc, and Noel and the others sprang into action. Naraka Thunderlight. 100 million volts Chilin. Sound Arrow. Rolling Salt. Open Door Phoenix Spreading Wings. Tangrass Tile Straight Punch. Not only Noel and his crew, but the other pirates on the ship also launched their attacks. However, the strength of these individuals was somewhat lacking, aside from a few cadres. The attacks of the others merely weakened the sword waves slightly without any further effect. Use haki to block in the front. Guqin observed the panicked crowd on the deck and quickly directed everyone. With Guqin's commands, the crowd gradually stabilized, and slowly, their coordination became more in sync. As Shiki continuously unleashed his sword energy, he noticed that his attacks were being blocked but did not get angry. Instead, his eyes grew brighter. He had just discovered something. It wasn't just Norr and Enel. Everyone who had just stood beside Norr had tremendous potential. Shiki couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Heaven had truly been generous to him, gifting him a great surprise. That little girl with the Wolf Fawn Club, if he wasn't mistaken, was also a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and from her, Shiki saw a shadow of Kaido. This little one was likely Kaido's successor, and that kid with the sword was using a sword technique that, if he wasn't mistaken, was the famous Eight Gates technique from a sea. To be able to use it so well at such a young age, his potential was undoubtedly immense, not to mention the nature-type salt fruit ability. Except for the other woman who seemed rather average in strength, everyone here had outstanding potential. As for the woman with average strength, being able to stand among these individuals surely meant she had other roles to play. Shiki was incredibly excited once he recruited these people under his command. With a few years of careful teaching, the reputation of his flying pirate crew would once again shake the seas. Normally, encountering even one such remarkably talented kid was exceedingly difficult, and even if he did, that kid would definitely have strong protectors around him. But today, Shiki, had stumbled upon a whole group of such kids. Was this not Heaven's favor? Years ago, because of Heaven's favor towards that Roger fellow, he had suffered defeat in that war, and the once mighty flying pirate crew had disbanded in an instant. Now, Heaven had finally sided with him. Ha ha ha, kids. Join my crew. Chapter 208. You liars. Shiki's loud laughter echoed as Norr's cheeks twitched, and he couldn't help but roar. You old geezer. You're almost buried in the ground. Yet you still think about dominating the world. Wouldn't it be better to step down gracefully? How do you delicate flowers understand? I can still fight for several more decades. Shiki was not angered by Norr's words. In his eyes, those people were already his to command. Since they would all be his subordinates in the future, he felt quite magnanimous. TCH, what a troublesome guy, Norr muttered while smashing the incoming sword energy with his fists. In reality, if it came to a direct confrontation, Norr was not afraid of Shiki. Although Shiki had once been a fearsome pirate, he was now severely injured and older. Norr felt pressure, but knew he could still fight him. However, the float fruit ability gave Shiki a significant advantage in aerial combat. A massive ship like the Ark took a long time to change direction. But Shiki was different. As a devil fruit user, he could move freely in the air, and combined with his legendary sword strikes, Norr and the others could only passively defend. ZZZ. After Enel summoned another Thunder Kirin, he transformed into lightning and charged at Shiki. Being passive and taking hits was not his style. If this continued, it would surely lead to a situation where they would inevitably lose. It was better to take a gamble. Perhaps there would be a chance for a turnaround. 100 million volts, discharge. Enel pointed his gold staff at Shiki, and countless bolts of lightning surged towards him. The corners of Shiki's mouth curled slightly as he turned around, unleashing two massive slashes. Enel knew he couldn't match Shiki in close combat, so he continuously used his devil fruit ability to harass him. With Enel's actions, the pressure on Norr and the others lessened considerably. Is this really the power of a legendary pirate? It truly lives up to its reputation. Guqin exhaled, looking seriously at Shiki in the air. Guqin's strength was already quite impressive. He was not far from Elvis. But facing Shiki's storm-like attacks made him feel small once again. It was like when he faced Elvis on Sky Island. Even a casual strike from the latter required him to exert all his strength to respond. This was not even the full strength of the Golden Lion. Being able to exert 60% of his peak power was already quite good. Norr glanced at Guqin out of the corner of his eye and then jumped to shatter the sword energy. If Shiki didn't have that obstructive helm on his head and his legs weren't severed, he would still be the top powerhouse on the seas. If he wanted, the last position in the New World would likely have nothing to do with Shanks. However, many things do not have if scenarios. Given Shiki's current injuries, maintaining his current combat ability was already astonishing. If it were anyone else, they would have long hidden away in some corner, struggling to survive. It can only be said that the Golden Lion is indeed the Golden Lion. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Watching Shiki's wild attack style, Norr couldn't help but admire this man, who resembled a lion. It seemed that my cultivation is still far from enough. After hearing Norr's words, Gu-chun fell silent. We are still young. Let's not belittle ourselves. The future is ours. Norr smiled to comfort Gu-chun, then began to think about how to break the deadlock. The current situation was already very clear. If they continued to stalemate like this, Norr and the others would suffer heavy losses. In the air, Shiki held an absolute advantage, and defeating him in aerial combat was virtually impossible. So, Norr had to either land back on the blue sea, but if there were no islands below, Shiki's advantage in the ocean would also be quite pronounced. Thinking of this, Norr sighed helplessly and said to Gu-chun, "You go control the ark and head towards Shiki's island. We will engage him in land combat." Just as Norr finished speaking and was about to continue resisting the sword energy, Yamato suddenly shouted excitedly at Norr. "Norr, didn't you say that aside from you and Enel, no one else can control the ark? Why can Gu-chun?" Hearing Yamato's words, Norr was taken aback. The situation had been too urgent, and he had completely forgotten about this matter. He had subconsciously arranged for Gu-chun to operate the ship. Who would have thought that their conversation would be noticed by Yamato beside them? Now, Yamato looked angrily at Norr, disregarding the sword energy in the air, demanding an explanation. Let us not focus on such trivial matters. Let's get through the current difficulties first." Norr, feeling speechless, quickly shifted the topic. Just as Yamato was about to persist in questioning, Norr continued to threaten, "If you don't behave, you won't be allowed to touch the ark again." Yamato paused and then obediently defended against the sword energy slashing towards her. "Damn it, you guys actually teamed up to deceive me," Yamato said, looking furious. Seeing the expressions of the others around her, Yamato realized that everyone had long known about this matter, and they were all conspiring to keep it from her. But fortunately, the situation is quite urgent now, and Day doesn't dare to go too far. Otherwise, if she truly angers Noel, he might really not let her control the ark anymore. Seeing Day temporarily calm down, Noel also breathed a sigh of relief. Once Day starts making a scene, the current situation would only give him more headaches. After slightly adjusting its direction, the ark quickly advanced towards Shiki's island. Shiki watched the ark's movements and realized what Noel and the others were planning, but he did not stop them. He had absolute confidence in himself. Since these people voluntarily came to his territory, it would be convenient for him to catch them all at once. What is up, kid? Are you planning to surrender?" The golden lion laughed heartily again, cigar in mouth. Noel, however, looked at Shiki with a gloomy face and said, "You old man, just wait. I will make you regret it. What is wrong with joining my crew? That brat Kaido is simply too weak. Join my crew and let me take you to experience the top-notch battles on the sea." Upon hearing Shiki's words, Noel couldn't help but scoff. "You're almost too old to move, and you're still talking big?" Chapter 209. The next generation admiral of the flying pirate crew, seeing Noel say he was old and frail, Shiki responded with a laugh. "Then wouldn't it be better if you join my crew? You can follow me to conquer the whole world. And then I will abdicate and hand over the position of admiral of the flying pirate crew to you. You will be the next generation admiral." These familiar words made Noel truly tired of hearing them. Both Sengoku and Kaido had said similar things to him before. Sengoku viewed Noel as the pillar of the next generation of the Navy, while Kaido regarded Noel and Day as the future of his beast pirates. Now here comes Shiki, insisting on making Noel the next admiral of the flying pirate crew. What is going on? Don't these people have anything better to do than to find someone to take care of them in their old age? Noel was also quite speechless. When he first heard Sengoku's words, he felt a bit proud, but after hearing Kaido's words, he became very calm. Now, hearing Shiki's words again, he felt even more speechless. Why is it that whenever he meets an old man, they insist on making him their successor? Fortunately, Noel had formed a deadly feud with Charlotte Linlin. Otherwise, that woman might have conspired to make him her son-in-law. And that old man Whitebeard, he hadn't encountered him yet. Otherwise, he might have been forced to be his son too. What is wrong with these old-timers from the previous era? Do they think just because they're getting old and frail, they must find someone to inherit from them? Seeing that Noel was indifferent to his words, Shiki said again, "Since you disagree, then I will have to beat you until you agree." After saying that, Shiki's movements accelerated significantly. Even with Enel harassing him from the side, Shiki unleashed countless sword chi that enveloped the Arkansas. The pressure on Noel and the others suddenly increased a lot. After all, this was their own ship. If they were on land, Noel and the others wouldn't have to face so many attacks. "Gu-chun, speed up. I'm already going as fast as I can." Gu-chun's forehead was also sweating a bit. After adjusting the ark's direction again, he hurried back to the deck to defend. In the distance, Enel, seeing that Shiki was directly ignoring him, had veins popping out on his forehead. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Countless bolts of lightning converged on Enel's body, making his figure grow larger and larger until a form resembling a 6-meter-tall thunder god appeared. Shiki glanced at Enel out of the corner of his eye and chuckled. Can't hold back, huh? You really are too young. Final strike, Divine Thunder. After transforming into Thunder God, Enel's golden staff also changed, turning into a trident shape. Countless bolts of lightning wrapped around the trident, and as Enel swung it, the lightning instantly enveloped Shiki. Finally, Enel swung the trident with great force, sending it racing towards Shiki with powerful lightning. Shiki's pupils contracted at Enel's attack, and without time to think, he instinctively reacted. Bang! A sound of collision echoed as soon as Shiki lifted his leg. The trident collided with his sword. This was Shiki, even though his swordsmanship and conqueror's haki had weakened. His armament haki and observation haki were still at the world's top level. If this attack were to be faced by an existence of the same level, basically no one could withstand Enel's attack. To others, it seemed like the moment Enel swung, the trident's attack had already struck the enemy. Even Noel had to be extremely alert against Enel's attack. Otherwise, with one careless move, he could be seriously injured. Ha ha ha, kid. You're still far from being able to hurt me. Shiki laughed heartily, but he was also sweating nervously. Just now, seeing Enel's move, it was purely instinctive. If he had to think about it, at this moment, Shiki wouldn't have been able to block it. Seeing that his strongest attack was blocked, Enel's expression also darkened. He waved his hand and summoned the trident back. Judgment of the Gods. Under the Thunder God state, Enel's attacks were even stronger than before, and the range of the lightning cover grew larger. Shiki had to focus more attention on Enel. As a result, Shiki's sword chi attacks had to be significantly reduced, and Noel and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old man, we'll settle the score after we land. Looking at his injured subordinates on the deck, Noel's expression grew even darker. Shiki had been attacking for so long, it was inevitable that there would be some negligence. And having subordinates of Shiki's level trying to block his attacks was indeed too much of a challenge. However, the arc was simply too massive, so they had no choice but to let these people come out to defend. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for just Noel and a few others to defend such a large ship. Fortunately, with Enel's explosive growth, both sides were entangled as they flew towards Shiki's island. As the island drew closer, Noel and the others prepared for battle. Noel, let me give that guy a try. At this moment, Gu-chan stepped forward, expressing his desire to challenge Shiki alone. Hearing Gu-chen's words, Noel was taken aback and then shook his head, refusing Gu-chen's request. You are too weak to face him right now. One careless move, and you could lose your life. Shiki is not Elvis. The two sides are currently in an antagonistic relationship. Letting you face Shiki alone is too risky. After a moment of silence, Gu-chen's eyes became more determined as he said, that is exactly why I want to challenge him. This way, I can gain more experience. Seeing Gu-chen's stubbornness, Noel also began to feel a bit of a headache. Noticing Noel's hesitation, Gu-chan said again, you can help me from the side. Even so, I still don't recommend you challenge him alone, because if something goes wrong, we may not be able to support you in time. Noel looked at Gu-chan with a serious expression, trying to dissuade him from this dangerous idea. However, Gu-chan replied as if he were a turtle eating a scale. This guy is also a dual-wielding user. Fighting him will greatly help me. But, just as Noel was about to say something, he was interrupted again by Gu-chan. Trust me, I won't be in danger. The two held their ground for a long time, and in the end, Noel reluctantly conceded. He knew Gu-chen's character. Once this stubborn guy made a decision, it was very difficult for others to change it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed alone on that island for so many years. Alright, just be careful. Chapter 210. Training everyone followed Shurji to his island, and after giving Gu-chan a deep look, Noel spoke up. You need to be careful. If you can't handle it, we will intervene immediately. Gu-chan nodded with a smile. After sailing for so long, he finally encountered an opportunity to train himself. Among the people he had met before, there were no opponents with particularly strong abilities. Aside from slightly increasing his combat experience, there were no other benefits. However, fighting against someone like Shurji, who was once at his peak but had significantly declined in strength, would provide Gu-chan with great advantages as long as he didn't die. It would also make his future path clearer, so no matter what, Gu-chan didn't want to miss this opportunity. If he really died in battle, then it would only mean he was not that capable after all. Upon reaching the ground, the solid feeling reassured everyone. Noel arranged for Rennie to take the ark and leave. A battle would still be somewhat dangerous for Rennie, and since Shurji's target was them, it was very safe for her to take the arc away. Hey, old man, after you've hit us for so long, it's our turn to fight back. Noel's eyes were fixed on Shurji, and his demeanor was very low and tense. Ha ha ha, little brats, if you want me to taste your strength, then show me some real skills, or you'll all stay here today. Shurji laughed loudly while floating in the air. He knew the intentions of Noel and the others, but as the Golden Lion, he naturally didn't take their little schemes to heart. At this moment, Gu-chan slowly stepped forward with two blades at his waist, one of which was the ancestral knife bestowed by his teacher. The other was the sword of the silver-haired man from the recent battle in Food City. Originally, Gu-chan didn't plan to use this sword, but given the special situation, he brought it with him. Oh, are you little brats looking down on me, letting him come to die alone? Shurji's expression finally darkened. Seeing Gu-chan's stance, Shurji realized that this little brat with two swords at his waist wanted to challenge him one-on-one. I'm a golden lion. A roar like that of a lion surged towards Gu-chan with immense pressure. Facing the powerful aura, Gu-chan's expression became serious. Feeling a heavy burden from just the pressure. It was fine on the ship because everyone resisted Shurji's attacks together, but now it was different. Gu-chan was facing Shurji alone, and the pressure he felt was vastly different from before. Gu-chan, inheritor of the Eight Gates sword technique, please give me your guidance. Gu-chan solemnly announced his name before slowly drawing both blades. Interesting. Let me see what you are capable of. Shurji took out a cigar again, looking at Gu-chan with a cold smile. Those who could face his pressure without changing color were indeed qualified to stand before him. Swish! As soon as Shurji finished speaking, Gu-chan exerted force with his foot and charged towards him. Open gate, sword shadow. Gu-chan reached Shurji's side at an incredible speed, and countless afterimages appeared around him, with slashes coming from multiple directions, enveloping Shurji in attacks. Shurji merely smiled disdainfully. Little brat, if this is all you can do, you might as well withdraw. Slash wave. Shurji swung a sword beneath him, and an enormous sword energy directly obliterated all surrounding slashes. This slash was much larger, and its power had risen sharply compared to the previous ones. Gu-chan didn't say anything. After seeing his slashes being defeated, he sheathed his twin blades and began to gather power. Open gate, 1,000 troops tail. Two arc-shaped slashes shot into the sky, slicing towards Shurji, with a hint of black indicating that Gu-chan had covered the sword energy with armed color hockey. This is acceptable. Shurji observed Gu-chan's slash, a hint of appreciation appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then he raised a foot to block the sword energy. Clang! The sword energy pushed Shurji back several meters before dissipating in the air, with countless tiny sword energies filling the battlefield with a murderous atmosphere. Gu-chan looks a bit dangerous, they said worriedly as he watched the situation from a distance. Noel nodded, his eyes fixed on Gu-chan's figure. That guy Shurji is only using sword techniques, and he has already forced Gu-chan to exert all his strength. The gap between them is still quite large. After speaking, Noel slightly turned to Anilu and said, Anilu, once Gu-chan is unable to handle it, you must intervene immediately. Anilu understood the gravity of the situation and said nothing more, just nodded slightly. With Anilu's speed as the embodiment of lightning, as long as Gu-chan wasn't instantly killed, he would be able to support in time. Moreover, since Shurji's goal was to recruit them, Gu-chan's safety was still quite guaranteed. Anilu looked at the man in the air, resembling a lion, and thought about how he had just exerted all his strength, only to draw a portion of Shurji's attention. His mood grew heavy. This was his first battle with a top-tier powerhouse, and that powerhouse was now injured and aging. If it were Kaido or Whitebeard in the air instead, wouldn't the situation be even worse? At this moment, Anilu's desire for power grew stronger. Every time he thought he had reached the peak, others would appear to tell him that this so-called peak was merely halfway up the mountain. As the top-level Logia user, Anilu undoubtedly had the potential to reach the top, but the premise was that he needed to have an unyielding heart. During this time, after several great battles, Anilu's heart had become less strong than before. The battle with Shurji could be said to have awakened him once again, reminding him that he couldn't even defeat an old lion in decline. Resgate, step on the ripple. Gu-chan's figure vanished, as if he had transformed into a gust of wind, silently and invisibly approaching Shurji. Ski revealed a slight smile, simply sidestepping to evade Gu-chan's attack, and then casually lifted his foot, sending Gu-chan crashing to the ground. After struggling to get up, Gu-chan charged toward the golden line again. With Noel's presence, skills like Moonstep were mastered by everyone. Thus, the two began to engage in a fierce aerial battle. Chapter 211. The conditions of the wheel war. Several hours passed, and Gu Chan bore multiple wounds, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. In contrast, Ski appeared unfazed, puffing on a cigar as he floated in midair, watching Gu Chan. Haha, little brat, your potential is quite impressive. Join my ranks, and I will train you to become the world's #1 swordsman. After this prolonged battle, Ski had defeated Gu Chan solely with his swordsmanship, but during the fight, he also reaffirmed Gu Chan's potential. Thus, Ski harbored a slight intention to guide him, which is why the battle lasted so long. Through this extended fight, Gu Chan discovered many of his own shortcomings. It could be said that as long as he survived this time and returned to train seriously, his strength would significantly increase. Cough, even without joining you, I can still become the world's #1 swordsman. Gu Chan managed a difficult smile, his appearance disheveled, but his spirit remained unbroken. If you refuse, then I will have no choice but to kill you. Ski's originally friendly face turned cold, exuding an incredible aura of killing intent. Just as Ski prepared to launch another attack, a flash of lightning appeared, and Enel instantly appeared beside Ski. 100 million volts, discharge. Countless bolts of lightning enveloped Ski. Upon recognizing Enel, Ski grinned. Lion's might, earth roll. Instantly, the ground surged, and numerous stone formations shaped like giant lion heads emerged to shield Ski. The thunder struck the lion heads, obliterating them, but Ski remained unscathed. Haha, what's this? You little brats are beginning a wheel war against this so-called old man? Ski mocked as he soared higher, looking down at the group of young fighters below. What's the matter? The so-called Golden Lion Ski is afraid of us little ones? Noel grinned at Ski. Since Ski didn't want to kill them, how could they miss such a great opportunity for battle? Earlier, Ski had numerous chances to kill Gu Chan, but chose not to, instead continuously guiding him. This diminished Noel's anger significantly, although the old man attacked him at first. His subsequent teaching could be considered compensation. With such a good sparring partner, Noel no longer wished to kill Ski. However, to make the proud Ski a practice partner, there was no other way than to have him join their ranks. Thus, Noel thought, since that's the case, they would rely on Ski's reluctance to kill them to engage him in a wheel war. Little brat, I can see through your little schemes. Ski glanced at Noel, directly exposing his plan. Noel, however, didn't mind. He never intended to hide anything from Ski. If Ski wanted to recruit them, he would have to comply. After a moment of thought, Ski laughed heartily. You little ones aren't too bad. Since I'm in a good mood, I might as well give you a few pointers. As soon as Ski finished speaking, his demeanor turned fierce, his eyes fixed on Noel. However, if you still refuse my offer, I will kill you all. This is your only chance. Noel understood Ski's meaning. He could train his subordinates, but wouldn't nurture his enemies. Pirates and the Navy were different. All naval officers were comrades, while pirates had only their crew and everyone else was an enemy. Ski developed a fondness for talent, wanting to recruit Noel and the others. He can now offer guidance. But if they failed to recognize the opportunity after that, he would show no mercy and eliminate them. Noel spoke seriously. In our battle, if I lose, we will join your ranks. If I win, I will kill you. I am a golden lion. Lion's might, earth roll. The previously calm earth surged again, wrapping around Enel, while Ski continuously slashed with sword energy to block Enel's path. Since Enel was a Logia-type user, every slash of Ski's sword energy was infused with armament haki, making the already powerful sword energy even more formidable. As Ski and Enel engaged in battle, Yamato arrived at Gu Chen's side, lifting him onto her shoulder and quickly leaving the battlefield. I'm sorry, Gu Chan said, his face pale. What are you talking about? Aren't we partners? Yamato looked at Gu Chan strangely before focusing on their escape. Back beside Noel, Yamato set Gu Chan down and turned to look at the battlefield. Gu Chan appeared somewhat worn out, but his injuries weren't particularly severe. He was just fatigued. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Enel and Ski erupted into a fierce clash. Unlike Gu Chen's battle with Ski, which resembled a duel between swordsmen, this was different. Enel's lightning and Ski's float fruit abilities had massive attack ranges, with each move seemingly capable of altering the surrounding environment. Little brat, your fruit ability is still lacking. Ski laughed loudly before escalating the battle. Lion's might water roll. Countless seawater began to gather in the sky, ultimately forming numerous water masses to encircle Enel. Under Ski's control, the water masses began to gather, and Enel's pupils contracted in surprise. He hadn't expected Ski to control seawater too. This meant that his attacks posed a significant threat to Devil Fruit users, as being enveloped in seawater would end the battle in an instant. Sizzling, Enel transformed into lightning, disappearing from his position as countless water masses chased after him in the air. Ski floated in mid-air, laughing heartily, occasionally slashing with sword energy towards Enel. Now, the pressure on Enel increased significantly. Unlike the earlier battle on the Ark, facing Ski alone, he began to understand Gu Chen's earlier predicament. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Enel gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate move, with lightning gathering around him, ultimately transforming into the form of the Thunder God. Chapter 2:12. Cataclysmic Battle. After Enel transformed into his Thunder God state, he did not stop moving. He turned around and began to compress the thunder on his body. Eventually, the originally several meters tall Thunder God was compressed to just over 3 meters, only half a meter taller than his usual height. After battling with Norr and others, Enel realized that his original Thunder God form was too bulky. In such top-tier battles, every movement felt cumbersome, so after some thought, Enel improved his Thunder God form. In Enel's Thunder God form, there were several black patterns on his body, a manifestation of armament haki wrapping around him. Unlike Norr, whose haki was black with thunder patterns when fully unleashed, Enel's was thunder with haki patterns. Shiki watched Enel's various actions with a smirk, making no other movements but quietly waiting for Enel to prepare. Since this was a guidance fight, he had to wait for Enel to unleash his strongest skills. Haha, not bad, kid. Your potential is quite impressive. Let me guide you. After Enel was ready, Shiki waved his hand, and countless seawater rushed toward Enel. The seawater formed a gigantic mountain shape, which quickly descended upon Enel, trying to crush him beneath it. Enel looked up coldly at the mountain above him and thrust his trident forcefully at it. The tip of the trident instantly crackled with lightning, and countless bolts of lightning surged toward the mountain, the heat generated by the thunder creating mist behind it. 1 billion volts, Thunder Beast Horde. Countless thunderous beasts roared as they charged toward the mountain, with some being manipulated by Enel to attack Shiki. Shiki swung his legs, continuously slicing out sword energy, and giant sword waves extinguished the thunder beasts one after another. Taking advantage of this moment, Enel instantly vanished from his position and appeared next to Shiki, raising his trident to stab at him. Clang! The blade and the trident collided, creating a powerful shockwave that shattered rocks around them, sending them flying in all directions. However, as the rocks flew into the air, they stopped mid-flight and then shot toward Enel. Each of these rocks was like a bullet, but Enel directly ignored the stones shooting toward him. They passed through him without leaving a single scratch. Old man, prepare to die, Enel roared, and the surrounding lightning formed a massive electric net, wrapping around Shiki. The speed of the lightning was too fast. Even Shiki couldn't dodge it. Shiki unleashed his observation haki. An armament haki continuously emerged from his body, resisting the lightning strikes hitting him. Ha ha ha. Kid, let me tell you, this is the technique of using haki. Shiki laughed heartily, holding a cigar. While it looked strong for Norr and Enel to constantly cover themselves with armament haki, it was indeed very taxing on stamina. True top-tier experts rarely use haki this way. They usually combine it with observation haki to resist incoming attacks. However, this technique is merely the basic threshold for these old-timers, who have mastered the use of haki to perfection. For Norr and others, it is not something that can be achieved simply by relying on talent. It requires long-term practice and training. After refining his armament haki to its peak, Norr was also starting to contemplate this technique. But to use it as freely as Shiki does, he still had a long way to go. TCH, let's see you block this. Enel scoffed and unleashed more lightning toward Shiki. Shiki, however, did not sit idly by. With just 2 golden slashes, he shattered the surrounding lightning and flew high into the sky, leaving the ground. Lion's Might, domain roll. Countless seawater surged once more. But this time it was not just seawater. The ground also began to churn. Rocks and soil formed several gigantic lion heads, and the seawater morphed into countless water masses, attacking Enel from all directions. Looking at the overwhelming assault, Enel's expression grew serious. He slammed his trident into the ground, causing lightning to surge up and block the area around him. Judgment of the Gods. After releasing the trident, Enel's hands began to flicker, and 2 massive pillars of lightning erupted from his hands. These pillars of lightning swept around like laser beams, instantly obliterating any lion heads and seawater that came into contact with them. The battle between the two was like the end of the world, each movement accompanied by earth-shattering chaos. Amidst their widespread clash, occasional bolts of lightning struck Shiki, but he blocked them with his armament haki. There were also rocks or seawater that broke through the defenses and hit Enel. At this moment, what tested Enel was the use of armament and observation haki, and clearly, in this respect, Enel could not compare to Shiki. As time passed, Enel began to show some wounds, all from moments of carelessness. In contrast, Shiki still floated in the air, smoking his cigar and continuously manipulating various attacks toward Enel. For a fruit user like Enel, close combat was not a good choice, especially after Shiki was injured. Many of his sword techniques could not be executed, mainly relying on slashes for attacks. Thus, the once top swordsman in the world began developing his devil fruit abilities after leaving Impel down. If Shiki had this ability during the Marineford War, he might have one back then. Just like now, countless water vapor gathered on the battlefield, and due to Enel's lightning, the originally clear sky turned overcast, beginning to drizzle. With the rumbling of thunder, Shiki looked up at the sky, his expression turning grim as if he recalled something unpleasant. Then, Shiki's fingers moved slightly, and the rain in mid-air was covered by his abilities, with countless raindrops attacking Enel amidst the raging winds. Then, Shiki made another move, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be manipulated, the entire world appearing to be under Shiki's control. If Enel were not a user of the Rumble fruit, Shiki might have already directed the thunder to strike Enel. Had Shiki possessed this ability back then, even a mere storm could have become his weapon to end the battle. Chapter 213. Where's my conqueror's haki? Ha ha ha, kid, you're still a long way from defeating me. Shiki laughed again, his aura rising like a lion king roaring. Enel, not to be outdone, picked up his trident from the ground, and his body was once again enveloped in lightning. Looking at the overwhelming attacks that seemed like the apocalypse, Enel gritted his teeth and charged forward with a fierce expression. Finale, Thunder God. Enel's entire body swelled up again, and the previously compressed lightning no longer remained compressed, but began to continuously release. At this moment, facing such an attack, whether compressed or not, could no longer change anything. So Enel calmly unleashed the lightning. The gigantic form of the Thunder God raised its right hand high with a trident, while its left hand was also held loosely. The entwined lightning transformed into massive pillars of lightning, continuously crashing into the surroundings. Countless lion heads and seawater slowly pressed towards Enel. And even though Enel was attacking with all his might, he could not completely shatter them. In the end, Enel made a new move, directly detonating all the thunder around him, creating a massive thunderstorm. Unlike the one caused by Norr, this storm began to compress immediately after forming, eventually resulting in a tremendous explosion. Boom! The explosion of thunder annihilated all the attacks surrounding Enel, and countless smoke and debris flew in the air, as if a torrential rain had fallen on the battlefield, with seawater cascading to the ground. Zing! A bolt of lightning gathered, and Enel gasped for breath to condense it, as the previous attack had consumed a significant amount of his stamina. Fortunately, as a Logia-type user, he elementalized himself and left the spot before the thunder exploded. Thus, the previous attack did not cause him much harm, and it was after the explosion dispersed the seawater around him that Enel managed to escape. Looking at the panting Enel, Shiki chuckled and said, "Kid, you need more training if you want to defeat me." After saying this, Shiki turned to Norr and asked, "Who's next?" Norr glanced at Enel in silence, then raised his head and said, "Aren't you going to take a break?" "Ha ha, I'm a golden lion. You little brats can only warm me up at most. Come on." Shiki shouted loudly, and then Yamato stepped forward carrying a kanabo. Since Shiki said it wasn't necessary, Yamato no longer hesitated, transforming into her full form and looking seriously at Shiki. "Oh, it's you, little girl. I see Kaido's shadow in you. So, are you a successor?" Shiki asked with interest, recalling that many of Yamato's attacks during the battle on the Ark were skills used by Kaido. However, Yamato shook her head and replied, "I am not his successor. I am his daughter." "What?" Shiki's eyes bulged. He didn't expect that the ugly Kaido would have such a beautiful daughter, and with such strength and potential too. "Ha ha ha, Kaido's daughter? Let's see how much of his strength you have." After a hearty laugh, Shiki unleashed several slashes towards Yamato. Yamato immediately wrapped her kanabo with armament haki and swung it to counter the attacks. Ice breath. A cold breath shot towards Shiki in midair. A gigantic lion head appeared in front of Shiki's body, blocking the breath, which then transformed into a massive ice sculpture. "Here you go." With a slight movement of his finger, the ice lion head smashed down towards Yamato, who then swung her kanabo, shattering the lion head into pieces. Yamato charged towards Shiki using Moonwalk, and this time Shiki did not rely solely on his fruit abilities as he had against Enel, but also attacked Yamato directly. Clang! After the Kanabo and blades collided, the two began to fight in midair. Shiki swung his dual blades while manipulating stones and seawater to attack Yamato. Yamato continuously swung her Kanabo to shatter these attacks. Thunder, roar, 8 trigrams. The Kanabo, infused with countless lightning bolts, rapidly struck towards Shiki, who lightly raised his leg to block it. Clang! Ha ha ha, kid, your Thunder Roar 8 trigrams is a bit lacking. Hearing Shiki's taunts, Yamato silently wrapped cold air around her Kanabo and continued her assault. The cold air coiled around Shiki's blade, and Shiki's body shook as he repelled Yamato. 9,000 cuts. Countless golden slashes surged towards Yamato, who raised her Kanabo in front of her, activating her armament haki to the fullest. Mirror Mountain. After Yamato blocked one slash, the next one engulfed her, scattering countless ice crystals, but she vanished from the spot. Ice Clone Slash. Using ice to create a decoy, Yamato jumped into the air, raising her Kanabo from above, using all her strength to smash down toward Shiki. Seeing the powerful momentum of Yamato, Shiki finally took her seriously. After the previous 2 battles, the Golden Lion had inevitably consumed some stamina, especially in the intense battle with Enel, although he had suppressed Enel the whole time. The constant use of large-scale attacks was indeed not as easy as it seemed. Yamato ranked second in strength among Norr's group, only below Norr, so Shiki needed to treat this fight earnestly. Slash Wave. The golden sword aura surged forth, colliding with Yamato's Kanabo. Then Yamato's eyes widened, and her Conqueror's haki surged upward, the powerful pressure bearing down on Shiki, with numerous lines appearing around them. Ha ha ha, Conqueror's haki? I have that too. Shiki laughed loudly, then widened his eyes, but nothing happened. The blades and Kanabo remained locked, but Shiki seemed to lose focus, and after a moment shouted, "Where's my Conqueror's haki?" Then he realized, mumbling, "Oh, right? My Conqueror's haki is gone. That damn ship's wheel. You better take this seriously." Yamato roared and raised her Kanabo to strike again. Shiki sidestepped to evade Yamato's attack, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Even without Conqueror's haki, I can still crush you. Lion Might Yashino Kuni roll. The earth surged again, and the seawater on the ground formed countless water masses. Shiki was now serious. Chapter 214. Fight again. The earlier scene of the earth shattering reappeared, with countless attacks surrounding Yamato. Unlike Enel, Yamato's attacks were not wide-ranging, and her breath was also frozen, unable to block Shiki's onslaught. For a moment, Yamato found herself in a predicament, but Shiki also could not defeat her immediately. Yamato's armament haki was fully activated, and the lightning coiling around her Kanabo allowed each strike to clear the stones and seawater in front of her. The situation fell into a stalemate, and from a distance, Norr observed the situation below, constantly pondering what he would do if he were in this predicament. Because Norr's abilities and skills are somewhat between Yamato and Enel. His attack range is larger than Yamato's, but not as extensive as Enel's. If the Golden Lion unleashed his full power, it would be very difficult for him as well. Thunder, roar, 8 trigrams. After Yamato once again repelled the incoming attacks, she suddenly disappeared from her original position, stepping through the gaps of countless attacks. She rushed towards Shiki at extremely fast speed. Yamato knew that if this continued, the one who would lose could only be herself, as Shiki's consumption of stamina when using these abilities was not particularly large. However, she was different. Every time she used a rumble ball to break through those attacks, it consumed a portion of her stamina. If this continued, she would definitely find herself in a situation of physical exhaustion by the end. So Yamato wanted to force a close combat with Shiki while she still had ample stamina. Divine Foot, White Snake Princess. The moment Yamato reached Shiki's side at lightning speed, she quickly attacked with her spiked club, but Shiki could only resist by swinging her blades. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of countless steel colliding echoed, and sparks flew in the air. Yamato swung her spiked club with all her might towards Shiki, but the once invincible weapon felt as ineffective as throwing a stone into the sea against Shiki, even with Shiki using her swords as her legs. Her overall strength remained at the pinnacle level, and Yamato's attacks appeared full of flaws in her eyes. Little one, these attacks are not how you should use them. Shiki pointed out various shortcomings in Yamato while blocking her attacks. As time passed, Yamato's attacks became increasingly fierce, and this was the benefit of having a top-tier powerhouse providing guidance. Yamato had trained under Kaido since she was young, but at that time, her strength was too weak, and many aspects were beyond her reach. Therefore, Kaido's guidance mainly focused on honing her physique and will. However, at this stage, Yamato needed to use more techniques to compensate for her shortcomings. When your haki and abilities are not enough to crush your opponent, the battle enters another stage, which is a contest of one's own skills and combat intelligence. In the original work, many characters initially seem extremely powerful, almost as if they could conquer the heavens and the earth, but when they encounter truly strong opponents, they appear incredibly weak. This does not mean that the person's strength is weak. Rather, when both sides possess equal strength, the abilities can be overly restrictive. Otherwise, the battle relies on these personal attributes. Currently, Shiki's strength had significantly diminished due to injuries, and, combined with the disadvantage of age, it was impossible for Shiki to crush Yamato. Strictly speaking, Shiki's current strength was at most on the edge of monstrous power. When in good condition, she could exhibit monstrous strength, but when in poor condition, she was at best on the level of a vice admiral. Therefore, Yamato's hard power was actually not much weaker than Shiki's. However, Shiki had fought for many years, and her wealth of experience and skills were things Yamato could not compare to. Up to this point, Gu-chun and Enel had also fought against Shiki, and from the scene, it was clear that Shiki had not fought with all her strength. In her battle against Gu-chun, she had suppressed him entirely with her swordsmanship. Enel was even more so, as he was forced into a corner solely by Shiki's fruit abilities. If the battle continued, Enel would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Now, Yamato on the battlefield had entered another situation. Firstly, her strength was somewhat stronger than both of them, and as a mythical Zoan user, she had a certain level of proficiency in both abilities and close combat. Therefore, Shiki was also fighting back with her abilities combined with close combat. With Shiki's presence, whether it was Gu-chun or Enel or now Yamato, they all found many of their weaknesses and various techniques in Shiki. It could be said that after this battle, as long as everyone devoted themselves to training, each person's strength would undergo a new transformation. Noel observed Shiki's various movements on the battlefield, constantly simulating the battle in his mind. Although Noel did not participate, he gained quite a bit from watching. He estimated that if he were to engage in a life-and-death battle with Shiki, he still had a high chance of winning. Although it seemed somewhat unfair, he would not be given too much fairness now. However, if he were to have a normal spar with Shiki, Noel estimated that he would most likely be the one to lose. Boom! The battlefield was filled with continuous roars, and various shockwaves blew Noel and the others' hair into disarray. This was the power of the older generation, truly terrifying. Gu-chun had rested for a while and had recovered quite a bit. He approached Noel and said with some emotion, "I've been thinking a lot about this." Noel shared his various speculations and experiences with Gu-chun, who fell into deep thought. After a moment, Gu-chun said solemnly, "I want to fight him again, even if it's a life-and-death battle." Noel turned to glance at Gu-chun and hesitated. If the previous battle was a guiding match, it was based on Shiki's good mood and the immense potential of everyone involved. If Gu-chun challenged him again now, given Shiki's personality, he would likely refuse. If a battle were to occur, it could easily turn from a guiding match into a life-and-death struggle. This was something Noel found hard to accept. After spending so long together, he did not want to see Gu-chun in danger. "I think you shouldn't challenge him again. It's very dangerous." Noel shook his head, rejecting Gu-chun's proposal. Gu-chun understood Noel's thoughts, and the two fell silent again. Enel, who was nearby, heard their conversation and felt somewhat moved. The previous battle had not only impacted Gu-chun, but also left a significant impression on Enel. Hours passed, and the once intense battlefield gradually began to calm down. After a few hours of exhausting battle, Yamato's stamina was severely depleted. Although their battles often lasted for days, even up to 10 days, a fight that escalated to such intensity right from the start, with every move pushed to the limit, drained stamina quickly, especially with every attack from the Golden Lion. Yamato had to continuously defend multiple times to break free, further aggravating her exhaustion. "Ha ha, little brat, Kaido has trained you well, but it's still not enough. Join my crew, and I'll help you reach the peak of this world." Shiki tossed aside his burnt cigar and lit another one. To be honest, Shiki was increasingly appreciating these little guys. Their strength was quite impressive, and their potential was enormous. More importantly, each of them had a very firm will. This was what Shiki admired the most. As long as they had this determination, their future achievements would not be low. Shiki was also somewhat envious of Kaido. That little brat had managed to gather such a remarkable group of talented subordinates. According to the intelligence seen by Shiki, Kaido himself has a group of strong subordinates. It can be said that the strength of Kaido's crew may not be the strongest pirate crew in the world, but it is the one with the greatest potential. Once Noel and the others grow up, Shiki has to admit that no pirate will be their match, unless two Yonko crews join forces to contend with them. At this moment, Yamato is panting and standing in place, having exited the form of the great god of roaring. It's not that Yamato is unable to continue fighting, but Yamato knows that if they were to fight again, it would likely end in desperation. Seeing that Yamato has lost the will to fight, Shiki also slowly descends to the ground. To be honest, while fighting with the three of them has been enjoyable for Shiki, it has also been somewhat exhausting, especially the battle with Yamato. Although Shiki has been suppressing Yamato the entire time, he himself has expended a great deal of energy. When Noel and the others saw the two stop fighting, they all came forward. Shiki looked at Noel, who was eager for battle, and laughed heartily, saying, "What's wrong, kid? Are you already itching to fight this old man?" Just as Shiki was about to soar into the air again to prepare for battle, he saw Noel shake his head and say, "I'm hungry. Let's eat first." Kaha, then all right. Shiki was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Shiki knew that Noel was being considerate of his own energy consumption and didn't want to take advantage of him. Shiki also wanted to win this battle, and he understood his own condition. In such a state, fighting Noel would likely result in his own defeat. Although Shiki's spirit is astonishing, he is not a stubborn fool, and this matter would not damage his reputation. Noel turned to Alan and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Alan." Alan smiled softly and walked toward the Arkansas. The Ark was docked on the ground, not far away. While the two sides were fighting, Rennie had brought the Ark over to facilitate everyone's quick escape in case anything happened. Rennie and Alan would not participate in this battle, as the power gap between the two sides was too great. As mentioned earlier, their strength had not yet reached the level to engage in such a battle. Even if they forced a fight with Shiki, they would not gain much benefit and could leave psychological scars instead. Rennie hurried over to support Yamato and began treating her wounds. Meanwhile, Noel sat down on a stone and looked at Shiki, saying, "Old man, I didn't expect to run into you here." Shiki also found a stone to sit on, puffing on a cigar and laughing heartily. "It won't be long before I once again reign over the seas." Shiki was willing to talk more with Noel and the others. In all these years, aside from those living on Skypiea, this is the first time I've seen a flying ship. Shiki's gaze was fixed on the distant Arkansas. Although it seemed heavy to Shiki, he knew that his disdain stemmed from being a float fruit user. However, in the hands of others, it was indeed a formidable object. Noel and Shiki began chatting. They learned many things and experiences from each other, with Shiki gaining insights into the current state of the seas through Noel and the others. The stories depicted in the newspapers were merely for reference. Many things held hidden secrets, and Shiki was currently a lone wolf. Aside from Indigo, he was all alone, so he knew very little about the information on the seas. Now, with Noel's presence, and due to Noel's identity and strength, he could understand many things, making him an excellent source of information for Shiki. When Alan arrived, pushing a large cart of food, the hungry group gathered around to eat. Upon smelling the food, Yamato seemed to regain her energy, her previously weak appearance now seeming like a mere illusion. Everyone listened as Shiki recounted stories from the sea. The relationship between them and Shiki was quite delicate. Strictly speaking, they were adversaries, but due to Shiki's admiration, they could sit together and share a meal. However, everyone present knew that after resting, they would have to engage in real combat once again. If Noel were to be defeated, then, according to their wager, he would have to join Shiki's crew, or if Noel killed Shiki, everything would be resolved. Therefore, the next battle could be described as both a guiding fight and a life-and-death struggle. After eating and drinking, Shiki directly left the place. Before leaving, he praised Alan's cooking, saying that after floating in the sky for so long, it was the first time he had eaten such delicious food. Meanwhile, Noel sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in meditation, tried to adjust his condition to its best. He knew that the next time Shiki came, it would be the start of the battle. Noel. Yamato noticed the serious expression on Noel's face and couldn't help but want to say something, but was stopped by Rennie beside her. Rennie shook her head and softly said, "Let's leave here for now. We must trust Noel." In the end, everyone left this place to Noel alone. Regardless of the outcome, they would accept it willingly. Even if it meant joining Shiki's crew, as long as it was Noel's decision, they would do so gladly. I, the undercover pirate, am about to become a Yonko. Please bookmark. The undercover pirate is about to become a Yonko with the fastest update speed. Chapter 216. The issue of Gu Chun. The next morning, Noel slowly opened his eyes. After a night of meditation, he had adjusted his condition to its peak. Step, step, step. At this moment, a sound of footsteps approached, and Noel turned to see Gu-chan walking slowly toward him. I still want to fight that guy again. Gu-chan's face was serious, and his tone was very firm as he spoke. Noel looked at Gu-chan's expression and fell silent again. From their conversation yesterday, Noel knew that Gu-chan would definitely bring this idea up again. But you're not his opponent. If you fight again, you could very well die at his hands. Do you know what that would mean? Noel looked at Gu-chan with a cold expression, feeling a bit complicated. He hoped Gu-chan did not realize this, but he knew Gu-chan was aware. Gu-chan nodded and said, I know. If I die in battle, you guys will never let things go with that guy. The Golden Lion. Sigh. Since you know, why make such a choice? Noel sighed and said helplessly, yes, if Gu-chan unfortunately dies in battle against Shiki as his partner, Noel and the others would definitely not stand by and would fight Shiki to the death. In that case, the previous wager would be rendered meaningless, because in that situation, even if Noel were to be defeated later, they would rather die in battle than join Shiki's crew. Therefore, Gu-chan's decision can be considered quite reckless. Not only is he wagering his own life, but he is also, to some extent, gambling with the fates of Noel and the others. Gu-chan fell into silence at this moment. In fact, he also knew that what he was doing was wrong. But the obsession in his heart was torturing him at all times. I'm sorry, I will withdraw from the pirate crew and then challenge Shiki. After a moment of silence, Gu-chan raised his head and expressed his thoughts. Slap. As soon as Gu-chan finished speaking, Noel slapped him hard. Noel was very angry right now. On one hand, it was Gu-chan's stubbornness, and on the other hand, it was what Gu-chan had just said. What do you take us for? Noel's eyes narrowed, and his aura began to surge. Elvis has told me many times that you have a serious problem with your character, but I never paid much attention to it. Now it seems I've been negligent. Noel's expression turned very cold. Gu-chan's current state was also largely his responsibility. He always believed that everyone had their own goals and ideas. As long as everyone was on the same path, the rest didn't matter much. But now it seemed that Noel was wrong. Gu-chan's path had gone awry, and, as the captain, he hadn't noticed. I agree to your battle with Shiki, but after this, you must give me an explanation. Noel looked coldly at Gu-chan, who nodded in agreement. Watching Gu-chan leave, a hint of confusion flashed in Noel's eyes. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Gu-chan seemed to have changed into a different person at this moment. Especially after the battle with Shiki, Gu-chan always silently observed the battlefield alone, occasionally coming over just to lament Shiki's strength. Although Noel didn't know what had happened to Gu-chan, as the captain, it was his responsibility to resolve these matters. Despite being very angry with Gu-chan's actions, Noel wasn't particularly worried. He had complete confidence that he could defeat Shiki. In a life-and-death battle, he would definitely be the one to win. Noel's gaze became resolute, and he closed his eyes again to adjust his emotions. The conversation between the two had made Noel somewhat angry, and such emotions would affect the upcoming battle. Before long, Gu-chan and Yamato returned to Noel's side, and Noel had adjusted his state, waiting for Shiki's arrival. Jiahaha kid, are you ready? Shiki flew down from the sky. Compared to the previous day, Shiki had recovered to peak condition after a night's rest. Noel looked at Shiki with a fighting spirit and said, I've been waiting for you for half a day. At this moment, Gu-chan stepped forward and said seriously, I hope to challenge you once again. Shiki raised his eyebrows in surprise at Gu-chan's words, then glanced at Noel and said, What? Do you have other ideas? Before Noel could speak, Gu-chan spoke again. No, I just want to see your full strength and know how much the gap between us really is. Jahaha, what kind of joke are you making, kid? Do you think I'm your sparring partner? Shiki laughed loudly, his aura soaring, looking defiantly at Gu-chan with a very gloomy expression. Shiki was in a very bad mood right now. According to the initial agreement, he only needed to defeat Noel, and these people would then join his ranks as per the rules. But now Gu-chan had stepped forward again, which Shiki had not anticipated. This time, I will risk my life to fight you, even if I die in battle. It's worth it, Gu-chan said firmly. His words shocked Yamato and the others, as they were unaware of Gu-chan's intention to challenge Shiki again, except for Noel. Yamato looked at Gu-chan with a puzzled expression and asked, Gu-chan, what are you trying to do? Gu-chan ignored Yamato and stared intently at Shiki. After scanning the crowd, Shiki slowly spoke, Kid, this time I won't hold back. If you die, don't blame me. After saying this, he looked at Noel. Kids, this is the last time I will tolerate you. If you cause any more trouble, don't blame me for being rude. After giving Gu-chan a deep look, Noel nodded and said, If I lose, I will take everyone as agreed and join your ranks. At this point, if Noel really lost, he would definitely adhere to the agreement. Jahaha, I hope so. Then let us get started. After Shiki finished speaking, he floated into the distance, and Gu-chun also slowly walked towards Shiki. After taking a few steps forward, Gu-chun suddenly turned back and looked at Noel and the others, saying, "I'm sorry, this time I was too willful. We'll talk about everything after it's over." Noel did not accept Gu-chun's apology and coldly replied, "Noel, what's wrong with Gu-chun?" Yamato asked with a frown as he watched Gu-chun's departing figure. Noel shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. Let's talk about it after this matter." Chapter 217. Gu-chun's rematch with Shiki on the battlefield. Gu-chun focused on Shiki's figure, while Shiki casually floated in the air, waiting for Gu-chun's move. In Gu-chun's eyes, there were many flaws in Shiki, but he didn't dare to act rashly, because he didn't know which flaws were genuine and which were deliberately exposed by Shiki. "Kid, how long are you going to make me wait?" Shiki pulled out a cigar and lit it, saying somewhat impatiently. At that moment, Gu-chun suddenly moved. Open door, thunderbreak. Gu-chun rushed towards Shiki at an extremely fast speed. Upon reaching Shiki's side, he seemingly swung his sword lightly, but in fact, it was extremely powerful, condensing most of Gu-chun's focus. Ding! Shiki casually raised his leg and waved it, blocking Gu-chun's strike. The two engaged in a duel of sword techniques in midair. Gu-chun was a veritable genius. After battling Shiki yesterday and observing 2 other matches, he corrected many of his shortcomings in a very short time, and some difficult-to-overcome flaws were temporarily masked by other means. As soon as they engaged, Shiki noticed the changes in Gu-chun, and his admiration for him grew even stronger. "Jehaha, kid, you are really impressive. How about inheriting my legacy?" Shiki looked at Gu-chun, who held a single-edged sword but also had a knife at his waist, expressing his thoughts. Looking at Gu-chun's stance and recalling their last battle, Shiki knew he would use dual-wielding techniques. In just one day, Gu-chun had improved so much that even Shiki couldn't help but want to pass on his sword skills to him as a successor. After all, Shiki was already quite old, and if he didn't want his sword skills to be lost, this person in front of him was the best choice. However, Gu-chun remained silent, and the blade in his hand became increasingly sharp. "Tch, what a boring kid," Shiki said with a pout. With a sudden force, Shurji pushed Gu-chun away, his fingers moving slightly as countless stones surged to form a lion's head, charging towards Gu-chun. "Little ghost, fighting is not just about sword skills," Shurji shouted, and the lion's head, accompanied by numerous stones, was launched at Gu-chun. Gu-chun's pupil shrank as he quickly slashed out several sword energies to extinguish the stones. Although those stones seemed weak, each one was like a cannonball. Gu-chun's situation became increasingly difficult. Originally, Shurji could easily suppress him with just sword skills. Now, Shurji had also activated his fruit abilities, meaning that from the very beginning of the battle, Gu-chun had fallen into a desperate situation. Opening the door, battle kill. Gu-chun swung his blade around, forming a barrier of sword energy as countless stones struck against his barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of collisions filled the air, and amidst the cacophony, Gu-chun's face gradually turned red. Opening the door, Phoenix cry and spread wings. Suddenly, a red arc of slashing energy surged outward, instantly clearing the area around Gu-chun, who seized the opportunity to charge towards Shurji once more. Resting gait, treading mist and calm. Gu-chun's figure vanished, appearing as if teleporting behind Shurji, and he slashed downwards. However, Shurji seemed to anticipate this, smiling slightly as he sidestepped Gu-chun's attack, then swung his sword. Wave slash. The golden sword energy was instantly unleashed, with a hint of black, indicating that Shurji had wrapped his armed color hockey around the sword energy. Boom! Gu-chun was instantly sent flying by this sword energy, and Shurji unleashed several more sword energies towards him. Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley, Resting Gate, Sword Shadow. Just as Gu-chun landed, he quickly got up and moved away from his original position, countless afterimages appearing on the battlefield. Waves of sword energy shattered the afterimages, but none struck Gu-chun. Shurji looked around, trying to locate Gu-chun's figure. At that moment, Shurji suddenly noticed the sky darkening above him. He looked up to see Gu-chun descending from the sky, holding his blade and striking down towards him. Opening the door, Phoenix cried the sky. Because of this delay, Shurji didn't have time to swing his sword to block. Helplessly, he could only cover his arms with armed color hockey, crossing his hands. Boom! Gu-chun's blade struck Shurji down to the ground, and as the dust settled, Shurji stood up again, looking at his torn sleeves, his expression darkening significantly. Little ghost. You did well. Although Gu-chun's strike didn't inflict much damage on Shurji, At least he had managed to hurt him. Lion's Might, Imperial Ground Roll. Shurji's fingers moved slightly, and the previously calm ground began to surge. This time, Shurji was genuinely using all his strength. After all, he always acted high and mighty. Yet had been hurt by a little ghost, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Shurji's actions made Gu Chen's already difficult situation even more challenging. Gu Chen, who had barely managed to get close before, now found himself without the qualification to do so. Shurji, now much more serious, continuously directed stones towards Gu Chen, and after defending for a long time, Gu Chen gradually bore several wounds. Realizing he could no longer approach Shurji, Gu Chen could only keep slashing sword energy towards him. However, to Shurji, Gu Chen's attacks were nothing more than a child's clumsy attempts, posing no threat at all. Noel, Gu Chen is in some danger. What should we do? Yamato looked worriedly at Gu Chen below. Although Gu Chen's recent actions had upset everyone, he was still a companion they had lived with for many years. So Yamato couldn't help but feel concerned. However, Noel shook his head slightly and said, "Let him learn his lesson this time. Besides, this is his own decision, so let him bear the consequences." Shurji had previously stated that this was his last act of leniency, which meant he wouldn't kill Gu Chen. Seeing Shurji like this, Noel also wanted Gu Chen to learn a lesson. His reckless attitude, only thinking about challenging powerful foes without regard for other safety, made Noel somewhat angry. Especially since Gu Chen had said he wanted to leave the pirate crew, claiming he would bear the consequences himself. In Noel's eyes, that was just childish and quite laughable. Noel made a decision in his heart. Regardless of the outcome of this battle with Shurji, he needed to resolve the issues surrounding Gu Chen. Otherwise, similar problems would likely arise in the future. Fortunately, Shurji was still within Noel's capability to deal with. But what about next time? Gu Chen's actions could very well put everyone in danger. Gu Chen, will you change? Noel murmured. Chapter 218. Have you awakened? Lion's Might Imperial Ground Roll. After Shurji dodged Gu Chen's sword energy again, he waved his large hand, and countless stones completely surrounded Gu Chen. Just as these stones were about to imprison him, several sword energies suddenly appeared around Gu Chen. Swish! Gu Chen instantly disappeared from his original position, reappearing not far away. However, as soon as Gu Chen's figure stopped, he was once again surrounded by the stones manipulated by Shurji. Opening the door, Phoenix Cry of the Sky, a red circular slash appeared once more, and a phantom of a phoenix emerged behind Gu Chen, letting out a cry. After clearing the surrounding stones, the residual energy surged towards Shurji. As Shurji slashed out his sword energy to shatter Gu Chen's strike, Gu Chen had already vanished. Shurji quickly used his observation haki to locate Gu Chen. After struggling in a dangerous situation for a long time, Gu Chen was gradually getting used to the intensity of Shurji's attacks and had begun to find opportunities to counterattack. Of course, this was also due to Shurji holding back, not wanting to kill Gu Chen. Just as Noel and Gu Chen had expressed concerns earlier, Shurji also had his worries. If he accidentally killed Gu Chen, then Noel would definitely not let it go easily. "He, little ghost, give up." Shurji laughed heartily, then turned around to slash again. At that moment, Gu Chen suddenly appeared in front of Shurji. Holding his blade with a powerful momentum, he slashed at Shurji, but unfortunately, Shurji had anticipated this, and the two blades clashed violently, creating a powerful gust of air. Golden sword energies once again flew towards Gu Chen, who quickly began to dodge. However, just as he moved, the surrounding stones stirred again. Gu Chen looked at the situation around him, his expression turning extremely serious. He knew that if he didn't find another way, he might be doomed. Gu Chen instantly drew another blade from his waist, using it as a last resort. Although he could use dual-wielding techniques, this blade in his hand was a trophy taken from a silver-haired man in the Food City. Though it was a very good blade, Gu Chen found it difficult to wield. In his first battle against Shurji, Gu Chen discovered that using this blade as a second weapon made his sword skills feel somewhat clumsy. Fighting against a strong opponent like Shiki, even a hint of awkwardness could become his fatal weakness. Therefore, during this battle, he had always relied on his ancestral sword. However, given the current situation, he could only try to use the dual sword style to fight. Gu Chen understood in his heart that even with the dual sword style, he would not be Shiki's match. In close combat, he would be defeated even faster than before, but there was no choice. As long as Gu Chen did not want to concede right now, using the dual sword style was the best option. Restless Gate, flowing circles. Gu Chen swung his two swords, and the rapid strikes created slashes around him. Amidst the flashes of blades, the surrounding stones were shattered again, and the incoming golden sword energy was blocked by Guchen's crossed dual blades. Kid, that's not how you use the dual sword style. Shiki, being a top swordsman of the dual sword style, could tell at a glance the flaws in Guchen's technique. Shiki decided not to use his fruit ability anymore and charged straight at Guchen, with his dual blades striking down like they were alive. Guchen focused intently on observing Shiki's movements. Although Shiki was not wielding the dual blades with both hands, many things shared similarities. He took this opportunity to absorb experience from Shiki. In turn, was focused on identifying Guchen's weaknesses. Kid, if that's all you've got, then it's time to concede. I don't want to play with you any longer. After a long battle, Shiki began to feel some impatience. Although Guchen was quite talented and had grown a bit during this fight, he was no longer Shiki's subordinate, and Shiki had no intention of nurturing others. Of course, that would be a different story if Guchen agreed to inherit his legacy. I haven't lost yet. Guchen's expression twisted into something more ferocious upon hearing Shiki's words. He swung his sword even faster, but with each swing, his flaws became more apparent. Noticing this, Shiki unleashed another wave of sword energy, instantly knocking one of Guchen's blades away and then slamming the other blade to the ground. Kid, don't test my patience. Shiki's voice turned deeper, and the surrounding pressure seemed to lower significantly. Yet Guchen's expression remained fierce, his eyes fixed on the blade on the ground, unable to calm down. I haven't lost. I can keep fighting. Guchen roared, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Shiki, then bent down to pick up the sword from the ground. At that moment, Noel arrived beside Guchen and, hearing his words, threw a punch that sent Guchen flying. You need to wake up. Noel looked at Guchen with a cold expression, surprised by how deeply Guchen was fixated on this. Even though he had already agreed to let him fight again, Guchen still seemed unsatisfied, and Noel found him very unfamiliar now. Guchen was stunned by Noel's sudden punch. Sitting on the ground, he stared blankly at Noel. Just as he was about to say something, Noel interrupted him. We've already fulfilled your request to challenge Shiki again. Don't push it too far now. Guchen's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately, he held back, his expression calming down. He understood that the reason he could fight for so long was that Shiki had been holding back, and given the situation, it was just his stubbornness. I lost. Thank you. Guchen slightly bowed, officially ending the battle. When Guchen walked over to Day and the others, Day frowned and asked, "What is wrong with you?" However, Guchen ignored Day and walked past him, heading straight for the Ark. It feels like ever since Guchen encountered Shiki, he has become a bit strange. Renee also frowned, watching Guchen's figure. I need to see him. After pondering for a while, Day finally stood up and chased after Guchen. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Noel looked at Shiki and said slowly, "Let's put an end to this battle, just the two of us." Ha ha ha, kid, don't be too confident. Shiki laughed heartily and then looked at Noel with a defiant expression. Chapter 219, the final battle after Shiki had just fought Guchen for a long time. Although he had not sustained any injuries, Noel did not want to take advantage of him, so he waited for Shiki to recover his stamina. As a top-level powerhouse, Shiki naturally knew that people like Noel had their own pride, and he did not delay, sitting cross-legged on the ground to adjust his condition. While Shiki was resting, Guchen and Day returned to the Ark. Guchen, what's wrong with you? Day grabbed Guchen's clothes, looking very dissatisfied. Seeing this, Guchen could only turn around, expressionless, and said, I'm fine, I'm good. Just as Day was about to say something, Guchen continued, I know what you want to ask. I really am fine. I just want to become stronger, that's all. Day sighed and said, but I feel like you become a different person. Maybe it's because I lost, and I'm feeling a bit down. Guchen replied, still expressionless, and then turned to walk into the training room. Day looked at Guchen's demeanor, unsure of what to say. Everything would have to wait until Noel's side was settled before they could address it. After resting for 2 hours, Shiki stood up again, and Noel opened his eyes upon hearing the movement. The two exchanged glances, and Shiki floated into the air. At the same time, countless stones shot towards Noel. Lion's might, Imperial Earth surge. The ground began to churn. This time, Shiki was not like in the previous battles. He was using his full strength from the very beginning. Countless lion heads coalesced, and both the sea and the wind became his tools to manipulate. As the battle began, Shiki created an apocalyptic scene, aiming to engulf Noel. Noel transformed into his bear man state, with countless bolts of lightning swirling around him, and his armed color hockey instantly covered him. The lightning patterns emerged on his body, creating a magnetic field across the battlefield. In an instant, the magnetic field surged through Shiki's body, and he felt a slight sensation of paralysis. This sensation was different from what he experienced during his previous battle with Enel. The magnetic field formed by the countless bolts of lightning collided with the celestial phenomena manipulated by Shiki, and then Noel unleashed his conqueror's haki. The apocalyptic scene became even more vivid, and upon sensing the haki approaching, Shiki's expression grew more serious. Just from the clash of momentum and abilities, Shiki realized that Noel's strength was quite formidable, far superior to the previous group of little ones. Moreover, feeling the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki, Noel's aura was incredibly fierce. It can be said that Noel's strength, whether in the past or present, has always ranked among the strongest on the sea. Haha, little brat, let me see your power. After a hearty laugh, Shiki charged towards Noel with his lion head, accompanied by a fierce wind and seawater. Not only these attacks, but the ground where Noel stood also cracked open in an instant, attempting to confine him. These attacks occurred in a split second. Noel quickly moved away from his original position and charged towards Shiki at lightning speed. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from Noel, and Shiki's attacks were shattered before they even got close. Noel clenched his fists and reached Shiki's side, with lightning swirling around him again, instantly enveloping Shiki. Thunderous Seal. With an immense aura, a gigantic white bear appeared behind Noel, as if it intended to tear Shiki apart. Shiki, however, was not to be outdone, swinging his sword towards Noel's fist. Clang! At the moment of their collision, it seemed a golden lion appeared behind Shiki, attempting to devour Noel. Just a single clash created a massive wave of energy centered around the two, scattering both the lightning and the raging wind and seawater. After failing to land a hit, Noel continued to swing his fists, the lightning coiling around his hands, constantly adding to the power of his attacks on Shiki. After several more collisions, Shiki began to feel a growing sense of paralysis, which he immediately noticed. After dodging one of Noel's punches, Shiki flew back into the air. Although this paralysis did not affect his ability to fight, if it continued to intensify, it would eventually have an impact on him. At their level, a critical moment of explosion could very well determine the outcome of the battle. Lion's Thousand Cuts. This time, the sword energy Shiki unleashed was overwhelming, a realm far beyond their previous battles. Countless golden sword energies filled the entire sky. Noel looked up at the vast sword energy, his fists crackling with lightning again, as countless fist shadows appeared, aiming to shatter the sky, full of sword energy. Torrential thunder. The collision of countless fist shadows and sword energies created violent booming sounds in midair, making their battle earth-shattering. Even Gu Chun, who had just entered the room, was startled by the sounds of the fight, stepping out to gaze at the sky. Seeing the fist shadows unable to break through, Noel retracted and unleashed a powerful aura. Nai Luo Thunderlight. A river of yellow spring, gathered from lightning, surged skyward, shattering the sword energies in midair, as Noel charged towards Shiki with renewed vigor. Shiki, laughing maniacally, met him head-on, and they engaged in close combat once again. After Shiki thrust his sword and missed, he swung horizontally. The blade struck Noel, producing a clanging sound. With his armament haki defense, Noel swiftly retaliated with his fists. Thunder Bear Smash. Noel crossed his fists, their force akin to two gigantic bears, embodying unmatched bravery. Shiki also covered his twin swords with armament haki, relentlessly attacking Noel. As they continuously attacked, both had their observation haki heightened to the extreme. In such battles, not only armament haki was tested, but observation haki was equally crucial. Noel's Conqueror's haki erupted again, causing Shiki's movements to momentarily falter, and taking advantage of that opening, Noel launched another attack. Six King Spear, Bear Cannon. With his hands together, a massive thunder bear opened its mouth, unleashing a colossal thunder wave towards Shiki. Shiki's pupils constricted. Noel's burst of Conqueror's haki was too sudden, causing a brief pause in his actions. Left with no choice, Shiki had to hit his armament haki against his body. Boom! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Shiki roared, "Little brat, you've angered me." Chapter 220. The Decisive Battle 2 after Shiki's furious roar. The air around him seemed to twist, and a powerful aura surged into the sky. In an instant, Noel felt as if he were in a distorted world, with the air around him compressing his body and countless rocks shooting towards him. Thunderstorm. Facing this fierce move from Shiki, Noel did not hesitate to ignite the surrounding magnetic field. Countless bolts of lightning mixed with the storm instantly enveloped both of them. The moment the storm formed, Noel felt his body lighten, and the heavy pressure vanished without a trace. Shiki, observing the surrounding storm, moved his fingers again. The storm that had engulfed them both began to fluctuate, and Noel's expression tightened as he quickly controlled the storm with lightning. The two stared at each other motionless, but the storm grew increasingly intense. Under Shiki's control, countless stones joined the storm. The already formidable storm's power skyrocketed, making it impossible for anyone else to approach. Haha, little brat, I'll take your storm. Shiki laughed widely, continuously using his devil fruit ability to seize control of the thunderstorm. Noel, unwilling to back down, commanded all the surrounding lightning to strike at Shiki. Shiki also manipulated the stones to shoot at Noel, with both standing their ground, relying on their observation haki to sense each other's moves and using armament haki for defense. They remained locked in this stalemate for a long time, finally realizing that even with all their effort, they couldn't seize control. Eventually, they decided to stop fighting for control and charge forward again. Boom! A wave of energy erupted again as Noel's fist struck Shiki's abdomen, while Shiki's sword swung upward, forcing Noel to retreat, but also leaving a gash on him. Torrential thunder. Lightning fist shadows enveloped Shiki, with countless fists targeting different areas of Shiki's body. Just as the fist shadows were about to hit Shiki, a massive stone formed into a small mountain appeared in front of him. The small mountain cracked under the impact of the fists, and Shiki seized the opportunity to unleash several slashing strikes. The golden slashes whizzed through as the mountain exploded, aiming to cleave Noel in two with their razor-sharp momentum. Noel struck back with his fists, gathering countless bolts of lightning, but the slashes knocked him back, and Shiki's mouth curved slightly. Moving his fingers again, he sought to reclaim control of the storm. Noel's pupils constricted, but due to the slashes in front of him, he couldn't react in time, helplessly watching as Shiki took control of the storm. ZZZ. The moment Shiki seized control of the storm, he waved his hand. Thunder, wind blades, and stone struck Noel with immense force. After a violent explosion, Noel's figure emerged, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Shiki. Ha ha ha, kid, it's still a long way off for you to defeat me. Shiki laughed heartily at Noel's somewhat disheveled form. Throughout the series of battles, just now, Shiki had gained the upper hand purely through his more extensive combat experience. If we were to talk about strength, the two were currently evenly matched. At this moment, Shiki's advantage and experience manifested once more. You're still far from it, you old fool. After taking a stance again, Noel's surrounding lightning surged once more, countless bolts connecting with the storm. With the storm under Shiki's control, Noel had no choice but to compete with him again. Otherwise, in this situation, his advantage would vanish completely. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Shiki knew that if Noel wanted to contest control, the situation would fall back into the previous state. So, Shiki did not hold back against Noel, but seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of slashes to regain his advantage. Countless golden slashes came towards Noel, who narrowed his eyes and thrust one hand forward in a stabbing motion to counter them. Boom! After a brief stalemate with the slashes, Noel broke through them, and a massive sword energy collapsed, creating countless small sword energies that sliced into his body, leaving many tiny wounds. Looking at the injuries on his body, Noel muttered to himself, this old guy really has some skills. Even in this situation, he's still very tough. He ripped off his tattered clothes and fixed his gaze firmly on Shiki in midair. The first round of confrontation ended, and it could be said that he had lost, defeated by Shiki's rich experience. Kid, do you want to admit defeat? By now, Shiki had to admit that the strength of this kid before him was indeed formidable. Even he could only suppress him with his extensive combat experience. Noel did not respond to Shiki's words, but took another stance, silently telling Shiki his answer. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning rained down, pulling the storm's lightning towards Shiki. Seeing this, Shiki controlled the wind blades and stones to start a counterattack against the lightning. In this chaotic backdrop, Noel charged forward again to clash with Shiki, causing a massive roar. The onlookers outside the battlefield couldn't help but gasp at the disaster-like battle below. Gu-chan and Yamato, who had initially returned to the ship, also came back to witness the fierce fighting. Yamato and the others realized that Shiki had left a lot of leeway in his previous battle with them. At the very least in their fight, Shiki had not unleashed such devastating attacks. Noel should be okay, right? Alan, unable to make an effective judgment on this level of battle, looked at the intense fight before him with some concern. Yamato sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes fixed on the battle below, but he spoke very casually. It's fine. Noel will definitely win. What a pair of monsters. Renee couldn't help but exclaim. She had a very clear understanding of her own strength and felt that she would probably never reach such a level in her lifetime. Enel and Gu-chun remained silent, but they too were focused intently on the battle between Noel and Shiki. The difference was that Gu-chun was watching Shiki, while Enel was focused on Noel. Both wanted to learn some experience from them. At the same time, reflecting on their own battle with Shiki and then observing Noel's battle, they helplessly realized how far they were from their level. Chapter 221. The final battle. The battle between the two continued from noon until the sun set, and then from night until the sun rose again. The entire battlefield became unrecognizable due to their constant clashes. This high-intensity battle lasted a full 7 days before it began to ease. At this point, both Noel and Shiki were gasping for breath. Noel bore several large sword wounds, with blood flowing continuously from the injuries. Fortunately, as a Zoan-type ability user, his recovery capability was quite strong, and many of his wounds had begun to scab over and even heal. Shiki was not faring any better. Floating in midair, half of his face was swollen, and he bore several fist imprints, marks left by Noel's strategy of trading injuries for injuries. There was no other way. Shiki's combat experience was too rich, and Noel's many attempts to find openings had all been countered by Shiki. Ultimately, Noel could only resort to this method to keep up the fight against Shiki. If Shiki's rich experience was his advantage, then Noel's advantage lay in his youth, strong physique, and abundant stamina. Thus, trading injuries with Shiki was actually beneficial for Noel. Looking at the panting Shiki, a slight smile appeared on Noel's face as he said, "What's wrong? Can't you old man hold on any longer?" Hearing Noel's words, Shiki laughed loudly, and then countless stones shot towards Noel once again. "I am a golden lion. To defeat me, you little brat are still 100 years too early." Countless bolts of lightning gathered into armor around Noel. He could no longer fully cover himself with armament hockey, but the defense of the thunder armor remained very strong. The stones that shot towards Noel struck him without leaving a single mark. Noel ignored these stones entirely as countless bolts of lightning rained down toward Shiki's head. These bolts of thunder were casually deflected by Shiki's sword. At this point, both of their physical strength had been severely depleted, and they could no longer use their big moves at will. In this moment, Noel fell into silence. If the two were to fight to the end, whoever won would have to pay a heavy price. Noel was now quite confident that he could defeat Shiki here. However, Shiki had previously given everyone a speech, which caused Noel to hesitate momentarily. Shiki noticed Noel's hesitant expression and felt insulted. Having fought this far, Shiki understood that he might lose to this little guy before him. But who was he? He was the Golden Lion Shiki, the one who once roamed the seas and forced the pirate king Roger into a corner. He was the overlord of the seas at that time, the most likely candidate among pirates to become the pirate king. Even if he was imprisoned and impelled down, he would self-mutilate to escape. Even though he was now old and frail, his strength was no longer at its peak. He still had not extinguished his ambition to overturn the entire world again. Yet now he was being looked down upon by a kid. "Kid, what do you take me for? I am the Golden Lion Shiki." Shiki swung his arms forcefully, and the scene of disaster reappeared as countless attacks surged towards Noel. Ski, using all his strength to attack Noel, roared, "You little brat aren't even qualified to pity me." Ski was completely enraged, his eyes turning crimson as he unleashed countless powerful attacks on Noel, aiming to completely crush him. Seeing Ski's furious expression, Noel finally came to his senses. Without time for self-reflection, he poured all his energy into battling Ski. This outburst from Ski marked the beginning of their decisive battle. The fight, which had somewhat calmed down, escalated again, even more intense than in previous days. Noel rushed to Ski's side and threw a powerful punch, while Ski didn't dodge at all, his blade slicing directly towards Noel. Bang! Splat! The sound of fists colliding with flesh and the sound of the blade cutting through skin echoed simultaneously. However, it seemed as if neither of them noticed, continuing their fight. Ski had thrown everything aside, wanted to clash head-on with Noel. He wanted this little brat to know that he was the Golden Lion, the ruler of the seas, and that even in his old age, he was not someone to be pitied. After only a short struggle, both of them were covered in numerous wounds. Noel's punch landed on Ski's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood before delivering a slash that left a deep wound on Noel. Seeing Noel severely injured, Ski swung his blade again to press the advantage. Noel, seeing this, covered his hand with armament hockey, grabbing Ski's swinging blade. Then, lightning surged around him as he punched towards Ski's head. Thunderous lightning. Faced with Noel's attack, Ski couldn't pull back his blade in time and raised his left hand to block his head. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Noel's punch shattered Ski's arm. Ski didn't care about the injury to his left hand. Instead, he aimed to sever the hand that was holding his blade. Noel had no choice but to release the blade, allowing Ski to inflict another terrifying wound on him. Both of them were panting heavily, their lungs feeling like a broken bellows when Noel grinned and said, "I win." As soon as he finished speaking, Noel's conqueror's haki surged upwards, a powerful aura instantly pressing down on Ski. Normally, this aura would not affect Ski at all, but the situation was different now. It felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back for Ski. Just as Ski shook off the shock of the conqueror's haki, Noel's massive fist appeared before him. Without time to think, Ski quickly covered his head with haki. Bang! Noel's fist struck Ski's head, producing a sound like a bell tolling. Ski staggered back, feeling dizzy and unable to see clearly. Seeing this, Noel advanced again, wanting to finish Ski off. But just as Noel made a move, his face suddenly showed signs of shock. A powerful aura emanated from Ski's body, and strands of lightning appeared around him. "No way," Noel murmured. Just when Noel wanted to finish Ski, he suddenly noticed a faint conqueror's haki emanating from Ski. This haki caused Noel to stop his movements, and as he halted, the haki vanished as if it had never existed. Chapter 222. Decisive battle. For Noel was certain that although Ski's conqueror's haki dissipated quickly, it had indeed erupted in that moment. Ski was gasping for breath, his face pale. In a life-or-death crisis, Ski had chosen to forcibly unleash his conqueror's haki, and amidst a splitting headache, he had finally triggered it. It was precisely because of this that Noel was momentarily stunned, allowing Ski to escape this peril. That pesky ship's helm. After Ski shouted angrily, he used his devil fruit abilities to attack Noel again. Countless bolts of lightning shattered the floating stones, and Noel appeared behind Ski, his fist wrapped in lightning, smashing towards Ski's back. Ski hurriedly turned to defend, their bloodied bodies colliding repeatedly. After just a few clashes, Noel noticed that the strength coming from Ski's blade had weakened significantly. He realized that Ski was now at the end of his rope, fighting solely on sheer willpower. Noel didn't dare to hold back any longer. Seizing the opportunity, while Ski was weak, he pressed the attack, each punch becoming heavier. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of roaring echoed continuously, while outside the ring, Yamato and the others stood up, their eyes fixed intently on the two fighters below. The battle had reached its final moment, and the outcome was about to be revealed, making Yamato and the others extremely anxious as they watched. "Yamato, should we intervene?" Alan stepped forward, glancing at Ski as he spoke. Yamato shook his head, saying seriously, "No, Noel will definitely win, and if we intervene, Noel will be angry." Alan fell silent. He felt that at this point in the battle, the method of victory was no longer important. However, seeing Yamato's serious expression, Alan had to dismiss that thought and continued to watch intently. "Old man, this era has no place for you. It's time for you to exit," Noel roared, his fist growing stronger, the fading lightning surging once more. After Ski blocked the incoming punch, he laughed loudly. "How, little brat? You're 100 years too early to make me retreat. Let me teach you what a true pirate is." After Ski shouted, the surroundings trembled, countless stones trying to envelop Noel. The ground shook again as cracks appeared beneath Noel's feet. In this moment, Noel was in a precarious situation, with nowhere to escape. Facing Ski's attack, the only method Noel could think of was to clash head-on. The lightning in the sky was instantly drawn in, with countless bolts descending, continuously striking the floating stones. Noel also kept swinging his fists, shattering the surrounding stones with each punch. Roar! Noel let out another furious roar, a massive breath extinguishing the attacks before him, creating a passage. Taking advantage of this gap, Noel rushed towards Ski. In this battle, close combat was the best option. Entering a war of attrition would give Ski an insurmountable advantage with his devil fruit powers. He could unleash large-scale attacks without exhausting much stamina, while Noel would need to constantly use his abilities and attacks to counter them. Over time, under this back-and-forth scenario, the advantages Noel had just gained would quickly be neutralized. "Ski, go D." Noel suddenly appeared in front of Shiki, and a river of thunder instantly condensed, rushing towards Shiki at an extremely fast speed. Shiki was not to be outdone, unleashing massive golden sword energies in an attempt to slice the river of thunder in half. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion rang out again as Noel passed through the smoke and instantly arrived beside Shiki, delivering punches and kicks accompanied by dazzling lightning. Shiki's dual swords turned pitch black, and his momentum rose once more as the two continued to battle fiercely. At that moment, Noel's Conqueror's haki erupted again, continuously pressing on Shiki's nerves. Shiki, with a fierce expression, roared at Noel. "You're not the only one with Conqueror's haki, kid." Under the impact of the Conqueror's haki, Shiki, who was already severely injured, found his movements becoming even slower, and this haki also made him even angrier. Shiki's eyes turned blood red, and a faint Conqueror's haki erupted from his body again. But his weak haki was no match for Noel's onslaught. Seeing the situation, Shiki suddenly made a surprising decision. He gripped the helm on his head with his right hand and tried to pull it out with force. A wave of intense pain surged from his head, and the veins on Shiki's forehead bulged as he exerted even more strength. As Shiki strained, his Conqueror's haki grew even stronger. Finally, with a muffled sound, the helm embedded in Shiki's head was forcibly pulled out. A powerful Conqueror's haki surged into the sky. The golden aura instantly pressed towards Noel. "Ha ha ha! My Conqueror's haki is back. How could a mere helm take my life?" Shiki laughed wildly, and in his gamble for life, he ultimately survived. With the helm no longer a hindrance, Shiki's Conqueror's haki reappeared. That kingly aura continued to rise, and even from a distance, Yamato and the others deeply felt the fear emanating from Shiki. Hey, no way. Can he still explode like this after such a beating?" Alan's face turned extremely shocked. Just moments ago, he was considering whether to join in on taking down Shiki. But looking at Shiki now, if they had really done that, given Shiki's personality, he would definitely make them pay a severe price before dying. The expressions of the others, feeling Shiki's fierce momentum, also turned more serious. With Noel and Shiki battling to this extent, any factor could lead to a deviation in the outcome of the fight. Just like how Shiki couldn't use Conqueror's haki before while Noel could. It was just this one haki that forced Shiki into a desperate situation. However, Shiki's gamble for life also brought him back to life, making the outcome of the battle uncertain again. "Enel, if anything happens to Noel, you immediately provide support." Yamato turned to Enel. At this point, even Yamato couldn't be certain that Noel would definitely win. Chapter 223, Victory Boom. The sound of a violent explosion erupted as two powerful Conqueror's hakis clashed continuously, while Noel and Shiki engaged in fierce combat. After pulling out the helm, Shiki's momentum rose once again, and the previously advantageous Noel found himself back to a stalemate. This was due to the fact that Noel had previously severely injured Shiki. Had Shiki not had the helm as a hindrance from the start, the situation might have been even worse now. The clash of Conqueror's haki made the atmosphere around the battlefield even more oppressive and murderous. A massive crack appeared in the sky, resembling a black hole, absorbing countless dark clouds. Numerous deep wounds on Noel's body were continuously bleeding, and he shook his head. The prolonged blood loss had begun to make him feel dizzy. Shiki was also not doing well. His already fractured left arm had now completely disappeared, and several bones in his body were broken, fortunately not piercing any organs. Or the situation would have been even worse. Armament haki wrapped around his dual swords again as Shiki floated in the air, unleashing several sword energies. Noel no longer withstood them head-on, quickly dodging the sword energies before charging toward Shiki again. Noel aimed for a quick resolution. The current situation did not allow him to delay any longer. Otherwise, even if he didn't exhaust his stamina, the continuous blood loss would lead to his death. The regenerative ability of a mythical Zoan user was indeed very strong, but recovering from such severe injuries was not something that could happen in a short time. Countless bolts of lightning enveloped Shiki, and the lightning on Noel's body flickered continuously. A series of fist shadows enveloped Shiki, who twisted and turned in the air, using sword energies to block any unavoidable attacks. Noel reached Shiki's side and punched him in the face, while Shiki also left another wound on Noel. The two were now completely exchanging injuries, fighting desperately. It wasn't just Noel who couldn't afford to delay. Shiki couldn't either. Just as Noel was about to throw another punch, a sudden haze clouded his mind, and Shiki seized the opportunity to slash at Noel's head. At this point, Shiki could no longer hold back. If he did, he would surely be the one to die. Noel quickly raised his arm, covering it with armament haki to block the blow. Clang! The sound of collision rang out as Noel threw another punch, but Shiki, having reacted in time, dodged first. Noel charged forward, and from a distance, it looked as if he was diving into Shiki's embrace. Shiki's eyes suddenly bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Noel's charge had broken several of Shiki's ribs. Noel pressed the attack, throwing another punch at Shiki's head, which Shiki narrowly avoided by tilting his head. Boom! The intensity of Shiki's Conqueror's haki rose again. momentarily stunning the unsuspecting Noel, and then Shiki thrust a sword into Noel's abdomen. Just as Shiki prepared to slash sideways to inflict more damage on Noel, Noel grabbed the blade that was embedded in his stomach. With a sinister smile, Noel, like a demon, said, "Got you." Noel's left hand firmly grasped the sword blade, and his right hand punched Shiki in the stomach. Bang, bang, bang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Noel repeatedly punched Shiki, who retaliated fiercely with the other sword blade aimed at Noel. At this moment, Noel's youthful body and the advantages of a mythical Zoan user were fully displayed. After taking several punches, Shiki was on the verge of losing consciousness. Finally, his face flushed red as he desperately used his fruit ability to pull Noel while simultaneously exerting all his strength to try and pull the sword blade out. Noel finally couldn't hold onto the blade any longer and was successfully freed by Shiki. Cough, cough. Old man, you're done for, aren't you? Noel spat out a mouthful of blood and managed a difficult smile. Meanwhile, Shiki slowly descended to the ground, looking unsteady. I'm the Golden Lion. To defeat me. You're still far from it. Shiki gasped for breath, his face turning pale. The previous heavy blows had worsened Shiki's already severe injuries significantly. With such severe injuries, even if Shiki ultimately claimed victory, he would likely not survive for long. Aware of his physical condition, Shiki straightened his posture once more and unleashed his conqueror's haki without reservation. His wild aura surged into the sky, and he seemed to transform into a lion. I am the Golden Lion, Shiki, the ruler of the seas. You little brat, I acknowledge you. State your name. Shiki roared, his momentum continuously rising, even more intense than in his peak state. Seeing this, Noel also released his conqueror's haki, enveloped in countless bolts of lightning, resembling a reincarnated thunder god. Brady Noel, don't you dare die. At that moment, Shiki felt as if his injuries had healed. Both his conqueror's haki and armament haki were unleashed to their limits. His two swords turned pitch black, radiating a sharp light. Lion's Might, slash wave, a black gold slash instantly cut toward Noel, and upon closer inspection, countless lightning bolts coiled around it. This was Shiki wrapping his conqueror's haki around his attack. Before the slash even struck Noel, he felt the sharp aura emanating from it. Noel knew this was Shiki's final blow, and after this strike, the victor would be determined. Taking his stance, Noel began to gather power, his armament haki and lightning intertwining, unleashing an incredibly fierce punch. He slightly closed his eyes, continuously accumulating strength as blue, black, and purple colors erupted from him, eventually merging into one. When Shiki's sword energy approached him, Noel instantly opened his eyes. Divine Thunderbreak. Noel's fist collided with the sword energy, and various colors of lightning exploded across the battlefield. Break for me. Noel let out a fierce roar, merging lightning, haki, and his punch into one powerful strike, the strongest move he could muster. After a brief stalemate between the fist and sword energy, a violent explosion suddenly enveloped both Shiki and Noel. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose, creating a small sandstorm that obscured the battlefield. When Yamato and the others arrived, they saw Noel panting heavily, his bloodied body trembling slightly. Shiki lay on the ground, a gigantic fist imprint on his body. Cough, cough, I won. After struggling to say these words, Noel collapsed on the ground. Chapter 224. The fall of a hero. Noel lay on the ground as Renee treated him, while he contemplated the fierce battle with Shiki. To be honest, he had not used the skill of merging abilities, haki, and his punch very well before. In a life-or-death crisis, he successfully fused them this time, which ultimately led to his victory over Shiki. Cough, cough, little brat. At that moment, Shiki suddenly coughed, weakly calling out to Noel. Huh? Shiki's voice caught everyone's attention, and Alan even jumped back nervously. The battle between Noel and Shiki left a deep impression on each of them. They hadn't expected the aged Golden Lion Shiki to still possess such formidable strength. Little brat, I acknowledge you. Shiki's eyes began to cloud, unable to hold on any longer after this long battle. You were strong too. If you were 10 years younger, I might have been the one to lose. Hearing Shiki's words, Noel felt a sense of lament in his heart. Time truly spares no one. No matter how powerful a warrior once was, they will ultimately succumb to the passage of time, their strength diminishing with age. Shiki was among those whose decline was most severe. Both the injuries he sustained in the past and his self-mutilated legs had led to a significant drop in his strength. It should be noted that Shiki once primarily relied on swordsmanship in battle. After escaping from impelled down due to his legs. He had no choice but to delve into his fruit abilities. Yet even with that fruit ability, he remained one of the world's top powerhouses. This willpower amazed Noel. A person with slightly weaker resolve might have long since hidden in a corner, desperately clinging to life. At that moment, a pirate on Sabeti Archipelago sneezed. Huh? Is someone cursing me? Haha, little brat, the old era has passed. The new era is up to you. Shiki laughed heartily, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Old friends, I didn't expect to ultimately be defeated by the new era, haha. Shiki's vision gradually blurred, then became clear again as memories of the past surfaced. He recalled his time in the Rocks Pirates, founding the flying pirate crew, and his indomitable will when imprisoned and impelled down. He remembered his ambition to overturn the world even after escaping. All of this flashed before Shiki's eyes until the final battle with Noel, where he fell short and lost to the new era's young brat. Brady Noel, inherit my will and become the king of this new era. Suddenly, Shiki let out another roar, his entire being seeming to return to its peak. He floated up, his eyes filled with defiance as his wild aura erupted once more. The man, like a lion king, was filled with ambition, as if ready to fight again. Yamato and the others quickly went on guard, their eyes fixed on Shiki's movements. However, Noel waved his hand, signaling them to remain calm, then looked at Shiki and said, "Old man, rest easy. The new era is in our hands." Upon hearing Noel's response, Shiki raised his head and roared once more. "I am the Golden Lion, Shiki." After this final roar, Shiki's aura instantly dissipated, and he fell to the ground. The ruler of the seas, a legendary hero, the Golden Lion Shiki, finally fell. At the moment of Shiki's death, the entire island trembled. Not just the island they were on, but several nearby islands also shook continuously. After the tremors, they began to fall, and Noel suddenly realized something, exclaiming, "Set sail quickly. We're going to fall." While Shiki was alive, these islands floated in the air due to his fruit abilities. Now that he was gone, those abilities would naturally dissipate. With these islands plummeting from thousands of meters in the air, Noel and the others had no way to stop it and could only flee in a panic. Otherwise, if they truly fell to the ground, everyone present would be severely injured or even die. People hurriedly ran towards the direction of the Ark, and the fast-moving Enel arrived early at the control room to prepare for departure. As the island began to rapidly descend, the Ark successfully took off. Enel maneuvered the Ark to dodge falling rocks while quickly heading into the distance. With the death of Shiki, the island started to fall, and Indigo, who was still at the base, quickly realized something was wrong. Indigo's face was filled with sadness. He knew that the island's fall signified something significant. His boss, whom he had followed for many years, ultimately did not fulfill his dream. Looking at the various instruments in his laboratory, Indigo merely smiled and returned to the lab, closing the door as if to continue his experiments. After escaping danger, Noel and others observed the situation of the falling island. Thankfully, the place they fell was over a vast ocean. If it had been a populated island, those people would likely have perished in this disaster. Golden Lion Shiki. That old guy's ability is just too strong, Yamato couldn't help but exclaim. The float fruit was developed to an impressive extent in Shiki's hands, with every move being a devastating attack. For the first time, Yamato felt powerless against Shiki. Moreover, Shiki's swordsmanship was quite troublesome. Even a casual sword aura posed a significant threat. Of course, the ability of the float fruit is incredibly convenient, Noel said, his eyes showing some envy. To be honest, whether it was flying the island or in various other aspects, the float fruit was indeed very convenient. Once developed to a profound level, every move would carry considerable power. Unfortunately, with Shiki's death, the coveted float fruit would ultimately be hidden somewhere in the world, waiting for someone to discover it again. I'm starving. Alan, hurry and prepare some food for me. Noel sighed and plopped down on the deck. The 8 days of battle had completely exhausted his stamina. Wow, it's time for a feast. Chapter 225. The Sunken Island. A week had passed since the battle with Shiki. Regarding the fight between Shiki and Noel, due to the location being in the air, no one else knew about it except the two parties involved. It wasn't until a naval warship arrived at the location where the island had fallen that the Navy noticed something was amiss. "Admiral Squirrel, we've discovered a sunken island," a naval officer reported to him. Hearing about the sunken island, Squirrel was puzzled. According to the map, this should be a vast ocean. How could there be an island? Following the Navy's guidance, Squirrel arrived at the site of the sunken island. Looking at the ruined islands before him, Squirrel led the Navy onto the islands. Go check if anyone survived. Also, observe the situation on the islands. Squirrel issued the command and activated his observation haki. After carefully sensing, he found no signs of life and began to observe the surroundings. The shattered islands were now broken into pieces, and upon closely examining the seabed, Squirrel realized there might still be islands beneath the surface. Seeing this scene, Squirrel felt as if these islands had fallen from the sky. Back on the warship, Squirrel reported the situation to Sengoku. When Sengoku heard Squirrel say that the islands looked as if they had fallen from the sky, he immediately thought of his old rival, the lion-like man. Sengoku's eyes grew serious, and after listening carefully to Squirrel's report, he said solemnly, "You need to check these islands and see if they're the same ones that mysteriously disappeared a few years ago." After thinking of Shiki, Sengoku felt that his premonition might be correct. These islands were likely the ones Shiki had taken using his devil fruit powers a few years back. As for why these islands fell from the sky, Sengoku couldn't figure it out, and he didn't dare to think about Shiki's death just yet. Understood, Squirrel replied and began the investigation. After several days of sailing, Noel and the others finally returned to Valorant Island, back to their own territory. When Noel, covered in injuries and wrapped like a mummy by Renee, disembarked, Elvis was startled. The severity of Noel's injuries was alarming. Seeing the bandages on him, Elvis knew that Noel must have sustained very serious injuries. Previously, Noel had been injured before, but he usually wouldn't seek treatment for minor injuries due to his incredible self-healing ability. However, seeing him in this state indicated that his self-healing ability couldn't restore him. Looking at Noel's pale face, Elvis hurriedly asked, "What happened to you? Didn't you say everything was normal before? Why did Noel get such serious injuries?" Elvis questioned, puzzled. "Who did you encounter? With Noel's current strength, there are very few powerful individuals at sea who could inflict such damage on him." Noel forced a smile and waved his hand, saying, "I'm fine. These injuries just look worse than they are. If you weren't a Zoan-type devil fruit user, those wounds would have been enough to kill you." Renee interjected with a huff. After escaping from the island, Noel finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. The others quickly carried him to the operating room, and it was then that Renee realized just how severe Noel's injuries were. The deep sword scars on Noel's body were visible to the bone. If it weren't for Noel's robust physique, anyone else would have long since died. Elvis quickly reached out to support Noel and continued to ask, "What kind of trouble did you encounter?" Before Noel could respond, Yamato couldn't wait to chime in. "We ran into that old guy, Golden Lion Shiki." Upon hearing Shiki's name, Elvis's pupils contracted, clearly aware of Shiki's notorious reputation. Elvis frowned, confused, as he couldn't understand why Noel and the others would clash with such a powerful figure as Golden Lion Shiki. As they walked and talked, upon returning to their residence, Yamato recounted the entire sequence of events to Elvis. When Elvis learned that Shiki had targeted them due to their potential and wanted to recruit them, he felt somewhat speechless. He never expected that they would encounter such a situation while flying in the air. The Ark's first voyage had led them to Shiki. He didn't know whether to consider it good luck or bad luck. As Yamato explained, Elvis gradually understood the circumstances and felt a bit regretful when it was mentioned that they had all received Shiki's guidance. "You should know that a powerful swordsman like Gold Lion Shiki is a rare existence, and being able to spar with him would be extremely beneficial for oneself. Unfortunately, I chose to stay on Sky Island this time, which caused me to miss the chance to fight Shiki." Elvis sighed and said, "Next time, the stay-at-home mission will be left to you guys. I haven't been on the Ark yet." If it weren't for being startled by Noel's injury earlier, Elvis would have gone to tour the Ark already, but since the Ark was docked on the island, he wasn't in a hurry. After returning to Sky Island and holding a grand banquet, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Just before leaving, Yamato seemed to suddenly remember something, slapped his head, and said, "Noel, when you were fighting Shiki earlier, Doflamingo called you, but since you were busy, I didn't tell you." Noel looked at Yamato speechlessly and said, "It's been so long since that happened, and you're only now remembering to tell me?" "Hee, I just thought of it." Yamato chuckled and ran back to his room. Noel sighed and continued to sit in a chair in a daze. At that moment, Elvis, who had originally left, came back and sat beside Noel, saying, "You look troubled. What's wrong?" After glancing at Elvis, Noel told him about what happened with Gu-chan. During the banquet, since everyone was present, they didn't mention Gu-chan's situation. But now that it was just the two of them, Noel naturally had no more concerns. After listening to Noel's description, Elvis's expression darkened. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Chapter 226. These two fruits are good for Kaido when training on Sky Island. Elvis noticed that Gu-chan had significant personality flaws. He had previously mentioned this issue to Noel, but without any concrete situation arising. Noel found it difficult to address it with Guchun. After all, everyone has their own personality and goals. Just because they are companions doesn't mean Noel should try to change Guchun into someone else. However, Guchun's behavior of disregarding the safety of his companions to insist on fighting Shiki had crossed the line for the team. This time against Shiki, Noel could handle it. But what if next time it was against another strong opponent, someone even Noel couldn't contend with? Therefore, Noel was constantly thinking about how to resolve the issues with Guchun. After hearing Noel's thoughts, Elvis stroked his chin and said, "Should I talk to him again?" Noel shook his head, realizing that merely talking to Guchun probably wouldn't have much effect anymore. "Let's study Guchun's situation together for now, and keep an eye on him for a while," Noel said. After finishing the conversation with Elvis, he stood up, stretched, and headed to his room. Elvis sat in the chair, staring blankly. After returning to his room, Noel remembered what Yamato said about Doflamingo and took out the Din Din Mushi to call. "BR. I thought you had disappeared." Doflamingo's sinister laughter came through as soon as the call connected. It had been a month since Doflamingo last called Noel. If it weren't for Doflamingo knowing Noel's personality, he might have even doubted whether Noel still wanted the treasures collected from the last operation. "I ran into some troublesome matters that were just resolved," Noel said lazily, not want to go into detail. Seeing that Noel didn't want to elaborate, Doflamingo didn't press further and said, "The total amount of treasures from our last operation has been calculated." Noel raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled, and said, "Wasn't it said that there were 26 billion berries?" Hey. What was said last time was just an approximate number. The exact quantity has been calculated after counting, Doflamingo replied casually, crossing his legs. To be honest, if the cooperating party hadn't been Noel, he might have swallowed such a large sum himself. You have to know that if such a large amount of money were handed over to Doflamingo to manage, his various plans would likely speed up by more than double. But unfortunately, the cooperating party is Noel. If he dared to embezzle that money, Noel would definitely not let him off easily. Moreover, Doflamingo knew a bit about Noel's strength. Aside from Kaido, Noel was not someone Doflamingo could provoke. "Just tell me how much it is," Noel said impatiently as Doflamingo continued to beat around the bush. Hey. After converting all the treasures into berries, the total is 27.8 billion berries, not including the value of those devil fruits. "Oh, that's quite a bit more than expected." Noel's lips curled into a smile. Money is naturally better when there's more of it. Were those devil fruits? Animal type, devil fruit. Gray wolf form. Animal type, horse fruit. Long-eared donkey form. And there's also a paramecia type fruit. Push fruit. Doflamingo had learned about their abilities through the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia as soon as he obtained these fruits. Although they were devil fruits, these abilities were not particularly powerful, and Noel was only somewhat interested in the paramecia type devil fruit. In that case, you can hand over the animal type fruits to Kaido next time you trade with him, and leave the paramecia type devil fruit for me. After distributing the devil fruits, Noel discussed with Doflamingo how to transport the treasures. Hey. These treasures are currently hidden somewhere in Dressrosa. You know, I've been on edge every day to guard these berries for you, Doflamingo said. All right. Just give me 26 billion berries as we discussed last time. Consider the rest as your management fee, Noel said generously. Since Doflamingo brought up such a thing again, Noel understood the implication and wasn't stingy, so he decided to share some with him as a reward for his hard work. In that case, thank you for your kindness. Doflamingo smiled and accepted the berries without hesitation. After the two ended the call, Noel lay down to rest. It had been 7 days since the battle with Shiki, but Noel's injuries had not yet healed. Although he had a robust physique and amazing recovery ability, some wounds were simply too deep. Even Noel needed time to recuperate, but after these days of rest, the injuries didn't hinder his mobility. The next morning, Noel directed his subordinates to organize supplies and prepare to set sail. "Noel, didn't you just come back? Why are you setting sail again?" Elvis looked at Noel, who was constantly directing his subordinates, and said with some confusion. When Noel saw Elvis approaching, he smiled and said, "This time it's good news. We're going to get back the berries that belong to us." "Our berries?" Elvis still didn't quite understand. Noel patted his head and remembered that Elvis hadn't participated in this voyage, so he was only partially aware of many things. After Noel explained the situation to Elvis, even the usually calm Elvis couldn't help but smile. Since the construction of the Ark, a large portion of their berries had already been spent. Even though the people from the Sky Island were taxing them, the population of the Sky Island was still too small, so Noel and the others were still in a deficit situation. Now that there was such a large sum of money coming in, they wouldn't have to worry about berries for many years to come. Of course, this was all premised on the fact that Noel would only build this one arc and wouldn't continue to build more. In that case, I'll go notify everyone to prepare, Elvis said as he was about to wake everyone up. No need, I can do this voyage alone. Chapter 228. Sengoku's speculation hearing that Noel wanted to set sail alone. Elvis frowned. Noel still had injuries, and although they didn't affect his mobility, sailing alone was still very dangerous. Elvis couldn't understand why Noel would make such a decision. After sailing for so long, they were all quite tired, and after the battle with Shiki, they had all gained new insights. It was best for them to take some time to meditate now. Seeing Noel say this, Elvis couldn't refuse and said, "Then I'll go with you. If anything happens, there will be someone to look out for you." After pondering for a moment, Noel nodded in agreement. "In that case, the preparations for the voyage are up to you. I'm going to find something to eat first." As soon as he finished speaking, Noel's figure disappeared from the spot, not knowing where he had gone. If he could slack off, how could Noel possibly move on his own? Elvis shook his head with a wry smile, knowing that during that moment of contemplation, Noel was certainly not thinking about anything serious. "You guys move a little faster. This time, I'm taking you to see the land of love and passion." Elvis smiled at his subordinates. Upon hearing about the land of love and passion, the pirates seemed to be energized, and their previously slow movements immediately quickened. Each of their faces also radiated with joyful smiles. Noel wobbled to the place where he often trained and casually sat on a huge rock. Meanwhile, the Navy's investigation into the sunken island had made new progress. "General Squirrel, this report contains the findings from below." A Navy officer handed the report to Squirrel and saluted before leaving. Squirrel carefully looked at the report in his hand, and when he saw that there were signs of fierce battles on one of the islands, he perked up and read it word for word. The island had very intense battle traces a few days ago. One side was a great swordsman, and the other possessed the ability to unleash thunder. The strength of both parties is extremely dangerous. It is advised that those with insufficient strength retreat. After reading this passage, Squirrel narrowed his eyes. A great swordsman and the power of thunder made him suddenly think of a certain person. Could it really be him? Squirrel muttered to himself. He then submitted the report to Sengoku. If it was indeed as Squirrel suspected, then this matter had already exceeded his capability. This urgent report quickly reached Sengoku's hands. When Sengoku saw that line, he was already convinced that these islands were the territory of the Golden Lion, Shiki, and with signs of thunder on the island. Sengoku squinted his eyes and immediately thought of that troublemaker, Noel. First, he and his subordinates had the ability to control thunder. Secondly, a few days ago, Noel had also taken the Ark away from Water City. So, it made perfect sense for Noel to collide with Shiki. And Sengoku felt that this speculation must be the truth. That guy, Noel, really is a source of worry. Since the island has fallen from the sky, it means Noel has won, right? Sengoku continuously analyzed the possibilities, but since Noel hadn't called him, he couldn't be completely certain. This bastard, if this matter really involves him, I really have to summon him back to the Navy. A gloomy aura emanated from Sengoku. Just then, Garp walked in casually. As soon as he entered, he saw Sengoku's dark expression and said, "Sengoku, are you going through menopause? You bastard. What are you doing in my office?" Sengoku's forehead bulged with veins. Outside the Navy was that little bastard Noel, and inside was that old bastard Garp. He now felt that surviving to this point was already a blessing. If it were anyone else, they would have been dealt with by these two long ago. Garp didn't respond to Sengoku and began rummaging through the office. No need to say, Garp was definitely looking for the sunbae Sengoku had hidden away. The Navy personnel standing guard at the door heard the angry shouts and crashes coming from inside and couldn't help but swallow hard. After looking around, they quietly left. The next day, news spread throughout the Navy headquarters that Brady Noel had successfully killed Shiki. Although this matter had not been confirmed, Sengoku had basically pieced together what had happened. If the matter turned out to be false, the Navy wouldn't care anyway, since it hadn't been reported in the newspapers. This matter began to circulate, and eventually, the entire Navy headquarters knew that the Navy traitor, Brady Noel, had actually killed the Golden Lion, Shiki. When Smoker returned to the headquarters for repairs with his warship, he also learned of this news. Initially, Smoker was extremely surprised to hear this, but then his feelings became complicated. On one hand, he was happy for his friend becoming stronger. On the other hand, he was angry and confused about his friend. That incident back then, no matter how one looked at it, was just a small matter, but unexpectedly, the drink he had with Noel turned out to be their last conversation. With Noel's reputation rising over the years, Smoker had also been working hard, hoping that one day he could stand in front of Noel and ask him why he did that. Smoker lowered his head, clenched his fists, and sat there motionless. Until a flustered person wearing glasses rushed to Smoker's side and said, "Colonel Smoker, we have a new mission from headquarters." Upon hearing the voice, Smoker came back to his senses. "What with the panic, Tashigi? Hurry and get everyone ready to set sail." Yes, the news about Noel was slowly spreading. But since it wasn't published in the newspapers, he learned about it from Doflamingo. While Noel was making all the necessary preparations, others began to notice his movements. Noel, are we setting sail again?" Yamato said excitedly as he approached Noel. Noel nodded and replied, "Yes, we're going to set sail. But this time it will only be me and Elvis going out. You all stay here on Sky Island and rest well." Yamato, unhappy that Noel was leaving without him, immediately protested, "I want to go too. I haven't even practiced on the ark yet." "No way. You're staying here on Sky Island to train properly." Noel firmly rejected Yamato. Seeing Noel's sternness, Yamato could only nod gloomily and turn to leave. In Chapter 228, "What's the point of being a little pirate here?" Yamato, feeling the harshness of Noel's refusal, muttered to himself as he walked away. Noel sighed, realizing that it wasn't that he didn't want to take them along, but he felt they had been somewhat complacent over the past year. After all, they were in the first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise, where even someone like Rin could be considered strong. This led to them mostly facing weak enemies that could be easily eliminated. After reflecting on this over the past few days, Noel recognized that at their current level, training had diminishing returns. What they needed more was continuous combat. So he decided that after returning from Dressrosa, he would have everyone train together for a while. Then, he planned to take them to the New World for adventure. Staying in Paradise as a local tyrant was meaningless. It was better to make a name in the New World. However, Noel didn't share this plan with everyone yet, as he didn't have a clear idea about the New World. But one thing he knew was that once he set foot in the New World, he would face extremely fierce battles. Because of this, he hadn't taken his subordinates to the New World yet. "It's a bit troublesome," Noel sighed, which piqued Elvis's curiosity. "What's wrong?" "Yamato won't be mad at you over this," Elvis said, thinking Noel was upset about Yamato. Noel shook his head and explained his concerns to Elvis. Upon hearing this, Elvis's expression became serious. Noel's worries were indeed valid. Their team's strength was impressive, but there was still a gap compared to the four emperors. Moreover, if they went to the New World, they would not only have to contend with Charlotte Linlin, but also with Teresi, who would not sit idly by. They would face attacks from two pirate crews, which could be very dangerous. In any case, they would discuss these matters after returning, as time was on their side. Unable to think of a solution for the moment, Elvis decided to set this issue aside, since the preparations for departure were complete, and they just needed to wait for the two of them to board the ship. The ark rose slowly again, and this time, without Enel's presence. Noel was at the helm from the start. Elvis, being on the ark for the first time, was curious and wandered around the ship. After increasing the power, it didn't take long for the ark's energy to be fully charged, allowing for several hours of sailing. After stretching, Noel left the cockpit to rest on the deck. At that moment, Elvis finished exploring the entire ark and approached him. "This ark is amazing," Elvis said with a smile, having discovered that the ship exceeded his expectations in terms of weapons and living facilities. "Haha, isn't it great? Want to try piloting the ark?" Noel said with a raised eyebrow. Hearing about piloting, Elvis's eyes lit up. "Can I really steer it?" Noel stood up and took Elvis to the cockpit. After a brief tutorial, Elvis learned how to operate the Arkansas. As Noel walked outside, a smile appeared on his face. With Elvis around, even the issue of whether the course would deviate was resolved. Now, they just needed to wait a few hours for a recharge. After Noel left, Yamato informed everyone about the situation, but the crew didn't seem to have strong feelings about Noel's departure. Even Gu-chun, who always wanted to go out for training, had no desire this time. After the battle with Shiki, he had gained a clear understanding of his weaknesses. What he needed now was continuous training, not another fight. This applied to the others to some extent as well. Even though Alan and Run didn't participate in the battle, they had gained more insights about themselves after observing for so many days. Run had already begun developing various poisons. Regarding physical training and combat skills, Rennie's progress was relatively slow and would take longer. Therefore, she started thinking about arming herself in other ways. Alan was in a similar situation. While he didn't need to explore other methods, he had also recognized many of his weaknesses, especially regarding physical strength and hockey. After years of training, he believed he was strong enough. However, this recent battle made him realize that in the eyes of those strong individuals, he was merely a beginner. If he let his training slip, he would end up like Crocodile, who was an example of someone who faltered after an early appearance in the story. It cannot be denied that after losing to Whitebeard, Crocodile's spirit diminished, leading him to seek external power, namely the Underworld King. It's important to note that when Crocodile was young, he was on par with Barrett in battle. When Barrett was released from prison again, he was resolute and had reached a monstrous level of strength. However, after escaping from Impel Down, Crocodile regained his spirit and became someone who could fight evenly with anyone. Thus, Alan realized he still had many ways to grow stronger, whether through fruit abilities or honing his haki, which were both quick paths. The premise was that Alan needed to be determined and not fall into despair like Crocodile or Moria after a setback, becoming a useless person. As for the others, Noel didn't need to worry too much. Everyone had their own paths to follow. If they wanted to become monsters, they ultimately had to rely on themselves, as the role of others had become minimal. After Noel filled the ark's energy again, he returned to the deck under Elvis's disdainful gaze. After teasing the phone bug for a while, he dialed Doflamingo's number. Brew, 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 brew. Doflamingo, I have set off toward Dressrosa and expect to arrive in 3 days. Got it, I will be ready. Chapter 229. Doflamingo's shocked Dressrosa, Noel, and Elvis took turns piloting the ark to this place. The massive ark slowly descended from the sky, causing a commotion among the others at the port. Hey, did you see that? That ship is flying. Such a big ship can actually fly. It must be worth a fortune. A pirate looked at the ark with greedy eyes, and his companion, noticing the flag hanging on the ship, quickly pulled him back and said, "Take a closer look. That's the flag of Kaido of the Beasts. Are you looking to get yourself killed?" The pirate quickly looked up at the ark, where a flag of the Beast Pirates was fluttering in the wind. Kaido of the Beasts has such a powerful ship, we might as well join them. Just as the pirate finished speaking, a shadow loomed over him, and a pirate wearing a captain's hat coldly said, "Oh really? Then go ahead and join them. That's right, if we join the Beast Pirates, we can roam freely in the New World." At this moment, the pirate suddenly realized that the voice responding to him sounded familiar. He turned around to find his captain standing behind him. "Boss, let me explain." Bang! The pirate captain, uninterested in hearing his explanation, knocked him down with a punch and turned to those beside him, saying, "Tie him up and lock him in the cabin." As this unfortunate pirate was taken away, the pirate captain stared off into the distance at the ark, lost in thought. Since arriving in the New World, he realized it was far more brutal than he had imagined. Every pirate who could reach the New World was incredibly strong, especially those who had survived for over a year. Even a small fry seemed somewhat tricky. The captain's earlier ambitions were extinguished. Looking at the massive ark, the words of the pirate echoed in his ears, and he gritted his teeth, making a decision. "Let's go find out how to join the Beast Pirates." "Boss, do we really have to join the Beast Pirates?" One of the subordinates, hearing the captain's words, asked in surprise. The pirate captain shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "What else can we do? If we keep going like this, we can only wait to die." What was happening to these people could be seen as a microcosm of the New World. Everyone lacking strength had to either join a faction or wait for death. Not everyone had the luck to sail smoothly. Even the current pirate overlords and older generations of great pirates had joined other pirate crews. Even Kaido of the Beast was once an apprentice of the Rocks Pirates, where he was well taken care of by Charlotte Linlin. So finding a powerful force to affiliate with was not something to be ashamed of. On the contrary, this captain was quite wise. At least his choice would allow him to live a little longer. After Noel and the others stabilized the ark, they arrived at the port. Noel, I didn't expect your entrance to be so grand." Doflamingo came to greet them with several members of his family. To be honest, Doflamingo was also very shocked when he first saw the Arkansas. Watching the huge ship actually fly in the air was far more impressive than his own ability to move through clouds. "Well, I invested all my savings to build this ship." Noel waved his hand and said politely. However, the smile at the corner of Noel's mouth betrayed his mood. It would be painful if such an expensive ship could not be used to show off. You really made quite a haul this time. You could easily build another ship like this." "Let's forget it. Building a ship like this cost me billions of berries, and my savings can't handle that kind of expenditure." Doflamingo's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing Noel's words. He had merely been testing the waters, but he didn't expect Noel to reveal so much. Noel didn't care about this because the Navy had also received the blueprints. Although they didn't know the plans yet, the Navy would definitely build 2 such arks for trial in the future. With Doflamingo's connections, it would be easy to find out the cost of the Arkansas. So Noel's openness would actually appear more sincere. Doflamingo took Noel and the others to a very hidden warehouse in Dressrosa. All of Noel's treasures were hidden here, and when the warehouse was opened, even Noel's heart raced at the sight of the dazzling treasures. Not to mention the subordinates Noel brought with him. They had never seen so many berries piled together in their lives. Wow, we're gonna get rich. With so many treasures, why bother being a pirate? Noel looked at his subordinate with a bit of speechlessness and then said with a smile, "Thank you for keeping them safe, Doflamingo. Hee hee. This will be left to your subordinates. It will take a long time to move all these treasures." Seeing Noel's expression, Doflamingo knew he was very satisfied with this cooperation and invited Noel to the palace to rest. After both sides sat down in the palace, the maids brought out some delicious food and fine wine. As everyone sat down, Tori'pol approached Doflamingo and whispered something. By the end, Doflamingo couldn't help but glance at Noel, and Noel was a bit puzzled, not knowing what they were up to. After Tori'pol finished reporting the information, he turned to leave, and Doflamingo, with a hint of shock on his face, said, Noel, I didn't expect you to pull off another big deal." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Noel furrowed his brow, looking at Doflamingo in confusion. "I mean, what were you busy with the other day when you didn't answer your phone? Turns out you were really occupied with something big. Just say it directly." Seeing Doflamingo beating around the bush, Noel said impatiently, "You killed Gold Lion Shiki, didn't you?" Doflamingo said each word clearly, revealing the information he had just received. Noel looked at Doflamingo in astonishment and said, "How did you know?" Noel was very surprised. Aside from a few people around him, no one else knew about him killing Shiki. And Yamato and the others wouldn't tell the Navy about this either. Doflamingo's source of information piqued Noel's curiosity. Now the entire Navy is spreading the news that you have killed Gold Lion Shiki. When did I ever call that old man from the Warring States? Noel thought in confusion. Chapter 230. Another transaction. Noel was completely bewildered now, racking his brain to think if he had called that old man from the Warring States in the past few days. After seriously recalling each day, he confirmed that he hadn't made any call. But if he hadn't called, how did the Navy know about this? Noel looked at Doflamingo and asked, "How did the Navy find out about this?" Doflamingo shrugged and replied, "I don't know. I just learned about it myself." After a while, Doflamingo's expression had returned to calm, but his heart was still in turmoil. He had tried to overestimate Noel's strength, but unexpectedly, he had underestimated Noel a bit. He had thought that Noel was only comparable to Katakuri in strength. Although he had high hopes for Noel, that was something for the future. But looking at it now, Noel's strength had completely surpassed his expectations. That was the Golden Lion Shiki, the overlord of the last era. Although his time had come to an end due to a series of events, even a fading lion still had sharp fangs. It wouldn't be long before this matter spread throughout the entire sea. Your bounty is likely to increase again. Regarding the bounty issue, Noel seemed very calm. By now, he no longer cared about the amount of the bounty. Moreover, he was a Navy officer, and even if the bounty skyrocketed, it was just a fake in simple terms. Noel and Doflamingo chatted casually, and then Noel suddenly thought of something and took the initiative to say, "This operation must have given you access to many channels, right?" Doflamingo looked at Noel with interest and asked, "What's wrong? Are you starting to get interested in these things?" Noel shook his head and said, "I have a batch of goods. I wonder if you're interested." "Oh, it seems you have quite a few good things in hand," Doflamingo said, becoming curious. If Noel was looking to sell something through him, it meant that the quantity of these goods must be considerable, perhaps even sustainable. Otherwise, there would be no need for Noel to seek cooperation with him. Noel dialed a transponder snail and said something to his subordinate. After a while, someone came over holding a small bag. Noel took out a shell from the bag, and Doflamingo was momentarily stunned when he saw the shell. Upon learning that Noel wanted to sell a batch of goods, Doflamingo began to speculate about what Noel had in hand. But when he saw it was a shell, he couldn't help but be a bit dazed. Noel smiled and said, "This is no ordinary shell." Saying this, Noel pressed the shell in his hand, and a flame shot out from the red shell. Then, Noel took out several different shells, including a wind shell, a recording shell, and shock shell. Doflamingo looked at these magical shells and immediately became interested, especially the recording shell and the shock shell. Having seen them for the first time, Doflamingo thought of several uses in his mind. "So what do you think? Are you interested in acquiring these shells?" Noel placed the shells down and pushed them toward Doflamingo, indicating that he should give them a try. Doflamingo picked up the shells and tested each one under Noel's guidance. I'll take these shells, but if the quantity isn't large, they might not be very useful." Doflamingo readily agreed. With some processing, these shells would be very useful for both commercial and military purposes. "Don't worry, quantity is not an issue. I have plenty of these shells." In that case, let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. In this operation, Noel also gained a significant amount of wealth, but this wealth reminded him that his territory couldn't rely solely on his own blood supply, and the currency from Sky Island couldn't circulate in the Blue Sea. Therefore, the residents of Sky Island wouldn't create much value for Noel. After some thought, Noel decided to focus on the shells that were everywhere on Sky Island. And among the people he knew, Doflamingo was the most suitable for the sales channel of these shells. Selling things on Kaido's side required going through Doflamingo or directly connecting with the world government. Handing it over to the Navy would greatly affect Noel's undercover identity. After much consideration, Noel decided to cooperate with Doflamingo. Although this guy had grand ambitions, he was indeed an excellent choice as a partner. Whether in strength, ability, or identity, it would be very difficult to find someone better than Doflamingo in the whole world. After discussing these shells for a while, all the treasures stored in the warehouse were moved onto the Arkansas. All right, I will arrange for someone to deliver the shells to Dressrosa as soon as possible. After saying this, Noel stood up and prepared to leave. Doflamingo also stood up with a smile and sent him off, saying, "Hee, I'll be waiting for your good news." The ark slowly rose amidst a crowd of astonished gazes and, after reaching a certain height, departed into the distance. Hey, Doflamingo, I heard that Brady Noel really killed Shiki. Torpole came to Doflamingo's side, sniffling. Doflamingo moved a bit away and then laughed maniacally. It should be true. I didn't expect that Brady Noel would grow so fast. The future sea won't be calm again. Doflamingo was very satisfied with the favor he sold to Noel last time on the Sabaody archipelago. Just from the fact that Noel killed the golden lion Shiki. He had exchanged a devil fruit for a favor from future sea overlord. He had already made a big profit. After the ark took off, Noel pondered for a moment and then steered the ark toward Wano country. Noel, aren't we going back to Sky Island? Elvis asked curiously, looking at the direction the ark was heading. Since we're out, let's go back to Wano country for a look. I also have matters to discuss with Kaido. This time, Noel's trip to Wano country was not a whim, but had other purposes. In his battle with Shiki, Noel felt he had reached a bottleneck. Even after the fight, he only had a slight insight. He needed to break through this bottleneck, which was still far off. So he thought about finding Kaido to try and figure out how to solve this problem. Chapter 231. Seeking a breakthrough. Hey, you guys. Be a little lighter with your actions. This is Brother Quinn's new research on the plague bombs. If there's a leak, we'll all die here. A little captain dressed in beast pirate's attire said to his subordinates. At that moment, Noel was flying the ark slowly through the air. When the pirates underground saw a massive ship appear in the sky, it immediately caused some commotion. The alarm sounded instantly, and the pirates at the port quickly gathered together, brandishing various weapons and glaring at the Arkansas. They were members of the beast pirates, and no matter who it was, they would not let anyone brazenly intrude into Wano country. A figure engulfed in flames also rushed towards the Arkansas. Who goes there? This is the territory of the beast pirates. However, as they got closer to the ark, they were astonished to find that the flying ship actually bore the flag of their own pirate crew. At that moment, Noel walked to the bow of the ship and, upon seeing Jean, smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm Noel." Noel? Although Jean was somewhat surprised by the ark, he waved his hand to signal the others below not to panic and flew up to the Arkansas. "Why are you back, Noel?" Jean asked. It had been a long time since Noel and the others left Wano country, and this was their first return. After observing Noel closely, Jean confirmed the authenticity of much of the information he had received. From escaping Akainu's grasp to the battle against Katakuri in Water City, just by looking at Noel's spirit, he could tell that Noel's strength was indeed formidable now. "I'm back to discuss some matters with the governor," Noel explained with a smile as he maneuvered the ark to slowly descend towards the port. After the ark landed, the pirates also noticed the flag on the ark, and upon a closer look, they saw Noel and the others. "So it's Lord Noel," one pirate exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, a newly joined pirate of the Beast Pirates said with confusion, "Lord Noel? Who is that?" After this pirate explained, the others realized that aside from the higher-ups, there were indeed a few individuals with special statuses within their crew. Brother Kaido just returned from outside, and it should be drinking now. Once the situation was resolved, Jean turned to leave and began to patrol other areas. Although Noel had lived with the Beast Pirates for a while, he wasn't particularly close to Jean and the other top executives. During their time on Onigashima, Noel mostly trained under Kaido and spent the rest of his time with Yamato, so his relationship with them was at most acquaintanceship. After arranging for his subordinates to rest, Elvis headed towards the flower capital. Previously, when he was in Wano, he had been a daze and had never properly toured the country. Now that he was back, he was very curious about the sights of Wano. Noel arrived alone at Kaido's room, and upon hearing the sounds of laughter from inside, he pushed open the door. Kaido was taken aback when he saw Noel and then burst into laughter saying, Oroorooro, Noel, you've done quite a lot out there over the years. How's Yamato? Although Kaido's methods of discipline towards Yamato were quite rough, he still had some paternal feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tolerated her behavior for so long. Fortunately, she is currently training somewhere. I'm back because I have some matters to discuss with you. Noel casually explained as he sat down and took a swig from a bottle of liquor. Kaido put down the wine jug, curious, and asked what matters. Noel looked seriously at Kaido and said, I'm here to challenge you. Challenge me? Oroorooro, it seems that after these years of training, you have quite a bit of confidence in your strength. But I wonder if your strength can match your confidence. When Kaido heard that Noel wanted to challenge him, he began to laugh wildly. Kaido greatly appreciated Noel's challenge. He never belittled those brave little guys, but always praised them loudly. All right, I accept your challenge. Seeing Kaido agree, Noel paused for a moment before continuing. This time, I hope you will use your full strength. Noel then briefly shared his situation with Kaido, who had a general understanding of Noel's strength. Since you want me to help you break through, you must have the resolve to die. A 1T hold back. Originally, Kaido thought Noel was just casually challenging him, so he didn't plan to go all out. But after hearing about Noel's situation, Kaido changed his mind. To be honest, given Noel's age, reaching a monster-level strength doesn't need to be so urgent. With the passage of time and constant battles with Noel's talent, becoming a monster was just a matter of time. Although Kaido didn't know why Noel was so anxious, he wasn't particularly interested in that. However, if Noel wanted to break through to a new level at this age, he would have to pay a much higher price than he imagined. As the saying goes, between life and death lies great terror, which is also accompanied by great opportunity. If Noel wanted to break through to a new level of strength, he would have to gamble with his life as the price. If Noel made it through, the world would appear new to him. But if he didn't make it, Kaido could only feel regret. No problem, I'll be back in 2 days. After finishing the drink in one gulp and exhaling a breath of liquor, Noel stood up and left. Kaido also laughed heartily as he raised his jug and drank deeply. 2 days quickly passed. The entire cadre of the Beast Pirates learned about Noel's return, especially after learning that Noel had a flying ark. They couldn't help but come to the port to take a look. Even Kaido came to the port to board the ark and take a tour. At first, Kaido was very interested in the ark, knowing that it would have a significant impact on the entire pirate crew. However, when he learned that only Noel and Enel could currently operate the ark, he had to set that thought aside for the time being. Once Noel adjusted his condition to its peak, he sought out Kaido again. Chapter 232. The battle begins. Oroorooro, you're here. Kaido sat in his room and, upon seeing Noel arrive, took another big gulp from his wine jug. Noel calmly nodded and said, I'm ready. If you're ready, then come with me. Saying this, Kaido stood up, his tall figure giving off a tremendous sense of pressure. The battle was kept secret from everyone else, partly to prevent leaks that could lead others to take advantage of the situation. On the other hand, it was Noel's request. If he truly broke through, he wanted to catch those with ill intentions off guard. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, and a flame cloud appeared before Noel. After Noel stepped onto the flame cloud, Kaido flew off with him. The members of the Beast Pirates on Onigashima have become accustomed to Kaido's departures. He often leaves alone for unknown destinations, sometimes returning with children for training, earning him the title of kindergarten principal. The two arrived on a deserted island, which, although still within the Beast Pirates' territory, was found to have no valuable resources after exploration, leading to its gradual abandonment. This will do, Noel said, lightly jumping to the center of the island, while Kaido transformed back into his human form, holding his kanabo and looking at Noel. Oh ho, Noel, I heard you took down that old guy Shiki. Kaido, standing in the center of the island, did not rush into battle. Instead, he started chatting with Noel. Kaido knew Shiki's strength, and upon learning of Shiki's defeat at Noel's hands, he couldn't help but sigh at the end of an era. Noel nodded, affirming the question. We ran into him by chance. He wanted to recruit us, and then the fight happened. Oh, good job. That old man dared to poach my people. If he weren't dead, I would definitely settle the score with him. Kaido snorted after hearing the story, clearly pleased with Noel's handling of the situation. Although Shiki was Kaido's predecessor, Kaido had no emotional ties to him. Back in the Rocks Pirates, everyone on the ship was filled with schemes, each harboring their own ambitions. They were only able to come together because of Rock's formidable strength. Because of this, during the God Valley incident, the members of the Rocks Pirates did not put in their all. Once they sensed things were going poorly, they fled one after another. If they had worked together, perhaps Rocks would not have been defeated in that battle, at least not to the point of death. Therefore, Kaido's first reaction upon learning of this was to find Shiki to settle the score. Now, he was no longer the inexperienced one on Rock's ship, dealing with an old, frail, disabled man would be easy. Noel did not continue to respond to Kaido's words, as Shiki was already dead, making Kaido's comments meaningless. Oh ho, since you could kill that guy Shiki, it seems your strength is quite impressive. Let me see it. As Kaido's words fell, his conqueror's haki surged into the sky, transforming the entire battlefield into a hellish scene. The overwhelming pressure pinned Noel down, and Kaido's face seemed to morph into that of a demon, with boundless momentum rushing toward Noel from all directions. Just from the activation of haki, Noel's expression grew heavy, and he released his own conqueror's haki to resist. A clash ensued between a pinkish-purple haki and a blue haki. From a distance, Kaido's haki was clearly stronger than Noel's, but it had not reached the point of overwhelming. After a brief stalemate, the two haki bursts exploded, causing the battlefield's pressure to drop significantly, filled with a murderous aura. Come on, kid, show me your strength, Kaido roared, swinging his kanabo. King Kong arrow. A column of power shot toward Noel at high speed. Noel transformed into his bear form, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that intertwined to meet the attack. Boom! The powerful impact kicked up a cloud of dust, and Noel, enveloped in lightning, charged at Kaido. In his bear form, Noel's height increased again. Over the years, as his strength grew, so did his stature. Now, Noel stood at 5 meters tall in his normal state, and in bear form, he reached an impressive 5 meters. Though still shorter than Kaido, the height difference was not significant. Thunderstorm Sealing Fist. A massive fist wrapped in lightning swung toward Kaido's face. Kaido, seeing Noel's attack coming, did not dodge and met it head-on. Bang! Noel's punch landed on Kaido's face, and while it was a powerful blow, Kaido merely tilted his head slightly, leaving a mark that quickly vanished due to his strong recovery ability. Kid, after all these years, you haven't improved much, Kaido said, his eyes glaring at Noel as he felt the strength of the punch. However, Noel was not discouraged. He had anticipated this kind of scenario before the battle. If a casual punch could seriously injure Kaido, he wouldn't have needed to seek him out for a fight. His purpose for being here was to seek a breakthrough, and Kaido's physique was not something Shiki could compare to. The two had different paths. After all, Kaido was a mythical Zoan user, relying more on his body for combat. Thunderstorm Fury. After realizing a single punch was ineffective, Noel unleashed a flurry of punches, enveloping Kaido in lightning. Countless electric punches struck Kaido, causing currents to flow over his body. Even he felt a slight numbness. Kaido swung his kanabo to disperse the electricity and then revealed a satisfied smile, saying, "Now, this is getting interesting." Kaido no longer stood still to take hits. He charged at Noel. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido swung his lightning-wrapped kanabo at high speed, creating tremendous wind pressure from the terrifying force of the attack. Before Noel could prepare to resist, he could already feel the immense power of the kanabo. Noel's expression turned serious as he threw another punch. Nether lightning. Boom! The river of thunder rushed toward the kanabo. After a clash of the two attacks, Kaido continued his assault on Noel. Noel first bent down to avoid Kaido's attack, then quickly crouched low and executed a sweeping kick to Kaido's leg. After knocking Kaido off balance, the river of thunder condensed instantly, and a punch struck Kaido's face. Boom! The moment the river of thunder hit Kaido's face, a massive pillar of lightning enveloped him, shooting upward, then guiding another bolt of lightning to strike down from the sky. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as a massive bolt of lightning continuously struck Kaido. Seizing the opportunity, Noel unleashed a flurry of punches at Kaido. Despite the relentless and grandiose series of attacks, even Kaido found it hard to keep up, but unfortunately, while the attacks were continuous and powerful, they did not leave significant wounds on him. As time passed, the marks on his body continued to heal, showcasing Kaido's incredible recovery ability, which was almost like a bug in the system. No matter how hard Noel hit, he could not inflict greater damage on Kaido. Elbaf Spear, Wagwa. After Kaido stood up, he swung his kanabo to unleash a massive slash, instantly shattering the lightning that struck him and then heading towards Noel. The shadows of fists were like bubbles, annihilated by this slash, which Noel narrowly dodged. Boom! The slash crashed behind Noel, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Noel wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that he managed to evade this strike. Otherwise, even though Noel's physique was impressive, it wouldn't withstand Kaido's power without suffering significant damage. This attack from Kaido was derived from the Giant's technique, a signature move of the Giant race. Logically, Kaido shouldn't be able to learn this technique, but with Charlotte Lean's presence, everything became different. Charlotte Linlin had a very good relationship with the giants in her youth and learned these signature techniques from them. After Kaido joined the Rocks Pirates, Charlotte Linlin continued to support him. In the original story, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin had once used a more advanced skill, the Conqueror's Haki, together. So it wasn't surprising for Kaido to use the Ruler's Haki. Missing the first strike, Kaido swung his Kanabo again, launching another massive slash. This time there were no lightning or fist shadows to block it, and the speed of the slash became even faster. Noel's pupils contracted, and he swung his fist again, sending 2 rivers of thunder to meet the massive slash. Boom! The immense impact instantly enveloped Noel, who turned red in the face as he exerted all his strength to resist the slash. After a brief stalemate, the rivers of thunder were quickly extinguished, but the power of the slash also diminished significantly, allowing Noel to disperse it afterward. "Oh, not bad, kid," Kaido grinned menacingly. The fact that Noel could withstand his ruler's haki without taking damage indicated that Noel's strength was quite impressive. If Noel weren't acting independently within the Beast Pirates, becoming one of the All-Stars would likely not be a challenge for him. Following this, Kaido transformed, and a massive azure dragon soared into the sky, accompanied by flame clouds. The enormous dragon head opened its mouth, and a flame began to gather inside Kaido's mouth, suddenly erupting. Heat breath. With the emergence of this breath, the temperature on the entire island began to rise, and an incredibly hot flame converged and shot towards Noel. Facing the towering fire column, Noel quickly responded, transforming into a giant thunderbear. Powerful lightning gathered in his mouth, and finally, a much smaller lightning breath shot forward compared to the fire column. The 2 breaths clashed for a moment before the lightning breath was dispersed, and the flames struck Noel. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and a gigantic mushroom cloud appeared in the center of the island. As the dust settled, Noel slowly stood up from the explosion's center. At this point, Noel had reverted from his bear form and was surrounded by green smoke. Cough! That attack packs quite a punch. Noel grinned, lightly coughing a few times, expelling a puff of black smoke from his mouth. Kaido was indeed formidable. He hadn't even used all his strength yet, and was already putting Noel in a difficult position. This level of intensity, while Noel could still endure, required him to take things seriously. Bad wind. Kaido didn't give Noel much chance to catch his breath, unleashing a torrent of wind blades from his mouth, slashing towards Noel like a sickle. Noel took a deep breath, transformed back into his bear form, and began kicking out lightning slashes to meet the wind blades. Then, Noel slightly crouched and pushed off the ground, dashing towards the massive azure dragon. In midair, Noel dodged the incoming wind blades and landed a punch on Kaido's body. Bang! Kaido's body shook slightly, and then his massive dragon tail swung towards Noel. At this moment, Noel's small and agile stature showed its advantages, and after a few attacks, Kaido also realized the issue and transformed back to human form. "Oh kid, if that's all the strength you've got, then your journey ends here." Kaido hefted his kanabo and swung it forcefully at Noel, who, unwilling to back down, collided his haki-coated fists against Kaido's. Bang! 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 Noel was knocked back, and then he covered his entire body in haki, lightning patterns appearing all over him as he looked solemnly at Kaido. Kaido, observing Noel's actions, made no other moves but said, "Kid, if you use haki like that, your stamina will deplete quickly." Noel didn't respond but charged forward again, swinging his fists at Kaido. The 2 figures entangled in combat, with booming sounds echoing as Noel, covered in haki, increased his overall strength. The battle escalated from a warm-up to something more intense. The sky gradually darkened, and Noel continued to fiercely engage with Kaido. Meanwhile, Elvis, who had finished exploring the bustling areas of Wano, found that Noel had disappeared. Elvis scratched his head, puzzled by Noel's empty room. Where did that guy run off to? Elvis assumed Noel had grown bored and wandered off to some corner of Wano, unaware that Noel was currently battling Kaido. Fallen thunder. Boom. After the explosion, a figure was sent flying, and Noel felt pain throughout his body, his expression growing more serious. Chapter 233, Battle with Kaido. Noel slowly stood up, beginning to breathe heavily. Although the fight with Kaido had only lasted a day, his stamina was severely depleted. Even someone with Noel's impressive stamina couldn't continue like this indefinitely. However, Kaido's strength was just too overwhelming. Noel was already struggling just to defend, let alone do any meaningful damage with his attacks. Noel took out a few coins, casually firing several electromagnetic shells, and with a bang, he vanished from his spot. Kaido casually swung his haki-wrapped kanabo, easily deflecting the incoming electromagnetic shells. Although the power of these shells was considerable, if they hit, Kaido would still suffer some damage. But if he took it seriously, blocking these attacks was quite simple. Fallen Thunder. Noel instantly appeared behind Kaido, the speed brought by the thunder making it hard to react, and then a river of thunder struck Kaido. The furious lightning wrapped around Kaido's body, with more fine bolts of lightning penetrating inside him. Oh, Noel, such attacks are useless against me. Kaido waved his hand again, dispersing the lightning on his body, and then a pillar of haki shot towards Noel like a laser. Noel vanished again, lightning flashing in the air, and after landing a punch on Kaido, he disappeared once more. With lightning speed, Noel fought back and forth with Kaido for a time. Although Noel's attacks had little effect on Kaido, they gradually made Kaido impatient. Thunderbawa. Kaido pushed his observation haki to the limit. When Noel reappeared next to Kaido, who was already prepared, swung his club at Noel. When Noel saw the spiked club, wrapped in armament haki and crackling with electricity appear before him, he was startled and immediately vanished again. Boom! The spiked club crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit and causing cracks to spread across the earth. If it weren't for Noel's quick reaction, the consequences of that hit would have been unimaginable. The gap in combat power between him and Kaido was already significant, and suffering serious injuries would mean he couldn't continue the fight. Noel, come and face me head-on, Kaido roared, his demonic face looking extremely ferocious. He was thoroughly annoyed by Noel's harassing style of combat. Normally, when he fought others, he either knocked them away with a single blow or fought against equally strong pirates who could withstand his strikes. But Noel's style reminded Kaido of a certain very lewd-looking marine. That's right, it's Yukizaru. Hearing Kaido's roar, Noel remained expressionless as if he hadn't heard it, and even felt a bit amused inside. Why would I want to face you head-on? I'm not that desperate to live. I'm here to seek a breakthrough, not to seek death. Afterward, Noel found himself in a difficult position again. Now, aside from having some advantage in speed, he was at an absolute disadvantage in every other aspect, especially since Noel couldn't inflict significant damage on Kaido. That was what made him uneasy. It wasn't that Noel's current attacks were his limit. If he truly went all out, he could leave some scars on Kaido. But then what? The result would be that after leaving scars on Kaido, he would also exhaust himself, leading to his defeat. After all, such big moves couldn't be used continuously, even by those with their stamina. Heaven's Thunder. Noel conjured a palace of thunder, with massive bolts of lightning striking towards Kaido. He didn't expect this attack to harm Kaido. It was more of a distraction. After such a long battle, countless bolts of lightning had accumulated a massive magnetic field around them. As time passed, the effects of this magnetic field became increasingly apparent. Many of Noel's fruit abilities had developed to the point where they no longer required charging. For example, the thunderstorm. At first, Noel needed to accumulate energy and then explode it all at once. But with his current strength and control over his fruit, he no longer needed to do that. Now, he was merely trying to amplify the power of the thunderstorm so that it could serve some purpose at certain times. Kaido, of course, noticed these magnetic fields, but he didn't destroy them. Instead, he allowed Noel to continue charging. After all, he didn't truly want to kill Noel. He wanted to guide him and apply immense pressure. Of course, if Noel pushed himself to the limit and still couldn't succeed, Kaido would show no mercy. If Noel couldn't break through in a life-and-death situation, this battle would leave a huge shadow in his heart, and the next time he wanted to break through, it would be nearly impossible. Noel's all-or-nothing approach would come at a great cost. It wasn't as simple as just surviving. In fact, due to this immense impression, Noel's strength could potentially decline over time. Just like Moria and Crocodile, they were clear examples. When one's faith is shattered, they can fall apart, and Noel would lose the qualification to be the future of the Beast Pirates. Kaido, shrouded in lightning, looked like a deity descending to earth as he swung his club. Noel was forced to flee from these attacks, not daring to stay in place for more than a second. Then, relying on his speed, Noel once again reached Kaido's side. Seeing him transform his right hand into a blade, with lightning gathering on his hand to form a thunderblade. While piercing heart, Noel used one hand as a sword, thrusting it towards Kaido with the force of a mountain. Swish! The incredibly sharp blade pierced Kaido's body in an instant, breaking through his defenses, and Noel pushed harder, trying to inflict greater damage. But unfortunately, after only penetrating a few centimeters, the blade stopped. Seeing this, Noel quickly narrowed his eyes and controlled his body to retreat, while Kaido's spiked club swung down instantly. Bang! Noel crossed his arms in front of him, and the powerful spiked club struck his arms. The moment they made contact, Noel's face flushed, and he was sent flying. Boom! Noel crashed into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Noel, get up and keep fighting me. Come and kill me. Kaido's aura became even more frenzied. Just now, Noel's knife hand made Kaido feel a slight pain, which ignited his ferocity. Looking at the rampaging Kaido, Noel couldn't help but show a bitter smile. After taking a hit from Thunder Bagua, he felt like he was about to fall apart. However, having just pierced Kaido's body also restored some of Noel's confidence. At least his attacks were capable of causing damage to Kaido. Struggling to stand up, Noel entered his Bearman state again, gathering his lightning armor. When battling an opponent like Kaido, stacking layers of defense was not excessive. It might just be the thickest armor to endure the most vicious hits. At this moment, the sky was also overcast, with occasional bolts of lightning striking the ground, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The magnetic field in the battlefield between the two was becoming denser, and in this environment, Noel's control over lightning became more adept, and its power increased. Torrential thunder. Noel jumped into the air, unleashing countless fist shadows towards Kaido, each punch wrapped in armament haki and crackling with electricity, containing immense power. Noel's movements excited Kaido, as he noticed Noel was no longer fleeing, and the battle finally became exhilarating. That's right, Noel, come and kill me. Kaido roared, and the spike club began to swing. After a few seconds of mutual assault, Noel landed on the ground and charged at Kaido again. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed together, continuously entangled, and their collisions created massive shockwaves. The entire ground rumbled, as if it would shatter at any moment. After Noel landed a punch on Kaido's face, he followed up with a powerful kick, causing Kaido to stagger. After Kaido stabilized his stance, he swung his Kanabo at Norr with incredible speed. Lightning Shadow. Just as the Kanabo was about to hit Norr and send him flying, Norr suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. Kaido was momentarily stunned by Norr's disappearance, knowing that Norr was not a Thunderfruit user and thus could not elementalize. This skill, Lightning Shadow, was inspired by Yamato, who had a move that created a substitute armor to dodge attacks. Norr found this skill very practical and, after developing it, finally mastered it. While Kaido was still in shock, the vanished Norr reappeared behind him. Divine Thunderbreak. Norr charged himself with thunderous power, combining lightning, haki, and fist momentum, and struck Kaido with earth-shattering force. One blow, reversing yin and yang. Bang! A massive thud echoed from Kaido's body, and for the first time, Kaido's expression changed from the impact. Rumble. This series of actions seemed slow, but it happened in an instant, with Kaido being knocked back several meters by Norr's strike. The violent lightning continued to erupt from Kaido's body. Looking at the fist imprint on Kaido's abdomen, Norr knew he had finally dealt some damage. Kaido touched the imprint, his excitement growing. That's it, kill me, Norr. Boom! Kaido's Conqueror's haki erupted again, and with his excitement, the overwhelming power seemed to want to shatter the entire world. Norr could only unleash his own Conqueror's haki in response, as Kaido's eyes turned crimson and he charged at Norr, leaping high into the air. The third descending. Indra's Fall. In midair, Kaido spun his Kanabo, with Conqueror's haki wrapping around it. Kaido was serious. Norr's pupils shrank to a pinprick in his perception. The Kanabo in Kaido's hand contained terrifying power. This was the first time Kaido had used such strength, proving he was serious and finally employing most of his power. Norr dared not take this hit, quickly dodging to the side, while Kaido's Kanabo smashed down onto the ground. Boom! The powerful shockwave instantly shattered the earth. Although Norr avoided the Kanabo's attack, the fierce shockwave hit him immediately. Norr was sent flying several meters by the shockwave, and Kaido charged at him again. Roaring Thunder, 8 trigrams. Kaido gripped the Kanabo with both hands, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, and struck at Norr with incredible speed. Just as Norr regained his footing, he faced Kaido's furious assault once more. Helpless, Norr had no choice but to rely on his speed to evade continuously. A serious Kaido was terrifying. Norr could only keep fleeing. If he were hit by Kaido's Kanabo, even with Norr's robust physique, he would be left with half his life. 2 hits would likely end the battle. Norr unleashed his observation haki to its limits, focusing entirely on Kaido and dodging the incoming attacks. Under this immense pressure, Norr felt his observation haki reaching a new breakthrough. What's wrong? Norr, come hit me, come kill me. Seeing Norr continuously dodging without retaliating, Kaido roared again. In Kaido's view, if Norr wanted to break through to a new level, simply evading was not enough. Only by attacking could one grow stronger. Even if constant attacks could cost him his life and lead to serious injuries, he had to charge forward. Only then could Norr break through to a new level and become a powerhouse on the seas. Just evading wouldn't cut it. Norr, if you can only dodge, then go die. Great power, thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido swung the Kanabo at high speed while continuously yelling at Norr. Norr realized what was wrong with himself. He was too focused on gains and losses, too afraid of getting hurt, especially in the face of Kaido's ferocious attacks. His first reaction was always to evade rather than confront. Without the determination to charge forward, one could not become strong. Norr's eyes became resolute. The lightning around him erupted more brilliantly, and he charged directly at Kaido's Kanabo. Bang! Norr was instantly sent flying, but Kaido's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. That's it. Come on. Chapter 234. Fruit Awakening. After several clashes with Kaido, Norr realized his stamina was depleting rapidly. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was exhausted, becoming a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. He had to think of a way to change this situation. Norr's expression darkened, but facing Kaido's relentless attacks, he couldn't think of a good solution. Their battle turned the battlefield into chaos, every move carrying earth-shattering momentum. Since Kaido began using his Conqueror's Haki, his attacks had immense power. Every time the Kanabo struck Norr, he suffered serious damage. Looking at Kaido's figure before him, the overwhelming aura surrounded Kaido, his face becoming abstract, as if a god stood in the center of the earth. Divine Thunderbreak. Norr fused 3 powers, unleashing them from his fists and striking at Kaido. Kaido did not dodge, wielding the Kanabo to try to crush Norr. After a while of fierce fighting, Kaido sent Norr flying with a single blow, who then crashed to the ground. Ha ha ha! Norr, get up and keep going. Since Norr began to clash with him head-on, the battle finally became exhilarating. Especially when Norr went all out, Kaido's fighting spirit was ignited. In Kaido's view, the previous battles were just child's play. Norr struggled to stand, panting while contemplating his strategy. He had already used all his strength, but it still hadn't significantly affected Kaido. Remembering his purpose for fighting Kaido, Norr knew he had to find an opportunity to break through, otherwise, he would be in danger. Bang! Norr exerted force through his legs and charged at Kaido again, the lightning around him crackling and linking with the surrounding magnetic field. As Norr approached Kaido, he suddenly erupted, the lightning enveloping him flickering wildly. Finally, Norr shouted, "Explode!" With his roar, the surrounding magnetic field detonated instantly, and a massive thunderstorm erupted. The magnetic field Norr had been reinforcing for so long finally manifested, creating a storm that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Enveloping both of them, giant wind blades accompanied by lightning continuously attacked Kaido, and as time passed, the power of these attacks gradually increased. The sky was also affected by the storm, showing signs of disturbance, with dark clouds seemingly ready to be sucked into the storm, forming a massive vortex in the air. Facing the storm triggered by Norr, Kaido's expression finally became serious, and, as the storm intensified, the fighting spirit within him surged. Oroorooro! Norr, come on! Kaido swung his Kanabo and charged towards Norr. During his charge, Kaido's form changed, revealing enormous scales on his body, and a massive dragon tail appeared behind him. The hybrid form, the strongest shape of a Zoan-type user, allowed him to maintain agile and quick movement while having various attacks from the beast form, making it a well-balanced state for combat. Thunderbagwa, the Kanabo, enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, smashed towards Norr at incredible speed, while Norr swung his arm, sending countless wind blades and lightning towards the Kanabo. After Kaido shattered these attacks, the power on the Kanabo was significantly weakened and was blocked by Norr's punch. Boom! Countless wind blades and lightning continued to attack Kaido. While the power of these attacks might not match those released directly by Norr, the sheer number compensated to some extent for the difference in quality. Therefore, Kaido found these attacks somewhat annoying and unleashed a wave of heat breath. The heat breath enveloped Norr but was dispersed by the surrounding storm. Seeing this, Kaido had no choice but to charge forward again, colliding with Norr repeatedly. With the boost of the thunderstorm, Norr finally had the capability to face Kaido head-on, throwing punches continuously, momentarily matching Kaido in strength. However, the good times didn't last long. While Norr continued to manipulate the storm, he also had to engage in a fierce battle with Kaido. The consumption of stamina increased again, and after just a short while, Norr began to feel exhausted. Oroorooro! Norr, can't you hold on any longer? Kaido observed Norr's increasingly labored breathing and understood his predicament. Norr didn't respond, merely gasping for breath, using the moment to recover some stamina. Military command, Dragon Legion. Kaido once again wrapped Conqueror's Haki around the Kanabo and countless shadows of the Kanabo instantly smashed towards Norr. Norr first summoned numerous wind blades to meet the semi-solid strikes, then unleashed countless punches. Boom, boom, boom. The shadows of the Kanabo and punches, mixed with wind blades and lightning, continuously clashed in midair, with countless sounds of collisions and explosions ringing out. Just as Norr was giving it his all to counter Kaido, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness, and the power of his punches diminished in an instant. This slight change was also noticed by Kaido, who seized the opportunity and struck again. Thunderbagwa. The Kanabo smashed into Norr, sending him flying, and he crashed into the storm, causing the entire storm to become unstable. Norr lay on the ground, his eyes becoming somewhat foggy, and the surrounding thunderstorm began to twist, as if it was about to dissipate at any moment. Kaido slowly approached Norr and said, "Norr, this is the end." Saying this, Kaido raised his Kanabo, ready to deliver the final blow to Norr. Norr weakly looked at the raised Kanabo. After enduring so many attacks from Kaido, he had already suffered severe injuries. This final onslaught had also drained a significant amount of Norr's stamina. True to his reputation, Kaido had pushed Norr into dire straits after just one day of battle. In contrast, his earlier fight with Shiki had lasted over a week before reaching a limit. Yet this time, it took only a day for Norr to feel he was at his limit. Is my journey reaching its end here? I feel a bit unwilling. Am I too hasty, or is this truly my limit? Norr's face turned pale, and his eyes became somewhat dazed as he continuously questioned himself, reflecting on everything he had experienced since arriving in this world and all he had sacrificed to become stronger. A wave of unwillingness surged within Norr. At just over 20 years old, he had reached a level that others might never achieve in their lifetime. This was not only due to his talent and abilities, but also the sacrifices he had made. Over the years, his unwavering training had been a daily routine, and the strength he possessed was a result of Norr putting in more effort than others. Although Norr was usually quite lazy and often slacked off, he had never been lax when it came to training. In that moment, Norr's thoughts were in constant flux, and countless ideas flooded his mind. When he regained his senses and saw the raised Kanabo, he coughed up blood and his eyes hardened again. He was unwilling. He was still young, with a vast future ahead of him. He wanted to become a strong person in this world and had his own ideals to realize. How could he stop here? Explode for me. With Norr's furious roar, the already unstable thunderstorm became even more twisted, and then he forcefully ignited it. Boom! The thunderstorm exploded completely, instantly enveloping both Norr and Kaido. The ground shook violently, and a powerful shockwave radiated in a circular pattern in all directions. In that moment, when Norr solidified his resolve and detonated the storm, he felt as if he saw a gigantic thunder bear roaring towards the sky. The massive white bear was enveloped in lightning, and every movement triggered a fierce storm. Just a casual strike could destroy the heavens and the earth, sinking an island. Roar! Norr echoed the thunder bear's roar, and countless pillars of lightning descended from the sky, as if the whole world had transformed into a realm of thunder. Then, the storm reappeared. A powerful storm intertwined with lightning continued to clash. After the roar, Norr waved his hand again, and the storm and thunder simultaneously dissipated, as if the boundless thunderstorm had never existed. Norr felt that his current state was incredibly wondrous. The once ferocious lightning now felt as tame as a kitten, allowing him to control it at will. Meanwhile, Norr extended his right hand, and a miniature storm appeared in his palm. This was the power of the storm. Previously, after unleashing the thunderstorm, Norr had relied on lightning as a bridge to control the storm. But now it was different. Norr no longer needed lightning as a bridge. He could directly unleash the power of the storm. Was this the awakening of the fruit? Norr murmured. In the moment he detonated the storm, he entered a very peculiar state, and the massive thunder bear seemed to truly exist, appearing before Norr's eyes. When Norr came to his senses, he found that the entire world had become clearer, and he could manipulate both thunder and storm powers at will. After this intense battle, as Norr's will dissipated and then reformed, he finally developed his fruit to the point of awakening. It can be said that Noel's strength has once again reached a new level, reaching the level of a monster. Although his strength is still relatively weak among monsters, with continuous training, it won't be long before he can catch up to the likes of Kaido and become a powerful figure that shakes the seas. Oh, Noel, you truly didn't let me down. At this moment, Kaido appeared, looking a bit disheveled from the recent massive explosion. Although Kaido looked a bit messy, in reality, he hadn't sustained any injuries, just expended some stamina. Noel dispersed the storm in his hands and sat down on the ground. With the awakening of his fruit ability, he had achieved his goal this time and no longer needed to continue fighting Kaido. Moreover, he felt utterly exhausted, and if possible, he really didn't want to move at all. Once Kaido returned to his human form, he sat down beside Noel and pulled out a flask to drink. After a while, once Noel felt that his stamina had somewhat recovered, he stood up and said, "Let's go back. I'm starving." After awakening his fruit ability, Noel felt a significant boost in his recovery. Originally, as a mythical zone user, his recovery was already quite formidable. But after awakening, Noel understood why Kaido's body seemed almost monstrous. Now Noel also had the potential to become like Kaido. After taking another big gulp of alcohol, Kaido transformed into an azure dragon and flew towards Onigashima with Noel. Kaido was in a very good mood, with Noel's fruit ability awakened. His strength had reached a truly terrifying level. As long as he continued to train, it would only be a matter of time before he reached Kaido's level, ensuring the future of the Beast Pirates. Moreover, the strength of his pirate crew had also taken another leap. Kaido glanced at the exhausted Noel and remained silent, quietly contemplating certain matters. When the two returned to Onigashima, Kaido set Noel down and spoke, "Now that you've awakened, hurry up and leave. When you come back next time, I'll check your progress to see if you've been slacking off." Noel lazily waved his hand and then headed towards his room. When Noel returned to his room, he saw Elvis waiting for him. The moment Elvis saw Noel, he quickly got up and said, "Noel, where the hell have you been?" But when Elvis saw Noel's disheveled appearance, his eyes narrowed and a sharp aura emanated from him. "What happened?" Noel smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. Just from training." "Training?" Elvis looked at the scars on Noel's body and couldn't fathom how Noel's training could result in such injuries. Elvis didn't press further. Instead, he went out to call the ship's doctor and brought back some food. "Now tell me, what exactly happened?" Elvis sat down next to Noel, his expression serious. As Noel devoured the food in front of him, he explained what he had been up to during this time. When Elvis learned that Noel had fought against Kaido and successfully awakened his fruit ability, he was greatly shocked, especially when he discovered that Noel had fought Kaido at the cost of his life. Elvis's expression turned cold. "Damn it, why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Noel's actions made Elvis very angry. Noel, however, smiled and said, "I was quite confident, and look, I successfully awakened." Elvis sighed and said no more. Since the event had already occurred, blaming Noel would be pointless. "We're going to the New World." After Noel swallowed his last bite of food, he suddenly said seriously. Elvis was taken aback by Noel's words, unsure why he would suddenly say that. But Elvis didn't oppose it and nodded gently, saying, "Since you've made up your mind, let's start preparing." The plan to venture into the New World was certain. It was just a matter of when. Elvis was momentarily stunned because he didn't expect it to be so soon. Noel smiled and said, "Of course, not right now. After the incident with Shiki, Yamato and the others have gained some deep insights, so we still need to wait a while, but we can start preparing in advance." After the awakening of his fruit ability, Noel also gained some insights from this aspect, realizing that he had been a bit too cautious. He believed that one should only undertake actions with complete certainty, even if many things appeared dangerous. They were still within Noel's control. The only exception was during the incident with Yamato when they went to the territory of Tressie. Often, this caution was not problematic. Noel's approach was also for the safety of himself and others. However, many times, not taking some risks would prevent achieving certain outcomes. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. The speed at which Yamato and the others were improving had significantly slowed down, and even Inoru had reached a bottleneck. Continuing to stay in Skypiea wouldn't help their strength. The battles they would face in the future were beyond their current capabilities. If they stagnated, even if Noel was familiar with some key plots and future directions, they would ultimately be eliminated by the sea. After all, the future Noel knew would deviate with his presence. And what he knew was at most about 7 or 8 years into the future. What about after those 7 or 8 years? Everything would depend on them to carve their own path. Therefore, without strength to support them, they wouldn't survive in the turbulent seas of the future. After the awakening of his fruit ability, Noel recognized this issue and also realized that his caution had led to his companions living too comfortably. This situation was unacceptable to Noel, so he decided to venture into the New World. Even if it was just to explore a bit, it would be far better than living so comfortably in Skypiea. For 10 days after his awakening, Noel quietly recuperated in Onigashima. Once his body had recovered to a certain extent, he prepared to set sail. Walking through the Flower Street, the most prosperous street in Wano, he felt very relaxed. With his fruit ability awakened, his next goal was to learn to use Conqueror's Haki. The moment he mastered Conqueror's Haki, he would become a top-level powerhouse in this sea. With such strength as support, Noel felt very confident, especially in the past few days. He had consulted Kaido about mastering Conqueror's Haki. He had also gained a new direction for his future. Elvis, we need to prepare to set off. Noel encountered Elvis, who was wandering on Flower Street, and approached him, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Is it time to set off at last?" Elvis's eyes lit up. After spending these days in Wano country, he felt a bit bored once the novelty wore off. Especially on Sky Island, he had a lot of work to handle. Noel, the lazy guy, only slacked off. So many things needed Elvis to take care of. It could be said that without Elvis, the environment on Sky Island would probably be a mess by now. Of course, it's thanks to Elvis that Noel could be so leisurely. I've almost fully recuperated. Now, even if I encounter Charlotte Linlin, I can still compete with her, Noel lazily boasted. When he saw the skeptical look on Elvis's face, he immediately added, "Of course. It's just a competition. I still have to run if necessary." Elvis rolled his eyes, then took out a phone bug to call his subordinates to prepare for departure. Among the subordinates Noel brought, many were veterans stationed in Wano country before, and some were recruits that Elvis had brought in later. These days, their life in Wano country had been quite enjoyable. The various sights of Wano country made them reluctant to leave, especially with the veterans leading the way, knowing where the best drinks were and which geishas danced better. The key was that, since they were under Noel's command, they had no other tasks. The executives of the Beast Pirates wouldn't command them to do anything either. In such an environment, their lives were of course comfortable. Noel returned to Onigashima and found Kaido drinking. "Oh, Noel, what brings you here?" Kaido said without paying much attention after recognizing Noel, continuing to drink. Noel sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking for a moment before saying, "I'm leaving, but there's something I need to tell you before I go." Kaido put down his bottle and looked at Noel. Then, Noel recounted the conflict between him and Charlotte Linlin. Noel's intention was not to have Kaido mediate, but rather to express his concern about the relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Back in the Rocks Pirates, Charlotte Linlin had protected Kaido like a big sister and even gave him a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit later. Their relationship had always been ambiguous. Although Kaido wouldn't give Charlotte Linlin any face if his interests were threatened, Noel thought it was better to mention it to Kaido. "Do whatever you want, but I won't care about your life or death," Kaido said after hearing Noel's words, taking another big swig from his bottle. His meaning was the same as before. "Since you chose to go out on your own with Yamato to train, I won't support you. Everything must be earned by yourself. Life or death is something you have to bear alone, and correspondingly, I don't need you to execute matters within the Beast Pirates." As for the conflict between Noel and Charlotte Linlin, Kaido didn't care. How could there be no friction between two pirate crews? As for that woman Linlin, just go ahead and do what you want. It won't affect me here, Kaido said. After Kaido finished speaking, Noel got up and left. Since Kaido didn't care, Noel had no other concerns. Chapter 237. Seeking help, Noel maneuvered the ark slowly away from Wano country, attracting many eyes as he headed toward Sky Island. After ensuring that the power was fully charged, Noel stretched lazily and casually instructed someone to take over the controls. The subordinate, excited to experience operating the ark, hurried to the cockpit. "Noel, you lazy guy," Elvis said, looking at Noel sitting on the deck with some helplessness. Noel, unconcerned, replied, "I'm the captain. When does a captain always operate the ship?" Elvis shook his head and turned ahead to the training room. Watching Elvis's back, Noel smiled. It seemed Elvis was also inspired by everyone's recent progress. Whether it was Yamato and the others or Noel himself, their strengths had been improving recently, but Elvis, who had stayed on Sky Island, showed no significant progress. Moreover, Noel had mentioned that they would soon be advancing into the New World, so Elvis felt some pressure. He understood that once they reached the New World, they would face a fierce battle. To win in that battle, strength was the biggest guarantee. After Elvis left, Noel continuously pondered over the intelligence regarding the New World. After sorting through the information about Charlotte Linlin and the Big Mom Pirates, he thought of the Destroyer King, Tresai. Upon thinking of this person, Noel's eyes narrowed. Since he had eliminated the vice captain of the Destroyer Pirates and one of the four pillars, the two sides had not had any conflicts. It seemed Tresai had retreated in the face of difficulty, but Noel knew that Tresai was merely biding his time. After all, he had his territory in the New World, and since Noel wasn't there, if he made a move, his territory could very well be invaded. However, once Noel entered the New World, Tresai would certainly not miss the opportunity to strike. The Big Mom Pirates and the Destroyer Pirates loomed over Noel like a mountain. "No, our strength isn't enough now. If a conflict arises, the losses will be devastating." Noel's expression grew serious as he continuously devised strategies. If Tresai and Charlotte Linlin teamed up, given their current strength, it would be quite fortunate if they could escape. Thinking of this, Noel returned to his room and took out a phone bug to make a call. Brew, brew, brew. This is Noel. As soon as the call connected, Noel's voice came through. Before Noel could continue speaking, Sengoku took the initiative to ask, Noel, did you take care of that guy Shiki? The news had already spread through the Navy headquarters, and although Sengoku didn't expect the news to travel so fast, based on his speculation, it was very likely that Shiki had been eliminated. This inquiry was merely to confirm his guess. Yes, I indeed had a fierce battle with that old guy. Noel replied calmly. Upon hearing Noel's confirmation, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. The old-timers of the past era were gradually stepping back, and even Shiki ultimately couldn't withstand the test of time, losing to the newcomers. Well done. Since Shiki escaped from Impel Down, he has been hiding, plotting who knows what kind of conspiracy. Now that he's dead, we can breathe a little easier, Sengoku said, his face full of smiles. Clearly pleased not only with Shiki's death, but also with Noel's increased strength. This call is not about the issue with Shiki, but rather I am preparing to venture into the New World. Upon hearing that Norr wanted to go to the New World, Sengoku furrowed his brow. The New World is quite different from the Four Seas and the Paradise. The environment there is extremely harsh. Previously, when Norr was in the New World, he mostly stayed in Wano, and just as he was about to set sail, that guy Tracy drove him to the West Sea. This time, as Norr heads to the New World again, he is likely to face great danger. However, since Norr has already made his decision, it means he is prepared. Sengoku pondered for a moment and then slowly said, The New World, huh? It's indeed time to go. Paradise is too comfortable for you. Seeing that Sengoku did not oppose his journey to the New World, Norr expressed his concerns and thoughts. This time I go to the New World, I will definitely face a joint pursuit from the Big Mom Pirates and the Destruction Pirates. With my current strength, it will be difficult to handle. Therefore, I need some assistance from the Navy. No problem. Just tell me what support you need. Sengoku readily agreed. This was Norr's first request for help, and given Norr's importance, Sengoku needed to provide maximum support. Subsequently, Norr shared his thoughts with Sengoku. He hoped that while he was heading to the New World, the Navy could take some actions to divert some of Charlotte Linlin's attention. As long as they can hold Charlotte Linlin back, he can use the mobility of the Ark to launch a proactive attack on Tracy's stronghold. Once he deals with Tracy, facing the Big Mom Pirates alone will be much less stressful for Norr. As for why he needed the Navy to hold them back, battles of this level can last for 7 or 8 days, making it unrealistic to resolve the conflict in a short time. After such a long battle, Charlotte Linlin will definitely learn of this news, and at that time, Norr will likely have to face the onslaught of 2 pirate crews. In the best-case scenario, he would face a situation akin to a wheel battle. Therefore, the Navy's role in holding them back is extremely important. He could no longer rely on Kaido. Thus, to break the deadlock, Norr needed to leverage the Navy's power. Sengoku nodded and said, Is that so? No problem. Once you are ready, I will send someone to divert Charlotte Linlin's attention. That's settled then. I will call you before I act. After saying this, Norr hung up the phone and slowly exhaled. With the Navy's support, Norr's pressure was greatly relieved. At least the obstacle of taking the first step had been removed. However, this was just the first step. After Norr eliminates the Destruction Pirates, the Navy will withdraw, and Charlotte Linlin will surely return. That will be the true test for Norr and the others. The Destruction Pirates are merely an appetizer. After sorting out his thoughts, Norr returned to the deck, sitting in a chair and continuously pondering about the aspect of conquering King's Haki. Chapter 238. Preparation regarding the aspect of conquering King's Haki. Norr already had some ideas. However, given his current level of conquering King's Haki, he still had some distance to go before he could achieve the mastery of it. Therefore, the first thing he needed to do was to continue honing and mastering his conquering King's Haki. The Ark flew steadily along the way, and apart from occasionally replenishing energy for the Ark, Norr was immersed in thoughts about conquering King's Haki. 7 days later, the Ark returned to Skypiea, landing slowly on Valorant Island. When Yamato and the others saw the Ark on the horizon, they knew that Norr and Elvis had returned. They all set aside what they were doing to welcome Norr. Norr, where the hell have you been? You've been gone for so long. Yamato was the first to reach near the Ark, her eyes fixed on it with longing. Since the Ark was built, she had never piloted it even once. At first, when Norr said that only he and Enel could pilot the Ark, she believed it. Only later did Yamato realize that Norr had been lying to her. Thinking about this made Yamato a bit angry. Norr stretched lazily and slowly walked down from the Ark and saw, seeing the energetic Yamato. He smiled and waved, Yo. Yamato squinted her eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from her, as she said fiercely, I'm asking you a question. Did you even hear me, Norr? At that moment, Elvis also descended from the Ark, patting Yamato's shoulder and saying, All right, we just made a trip to Wano. Wano? Why did you go there? Yamato tilted her head, no longer caring about being angry with Norr. It had been many years since they left Wano, and now Norr suddenly returning there clearly meant that there were certain matters she was unaware of. Of course, there are things to find Kaido about. Norr lazily headed towards the center of the island. Yamato hurriedly followed, Norr curiously asking, "How's Wano now?" "Same as before, what else could it be?" Norr yawned, his eyes turning into dead fish eyes. On the Ark, he hadn't rested properly because he had to recharge it from time to time, making him appear somewhat fatigued at the moment. All right, once we get back, I will tell you everything." Norr cut off Yamato's inquiry before she could continue. As they made their way to the center of the island, the other members of Norr's crew also gradually arrived. Only Rin-E, who had locked herself in her room, was still unaware that Norr had returned. When Rin-E learned that Norr and Elvis had come back, she was also pleasantly surprised. Norr scanned the crowd, and through his perception, he noticed that each of their auras was stronger than before. This indicated that during Norr's absence, they had not been slacking off but had been diligently training. Seeing this, Norr felt quite satisfied. Even in his absence, these individuals were still eager to improve their strength. Norr lazily leaned back on the sofa and recounted his trip to Wano to everyone. Upon learning that Norr had awakened his devil fruit powers, they appeared somewhat surprised. They also knew that Norr's strength had reached a bottleneck, and there were not many paths left for him to take if he wanted to make another leap in power. Awakening his devil fruit was one of them. However, they had always believed that with the passage of time, Norr's awakening was just a matter of time and were not in a hurry. Yet, they hadn't expected Norr to go to Wano and gamble his life in battle. If he had not successfully awakened his powers, what awaited him would be defeat. "Norr, you were too reckless in this matter." Alan's voice was somewhat low, his expression very serious as he looked at Norr. The others nearby nodded in agreement, and Enel added, "If you end up defeated so easily, don't blame me for setting sail alone." Norr observed everyone's reactions and understood that they were concerned for him. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender and said, all right, I was wrong, I won't do it again next time." Seeing Noel say this, everyone finally let him go. There was no other choice. The incident had already happened, and Noel had successfully awakened his fruit ability. Now, saying anything more wouldn't be of much use. Only Gu-chan sat alone in a corner, his head down, looking at the blade in his arms, not knowing what he was thinking. By the way, I have something to announce to everyone. Since everyone was present, Noel didn't want to delay any longer. He then informed them that they would soon be heading to the New World. Especially after they entered the New World, they would definitely face fierce battles. Whether it was the Beast Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates, they were all enemies, and as soon as they set foot in the New World, these people would not let them go. Everyone reacted differently to this news, but among all the reactions, Noel did not sense any fear. So our time is very pressing now. I hope everyone practices diligently during this time. After Noel finished speaking, he returned to his room. Finally going back to the New World, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time," Yamato said, full of enthusiasm. After all, they had been driven out of the New World by Teresi and others, which was a disgrace for Yamato. Although he usually didn't talk about it, he had firmly kept this matter in his heart. Now that they were going back to the New World, it also meant that it was time to settle the score from back then. Yamato couldn't wait for this day to arrive. "Everyone, don't worry. Noel should be well prepared." Elvis comforted as he noticed others were silent. "No matter who it is, whoever provokes us, I will eliminate them all." Enel snorted coldly, then left with his golden staff, not knowing where he was going to train. Guchan also left silently. Recently, his mental state had not been good, but he was still very eager for this kind of big battle. To avoid holding everyone back, he didn't want to waste a moment. "Then I'll prepare various medicines to avoid injuries," Rinny said with a smile. As the ship's doctor, her combat power was already sufficient, but her focus was more on healing. Many people would be injured in this battle, and to avoid chaos at that time, Rinny needed to start getting busy from now on. "In that case, let's hold a banquet tonight," Alan said as he rolled up his sleeves and returned to his kitchen to prepare some delicious food for everyone. Chapter 239. Departure had been a month since Noel returned to Sky Island. During this month, everyone in Noel's crew had been very busy. Those responsible for combat practiced until late at night every day and occasionally sparred with others to identify their shortcomings. They had fully digested the insights gained from the battle with Shiki, and everyone had seen a new improvement in their strength. Rinny was so busy that she barely had time to sleep. If Noel hadn't later arranged for a few people to help her, she might have perished before even heading to the New World. Noel also rarely slacked off. Instead, he took over Elvis's work, responsible for training his subordinates every day. Noel had revealed early on that they were going to advance to the New World, and those pirates were extremely excited. However, they were not foolish and understood what the New World represented, especially since there were veterans of the Beast pirates on board. Through their words, they learned just how many powerful beings resided in the New World. Therefore, even though Noel was very strict with their training, these pirates had no complaints. They understood that this was to increase their chances of survival. A month had passed, and everyone was ready. Noel knew it was time to set off. Now everyone's morale was very high, and if they delayed any longer, although they would have more time, their motivation would also wane. Standing on a high platform, Noel looked at the somewhat noisy pirates below and shouted, "Prepare to depart, destination, the New World." Oh, the pirates responded to Noel and began to busily carry their weapons and supplies onto the Arkansas. Noel also found a hidden place and took out a din-din mushi to call Sengoku. "We are ready. We can head to the New World at any time." "All right, I'll send someone to the vicinity of Big Mom's territory to hold them back." After such a long time, Sengoku had already made preparations, and various plans were steadily underway. With the relationship between pirates and the Navy, there was no need to find reasons. It was quite normal for pirates and the Navy to have friction. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku took out another din-din mushi and made another call. "This is Sengoku. Noel is ready. The operation can begin." "Allah la, got it." A lazy voice came through, and then Aokiji lifted the eye patch covering his eyes. "Yawn, that guy Noel really knows how to stir up trouble." Aokiji scratched his head, somewhat troubled. Ever since Noel sought help from Sengoku last time, Sengoku assigned this task to Aokiji. After all, when Aokiji was in the Navy, he had the best relationship with Noel, so it was only natural for him to support Noel this time. Moreover, Sengoku was somewhat uneasy about assigning this plan to the other two admirals. If Kaido were to execute this plan, Sengoku felt that things could easily evolve into a fierce conflict between the Navy and the Big Mom pirates. In that case, it would seriously conflict with the policies set by the world government and the Navy. It was more cost-effective for the pirates in the New World to fight among themselves. As long as none of these people intended to subvert the world government, they could be left to their own devices, even if a new pirate king emerged. It wouldn't matter. Yes, the world government is not afraid of the so-called pirate king. They fear those dangerous individuals with radical ideas who might try to overturn the world. The Rock's pirates were not destroyed solely because of their strength. More so, it was Rox's ambition that posed a threat to the world government. In the original work, the four emperors, those powerful and territorial pirates, were merely used by the world government as chess pieces to balance the sea. They would even trade with them. One could say that those pirates could be treated as kings of nation. However, O'Hara was merely researching world history, and the world government eradicated it with a heavy hand. As for Kizaru, Sengoku slapped his head, feeling a bit of a headache. That old monkey was just too slippery. Although Aokiji was relatively lazy, he was still quite reliable. According to the plan, the Navy's warships would patrol near Big Mom's territory, luring out members of the Big Mom pirates for capture. With the personality of the Big Mom pirates, once a Navy warship appears nearby and captures their members, Charlotte Linlin will definitely not sit idly by. She will send some executives to deal with the situation. The role of Aokiji is to capture these incoming executives and then draw Charlotte Linlin's attention. Of course, the Navy is also not prepared to go to war with the Big Mom pirates. After all, if a battle breaks out, the once stable sea will likely go wild again. Aokiji stood up and said to the officer beside him, "Advance towards the Big Mom pirates' waters." Yes, the fleet that had been waiting for a long time quickly set off under Aokiji's command. As the Navy began to take action, Noel called everyone over and shared his battle plan. Sitting on the sofa, Noel held a piece of intelligence that he had forged himself. According to the information, the Navy was recently conducting searches near the waters of the land of Wa, and he didn't know their purpose, but it was a good opportunity. Noel distributed the intelligence to everyone. Yamato looked at the information in front of her and asked, somewhat confused, "What does the Navy's actions have to do with us?" Meanwhile, Elvis and Gu-chun pondered Noel's meaning, while the others, although they didn't speak, clearly didn't understand Noel's intentions either. The Navy's actions will attract the attention of the Big Mom pirates, and we can take the opportunity to eliminate the destructive pirates. Noel didn't keep them guessing and directly laid out his plan. Everyone suddenly understood and showed great excitement. Yamato was especially eager and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. It will be troublesome if the Navy leaves." Noel glanced at Yamato helplessly and then said, "This operation is an excellent opportunity. I have already arranged for people to prepare for departure. Let us set off." After saying that, Noel stood up and walked towards the Ark first. Let us completely repay the humiliation of the past this time. Chapter 240. The Navy's actions look, that ship in the distance, ISNT at the Navy? A pirate looked towards the sea and pointed in the direction of the warship. Upon hearing that there was Navy, the others quickly looked over and found a Navy warship heading toward their ship. The Navy is here. Quickly prepare for battle. Damn. This is the territory of the Big Mom pirates. How dare the Navy patrol here? Admiral, we have found pirates under the Big Mom pirates ahead. The Navy approached the sleeping Aokiji and loudly asked. Aokiji rubbed his ears, took off his eye mask, and looked at the Navy with a somewhat speechless expression, saying, I'm not deaf, just speak normally next time. Then Aokiji scratched his head and lazily said, capture them all, relying on their technological advantage. The Navy warship quickly caught up with the pirate ship ahead. After a battle, faced with these elite Navy forces, the pirates seemed somewhat powerless. I wonder who the Big Mom pirates will send this time. Aokiji yawned and then put his eye mask back down, lying back down to sleep. Just these small fry R&T worth him getting up for. A day later, Torland finally received news. Brother Dafu, that guy Jeekin has lost contact. Charlotte Dafu was taken aback upon hearing this. After all, this was the territory of the Big Mom pirates. Apart from some brainless newcomers, very few would dare to provoke them here. Since they hadn't received any news about newcomers lately, Charlotte Dafu was somewhat surprised. After a moment, Charlotte Dafu stood up and said, Don't tell Mom about this small matter. I'll handle the guy who dares to provoke our Big Mom pirates. New World. Bukelin the Ark was now hovering above Bukelin. This is the base of the destructive pirates, where Noel and others had their first conflict with the destructive pirates. After several days of sailing, Noel had reached his destination, and all that was left was to wait for news from Aokiji. Meanwhile, Aokiji's actions were going very smoothly. Admiral Aokiji, Charlotte Dafu, has been successfully detained. A Navy officer walked up to Aokiji and reported. After a battle, the sea had been frozen by Aokiji, and after a struggle, Charlotte Dafu was ultimately defeated by Aokiji. Got it. Continue sailing in this sea area, Aokiji lazily replied. Although the plan devised by Sengoku was simple, it was also very effective, and everything was going as expected. Charlotte Dafu came to investigate and ultimately encountered Aokiji. When Charlotte Dafu saw Aokiji on this warship, he realized he had fallen into a trap. Subsequently, Charlotte Dafu's mood became somewhat heavy. On one hand, he faced the punishment from Charlotte Linlin due to his failure. On the other hand, the Navy dispatched an admiral here, which must have some purpose. It could even be a targeted operation against their Big Mom pirates. However, at this moment, he had become a prisoner and could not convey any of this information. He could only watch the Navy continue their actions. This time, the news of Charlotte Dafu's disappearance quickly reached Torland. Looking at the frozen sea, they knew exactly what was happening. Mom, Dafu's brother has been captured by Aokiji. Charlotte Perispero came to Charlotte Linlin's side and told her everything. Upon learning that it was Aokiji, Charlotte Linlin's expression darkened. What does the Navy want here? Charlotte Linlin kept pondering the Navy's intentions in capturing Dafu, but in the end, she couldn't come up with a reason. Then, Charlotte Linlin summoned Zeus and flew towards Aokiji. Seeing this, Charlotte Perispero quickly arranged for personnel to form a fleet to set sail. Charlotte Linlin's actions were swift. Being able to fly, she quickly found Aokiji's location. A powerful conqueror's haki pressed down, and on the warship, some Navy personnel with wavering willpower were instantly stunned by this overwhelming haki. Fortunately, the Navy that came this time was strong in all aspects, so Charlotte Linlin's conqueror's haki did not have the expected effect. Aokiji, you Navy are capturing my son in my waters. Do you want to go to war with me? Charlotte Linlin's voice was deafening, and at the moment the conqueror's haki erupted, Aokiji stood up at the bow of the ship. Aokiji felt the powerful aura, and his expression became somewhat serious. Isn't it natural for the Navy to capture pirates? A cold aura emanated from Aokiji, and the ships beneath his feet gradually began to freeze. Seeing the resolute Aokiji, Charlotte Linlin's expression darkened even further as she said again, Release my son, and let this matter end here. That's not possible. Once captured, pirates cannot be let go. Aokiji rejected her. Not wanting to waste more words, Charlotte Linlin immediately launched an attack. Heavenly Fire. Charlotte Linlin manipulated Prometheus and threw it towards Aokiji. Facing the scorching flames, Aokiji unleashed a burst of cold air around him. Freezing moment. Countless streams of cold air surged towards Prometheus, creating a stalemate between cold and heat. Then Aokiji jumped off the battleship. Ice Age. In an instant, the sea beneath Aokiji's feet froze completely. You all should leave here. This is not a place for you, Aokiji said to his subordinates. In a battle with Charlotte Linlin, ordinary people had no right to approach. Even the residual force from the battle would be catastrophic for them. Yes, the remaining Navy personnel who had not fainted no longer insisted, saluted, and prepared to turn back. Aokiji then actively blocked Charlotte Linlin to prevent her from attacking the battleship. In an instant, the area was covered with thunder, flames, and ice. Charlotte Linlin, controlling Zeus and Prometheus, continuously attacked Aokiji. Aokiji was not to be outdone, with countless shards of ice erupting continuously. The two top figures in the world engaged in a shocking battle here. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Sengoku received this news. Has it begun? Order Kazuru to be ready at any time. If the situation turns sour, immediate support is needed. Sengoku hung up the phone and looked towards the new world. With the Marines continuously mobilizing, everything was ready, and Sengoku took the initiative to call Noel. To ensure safety, when Noel arrived over Bukelin, she found a reason to return to her room. She kept her observation haki activated to prevent anyone like Yamato from accidentally intruding. When the transponder snail rang, Noel quickly answered the call. Noel, Aokiji is already in combat with Charlotte Linlin. You can act now, Sengoku said seriously. Your actions must be swift, otherwise, some unforeseen events might occur. Don't worry, I understand, Noel replied and hung up, then stood up and walked out of the room. Upon arriving on the deck, she found everyone had been waiting for her. We are going to start our operation, Noel said in a deep voice. Everyone stood up, and Yamato exclaimed excitedly, finally. We can act. I've been waiting impatiently. This time, we need to end it quickly. According to the intelligence, after all these years of recuperation, the strength of the destruction pirates has fully recovered, so you all must be careful, Noel warned again. When they previously killed the vice captain of the destruction pirates and one of the four pillars after these days, the gap in high-level combat power must have been filled. New vice captains and four pillars had reappeared. Therefore, the current strength of the destruction pirates was not much weaker than theirs, and if they were too careless, they could easily fall into danger. Don't worry, our strength is not weak either, Elvis said with a smile. Noel nodded, no longer speaking, and went to the control room to begin descending the Arkansas. As the ark continued to descend, Bukelin appeared before everyone. When they reached a certain height, the pirates living in Bukelin gradually noticed something was wrong. Look up at the sky. Is something about to fall? A pirate from the destruction pirates shouted. No way. You must be seeing things, a companion laughed as they looked up. Then, the pirate's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out, and he screamed in terror. Something is really about to fall. Run. Such scenes occurred continuously throughout Bukelin. When the ark descended to a certain height, it suddenly stopped. A smile appeared on Noel's face as she looked at the magnificent building in the distance and said, Let's say hello first, Tressie. Although Noel didn't know what that building was, she could tell from its appearance that, even if it wasn't where Tressie lived, it was still very important. At the bow of the ark, Kuma opened his mouth, and countless bolts of lightning began to gather. The crackling sounds echoed, and the sound of the intertwining lightning was piercing, as if 1,000 birds were singing. When the thunder gathered to a certain extent, Noel pressed the button, and a powerful electromagnetic cannon was instantly fired. In just an instant, the building was obliterated, resulting in a massive explosion. Boom! After saying hello, Noel once again maneuvered the ark to descend, finally docking in a remote location. The electromagnetic cannon had finally alerted the panicked people. Enemy attack! The pirates cried out in despair. At first, they thought something was falling, but unexpectedly, what greeted them was indeed an electromagnetic cannon. Watching the building in the distance being destroyed, all the pirates turned red-eyed. This was their stronghold. Someone had come here and launched an attack, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face for them. The cadre station on the island rushed outside the moment they heard the explosion. Seeing the panicked people, they immediately shouted, Enemy attack! Everyone, gather here! As these cadres appeared, the chaos gradually subsided, and the island's residents began to gather in safe places. Who is it? At that moment, Tressie appeared with several top cadres, and seeing his residents destroyed in the distance, his eyes turned red with anger. If it weren't for the fact that they had business to discuss here, he might have been hit by that attack. Tressie was furious. He had seen this scene before, and it was that time that had caused him significant losses, almost leading to the loss of all his territory. Boss! A flying ship suddenly descended from the sky and attacked here. A pirate rushed over to report what he had seen. A flying ship? Tressie's eyes narrowed, and as soon as he heard flying ship, a figure immediately appeared in his mind. Everyone, prepare for battle. No matter who comes, we must eliminate them all. A large number of pirates gathered on the island, following Tressie closely. Tressie also sensed, through his observation haki, a group of powerful presences appearing on the eastern side of the island. Don't think too much. Those people must be the invaders here. After the arc landed, Noel and the others casually found a place to wait for Tracy's arrival. The subordinates he brought this time were all elite. So it can be said that Noel brought out all his assets for this battle. Haha, I also want to use the arc to greet Tracy. Yamato shouted excitedly from the side. That electromagnetic cannon shot earlier made her very excited, and even after so long, she was still shouting. I know. But after this, whether Tracy can survive is still uncertain. Noel looked at Yamato with a bit of a headache. He originally wanted to strike a pose and appear deep. But Yamato's presence directly ruined that atmosphere. When Tracy arrived, he immediately spotted Noel sitting there, holding his head. Brady Noel, I didn't come looking for you, yet you dared to come here. Tracy roared. At the moment he saw Noel, it was as if he was about to lose his sanity. He recognized this person even if he turned to ash. Noel looked at Tracy's furious expression and lazily greeted him. Yo, you seem to be in good spirits. Tracy's forehead bulged with veins, and seeing Noel's demeanor, the anger in his heart surged continuously. Kill them for me. Tracy waved his hand, and then his subordinates rushed forward in an instant. After that, he charged towards Noel himself. Crush. A purple glow appeared on Tracy's fist, and Noel also stood up, arm color hockey wrapping around his arm. Bang. Tracy, today is your doomsday. Chapter 241, A Greeting. Chapter 242, War Begins. As the battle began, it quickly reached a fever pitch. Apart from Noel, the others also had their own targets. In this battle, neither side had a way out. Opportunities like this are rare. The Navy wouldn't cooperate with Noel every time. If such incidents happened too often, Noel's identity would be easily exposed. Therefore, this time, Noel must eliminate Tracy and the others here. At the very least, these senior officials and Tracy cannot leave alive. For Tracy, if Noel intrudes into a stronghold again and lets him escape, he would have no face left. Whether Noel escapes from Buchanan or not, Tracy will pursue him to the end. This is the fundamental reason why both sides immediately used all their strength upon meeting. Yamato, Enel, Guchun, Elvis, and Alan directly stopped the vice captain and the four pillars of the destruction pirates. Meanwhile, Noel collided with Tracy. Little brat, I'll let you escape back then. This time, it's your doomsday. Nazar transformed into a giant ape, his voice becoming deep and resonant. He jumped up with force and then came crashing down toward Elvis. Angry ape hammer. Boom! Nazar's fists smashed into the ground, causing the earth to crack open, with countless fissures threatening to swallow Yamato and the others. Leave this person to me. Elvis slowly exhaled, drew his blade, and instantly vanished from his spot. Iedo, Aurora Flash. A beam of light instantly swept across Nazar's body, and then a slash appeared on him. Damn it! Nazar grew even angrier and punched towards Elvis. Thus, the two bodies, one large and one small, tangled together while moving away into the distance. Are these the people the captain has been thinking about? They don't seem that impressive. A stunning woman with a captivating figure stepped forward. This is the new East Pillar of the Destruction Pirates, and the only female among the senior officials, Astride. Zila. As soon as Astride's voice fell, a lightning bolt appeared behind her, and electricity continued to gather until Enel appeared behind her. Don't think just because you're a woman. I won't dare to kill you, idiot. Enel's face was dark, with countless bolts of lightning swirling around him, before striking towards Astride. The moment the lightning wrapped around Astride, she let out a soft gasp, and then disappeared from her spot. Yo-ho-ho, this little guy really has a bad temper. Actually daring to lay hands on a delicate beauty like me. Astride's voice became somewhat ethereal, as if coming from all directions. I am a clone user of the clone fruit. Can you find my true self among them? Gradually, figures began to emerge from the shadows. Step, 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 step. As time passed, more and more figures appeared. When she stepped out of the shadows, Enel discovered that they all looked the same. Each person seemed to have walked out of a mirror, wearing the same smile that sent chills down his spine. I don't care if you're real or not. Just eliminate them all. Enel revealed a cold smile. Then a huge lightning pillar instantly enveloped the area, with countless bolts of lightning striking the ground and continuously roaming around. Enel also kept releasing lightning. Boom! When the lightning dissipated, all those figures vanished under this strike. You really are ruthless, but unfortunately, you guessed wrong. All of these are clones, yo-ho-ho-ho. Astride's voice came again. Enel grew somewhat impatient, pushing his observation hockey to the extreme, trying to locate her hiding place. However, unfortunately, Enel sensed many auras around him, but being able to sense so many auras is the most troublesome thing. It meant that these clones were both clones and entities. And to find Astride, he had to eliminate all these auras in an instant. But these clones were too scattered, making it difficult to resolve them all at once. TCH, if that's the case, I'll play with you a bit longer. Enel transformed into lightning and vanished from his spot. Then a lightning bolt continuously flickered in the area, occasionally erupting with a bolt of lightning. Astride's clones were rapidly disappearing within a short time, yet Astride seemed completely unconcerned. These clones were formed through her abilities, and as long as her stamina was not exhausted, she could create as many as she wanted. Enel's actions were merely in vain. Yo-ho-ho. This little guy is indeed a bit troublesome. Astride activated her ability again. Several figures appeared around her once more. These figures seemed to be much more agile than the previous clones. Go test his strength. Just letting him eliminate the clones isn't a solution, Isuite said lazily to her clones. Her clones nodded and quickly rushed towards Enel. Just as Enel eliminated another clone, he sent several auras rushing towards him. Can't hold back anymore, it's just like this. Enel sneered coldly and moved towards the direction of those auras. 30 million volts, Thunderbird swarm. Several giant Thunderbirds soared high and then charged towards the figures below. The clones facing the descending Thunderbirds were not flustered. They took out iron whips, wrapped in armament hockey. Crack! With a crisp sound, several whips entangled the Thunderbirds, instantly shattering them. Oh, this clone has some interesting moves. Enel was slightly surprised. He had just eliminated so many clones, which, strictly speaking, resembled puppets more than clones. However, these clones seemed much more agile. 60 million volts, Thunder Beast. A massive thunder beast roared skyward, and Enel continuously increased the electric power, making the Thunder Beast grow even larger. The Thunder Beast, carrying a massive aura, charged towards the figures, aiming to scatter them with a claw. Enel didn't just stand by. He transformed into lightning and appeared behind several clones. 100 million volts, discharge. Enel pointed his golden staff at them, and lightning erupted from it. Crackle. Lightning enveloped several people as the Thunder Beast charged in. Clones are still just clones. While they could use hockey, their hockey was still somewhat weak. Boom! An explosion sounded, and two figures burst out from the dust. In the recent explosion, all other clones dissipated, leaving only these two clones alive. This enemy is a bit tricky. Somewhere, Isuite's voice turned serious. The strength of the clones she had just dispatched wasn't weak, but they were crushed after just a few encounters with Enel. This indicates that Enel's strength is quite formidable. Just those level clones couldn't even block him. A Logia-type user? He truly is a troublesome guy. Isuite chuckled lightly, and then numerous figures appeared again. Sweat appeared on Isuite's forehead, indicating that this time the clones had consumed a significant amount of her stamina. However, severe stamina depletion also meant that these clones were quite powerful. Go, try to hold him back as much as possible. Let's play with him slowly, ho ho ho. Isuite giggled again. Enel, faced with this astonishing number of clones, found himself in a war of attrition. Teresi, take this. Yamato jumped high, holding a wolf fawn club, aiming to deliver a hard hit to Teresi. At that moment, Teresi was engaged in battle with Noel and faced with this sudden attack. She could only watch helplessly as the wolf fawn club was about to smash down on her. Duong. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Teresi. A black fist clashed with a wolf fawn club, creating a massive shockwave. Countless stones were blown away by this shockwave, and as the dust settled, the figure slowly emerged. You can't disturb our captain, madam. A burly, muscular bald man appeared in front of Yamato. He was wearing a tank top, and his arms were extremely thick, clearly a master of physical combat. Basna, well done, Teresi praised at that moment. If Basna hadn't arrived in time, she would likely have sustained some light injuries from Yamato's furious strike. Destruction Pirates Vice Captain Basna, pleased to make your acquaintance. Basna spoke in a deep, somewhat clumsy voice. So, he is the new vice captain you found? Noel grinned, glancing at Basna with the corner of his eye. Teresi understood Noel's meaning by looking at his expression. Damn it, if it weren't for you, Cronin wouldn't have died at your hands. Teresi shouted angrily. Noel replied expressionlessly. Since you decided to become a pirate and immerse yourself in this sea, then if you die, don't blame others, blame your own lack of strength. Bastard! Teresi roared again, her aura rising once more, like a fierce beast wanting to devour Noel. On the other side, Yamato was also engaged in battle with Basna. Yamato transformed into the form of the great god, wielding the wolf fawn club and continuously smashing towards Basna. Basna, wrapped in armament hockey, faced the powerful wolf fawn club without dodging or blocking, allowing it to strike him. Clang, clang, clang. Several crisp sounds rang out, and Yamato narrowed her eyes, then charged forward again. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Lightning coiled around the wolf fawn club, and armament hockey also covered it. Yamato gripped the wolf fawn club and swung it forcefully once more. With this vengeful strike from Yamato, Basna's expression finally changed slightly, twisting his body to evade Yamato's attack. Boom! Yamato's wolf fang club struck the ground, and then she picked it up and swung it again. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief confrontation, Basna finally confirmed Yamato's strength. Yamato had the ability to defeat or even kill him. If he were careless, he could very well fall. So, Basna began to take it seriously, unleashing a flurry of iron fists. The two engaged in a fierce clash, and those around them quickly dispersed, leaving the battlefield to the two of them. These pirates were horrified to discover that they didn't even have the qualification to approach. It's too terrifying. I feel that just getting close. That powerful shockwave could cost me my life. A pirate stared blankly at the two battling in the distance. Suddenly, a massive rock was blasted away, hurtling towards this pirate at high speed. Just then, a person beside him reached out and pulled him away, then shouted angrily, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? You dare to approach their battle?" These people in the New World can be considered skilled. If they return to the first half of the Grand Line, they would also be considered powerful pirates. However, in the New World, on this brutal battlefield, they were merely cannon fodder, not even qualified to get close. This is also why the New World is called a paradise for monsters and the graveyard for pirates. Not only Enel and Yamato, but also Elvis, Guchun, and Alan found their opponents. The captain, vice captain, and senior executives of the Destruction Pirates all made their appearances and were intercepted by Noel and the others. Meanwhile, the pirates under Noel also clashed with the Destruction Pirates, engaging in fierce battles. Both sides were now fighting with bloodshot eyes, and countless powerful fighters were showcasing their skills. Brady Noel, it seems that after all these years, your strength is still not enough. Haha. Tracis sensed the situation on the battlefield through his observation haki and noticed that both sides had reached a relatively balanced state, which eased his mind. This time, Noel took the initiative to launch a surprise attack, and to Tracis, it seemed like he was fully prepared. If they were careless, they could very well capsize in the gutter. However, it appeared that Noel's strength had not yet reached a crushing level, which allowed Tracis to act with confidence. As long as he dealt with Noel first, the winner of this battle would beat him. This time, Buchalum will be your grave, Tracis. After a cold snort, Noel gathered countless lightning bolts around him, forming a lightning armor. Tracis was also enveloped in a purple glow, and then he waved forward. Destruction beam. A purple beam shot towards Noel in an instant. Sensing the terrifying power within it, Noel's eyes became serious, and he quickly moved away from his original position. Heavenly Thunder. The Thunder Palace appeared in midair, lightning intertwining as it struck down towards Tracis. Before the massive lightning could hit Tracis, he extended his hands, and the purple glow touched the lightning. Destruction. Chapter 243. All sides in motion, the purple glow flashed by, and the sky full of lightning was instantly destroyed, leaving only some crackling lightning in the air. After destroying the lightning, Tracis charged towards Noel again. His fists were once again enveloped in purple light. Noel's eyes narrowed. He knew that this purple glow was Tracis' Devil Fruit ability. The Crumble Fruit user could shatter everything, and if used well, this ability was indeed a bug-level power. Especially since Tracis was a strong fighter, this fruit was particularly dangerous in his hands. It was precisely because he had a formidable Devil Fruit ability, combined with his impressive haki and physical skills, that he could become a ruler in the New World. Although he was still far behind Kaido, Whitebeard, and others. If he improved further, Shanks might have to face a tough battle for the throne in the future. Pundel. Noel transformed into a bare human form, lightning flickering around him, and the surrounding area was affected by electromagnetism. Bang! As Noel and Tracis' fists collided, both of their expressions changed simultaneously. Tracis was surprised that Noel managed to block his punch, knowing that his fist was wrapped in Devil Fruit power. In regular battles, his punches were unstoppable, with others always dodging them. Seeing Noel not flinch and directly meet his punch, Tracis initially mocked him for being inexperienced, but the result left him greatly astonished. Meanwhile, Noel was also unsettled. At the moment of impact, Tracis' Devil Fruit ability began to erode Noel's fist. In just an instant, it shattered the lightning and Busashoka haki wrapped around his fist. Fortunately, the lightning he had gathered was quite substantial, and he had used a lot of Busashoka haki. This resulted in Tracis' ability only destroying the lightning and haki without injuring his body. Thanks to his powerful Zoan-type body, Noel punched Tracis away. "Is that all you have?" Noel grinned, looking at the rising Tracis and sneering. "Damn, don't get too proud. When I was dominating the seas, you didn't even know where you were." Tracis roared, and his momentum rose another level, as if even the air around him was about to shatter. Destruction beam. A wave of light surged again, although Noel's tone was disdainful. He didn't dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and unleashed a thunderous breath before disappearing from his spot. Boom! The breath collided with the light wave, creating a cloud of dust, and at that moment, Noel appeared behind Trasus. With a forceful twist of his waist, he kicked towards Trasus' head. The speed of Noel made Trasus' pupils shrink. He activated his observation haki to the limit and barely dodged this violent kick. Destruction. The purple light once again enveloped Trasus, every move carrying immense power, as if he wanted to shatter the entire world. Facing this powerful force, Noel gritted his teeth and kept swinging his fists. Although the lightning and Busashoka haki dissipated after being destroyed by Trasus' devil fruit ability, don't forget that Noel's physique was also exceptionally strong. Especially after the awakening of his devil fruit, his physical quality had surged again, and this growth was still ongoing. In a few years, Noel's physique might not be much inferior to Kaido's, and it might even be stronger. Bang, bang, bang. The two kept colliding, the dull sounds echoing like a giant drum. And just the sound alone made those nearby feel frightened. As the battle between the two escalated, the destruction became increasingly severe. The ground was shattered, and the pirates around them had long since retreated. Even those pirates watching Noel and Trasus fight had forgotten about their own battles, staring blankly into the distance. Monster! Monster! The pirate from the Destruction Pirates shouted in terror as he watched the two figures. He had just arrived in the new world and joined the Destruction Pirates. So this top-level battle was also his first experience. The battles in the first half of the Grand Line seemed laughable compared to this. And these rookie pirates also realized for the first time what a battle among the strong in this world truly looked like. They also realized for the first time that their own strength, compared to their captain, was like that of ants. What are you dawdling for? This is a battlefield. A senior pirate rushed to his side, slapped him on the head, and shouted angrily. These pirates, having gone through years of battles, were shocked by such a scene, but were also somewhat accustomed to it, as Trasus' enemies were all powerful. Noel unleashed countless shadow punches above Trasus' head, and facing these powerful punches, Trasus' eyes narrowed, and the shattering light wave appeared. The light wave passed through the shadow punches, gradually dissipating them, until only Noel's fists were left coming at him. Bang! Trasus crossed his arms to block the strike, and then lifted his leg, kicking towards Noel's abdomen. Busashoka haki quickly gathered, and Noel was knocked back by this kick. Cough cough, this devil fruit ability is indeed a bit troublesome. Noel covered his abdomen and coughed twice. Facing Trasus attacks, Noel needed to be fully alert. Some attacks that he couldn't dodge in time had to be covered with Busashoka haki, and the amount he used had to be sufficient. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he would be affected by Trasus' devil fruit ability. Noel did not want to experience the taste of being shattered. Brady Noel, this time you came to my door. Just I hear obediently. Tracy exerted force with both feet and charged towards Noel, enveloped in a purple glow, as if he were a cannonball. Noel's expression changed, and he quickly dodged to the side, while Tracy crashed into the ground, instantly shattering the earth into countless tiny dust particles. Thunder of heaven. The Thunder Palace manifested in the air, and massive bolts of lightning continuously struck towards Tracy, but before they could hit him, they were shattered. Useless, useless. Your attacks are as weak as child's play to me. Tracy shouted madly, while Noel continuously adjusted the aim of his thunder, not expecting to injure him, merely trying to restrain him for a moment. Netherworld lightning. As lightning flashed, Noel vanished from his original position, and with a sizzling sound, he seemed to transform into lightning itself, appearing in front of Tracy. The river of thunder converged, and Noel's fist momentum continued to rise, sending waves that targeted the soul. The river of yellow springs, the might of thunder. Noel's entire body seemed to be in the realm of the underworld, as the river of thunder instantly struck towards Tracy. After a brief test of strength, Noel finally began to exert himself. He needed to finish this battle quickly and could not afford to fight leisurely as before. Aokiji was still over there drawing Charlotte Lingling's attention. If his actions took too long, the skirmish on Aokiji's side would surely escalate. This was something Noel did not want to see. Although Aokiji was not incapable of defeating Charlotte Lingling, their strengths were essentially on par. However, after a life-and-death struggle, both would definitely sustain irreparable injuries. If Aokiji was heavily injured and his strength was affected, then even if they succeeded in killing Tracy, it would technically be a failure. Faced with Noel's desperate strike, Tracy's expression became more serious, and his entire focus was now on Noel. In his perception, Noel's momentum rose again, and the surrounding thunder seemed to be surging continuously. He knew that Noel was about to exert himself, so Tracy also prepared himself, punching towards the river of thunder. The purple and blue-purple colors clashed continuously, each holding their ground, making it impossible to determine a winner for a time. As the two collided, the entire sky seemed to darken, with only these two colors visible to those around. Boom! As Tracy felt the oppressive force of the punch, he immediately unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. That powerful Conqueror's Haki aimed to crush the punch's momentum. Noel's expression changed slightly, and then he also unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to resist. The two Hakis surged into the sky, continuously colliding and compressing, making the entire sky darker under the confrontation of their Haki and fruit abilities. The pirates far away on the battlefield also instantly rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. These capable pirate elites might barely withstand a single surge of Conqueror's Haki, but most of those who fell were weak-willed newcomers. However, facing the clash of the two's Haki, even some capable pirates could not withstand the overwhelming momentum and ultimately fainted to the ground. Rumbling, the two attacks that were at a stalemate finally exploded together. A huge explosion echoed, and the clash of Conqueror's Haki also erupted, resulting in a draw. The entire battlefield was now filled with a murderous atmosphere, and the air pressure dropped, making it difficult to breathe. The collision between the two made everyone else engaged in battle elsewhere turn their serious gazes towards this direction. Noel started to get serious. Elvis murmured, and then his eyes became resolute, his aura sharpening. Then I need to speed up too. Elvis charged towards Nasal again, and the two became entangled in battle. From the destructive power they generated, it was clearly much more intense than the previous fight, as both of them also began to exert themselves. Such scenes began to appear in various places on the island, and the battles between the two pirate crews escalated again, both sides fighting fiercely. The massive commotion on Buchanan Island was transmitted through various hidden personnel on the island. The first to learn of it was the intelligence agency of the world government. When they discovered that Brady Noel was destroying the pirate crew and that both sides were engaged in fierce battle, they were surprised. However, as the news continued to escalate, it ultimately fizzled out. After all, it was a conflict between two pirate crews. Although both groups were powerful, to them, it was a good thing. Even if one side were to be eliminated, it would be something worth celebrating. Next to learn were the Big Mom Pirates, known for their strong intelligence capabilities. When a long loaf left on the island learned of this news, he immediately felt it was a very good opportunity. They could completely take advantage of this chance to wipe out Brady Noel and all the pirates under him. But unfortunately, at this time, Charlotte Lingling was engaged in battle with Aokiji, and most of the other high-ranking officers had gone to that sea area for support, leaving only Katakuri, the top of the three sweet generals on the island. Katakuri, Brady Noel, and Tracy had a great battle in Buchanan. The long loaf found Katakuri and informed him of this news. Katakuri was shocked but then appeared somewhat angry. Clearly, this golden opportunity was one they were unlikely to seize. Now that Mama was leading the majority of the Big Mom pirate strength to fight the Navy, he had to ensure the safety of Torland and could not act rashly. If he moved, it was very likely that others would take advantage of the situation and invade Torland, causing significant destruction. This conflict between Mama and the Navy also seemed somewhat sudden, so Katakuri had to think more. Moreover, just by himself going to Buchanan, he probably wouldn't be able to eliminate Noel. He was well aware of that man's strength. Got it. I hope the battle on Mama's side ends quickly so we can still make it. Katakuri put away the information, glanced at the time, and found it was already afternoon tea time, then turned to go back for donuts. As time passed, this news spread wider, and various forces began to take their own actions, especially those forces opposed to the destroyer pirates, who were grinning, preparing to take advantage of the chaos. They just needed to wait for the outcome of this battle. Meanwhile, a certain red-haired guy wearing a straw hat, upon learning of this news, also sighed and said, Brady Noel is really impressive, and Tracy is not simple either. He has a tough opponent. At this moment, Ben Beckman walked over with a cigarette in his mouth, glanced at the information in the red-haired guy's hand, and said, You should also get ready. The new world is likely to become turbulent. In contrast to the movements of external forces, Noel and Tracy remained unaware, and even if they were aware, they would not care, continuing their fierce battle. After all, the battle at hand is the most important. If one can't even get through this challenge, there will be no future to speak of. Thunderstorm. The sky rumbled with continuous thunder, and Noel kept swinging his fists, casting shadows of punches that enveloped Tracy, aiming to eliminate him. At this moment, Tracy remained calm, dodging Noel's attacks while countering with his fruit abilities. In battles at their level, such attacks are more about consumption and finding weaknesses. Once an opportunity arises, the outcome can be swiftly determined. Chapter 244, Desperation. Time slowly passed, and the battle between both sides continued, with even the lower-ranking pirates now exhausted. Under the command of some ordinary officers, they began to retreat slowly, waiting for the next round of attacks or for the higher-ranking officers to achieve victory. The entire eastern part of Buchanan Island had turned into ruins, with pockmarked ground everywhere. However, with the powerful regeneration of his mythical beast type, Noel appeared to be in no dire straits. This was only the first day of fighting. At their level, fighting for 5 or 6 days is quite common. So Tracy did not feel physically drained. At most, he had consumed slightly more energy than usual, as both sides were fiercely adversarial. Noel's side wanted to quickly resolve the battle, while Tracy was fueled entirely by accumulated hatred. The two continued to grapple, with Tracy suddenly kicking out, only to be narrowly avoided by Noel, who then followed up with a punch. Tracy crossed his arms, countless bolts of lightning wrapping around him, causing a wave of numbness. He endured the sensation, radiating purple light, and then unleashed a punch. Destruction Ray. A beam containing terrifying power shot rapidly toward Noel, who had just pulled back. His pupils constricted as the lightning armor instantly manifested, the destructive ray piercing through the armor, yet Noel still vanished without a trace. TCH, are you an eel? So slippery. Tracy clicked his tongue, watching Noel's massive yet surprisingly agile figure, feeling somewhat frustrated. His attacks were incredibly destructive, capable of inflicting damage on Noel, but unfortunately, Noel's speed was just too fast. Even if he fully activated his observation haki, he could only barely keep up with Noel's speed. Once Noel moved at full strength, he felt like a clumsy puppet, unable to land a hit. Noel grinned silently, responding to Tracy with a breath of thunder. The lightning breath instantly reached Tracy, who swatted it away with ease. What a handy ability, Noel remarked, observing Tracy's relaxed demeanor with a hint of admiration. The crushed fruit, theoretically, could shatter everything. Any material could be crushed through its power. This meant that whether it was a lightning attack or close combat, the effects Noel achieved were not very significant. Even if he found an opportunity, facing Tracy's layered defenses, the damage he could inflict was minimal. To be honest, this ability is not inferior to Whitebeard's Quake fruit. In the hands of someone who has fully developed it, what Whitebeard could do, Tracy could also achieve. Such fruit abilities are highly offensive. As long as the user keeps up, they become increasingly stronger. This is why Tracy could dominate the new world. And even after losing his left and right arms to Noel, he could still regain his footing. One could say that the Destroyer Pirates, as long as Tracy does not die, it doesn't matter if they face temporary defeats, he will eventually return. The two were currently at a stalemate, unable to quickly resolve the situation. There were only 2 ways to end this battle. One was for both sides to go all out and fight for their lives. In that case, a victor would emerge quickly, but the cost would be extremely painful. This method of fighting for one's life often meant that both sides would suffer severe injuries, and even if one side won, the other would be gravely hurt. Moreover, such injuries would not necessarily heal with time. Noel was also constantly weighing this method. After awakening his fruit ability, his body had seen significant improvements in all aspects. Therefore, he was quite confident in achieving victory. However, he hesitated over whether such victory was worth it. The other method was to engage in a prolonged battle, slowly wearing each other down, while waiting for news from Yamato and the others. Once one of them achieved victory, the balance of the battle would shift rapidly. However, this approach also carried certain risks. On one hand, Noel couldn't be sure that the first to achieve victory would be from their side. On the other hand, he had no idea how long the other battlefields would take to conclude. Time was currently on Tracy's side. Even though Tracy was unaware, Noel felt the urgency. Divine Thunderbreak. The battle continued, and at the moment a bolt of lightning struck down, as Tracy activated his fruit ability once again, Noel found a fleeting opportunity. He instantly fused his haki, punch momentum, and lightning together, delivering a punch toward Tracy with a world-shattering force. This time, Noel's attack was even more ferocious, catching even Tracy off guard. Faced with such a powerful assault, Tracy could only resist as best as he could. Boom! Tracy was sent flying several dozen meters, ultimately crashing into a massive rock. Spitting out blood, Tracy slowly landed, his eyes fiercely staring at the approaching Noel. He hadn't expected Noel to suddenly explode with strength and actually injure him in one blow. Seizing the opportunity, Noel relentlessly swung his fists, perfectly merging 3 types of power, becoming even more frenzied. Boom, boom, boom. Each of Noel's punches made it increasingly difficult for Tracy to defend. Gritting his teeth, he raised his fruit ability to another level. The purple light intensified, seemingly threatening to shatter the very space around him, causing cracks in the air. Noel glanced at the surrounding scene, secretly astonished. Rumble. The two's fists collided again, unleashing a shockwave that created a tremendous explosion. Crush it, Noel. After both sides distanced themselves, Tracy half-squatted, his hands touching the ground. The purple light continuously emerged from the earth, instantly shattering the entire ground, and this light raced toward Noel at an incredible speed. The ground was being destroyed piece by piece, and Noel quickly dodged, but the light seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. "Ha, die for me, Brady Noel." Tracy laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, Noel remained calm and composed, facing the omnipresent light. In the end, he could only unleash a thunderstorm. Zzzzz. Lightning instantly formed a domain, blending blue and purple, constantly colliding. Noel waved his hand again, and a storm appeared. Sweep the land. Thunderstorm. A massive storm suddenly emerged, accompanied by continuous strikes of lightning hitting Teresi. Countless wind blades and thunderbolts filled the sky, appearing endlessly. Faced with the dense attacks, Teresi had no choice but to stop his actions. The thunderstorm collided with the purple light, wearing each other down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Noel rushed to Teresi's side again. A torrent of thunder, countless shadows of fists enveloped him, and Teresi had to resist the onslaught of the thunderstorm while fending off Noel's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out continuously. After blocking Noel's fierce attacks, Teresi began to counterattack slowly. The two of them exchanged skills back and forth, each strike aimed at the other's vital points. Divine Thunderbreak. Destructive Fist. The two fists collided again, and the powerful airflow seemed to tear apart the storm enveloping them. However, as time passed, the storm grew even stronger. Noel, as the master of the thunderstorm, was like a fish in water under these circumstances, and his attacks became increasingly fierce. Teresi gritted his teeth, feeling that if this continued, he would fall into a disadvantage, and the balance between them would be broken. Destruction. Teresi shouted loudly, and the purple light erupted again, the power of destruction seeming to fill the entire space. As the destructive power of the purple light grew stronger, Noel's thunderstorm began to be suppressed and slowly dissipated. Watching the dissipated storm, Noel waved his hand casually, and countless wind blades accompanied by lightning appeared again. Although this time, Noel did not trigger another storm. After awakening his fruit, he gradually gained control over the power of storms in addition to lightning. Some time had passed since the awakening of the fruit, and during this time, Noel had done nothing but familiarize himself with the power of storms. As his proficiency with the storm increased, Noel realized that his devil fruit ability was not as simple as he initially believed. The power he could master was not just lightning. He could also control storms. The emergence of this ability made Noel's methods richer, and the power of storms was no less than that of thunder. The recent thunderstorm was a great example. In the past, when Noel released the thunderstorm, although its power was strong, it was more for containment. But now, the power generated by the thunderstorm was enough to make Teresi be on high alert and even have to unleash all his strength just to barely dissipate the storm. Teresi breathed heavily. That recent outburst had placed a significant burden on him. Even he couldn't unleash too many bursts. Fortunately, Noel's control over the storm was still short, and he couldn't gather another storm immediately. Otherwise, with just this one skill, Noel would have secured victory. After taking a deep breath, a circular airflow appeared around Noel, and then lightning began to gather continuously. The original lightning armor transformed into wind and thunder armor. Feeling the power brought by the wind, Noel clenched his hands tightly. Boom! Sharp wind blades and violent lightning twisted around his hands, and with the wrapping of Noel's arm color, even from a distance, one could feel the terrifying power. With a stomp of his feet, Noel shot towards Teresi at high speed. With the boost from the wind, Noel's speed increased another level. When Teresi tried to react, he was horrified to find that Noel was already in front of him. Wind and thunderstrike. Before the attack even landed on Teresi, his body already felt pain, and one could imagine that if this attack landed solidly on him, he would likely lose his fighting ability. In that instant, Teresi displayed his unexpected speed, instantly covering his entire body with armed color, and then the destructive light surged again. Noel's fist broke through the destructive light and landed squarely on him. Bang! Teresi was sent flying. In midair, Teresi couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Even with those 2 layers of defense, he still couldn't withstand Noel's attack. Noel, from the recent battle, had made up his mind to fight with all his might. At the beginning, Noel was somewhat wary of Teresi's fruit ability, but after a round of battle, he felt that as long as he was cautious, the likelihood of Teresi using his fruit ability to harm him was very low. Noel rushed forward again, not giving Teresi a chance to catch his breath. In midair, Teresi could only watch helplessly as Noel approached him at high speed. His pupils shrank, and the purple light erupted again, instantly enveloping the area around him, causing Noel to stop in his tracks. Seizing this opportunity, Teresi quickly stabilized his stance and slowly stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but cough a couple of times. Noel's recent punch made him feel as if he was about to faint. Damn it, it's only been a short time, and his strength has become so strong. Teresi felt immense regret in his heart, regretting not killing Noel at all costs back then, leading to this passive situation now. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that he was probably not Noel's match anymore. After these years of growth, Noel had now become a top powerhouse on this sea, although he was still somewhat weaker compared to those veteran strong ones. But without a doubt, since Noel could suppress him, it showed that his strength had reached another level. However, there were no regrets in this world, and Teresi knew that Noel would not let him go. If he wanted to survive, he had to fight Noel desperately. Only by exhausting everything could he have a chance to live. The purple light constantly emerged and slowly attached to his body. Teresi's aura also changed somewhat. Unlike the previous instant release, Teresi now activated all of his fruit abilities. In this state, the pressure he bore was immense, but at this moment, it was also his only way out. Noel's eyes became serious as he looked at Teresi's changes. He knew Teresi was going to fight to the death. If he let his guard down, he would likely suffer a heavy blow. The speed of the wind and thunder intertwined increased, and the body covered by Noel's armed color showed new patterns belonging to the wind. In the next second, Noel appeared in front of Teresi's body, just like what had happened before, intending to send Teresi flying again. But unfortunately, Teresi, who was starting to fight desperately, had also become faster in reaction. Under the pressure of life and death, he began to make breakthroughs. Bang! The two fists collided, and a huge explosion sounded, the tremendous shock even startling those fighting in the distance. Chapter 245, Awakening Duel in the Distance. The combatants engaged in battle turned their heads toward the source of a massive sound. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, accompanied by thick smoke, only to be dispersed by the waves of energy that followed. Observing the ongoing fluctuations from that direction, they understood that Noel's fight had entered a critical phase. Noel has started to use all his strength, Elvis murmured. The battle had only lasted about a day, and already Noel was fighting desperately, indicating that he was somewhat anxious. Taking a deep breath, Elvis's aura began to rise, cutting through the sky like a sharp blade. Ha ha ha, it seems you're a bit anxious too, Nasal remarked with a cold smile as he watched Elvis's rising momentum. Although he did not know the exact situation of the battle in the distance, he could tell from Elvis's actions that he was getting impatient. Monkey King break. Nasal's two massive fists enveloped in armed hockey surged forward with unmatched power. Clang! The blade struck Nasal's fist, producing a crisp sound. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in response to the escalation of the battle on Noel's side, others also began to unleash their full power, eager to resolve their fights quickly. 60 million volts, Thunderbird. Inoru struck the thunder drum behind him with his golden staff, sending a flock of thunderbirds soaring into the sky, circling continuously. In front of Inoru stood a group of identical, beautiful women. Ha ha ha. Don't waste your effort. Just obediently keep me company here, Thunder Boy, Asteroid's voice echoed from all directions. Her alluring tone seemed to be attempting to seduce Inoru. However, unfortunately for her, Inoru was not swayed at all. To him, Asteroid's seductive poses were no different from those of a gorilla. Foolish mortal, you should know I am a god. How could trash like you possibly tempt me? With a downward strike of his golden staff, bolts of lightning crashed down. Countless bolts struck the clones on the ground, and these clones, facing the thunder, showcased their abilities, trying to resist. These clones were formed at a great physical cost to Asteroid, so they were quite powerful, and they seemed to have a telepathic connection, cooperating seamlessly. For a moment, Inoru found it difficult to deal with this woman. In Inoru's perception, each of these women was a real entity, and in addition to those in front of him, many more clones were scattered throughout the forest. This made it impossible for Inoru to quickly eliminate Asteroid's main body. What puzzled Inoru even more was that he had already taken down many clones in the forest, but still had not found her main body. With narrowed eyes, Inoru thought that while this woman did not pose a significant threat, she was indeed troublesome, like a cockroach that could not be exterminated. What's wrong? Thunderboy? Why'd you stop moving? Asteroid's voice rang out again, laced with disdain. Hidden somewhere in the forest, Asteroid revealed a cold smile. What does it matter if she's a natural fruit user? She couldn't do anything to her. Watching Inoru unleash his lightning in a fit of rage through the perspective of her clones, Asteroid felt even more delighted. Although her combat power was not very strong, being appointed as one of the new 4 pillars of the Destruction Pirates indicated she had some skill. Smack! just as Inoru continued to unleash his lightning. A whip covered in armed haki lashed out at his body like a blade. Subsequently, countless whips began to swing, with the clones cooperating to continuously block Inoru's position. Transforming into lightning, Inoru continuously dodged, and thanks to his powerful observation haki, he was able to avoid being harmed despite the dense barrage of whips. Yep, huh? You foolish mortal, Inoru thought, as the whips appeared weak to him, like babies learning to walk, posing no threat at all. Soon, countless bolts of lightning gathered around Inoru, and he activated his Thunder God form. The earlier massive sound had indicated that Noel's battle was reaching a critical juncture, and a winner might emerge soon. Therefore, Inoru decided not to delay any further and unleashed his ultimate move, aiming to quickly deal with this troublesome woman. Thunder God, 10 million volts, Thunder Beast. A colossal beast of thunder roared to the sky, with the originally blue lightning now turning purple. The Thunder Beast swung its claws, sending asteroids' numerous clones flying. Then, Inoru wielded his trident, gathering countless bolts of lightning. Finally, he hurled the trident into the ground, causing lightning to erupt and engulf all the clones. Boom! The lightning erupted continuously, shattering the previously stalemated situation and causing Asteroid's expression to turn extremely grim. She had thought that with her clones. Even if she couldn't defeat Inoru, she could at least keep him occupied. However, with Inoru's explosion of power, the situation began to slip out of her control. After Inoru unleashed his power, every move he made carried immense might. Let alone attacking, her clones couldn't even get close. Foolish mortal, accept the judgment of the gods. Inoru roared, descending upon the world like a true thunder god. Thunderstrike. Inoru pulled the trident from the ground, pointing it to the sky, and columns of lightning descended. With Inoru's formidable observation haki combined with this wide-ranging attack, the clones in the forest were continuously obliterated. Just as Asteroid's true form was about to be struck by the thunder, she activated her fruit ability, her once lively expression turning numb in an instant. Meanwhile, the clones hidden in other parts of the forest suddenly sprang to life. She was a clone fruit user. She could create clones and swap places with them. As long as not all her clones were eliminated, she could achieve a form of immortality through her fruit ability. Just as Asteroid switched positions, she was horrified to find lightning appearing once again. Her ability, which could be quite challenging for many, was unfortunately no match for Inoru's unreasonable wide-area attacks, leaving her scrambling. Damn it! Asteroid cursed angrily, quickly switching positions again. Thus, Asteroid continued to swap positions, while the number of clones in the forest dwindled. In contrast to the smooth progress here, Guchen was locked in a bitter struggle on the other side. His opponent was Daniel, one of the Four Pillars, who was also one of those who had gone out to patrol when Noel first arrived in Buchanan. How dare you ambush our destruction pirates' territory? You truly don't know how to die. Daniel laughed heartily, opening his mouth wide. After a fierce battle, he had discerned the strength of the swordsman before him. Although the swordsman was indeed powerful, he was still somewhat weaker compared to him. At this moment, Guchen was also slightly panting, his eyes fixed intently on his opponent. Guchen felt a deep sense of unwillingness. After practicing for so long, he found himself unable to defeat this enemy, and even being suppressed by him. Open the door, reverse flame, phoenix dance. Guchen spread his arms and quickly charged towards Daniel, resembling a phoenix soaring in the sky. Then unleashed 2 sword strikes towards Daniel. Faced with the sharp slashes, Daniel's body instantly softened, twisting and turning to evade the attacks. Daniel was a mudman who had consumed the mud fruit. This devil fruit appeared to be of the Logia type, but was actually a Paramecia type ability, much like Katakuri, belonging to a special category of Paramecia. It was precisely because of this characteristic that Daniel could ignore Guchen's slashes using his observation haki. Mud Cannonball. Daniel waved his hand, launching several cannonballs wrapped in armament haki. Guchen swung his dual swords continuously, slicing through each cannonball before sheathing one sword and gripping the handle of the other. Open the door, Autumn Wind Sorrow. Guchen closed his eyes, concentrating his mind, and used his observation haki to sense Daniel's movements. In Guchen's perception, Daniel's constantly twisting body seemed to have no weaknesses at all. He frowned, attempting to focus again. Seeing Guchen close his eyes, Daniel sneered. Despite having observation haki, daring to close his eyes in battle against him was somewhat underestimating. Suddenly, Daniel's upper body rushed towards Guchen. Guchen had no choice but to open his eyes and slash out 2 strikes. Against such an opponent, as long as his observation haki was not stronger than Daniel's, it would be very difficult to find any openings and deal significant damage. Open the door, Phoenix's Call to Heaven. After slashing twice, Guchen unleashed a circular strike resembling a phoenix spreading its wings. Daniel, with a cold smile, dispersed the slashes. Since you're here, you might as well die here. Compared to their battle, Noel's fight was even more intense. Tressie radiated a purple glow, continuously swinging his fists at Noel. Noel was equally unyielding, enveloped in thunder and storms, colliding with Tressie. Boom! Wind, thunder break. Noel fused his energy and landed a punch on Tressie. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Tressie's glow erupted, forcing Noel back. Once the purple light dissipated, Noel charged forward again, attacking relentlessly. Tressie gradually began to feel fatigued. Since he began to unleash his power, their battle had reached a fever pitch, with various powerful moves being unleashed without restraint. Tressie managed to hold his ground with a burst of energy. However, as time passed, Noel suppressed Tressie once more. The power of destruction was simply too overwhelming. Even Tressie could not endure for long. Now, Tressie was severely drained of stamina, while Noel appeared calm. Thanks to his strong recovery. Tressie, today is your day to die, Noel said coldly. Hearing Noel's words, Tressie's expression twisted, filled with unwillingness as he replied. I should have done everything to kill you back then. Unfortunately, you missed the best opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, Noel appeared beside Tressie, kicking him away, then stepped forward to punch Tressie in the head. Boom! With a loud crash, Noel's punch sent Tressie crashing into the ground. Just as he was about to advance again, a purple light erupted from the dust. Tressie stood up, coughing, while continuously activating his fruit ability. Faced with the powerful purple glow, Noel chose to temporarily retreat. However, Tressie was unwilling to let him go. After letting out a roar, the purple light flashed past Noel. Bang! With a muffled sound, at the moment the purple light passed, Noel felt his haki and fruit ability vanish, and the ground was instantly shattered. Fruit awakening, Noel murmured, his face grave. Since Tressie began to explode with power, Noel had been wary of the possibility of Tressie's fruit awakening, fearing a sudden reversal. Now, Tressie was pushed to a dead end, although the timing was not ideal. He had no other options left. Brady Noel, you will die. As Tressie erupted, the space enveloped by him began to tremble, as if everything would shatter in the next second. Noel quickly covered himself with wind, thunder, and haki, resisting the encroaching light. However, Noel realized that although his haki and abilities could counter Tressie's attacks, he was in a completely defenseless state. If he fought Tressie in this condition, he could easily be seriously injured or even lose his life. Noel dared not hold back any longer and began to unleash his fruit ability with all his might. Thunder and storms gradually manifested around Noel, and as time passed, they increased in intensity. Seeing Noel's movements, Tressie dared not hesitate any longer, stepping forward to seize the opportunity to kill Noel in one fell swoop. Each punch and kick from Tressie carried terrifying power, and Noel dared not take them head-on, only dodging continuously. Come on, aren't you strong? Come and clash with me. Tressie shouted angrily after missing several strikes. Tressie had gone completely mad, realizing this was his last resort. If it didn't work, death awaited him. Noel did not take the initiative due to Tressie's taunts, still relying on his speed to evade Tressie's attacks. Once he had accumulated enough power, Noel's eyes narrowed, and the storm and thunder surged upwards. Primordial storm. Come on, let's settle this once and for all. Noel charged towards Tressie, feeling the storm's power. For the fastest updates on the novel The Undercover Pirate Who is About to Become a Four Emperor, please bookmark it. Chapter 245, Awakening Showdown Combined. Chapter 246, Tressie's Death. The moment Noel began to unleash his accumulated power, the entire sky turned dark, fierce winds howled, and lightning flashed intermittently. Boom! Noel and Tressie's fists collided again, igniting another fierce battle. Raging thunder tide. Countless fist shadows enveloped Tressie, who directly ignored these shadows, his glow flickering continuously. Before the series of punch shadows could hit Tressie, they automatically collapsed. Shattering impact. Tressie revealed a sinister smile, then unleashed a wave of shattering impact. The wave flashed by, and whether it was storms or thunder, all were instantly shattered in the face of the terrifying wave. Noel narrowed his eyes, opened his mouth to unleash a breath of lightning that flashed past, then waved his hands to send out several wind blades, trying to disperse the wave. However, under the awakening of Tressie's fruit, the wave directly shattered Noel's attacks and continued towards him with undiminished momentum. Seeing his attack ineffective, Noel could only dodge the wave. Ha ha! Brady Noel, perish under my shattering. Tressie laughed as he saw Noel helpless against the wave he unleashed and continued to fire off several waves. Each wave struck the ground, carving deep marks into the earth. After the earlier probing, Noel dared not take Tressie's attacks head-on and could only keep moving. Thunderstorm. After another wave flashed by, Noel harnessed the power of the storm, immediately gathering a small storm. With the full awakening of his fruit, both storms and thunder were under his control, especially the ability to gather storms, which he could activate effortlessly. Once Noel's fruit reached the awakening stage, he could be considered a natural disaster-level figure. In fact, if he wished, destroying an island would not be a difficult task. Just like in the original work, after the battle between Aokiji and Akainu, which completely changed the weather of the island, Noel could do the same. It was precisely because of this strength that Noel was called a monster on this sea. This was also Noel's first time fully awakening his fruit, and the power that came with the storm and thunder made him realize the potential of his fruit. It could even be said that if Noel were to compete for the position of the Fourth Sea Emperor, he would have a very high chance of succeeding. However, Noel came with an identity, so he wasn't too interested in this position, and becoming a Sea Emperor would come with many burdens. This was not the life that the lazy Noel wanted. Around Tracy, storms began to gather, and 3 small thunderstorms enveloped him, slowly moving towards him. A purple light flashed, and the surrounding storms began to twist, but no matter how hard Tracy tried, the storms continued to approach him. Destructive light. Infuriated and embarrassed, Tracy found that his fruit ability couldn't even eliminate a few small storms. He shot out several beams of light to destroy the storms. But to his surprise, right after he eliminated the storms, they began to gather again at the spots he had just cleared. Tracy turned to see Noel continuously manipulating his fruit abilities. Knowing that his efforts were futile, Tracy decided to ignore the storms and quickly charge towards Noel. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides once again engaged in fierce combat, both unleashing their fruit awakenings. Whether it was the brilliance of the shattering fruit or the power of storms and thunder, they were all converging on the two. The thunderstorm and purple light eroded each other, and Noel's expression became very serious. His observation haki activated to its peak, allowing him to see every move Tracy made. Bang! Just as Tracy aimed to punch Noel in the chest, Noel dodged the strike in a peculiar manner and followed up with a kick to Tracy's abdomen. Tracy bent over, spitting out blood, and slid backward on the ground, leaving 2 deep trenches. Before Tracy could get up, countless bolts of thunder and storms once again enveloped him, raising a massive cloud of dust. Boom! After the explosion, Tracy was seen raising his hands, a purple light forming a small circle around him. While he stood in the center, the previous storms and thunder did not hit him, but were extinguished upon touching the circle. After standing up, Noel instantly vanished from his spot, appearing behind Tracy, and raised an arm to deliver an elbow strike to Tracy's head. This powerful blow caused Tracy's eyes to roll back, blood spilling from his mouth. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he might have fainted. Thunderbreak. After the fusion of several powers, a terrifying glow enveloped Noel's fist as he punched towards Tracy. Although Tracy was hit hard by Noel and nearly lost consciousness, he still forced himself to move with his powerful will. Sensing the intense threat behind him, he had no time to think and activated his fruit ability and haki to the utmost, turning around and raising his arms to defend. Boom! Another explosion sounded as a figure shot out of the dust cloud at high speed, followed by another figure. After punching Tracy away, Noel charged towards him again. Before Tracy could react, Noel struck him into the ground with another punch. Zing! Thunder rained down, enormous pillars of lightning accompanied by wind blades crashing down, explosions ringing out continuously. With the activation of his fruit awakening, Noel felt his control over the fruit continuously increasing. Especially during the battle with Tracy, it could be said that Noel's strength enhanced significantly every minute. On this battlefield shrouded in storms and thunder, as the master of storms and thunder, he would only grow stronger with the passage of time. At first, Tracy could barely hold his own against Noel, but just a short while later, he was no longer able to face Noel. Thunder and storms continued to rain down, and Noel's gaze remained fixed on the center of the explosions. His observation haki constantly sensing Tracy's aura. Just as Noel prepared to strike hard again, a purple light shot up into the sky, as if trying to connect heaven and earth, instantly shattering the clouds above. After a brief moment, the light slowly faded, revealing Tracy's figure. He was seen kneeling on the ground, blood flowing continuously from his body, his eyes becoming somewhat dazed. The purple beam was the result of his all-out effort, but unfortunately, it lasted only a few seconds before disappearing. Their battle had lasted for 2 days. From the very beginning, both sides had skipped simple probing and jumped straight into full combat. Not to mention that shortly after the battle began, they were already fighting for their lives. Tracy's consciousness had become hazy, filled with unwillingness. He had roamed the seas for so many years, and even obtaining the title of Sea Emperor was not impossible. Yet today, in his own territory, he was gravely injured by someone. Although Noel's stamina had also been greatly drained, he had not suffered significant damage. Because Tracy's fruit's attack power was truly terrifying, one misstep could result in losing an arm or a leg, and even Noel had to remain on high alert. Cough. Damn it, Brady Noel, go die. Tracy coughed twice again, swaying as he stood up, purple light gathering once more. Before Noel could react, Tracy suddenly collapsed. If I had one more chance, I would use everything to kill you. Tracy's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he muttered. Since the battle between the two sides began, Tracy had said this more than once, showing how much he regretted it now. At that time, he couldn't bear to part with the territory he worked so hard to build, so he only sent Cronin and another senior officer to pursue. As a result, he was counter-killed in the West Sea, and afterward, facing the enemies around him, he had to shrink back until this year, when he regained his former strength. Unfortunately, before he could showcase his ambitions, he was ambushed by Noel, and during the years Tracy spent recuperating, Noel's strength had also undergone a tremendous change. Noel slowly walked to Tracy's side, and seeing Tracy's state, he couldn't help but sigh. Tracy's appearance was also a warning to him. On the sea, the victor and the vanquished, you have already lost, Noel said coldly. However, Tracy seemed not to hear, muttering to himself, and then suddenly, the ground beneath Noel's feet began to tremble. Swish! Noel instantly vanished from his spot, leaving Tracy's side, and Tracy came to his senses, beginning to roar madly. Brady Noel, even if I die, I will not die by your hands. Let us go to hell together. The purple light gradually emerged from the ground, and beams of light shot up into the sky. Slowly, the tremors returned beneath Noel's feet, and he no longer hesitated, starting to move away into the distance. Under the cover of the purple light, everything around Tracy began to shatter. Even the air gradually showed cracks. Crackling sounds erupted continuously as Tracy paid the price of his life to unleash his fruit ability. The purple light swiftly crossed towards Noel, who also pushed his speed to the limit, creating afterimages that were instantly obliterated by the purple light. Boom! It wasn't until Noel threw himself 2 kilometers away that the purple light abruptly stopped, and he immediately sensed the commotion behind him. Noel turned around to look at Tracy's direction, and everything covered by the light had turned to dust. The ground was wailing, the entire world trembled. And Noel's expression grew serious as he looked into the distance, relieved that Tracy could only achieve this level at the cost of his life. If Tracy could do this normally, Noel might have died here. The commotion was so immense that everyone fighting on the island turned to look towards Tracy's direction. The terrifying power contained in that purple light could be easily sensed by anyone with observation hockey. If they were caught in that light, they would likely die there quickly. What happened? Elvis and the others had a bad feeling, for that beam of light was not Noel's ability. Meanwhile, the cadres of the Destruction Pirates were overjoyed because they were all too familiar with that purple light. Haha, that's our captain's ability. It seems our captain has won. Nasal laughed loudly. His body was covered in countless sword wounds, all inflicted by Elvis. He had originally found himself in a dire situation. But now that his captain had achieved victory, it meant that the ultimate victor of this battle still belonged to him. Such scenes were happening everywhere. Members of the Destruction Pirates were all ecstatic. They had fought hard against Noel's sudden attack. Every one of Noel's subordinates was incredibly powerful, making it very difficult for even these great pirates to fight back. In fact, there were several points in battle where, if not for the appearance of that purple light allowing them to catch their breath, they might have fallen on the spot. Elvis and the others watched the ecstatic cadres of the Destruction Pirates, their bad premonitions growing stronger. However, they also knew Noel's strength, and they wouldn't easily believe that he had lost so simply. No matter what the battle situation is over there, I will kill you first. Elvis slowly closed his eyes, a surge of sword intent rising into the sky. Nasal's expression changed drastically at Elvis's momentum. He had already found himself in a desperate situation, but unexpectedly, his captain's victory did not dampen that man's morale on the opposite side. Instead, it made him even more furious. Sword of the world. Elvis's sword intent soared into the sky. At the moment he closed his eyes, the entire battlefield seemed to form a realm. Nasal looked at him in terror within that battlefield. Elvis moved. Countless sword lights surged from all directions towards Nasal. Each of Elvis's swords accompanied by a phantom of a blue dragon. In Nasal's perception, Elvis appeared like a ghost, suddenly beside him. Then one sword after another slashed at him. He wanted to resist, but he found himself powerless, as if locked by something, no matter how he tried to defend. He could not stop the trails of sword marks that Elvis was swinging. After Elvis unleashed 7 strikes, Nasal's body began to sway unsteadily, 7 massive wounds appearing on him. The huge wounds gushed blood like fountains, If it weren't for his astonishing physique and being a Zoan-type user, he would have long collapsed. Elvis coldly looked at Nasal and softly said, "Goodbye." Then the eighth sword was swung fiercely, and a massive sword light instantly cleaved Nasal in two. Providing you with the fastest updates on the undercover pirate, the Great Peacock, running north by I'm about to become a 4 emperors. Please be sure to bookmark for the quickest updates. Chapter 246, Tracy's Death Combined. Chapter 247, Victory. Boom! Thunder continuously struck down from the sky. The entire forest where Enel was located had become unrecognizable, and Astride was desperately fleeing, relying on his clones. Ever since Enel began unleashing his big moves, Astride's days had become increasingly difficult, summed up in 2 reasons. One was the rapid depletion of stamina, and the other was that the speed of clone generation couldn't keep up with Enel's destruction. Enel, with the speed of the Rumble Rumble fruit and his formidable observation haki, could eliminate clones effortlessly. If it were someone else trying to defeat Astride, they would need to expend considerable effort. But Enel was different, to some extent. He was a natural counter to Astride. Astride cursed continuously, encountering such a monster as Enel among so many people. Enel was also quite cold-hearted, completely indifferent to whether Astride was a beautiful woman. Upon meeting, he would unleash a bolt of thunder, just as Enel was continuously eliminating his clones. A sudden purple light erupted in the distance. Even though he was far away, he could feel the formidable power emanating from it. Ace tried to contain her excitement as she recognized it as their captain's ability. "Your captain has already been defeated. If you don't run now, you'll stay here today too." Ace threatened hurriedly. She was basically at her wit's end and could only place her hopes on others for survival. Enel's expression became serious. Under the influence of that distant light, even he couldn't sense Noir's presence with his observation haki for a moment. However, upon hearing Ace's words, he snapped back to reality and coldly replied, "No matter the outcome over there, you will definitely die here today." After saying that, Enel waved his hand and unleashed lightning again, instantly eliminating the clone in front of him. Damn it, doesn't this person care about his captain at all? Ace's expression turned very ugly while hiding in the shadows. She simply couldn't understand why he wasn't worried about his captain's life or death, instead fixating on killing her. This person must be seriously ill. While Enel appeared unconcerned about Noir's safety, in reality, his observation haki was fully activated, constantly sensing the presence in the distance. If something unexpected happened to Noir, he believed he could still rush to support him in time due to his own speed. The situation was unclear, and Ace was in a desperate situation. After putting in so much effort to get to this point, it would be a pity to just give up. Therefore, Enel decided to observe for a while longer. While observing the situation in the distance, Enel guided bolts of thunder to strike down. Fortunately, with Enel's attention being divided, the offensive was not as intense as before, allowing Ace to catch her breath. "No, if this continues, I will definitely die here. I need to think of a way." Ace's eyes kept darting around. It seemed unlikely to get support from others. Regardless of what was happening on Tracy's side, she had to retreat. It was not worth risking her life here. Moreover, Ace had only recently joined the Destruction Pirates and initially joined under Tracy's command, seeing potential in him to become a new Sea Emperor. But now, it seemed she couldn't wait any longer, regardless of whether he would succeed. With this in mind, Ace made up her mind and unleashed her full power, instantly creating dozens of clones to run in all directions. The little mouse wants to run? Enel raised an eyebrow. In his perception, Ace's presence suddenly multiplied, then fled in various directions. Enel furrowed his brow. In the current situation, killing this woman was somewhat difficult, but not impossible. However, he was also worried about the situation with Noir. Just as Enel was hesitating, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. After the chaos, Noir's presence reappeared in Enel's perception, and it was in the direction of Gu Chun, indicating that the battle there had determined a victor. The victor was clearly Noir, as Enel sensed Noir's vigorous presence, which indicated he had not sustained any serious injuries, so there was no need for him to worry. Sida. Enel released the god of thunder state, and his entire being turned into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from the spot. Judgment of the gods. Enel appeared next to one of the clones, raised his hand, and a pillar of lightning descended from the sky, then vanished again. In this way, Enel continuously moved at high speed, eliminating clones in various locations. Ace's expression became somewhat grim because the clones were dissipating far too quickly. Before she could think further, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in front of her, startling her, and she hurriedly activated her ability to switch with other clones. Did I let her run again? Let's see how long you can escape. The lightning flashed by, and the clone on the ground disappeared. Enel chased after the other clones. Compared to Enel's ease, Gu Chen's situation was quite dire. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, several of his ribs were fractured, and he was starting to sway. Ha! Is this all you've got? You dare to ambush our destruction pirates? Truly overestimating yourself. Daniel had a mocking smile on his face. Gu Chen was already in his grasp, and he just needed to maintain this state a little longer, and the swordsman before him would soon die here. Gu Chen's consciousness was becoming hazy, and his unwillingness grew stronger, along with an increasing desire for power. He even began to resent his own weakness, just a mere pirate, and he was about to be defeated by such a guy. He felt deeply frustrated. However, since the battle began, Gu Chen had felt something was off. His sword techniques, which had previously been very smooth and had become instinctual, felt somewhat foreign. Whether using a single sword or dual swords, everything seemed awkward. It was this sense of unfamiliarity that left Gu Chen at a disadvantage against Daniel, unable to leave any wounds on him. Fortunately, despite his odd state, he still had strength and managed to hold on for a while. Gu Chen kept pondering the source of the problem, but unfortunately, he couldn't find where the issue lay. He could only conclude that his strength was too weak to even compete with a pirate. Gu Chen kept gasping for breath while contemplating his current situation. He was no longer Daniel's opponent. The possibility of defeating him was almost zero, and if he wanted to survive, he would have to retreat. Just thinking about retreating twisted Gu Chen's expression, making his aura even more unstable. Daniel did not want to delay any longer. After all, this battle was not just between the two of them, but involved the entire pirate crew. Other battlefields still needed his support, and resolving this quickly would greatly increase their chances of victory. At that moment, the surge from Tracy erupted, and both Gu Chen and Daniel sensed the situation in the distance simultaneously. Their expressions instantly changed to two extremes. Gu Chen's face turned very grim, while Daniel laughed maniacally, then decided not to wait any longer. Slime cannon. Countless cannonballs wrapped in armament hockey shot toward Gu Chen, who dragged his heavy body, struggling to dodge. Then, a slash swept toward Daniel, cutting him in half, only for him to regenerate again. Your attack is useless against me. Just die obediently. Daniel laughed crazily. He was quite confident in his captain's strength. Under that recent flash of light, Brady Noir was likely dead on the spot. He certainly needed to put in more effort to finish off this guy in front of him. Gu Chen's heart sank further. Although he didn't believe Noir had been defeated so easily, the current situation forced him to think otherwise. Gu Chen swung his sword, constantly fending off incoming attacks while trying to maneuver against Daniel. The outcome of the battle was no longer in his hands, and the situation of Noel in the distance was unclear, heading towards a bad direction. Gu Chen hated his own weakness and was forced to face the choice of fighting to the death or finding a way to retreat. Looking at the crazily triumphant Daniel, the mere thought of retreat made Gu Chen feel like he was on the verge of collapse. After sensing the distant aura again, he helplessly discovered that it was still a chaotic scene over there. Finally, Gu Chen stood firm and slowly drew his sword. He decided not to run anymore. Giving up resistance? I will make your death painless. Daniel charged forward, his body starting to enlarge, trying to envelop Gu Chen. Just as Gu Chen prepared to fight to the death, a bolt of lightning struck down, followed by countless wind blades. Gu Chen's expression relaxed, and he fell to the ground. Daniel, taken by surprise by the sudden attack, was also startled, and his body turned pitch black, blocking the attack. Who is it? Daniel looked towards the distance with a serious expression, while Noel appeared at an extremely fast speed between the two. Impossible. When Daniel saw Noel's figure, he screamed in terror. Since Noel appeared here, where was his captain? Are you okay, Gu Chen? Noel looked at the severely injured Gu Chen, his eyes flashing with concern, and then his whole aura became terrifying. This is too ugly. Gu Chen covered his eyes, sinking into silence. Why are you here? Where's our captain? Daniel shouted madly, his pupils shrinking to a small point. Although he had a premonition, he couldn't help but ask. After giving Daniel a cold glance, Noel slowly said, Don't worry, your captain is waiting for you below. You'll be able to accompany him soon. Boom! A storm instantly swept Daniel away, while Noel carried Gu Chen and left the scene. Did we lose? Lost to a kid, Captain. Daniel's eyes were a bit dazed, and he didn't even make a sound in response to Noel leaving with Gu Chen. The battle between the two sides could be declared over at this moment. Noel took Gu Chen to a more concealed place and set him down. Thank you, Gu Chen said softly. Why did you lose to that guy? To be honest, Noel was also puzzled. In his perception, although Daniel was strong, Gu Chen shouldn't have lost so badly. Gu Chen shook his head, remaining silent, lost in thought. Noel sighed and said, You should rest for a while. I'll handle the rest. With a push of his legs, Noel left the area. Regarding Gu Chen's defeat, Noel didn't want to say much. It was just a loss, nothing serious. As long as he was still alive, there was still a future. With Noel's appearance, the balance of the battlefield was broken, and the demoralized Daniel was no match for Noel. Under Noel's wrath, Daniel didn't resist for long before being killed by a single punch. After dealing with Daniel, Noel quickly headed to other battlefields, where Elvis and Enelu had also resolved their enemies. This battle was completely declared over when Basna, the vice captain of the Destruction Pirates, faced the sudden appearance of Noel and Enelu. His face twisted in horror. That waste, Tricy, how long has it been? He's already dead. Has it only been 2 days? He seems so strong, yet he couldn't even last 3 days before dying. Basna was on the verge of a breakdown. He had high hopes for Tricy's future and had readily accepted Tricy's invitation. He thought that if Tricy became the Emperor of the Sea, he would also rise to a Vice-Emperor level. But before he could even dream about it, he was told that Tricy was dead. Basna looked at the woman in front of him wielding a wolf-tooth club. After 2 days of battle, he had confirmed that her strength was on par with his. So just facing this woman was already a considerable challenge. Now with Noel and Enelu added to the mix, what was there to fight? Basna directly gave up resistance. What a joke, since Noel and Enelu are here, it means our pirate crew has completely lost, even if there are others barely holding on. Failure is just a matter of time. I surrender. In a flash of thought, Basna wisely chose to give up resistance. If he had known the outcome from the start, he could have chosen to flee. Now, with Noel and Enelu present, escaping had become a luxury. Oh, you're not going to resist? Noel raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Basna shook his head and said, "This battle is over. I lost. In that case, I'll leave this to you two. I'll go check other places." Noel turned to hand Basna over to Yamato and the others before leaving again. The battle between Noel's crew and the Destruction Pirates came to an end, with Noel successfully killing Tricy and ultimately winning. After Noel helped Alan successfully deal with the enemy, he found a concealed spot to call Sengoku. BRR. This is Noel. The battle here has ended. Once the call connected, Noel directly informed Sengoku of the result. Upon learning that Noel had achieved victory, Sengoku's expression revealed a hint of a smile. If it weren't for Aokiji still battling Charlotte Linlin, he would have praised Noel properly. Although Tricy wasn't the Emperor of the Sea, he was still a formidable pirate in the New World. The Navy was indeed very troubled by such pirates. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow these pirates to fight among themselves in the New World without interference. Now that Noel had successfully killed Tricy and occupied his territory, over time, Noel's influence would grow stronger, which was greatly beneficial for the Navy. Many pieces of intelligence about the New World could also be obtained through Noel. Well done. I'm going to notify Aokiji now. We'll discuss the specifics later. With that, Sengoku hung up the phone. Sengoku acted quickly. After hanging up, he relayed the retreat order to Aokiji's ship. At the same time, he ordered Kizaru to head to the New World immediately to prepare for Aokiji's retreat. Report. The headquarters has ordered us to retreat immediately. A Navy officer approached Aokiji's deputy to convey Sengoku's orders. I understand. The Vice Admiral of Aokiji nodded to show he understood, then looked towards the distant fierce battlefield. Aokiji and Charlotte Linlin were currently locked in a heated battle, with ice and flames colliding. Since the Navy's task was merely to hold off Charlotte Linlin, Aokiji did not engage her head-on, but focused on wearing her down. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin was also waiting for her fleet to arrive and did not launch any fierce attacks. Thus, while their battle seemed earth-shattering, it did not inflict any real damage on either side. At most, they just consumed some stamina. Ah, Aokiji, just let my son go, and I will let you leave. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. Her children had already reached the battlefield, and Aokiji's side was at a disadvantage. If both sides wanted to avoid heavy losses, letting Charlotte Daifuku go was a very good option. Aokiji's face was half-frosted. Even while fighting Charlotte Linlin, he appeared somewhat lazy. If I let a pirate go like this, the Navy will lose all face, Ms. Linlin. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air and then shot 2 ice spears at Charlotte Linlin. Seeing Aokiji's unwavering refusal, Charlotte Linlin's expression darkened. To be honest, she did not want to completely sever ties with the Navy at this moment. After all, the big MOM pirates were nowhere near as strong as they were when Luffy first landed on the island. Many of the future pillars of the big MOM pirates had yet to grow. Furthermore, Charlotte Daifuku was already a high-ranking officer in the big MOM pirates, and allowing the Navy to capture him was unacceptable for her. In that case, you can all die. Prominence. Charlotte Linlin swung her massive blade, and a huge shockwave surged towards Aokiji. When the shockwave hit Aokiji, countless ice shards exploded, but Aokiji had already disappeared, reappearing not far away. Ah, how dangerous. Aokiji remarked as he glanced at the marks left by Prominence on the ice surface, his eyes growing serious. Although it was very difficult for Prominence to hit Aokiji. With such powerful force, if Aokiji were careless, he could easily be severely injured. He wasn't some big meat shield that could withstand several attacks without taking damage. At this moment, the Navy's warships gradually approached, and Aokiji's subordinate stood at the bow shouting towards Aokiji. Admiral Aokiji, headquarters has ordered us to prepare for evacuation. Has Norr gotten the job done? Upon hearing the evacuation order, Aokiji understood its implications. Since Norr had finished the battle, there was no need for the Navy to continue confronting the big MOM pirates here. Charlotte Linlin, who was also on the battlefield, heard the command, and her momentum instantly surged. Charlotte Daifuku had not yet been rescued, and if the Navy successfully evacuated, rescuing him later would be quite troublesome. Without my permission, you won't be going anywhere today. Heavenly fire. Flames swept across again, accompanied by countless bolts of lightning, engulfing Aokiji. Frozen time capsule. Aokiji extended his palm, and an icy shockwave shot towards the flames, as if attempting to freeze the fire and thunder. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and Aokiji retreated from the swirling smoke, while Charlotte Linlin relentlessly pursued him, with both sides engaging in a chase across the frozen sea. Aokiji fought while retreating, creating trouble for Charlotte Linlin while also limiting the actions of her fleet. The Navy's warships were already on standby, but Aokiji could not successfully evacuate due to Charlotte Linlin hovering in the air. Seeing the situation, Charlotte Linlin no longer held back, unleashing various powerful moves as if they were free. Simultaneously, her ferocious conqueror's haki erupted, causing many of the weaker-willed Navy soldiers on the warship to lose consciousness the moment they were hit by it. What a troublesome character, Aokiji thought, observing the enraged Charlotte Linlin, feeling that the situation was becoming tricky. Although he was not afraid of her, his subordinates were no match for her, and Charlotte Linlin's ability to fly gave her a significant advantage. Thus, a delicate stalemate formed, with the Navy's warships continuously retreating while Aokiji held Charlotte Linlin back on the frozen sea, until a flash of light suddenly appeared, and an explosion occurred near Charlotte Linlin. According to the law of smoke means no injury. When the smoke cleared, the explosion had not left a single mark on her. How terrifying. It didn't leave a trace at all. The light continued to condense, and Kizaru's figure appeared next to Aokiji. Damn it. When Charlotte Linlin saw the fleeting light, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. The only one capable of firing lasers and appearing here could only be the Navy's Admiral Kizaru. But when Charlotte Linlin confirmed that it was indeed Kizaru, her anger flared up. His arrival meant that her plans to take her son back were unlikely to succeed. If only one admiral were here, she would still have confidence in bringing her son back. But now, facing two admirals, even Charlotte Linlin couldn't manage it. Navy, are you declaring full-scale war on my big MOM pirates? Conqueror's haki erupted into the sky, shaking the entire space. Charlotte Linlin glared at Aokiji and Kizaru with a fierce expression, resembling a vengeful spirit. How frightening, Kizaru remarked, surprised by Charlotte Linlin's powerful aura. Aokiji, appearing nonchalant, pushed up his eye patch and said, "That's not for you to decide, Ms. Linlin." Seeing the Navy's resolute attitude, Charlotte Linlin fell silent for a moment before stepping on Zeus and turning to leave. "We're leaving. Aokiji, I will definitely take my revenge for this." Not succumbing to her gluttonous nature, Charlotte Linlin remained very rational. Facing the attacks of two admirals, she certainly could not win. If that was the case, her fleet would likely suffer the Navy strikes. Although Charlotte Daifuku was important, compared to the bigger picture, she decisively gave up. After all, there would still be other ways to rescue him after this failure. But if both sides engaged in a full-fledged battle, it would certainly be her side that suffered. Charlotte Linlin's children were also very unwilling to accept this, but facing two admirals at once was still too much. With Charlotte Linlin's retreat, Aokiji relaxed, turning to Kizaru and saying, "Has Norr succeeded?" "I heard so. The new generation is really terrifying. They managed to wipe out the destruction pirates in one go," Kizaru replied, casually filing his nails, showing no signs of surprise. After that, the yellow ape greeted Aokiji and transformed into light to leave the place. As an admiral, he had his own tasks, and had only come temporarily to support Aokiji. Since Charlotte Linlin had retreated, there was no need for him to stay any longer. With Aokiji's strength, even if he were attacked again, he could quickly return. Aokiji went back to the warship, issued a command to return, and then found a place to prepare for some sleep. After battling Charlotte Linlin for 3 days, although he hadn't sustained any serious injuries, it was still exhausting, and Aokiji needed a rest. On the other side, after Charlotte Linlin returned to her ship, Charlotte Perospero approached her. Mom, 3 days ago, we received intel that Brady Noel launched a surprise attack on the destroyed pirate's base. Brady Noel has come to the New World? Charlotte Linlin, who was enjoying dessert, was suddenly drawn to the news about Noel. She had been waiting for him to arrive in the New World, as there were accounts to settle between them. Yes, Mom. But at that time you were already fighting Aokiji, so this matter was temporarily delayed. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Charlotte Perospero's forehead. The operation to rescue Charlotte Daifuku had already failed, and now Noel had also arrived in the New World. He really didn't want to face an extremely angry Charlotte Linlin. But there was no choice. As the eldest brother, such matters naturally fell on him. What's the situation? I haven't received any news yet, but I've sent someone to investigate. Understood. Let me know immediately when you have news. After Charlotte Linlin finished speaking, she turned her attention back to the dessert in front of her. 3 days ago, what does Brady Noel's action have to do with the Navy? As Charlotte Linlin ate her dessert, she pondered whether there was any connection between the two events. After all, the Navy's arrival was too sudden this time. And in such a delicate situation, Noel had launched a surprise attack on Teresi's territory, which made Charlotte Linlin think a bit too much. Once the battle on Noel's side was completely over, he fully occupied the island of Bukelin, and all the pirates belonging to the destroy pirates were chained up and imprisoned. The island's residents, upon learning of the destroy pirates' failure, also caused some unrest. Teresi had managed this place for many years, and among the civilians, there were many who leaned towards Teresi. For such people, Noel showed no mercy and arrested all the troublemakers. Noel, Guchen's injuries are quite severe. What happened over there? Elvis asked as he walked over. When he learned that Guchen was seriously injured, Elvis was shocked. After all, Guchen's strength was already very formidable. Even Elvis didn't dare to assume he could defeat him. The fact that someone so strong had sustained such serious injuries was alarming. Renee said that if this injury is delayed for another day, it might be impossible to save him. Noel shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. When I arrived, Guchen was already like this. Elvis sighed, and then briefly explained the situation on the island, while also inquiring about how to deal with the prisoners from the destroy pirates. With so many prisoners, Noel was also a bit anxious. Although he had brought many personnel, it was still far from enough to occupy an island. Not to mention that so many prisoners required a lot of manpower to guard, and the island's residents would occasionally cause disturbances. After a moment of silence, Noel helplessly said, the situation is much worse than I expected. Teresi has been in control here for too long. We can only send a batch of people to Sky Island for now. Sky Island? Elvis was surprised. He somewhat disagreed with Noel's decision. Although they had defeated Teresi, they would still have to face a possible surprise attack from the big MOM pirates in the future. If they split their forces at this time, it could lead to danger. I understand your concerns, but this is the only way. We can't just kill all these prisoners. There are many civilians among them. Elvis sighed again. He knew Noel was right, but couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. We'll seal off the entire island first and capture any ships that come near this sea area. We'll buy as much time as we can. Noel stretched and then turned to walk into the town. Under Noel's arrangement, Enel quickly piloted the Ark to slowly ascend. On the Ark, apart from some necessary personnel, the rest were all prisoners from this destroy pirates incident and some rioting civilians. After returning to Sky Island as quickly as possible, Enel would bring another batch of living forces. With the support of this new batch of personnel, the strength on the island of Bukelin will be greatly enhanced. Noel sat in what used to be Teresi's headquarters, eating a meal prepared by Alan. This battle had been very dangerous, and Noel had given his all. Fortunately, he hadn't been injured, just severely exhausted, and now he needed to recover to his peak condition to prepare for the possible retaliation from the big MOM pirates. Noel, is Guchen really okay? Yamato, who was also eating heartily, was somewhat worried about Guchen's condition. Several hours after the battle ended, Guchen finally woke up, but his condition was not looking good. His physical injuries needed time to heal, and the mental blow was also a serious issue. Since waking up, Guchen had only asked how the battle went, and then fell into silence, not responding no matter how others spoke to him. After swallowing his food, Noel slowly said, this is something he has to get through by himself. We can't help him. It's just a loss. It's not a big deal, right? Yamato found it hard to understand. It's just a defeat. There wasn't any significant loss. As long as we work harder next time, it'll be fine. Why be so down? That was something Yamato couldn't comprehend. As for defeat, Yamato had been trained under Kaido since she was young. So losing was something she had gotten used to. She believed that as long as she continued to grow stronger, she would eventually defeat Kaido. After all, everyone's experiences and thoughts were different. Perhaps this matter held more weight for Guchen. Noel also couldn't figure out where the problem lay. I've finished eating. I'll go check on Guchen. You all take your time eating. After greeting the others, Noel went to where Guchen was resting. At that moment, Renee happened to walk out from the room. How is he? Noel asked Renee about Guchen's condition, and Renee silently shook her head. Good job. Alan has already prepared the meal. You've been busy for so long. Go eat now. Noel patted Renee's shoulder and then pushed open the door to walk in. Oh, looks like you're recovering well. Noel greeted lazily and casually found a place to sit. In response to Noel's greeting, Guchen remained silent, leaning against the bed like a statue. Noel sighed and said helplessly, You only lost once. You can win next time. Don't take it too seriously. Seeing that Guchen still had no reaction, Noel's cheek twitched. Why were there so many problematic people on his ship? This isn't your first defeat, right? Why did it turn out like this time? Noel, after sorting out his emotions, became serious. Since comforting wasn't working, he decided to have a serious discussion with Guchen about the issue, which he had wanted to do for a while. Upon hearing Noel's serious tone, Guchen finally reacted a bit, stiffly turning his neck and glancing at Noel before lowering his head. This time, I lost too badly. Guchen's voice was very hoarse, as if he hadn't had water for many days. After standing up to pour Guchen a glass of water, Noel asked, Too badly? What exactly happened? Guchen remained silent for a moment, but eventually voiced his thoughts. To Noel, Guchen's thoughts seemed somewhat ridiculous, but he also understood, as everyone has their own concerns. The reason Guchen was so affected this time was partly due to the previous fight with Shiki, where he insisted on battling Shiki again, causing trouble for everyone. In this fight, he was completely suppressed by the enemy, and if it weren't for Noel arriving in time, he would have died on the spot. Guchen felt that he was continuously causing trouble for others, which made it hard for him to forgive himself. Another point was that his strength was so weak. How could someone so weak uphold the justice in his heart? All of this is just your own thinking. Others don't see it that way, Noel couldn't help but say. But Guchen shook his head. In the end, I'm just too weak. If my strength were a bit stronger, my father wouldn't have died. If my strength were a bit stronger, I could have prevented the tragedy on that island. If my strength were even stronger, I wouldn't have caused so much trouble for others. Guchen murmured, his spirit becoming very despondent. Seeing Guchen like this, Noel felt a bit of a headache. Guchen was too fixated on these matters, and merely relying on Noel's words couldn't resolve the issues that bothered Guchen. Noel patted Guchen's shoulder and said, If you think you're weak, then don't continue to be despondent. Work hard to become stronger. Become stronger? Guchen murmured and fell into deep thought again. Noel turned to leave Guchen's room. Given Guchen's current state, it wasn't suitable for prolonged conversation. Ultimately, everything had to be broken through by Guchen himself. How is it? Elvis, who had also heard the news, couldn't wait to ask about Guchen's situation upon seeing Noel. Guchen's psychological issues are a bit serious and need to be broken through by himself. Noel briefly explained Guchen's situation. Elvis sighed and then said with some self-reproach, Back on Sky Island, I didn't teach him well and overlooked this aspect. No need to blame yourself. This isn't largely your fault. Guchen's issues probably started when he was very young. They just erupted recently, Noel reassured him. After a moment of silence, the two began discussing various issues on the island. Although Guchen's situation was very serious, as outsiders, they couldn't help much, and there were many other matters on the island that needed their attention, so they couldn't always be around Guchen. In the room, Guchen kept recalling Noel's words, and memories flashed before his eyes. Some of these memories were things that Noel and the others didn't know about. During his youth, he had been kidnapped by a group of pirates and endured a lot of torment on that pirate ship. If his father hadn't arrived in time, he would have likely died on that ship. However, his father was also injured badly while rescuing him, even leaving behind hidden wounds. The root of all this was the existence of a burden like him. Otherwise, given his father's strength, he wouldn't have sustained such serious injuries. That incident left a significant shadow in his heart. At a young age, after enduring so much torment, he remained in a daze for a long time, appearing very listless. After that, his father kept him by his side, continuously honing his body. However, influenced by his father and fueled by hatred for pirates, he never stopped his training, even when his mental state was poor. However, the training in such a state didn't yield good results. Instead, it further harmed his body. His father, seeing all this, sent him to a secluded dojo. That dojo was where he learned the 8 Gates sword technique. When his master saw his condition, he gave him a protective talisman, and miraculously, wearing the talisman significantly alleviated his mental state. However, his master never told him the origin of the talisman, whenever asked. He would just smile and say nothing more. But one thing puzzled him. While teaching the 8 Gates sword technique, his master mentioned that it was originally a dual-wielding technique. However, it wasn't suitable for him to use dual-wielding, so he learned the 8 Gates sword technique primarily as a single sword style. Yet, as his swordsmanship deepened, he always felt that he could use dual-wielding, a point that was confirmed during his battle with Shiki. The strangest part was that he had never learned how to use dual-wielding, yet somehow knew how to use it. Guchen didn't share these doubts with anyone. He just guessed that perhaps his talent was quite good. Memories flashed through Guchen's mind, recalling various experiences from his childhood. Until this battle. His terrible defeat once again made his expression look grim. He always felt like a burden dragging down his father, who sustained hidden injuries while saving him, leading to his eventual death in battle. He felt he was dragging down his companions, putting them in dangerous situations, especially in this battle with Terasai. What if Noel hadn't resolved the enemy quickly? If they lost and died, the situation would have been instantly shattered, and once Daniel supported the battlefield, they could have suffered significant casualties. Although this didn't happen, it was a real possibility. This time they were lucky, but what about next time? His weakness would drag down the entire team. This is what Guchen could never forgive himself for. Some issues have arisen with myself. The dual-wielding swordsmanship is not as effective as I had imagined, and this was clearly reflected in the recent battle. When executing my sword techniques, I always felt a slight disconnect, preventing me from using them smoothly, which is one of the fundamental reasons for my devastating defeat. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that I am simply too weak. Guchen sighed inwardly, and then his thoughts drifted away. Time passed slowly. The news of Noel killing Teresi eventually came to light. After a long period of investigation, intelligence personnel from various parties finally obtained a shocking piece of information. That is, Brady Noel and his subordinates easily defeated the Destruction Pirates. Buchanan Island is currently in a state of lockdown, but given how much time has passed, a victor should have emerged by now. Even if there was no clear winner, some critical information would surely have leaked. However, the lockdown of Buchanan Island indicates a vast amount of information. If Teresi had won, he would have certainly publicized this event, as it would greatly benefit him. Not only would it intimidate other pirates, but would also enhance his reputation and attract more followers. But now, with no news coming from Buchanan, it suggests that Teresi has likely been defeated, and the victor is probably Brady Noel. This news spread like a storm, instantly reaching all major forces in the New World. Did that kid Brady Noel win? We need to settle the score with him now. A terrifying smile appeared on Charlotte Linlin's face. Since Charlotte Daifuku was captured, her mood had been quite poor, but now the emergence of Brady Noel provided her with an outlet for her frustrations. Set sail. Target Buchanan, Charlotte Linlin shouted, and the entire big MOM pirates immediately sprang into action. Katakuri and the others also received this news. It seems that Mom is personally going to deal with that guy Brady Noel. Charlotte Perispero, while licking his lollipop, was smiling darkly. Katakuri also wore a fierce expression. He was determined to retrieve the humiliation of their last defeat. On a hidden island, a pirate crew was holding a banquet. Captain Shanks, we have news from Teresi's side. Brady Noel has already defeated the Destruction Pirates. A pirate hurriedly ran to where Shanks and his officers were gathered, delivering the information to Ben Beckman. After reading it, Ben Beckman passed the information to Shanks. Ha ha ha, the new guy is really terrifying. After all, Teresi is quite a tough opponent, yet he was easily defeated. Shanks laughed heartily and took a big swig of his drink. Teresi was a long-standing rival, and his strength was formidable. Even Shanks found him somewhat tricky, but he never expected to lose to Noel. It seems the new world is about to become turbulent again. Shanks, we need to be prepared. Haha, don't worry, Beckman. We'll talk about those things later. For now, let's continue the banquet. Shanks said, raising his glass, and the entire red-haired pirates cheered once more. Chapter 249, Guchen's Psychological Issues Combined. Chapter 250, The Revolutionary Army. The news of Noel killing Teresi shook the entire sea, leaving countless forces in awe. That was Teresi, who, while not yet the Emperor of the Sea, was among those closest to that title. Yet he was killed in his own stronghold, and no news had leaked out beforehand. To be able to easily slay Teresi shows that Noel's strength is undoubtedly formidable, even being referred to as a monster. Everyone gained a clearer understanding of Noel's power and recognized that Brady Noel had established his influence. Some even began to consider Noel as the fourth Emperor of the Sea. It can be said that if Noel were not affiliated with the Beast Pirates, he would likely be the one with the highest call to become the Emperor of the Sea. However, precisely because Noel is part of the Beast Pirates, their power has become even more formidable. Kaido, leading his 3 top officers, the 6 Flying Scabbards, along with Noel and his subordinates, has become a force to be reckoned with. However, after Noel's recent actions, the entire New World has entered a state of upheaval. Following a brief period of observation, the forces around Teresi's territory began to take action. With Teresi dead, his territory has now become a feast for the hungry pirates, leaving only a few islands close to Buchanan untouched. These greedy pirates covet the assets left by Teresi, but are intimidated by Noel's reputation. Yet after observing for a while, and seeing that Noel has not taken further action, these forces began their probing. Noel, the surrounding forces have begun to act, and several islands have already been occupied. Elvis approached Noel and summarized the intelligence from the past 2 days. Noel was not too concerned about the occupied islands. The pressing issue they face now is the potential raid from the big Emoan pirates. His current forces are insufficient to take over all of Teresi's territory. We don't need to worry about them for now. As long as we withstand the wave from the big Emoan pirates, we will eventually reclaim what we've lost. Noel quietly calculated the time. It has been a week since Enel left, and according to the plan, he should be on his way back now. Before Enel set out, Noel had instructed him to return as quickly as possible, trusting that Enel understood the urgency of the situation. I just contacted the intelligence personnel from the Beast Pirates. The big Emoan pirates have already begun to move. Elvis's brows were furrowed with worry. This time, the big Emoan pirates are coming on strong, and with their current strength, it might be very difficult to hold out. Is that so? So they really have come. That old woman Charlotte Linlin has long wanted to deal with us. Upon confirming the news about the big Emoan pirates, Noel's eyes narrowed, and the pressure in his heart increased significantly. Although he had known for a long time that Charlotte Linlin was likely to come, he still felt a bit nervous when he actually received this news. After all, that is Charlotte Linlin, the current Emperor of the Sea, a powerful figure reigning supreme. Not to mention her forces, just Charlotte Linlin herself is already a significant headache. What should we do now? Elvis looked at Noel, wanting to know if Noel had any further plans. Noel shook his head helplessly and said, "Not for now. I guess we'll just have to tough it out." Sigh. It seems this battle is going to be very dangerous. I hope there won't be too much loss. After another sigh, Elvis turned to busy himself with other matters. After receiving several islands from Teresi, everyone in Noel's group was extremely busy. Even Yamato, who was usually the least reliable, was rarely serious this time, doing what he could. Noel was also pondering how to address the surprise attack from Charlotte Linlin, as the Navy was currently unable to provide support. This joint operation between the Aokiji and Noel had already put Noel in a very dangerous position. It was likely that Charlotte Linlin was also suspecting some connection between Noel and the Navy. Her sudden arrival probably had some testing intentions, as Noel's actions with the Navy seemed too coincidental. If Noel were to ask the Navy for help again, even if the outside world was unaware, someone as sharp as Charlotte Linlin would surely notice something amiss. If Noel's identity were to be exposed, his situation wouldn't be too dire, but everything he had worked hard for over the years would likely be destroyed. Pirates would not allow a Navy officer to occupy a large territory in the New World. Once Noel's identity was revealed, he would become the enemy of all pirates. Not to mention the enraged Kaido, who might do something irrational, perhaps even causing chaos at the Navy headquarters when Noel returned. Noel sighed, feeling at a loss for a moment, but he did not regret his actions. Facing the big MOM pirates was inevitable. Even if he didn't come to the New World now, he would eventually have to. Unless Noel hid in the first half of the Grand Line, waiting for the plot to begin, everything would resolve itself once Luffy arrived in the New World. However, given Noel's character, he couldn't do something like that, and staying in the first half of the Grand Line would only lead to complacency among his group. Noel was thinking about what other forces, aside from the Beast Pirates and the Navy, could contend with Charlotte Linlin. The red-haired? He wasn't familiar with him, and he currently occupied Teresi's territory, making him a competitor in a strict sense. Plus, with no other connections, Noel felt embarrassed to reach out. Whitebeard, even more so. If Noel had a bit more shamelessness, he could try to connect with the red-haired, but with Whitebeard, there was no bridge to build. Unless he became that old man's son, given Whitebeard's character, he would surely protect them. But then, wouldn't Noel become a lackey? Just as Noel was contemplating which forces were available, he suddenly thought of someone. If he could persuade that person, perhaps there would be a new turn of events. However, once he established a connection with that individual, the world government would likely become very sensitive. Indeed, Noel thought of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. When he was in Blanca, he had some cooperation with the Revolutionary Army's cadres. Although they hadn't had in-depth exchanges, there was at least a bit of camaraderie. If he promised the Revolutionary Army certain things, they would likely help him through this crisis. But what about after overcoming the current difficulties? He couldn't hide the collaboration with the Revolutionary Army. Once the world government found out, his threat level would likely increase dramatically. Previously, the world government viewed him as just a traitor to the Navy, a fairly capable pirate. There were too many such people in this world, so the world government wouldn't specifically target him. His strength and influence weren't enough to engage with or clash against the world government. But once he had connections with the Revolutionary Army, everything would be different. He would likely face severe crackdowns from the world government. In the original story, those who threatened the position of the world government generally didn't end well. Once the world government sensed someone could threaten them, they would strike with overwhelming force. Rox, O'Hara, and many other forces or individuals have not escaped the world government strikes. The Revolutionary Army has not been eliminated by the world government largely because they are well hidden and operate very discreetly. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. Noel appeared hesitant. There weren't many options at the moment, and the Revolutionary Army was a very good choice. But the subsequent troubles were also considerable, leaving Noel indecisive. Finally, Noel took out a din mushy, confirmed there were no others around, and dialed the phone. BRR. This is Sengoku. This is Noel. I need to discuss something with you. Upon hearing Noel's call, Sengoku also understood the trouble Noel was in. When he learned of the big MOM pirates' actions, he realized that Charlotte Linlin's move was targeted at Noel. Noel, if the Navy acts again, your identity will definitely be exposed. If you're ready to return to the Navy, I will immediately send a warship to assist you. Sengoku was very straightforward. The question of whether Noel's identity would be exposed was no longer important. Although Noel's undercover career hadn't achieved much, his strength was being wasted outside. Sengoku had previously considered whether to let Noel return to the Navy directly, but Noel had refused. Given the current dangerous situation, taking this opportunity to return to the Navy would be a very good choice. Noel shook his head and said, I don't want to return to the Navy just yet. After all, I have worked hard for so many years to build my foundation, and I can't just let it go. But in the current situation where the Navy cannot provide support, facing the big MOM pirates alone is a dead end. Sengoku became anxious upon hearing Noel's refusal again, fearing that Noel might stubbornly choose to fight Charlotte Linlin to the death. Although Noel's strength was now very formidable, reaching a monstrous level, he still had a ways to go compared to Charlotte Linlin. If he fought her to the death now, the one who would lose would definitely be Noel. Noel, you're still young. There's no need to fight Charlotte Linlin to the death right now. Once you grow stronger, you will surpass her, Sengoku earnestly advised, hoping Noel wouldn't be reckless. The Revolutionary Army. What did you say? Sengoku frowned, unsure, and asked again. I said the Revolutionary Army. I can find a way to ally with them. Then, Noel shared his plan with Sengoku. Noel, you must understand that once you have ties with the Revolutionary Army, the world government will never tolerate you. I know, but right now there is no other way, is there? Unless I expose my identity or leave here in disgrace. Noel forced a smile. He had thought about leaving Bukelin, but what would happen after escaping the New World? Things would return to their original trajectory. He couldn't go to the New World. Once he did, he would face an attack from Charlotte Linlin. In that case, he might as well stay hidden in the Sky Island, rather than take such a big risk to fight with Tracy. After all, if he didn't deal with Tracy, according to the original story, Tracy would eventually be taken down by someone else. So why bother with this thankless task? But returning to the Navy is also a good option. Sengoku remained silent for a moment before speaking again. I still have some things to do. It's not time to go back to the Navy yet. Noel slowly shook his head. If he returned to the Navy, what would happen to his subordinates? Each of them had their own goals and ideals, to some extent. Once he returned to the Navy, the entire team might face disintegration, which was not what Noel wanted to see. Moreover, if I contact the Revolutionary Army, I can also obtain some intelligence from them. I believe that once the world government learns of my identity, they won't pursue it too aggressively. In the end, Noel presented another reason. This time, Sengoku began to seriously consider the benefits of Noel allying with the Revolutionary Army. If you contact the Revolutionary Army, your identity can't be exposed even more. Otherwise, the moment your identity is revealed, the entire world will become your enemy. Noel chuckled lightly and said, It's fine. I still have you all standing behind me. In that case, be careful, and if there are any problems, just let me know. The Navy will fully support you. Sengoku had no choice but to agree to Noel's plan. After hanging up the phone, Noel smiled slightly. With Sengoku's approval, Noel felt much more confident. He found Elvis and asked him for the contact number of his companion from Blanca. Following that, he obtained the contact number of the Revolutionary Army. Back then, they successfully overthrew the entire Royal Army with the support of the Revolutionary Army, so it was only natural to have their number. BR. This is Brady Noel, and I want to speak with your leader, Monkey D. Dragon. After the call was connected, Noel stated his purpose directly. On the other end of the line, upon hearing it was Noel, there was a moment of surprise, followed by a somewhat flustered response. Please hold on. I need to report this. After saying that, the call was hung up. After a while, Noel's snail phone rang again. This is Dragon. Chapter 251. Gamble. After Dragon's voice came through, Noel spoke up. This is Brady. Noel. I have something to discuss with you. Oh, I wonder what the famous Lord Noel wants to talk about with me. The moment Dragon received Noel's call, he had some guesses about Noel's intentions. However, he still needed to confirm what the matter was. Let us form an alliance. Noel stated his purpose word by word. Dragon's eyes narrowed. Although he had guessed Noel's intentions, he didn't expect that Noel was here to form an alliance. Initially, he thought Noel was seeking some help, especially since they had collaborated with the Revolutionary Army before in Blanca. From that operation, Dragon knew that Noel's attitude toward the Revolutionary Army, while not good, was not hostile either. Do you know what you're saying? Forming an alliance with us, the Revolutionary Army, means you will face endless pursuit from the world government. Dragon directly informed Noel of the consequences of this matter. Although Noel's situation was not good, with the Big Mom pirates already moving, he couldn't resist an attack from Charlotte Linlin with his strength. However, from Dragon's perspective, Noel hadn't reached a point of desperation. At least, he could still run away. So he couldn't understand why Noel wanted to ally with him. Once this matter was exposed, the world government would certainly deal with Noel with a heavy hand. You don't need to worry about that. Just think about the alliance. Noel said expressionlessly. Dragon narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, and said, in that case, what benefits would this alliance bring to the Revolutionary Army? Yes, Dragon couldn't see the benefits of an alliance with Noel for the time being. Noel was a pirate, and he was part of the Revolutionary Army. Strictly speaking, both belonged to the category of things that shouldn't see the light of day. For both sides to unite, there needed to be mutual benefits. Only then could it be considered a real alliance. Right now, Noel was facing a difficult situation. After the Revolutionary Army helped him through this, then what? They couldn't just provide help without any return. After the alliance, I want to elaborate on the basic things, like cooperating with the Revolutionary Army on certain actions, etc. The key point is that I can provide you with weapons. Noel said calmly, directly laying out his chips. Indeed, weapons, whether from Doflamingo's side or Wano country. They can produce weapons, and the Revolutionary Army has always operated covertly, so their demand for weaponry has always been high. However, under the severe crackdown from the world government, the Revolutionary Army has not had an easy time either. Many of their personnel are not equipped with weapons. Only frontline combat personnel can carry weapons, and their channels for obtaining weaponry are very few. The underground forces do not provide them with any help. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army's source of weapons is basically through plundering or seizing them after overthrowing a country. Noel's words made Dragon begin to calculate in his mind. Dragon was quite familiar with Noel's intelligence. Both came from the Navy and were backed by the Beast Pirates, while maintaining a good relationship with Doflamingo. So when Noel spoke of weapons, it was not an empty statement. He had the capability to make it happen. But after you withstand Charlotte Linlin, you will still face the pursuit of the world government. We cannot show ourselves. Once we do, both sides will face utter disaster. Dragon voiced this doubt. He couldn't understand why Noel thought that after overcoming Charlotte Linlin, he could safely deal with the encirclement of the world government. So, this can be seen as a transaction. You assist me in dealing with Charlotte Linlin, and afterward, I will provide you with weapons. If I fail, it's a loss for you. Noel threw the question back to Dragon, and Dragon had to admit that Noel was right. George pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, I hope you won't disappoint me. I will immediately take people to Buchanan for support. After saying that, George hung up the phone. A Revolutionary Army officer beside him asked curiously, Chief, why did you agree so readily? In his view, the Revolutionary Army was in a position of complete initiative and could even propose additional conditions. They were not just lacking weapons. They needed everything, whether it was food, medical supplies, and so on. George shook his head and replied, this matter itself is us taking advantage. If we go too far, even if we succeed this time, new troubles will arise in the future. Indeed, George believed that the Revolutionary Army had a significant advantage. Although this was a gamble, a transaction, he felt that the Revolutionary Army would not need to bear any risks. The only possible loss would be potential casualties. If the Revolutionary Army went to provide support and Noel failed afterward, they would just have made a wasted trip. However, if successful, at least they wouldn't have to worry about weapons in the future. As cooperation deepens, other supplies could also be traded. In George's eyes, The strength of Noel's faction was not that attractive. What he valued was the channels behind Noel. All right, let's prepare to set sail. We shouldn't keep our allies waiting. Dorj stood up and arranged for his subordinates to quickly prepare for departure. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Dorj agreed to his proposal, Noel let out a sigh of relief. Although he was quite confident he could persuade Dorj to agree to the alliance, there was still a weight on his shoulders until things were finalized. Now that he had the support of the Revolutionary Army, the threat from the Big Mom pirates was considered over. The remaining concern was the reaction from the world government. Currently, the world government had two choices. One was to confess his identity and offer to provide intelligence about the Revolutionary Army. Given the nature of the world government, it was highly likely they would agree, which would resolve all issues. However, Noel did not want to do that. It was not about betrayal. The key point was that he did not like the world government. In Noel's view, the Navy was the Navy, and the world government was the world government. As a member of the Navy, he had his own sense of justice, but that did not mean he liked the world government, especially after being away from the Navy for so many years. He had seen a lot and traveled around the world. Along the way, he had witnessed happiness and peace, but more often, he saw tragedy and numbness. Noel had to acknowledge the role of the world government, but while it played a role, it was also oppressing the entire world. The other option was to not inform the world government, in which case they would certainly react. However, based on Noel's identity, as long as the Navy did not cooperate, he believed that the world government's CP0 could still be managed. On this point, Noel was quite confident, especially after speaking with Sengoku on the phone. With Sengoku as his backing, he felt he had a good chance of weathering the storm against the world government's encirclement. After sorting everything out, Noel stretched and walked toward the small town. At that moment, the streets of the town were not very crowded, but the residents' emotions were relatively stable, showing no signs of panic. After taking control of the island, Noel strictly limited his pirates from disturbing the residents' lives too much. Over time, the residents gradually stopped fearing these pirates. Noel, Anilu just called. He said he expects to arrive the day after tomorrow morning. As Elvis passed by, he saw Noel and walked over. Oh, so soon? That's a day earlier than expected. Noel raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. It seems Anilu is also quite anxious. The crisis we are facing is significant. Even Anilu is a bit worried, Elvis remarked. Anilu was very proud and usually looked down on everyone, only showing a milder attitude when dealing with the core members of Noel's crew. After the battle with the destructive pirate crew, Anilu had become somewhat different from usual, appearing much more subdued. After receiving Noel's orders, he immediately escorted the captives away and rushed over at great speed. This indicated that the crisis had instilled a sense of urgency in Anilu. It's all right. I've more or less resolved the matter with the Big Mom pirates. Noel informed Elvis about his alliance with the Revolutionary Army, intending to ease everyone's worries. The Revolutionary Army? With their help, it indeed becomes much easier to resist the Big Mom pirates. Upon hearing this news, Elvis, who had been tense, finally showed a hint of a smile. Clearly, he had been under considerable pressure, but he just hadn't shown it. Go gather everyone and let them know about this. After speaking with Elvis, Noel headed to the meeting hall that originally belonged to Tressie. It wasn't long before Noel heard hurried footsteps approaching. Hey, Noel, what do you want from me? I'm busy. Unlike you, who always slacks off. Yamato's voice came from outside the meeting hall before he even entered. As soon as he finished speaking, Yamato rushed in, looking somewhat worn out, clearly having been busy earlier. I have an announcement to make, so please be patient for a moment. Seeing Yamato's tired appearance, Noel decided not to dwell on the earlier comment about him slacking off. After all, given Yamato's personality, if he was starting to work seriously, Noel understood what that implied. After a while, everyone except Anilu arrived at the meeting hall. Noel scanned the room and noticed that, apart from Elvis, who had received the news early, the others had varying degrees of serious expressions. I have something to tell everyone. We have formed an alliance with the Revolutionary Army. Seeing their reactions, Noel didn't keep them in suspense and directly announced the news. The others were momentarily taken aback, then their expressions changed. For example, Alan looked confused, as he had only recently set sail and was unaware of the existence of the Revolutionary Army. Guchin appeared somewhat serious, his eyes darting as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, Yamato jumped up excitedly and shouted, "So, the Revolutionary Army will fight alongside us against the Big Mom pirates?" "That's right. I have reached an agreement with Monkey D. Dragon, and he should be preparing to come over now." Noel nodded. He didn't disclose the specific details of the alliance, only stating the outcome. Renee quietly explained to Alan about the Revolutionary Army, and after a moment of surprise, joy appeared on Alan's face. If what Renee said was true, then with the support of the Revolutionary Army, the crisis of the Big Mom Pirates attack would be over. However, have you considered the threats that come with cooperating with the Revolutionary Army, Noel? At that moment, Guchin interrupted everyone's joy, looking seriously at Noel. They weren't very clear about the Revolutionary Army, but as former Navy members, you should know some things. After glancing at Guchun, Noel nodded and said, I know, but I've already handled it. There's no need to worry about the world government. Although there will be many dangers, it's not as serious as you think. Guchin stared at Noel for a long time before nodding and saying, since you know, then I won't worry. Seeing that no one had any objections, Noel continued. Although we have the help of the Revolutionary Army, there are still many uncertain factors, so everyone should stay alert and be ready for battle at any time. After reminding everyone, Noel took the initiative to leave the conference hall, and the others continued with their tasks. I hope Enel and the Revolutionary Army arrive soon, Noel thought to himself. Especially regarding the Revolutionary Army, they were the latest to act, and it was uncertain whether they could arrive in time. Meanwhile, the entire sea, with various forces, was paying attention to this event. Charlotte Linlin personally led the Big Mom Pirates to attack Noel, and the outcome of this incident would affect the entire world pattern. Once Noel successfully resisted Charlotte Linlin's attack, he would secure a place in the new world and could even become a massive force. Chapter 252. Trial 2 days passed quickly, and Enel slowly landed the Ark at the port of Buchanan. This time, Enel returned with over 1,000 pirates. Although the strength of the pirates who came along was not as strong as the previous batch, they were still considered elite. Most of these people were those whom Noel had rescued from Sabeti Archipelago. They already had some strength and had trained in the Sky Island for a long time. Their previous status as slaves had made them even more eager for power, so this time, Noel brought them along. Now, on Buchanan Island, besides Noel and his officers, there were also more than 2,000 pirates and some ordinary officers. If the incoming force was not Charlotte Linlin, defending this place would be no problem at all. Thank you for your hard work, Enel, Noel said as he patted Enel's shoulder. This time, Enel had rushed back, flying the Arkansas otherwise, under normal circumstances. It would have taken him another 2 days to return here. Enel looked a bit tired and did not say much in response to Noel, just nodded and went to rest. A great battle was about to break out, and he needed to keep himself in peak condition. With Enel back, our pressure has reduced a lot, Elvis said with a smile. Yes, over the years, Enel has grown and can stand on his own now, Noel replied with a smile. With Enel's return, Noel and the others had a greater chance of holding off the Big Mom Pirates. As long as they could stall for some time, they would have the support of the Revolutionary Army, and this difficulty could be considered overcome. In the distant sea, a massive fleet was sailing toward Buchanan. The flagship of the fleet seemed alive, constantly singing, a result of Charlotte Linlin's devil fruit ability, Homies. Mom, we can reach Buchanan tomorrow. According to the intel, Brady Noel and the others haven't left. They are continuously constructing fortifications, Charlotte Perispero said softly as he approached. To be honest, he was not very optimistic about this operation at first because they had acted too late. With the Navy's involvement, by the time Charlotte Linlin resolved her issues, Noel had already killed Tracy. In his mind, when Noel learned that Charlotte Linlin would personally lead the attack, he would definitely panic and flee the New World again. Therefore, Charlotte Perispero believed that when they reached Buchanan, it would be a wasted trip. However, he did not dare to refute his mother's decision and could only follow orders. The reality was far from what he thought, and Noel's action surprised him. He chose to wait for them instead of running away. However, this was also good, as the recent capture of Charlotte Daifuku by the Navy had put Charlotte Linlin in a bad mood, and Noel's appearance provided her with an outlet for her frustration. This way, the safety of her children was greatly enhanced. During this time, he worked diligently every day, fearing that something might go wrong and his mother would take away her lifespan. That little brat really didn't leave the New World? If he had run away, that would be disappointing, Charlotte Linlin said with a wide grin. She wasn't foolish. She could see many things from Noel's actions. Although she still had some doubts regarding the Navy, she felt Noel's determination. Thus, Charlotte Linlin believed that her arrival would not make Noel flee. If Noel ran, it would mean he wasn't worth her attention. As long as she was alive, Noel would never set foot in the New World again unless Kaido intervened. And since Noel stayed, it suited her just fine. Therefore, Charlotte Linlin's actions this time were a calculated move. Regardless of the outcome, she would be the winner. The two sides were about to collide, and the attention of the entire New World was drawn to this confrontation, with the world's top forces also watching closely. If Noel successfully resisted Charlotte Linlin's surprise attack, he would become a dominant force in the New World, one capable of contending with the Sea Emperors. If Noel failed, it wouldn't matter much. He would simply be one of those who fell before Charlotte Lean's advance. The name Brady Noel was quite well known. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so much attention. Especially Kaido's indifference surprised many, leaving them wondering what had happened between Noel and Kaido. Captain, according to intel, Brady Noel and the Big Mom Pirates are about to clash, but we still need some time to arrive. The Revolutionary Army's intelligence officer calculated the time and realized helplessly that although their actions were quick, the suddenness of the situation left them at a loss. At that moment, Dragon had already activated his powers to make the ship sail faster, but they still couldn't arrive on time for the battlefield. It's alright, Brady Noel is not that simple. If they can't hold out for even a day, then they're not qualified to be our allies. Despite the concerns of the intelligence officer, Dorag remained calm. They were only a day behind schedule, and with Noel's strength, holding off Charlotte Linlin for a day shouldn't be a problem. This time, Dorag was not going to Bukelin alone. In addition to some members of the Revolutionary Army, Mori and Crow, the commanders of the Western and Northern armies, were also going along. As long as Noel could hold out for a day, the outcome of the battle would change. So this day would be a test for Noel from Dorag. On Onigashima, Kaido, Big Brother, Noel is probably in big trouble over there. Aren't we going to help? As one of the three calamities, Jack looked at Kaido. He had grown up alongside Yamato, although Yamato had changed significantly after inheriting Kazuki Oden's will. However, Jack still identified with Yamato, so now that Noel and Yamato were in trouble in Bukelin, he had been waiting for Kaido's support order. Unfortunately, both sides were about to go to war, and Kaido remained unmoved. Oh, don't worry about it. Noel and the others are no longer children. They need to learn to face all challenges on their own. Kaido took big gulps of alcohol. He had joined the Vodka Kingdom as a soldier at 8 and had earned the title of the strongest soldier by the age of 10. Although he had been fighting to help the Vodka Kingdom, he had always been dissatisfied with the world government, particularly because of the celestial dragons. In the end, because of his overwhelming strength, he was feared by the king and sold to the world government, thus gaining the right to participate in the World Conference. However, Kaido did not want to become a navy, and, eventually, he escaped and became a pirate, ultimately boarding Rock's pirate ship. In Kaido's view, Noel and Yamato's experiences were already mild enough. If they wanted to grow, they needed to undergo more brutal trials. Jack could only nod at Kaido's command and said no more. When the Big Mom Pirates fleet gradually approached Bukelin, Noel's side also began to take action. Noel, all the residents on the island have been evacuated. There is no one here except for our people. Noel nodded. This battle would be more terrifying than before, on a larger scale, and with their weaker strength, they could no longer guarantee the safety of the island's residents. So after receiving news that Charlotte Linlin was still on the move, Noel and the others have been working on the evacuation. Then let's go say hello first. Noel grinned. Without ordinary people here, he could launch attacks without restraint. Thunder surged continuously, and the arc slowly rose. Chapter 252. The test at the same time. Enel appeared on the ship. Hey, be careful. Charlotte Linlin can fly. Elvis shouted with some concern. After waving his hand, Noel directed the arc towards the Big Mom fleet. In the sky, Noel quickly discovered the traces of the Big Mom fleet. Let's say hello first. Noel showed a mischievous smile and began charging the arc with thunder. The bare head at the bow of the arc opened its mouth wide. Seeing Noel's movement, Enel's body also surged with thunder, and a large area of dark clouds began to form. Boom! The sound of thunder kept ringing, attracting the attention of the Big Mom Pirates members. Strange. Why did it suddenly start thundering? A pirate looked at the sky and found that the originally clear sky was now covered by dark clouds. These ordinary pirates were not that sharp, but high-ranking officers like Perispero and Katakuri felt something was off. They may not know, but they certainly knew that Brady Noel and Enel were both capable of controlling lightning. Now that dark clouds were suddenly gathering in the sky, flashing with thunder, it was clearly Noel and their movements. Be careful. This is the enemy's ability. With the command given, all the pirates on the fleet stood ready, looking seriously at the flickering lightning in the sky. Just as these people became alert, Noel had completed the charging, and the arc was ready to fire at any moment. However, Noel did not do that. Instead, he and Enel guided the thunder, preparing to unleash a massive strike on the fleet below. As time passed, the thunder in the sky became increasingly violent. Fortunately, with the cooperation of the two, they could keep controlling this raging power. At this moment, Katakuri and the others finally confirmed that the abnormality in the sky was definitely caused by Noel. Although natural thunder was also very dangerous, it wouldn't be like this. Through his observation haki, Katakuri felt as if he were wrapped in thunder, experiencing countless stinging sensations. Especially for Katakuri, his observation haki was even more exceptional. and he sensed it more clearly. However, in his foresight, they had not faced any danger, so Katakuri did not dare to act recklessly. Damn it. We can't just sit here and wait. We need to inform Mom about this situation. After thinking for a moment, Katakuri decided to report the situation to Charlotte Linlin. She was the most suitable person to handle the current situation, even though he was unwilling, but it was the best solution. However, before Katakuri could enter the ship, his pupils suddenly constricted and he shouted sharply, "Enemy attack." Suddenly, a gigantic electromagnetic cannon shot down from the sky towards the ship where Charlotte Linlin was located. The speed of the electromagnetic cannon left everyone with no time to react. Even Katakuri could only shout before the attack landed on the ship. Boom! The ship was instantly heavily damaged, and a powerful conqueror's haki surged into the sky. At the moment of the attack, Charlotte Linlin erupted with conqueror's haki to intimidate everyone. After the electromagnetic cannon strike, countless lightning pillars rained down, launching a violent attack on Big Mom's fleet. This time, not just the ship where Charlotte Linlin was located, but all the ships were included, facing that terrifying thunder attack. Noel and Enel worked together to continuously guide the thunder in the sky, ultimately forming this terrifying power. It could be said that if it were an ordinary person under this strike, the fleet would have likely been completely annihilated. However, this was the Big Mom pirates. Although the initial attack caused some chaos under the command of numerous high-ranking officers, order was quickly restored. These were seasoned old pirates who had experienced countless battles. A sudden attack was not enough to throw them into disarray. On each ship of this fleet, there are several children of Charlotte Linlin, all doing their best to resist the pillars of lightning in the sky. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin also flew up on Zeus, swinging the giant blade in her hand to face the descending lightning. Wegwo, a massive shockwave surged toward the sky, ultimately causing a tremendous explosion that created a huge void in the dark clouds. Under this attack, the might of the thunder in the sky was also weakened. Noel, you little brat. Charlotte Linlin glared at Noel in the distance, her eyes seemingly spewing fire. It was truly terrifying. Seeing Charlotte Linlin weakened the combined lightning they had guided by half with a single strike, Noel couldn't help but click his tongue. Anairu also looked gravely at the terrifying woman in the distance. Chapter 252, Trial Chapter 253, Steel Balloon. When Anairu first arrived in the West Blue, his perspective was still quite narrow, and he didn't think much of anyone. When he heard others mention Charlotte Linlin, he thought she was just a lackey. It was precisely because of that incident that a conflict arose between Noel and the big MOM pirates, leading to the current situation. This was also Anairu's first time seeing Charlotte Linlin, with her expression resembling that of a malevolent spirit combined with her fierce aura. Anairu now realized how ridiculous he had been. Although he didn't think he couldn't defeat these monsters in the future, he certainly wasn't a match for them at the moment. Divine Judgment. Seeing Charlotte Linlin getting closer, Anairu couldn't help but unleash his power, sending a much thicker pillar of lightning toward her. Heavenly Fire. Fire and lightning collided, and after a loud explosion, the pillar of lightning was shattered by the flames, with the residual force continuing to strike toward the Arkansas Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Noel took out a coin, and a powerful electromagnetic cannon collided again with the flames, ultimately resulting in the two attacks canceling each other out. Brady Noel, if you obediently surrender, I will spare your life for Kaido's sake. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were defiant as she chased after the Ark on Zeus. Although the Ark was fast, its massive size made it much slower compared to Charlotte Linlin. If this continued, Noel and the others might be caught by her before they could return to the island. Sorry about that. Noel's expression was somewhat relaxed as he fired another bolt of lightning at Charlotte Linlin, responding to her earlier words. Charlotte Linlin casually waved her hand, scattering the lightning, her expression growing darker. Since you were so unappreciative, then die here. Although she had a good relationship with Kaido when it came to their interests, she wouldn't hesitate to disregard his feelings. Usually, it was fine, but in situations like this, both sides could fight to the death without issue. Then you can also taste the flavor of thunder. A cold smile appeared on Charlotte Linlin's lips as Zeus beneath her erupted with a powerful lightning bolt, which was purple compared to the lightning of Noel and the others. A bolt of lightning struck towards Noel and the others. Faced with this attack from Charlotte Linlin, their expressions didn't change much. If it were another type of attack, they would have to be on high alert, but lightning posed no threat to the two of them. The bolt of lightning crashed into them, coursing over their bodies before quickly being absorbed. In the end, this terrifying lightning left no trace of injury on them. Charlotte Linlin squinted her eyes slightly. She wasn't foolish enough to compete with them in terms of lightning, merely testing them with it. It seemed that Zeus, aside from enabling her flight, was essentially useless. However, It didn't matter that the thunder was ineffective. She had many other abilities, and under the power of the soul fruit, she was even more terrifying than the average Logia user. Flame of the Blade Mother. Napoleon in Charlotte Lean's hand was instantly enveloped in flames, and with a vigorous swing, a massive fire slash rushed towards the Arkansas. This time, Noel and the others could no longer remain inactive and began to take action. The thunder on their bodies erupted continuously, and thick bolts of lightning collided with the fire slash. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides engaged in a fierce chase, constantly using long-range attacks to disrupt each other. With Noel and Anairu's cooperation, they managed to resist relatively easily. However, interfering with Charlotte Lean's speed was still somewhat challenging. After their relentless efforts, Charlotte Lean's speed had indeed decreased significantly, but she was still faster than the Arkansas. The two sides fought fiercely in the sky, while the big MOM pirates fleet could only watch helplessly from the sea. Damn it, everyone move. We need to catch up with Mom. Charlotte Perispero bit down on the lollipop in his hand and commanded his subordinates to quicken their pace. This time, the big MOM pirates had gathered most of their strength, and even Charlotte Linlin had joined the action, so this operation had to succeed. Otherwise, their reputation would take a huge hit. This was also a downside of being a dominant pirate crew. They couldn't afford to fail. A significant failure in an important operation would lead others to believe that their crew was on the decline. After a long time of this, countless challengers would emerge to constantly test them. Although they weren't afraid of these challenges, the principle of a thief for 1,000 days. But no one to guard against the thief held true. Each time they faced those reckless challengers, they would also suffer certain losses, which was something they couldn't accept. Therefore, when Anairu insulted Charlotte Linlin, her children became so agitated that they sent a team to seek revenge. As the two sides chased, Buchanan Island gradually came into view. With Noel and Anairu's efforts to interfere, Charlotte Linlin still couldn't catch up to them and could only launch continuous attacks in hopes of bringing down the Arkansas Anairu. You control the arc and leave. I'll hold this woman off. After silently calculating the distance between the two sides, Noel made this decision. Both sides were severely lacking in power. If Anairu resisted Charlotte Linlin with him, he would have it much easier, but the others would bear a greater burden. Moreover, since Noel had broken through in strength, he didn't believe he couldn't hold off Charlotte Linlin. Although he couldn't defeat her, he should be able to buy some time. Got it, be careful. Anairu nodded, then gathered the power of thunder again, preparing to give her one last blow before leaving. The continuous rumbling in the sky attracted the attention of the people on Buchanan Island. Watching the terrifying figure of Charlotte Linlin, most of the pirates under Noel couldn't help but swallow hard. The name Charlotte Linlin represents something significant, and these people were well aware of it. Ever since the Rocks pirates disbanded, Charlotte Linlin had been rising continuously. Although during the Roger era, she wasn't considered one of the strongest. Now, there was no doubt she was among the strongest. Her reputation was built piece by piece. Standing at her current position wasn't due to flattery or seniority. If the corpses beneath her feet were piled up, they would likely form a mountain. Everyone was prepared. The enemy was about to appear. Elvis watched the fierce battle in the sky and then used his telescope to spot shadows appearing on the sea. As time passed, the shadows gradually transformed into ships, and Elvis knew the most severe test was about to arrive. Although these pirates were frightened when facing Charlotte Linlin, they were not at the point of fleeing. They were all veterans of countless battles. As long as Noel and the senior officers hadn't retreated, they still had the confidence to fight. The fleet of the big MOM pirates was getting closer to the island when suddenly, the sound of cannon fire erupted. The pirates on the shore continuously fired cannonballs at the fleet. These unexpected cannonballs caused some chaos within the big MOM pirates fleet. Most of the cannonballs were eliminated by the officers on the ships, but a few occasionally slipped through, hitting the hull. Damn it, counterattack! The officers on the ship gritted their teeth and gave orders, and soon the ship's cannons opened fire. Both sides began to engage in cannon fire from a considerable distance. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Ark had arrived at Buchanan Island. The Ark is up to you. Noel turned to Enel and reminded him before jumping off the Arkansas. A gust of wind blew, and Noel soared into the air. Thunder. Seeing Noel jump off the Ark, Enel unleashed the ability he had prepared for half a day. The entire sky was instantly enveloped by thunder, with countless bolts striking down towards Charlotte Linlin. Some of the lightning also targeted the fleet at sea. Enel didn't intend to inflict harm on Charlotte Linlin with this strike. It was more about disrupting her and preventing her from launching a sneak attack. The advantage of such a wide area attack was evident at this time. Facing the dual threat of cannonballs and thunder, the fleet at sea encountered some trouble. Some unfortunate souls on the ships were hit by the attacks and fell onto the decks. However, these losses were insignificant to the big MOM pirates. Their ships charged fearlessly toward the island. Seizing the moment when the thunder rained down on Charlotte Linlin, Noel charged toward her. The power of thunder, Haki, and the force of his punch merged together, with blue-black lightning continuously erupting. Divine Thunderbreak. Noel's fist struck Charlotte Linlin's body, and the massive impact caused Zeus beneath her feet to take a few steps back before stabilizing again. Noel's eyes were fixed on the spot where his fist connected with Charlotte Linlin. As the smoke cleared, he grimly realized that his attack had not inflicted any damage. The iron balloon was indeed not named in vain. If compared with Kaido, Charlotte Linlin was the kind of character with extremely strong defense. But even with most of his strength, Noel couldn't leave a mark on her. She might not have Kaido's powerful recovery, but if her formidable body couldn't be breached, there was no need to mention recovery. Brady Noel, you little brat, today we will settle the score. I wanted to have a good chat with you for a long time. Facing Noel's recent ineffective attack, Charlotte Linlin didn't care at all. She raised Napoleon and swung it at Noel. Emperor's Sword, Break Blade. Covering Prometheus's flames once again on Napoleon, the sword instantly elongated. And Charlotte Linlin looked down at Noel with her Emperor's Sword. Before the blade even fell, Noel felt the terrifying power above and, with his eyes narrowing, dare not take it head-on, quickly using his speed to evade. After Charlotte Linlin missed her strike, she unleashed a massive slash that hit the island, creating a violent sound. Boom! Dust billowed into the air, and the loud noise attracted the attention of people from afar. Looking at the dust in the distance, the pirates collectively gasped. If they were to face Charlotte Linlin, they would have long been paralyzed with fear, let alone engage her. With wind and thunder surrounding him, Noel's speed surged again, and he continuously attacked Charlotte Linlin. Waves of punches imbued with wind, thunder, and Haki struck Charlotte Linlin. Although he couldn't leave marks, she could still feel some pain. You brat, die. Elbaf Spear, Wigwell. Charlotte Linlin slashed with her sword, unleashing a massive sword chi shockwave. This shockwave had a wide range and incredible speed. The enormous shockwave instantly slammed into Noel. Facing the powerful shockwave, Noel crossed his arms, and the wind and thunder erupted again, forming small storms around him that resisted the shockwave. When Noel faced this attack during his battle with Kaido, he had experienced something similar, but compared to Kaido's onslaught, the threat of Charlotte Linlin's Wigwell was greater. The small storms appeared briefly before being dispersed by the shockwave, only to reappear again, and after a long struggle, the power of the shockwave began to dissipate. This is indeed tricky, Noel grimaced. Facing an enemy of Charlotte Linlin's level, he found it very challenging, even though he had fought against figures of this caliber before. Mingguang Cannon. Taking advantage of Noel's momentary pause, Charlotte Linlin launched another attack. She could also unleash an attack combining wind, thunder, and Haki. Thunder and flame combined with the sword itself. The tip of the blade pierced through the lightning of home eyes, forming an energy ring. When swinging the sword, the energy ring would unleash a beam of high-density aurora, which shot towards Noel at an incredible speed. Noel's expression turned serious. After transforming into a giant bear form, he exhaled a breath to meet it. Boom! Chapter 253. Steel Balloon, Combined. Chapter 253. Individual battles. Two attacks resembling laser beams collided, as Charlotte Linling unleashed the high-density laser that instantly shattered Noel's breath. Boom! After dodging the laser, Noel couldn't help but pout and mutter. Is this old hag from the Sun family? Can't even deal with waves. Charlotte Linling displayed her terrifying strength from the start. Her fierce face, coupled with powerful attacks, made Noel feel like a small boat in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Noel could only rely on his speed advantage, constantly maneuvering around Charlotte Linling. It wasn't that Noel couldn't face Charlotte Linling head-on, but he understood what his primary goal was. As long as he could delay things for a while, the Revolutionary Army support would arrive in time, allowing them to overcome this crisis. Thus, Noel didn't need to confront Charlotte Linling directly. He just needed to restrain her and prevent her from disturbing others. Kid, is that all the strength you have? Charlotte Linling, holding Prometheus in her left hand and Napoleon in her right, continuously launched various attacks. Thanks to the power of the Soul Fruit, she had numerous offensive methods, combined with her swordsmanship and shockwaves learned from giants. The scene was dazzling, with terrifying attacks making it feel like hell. Only because of Noel's incredible speed and strong observation Haki was he able to dodge Charlotte Lingling's attacks so calmly. If it were someone slower, they would have to continuously withstand Charlotte Lingling's attacks. In response to Charlotte Lingling's taunts, Noel remained silent, focusing on the task at hand, dodging her attacks while occasionally countering with thunder. As the two fought, On the other side, the Big Mom Pirates fleet, after a long barrage, was finally ready to land. With Enel's support, the Big Mom Pirates suffered some minor losses from the cannon fire. Fortunately, they had brought many officers this time, so with their escort, the ships didn't suffer significant damage. Only a few lower-level pirates were lost. "They're coming. Everyone get ready," Elvis said solemnly, looking at the approaching fleet with a serious expression. Although Charlotte Lingling, the most terrifying woman, was being held back by Noel, it didn't mean they were safe. The strength of her officers was also not to be underestimated. Especially Katakuri and Cracker, who had previously clashed in Water City. They had a clear understanding of their strength. As the Big Mom Pirates fleet approached a certain distance, Katakuri and the others stopped waiting, using their abilities to launch a surprise attack towards the shore. Candy Ladder. Charlotte Perispero used his powers to create a candy bridge from the ships to the shore, allowing other officers who couldn't move in the air to rush towards the shore. Seeing the Big Mom Pirates officers charging over, Elvis stopped firing and shouted loudly after a new round of cannon fire. "Everyone, stop them from landing on this island." Oh! At Elvis's command, everyone attacked the incoming officers. Yamato and others also targeted a high-ranking officer from the Big Mom Pirates to intercept, while Noel's ordinary officers intercepted Charlotte Lingling's less powerful children. A large-scale battle erupted instantly, with various attacks being unleashed as if they were free. After Katakuri landed on the island, he transformed his arm into a machine gun shape and hardened it with armament hockey, firing a barrage of sticky rice bullets infused with armament hockey at the crowd. Unmatched rice cake bullet. The bullets, wrapped in armament hockey, had astonishing power, knocking many people to the ground after a sweeping fire. Just as Katakuri prepared to continue his attack, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed by. Katakuri's pupils contracted as he anticipated the move, raising his arm just as Enel, wielding a golden staff, struck down. Bang! Hee, long time no see, Enel sneered, and countless bolts of lightning enveloped Katakuri. At the same time, Katakuri activated his ability, summoning a large amount of sticky rice around him to block the lightning released by Enel. "Oh, it's you," Katakuri said, glancing at Enel and speaking calmly. Seeing Katakuri's calm demeanor, Enel's forehead bulged with veins. The last time in Water City, he had been suppressed by this guy. Although he didn't lose, the scene was indeed very embarrassing. It was only after Noel's appearance that he was rescued. Judgment of God. A pillar of lightning descended from the sky, crashing down on Katakuri. This time, it wasn't just the Big Mom Pirates wanting to wash away their shame. Similarly, Enel also aimed to reclaim his previous defeat. Countless bolts of lightning spread out, fiercely dispersing the surrounding pirates and forming a massive battlefield centered around the two. 60 million volts. Thunder Beast Horde. One lightning beast after another roared and charged towards Katakuri, who picked up his trident and stabbed at the approaching beasts. Sticky rice jab. Katakuri's arm spun vigorously, eliminating the charging lightning beasts with tremendous force. Enel, undeterred, continuously created lightning beasts and thunderbirds to rush at Katakuri, then disappeared in a flash of lightning. Bang! Katakuri's foresight from his observation hockey played a significant role in the battle. Even though Enel's speed was incredibly fast, he could still predict and counter Enel's attacks. As the trident and golden staff clashed, the collision of armament hockey caused both to be locked in a stalemate, while the lightning beasts released by Enel took the opportunity to rush at Katakuri. Sticky rice noodle. Katakuri held the trident with one hand, continuing to maintain the stalemate, while his other arm transformed into a sticky rice shape, wrapped in armament hockey, delivering a rapid series of attacks from all directions with hardened sticky rice. In that moment, the horde of lightning beasts was eliminated by the numerous attacks, and as these lightning beasts disappeared, the sticky rice continued to strike towards Enel's back. Enel, seeing the situation, did not resist directly. He transformed into lightning and disappeared, then reassembled, looking somewhat serious at Katakuri. Since their last encounter, a long time had passed, and both sides felt the difference in each other this time. After his previous defeat, Katakuri returned to Totland and began to train hard, wanting to reclaim his honor. Enel was in a similar situation. Facing such strong enemies all the time, he had never let his guard down. After a brief clash, both realized that the person in front of them was not someone they could easily defeat. Thunder God. Enel gathered thunder around him, the patterns of his armament hockey appearing on his body. Then, he compressed the thunder, continually shrinking his size. The golden in his hand gradually transformed into a golden trident. Bang! Enel pushed off the ground, making a loud noise, and then rushed towards Katakuri at high speed. After their tridents collided, they began a close-quarters struggle. On Elvis's side, He did not initially seek out a specific subordinate to engage in battle, as he needed to command his pirate crew. However, when the biscuit soldiers created by Cracker appeared, he could no longer sit idly by. If Cracker was allowed to continue producing biscuit soldiers, it wouldn't be long before their numbers surpassed those of his pirates. Moreover, these biscuit soldiers had strong defenses and were quite powerful. It was a dream for the lower-tier pirates to withstand their attacks. Yamato, I'll take care of your opponent. You go deal with that guy. Elvis drew his sword and blocked the enemy in front of Yamato. Seeing the biscuit soldiers wreaking havoc in the distance, Yamato said nothing further and charged toward Cracker. Perospero licked his lollipop and did not stop Yamato from leaving. According to the intelligence, Yamato was Kaido's daughter, so capturing her alive in this war would give Kaido a way out. Of course, if Yamato remained obstinate, they would not hesitate to kill her and eliminate any potential threat. Thus, Perospero, who was fighting Yamato, could not fully unleash his power. Now that Yamato was off to trouble others, he could attack without restraint. Furthermore, this man in front of him was also very important to Norr, and killing him would significantly change the situation. Candyman, Perospero unleashed his ability, using candy to try to envelop Elvis. When the candy approached Elvis, several sword lights sliced through the candy. Elvis's eyes were fixed on Perospero. While his fruit ability was not particularly troublesome, it was not easy for him either. If it were Norr or Enel, the high temperature generated by the thunder could easily melt the candy, but he could not do that. Meanwhile, Yamato, upon reaching Cracker's vicinity, unleashed her cold air, freezing all the nearby biscuit soldiers. The originally hard biscuit soldiers stopped in their tracks after being frozen, and Norr's pirates seized the opportunity to attack and shatter the biscuits. TCH, a troublesome guy has come. Cracker, hidden among the biscuit soldiers, sneered as he looked at Yamato in the distance, feeling some wariness. Yamato, on the other hand, looked around, trying to find Cracker's position. After searching in vain, she abandoned that idea and focused on clearing the biscuit soldiers. Seeing that the biscuit soldiers could not achieve anything, Cracker decided to stop hiding. Roll pretzel. He rapidly spun his sword, adding armament hockey, and thrust it towards Yamato, simultaneously unleashing a spiral sword wave. Faced with this threat, Yamato reacted quickly, using her ice substitute to block Cracker's attack. Finally, she spotted him. Yamato saw that this biscuit soldier was different from the others, and her eyes lit up, knowing this was the target she was looking for. Then, carrying a kino, she transformed in her full god form and charged towards Cracker at high speed. Thunderbagwa. With Yamato's training, the power of her Thunderbagwa had grown stronger. Though she was still far behind Kaido, she was gradually finding her own path. The electrified Kanabo struck Cracker's body, shattering the outer layer of the biscuit soldiers and sending Cracker flying. Cracker slowly stood up, and the previously broken areas began to heal rapidly. As long as Yamato did not completely destroy the biscuit soldiers, he could recover indefinitely through his ability. In other battlefields, Gu-chun and Alan also encountered their respective enemies. Alan looked at the tall, beautiful woman with brown skin in front of him and felt immense pressure. She had silver wavy long hair, bangs covering her right eye, a white round hood, a yellow scarf, and a pink striped bodysuit, along with gloves. There was a rose tattoo on her right leg, and she wore pink long boots with patterns. Indeed, she was one of the 3 sweet commanders of the big Emoan pirates, Charlotte Leanlean's 14th daughter, Charlotte Smoothie. Fortunately, as a Logia-type user, even if he couldn't win, he could still buy time. Interestingly, their abilities had a somewhat restraining relationship, but they also had many similarities. Smoothie could extract moisture from others using her fruit ability, while Alan could also absorb moisture through salt. However, when faced with water attacks, Alan's body would materialize, allowing him to be attacked even without armament hockey. Meanwhile, Smoothie could continually extract moisture from within her own body to counter Alan. It could be said that this battle was a contest of the application of their fruit abilities. Gu-chun, on the other hand, intercepted Charlotte Oven. Norr was doing his utmost to hold back the high-ranking officers of the big Emoan pirates. Although there were still some other powerful officers around, the current situation was already the limit for Norr and the others. From the beginning, the battle had entered a heated phase, with various powerful moves emerging as Norr's lower-tier pirates did their best to fend off the enemies charging onto the island. Thunder rumbled in the sky as Norr and Charlotte Linlin continued their clash. The battle continued for quite a long time, with Norr constantly clashing with Charlotte Linlin. The fighting was maintained at a level that Norr could control, attracting Charlotte Linlin's attention while allowing him to maintain his state for an extended period. However, as time went on, Charlotte Linlin gradually began to lose her patience. "Little ghost, if you're scared, then just surrender obediently, and I will spare your life." Charlotte Linlin's voice, combined with her expression, was extremely terrifying, but Noel completely ignored her, and another bolt of lightning struck her. Regarding the Revolutionary Army, apart from a few individuals, no one else was aware of it, and Noel wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal it. Once Charlotte Linlin learned about this, she would definitely do everything in her power to end the battle quickly. Thunderstorm. The shadows of fists filled with wind and thunder enveloped Charlotte Linlin. And facing the seemingly harmless attacks, she only blocked a few individual strikes, ignoring the rest entirely. This powerful defense gave Noel quite a headache. His attacks barely affected her, while her strikes caused him serious injuries. No matter how one looked at it, Noel was destined to lose this battle. Now he was relying more on speed and observation to keep dodging Charlotte Linlin. In fact, Noel knew some methods to break through Charlotte Linlin's defenses, like using the nun. However, he was unwilling to do so because if he did, he would be faced with a Charlotte Linlin who was enraged and lost her rationality. Once she fell into that state, even if Kaido came, there wouldn't be much that could be done. What a stubborn little ghost. Since you want to seek death so badly, then die here. After seeing that her repeated attempts to persuade him to surrender were futile, Charlotte Linlin stopped talking. Given her current status, she had already extended an invitation to Noel several times, and even now, she still held onto the idea of making him surrender and submit to her, which was already showing considerable respect. Unfortunately, in Charlotte Linlin's eyes, Noel was somewhat lacking in awareness, continuously refusing her. Of course, this was also greatly related to Noel's strength and potential, which was why Charlotte Linlin was so tolerant. However, this tolerance had now reached its limit, completely exhausting her patience, so she was no longer prepared to hold back. Noel was a threat to the big MOM pirates. Although she was confident in facing any challenge, she also didn't mind eliminating potential threats in advance. Heavenly Fireball. Prometheus spat out a massive fireball towards Noel, while Charlotte Linlin herself did not just stand by. Wielding Napoleon, she unleashed another wave of sword energy. The wide-ranging shockwave and fireball came together. Unless Noel directly fled the battlefield, he would have to face it no matter what. Noel took a deep breath, and his armament hockey became even more intense, with wind and thunder continuously swirling around him. Then, he swung a fist with all his might to meet the shockwave. Boom! A violent storm suddenly appeared, enveloping Noel. And then the fireball collided with the storm, merging together. Noel unleashed his full strength, and the storm grew even more powerful, stalemating with the shockwave. The sound of collisions rang out continuously as Charlotte Linlin seized the opportunity to attack again. She rode on Zeus, charging above Noel, with lightning and flames entwined on Napoleon's blade, leaping down towards Noel. Mama's rush, still controlling the storm. Noel saw Charlotte Linlin charging towards him and narrowed his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he detonated the storm instantly, and the powerful explosion covered both of them. As a result of the explosion, Charlotte Linlin's movements began to slow down. When she cut through the shockwave, she saw that Noel was already prepared. River of the Underworld. A river of wind and thunder surged towards Charlotte Linlin, and as she repeatedly slashed through it with her sword, she charged forward with great force. Once Charlotte Linlin completely severed the river of wind and thunder, the power on her sword had already been exhausted, and she was easily blocked by Noel. Bang! The moment Noel blocked Napoleon, he raised his foot and kicked Charlotte Linlin in the stomach. Charlotte Linlin stood firm, and a shockwave radiated outwards from the two of them, dispersing the surrounding dust. It's really tough. My foot is a bit numb. Noel felt the numbness in his foot, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. After all, he was covered in armament hockey, yet such a kick seemed to leave Charlotte Linlin completely unscathed while he felt numb. Ma, little ghost. You still have a long way to go. Charlotte Linlin laughed arrogantly, then raised her sword again to slash downwards. Noel quickly retreated, and then the lightning erupting around him enveloped his form, making it impossible for Charlotte Linlin to see him. Heavenly thunder. This time, Noel no longer held back. Massive pillars of lightning fell from the sky, continuously striking Charlotte Linlin. The thunder he unleashed with all his might could only serve as a distraction. He still needed more power to injure her. Wagwa. In the midst of the lightning, Charlotte Linlin unleashed a wave of sword energy, dispersing the surrounding thunder while launching it towards Noel. Noel could only unleash his powers to defend again, not daring to let his guard down. This battle had reached a stalemate, with both sides' cadres exerting their utmost efforts to kill each other. Unfortunately, at their level, unless other factors came into play, it was unrealistic to resolve the battle in a short time. The fight had continued from morning to dusk, and then from dusk to late night. This time, Neither the cadres nor the lower-level pirates had stopped, and even many were exhausted. They gritted their teeth and persevered. This battle was also being closely monitored by other factions. When these people learned that Noel had managed to hold off Charlotte Linlin with his strength, many who didn't know much about him showed shocked expressions. After all, this was Charlotte Linlin. Initially, they thought she was overreacting, but now it seemed that her actions were indeed justified. If Charlotte Linlin had only deployed most of her forces, it would have been completely insufficient, and there was even a possibility of retreating. Some who were aware of Noel's strength couldn't help but sigh. If he could withstand this attack, his name would resonate throughout the sea. With such strength at this age, by the time he reaches peak at 40, who knows how powerful he would become? Charlotte Linlin was also aware of this, which was why she was willing to risk antagonizing Kaido to kill Noel after failing to recruit him. Captain, Brady Noel is currently in a stalemate with the big MOM pirates. It seems he can definitely hold on until we arrive. After reporting this, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence officer looked at Dragon with admiration. However, Dorag did not pay much attention to it. He had already guessed about this matter long ago. If he didn't even have this level of strength, then his coming to find himself was not for an alliance, but for refuge. Knowing this, he decided to continue moving forward at the current pace and instructed the people below to rest well. Tomorrow, after they arrive at Bukelin, a great battle would ensue. The intelligence officer nodded and withdrew, while the Raven beside him looked at Dorag and said, "Can we trust Brady Noel?" The Raven was somewhat worried. Noel finding them this time was indeed too sudden, and he had previously been part of the Navy, having left for some unknown reasons. This point made Noel seem somewhat unsafe in the Raven's eyes. If Noel was a hidden pawn of the Navy, then the Revolutionary Army, which allied with him, would be in a very dangerous situation. Dorag was also aware of what the Raven was worried about. In fact, he had similar concerns. However, the Revolutionary Army was not having an easy time. Various supplies were insufficient, and there were not many channels willing to sell supplies to the Revolutionary Army. Even if there were, the supply volume was far from meeting their needs. Therefore, even if there were some unknown risks associated with Noel, he had to give it a try this time. If it succeeded, then with Noel's strength and identity, the Revolutionary Army's development would see a significant improvement. Thus, in Dorag's view, these risks were bearable. "Don't worry, I've considered this. I will be cautious," Dorag said slowly. The Raven nodded and replied, "In that case, I can relax." Ever since Ivankov was captured, the world government's efforts to hunt them down had intensified. The number of countries they had overthrown in recent years was considerable, and such actions were unbearable to the world government. The days ahead would only become more difficult, so the people below had to be a bit more careful during their operations. Even if the mission failed, it didn't matter. Preserving their lives was the priority. After saying this, Dorag stood up and returned to the cabin to handle various matters. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he had a lot to deal with every day, and even after resting on the deck, there was still much to do. "I had contact with Brady Noel last time. It seems he is still open to cooperation," Mori spoke up. He had previously cooperated with Noel, and although their interactions were limited from Noel's attitude, he did not seem to have any aversion to the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, Mori was very optimistic about forming an alliance with Noel. The Raven nodded, seemingly relieved, and said, "That's good. Maybe I was too worried." Mori's judgment was indeed correct. Noel did not have much animosity towards the Revolutionary Army, although he couldn't be said to admire them. He also did not dislike them. In Noel's view, the actions of the Revolutionary Army were not despicable. Although many people were harmed in battle, ultimately, they were saving the country. However, Noel was not very optimistic about the future of the Revolutionary Army, because a dragon slayer would eventually become a dragon. No one could guarantee that the next king would be good after the current king was overthrown due to tyranny. People change once they hold power, becoming increasingly unfamiliar, ultimately turning into the very people they once despised. However, at present, Noel had no other options. Cooperating with the Revolutionary Army was also a reluctant choice. Fortunately, the actions of the Revolutionary Army seemed just in Noel's eyes, and he was not very resistant to cooperating with them. On Bukelin Island, lightning occasionally illuminated the entire sky, and flames erupted continuously, turning the originally dark island as bright as day, with the sounds of collisions constantly ringing out. Noel's figure flashed by. Fighting against such monsters is really tough. Noel couldn't help but mutter. The battle continued for a day and a night. Due to Charlotte Linlin's impatience, Noel had no choice but to continue fighting along with her pace. As a result, Noel's physical stamina began to deplete rapidly, and he was already starting to pant. The battles of the other few people on the island were also intensifying, with both sides able to maintain a stalemate regardless of whether they held the advantage or disadvantage. Only Guchen's side was in a bad state. Ever since Guchen had a psychological issue last time, he had suffered severe injuries. Although he had been recuperating for more than a week, his physique could not compare to Noel's, so his injuries had not fully healed in these days. Now, facing another battle, this time the enemy was even stronger than the last. Charlotte Oven's heat fruit ability made Guchen sweat profusely, and he suffered multiple burns. After glancing at his injuries, Guchen felt a surge of unwillingness rise in his heart. This was the second time. He had fallen into a disadvantage again. You little brats dare to provoke our big Emoan pirates? This time, you'll be buried here for good. Charlotte Oven sneered. Then a massive heat wave surged towards Guchen, aiming to engulf him. With no choice, Guchen had to leave his original position and struggle to engage with Oven. The others were unaware of Guchen's predicament. Even if they knew, they had no way to provide support. Therefore, the current difficulties needed Guchen to face alone for the time being. Time slowly passed, and the originally dark sky gradually brightened. The sun slowly rose from the east, and at the sight of the sun, Noel and the other cadres felt a sigh of relief in their hearts. They knew that as long as they could hold out for a day, the Revolutionary Army's reinforcements would soon arrive. Captain, we are 6 hours away from Buchanan. Should we speed up? A Revolutionary Army member whispered to Dorag. Our allies have been waiting for a long time. Let's increase our speed. Yes. The battle continued, and under Noel and the others' full efforts, the situation remained stalemated. The lower-level pirates saw their cadres being so formidable, and their morale remained high. Many of them even fantasized about whether they would become the new Sea Emperors after they drove back the big Emoan pirates. After all, with Noel and the other strength, they could become a top power as long as they recruited a batch of subordinates. And those of them who had been following Noel in battle would see their status rise accordingly. Because of these thoughts, the lower-level pirates became even more active in this battle. After dodging Charlotte Lean's attack, Noel glanced at the sun and silently calculated the time. According to the agreement, the Revolutionary Army should be arriving here soon. Once they arrived, it would be time for them to counterattack. However, what Noel did not expect was that the battlefield where Guchen was located had already collapsed. According to reason, with Guchen's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to at least hold off his opponent, if not defeat them. Everyone had not taken Guchen's previous defeat to heart. However, reality was extremely cruel. Guchen was now in a perilous situation under Charlotte Owen's attacks, having no choice but to constantly retreat into the distance. This battle was of great significance for Noel and the others. There could be no mistakes in any aspect before the arrival of the Revolutionary Army. Because of this, Guchen had to give up on fighting to the death and kept fleeing, trying to buy some time with his life. Charlotte Owen, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. Their strength this time was unprecedentedly powerful, and with his mother present, victory was a given. Therefore, his goal was to kill Guchen here. Although Guchen was continuously escaping, to Owen, it was merely a death struggle. Charlotte Owen moved with flashes of high heat. The terrifying temperature seemed to evaporate the air itself. Guchen felt the incredible heat behind him, and his expression became even more ferocious. He didn't have any good solutions to the current situation. He sensed that something was wrong with his body, but he didn't know exactly what. Every time he used his swordsmanship, he felt a sense of detachment, whether it was with one sword or two. In his last battle with Daniel, he had already felt something was off when using his sword techniques. But at that time, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't think too much. Afterward, he was severely injured and had been in recovery mode. This issue with his body was thus delayed. In this battle, Guchen focused on experiencing the situation from earlier, and he was horrified to realize that it was not an illusion, but real. The swordsmanship he had learned since childhood felt so strange now, as if he were a beginner. The sword techniques he executed were merely forms without essence. As a pure swordsman, all of his strength lay in his swordsmanship, and when his swordsmanship had problems, it could be said that he was finished. He managed to hold on until now purely by relying on his physical strength and dominance. However, his stamina was nearly exhausted, and he had fallen into a desperate situation. Ha! Guchen gasped for breath, his eyes becoming somewhat hazy. In the high-temperature environment, his already severely depleted stamina was worsened, and Charlotte Owen maintained a certain distance to prevent him from counterattacking and turning the tide. It could be said that Charlotte Owen had blocked any last chance of failure. The two were chasing and fleeing, and under the route where Guchen could move. His situation was not known to the others. It wasn't until they approached Elvis's battlefield that this situation was discovered by the two present. Hey, hey, hey. It seems your companion is about to be done for, Charlotte Perispero said coldly, looking at the fleeing Gu-chun and the unharmed Charlotte Owen behind him. Chapter 256, Desperate Situation, combined. Elvis's expression became very ugly. He didn't have time to think about why Gu-chun had been defeated so quickly and so miserably, and he hurriedly tried to rush over to provide support. But how could Perispero easily let Elvis through? A wall made of candy blocked Elvis's path. I can't let you pass easily. Perispero licked the lollipop in his hand and said mockingly. Due to Gu-chun's unexpected situation, the battle between Elvis and Perispero, which was originally evenly matched, had now become unbalanced. As long as Perispero waited for Charlotte Owen to kill Gu-chun, the two could then work together to deal with Elvis. At that point, this battle could basically be declared over. Elvis also understood the current situation, and it might even be worse than he thought. Looking at Gu-chun's condition, he knew he couldn't hold on much longer. Regardless of whether he could save Gu-chun, he would have to face two opponents alone. However, no matter what, Elvis could not just watch his companion be slaughtered by the enemy. He began to unleash his power. Elvis radiated a sharp aura, stronger than when he had fought Perispero before. Iedo, Aurora Flash. A flash of Aurora passed, instantly slicing through the candy wall in front of him. Elvis surged forward towards Gu-chun with the momentum. Countless syrups spread out, trying to trap Elvis here. But the originally hard candy appeared very fragile under Elvis's strike. Damn, so he was still holding back his strength. Perispero's expression turned ugly. In the previous battle, Elvis's blade had not been this sharp. On Gu-chun's side, his eyes hazy, he gradually recognized who was approaching as Elvis neared. When he saw Elvis breaking through Perispero's encirclement to rescue him, his heart was filled with various emotions: unwillingness, shame, apology, and determination. Gu-chun knew his situation was dire. If Elvis insisted on rescuing him, then with him as a burden, the battle would become even more difficult. If he died here, although he would still face the siege, without his burden, Elvis's strength would likely be enough to hold on until reinforcements arrived. Thinking of this, Gu-chun suddenly stopped running, turned around, and slowly drew his sword. Oh, not running anymore? It seems you don't want to burden your companion, Charlotte Owen said with a cold smile. He was well aware of Gu-chun's actions. But in his view, whether Gu-chun existed or not, Elvis was facing a dead end this time. The only difference was how much effort it would take. This time, their big MOM Pirates large-scale attack aimed to eliminate Brady Noel and all his subordinates. Therefore, regardless of the situation, they had to achieve this goal. Gu-chun run. Seeing Gu-chun stop, Elvis became even more anxious, and his speed increased. But Gu-chun seemed not to hear Elvis's shout, his eyes fixed on Charlotte Owen, and his previously chaotic thoughts suddenly calmed down. It seems my journey ends here. A faint smile appeared on Gu-chun's lips, and he suddenly became much more at ease. Everything he had pursued, along with the justice in his heart, was all put aside at this moment. After all, since he was going to die, there was no point in thinking about those things. What remained in his heart at this moment was only a deep sense of apology. I'm sorry, everyone. I have to take my leave first, Gu-chun silently thought. Then his entire aura began to surge. He wanted to inflict some damage on Charlotte Owen at the cost of his own life, making the battle afterward much easier for Elvis. Gu-chun, Elvis roared again. Chapter 256, A Deadly Situation 2-in-1. At this moment, he was very close to Gu-chun. As long as Gu-chun delayed for a little longer, he would arrive in time. At that moment, Gu-chun suddenly realized with amazement that the barrier he had felt when using his swordsmanship had disappeared, and his own swordsmanship had returned. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. Gu-chun smiled wryly. He had already exhausted all his physical strength, and even though his power had recovered, his condition did not allow him to continue fighting. Let me make one last contribution, he thought. Although I always cause trouble for everyone, I hope they won't blame me. Then, Gu-chun took his stance, gripping the handles of two swords, took a deep breath, and vanished from his spot. Rest Gate, Hidden Dragon Swim, Split Water. Gu-chun charged towards Owen at an incredible speed. The airflow generated during his sprint gradually morphing into a blue dragon. Under Gu-chun's full-speed charge, Charlotte Owen was momentarily caught off guard. When Gu-chun reached right in front of him, Owen hurriedly attempted to block, his body erupting with intense heat, and his haki enveloped him. Gu-chun's figure flashed past, and Charlotte Owen stood there in a daze. As Gu-chun's sword slowly returned to its sheath, two massive, crossed wounds suddenly exploded on Owen's body. Blood instantly sprayed into the sky, only to be evaporated by the surrounding high temperature. Charlotte Owen's eyes were momentarily dazed, and after staggering a couple of times, he steadied himself. Ha. Owen gasped for breath. Guchen's last sword strike had made him feel the threat of death. If he hadn't acted quickly at a crucial moment, that sword would have been enough to cut him in two. Owen never expected that Guchen, whom he had been suppressing the whole time, possessed such formidable strength. If he had unleashed this power from the beginning, both sides might still be in a fierce battle, rather than forcing him into a desperate situation. Unfortunately, it was still a bit short. Guchen felt a bit disappointed just now. He thought he might be able to slay Charlotte Owen in one strike, but at the critical moment, Owen had reacted, leaving only 2 wounds. But that's fine. This will make things easier for Elvis. Guchen slowly collapsed to the ground, his consciousness beginning to fade. That last strike had consumed his final bit of strength. He was no longer a threat, and if Owen made a move, he could easily be killed. After catching his breath, Owen noticed Guchen's condition, his heart tightening as the temperature around him rose sharply, and he rushed towards Guchen. After being slashed once, Owen no longer wanted to prolong the fight. He couldn't be sure if Guchen would stand up again and give him another strike. It was already very difficult to block one. If there was another, he might die here. Owen's fist was enveloped in extreme heat. The air began to distort, and he jumped high, then struck down hard towards Guchen. Guchen slowly closed his eyes, preparing to meet his death. Bang! A muffled sound occurred, and Guchen realized he felt no pain. He quickly opened his eyes to find Elvis, panting, standing in front of him. Fortunately, Guchen's earlier burst had heavily wounded Owen, and the shadow of that strike made Owen pause momentarily. Otherwise, with Elvis's speed, he might have only been able to watch as Guchen died here. Guchen wanted to say something, but he was too exhausted to even speak. After seeing his killing blow blocked, Owen disregarded everything and continued to launch fierce attacks at Guchen. Elvis was also in poor condition at this moment. To save Guchen, he had unleashed all his strength and rushed over at high speed. During the process, Perospero's interference had caused him a lot of trouble, and he had several wounds on his body that were continuously bleeding. He was gasping for breath, and faced with Owen's onslaught, Elvis could only grit his teeth and do his best to block. Bang! After several collisions, Owen seized an opportunity and punched both Elvis and Guchen away simultaneously. A fist mark remained on Elvis, continuously emitting smoke. Even with the defense of Haki, it did not completely block the attack. At that moment, Perospero also rushed over. Everything had happened too quickly for him to do anything but watch from a distance. Owen, are you all right? Perospero asked, glancing at Owen's injuries. Owen shook his head, his face looking somewhat grim. It's fine. Let's kill these two first to avoid any long-term troubles. The worst-case scenario had already occurred. Elvis had to face the combined attack of both Perospero and Owen, with Guchen unable to move behind him. It seemed he had a fight to the death. Elvis muttered to himself, no matter how well a plan is made, it can never keep up with the changes. In the end, he had to fight desperately to get through this. Come on, if you want to kill us, let's see if you two have the strength to do so. Elvis said solemnly, his aura continuously rising. Chapter 256, A Deadly Situation, 2-in-1, Chapter 257, Elvis's fury watching the powerful aura emanating from Elvis. Perospero and Owen exchanged glances before both launched their abilities towards Elvis. The current situation held a tremendous advantage for them. As long as the two were careful, there was no reason they would lose. The only thing to be cautious about was Elvis's potential desperate counterattack, under the cost of his life. They could very well be taken down by him. The massive wave of candy combined with the terrifying heat gradually caused the candies to boil. Elvis, carrying Guchen, jumped back forcefully, then began to move continuously. To be honest, the combination of Perospero and Owen's abilities was not very good. Perospero's ability was particularly vulnerable to high temperatures. The candies he created would melt when exposed to high heat. However, this was not a choice they could make. So Perospero had no choice but to actively cooperate with Owen. Although the heated candies could not take shape, the scalding syrup still held great power. If Elvis accidentally fell into that surging syrup, he would probably lose his fighting ability within seconds. That boiling syrup was like an alternative lava. Just touching it would cause blisters. Elvis, carrying Guchen, kept moving, hoping to find a safe place to set Guchen down. Meanwhile, Perospero did not want to miss such a great opportunity. The two of them continuously activated their fruit abilities, hoping to take down Elvis in one fell swoop. The two sides began a new round of chase and escape. With Guchen's burden, Elvis was unable to completely shake off the two, and for a time, he found himself in a perilous situation. Just as Elvis was pondering how to break the deadlock, he suddenly heard the sounds of collisions from a distance. His expression stiffened. and he quickly activated his observation haki to sense the situation. Through his perception, he discovered that Yamato was fighting against Cracker in the distance. Cracker was continually producing biscuit soldiers to battle Yamato, while Yamato's freezing abilities were constantly eroding the biscuit soldiers. The battle between the two sides remained at a stalemate. As long as neither side exhausted their stamina, the fight could continue indefinitely. Elvis glanced at Perospero, who was following closely behind him, and began to calculate in his mind. If he wanted to temporarily shake off the two of them, he needed to rely on some external force, which was precisely Yamato. However, this approach carried significant risks and could potentially put Yamato in a dire situation. But when Elvis turned to look at the unconscious Gu-chan, he made up his mind. Although he felt somewhat guilty towards Yamato, he believed that she wouldn't blame him once she learned the truth. Subsequently, Elvis quickened his pace and dashed towards the battlefield where Yamato was engaged. Upon seeing Elvis's actions, Perospero and the others sensed something was off and also used observation haki to detect the distant battle. Looks like that guy is going to find his companions, Perospero said calmly, showing little reaction to Elvis's actions. The situation had become somewhat unbalanced. Elvis seeking help from his companions would only provide a temporary fix. As time went on, this imbalance would gradually worsen, ultimately overwhelming the group. It doesn't matter. No matter who he goes to find, this battle will be won by us, Owen said with a cold smile, also not overly concerned about Elvis's actions. When Elvis approached the battlefield where Yamato was located, he instantly drew the attention of both distant figures. Yamato's face lit up with joy at the sight of Elvis, thinking he had come to support her. In contrast, Cracker's expression darkened. However, upon a closer look, they noticed a figure behind Elvis, and the silhouettes of Perospero and Owen chasing after him gradually became clearer. Chapter 257, Elvis's Fury, combined. The expressions of both sides flipped in an instant. Yamato, hold them off for a moment. I'll take care of Gu-chan and be right back, Elvis said hurriedly as he passed by Yamato, then ran towards the distance. It was then that Yamato noticed that Elvis was carrying Gu-chan on his back. She tightly gripped her weapon, the kanabo, and solemnly murmured, "Leave it to me." Yamato stepped in front of Perospero and Owen, who halted their steps to regroup with Cracker. Since this woman is blocking our way, let's deal with her first, Perospero coldly suggested. The other two had no objections. After all, they intended to eliminate Norr and the others, so it didn't matter who they killed first. The one called Elvis was continuously fleeing, and catching up would indeed require some effort. Since this woman wouldn't run, they might as well take her down first. With their combined strength, she wouldn't be able to withstand them. Yamato's expression grew serious as she assessed the two figures besides Cracker from a distance, feeling the pressure increase significantly. Those were Charlotte Perospero and Charlotte Owen, both high-ranking officers of the big MOM Pirates and Corps members. Each of them was formidable, and while Yamato felt she could defeat them one-on-one, she needed to be cautious against a group attack. Perospero and the others did not wish to delay any longer. After quickly agreeing on a plan, they launched their devil fruit abilities at Yamato. Cracker also produced more biscuit soldiers to encircle the battlefield and prevent Yamato from escaping. Boom! Yamato unleashed her Conqueror's haki without hesitation. The powerful haki swept over, continuously suppressing the three in the distance, and then Yamato charged forward with her kanabo raised. Choosing to take the initiative against the encirclement, Yamato aimed to strike before they could fully prepare, avoiding a more troublesome situation. No samurai ice fawn. A cold breath instantly froze the surging syrup, which then collided with a wave of heat. The clash of cold and heat created a violent explosion, shattering the frozen syrup into pieces. Boom! Ignoring the explosion's impact, Yamato charged towards Perospero. Thunderbawa. The kanabo, wrapped in lightning, swung at high speed, startling Perospero with its overwhelming power. After narrowly dodging the attack, he was shocked to find the kanabo swinging back at him again. Bang! Perospero was sent flying by the kanabo, and Owen seized the opportunity to throw a punch at Yamato. The biscuit soldiers raised their swords high, their blades spinning as they aimed at Yamato. Roll, pretzel. Attacks came from both sides in an instant, and Yamato appeared momentarily caught off guard, getting hit by the two attacks. Boom! Countless ice shards flew, and Yamato vanished from her original position, leaving a substitute to absorb the powerful onslaught from the two. Yamato continued charging towards Perospero. Although her devil fruit abilities weren't as effective against him as fire, the frozen candy would become quite brittle, achieving a similar effect of restraint. Thus, Yamato aimed to severely injure Perospero first, making the battle much easier. However, Perospero was no pushover to be easily subdued. Having just been knocked away by Yamato, he was already filled with rage. This time, he swung the candy in his hand, coating it with armament haki, and collided with the incoming Kanabo. Boom! A shockwave erupted from beneath their feet, sending surrounding sand and stones flying. Chapter 257. Elvis's Fury combined. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Owen and Cracker rejoined, surrounding Yamato and launching continuous attacks. Although Yamato had a good strategy, it was not successfully executed. Being surrounded, she found herself in a predicament just as the battle began. As brothers who had fought countless battles together, the synergy between Perospero, Owen, and Cracker was extremely high. The moment they encircled Yamato, she was already in a dangerous situation. While Yamato's individual strength might be stronger among them, as long as she wasn't on the level of a monster, she could only be passively suppressed. Meanwhile, Elvis, who had taken Guchin away, hurried back after discreetly placing him in a more concealed location. Elvis moved very quickly, his expression filled with urgency. He knew that Deha was definitely no match for the three-man assault. If he delayed for even a second, Deha would be in more danger. Elvis unleashed his speed like a madman, charging forward like an arrow. When he returned to the battlefield, he found that Deha was in a relatively good condition. Although he had several wounds on his body, they were not too severe. After letting out a sigh of relief, Elvis rushed forward again. Back already? You're quite fast, Perospero said, his expression shifting when he saw Elvis. They had not expected Deha's strength. Despite facing their three-man attack, he had managed to hold on until Elvis returned. A sword aura shot up into the sky and slashed toward the three of them, while Krija swung his sword to block it. Taking advantage of the opening created by Krija's defense, Deha instantly jumped out of the encirclement of the three. Elvis reached Deha's side, looking at the wounds on him with a guilty expression. Are you okay? He asked, his eyes fixed on the three in the distance. Deha shook his head slightly. Although the recent assault had been perilous, he could still manage to hold on for a while longer. Anger surged within Elvis. These guys had injured his companion, and Guchan was in life-threatening danger. I'll handle Perospero and Owen, and you take care of Krija, Deha, Elvis said coldly. Although this choice was not the best, he still hoped to defeat those two with his strength. Deha observed Elvis's expression and silently nodded, not voicing any objections. Without Guchan weighing them down, the situation improved significantly. While they were still short one person, Elvis and Deha were far from powerless. Elvis assumed a stance for drawing the sword and began to gather energy, then quickly charged toward Perospero. Countless sword auras flew out, like meteors streaking across the sky, with an illusory giant dragon roaring behind the meteor trail. Heavenly meteor flash. Elvis slashed toward Perospero, whose expression turned grim. Why did these people always target him as the main focus? Did they see him as an easy target? Layers of candy walls appeared in front of Elvis, and syrup surged on the ground, attempting to wrap around him. The sword light flashed, instantly cutting through the candy wall, while the surging syrup also lunged at Elvis. Swish! The sword light kept appearing, and the hard candy before Elvis shattered like cotton candy. At that moment, Charlotte Owen's figure flashed past, actively confronting Elvis. Elvis swiftly switched targets, slashing at Owen with his sword. Bang! After the fist and blade collided, Elvis stabilized his stance and charged forward again. Terrifying heat erupted, trying to engulf the entire battlefield. Deha, witnessing this from a distance, continuously released cold air, causing the temperature on the battlefield to fluctuate wildly, ultimately resulting in a standoff. The area near Owen was terrifyingly hot, while the temperature near Deha was astonishingly low. In such extreme conditions, ordinary people would find it terrifyingly difficult to survive, let alone fight. With Owen and Elvis entangled, Perospero also had the opportunity to unleash his fruit abilities against Elvis. Boiling syrup kept appearing, trying to envelop Elvis. Owen, having eaten the heat fruit, was not afraid of this heat, allowing Perospero to attack without restraint. With Perospero's presence, Elvis momentarily found himself at a disadvantage. He could stall for time if necessary, but the anger in his heart and the injuries on his companions made him unwilling to prolong the fight any longer. Even if I get seriously injured or die, I won't let you have it easy, Elvis muttered to himself. Drawing technique, Aurora Flash. A brilliant figure swiftly cut through the air, resembling a streak of aurora heading for Owen's body. Owen's pupils constricted as he hurriedly covered himself with armament haki. A crisp sound rang out as Elvis appeared, and Owen felt blood on his hand when he raised it. Without waiting for the two to recover from their surprise, Elvis charged at Perospero again, raising his sword high. You two die. Elvis erupted with a massive amount of sword auras, forming a sword aura domain that instantly enveloped Perospero and Owen. At the moment the domain formed, countless sword lights attacked from all directions, each one containing immense power. The battle had just begun, and Elvis unleashed his full strength, fighting desperately. He aimed to take down one enemy quickly, leaving the remaining one to deal with later, even if it meant a prolonged struggle. Elvis began to swing his sword, each strike leaving a larger sword mark. The two within the domain felt an immense danger as their pupils shrank to pinpoints, and their observation haki reached its peak. Facing the countless sword auras, they did not dare underestimate them and continuously defended. When a particularly massive sword mark came slashing down, they realized they could not withstand Elvis's full force and prepared to retreat. Of course, Elvis would not let such a good opportunity slip by and charged at Owen. Owen, having already been attacked by Guqian in the previous battle, was in a worse state than Perospero, so Elvis targeted him. Seeing Elvis rushing toward him, Owen's expression turned grim. He knew he was being treated like an easy target. Heat wave punch. Owen heated his fists and the surrounding air, creating a gust of hot wind that wrapped around his fist and struck at the sword mark. The terrifying high-temperature airflow collided with the sword aura and, after a brief stalemate, was continuously sliced apart, continuing to rush toward Owen. Owen did not dare to relax, using his left hand to wield his Naginata, enveloped in armament haki, to clash against the sword aura. Bang! Thanks to Owen's burst of power, he successfully blocked Elvis's attack, but before he could catch his breath, he was horrified to find Elvis already in front of him. Elvis looked coldly at Owen as countless small sword auras continuously assaulted Owen's body. Then, Elvis swung his sword again, unleashing another terrifying sword aura that sliced toward Owen at high speed. At that moment, a thick wall of candy suddenly appeared in front of Owen, radiating a pitch-black glow, which was a manifestation of the armament haki wrapped around it. The sword energy was blocked by the candy wall, and Owen quickly took the opportunity to retreat to the side. Just as Elvis wanted to advance again, Perospero's figure appeared behind him, and several candy shells came crashing toward him. Left with no choice, Elvis could only let Owen go and dodge this attack himself. Once Owen and Perospero regrouped, Owen's eyes showed some uncertainty as he said, "This guy's strength is really strong. I almost fell into his hands just now." Perospero's expression was also very serious as he carefully observed Elvis's situation. Elvis's earlier outburst not only shocked Owen, but also surprised him. If Elvis had launched such an attack earlier in the battle, he might have been severely injured. It's okay. This move comes at a great cost to him as well. Look, his breath is already becoming unstable, Perospero said, looking at the sweating Elvis and confirming that Elvis's current state wouldn't last much longer, which eased some of the pressure in his heart. At this moment, Elvis was panting heavily, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. This move was still somewhat difficult for him to bear. Although he could move after the outburst, he couldn't sustain it for too long, or he would be in danger of losing his life. Time was pressing, and Elvis didn't want to waste it, so he charged toward the two again. Elvis swung his blade twice in quick succession, with two sword energies rapidly attacking. Following the sword energies, a dragon shadow appeared behind him, letting out a roar. Sword dragon shadow flash. The two sword energies collided with the two, and the tremendous force left them momentarily unable to attend to Elvis. When Elvis charged toward Owen, it seemed as if the dragon's shadow collided with Owen. Slashing sounds echoed as the blade cut through flesh, leaving a deep wound on Owen's body. Just as Elvis prepared to attack again, Perospero had dealt with the sword energy in front of him, providing support for Owen. Rain of destruction. Perospero formed a bout of candy and took out countless arrows. They fell like rain toward Elvis. Sensing the threat, Elvis had to change his position and swung his blade, as the sword energy collided with the rain of arrows again, giving Owen the chance to swing his Naginata. The Naginata was wrapped in a terrifying airflow, sending waves of heat toward Elvis. Ignoring his own injury, Owen aimed to directly slay Elvis. The countless sword energies in the area were shattered by the heat waves surrounding Owen. Bang! Elvis barely managed to block with his blade before being sent flying by Owen's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Perospero and Owen began to relentlessly attack, aiming to suppress Elvis to death. Elvis's condition began to deteriorate rapidly, his stamina almost exhausted with the passage of time. As Elvis pondered how to break the deadlock, he helplessly realized that, given his current state, it was still too difficult to defeat the two before him. Owen, be careful of this guy's outburst. Let's just keep this up and continuously suppress him, Perospero said to Owen after firing another rain of arrows. After all, Elvis's earlier outburst was terrifying, and Owen's current condition wasn't great either. If they were careless, Elvis could find an opportunity. I understand. Owen nodded and swung his Naginata, unleashing a sword energy filled with heat. For a moment, Elvis managed to keep pace with the two, but he knew he couldn't hold out much longer. If he were to be defeated, the situation on Yamato's side would become dangerous. Gritting his teeth, Elvis blocked the attacks from the two and charged forward again. Perospero's and Owen's eyes sharpened, and a marsh of syrup formed to trap Elvis. As soon as the syrup appeared, it was cut through by the sword energy, and Elvis charged toward the two again. Sword determination of the world. The area enveloping the three suddenly brightened, and Elvis's momentum surged again. The sharp sword intent seeming to slice through the entire world. Faced with Elvis's outburst, the two knew it was the final strike. They just needed to withstand it, and the battle would be over. Candy armor. Perospero first condensed 2 candy walls in front of them, and then covered himself with candy to form armor. The area grew brighter. When everyone could barely keep their eyes open, it suddenly dimmed, as if the previous light was an illusion. Then, Elvis's face turned pale. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he charged toward Owen. The candy wall seemed to no longer exist. As Elvis dashed past, the wall shattered instantly. Owen's pupils contracted. He knew this guy would definitely come for him. Heat wave. A terrifying airflow formed around Owen, trying to force Elvis back. However, given the current situation, how could Elvis possibly retreat? With a gentle wave, Elvis sliced through the airflow, continuing to charge forward along the path he had cleared. The flash of the blade passed by, and Elvis darted past Owen. The dim area shattered instantly, and it seemed everyone heard the sound of glass breaking in their hearts. Crack! Elvis knelt on the ground, sweat streaming down his face, his aura becoming extremely weak. Meanwhile, Owen's eyes rolled back. A deep wound threatening to cleave him in two appeared on his body. If it weren't for Perospero's candy arriving just in time, Owen would have been dead on the spot. However, with such serious injuries, Owen no longer had the strength to fight back, and Elvis's plan succeeded. Seeing the two in such poor condition, Perospero didn't want to miss this opportunity and unleashed countless arrows toward Elvis. In his current state, Elvis could only grit his teeth and block against the rain of arrows. Clang, clang, clang. The blade continuously deflected the arrows, but given the situation, Elvis could only protect vital areas, leaving other parts pierced by the arrows. Elvis momentarily knelt on the ground. This scene was also witnessed from afar by Yamato, and when she saw Elvis being pierced by the rain of arrows, her eyes turned red. The Conqueror's haki surged. The immense pressure combined with her fierce expression even intimidated Kurizumi. Elvis! Yamato rushed toward Perospero with her kanabo at high speed. Naturally, Kurizumi wouldn't let Yamato through, blocking her with his sword. Get out of my way. Yamato's powerful strike instantly shattered the cookie soldier blocking her way, and then she charged forward with incredible speed again. Kuriya controlled the cookie soldiers, continuously blocking in front of Yamato. Even though one hit from Yamato could destroy the cookie soldiers, her speed began to gradually decline. In the distance, Perospero, after successfully landing a hit, did not want to prolong the battle. The syrupy swamp started to spread, aiming to completely envelop Elvis. Elvis, gasping for breath, looked at the encroaching syrup and struggled to get up to escape, only to be covered by a rain of arrows once more, ultimately collapsing to the ground without a sound. At this moment, Yamato broke through the encirclement of the cookie soldiers and, seeing Elvis now silent, froze in place. Then, noticing the syrup continuing to spread, Yamato exhaled a breath that instantly froze the syrup and charged forward again. Yamato reached Elvis's side, looking at him in a severe state of injury and unconsciousness, momentarily panicking, shaking Elvis's body while shouting, "Elvis, wake up! Don't die!" Elvis's body continued to bleed without any sign of movement. At that moment, another rain of arrows came, which Yamato shattered with her spiked club. "You die!" Yamato angrily glared at Perospero, the very person who had beaten Elvis to this state. Unable to control her fury, she charged at Perospero. Bang! Yamato's rage made her attack even more ferocious. In an instant, she shattered the candy blocking Perospero and then delivered a thunderous strike directly to him. Perospero was sent flying. Not expecting Yamato's attack to be so powerful, his defense crumbled like paper before her onslaught. Just as Yamato was preparing to continue her assault, Kuriya arrived. Since Elvis was still there, Yamato hesitated to make any other moves and instead turned to strike at Kuriya. The battle resumed. This time, the fight centered around Elvis. with Yamato constantly defending his side and launching attacks at the two. Perospero and Kuria remained cautious, circling around Yamato. They realized that Yamato was in a state of rage, and a direct confrontation would only disadvantage them. However, Yamato's current state couldn't last long. Every strike consumed her full strength, and she would soon exhaust herself, at which point they would have an easier time. Perospero was also quite cunning, as every attack he made was area-based. If Yamato left her position, Elvis would suffer a heavy blow. Thus, the battle began to stalemate. Despite Yamato's anger, she could not inflict effective damage on them. Gradually, as time passed, Yamato's speed began to decline, and the power behind her attacks was not as formidable as at the beginning. The corners of both of their mouths revealed faint smirks. They only needed to stall a little longer for this battle to come to a complete end. No samurai ice fawn. A cold breath sprayed towards the syrup, and then Yamato swung her club at the cookie soldier. The cookie soldier, which had previously shattered with one hit, did not break this time, catching Kuria's attention, who quickly manipulated the other cookie soldiers to surround Yamato. Meanwhile, Perospero once again unleashed a rain of arrows to cover the two. Elvis. Yamato's eyes widened as she tried to return to Elvis's side, but the cookie soldiers surrounding her blocked her path. Just as Yamato was in despair, a shadow appeared, swiftly carrying Elvis away, followed by countless arrows raining down on the spot where Elvis had just been lying. That was close, I almost didn't make it. A bald man with a beak-shaped megaphone and dressed in a black coat held Elvis. Who are you? Perospero narrowed his eyes at the sudden appearance of this person, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar but couldn't recall who he was. Upon seeing Elvis being rescued, Yamato let out a sigh of relief, and then, after shattering the cookie soldier, ran over. Thank you so much, you really helped a lot, Yamato said with a cheerful smile. Perospero, after pondering seriously, suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, Revolutionary Army? Chapter 259. Agnomy. Perospero's heart sank. The appearance of the Revolutionary Army filled him with a very bad premonition. After all, the Revolutionary Army wouldn't show up here without reason, especially since a major battle was erupting and the big MOM pirates had begun mobilizing their personnel long ago. Now the whole world knew the aim of the big MOM pirates, and the Revolutionary Army showing up at this time meant that there were developments they were unaware of. Revolutionary Army, what are you doing here? Perospero asked in a deep voice. Although he already had a bad feeling in his heart, he still held onto a glimmer of hope that these people were just passing through. This is our leader's command. I'm just a person executing orders, the crow said leisurely. Although the crow did not directly answer the question, his words made Perospero realize that their appearance was not a coincidence, but a premeditated plan. Do you, Revolutionary Army, want to completely go to war with us, the big MOM pirates? Anger flickered in Perospero's eyes. They were determined to succeed in this operation. Even her mother had mobilized, so they could only succeed and not fail. With so much force deployed, if they ultimately returned empty-handed, the wrath of their mother was something they did not wish to bear. Going to war with the big MOM pirates? That's not up to you to decide. It depends on how they feel about it, the crow said, looking towards the battlefield of Norr and Charlotte Linlin. Perospero suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in shock as he looked into the distance. Has Monkey D. Dragon also come? Perospero murmured. Meanwhile, as Norr continued to entangle with Charlotte Linlin, a sudden gust of wind swept in, a storm not controlled by Norr. Realizing that his reinforcements had arrived, Norr smirked lightly and lazily said, It looks like your operation is about to fail. That's not something the famous Brady Norr would say. A man in a green cloak slowly walked towards them. Charlotte Linlin felt somewhat annoyed by the sudden interloper. Her eyes were fierce, and her face twisted in anger as she roared. Who are you? The figure approached Norr and then removed his hat, revealing his face. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes. At this moment, she recognized the identity of this person. Monkey D. Dragon? Why are you here? Charlotte Linlin's gaze darted back and forth between Norr and Dragon, surprised that the person who had come was Dragon himself. At first, she believed that Noel must have someone supporting him to dare to station in Buchanan. She thought it might be the Navy or Kaido, but she never expected that the person who came here was Dragon. Well, the Revolutionary Army is actually getting involved in the pirates' battle? Aren't you busy with your own affairs? Are you here to provoke me? Charlotte Linlin's gaze finally landed on Dragon. With the appearance of the Revolutionary Army in this operation, she no longer wanted to continue the fight, but before retreating, she hoped to learn some answers through dialogue. Maybe it's because of certain matters, who knows? However, your actions this time will probably come to nothing, Dragon replied somewhat ambiguously to Charlotte Linlin's question. Do you think you two alone could defeat me? As soon as Charlotte Lean's words fell, she swung Napoleon in her hand again. A wave of sword energy surged forth, instantly enveloping Noel and Dragon. Just as Noel was about to take action, the winds began to rage, and countless blades of wind collided with the sword energy wave, ultimately resulting in a huge explosion that extinguished both sides' attacks. Well, not bad, but it's far from enough to make me retreat. Charlotte Lin no longer held back, unleashing her full power, with flames and thunder entwining around the blade in her hand. Like cannon, the top of the sword pierced through the lightning, forming an energy ring. Swinging the sword, the energy ring fired a beam of high-density laser, which flashed and instantly struck between Noel and Dragon. The intense explosion forced both of them to retreat, and then Noel and Dragon began their counterattacks. Wind and thunder instantly filled the entire space, and under Noel's conscious manipulation, countless wind blades and bolts of lightning continuously bombarded Charlotte Lin. Charlotte Lin was not to be outdone. Zeus beneath her feet and Prometheus in her hand erupted with thunder and flames. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with various elemental attacks, as attacks rained down, causing violent explosions. With Dragon's appearance this time, Charlotte Lin completely unleashed her full power, with black thunder wrapping around the giant sword in her hand, a manifestation of her conqueror's haki. Charlotte Lin charged at Noel, swinging her sword at incredible speed. Faced with the threat from the blade, Noel did not dare to be careless and quickly manipulated the storm to evade the attack. Subsequently, a large number of wind blades appeared again. Although Noel did not know what Dragon's fruit ability was, he could confirm one thing: Dragon could also manipulate storms. The two of them worked together at this moment, achieving an effect greater than the sum of their parts. The storm seemed to tear through space, constantly swirling around Charlotte Lin. This storm could not only attack Charlotte Lin, but also restrain her in various ways. For a moment, Charlotte Lin's speed and attacks were greatly affected. Even when she unleashed her abilities, the effect was quite poor. Faced with such a predicament, Charlotte Lin became increasingly furious. She was the Empress of the Sea, one of the most powerful people in the world, and today she was being suppressed by these two before her. In her view, this was unforgivable. Charlotte Lin suddenly commanded Zeus to land on the ground, then plunged Napoleon into the earth. Seeing Charlotte Lin's strange actions, Noel, though unsure of her intentions, sensed it wasn't anything good. Divine Thunderbreak. Noel, wrapped in the power of wind and thunder, suddenly appeared in front of Charlotte Lin as if teleporting, then punched her. Bang! Noel's fist was firmly grasped by Charlotte Lin, who revealed a terrifying smile. Kid, go die. Having seized Noel, Charlotte Lin did not want to let go of such a good opportunity. Her fist, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, slammed towards Noel. Noel hurriedly covered himself with armament haki, then threw a punch with his left hand. The two fists collided, and in an instant, Noel's expression changed, and he was sent flying. Even with armament haki, the impact of that punch was unbearable, and after landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Noel felt a sense of shock. Although he had been engaged in combat with Charlotte Lin, they had not had many direct collisions. However, he did not expect Charlotte Lin's punches to be so heavy. He was a mythical Zoan-type user, and the Thunder Bear was also among the stronger branches of mythical Zoan. Yet, he was still violently knocked away by Charlotte Lin. What a monster! Noel had to admit Charlotte Lin's strength. If there were to be a genius in the world of One Piece, in Noel's eyes, Charlotte Lin would undoubtedly rank first. Kaido and the others had all started to show their talents around the age of 13. But Charlotte Lin exhibited astonishing destructive power at just 5 years old. It could be said that even without the soul fruit, relying solely on her physical abilities, she would eventually become one of the top fighters in the world. After Noel was sent flying, Charlotte Lin did not advance to attack again, but instead extended her hands to take control of the raging storm. Suddenly, both Noel and Dragon's expressions changed. In their perception, the once obedient wind became unstable. Agnemian, come out! Charlotte Lin roared, and the storm that had been attacking her suddenly changed, as if it had gained life, swirling around her. Then the storm suddenly opened its eyes and said, "Thank you, Mommy. All right, don't let those pesky winds bother me anymore." After issuing her command, Charlotte Lin picked up her giant blade again and charged forward on Zeus. With the appearance of Agnemian, the winds that had been hindering her disappeared. Though Agnemian had just been born, it displayed terrifying abilities in an instant. Agnemian continuously clashed with Noel and Dragon, and when the storm reached Charlotte Lin's side, it was assimilated by Agnemian. Noel and Dragon's faces darkened, not expecting Charlotte Linlin to have such a trump card. Well, let me see what other abilities you have. If that's all you've got, then I'll just kill you both here today. Charlotte Linlin, standing on Zeus, wielding Prometheus in her left hand and Napoleon in her right, was constantly surrounded by Agnemian, just as she charged towards Noel, preparing to attack him. Dorag stepped forward and blocked Charlotte Lingling's path. After they exchanged blows, the two began to grapple with each other. Seeing this, Noel also moved in to provide support, and once again, a fierce battle erupted among the three of them. In the clash of their abilities and dominance, the entire battlefield became a no-man's land. Not to mention ordinary people, even the cadres from both sides couldn't step into this area. Otherwise, they would face great danger to their lives. The intense fighting even attracted the attention of those who were battling in the distance. What is that? It's terrifying. Is this what a fight between strong beings looks like? Meanwhile, the revolutionaries who had quietly landed on the island looked towards the distant battle and whispered, "A great battle has broken out over there with the leader. We need to act quickly." After landing for a while, the revolutionaries arrived at the initially planned location, and with a command from their cadres, they launched a fierce attack on the members of the big MOM pirates. Who are they? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. This sudden assault left the big MOM pirates completely stunned, and Noel's subordinates were equally bewildered. To keep this plan confidential, Noel had not informed his subordinates about the Revolutionary Army's intelligence, so the sudden appearance of the revolutionaries caused his men to be suspicious. Soon, they watched as these newcomers attacked the big MOM pirates and began to realize what was happening. "Our reinforcements have arrived. Charge!" A cadre shouted with a blade in hand, and the pirates around him responded eagerly. With the Revolutionary Army's surprise attack, the members of the big MOM pirates fell into chaos, and the situation on the battlefield became even more complicated. Damn it, who are these sudden intruders? Charlotte Smoogie glared at the figures appearing in the distance, anger igniting in her eyes. She had been locked in a fierce battle with Alan, and due to their respective powers, neither could gain the upper hand. Although Smoogie was suppressing Alan throughout, he continually entangled her with his Logia abilities. Meanwhile, during their fight, Smoogie's subordinates had completely subdued the people Alan brought with him. If they held on a little longer, even if they didn't defeat Alan, they would still achieve victory. However, these sudden intruders completely disrupted their rhythm, and because of the ambush, the once advantageous side was now suppressed and facing collapse. Alan's situation was mirrored across the island. The big MOM pirates, who were on the verge of victory, had their morale severely damaged by the Revolutionary Army's surprise attack and could only continue to retreat. "Old hag, your subordinates are about to collapse," Noel said, smiling slightly after blocking Charlotte Lingling's attack with a punch. In his observation, the entire island situation had completely changed, and the members of the big MOM pirates were retreating in disarray. Hearing Noel's words, Charlotte Lingling snapped out of her fury and enveloped the entire island with her observation hockey. It was then that she realized that her children, who had once had the upper hand, were now on the brink of defeat. If it weren't for the high-ranking cadres holding on desperately, it would likely be a massive rout. Instantly, Charlotte Lingling's expression darkened. This was exactly what Noel wanted to see. Well, Noel kid, you won't have such good luck next time. And you, Revolutionary Army, I will remember this incident, Charlotte Lingling said, glaring fiercely at Noel and the others before stepping on Zeus and flying into the sky. Chapter 260. Dorag's regret. Noel watched as Charlotte Lingling left without making any move. This was what he wanted to see. Even with Dorag's assistance, Noel did not fear her. With their combined strength, they could even suppress her. But to completely capture Charlotte Lingling would require a great price, one that even Noel would have to pay. Furthermore, if it came to that point, Dorag would likely not agree. After all, the two sides were merely making a deal and forming a simple alliance. They hadn't reached the point of sacrificing their lives for each other. The current situation could be considered the best outcome. Noel turned to Dorag and smiled. "Thanks to your help this time. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble." Dorag scrutinized Noel carefully and shook his head slightly, saying, "It's nothing, just mutual needs." Dorag was somewhat curious about Noel. The person before him shared a bit of a similar background. Both had once belonged to the Navy, but had ultimately left for certain reasons. However, Dorag couldn't quite understand why he left for his ideals to establish the Revolutionary Army, while Noel seemed to have left merely because of that punishment. In Dorag's view, that reason was simply not plausible. He was very aware of what the higher-ups in the Navy were like. A talent like Noel, even if he made a small mistake, would not face severe punishment as long as it didn't involve principal issues. Yet the reality was that Noel had left the Navy and even killed several people in the process. In fact, it was precisely because of this that, despite Noel having defected from the Navy, other major forces outside did not raise significant suspicions about his identity. However, Dorag was different. After Noel made the call, he conducted a thorough investigation into Noel. Although there were no significant doubts about Noel's identity based on his achievements and character, Dorag still felt uneasy about it. Fortunately, Noel's former identity was that of a Navy officer and not that of the world government. Otherwise, even if Noel's initial conditions were enticing, Dorag would have rejected him without hesitation. Not minding Dorag's cold demeanor, Noel understood that this was their first formal contact, and it was natural for him to be wary. Although the war has ended, I still have many things to attend to, so I will take my leave now. After nodding to Dorag, Noel quickly moved away towards the distance. The battle here was over, but the fighting elsewhere was likely still ongoing, especially since Noel had not sensed Gu Chun and Elvis's presence through his observation hockey, which made him somewhat worried. Charlotte Lingling acted quickly. After stepping on Zeus and arriving at Perospero's location, she glared fiercely at the crows and Yamato, as if she wanted to devour them. Perospero, notify everyone to prepare to leave here. Perospero's cheek twitched slightly. The moment he saw the Revolutionary Army, he knew that this battle would soon come to an end. This operation ultimately concluded in failure. Perospero dared not say much and quickly pulled out a Din Din Mushi to contact his siblings. On various battlefields, with the emergence of the Revolutionary Army, the situation has changed. After a brief moment of confusion, the members of the big MOM pirates gradually recognized their opponents' identities. Upon hearing Perospero's phone call, each of them was filled with unwillingness. This time, they were determined to succeed, and the battle was unfolding in their favor from the start. It can be said that if the Revolutionary Army had arrived just 2 days later, this battle could have been declared over. Everyone follow me. The senior officers of the big MOM pirates issued commands, and all members gathered together, slowly making their way toward their fleet. Damn it, they've escaped again this time. Next time, I will definitely kill them, Krija shouted angrily. If anyone was the most furious, it would be Perospero and a few others on the battlefield with Krija. After paying such a high price, with Charlotte Oven severely injured, they had not killed a single person. Don't say that. Be careful not to provoke Mama's anger, Katakuri said softly as he approached. He was also unwilling to accept the failure of this operation. But he didn't feel too despondent, because just because Noel had survived this time thanks to the Revolutionary Army didn't mean he couldn't handle him in the future. Especially since the connection with the Revolutionary Army would surely provoke some reaction from the world government. The troubles awaiting Noel would only increase. In contrast to the disappointment of the big MOM pirates, the pirates under Noel were excitedly shouting and cheering. Although this battle was extremely difficult, they ultimately persevered, and they all expressed their gratitude to the timely arrival of the Revolutionary Army. Some even started to get friendly, preparing to find a place to drink. Noel quickly searched for Gu Chun and Elvis, and after passing a certain place, he suddenly stopped and approached with a serious expression. After pushing aside the surrounding trees, he found Gu Chun lying on the ground, barely alive, with extensive burns and countless fractures. If Noel hadn't sensed the faint breath from Gu Chun, he might have thought he was dead. Just as he quickly passed by, he suddenly sensed an extremely weak presence. Normally, Noel wouldn't have paid attention, but at this moment, he was particularly sensitive and managed to capture it. Noel slowly picked up Gu Chun and silently headed toward Ren. Meanwhile, Yamato also carried Elvis to Ren, since Gu Chun had been placed by Elvis. After failing to find Gu Chun, Yamato had no choice but to take the severely injured Elvis for treatment first. Crow, on the side, also offered to help search for Gu Chun, but worried that delaying Elvis's treatment would end up being a bad decision. When Ren saw the severely injured Elvis, she was shocked and immediately began to perform emergency treatment. As the treatment progressed, Ren-E's expression grew increasingly grim. Ren, is Elvis going to be okay? Yamato asked worriedly. Before Ren-E could respond, Noel rushed over and, upon seeing Elvis's condition, felt a heavy heart. The worst outcome he feared had occurred. Get someone over here to help. Noel called out to the other ship's doctors, deciding to stabilize Gu Chun's condition first. The severe injuries of both Elvis and Gu Chun, two senior officers under Noel, caused the scene to become even more chaotic. Ren became increasingly anxious. Every minute she delayed could mean more danger for both of them. At that moment, Noel stepped forward and patted Ren on the shoulder, saying, "Don't panic. I'll leave the two of them to you for now. If they can't be saved, it's their fate." After that, Noel left with Yamato. Both of them were clueless about first aid. and staying there would only add to the trouble. Noel, are they going to be okay? Yamato asked anxiously, as Elvis and Gu-chun appeared to be on the brink of death. Noel tried to put on a light expression, saying, "It's fine. They're both strong. They won't be in trouble." Then he looked at Yamato and said, "How could this happen? With their strength, even if they were outmatched, they shouldn't be this severely injured." After Yamato recounted what he had seen, Noel fell into deep thought. "All right, let's handle other matters first. We'll leave Elvis to Ren-E. We have to trust them." After giving some orders, Noel headed back to where Dorag was. The Revolutionary Army had come a long way to provide support, and even if it was a transaction, Noel had to owe Dorag a significant favor. "Have you finished?" Dorag greeted Noel with a smile upon his return. Noel, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "You might need to stay here for a couple more days. The situation is much more serious than expected." "No problem. This is a good opportunity for us to talk. But we can't stay too long. The world government could show up at any moment." The world government was like a stubborn adhesive, always keeping a close watch on the Revolutionary Army. They should have received word about this operation by now. If nothing unexpected happened, personnel from the world government would soon appear here. Dorag also reminded Noel to avoid getting entangled in this matter. "No problem. I actually have some things I want to consult you about," Noel said, sharing a smile with Dorag. 3 days had passed since Noel's battle with the big MOM pirates, and many things had happened during this time. The retreat of the big MOM pirates shocked the entire world. After all, this was Charlotte Linlin. Escaping from her grasp represented something significant, and everyone was well aware of that. Secondly, after Ren-E's full efforts to rescue them, the conditions of Elvis and Gu-chun had temporarily stabilized. Gu-chun's injuries were lighter than Elvis's, so he was out of danger, but Elvis was still in a very precarious situation due to his severe injuries. During these days, Ren-E had been by Elvis's side without leaving for a moment, fearing that something might happen to him. On the morning of the 4th day, the weather was exceptionally clear, with a gentle breeze making it very comfortable. Dorag received information that personnel from the world government had appeared in the nearby waters, so he knew he could no longer stay here and proposed to leave. "Noel, have you really considered joining the Revolutionary Army?" Dorag earnestly invited Noel once more. After several in-depth discussions over the past few days, Dorag was astonished by some of Noel's ideas. Noel, as a Chinese citizen of Blue Star and someone who has received Red education, has offered his personal views on some of the Revolutionary Army's concepts. These views have even led Dorag to consider recruiting Noel, as he believes Noel is naturally suited for the Revolutionary Army. Many of Noel's ideas are even more mature than those of Dorag himself. If Noel were to join the Revolutionary Army, Dorag is confident that with Noel's help, the strength of the Revolutionary Army would rise significantly in a short time. Unfortunately, Noel can only express his apologies regarding Dorag's invitation. Although he does not dislike the Revolutionary Army, he does not wish to become part of it, as he also has his own ideals. Perhaps in a few years, his thoughts may change, but that is a matter for the future. I still have my own things to do, and we're in an alliance. So if the Revolutionary Army needs anything, feel free to find me, Noel said with a slight smile, secretly pleased to see Dorag looking reluctant. It should be known that these ideas were not his own, but were experiences summed up by great figures from his past life. If he were to truly join the Revolutionary Army, he would only be able to talk about strategies without being able to act on them effectively. "All right, the doors of the Revolutionary Army will always be open for you," Dorag sighed regretfully before boarding the ship with Crow and Mori. The Revolutionary Army's fleet slowly departed from a port, and as Dorag watched Buchanan Island shrink in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh again. "Captain, is Brady Noel really that important?" Crow asked, stepping forward with some confusion. He was aware that his captain had had multiple conversations with Noel in recent days, but Dorag had not disclosed the content of those talks. "All I can say is that Noel not joining the Revolutionary Army is a significant loss for us," Dorag said softly. Regarding Noel's identity, Dorag had long since set aside his doubts. Someone with such thoughts could not possibly be a part of the world government. Noel also breathed a sigh of relief when Dorag finally left. If he had stayed any longer, he would have emptied himself of all his thoughts. Turning around, Noel looked at the busy people in the port, and his expression suddenly changed. Although Dorag had left, he still had many things to do, whether it was dealing with Elvis's injuries or the threats from the world government, all of which weighed heavily on his mind. "After this is over, I must find a place to secretly slack off," Noel said, stretching lazily. Meanwhile, the Navy was also facing accountability from the world government. "Brady Noel has already left the Navy. His contact with the Revolutionary Army has nothing to do with us," Sengoku shouted angrily before hanging up the phone. After hanging up, Sengoku took a deep breath. Noel's actions this time were quite dangerous, and the world government's reaction was much greater than anticipated. Even the call from the five elders reached Sengoku, and a hint of worry was evident on his brow. It seemed the world government would soon take action, and if the five elders personally issued orders, Sengoku, even as the fleet admiral, would have no choice but to comply. If things reached that point, Noel would only have one way to escape the predicament: to report his true identity to the five elders, leveraging his strength and current relations with Kaido and the Revolutionary Army to persuade the world government to back off. Noel really is a source of constant trouble. Every time he has an issue, it creates a mess for me, Sengoku thought helplessly. Although this situation was not Noel's fault, the origin of the matter did stem from him. It seems that little Noel has already begun to pose a threat to the world government, Tsuru murmured from the sofa. Strictly speaking, Noel's strength wouldn't make the world government overly concerned, but when combined with his friendly relations with the Revolutionary Army, the world government had no choice but to escalate the perceived danger he posed. No one wanted to see someone with such strength ultimately aligning with the Revolutionary Army. At worst, I'll inform the five elders of Noel's identity. No matter what, we can't let Noel be in danger, Sengoku stated firmly. Noel is the future pillar of the Navy. With his presence, the Navy wouldn't face a lack of successors, which Sengoku deemed extremely important. In the original story, after the Marineford War, Aokiji left the Navy, and Akainu became fleet admiral, resulting in two vacant admiral positions. The Navy was in a difficult position, as they couldn't find two strong candidates from within their ranks to fill those roles. Thus, they had no choice but to resort to world conscription, ultimately managing to fill the admiral vacancies. While world conscription had its benefits, the Navy had its own concerns. Fujitora and Green Bull were not nurtured within the Navy, leading to some disconnect with the organization. This was evident from Fujitora's kneeling before the king of Dressrosa, due to Doflamingo's actions. However, Noel was different. He had grown up in the Navy, so his presence would prevent awkwardness. Even with world conscription, given Noel's strength and qualifications, he could smoothly take over the Navy in the future. Tsuru did not refute Sengoku's words, as she felt the same way. Although revealing Noel's identity would increase the danger he faced, it was still better than facing a crackdown. On the side of Wano, when Kaido learned that Noel had allied with the Revolutionary Army and successfully repelled Charlotte Linlin, he was initially surprised but then adopted a nonchalant attitude. To Kaido, it didn't matter who Noel cooperated with. It was all part of Noel's own choices. Even if this decision led to his death, it could only be said that Noel's journey ended there. When Noel decided to leave with Yamato to travel alone, Kaido had previously stated that once he chose this path, he would no longer provide them with protection. Kaido's actions did not mean that Noel was no longer connected to the Beast Pirates. Rather, it signified that since Noel chose to grow independently, Kaido would support him unconditionally. Moreover, they were pirates, and having connections with the Revolutionary Army was not an issue for Kaido. Even the world government was not beyond cooperation. Just like Kaido himself, he also had certain connections and transactions with the world government. Once your power reaches a certain level, the world government will, in some ways, acknowledge you. If you possess something the world government needs, they will not refuse to trade with you simply because of your identity. To the world government, as long as you're not a fundamentally dangerous person, everything has its value. Of course, the world government will take into account Kaido's identity when dealing with him, and these transactions generally take place in secret. Once things are exposed, the world government will never acknowledge it. Oh ho ho, what a good job this time. It seems he is about to grow into a big tree. Kaido picked up a wine jug and started drinking heavily. His lack of involvement did not mean he wasn't paying attention to the matter. Norr had overcome the difficulties, and Kaido was equally pleased. So the atmosphere on Onigashima had been quite relaxed these days. It has been a month since the battle between Norr and the big MOM pirates. Boom, boom, boom. A series of cannon fire erupted, and two fleets were fiercely attacking each other on the sea. Fire all the cannonballs, sink the enemy. A pirate shouted with a fierce expression, and the pirates around him busily went about their tasks like ants. The fleet of pirates opposite was also firing cannonballs at a rapid pace. Although the exchange of fire was intense from above, this fleet was continuously retreating. This fleet belonged to the world government, and the main reason they did not fly a flag was that this was the New World. The pirates in the New World did not care how powerful the world government was. It was very common for them to attack if they looked displeased. Many pirates even sought trouble specifically because they were world government ships. So to avoid such incidents, this fleet of the world government was disguised as merchant ships, continually sailing near Buchanan. Noir watched the two fleets exchanging fire from the air and then countless bolts of lightning struck down towards the world government's fleet. Boom! The lightning accurately struck every ship, and the ships hit by the sudden attack let out cries of despair. Even the originally fierce cannon fire suddenly came to a halt. Then Noir dove down from the sky and crashed onto one of the ships. "It's Brady Noir! Kill him!" Swish! 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 Figures instantly appeared around Noir, and they unleashed numerous slashes toward him. Boom! 6 dials? They really are from the world government. Noir's figures slowly emerged after the slashes, showing that they had not harmed him in the slightest. Although those around him were mentally prepared for this, when they actually saw Noir unscathed, they broke out in cold sweat. A character who could clash with Charlotte Linlin should not be underestimated. I was still doubting whether your ships were really from the world government, but I didn't expect that just a little test would reveal you, Noir said lazily, as vast amounts of lightning coiled around him. Lightning flashed on the ships, and after a series of screams, Noir moved on to the next ship. Soon, this fleet belonging to the world government was easily defeated by Noir. Phew, this is already the 3rd batch of people in a month. It seems the world government is really annoyed. After resolving the battle, Noir watched as his subordinates detained the world government personnel, thinking to himself. Ever since Dragon left due to the appearance of world government personnel, Noir had been continuously clearing them out. However, every time he captured a batch, another would emerge. And today marked the 3rd batch. Moreover, these world government personnel had learned from their previous failures. This time they disguised themselves as merchant ships, and the entire fleet acted separately. If Noir hadn't sensed something was off and tested them, they might have actually gotten away with it. Noir was quite annoyed by these world government people, but he could only face it since he was cooperating with the Revolutionary Army. It was all part of the cost. "Boss Noir, all these people have been locked up." A pirate ran to Noir's side to report after cleaning up the battlefield. Noir waved his hand casually and said, "Same as before, lock them up for a few days, then have them do some work." Noir chose not to kill these people because he himself was a Marine. If he indiscriminately killed world government personnel, it would eventually cause a lot of trouble for Sengoku. It was one thing for the world government to be unaware, but if they learned that Noir was actually a Marine who had killed so many of their personnel, that would be another matter entirely. So Noir locked them up for a few days and then made them work as laborers. In this month, Bukelin, which had been severely damaged due to the battles, had mostly been restored thanks to Noir's subordinates' efforts. The residents who had fled were gradually returning. Speaking of which, Noir had been in Bukelin for almost 2 months, and the residents had become familiar with Noir and his subordinates, gradually accepting their presence. As commoners in the New World, they understood that such things were very normal. It was very likely that a batch of pirates would occupy the place today and then die in the sea the next day. The previous unrest was also because the destructive pirate crew brought by Terasai had stayed here too long and had established a close relationship with the locals. However, life must go on. Terasai had become a thing of the past, and these civilians couldn't fight Noir just because of Terasai. So after 2 months, they slowly accepted this fact. As for Elvis and Guchun, since Guchen's injuries were lighter, he finally woke up 20 days ago after Renee's rescue. After 20 days of recuperation, Guchun could now move around on his own. However, the awakened Guchun appeared very silent, especially when he saw Elvis's condition, which was hard for him to accept. Guchun stood beside Elvis for a long time, and only left when a nurse reminded him to go back and rest. As for Guchen's situation, Noir and the others did not comfort him much. Guchen's condition had not improved in just a day or two, so Noir and the others knew that he had to overcome the shadow himself. Elvis's situation was a bit more complex. In the past month, Elvis had multiple crises and moments of life-threatening danger. Fortunately, Renee had been there almost every step of the way, and ultimately, Elvis completely emerged from danger a week ago. As for when he would wake up and fully recover, Renee could not provide an answer. After all, saving Elvis had already been extremely difficult. If it had been someone else with a weaker physique, they might have died in bed. Sigh, what a troublesome season. Noir casually found a chair to sit down in as he followed the fleet towards Bukelin. In the past month, Noah has hardly had any time to relax. Because of the accident involving Elvis and Guchun, the already insufficient manpower on Noah's side has become even more strained. Forget about slacking off. Even sitting for a while now feels like a rare break. After returning to Bukelin and arranging the captives, Noah went back to his office. As soon as he arrived, he saw Yamato bustling around, calling people to do something, and Noah curiously approached to ask, "Yamato, what are you doing?" Seeing that it was Noah, Yamato's eyes lit up. "You're back. A ship just arrived, saying it's supplies sent by Doflamingo." Noah understood. After the battle, many things on the island had come to a standstill due to the destruction. especially since their earlier battle had greatly affected the terrain here. Many supplies had been reduced to ashes in that fight. So, Noah had to call Doflamingo to arrange for supplies to alleviate the urgent situation. What is everyone else doing? Noah nodded and casually asked. Yamato shook his head, saying, I don't know. They should all be busy with their own things. Seeing that Yamato wasn't clear, Noah didn't pursue the matter further and walked toward Renee. Arriving at the hospital, it was no longer as busy as it had been before. Although the medical staff were still hurried, it was much better compared to a month ago. Noah didn't look for Renee, but went straight to Gu-chen's ward. After gently knocking twice on the door, he walked in. Gu-chan was leaning against the hospital bed, looking much thinner and in poor spirits. When he saw Noah, he merely nodded without saying anything. Seeing Gu-chan like this, Noah wasn't surprised. Every time he visited, it had been the same. All right, after resting for so long, it's time to get back to work. You know we've been going crazy with all the busyness. Noah's words fell, and Gu-chen initially didn't respond, but then stared blankly at Noah. Noticing Gu-chen's expression, Noah said somewhat irritably, what? You don't want to watch us busting our butts every day while you do nothing? In reality, even if Gu-chan wanted to help, given his current condition, he wouldn't be able to contribute much. But Noah felt it wasn't right to let Gu-chan stay idle like this. He had already said comforting words and expressed concern. But after such a long time, Gu-chan still looked like this. So, Noah decided not to continue persuading Gu-chan. Instead, it was better to get him moving. If he kept thinking about all these things, it only meant he was too idle, and being busy would be good for him. Seeing Noah's demeanor, Gu-chan forced a smile and slowly nodded. Although he still looked lifeless, Noah smiled upon seeing Gu-chan respond. Since you agree, then tidy up and get ready to discharge. I'll wait for you downstairs. You go ahead and pack. With that, Noah turned and left the ward. Gu-chan stared blankly at his hands, unsure of what he was thinking, then got up and walked to the mirror, looking at his disheveled appearance. He turned and walked in the bathroom. After a while, the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. After leaving the room, Noah went to find Renee. Renee, how's the situation? Noah asked softly as he saw Renee just finished changing Elvis's bandages. Renee smiled slightly, and after they left the ward, she said, Elvis's condition has started to improve. He should wake up soon. Hearing this, Noah felt a surge of happiness. There had been so many things happening lately that he hadn't focused much on Elvis's condition. But the thought of Elvis lying on the hospital bed, uncertain of life or death, weighed heavily on Noah's heart. Now that he heard Elvis was improving, he finally felt relieved. That's great. Thank you for your hard work, Renee. It's nothing. It's what I should do. My strength isn't strong, so I can only help in this way. Renee gently shook her head. Over the years, she had worked hard on her training, but unfortunately, once her strength reached a certain level, it stopped growing. Initially, when Noah faced weaker enemies, she could still play a role, but as time went on, the enemies Noah faced became stronger. Her current strength was no longer of much use. Don't say that. Leave the fighting to us. It's because of you that we can fight with more ease. Noah quickly comforted Renee. He had previously mentioned wanting to find a devil fruit for Renee to enhance her strength. However, she had refused, saying her abilities came from fishman karate, with many techniques related to water. If she ate a devil fruit, it might decrease her strength instead, and the fruits also had fatal weaknesses. Overall, Renee ultimately declined Noah's suggestion. Noah didn't press the matter further. Everyone had their own way of living, and he respected Renee's choice. Suddenly, Noah thought of something and shared the situation regarding Gu-chan with Renee. After pondering for a moment, Renee nodded in agreement with Noah's approach. It would be beneficial for Gu-chan to engage with more things outside. Staying idle like this might lead to bigger problems. Yes, I think so too. I've already thought about what work to arrange for him, Noah said with a grin, his face showing a mischievous smile, indicating that this work would definitely be challenging for Gu-chan. Renee couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, just be gentle with Gu-chan. His injuries haven't healed yet. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Just then, Gu-chan finished tidying up and came downstairs. Seeing Gu-chan had come down, Noah waved and then turned to Renee, saying, we'll leave now. You take care of Elvis. Go ahead. I'll take care of things here, Renee replied. Noah walked over to Gu-chan, observing his refreshed appearance after tidying up, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You look much more spirited. Noah patted Gu-chan on the shoulder and then led him toward the town on the island. What am I supposed to do? Gu-chan's voice was a bit hoarse. After a long time of silence, his voice had become somewhat low. Noah didn't respond, but continued to walk forward with Gu-chan. It wasn't until they arrived in the town that Noah turned around to look at Gu-chan and said, your task is to reassure the residents of the town. Previously, we have been short-staffed, So this work has not been carried out. Now it is up to you. Noel's tone was full of laughter, and he appeared very sincere. Guchan was taken aback by Noel's words, staring straight at him. After a moment, he slowly said, "You can't be doing this on purpose, right?" Noel was quite surprised and looked puzzled as he replied, "What do you mean on purpose?" Guchan fell silent again for a moment, then nodded and said, "It's nothing. I understand now. All right, if that's the case, I leave it to you." Noel patted Guchan's shoulder again and then left. Noel had his considerations regarding Guchan's arrangement. Guchan still had injuries and serious psychological issues, so assigning him to the combat lineup was quite dangerous. Other matters were basically being handled by others. And after thinking it over, Noel suddenly thought of giving this task to Guchan. After taking down the area of Bukelin, Noel decided to make it his base in the New World. The location of Bukelin Island was also very important in the New World, and considering that Triss had managed it for so many years, it would be a pity to abandon it just like that. Moreover, doing so would allow Guchan to interact with more people and keep him busy. It should be noted that the residents of the town experienced many events every day, and these events were not particularly important but very tedious. Dealing with these matters daily would consume a lot of Guchan's energy. Noel didn't believe that even if he was exhausted, Guchan would still have so much mental energy to think about other things. After returning to his office to handle matters, Noel activated his observation haki. BRR. This is Noel. I have just discovered a fleet belonging to the world government. On the other end of the line, Sengoku was not very surprised to hear Noel's words. In the past month, the world government had repeatedly requested the Navy's cooperation to investigate Noel in Bukelin or to encircle him. However, Sengoku refused, citing the current instability in the New World. If the Navy went deep in, they could provoke a counterattack from the pirates. Later, the Gorsei also called, but Sengoku used their prior capture of Charlotte Linlin as a shield. Sengoku stated that if the Navy suddenly deployed in large numbers to the New World, the embarrassed Charlotte Linlin might vent her anger on them. Since the Navy and the world government's operational guidelines did not involve characters like Charlotte Linlin, after weighing the options, the Gorsei agreed to put this matter on hold for now. I understand, I have coordinated with the world government, and there shouldn't be too many personnel heading your way in the future. Of course, some spies will still be around. I can't do anything about that. Hearing the good news, Noel smiled and said, "That's great. Now I can rest easy. You could give me a break too. Over the years, how many headaches have you caused us?" Sengoku said helplessly. For so many years, Noel had been constantly causing trouble. After a brief lull, he would reappear causing issues again. Moreover, these issues had grown larger as Noel had matured. Even Sengoku found it hard to manage this recent situation. Fortunately, Noel had weathered this one. Otherwise, Sengoku would have had to pull him back into the Navy. Don't worry, I've decided to take a good break for a few years. After all this time, I should rest. Noel opened his eyes wide, exuding a lazy aura. Sengoku sighed and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, let's leave it at that. Remember, if you cause more trouble, be prepared to return to the Navy." Looking at the already disconnected phone, Noel pouted and said, "It's not that I want to cause trouble. Trouble comes looking for me." With Sengoku's intervention, this matter was finally settled. Charlotte Linlin wouldn't be able to organize another group to come here in the short term. Moreover, she was already aware of her connection with the Revolutionary Army, and without absolute certainty, she wouldn't act recklessly. Additionally, this failure would also be a blow to Charlotte Linlin's prestige. Although pirates in the New World wouldn't actively provoke her, newcomers would think differently. Every new arrival in the New World chooses a target as their starting point, and the diminished prestige of Charlotte Linlin makes her the best candidate. It can be imagined that for a while, the Big Mom pirates will be quite busy. Similarly, as one of the main characters in this matter, and having successfully repelled Charlotte Linlin, many pirates would hope to join Noel's ranks. Within this month, 2 pirate crews had already expressed their desire to join him. After a brief investigation, Noel accepted all of them. He was in need of manpower, and as long as these incoming pirates weren't heinous criminals, he wouldn't refuse them. After lying down lazily for a while, Noel thought of something and picked up a very special transponder snail. This transponder snail was given to him by Dragon before he left, claiming it could prevent eavesdropping, so Noel could use it to contact him in the future. Once the call was connected, Dragon's voice came through. "So, Noel, have you decided to join the Revolutionary Army?" Hearing Dragon's words, Noel couldn't help but smile wryly. It had been a month, and he was still fixated on this matter. "Not yet, but things with the world government are nearly settled. I'll arrange for ships to provide you with supplies." Seeing that Noel was talking about serious business, Dragon's expression became serious again, and he reaffirmed his confidence in Noel's abilities. although the world government's actions this time were more bluster than substance. Being able to withstand their pressure easily showed that Noel indeed had the capital to ally with the Revolutionary Army. That's great news. I'll give you an address, and you can send the supplies there. I'll arrange for someone to receive them. After discussing this matter further, the two hung up. Noel then got busy, first calling Doflamingo to request a large quantity of supplies and military arms, and then calling Kaido to allocate another batch of arms from him. Both of them understood why Noel was taking these actions. Doflamingo laughed darkly for a long time before stating he would deliver the supplies on time, while Kaido seemed much more indifferent. Noel decided to handle these matters himself, as he was also qualified to mobilize some resources within the Beast Pirates. He only needed to inform the people below him, and everything would be fine. After dealing with all the issues, Noel finally let out a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair to rest. After this matter, he should be able to relax for a while. He murmured to himself. Having repelled Charlotte Linlin, Noel had established his footing in the new world. He recalled that there didn't seem to be many significant events happening in the future. The only world-shocking event would probably be Shanks becoming the Emperor of the Sea, earning the title of one of the four emperors. However, Noel didn't care much about the title of the four emperors. On one hand, he was part of the Beast Pirates, and, on the other hand, he was indifferent to such things. Therefore, Noel decided that after this matter was completely settled, he would take a good rest for a few years, accumulating strength to prepare for the future era of great evil. At that moment, Yamato rushed over, shouting, "Noel, I saw Gu-chun chatting with someone in the town." When Yamato finished her tasks and saw Gu-chun talking to the residents, her eyes nearly popped out. After rubbing her eyes to confirm it was indeed Gu-chun, she hurried over to Noel without asking Gu-chun anything. It seemed Gu-chun was adapting quite quickly. Noel thought with a slight smile. Chapter 263. Development time flew by, and it had been a year since the battle with the Big Mom Pirates. After the battle with the Big Mom Pirates ended and successfully fending off targeted attacks from the world government, Noel and his group had completely entered a phase of recuperation. During this year, Noel and his crew focused on developing their islands, selling various unique materials from the Sky Island to the outside world. Various functional shells were brought down from the Sky Island and sold through Doflamingo's channels. These magical shells quickly gained popularity, especially the fire-breathing shells and impact shells, which were favored by the underworld. With the funds from these shells and his own substantial financial resources, Noel continuously developed Bukelin and several surrounding islands. Over time, these islands became more prosperous. Compared to when Tressie was here, although she also managed the place diligently, the overall model remained the same. However, Noel was different. He had various insights from his past life on Blue Star. Although he only understood many things superficially, his perspective was far superior to many in this world. It was precisely because Noel could lead his subordinates and the residents of his territory to a better life that, within just a year, these islands had fully recognized Noel and his crew's leadership. Even when facing attacks from other pirates or forces, the residents would spontaneously come to help, offering whatever assistance they could. They all understood that everything they currently had was brought by Noel, and if he were to be driven away, their lives would revert to how they were before. It's not to say that life before was bad, but once people experience a better life, they can no longer endure a return to hardship. The rapid development of the islands also caught the attention of Dracula Mihawk. After careful observation, he felt that Noel was naturally suited for the Revolutionary Army. Many of Noel's ideas, while seeming whimsical to Mihawk, proved to be quite effective. With Noel's own strength supporting him and the continuous influx of new members into his pirate crew over the past year, his power had significantly increased. There was even an implicit trend of becoming the new Emperor of the Sea, and many had already begun to view Noel as such. However, Noel understood that if he truly wanted to become one of the four emperors, he would inevitably have to confront Shanks. At this stage, it really wasn't suitable for Noel and his group to provoke other enemies. Even though the red-hair pirates were not as formidable as the Big Mom Pirates, Noel did not wish to continue fighting. Knowing the future, he realized that the current skirmishes were merely small conflicts. The real storm would come after the Marineford War. Therefore, Noel hoped to develop his own forces and strength over the next few years to have the capital to face the future. Noel, a new pirate crew has come here to provoke us, and Yamato has already taken people to deal with it. After finishing all his tasks for the day, Noel was about to take a break when he received news from Elvis. Can't we just send someone below to handle it? Does Yamato really need to go herself? Noel wondered. After a year of rapid development, Noel's power had undergone a tremendous change. His fleet had grown from 1 to 5 fleets. Due to the large number of personnel, Noel decided to split them into 5 teams, with Yamato and others serving as captains. In addition to core members like Yamato, there were many strong individuals serving as ordinary officers. These ordinary officers were mostly former captains of New World pirate crews, as well as veteran pirates who had fought alongside Noel over the years. Most of these officers had bounties exceeding 100 million, with several reaching around 400 million berries. It could be said that when Noel encountered these newcomers provoking him, he no longer needed to deal with them personally. His subordinates could handle it well. With such a formidable group of subordinates, Noel had firmly established himself in the New World. Now, Noel and his crew's next goal was to reclaim all the islands that originally belonged to Tressie. This task was primarily being executed by Guchun. The newcomers posed some trouble. Their captain was a particularly powerful devil fruit user, and upon hearing this, Yamato insisted on seeing it for herself. Elvis shook his head helplessly at this. In Elvis's view, although the newcomers were strong, there shouldn't be much problem with the capable officers leading them. However, Yamato's restless nature made her rush out to sea upon hearing this news. Noticing Elvis's pale complexion, Noel expressed concern. "Is your health okay?" Elvis smiled slightly and replied, "I'm fine now. I just need a rest." Elvis's injuries had been severe, nearly leading to his death. If it weren't for his strong physique and willpower keeping him alive, Noel and the others would have been preparing for a funeral. Fortunately, Renee's medical skills were remarkable, and after being taught by Kuroka's, her medical level improved significantly, allowing her to barely pull Elvis back from the brink of death. However, Elvis still suffered from severe old injuries, and even after a year, he remained in a stage of recovery. Now Elvis is mainly handling some clerical work, both to relieve other stress and to slowly recuperate his body. With Elvis taking over everything, people like Yamato and Enel can be said to be completely liberated. At least they no longer have to deal with the headache of clerical work. After going through the initial phase of work, Guchun's condition has improved significantly, and now a large part of the work within the Noir group is being handled by him. It can be said that after Elvis fell, Guchun wanted to make up for his past mistakes, so he is working very hard to grow. Just as Noir and Elvis were chatting, the phone bug suddenly rang. After Noir answered the call, Dolag's voice came through. "Noir, there's something I need you to help me with." Upon seeing that it was Dolag on the other end, Noir said with some confusion, "What is it?" Since collaborating with the Revolutionary Army, their relationship has been quite good over the past year. Not to mention that Noir and the others of the Revolutionary Army a significant favor. For both emotional and logical reasons, Noir had no reason to refuse. Moreover, given the strength of the Revolutionary Army, if Dolag personally called him, it meant that this matter was very important to them. Otherwise, Dolag wouldn't trouble Noir with minor issues. Dolag then briefly explained the situation. The issue is that there is a country in the Grand Line where the king's policies are extremely harsh, leading to significant domestic turmoil. Amid this turmoil, the shadow of the Revolutionary Army can be seen. To overthrow this king and clear the clouds hanging over the country, the Revolutionary Army has also put in a lot of effort. Recently, however, the Revolutionary Army headquarters received news that the king had somehow gained support, and some powerful figures appeared on the battlefield. This has led to a major setback for the Revolutionary Army, which had already achieved some results. However, the Revolutionary Army has recently focused most of its power elsewhere and cannot spare more strength at this stage. Therefore, Dolag called Noir, hoping that Noir could assist the Revolutionary Army in that area. In Dolag's view, since Noir has such thoughts, even if he hasn't officially joined the Revolutionary Army, he still considers Noir a part of it. Otherwise, Dolag wouldn't have rashly made this call. After pondering for a moment, Noir nodded in agreement. To Noir, this matter seemed trivial. That country is located in the front half of the Grand Line, where the strength of its inhabitants is not very formidable. So there is not much danger, and it wouldn't cause too much turmoil. "All right, I'll leave this matter to you," Dolag said before hanging up the phone. Seeing Dolag hang up so decisively, Noir realized that Dolag must be busy with something very important and urgent at that moment. "Noir, this matter may not be as simple as you think," Elvis, who had been listening to the two's conversation, said with a serious expression after some contemplation. Although this seemed to be an internal issue of a country, given Noir and the other's strength, it would be easy for them to clear either side. However, if they did so, the subsequent impact could be very significant. Because Elvis had just checked, the country Dolag mentioned is called the Westwood Kingdom, one of the world's member nations. Once it involves a member nation, the matter becomes very complicated. If Noir intervenes, given their previous relationship with the Revolutionary Army, they would likely be categorized as one of the most dangerous groups in the eyes of the world government. But since Dolag has already called, we can only do our best to help him. Noir sighed. He knew very well what Elvis was talking about. However, having owed such a huge favor to the Revolutionary Army, it must be repaid. Moreover, the cooperation between Noir's group and the Revolutionary Army over the past year has been quite good, and Noir has obtained a lot of resources and funding through them. Noir was able to develop Buchanan to this extent in just 1 year, and the Revolutionary Army played an indispensable role in it. For this matter, Noir has also communicated multiple times with Sengoku. Then Noir picked up the phone bug to notify the others to come to the meeting room to discuss this matter. Except for Yamato and Enel, who were out, everyone else was on the island at that time. Before long, everyone arrived at the meeting room. Since not everyone was present, they sat down first to wait. It wasn't until Run-E hurriedly walked into the meeting room that all the core cadres of the Noir group had gathered. Additionally, for senior cadres were also present. Most of these senior cadres had joined Noir's crew early on and were powerful captains, each with a bounty of around 500 million berries. They are now considered the backbone of Noir's group. After seeing that everyone had arrived, Noir briefly recounted the matter that Dolag had mentioned. Once Noir finished speaking, Gu-chan proactively raised his hand and said, "Let me take care of this. There is not much happening in Buchanan right now." Noir looked at Gu-chan's eagerness and, after pondering for a moment, nodded in agreement. "All right, then Gu-chan, you'll take on this task. To ensure safety, bring Hu Yu and his fleet along." After receiving the order, Hu Yu smiled and turned to start making preparations. "It's just a paradise. I can handle it with just a few people." Gu-chan frowned, looking somewhat confused at Noir. Given Gu-chan's strength, going to the paradise to deal with some enemies would be very easy. There was no need to send additional forces. Although Gu-chan's mental state had not improved and the initial issues still existed, even if his strength had diminished somewhat, he remained one of the top-tier powerhouses in the paradise. Noir shook his head, patting Gu-chan on the shoulder. "This matter is probably not that simple. So for safety's sake, let Hu Yu accompany you." Although Gu-chan was puzzled by Noir's caution, he still nodded in acceptance. In the past, Teresi made a similar mistake, resulting in Noir killing his first mate and senior cadres, thereby completely losing the chance to eliminate Noir. Now that a similar situation arose, Noir naturally had to be cautious, especially since this country is a member of the government, and whether there are hidden forces behind it remains unknown. If Noir's forces were not so stretched thin, he would have wanted to send out even more strength. Among the current core cadres, Yamato and Enel are basically patrolling their sea area every day, while Run-E and Alan, as doctors and chefs, mostly stay on the island and do not set sail. The only ones left who could take action are Gu-chan and Noir. However, being in a new world, Noir feared that if their movements were leaked, Buchanan might face some threats. Therefore, Noir could only do his best to dispatch forces. When everything was ready, the fleet led by Gu-chan slowly left the port. Noel stood on the shore watching the fleet disappear into the distance before turning away to handle other matters. On the other side, Elvis was also watching the departing fleet, silently hoping that there wouldn't be any problems on Gu-chan's side. Chapter 265. The big picture. Gu-chan, who had already gone far, looked at the information Noel had given him and roughly understood the situation over there. In Gu-chan's view, what was happening in the kingdom of Shimu was quite ordinary. In the world of pirates, it was very common for kings to oppress the lower class, leading to revolts from the people who could no longer survive. However, this time, the kingdom of Shimu had somehow brought in a group of reinforcements, which hindered the actions of the Revolutionary Army. After organizing his emotions, Gu-chan went to the training room on the ship and began his training for the day. Ever since Gu-chan encountered problems with his own abilities, he had not resolved the issue until now. On the surface, he appeared unfazed, but in reality, he was very troubled. Fighting against those who were not strong was manageable. After all, his foundation was solid, and even with problems, he could still win. But what if he encountered someone powerful or a newcomer who sprang out of nowhere? Given Gu-chan's current condition, he could very well be defeated if he faced such opponents. This hidden danger weighed heavily on his heart like a gigantic stone, yet he did not know what the problem was. Therefore, Gu-chan could only train desperately, hoping to alleviate his situation through practice. This time, Gu-chan brought Hu Yu along, so he didn't have to worry about the fleet's voyage. He just needed to focus on his training. Time flew by, and Gu-chan had been sailing the fleet on the sea for half a month. It couldn't be helped. After all, sailing on the sea was much slower than using the Arkansas. However, Gu-chan also had no way to charge the Ark, so he could only obediently take the sea route and sail slowly. At this moment, Gu-chan had reached the first half of the Grand Line, and seeing the islands gradually appearing ahead, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After drifting on the sea for half a month, they had finally reached their destination. Brother Guchun, we can already see the kingdom of Shimu. Should we contact the revolutionary army first? You stepped forward. Guchun thought for a moment and shook his head. Not yet. Let's quietly land on the island and see the situation first. Guchun trusted the information provided by the revolutionary army, but he believed even more in what he could see with his own eyes. Thus, after some thought, Guchun chose to land on the island to observe the specific situation in the kingdom of Shimu. Guchun and his team found a relatively secluded shore to dock, arranged for some personnel to stay behind, and then led the way into the island. The island where the kingdom of Shimu was located was a medium-sized island, consisting of several important cities and some small towns. The target of Guchun and his team was a city on the island, Nobia City. Nobia City had once been a very prosperous city, but after years of war, it now appeared quite desolate. As Guchun and his team walked down the street, the residents of the city saw Guchun and others armed with various weapons, and most of them looked fierce and intimidating, causing them to hurriedly flee and make way for Guchun and his team. Seeing the residents' fearful expressions, Guchun realized that they were too conspicuous, as it would be difficult to gather intelligence, let alone find someone to talk to. You all should return to the ship and wait. Just send a few people to collect some information. Guchun turned to Huyu and said, understanding Guchun's words. Huyu nodded and turned to lead the others back. Without the presence of pirates surrounding them, Guchun's target became much smaller. Although he carried a sword at his waist, during this period, going out without a weapon would seem even stranger. Guchun took his time, leisurely wandering around Nobia City. Although he only explored a part of it, he gained some basic understanding of the situation on the island. With the emergence of the rebel army and the revolutionary army's influence, the pressure on the royal army had sharply increased. Thus, this country was always in a state of conscription. Initially, it was fine as many people came to enlist. However, as time went on, the situation for the royal army worsened, and even the conscription efforts fell into difficulties. Consequently, the king ordered mandatory conscription, relying on those forcibly recruited young men to continue fighting against the rebel army. Guchun returned to his ship and took out a den mushi to call Noel. On one hand, he wanted to inform her that they had arrived in the kingdom of Shimu, and on the other hand, he wanted to discuss the current situation there. Guchun briefly explained, and Noel could already imagine what the state of the country was like. Then you should go meet up with the revolutionary army there. They have been operating here for so many years, and they should have a better understanding of the intelligence, Noel said after a moment of contemplation. Just handle this matter yourself. Everything should prioritize the bigger picture. Don't lose sight of the greater good for small gains. After that, Noel hung up the phone. Guchun appeared thoughtful. Noel's emphasis on the bigger picture struck him as somewhat strange. After pondering for a long time, Guchun couldn't figure out why Noel had suddenly said that. Shaking his head, he temporarily set the matter aside. Guchun then dialed the den mushi again to inform the local revolutionary army that he had arrived in the kingdom of Shimu. In the secret base of the rebel army in the kingdom of Shimu, although it was a secret base for the rebels, it was actually occupied by members of the revolutionary army. When they learned that reinforcements had arrived, they all felt invigorated. Recently, they had initiated a full-scale attack against the royal army, but unexpectedly, a mysterious group of powerful experts had appeared on the royal army's side. It was precisely because of these experts that the revolutionary army suffered heavy losses. If they hadn't been operating here for years, they might have been completely uprooted. Great! Our reinforcements have finally arrived. I wonder if it's Lord Elvis leading them, one revolutionary army member said excitedly. Speaking of Elvis, he had once been a partner of the current revolutionary army members, and they were familiar with his exploits. Thus, when they learned that Brady Noel had arranged for reinforcements to come, they hoped that the one arriving would be Elvis. Let us hurry and welcome them. We can't keep our allies waiting. The person in charge here stood up, preparing to personally welcome Guchun's arrival. Chapter 266. Enlightenment. When the members of the revolutionary army saw that the newcomers were not Elvis, they felt a bit disappointed. Guchun keenly sensed this wave of disappointment. The revolutionary army did not seem to show too much happiness at the arrival of Guchun and his group. Instead, there was a hint of disappointment. Guchun did not inquire about their situation, but silently noted it in his heart. Welcome, welcome. We have finally waited for you. With your help, this operation will definitely succeed. The leader of the revolutionary army quickly approached and said, My name is Mishuz, and I am the person in charge here. Guchun smiled and replied, Hello, I am Guchun, responsible for helping you complete this mission. Misha's then welcomed Gu Chun and the others into the base. After arranging for others to settle Gu Chun's subordinates, he brought Gu Chun to the conference room. Just as everyone took their seats, Gu Chun took the initiative to say, "Before coming here, I took a walk around Nobia City and found that the condition of this country is on the verge of collapse." Misha sighed softly and said, "That's right. The entire kingdom of Shimu is already in a state of collapse. It has even started to break down. If we don't act quickly to overthrow the king, it won't be long before the entire country falls into panic." Our plan was progressing very smoothly. According to our plan, it would not cause too much damage to the entire country. However, unexpectedly, a traitor appeared within the rebel army, leading to the plan being exposed ahead of time. Then the king summoned reinforcement from somewhere, resulting in heavy losses for us. Reinforcements? May I ask who those reinforcements are? Guchun was curious when Messieurs mentioned reinforcements. It should be noted that the people sitting here were not ordinary lackeys, especially Messieurs, who was a cadre within the Revolutionary Army. Regardless of his strength, he was at least a capable person in the Grand Line. Moreover, the strength of the Revolutionary Army here was also not weak. They could be considered elite. However, such a capable group had actually failed, which seemed unbelievable to Guchun. Messieurs was silent for a moment, then spoke with some uncertainty after the last operation failed. "We used the Revolutionary Army's intelligence network to continuously collect information about those people. According to the intelligence, they should be members of Germa 66. Germa 66? Guchun said in surprise. Aren't they from a comic? Messieurs smiled bitterly and said, "I also thought that Germa 66 was fictional, but according to the intelligence we collected, they are indeed members of Germa 66. I later confirmed this with our leader, who said that Germa does exist. It's just that their operations have always been quite covert. Most of those who know of their existence are the kings of some countries. Then why would Germa's people appear here?" Although Guchun found it hard to believe, the logic of the matter still seemed difficult to explain. The people from the Germa kingdom had no reason to come here and clash with the Revolutionary Army. This matter, no matter how one looked at it, hinted at the existence of conspiracy. It sounds ridiculous, but they are actually a group of mercenaries. The king of Shimu paid a hefty price to hire people from the Germa kingdom to clean us up. As he said this, Messieurs' expression changed, and he slammed his right hand on the table, saying, "Damn it, we were actually defeated by a group of mercenaries. Now I understand," Guchun thought to himself. Subsequently, Messieurs slowly introduced Guchun to various situations in the kingdom of Shimu, and Guchun also learned about some more confidential matters. At the same time, during their conversation, Messieurs occasionally tried to probe Guchun about Elvis. When the Revolutionary Army learned that Elvis was seriously injured, they understood why he was not the one leading the team this time, but Guchun instead. Similarly, when Guchun saw these people continuously inquiring about Elvis, he realized why they had shown such disappointment upon seeing him for the first time. As night fell, after returning to the room arranged by Messieurs, Guchun picked up a snail phone and informed Noel about the situation here. Germa Kingdom? So it's those guys. If it's those guys, then this makes sense, Noel said with a look of realization. He was aware of the Germa Kingdom, but after being in this world for so long, many of his memories had become hazy. If it weren't for this incident reminding him, he would have long forgotten about the existence of the Vinsmoke family. Guchun, since the Vinsmoke family is there, you need to be careful. Those guys are quite difficult to deal with, Noel said with a serious tone. He shared some intelligence about the Vinsmoke family with Guchun, reminding him to stay cautious. Guchun nodded silently and then hung up the phone, lying on the bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. Although the Revolutionary Army was very warm towards him, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Since Elvis was injured, he had been trying hard to take over Elvis's previous work. The facts also proved that he was quite capable. Even though he faced some difficulties at first, over time, he had learned to handle various matters properly. However, despite his efforts, Guchun still felt that he had not stepped out of Elvis's shadow. Today's incident was just a minor issue, not worth Guchun's concern. But such minor issues had not been a first. Guchun kept thinking about what he should do and also pondered how Noel and Elvis would handle this situation. Eventually, Guchun drifted off to sleep, and it wasn't until dawn that someone knocked on the door, waking him up. "Guchun, the Revolutionary Army is notifying you to attend a meeting," who you shouted from outside the door. Guchun shook his head and hoarsely replied, "Got it. I'll be there soon." As Guchun tidied up and made his way to the conference room, he suddenly thought of how he should handle this matter. Since I can't shake off their shadow by acting according to the current situation, I might as well do things my own way, Guchun silently said to himself.